One moment you're in a fierce gunfight with drug traffickers in the tropical rainforest. The next, you find yourself nestled in the warm embrace of 6 stunning sisters-in-law, yet you can't feel the slightest joy. All because the male members of your family were beheaded en masse, and you, the third son of the Chen family, are the sole survivor. Everyone knows you suffered brain damage as a child, but your identity as the family fool became your lifeline. The emperor couldn't be bothered to eliminate a mentally deficient simpleton, since you posed no threat to his rule. And so, you've survived to this day. Eunuch Luo, Pingyan has been a fool since childhood. He understands nothing. Su Shuer's crisp, bell-like voice carried a plea, yet couldn't conceal the panic in her heart. You looked up, and Su Shuer's impossibly beautiful face came into view, her skirt flaring like flames. This stunning sixth sister-in-law had always been an enigma in your mind, usually kind enough to you. But whenever you made a mistake, she wouldn't hesitate to scold you or even slap you. Yet now, she knelt before Luo Shangtang without hesitation, desperately pleading for leniency on your behalf. The spears and short blades in the hands of the surrounding imperial guards seemed to blur into mere shadows. Pingyan, hurry up and apologize to Eunuch Luo. Su Shuer glared at you fiercely, like a tigress protecting her cub. You immediately caught on, putting on a dazed expression. Sorry, Eunuch Luo, I was wrong. Your voice was soft and slightly trembling, paired with that utterly innocent face, making you look exactly like a naive, simple-minded boy. Luo Shangtang stared at you, his gaze as cold as if weighing something. Do you even know what you did wrong? You put on a helpless look, mumbling hesitantly. I don't know what I did wrong, but since sister-in-law told me to apologize, I must have messed up. I'm sorry, Eunuch Luo. As you spoke, tears welled up in your eyes, and your trembling, tearful expression was a perfect performance. Luo Shangtang sneered. What a fool indeed. He studied you for a moment, his wariness seemingly fading, then ordered the guns to be lowered. Take this fool and his sister-in-law where they belong. You pretended to let out a sigh of relief, your legs giving way as you collapsed to the ground, bursting into loud, wailing sobs. The crying was half genuine, half feigned, but you knew deep down that not a single hint of the act could slip. For now, you had to keep up the pretense. The more convincing it was, the safer you'd be. But just as you were crying your heart out, one of the imperial guards suddenly strode over and kicked you hard in the face, causing blood to gush from your nose instantly. Still pretending to be a fool? Your sister-in-law Su Shuer wanted to step forward to protect you, but the imperial guards held her down firmly, leaving her with no strength to struggle. She could only watch helplessly as you were beaten, tears streaming down her face. Rage burned in your heart, but you dared not show even a hint of resistance. You had no choice but to keep up the act. Playing the fool was your only way out now, no matter how much humiliation you had to endure. You knew that enduring this moment might be the very capital you were accumulating for future revenge. Try any more tricks, and I'll beat you to death. The imperial guard dragged you forward like a dead dog, then roughly flung you into the crowd. The sisters-in-law rushed forward to help you up with tender care, their faces streaked with tears as they looked at your bruised and swollen face, their eyes filled with a mix of pity and helplessness. Reporting to the Lord, all the rebels within the general's residence have been captured. Guan Ping, the leader of the imperial guards, reported to Luo Shangtang. Luo Shangtang nodded, scanning the hundreds of people in the general's residence, and said coldly, By His Majesty's order, the fool and the women may be spared. The rest are to be executed. At these words, everyone's faces turned pale, as if the scythe of death had already descended upon them. They had thought confiscation and exile were the worst possible outcomes, but they never expected the emperor would order the execution of all the men. The imperial guards showed no mercy, their spears thrusting mercilessly as blood splattered everywhere, instantly turning the general's mansion into a living hell, with wails rising and falling in waves. You witnessed with your own eyes the blood of the Chen family staining the earth red. They struggled in their death throes, howling and cursing, some even crying out with their last breath. The great Chu is doomed. Your sisters-in-law held you tightly, their tears flowing endlessly as their loved ones fell one by one beside them. Su Shuer's father finally approached her, his voice faint. Shuer, remember to protect Ping. He is the Chen family's last hope. With these words, he collapsed in a pool of blood and never woke again. Fury burned in your heart, but you maintained your foolish facade, watching everything through tear-filled eyes. Soon, Luo Shangtang led his troops away, leaving only 23 survivors who were exiled to a desolate and bitter land. On the road, you and your sisters-in-law were escorted out of the capital under guard. The common people gathered to point and stare some side for you. Some gloated with schadenfreude, while others saw the truth and voiced their indignation for the Chen family. Each face had a different expression. Among the people in the general's mansion, Chen Pingon was escorted by his sister-in-law and maids at the innermost side, fearing that something untoward might happen to him. The great general king had made many enemies along the way. Those people in the past, probably fearing the power of the great general king, dared not speak out in anger, much less to retaliate. But now that the behemoth that was the great general's residence had fallen, those people had no scruples. I think that along the way, there will definitely be old enemies who will kill them. Along the way, Chen Pingon pretended to be a fool, but in reality, he was secretly observing the surrounding situation. It was highly likely that there would be people who wanted to assassinate them among the group of onlookers. These people, or they are seeking revenge. Or perhaps, it is for his 7 sisters-in-law. These 7 sisters-in-law of his, each of them was extremely colorful, and in this huge capital city, all of them had been one of the most beautiful women of their generation. Before the sister-in-laws married into the Chen family, each of them had a number of suitors around them, and as for those who had the heart but didn't even have the capital to pursue them, there were even more. Now that they're in trouble, it's hard not to be missed by people with bad intentions. Only when the trouble really came, how should they, who had been reduced to such a situation, cope with it? By the few Praetorians who were watching them? That was clearly impossible. These people can't wait for them to catch and get killed so they can go back and resume their duties early. The bitter cold, that's not a good place to be. No one would want to go that way if they didn't have a mission on their hands. The people of the royal family traveled along in fear and trepidation. By the time the group was escorted a few miles outside the capital, it was already dark. The party halted, intending to start again early the following morning. Pingon Chen sat down at a corner. He looked around, his eyes sweeping over the ladies of the house. Everyone's eyes were filled with despair and helplessness. Some of the maids, hugging the group in 2s and 3s not far away, looked at him with particularly complicated gazes. These little girls, burdened by us, are estimated to have grievances in their hearts, and you should pay attention to these. Ping-in. A gentle voice rang in his ears, and Chen Pingon looked up, only to see his 3rd sister-in-law, Meng Listen, squatting in front of him, taking out a small palm-sized water bag from under her skirt and surreptitiously handing it to him. Feeling that Chen Pingon's gaze seemed to be a little more soulful, she froze and after a moment softly said, "Ping-in, after a long walk, I think you're tired, have some water." She carefully handed the water bag to Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen glanced at 3rd sister-in-law's dry and cracked lips, and just as he was about to shake his head in refusal, a long whip suddenly lashed over. "How dare you hide a water bag?" Chapter 2. The tiger falls into the peaceful sun. Pingon Chen was quick on his feet and swept his sister-in-law into his arms. Immediately afterward, holding his sister-in-law in his arms, he rolled over, and with his own back, blocked the whip for his sister-in-law. "Hiss!" grimaced Pingon Chen in pain. "Ping-in, are you all right?" Meng Hearing's eyes were already filled with tears. "Sister-in-law, Ah!" Before Pingon Chen could finish his sentence, the escorting soldier lashed over with another whip. "Ooh, it hurts. Don't hit me, I'm wrong." Pingon Chen continuously played dumb and confessed. Watching her brother get beaten, Meng heard her heart break. She wanted to push away Pingon Chen to bear it herself, but she was not strong enough to push. So, he could only look at the escorting soldier and pearly plead, "Please don't hit him. I shouldn't have stolen and hidden the water bag. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. It's all my fault. Hit me if you want. When is it your turn to dictate who I beat? Grandpa? Shut up." The escorting soldier viciously cursed and continued to swing his whip, lashing it over and over towards Pingon Chen. While fighting, he also chanted, "Damn. A fool still learns how to heroically save a beauty? I'll have to make you learn a lesson. Beat you to death, you son of a. Let's see if you dare." At this moment, Pingon Chen had 10,000 divine beasts running around in his heart. He had thought that the guy would whip him a few times and be done with it. After all, he was a fool in the eyes of outsiders, and normal people don't get too attached to fools. But it didn't occur to me that this brain-dead thing would actually fight with him. That's a dozen lashes for him in a while. Damn, this is teaching people like animals. Pop! The whip fell again, but Pingon Chen felt no pain. Glancing back, it was his sixth sister-in-law, Su Shuer, who used her back to block the whip for him alive. Sister-in-law! Chen shouted, and there was already killing intent in his eyes. Su Shuer heard Chen call out, but she forced herself to endure the pain and smiled towards Chen. Damn pussy! Get out of the way for grandpa! The escorting soldier who was holding a long whip kicked Su Shuer to the side. Ah! With a cry of pain, Su Shuer was kicked to the ground. The escorting soldier, however, swung his whip again at this time and lashed towards Chen. It looked like the guy just didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. In this instant, Chen decided that he would not endure. If he tolerates again and again, this guy is afraid that he will only become more aggressive. I'm angry! Chen shouted angrily and grabbed the long whip with his backhand. And then, with a forceful tug, he snatched the whip straight away, and with another spin strangled the escorting soldier with it. Help! Save me! Kill! People! The escorting soldier used almost all his strength before he could spit out a word for help from his throat. The captain of the escort team this time, Su Daji, heard the commotion and led the rest of the escort soldiers to rush all the way over. Kid! What are you doing? Get thee off me! Su Daji drew his knife and pointed it at Chen, his tone cold and hard and threatening. The rest of the escorting officers had also flashed their weapons and were ready to fire. Chen didn't continue to fight hard, obediently loosening the long whip that bound the escorting soldier, while then placing 2 fingers in front of his mouth. He said with an aggrieved face, "He's bullying me. I'm in so much pain." Killing one escort officer, or even killing all of the escort officers here, was not a difficult task for him. But Chen didn't want to do that. At this moment, it was not far from the capital, and killing them would certainly lead to trouble that he could not invoke. It's only when the sky is high and the emperor is far away that it's time for him to get real. The reason why he suddenly stormed out today was just to make a shallow demonstration against this group of escorting soldiers. That way, if these guys want to bully people in the future, they'll have to weigh their options. You little son of a... I'll chop you up, grandpa. The escort officer who had just been strangled by Chen, after catching his breath for a moment, drew out his long knife and was about to slash towards Chen. Alright, let's leave it at that. If you really kill him, we won't be able to explain to the top. Don't be general with fools. Su Daji stopped the escorting soldier who wanted to storm out and kill someone. The escorting soldier looked viciously at Chen and was just about to say something when he met Chen's demented gaze. At that moment, his interest in putting up a vicious talk was completely gone, and he directly followed a few of his brethren to turn around and leave. As for Chen, he was pulled aside by his sisters-in-law and experienced the feeling of being cared for by 7 sisters-in-law at the same time. Quickly take a look at Ping En's back. Are there any injuries? Meng Hearing hugged Chen with an anxious face. Without the need for Meng Hearing to remind her, Su Shuer had already ripped off Chen's clothes. The rest of the sisters-in-law came forward to check on the injuries. When they saw that Chen's back had a dozen or so shocking-looking red marks and had slightly swollen up, each of them were heartbroken. Fortunately, no blood was seen. Second sister-in-law was slightly relieved after reaching out and touching the wounds on Chen body. Ah! Sister-in-law, don't touch, I hurt. Chen hurriedly begged for mercy. It wasn't that it really hurt. It's just that he really couldn't resist when his sister-in-law's soft, boneless little hands were touching his back. He really wants to say at this moment, "Sister-in-laws, you all do not lean so close to me. Let me alone. Ah, Ping, good boy. Sister-in-law won't touch your wound no more." Second sister-in-law Chu Jier hurriedly shrunk her hand. Immediately afterward, however, Chen felt that his back was crispy and itchy. Subconsciously, he turned his head back, but found that his fourth sister-in-law, Yun Yiming, was blowing gently towards his back. It was as if doing so would ease the pain in Chen's body. Third sister-in-law Meng Listen's pair of small hands were even holding Chen hand tightly, as if trying to make Chen heart feel a little more at ease. Chen, brother is not like the original owner. Brother is a normal man. Sister-in-laws, you play lightly. Ah. I'm afraid I cannot top. Sister-in-law, I don't hurt anymore. I'm sleepy. I want to sleep and sleep. Chen made a lame excuse to get away from the tender care of his sisters-in-law. Good. Ping-en and I will sleep together. Third sister-in-law Meng listened at this moment and suddenly spoke up. Chen, third sister-in-law, what are you saying about tigers and wolves? How can we still sleep together? However, Meng listened and did what he said he would do. Getting up, she walked behind Pingon Chan and moved gently to hold Pingon Chan in her arms. Then she herself leaned up against a tree behind her. Pingon Chan was speechless. His third sister-in-law looking at the beating he just took and afraid that if he sleeps on the floor he'll press on the wound. Being hugged by his third sister-in-law, Chun Pingon felt a warm fragrance rush into his nostrils. Sister-in-law's soft body, through the thin clothes with him to produce the touch, but also caused Chun Pingon a good burst of heart. If he hadn't specialized in practicing willpower in his previous life, he was afraid that he would have to make a fool of himself right now. Ugh! Pingon Chun sighed silently in his heart, painfully and happily accepted. After all, his sister-in-law doesn't consider the difference between men and women anymore, and naturally he, a fool in the eyes of outsiders, can't consider it even more. Sleeping close to his third sister-in-law was a bit of a test of stamina, but at least it was better resistance than being cared for by 7 sisters-in-law together. The next day, early morning. It coincided with the arrival of Zhao Er, the escort soldier who had been cleaned up by Chun Pingon yesterday, to distribute the grain. 1 dry cake per person, no water. When it was Pingon Chen's turn, there was directly not even a pie. I want pie too. Chun Pingon looked at Zhao Er with an aggrieved face. Want some food? Sure, I'll give it to you. When Zhao Er heard Pingon Chen's words, he actually did take out a dry cake and handed it to Pingon Chen with a smile. Crap. So quick to give as soon as you ask? This guy isn't holding something back, is he? Chun Pingon was clearly surprised in his heart. Still, he stood up, ready to pick up the dry biscuits. Just as Pingon Chen was about to get his hands on the cake, Zhao Er suddenly withdrew his hand and directly threw the dry cake on the ground. Then, stepping on it hard and crushing it a few times, he crushed the pie. Oops, I gave it to you, why didn't you catch it? This is good. Fell on the ground. If you want to eat it, pick it up and eat it yourself. Chapter 3, Burning Heart of the Sun. Zhao Er looked at Pingon Chen with a teasing face. Chun Pingon said a dark sentence in his heart, but he still suppressed his anger and went to the ground to pick up the broken cakes. In his previous life in the rainforest, he had even eaten mice and insects raw. This trodden cake is naturally edible. At this moment, he also didn't have the idea of retaliating against Zhao Er on the spot. When the sky is high and the emperor is far away, just find a chance to do away with this. Oh, right, don't waste food. Pick it all up and eat it. Looking at Pingon Chen, who was picking up pancakes on the ground, Zhao Er only felt incomparably happy in his heart. Pingin, don't pick it up. If you want to eat, sister-in-law has it here. Meng, hearing at that moment, pulled back on Pingon Chen, who wanted to continue picking up the cakes, and shoved half of the cakes to him. 4th sister-in-law can't eat this either, so I'll share half of it with you. 5th sister-in-law Xia Shishir also broke open half of the cake and handed it to Chun Pingon at this time. Pingin, you're still growing, you need to eat more. 6th sister-in-law Su Shuer was likewise as well. For a while, several of Chun Pingon's sisters-in-law walked up to Chun Pingon and shared half of the dried cakes in their hands with him. At once, Pingon Chen's arms were stuffed with half and half cakes. Chun Pingon had a silly smile on his men and giggled about how nice his sisters-in-law were. After taking a bite, his sisters-in-law gently patted him on the back for fear of him choking. This made Chun Pingon couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sister-in-laws, don't be too nice to me. Everything in this world is negotiable, but this favor is the hardest to return. Zhao Er, who had been grimacing just a moment ago, suddenly couldn't laugh after seeing such a situation for some reason. Dog basket, sooner or later you'll choke to death. Zhao Er cursed resentfully and turned to leave. A quarter of an hour later, the escorting officers ate and drank their fill and began to greet the general's crowd as they hurried on. Right now, it's early fall, the time of year when the temperature difference between day and night is the greatest. It was noon and the weather was no longer as crisp as it had been in the morning. The air, baked by the scorching sun, was dry and hot. The people of the general's mansion only felt that this heaven and earth seemed like a big steamer. The heat was unbearable. But in order to stay alive, they could only endure the heat and continue their journey. Along the way, Chun Pingon behaved quietly, not looking for trouble at all. Right now, it was still very close to the capital, and he would have to endure it for a while longer. At this moment, the women in the group were all tired and thirsty. The sweat on his face, even more so, kept pouring down like rain. Compared to the escorting soldiers who rode forward gracefully on horseback, the difference was like a heaven and an earth. When Pingon-chan observed the surrounding area, his eyes unintentionally swept over his third sister-in-law, Meng Listen, who was beside him, and he couldn't help but look at her more, because he had sensed that his sister-in-law was walking with a slight limp. Guess it's the feet that get worn out. Pingon-chan couldn't help but lose his concentration for a moment just because he looked at his third wife for a few more moments. The third sister-in-law, Meng Hearing, was already looking like a beautiful woman, the kind of beauty that looked dignified and aristocratic. Now she, drenched in sweat, a beautiful melon face also due to the high temperature has become red, but also a kind of indescribable charm. Any man look at the heart must be surging. And the other sister-in-laws are no less lethal than this one. Fourth sister-in-law Yoon Yiming, a pair of beautiful eyes that seduced the soul, as if she were the reincarnation of Sadaji. Her fifth sister-in-law, Xia Shishir, is like a flower and a natural beauty. Sixth sister-in-law, Su Shui, is a woman of great flavor and charm. Each of them has a monster face and body. The previous Pingon-chan was too stupid to feel it. But today's Pingon-chan was different. He knew how devastating such a beautiful woman would be to a man. In his previous life as the king of special forces, his fixation could be said to be very strong. But when you see your sister-in-law's real face, you can't help but get slightly lost in thought. Then what will other men do when they see their sister-in-law, not to mention? The point that his sisters-in-law were too beautiful gave Chen Pingon a headache. It would be better if there were only one or two beautiful sisters-in-law. However, he has 6 sisters-in-law who are beautiful in every way. His headache wasn't so much that he was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist. Rather, he was afraid that if he encountered a large number of bandits along the way and lusted after his sisters-in-law, he wouldn't be able to protect them even if he wanted to. Beauty is a double-edged sword. Pingon-chan couldn't help but lament. All this way, the sister-in-laws had been walking with their faces covered with muslin and their heads bowed. It is the fear that her beauty will cause covetousness among the bystanders. After 5 or 6 hours of continuous walking, almost everyone in the general's residence began to feel like they were a bit unable to hold on. Tiredness was secondary to thirst. After walking in the sun for so long on this hot day, everyone had lost a lot of water from their bodies. The escorting soldiers, who rode in front and behind, had brought enough water with them. However, it is clear that these people will not give them the moisture. One of the escorting soldiers unscrewed the lid of the kettle and flaunted a whole bottle in front of the many women of the general's residence. The cool water entered his stomach, cooling and quenching his thirst, making the man burp in relief. There are comparisons, and they hurt. At this scene, several of the ladies watching couldn't help but gulp. At the same time, it also felt like I was thirstier. From start to finish, Pingon-chan was quietly rushing along without saying a single word more. At this moment, they were walking on a flat official road without any shade. So, he didn't ask for the escort soldiers to stop and rest and relax. But a little further on, you enter dense forest. That would be a nice place to rest. By then, if the group of escorting officers didn't stop, he would open his mouth and propose a break. If those escort officers were unwilling, then he didn't mind beating them until they were willing. Of course, just a beating, not too hard. Otherwise, it would surely lead to more trouble than he could now invoke as a result. If you want to drink water, just walk faster. If you go slower, you won't get a sip of water even if you die of thirst. Sudaji, the captain of the escorting soldiers, turned around by strangling his horse and shouted at the top of his voice. When Meng heard this, she seemed to subconsciously want to speed up her pace. However, it stumbled and fell to the ground because his feet hurt too much. As soon as her glowing skin came into contact with the ground that was hot enough to boil an egg, she couldn't help but cry out in pain. Pingon-chan was quick on his feet and rushed over to help his third wife up. If a person stays close to the ground for too long, they can get seriously burned. Get thee up and keep walking. If you can't take the pain, how will you get to the north? Don't ink. Keep going. Zhao Er, who was walking at the back of the group, shouted angrily and gave a loud whip demonstration in the process. It's this Zhao Er again. In the silence, Chun Pingon's fists had clenched. If it wasn't for the greater good, he would really like to do him right now. Chapter 4. I remembered something happy. Chun Pingon took a deep breath and forcibly held back his urge to kill. And then, patting his chest, he smiled nervously toward Meng Hearing. Sister-in-law, I'll carry you. I still have plenty of strength. No need peace. I can walk by myself. Meng listened, smiled bitterly, and rejected Pingon Chen's good intentions. Pingon Chen had just been whipped yesterday, and the swelling on his back hadn't gone down yet, so she couldn't bear to let him suffer anymore. Who is it? If you can leave, you'd better hurry up. If you don't leave, I'll tie you up and drag you away. Zhao Er pointed his whip at Meng, hearing angrily. This sudden turn of events caught the attention of the escorting soldiers walking ahead. The escort captain, Su Daji, halted his horse and was just about to turn around and say something when he saw Pingon Chen grabbing a pigeon egg-sized stone from the ground and throwing it in the direction of Zhao Er. The stone was like a crossbow arrow stripped of its strings under the force added by Pingon Chen, and with a whoosh, it smashed onto Zhao Er's left eye. Ah! Zhao Er on the horse's back covered his left eye and let out a mournful wail from his mouth. The crotch horse was frightened by Zhao Er's wailing and lost its front hooves. Zhao Er, who was caught off guard, was directly lifted off his horse and ruthlessly smashed on top of the ground that could nearly flow gold and stone. Ah, hot! It hurts! Oh! Zhao Er screamed miserably while covering his eyes, which were seeping blood, and rolled frantically on the scorching hot ground. All the women of the general's residence were startled by this sudden scene. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment and disbelief. The remaining few escorting soldiers were all confused as well. Pingon Chen's sudden move was indeed beyond all of their expectations. My eyes! Ah! My eyes! Damn it! I'm going to kill you! Kill you! Zhao Er's wailing had been so mournful that it didn't sound like a human voice. I've hit it, I'll let you scare my sister-in-law again. And if you do, I'll hit you again. Pingon Chen revealed his signature silly smile and clapped his hands together. The face of Su Daji, the captain of the escort soldiers, was already gloomy to the extreme. He rolled over and dismounted, striding over to Zhao Er's side and helping him up from the ground. And then, breaking off Zhao Er's hand that was covering his eyes, he flipped open Zhao Er's eyelids and looked at them. Your eyes wasted. If it's not removed in time, I'm afraid it will affect the other good eye. Su Daji spoke in a grave tone. And then, picking up the long whip that Zhao Er had dropped on the ground, he stuffed it into Zhao Er's mouth. Bite it! As Su Daji said, he took out his short sword and gold sore medicine from his waist, and extremely decisively plucked out Zhao Er's left eye that had been smashed by the stone. Immediately after that, moving quickly, he sprinkled Zhao Er's wounds with gold sore medicine. The remaining few escorting soldiers were shocked and angry when they saw their companions fall into such a miserable state. And Pingon Chen was unconcerned about their reactions, still hemming and hawing and giggling. This was tantamount to him making another example of this group of escorting soldiers, letting them know that bullies would pay a big price. Captain, kill him for me. Zhao Er spat out the long whip he was biting in his mouth with a mouthful of spit after Su Daji treated his wounds, gritting his teeth and speaking with a trembling voice. Can't be killed. Su Daji directly refused, and then his eyes looked at Chen Pingon, coldly warning. Kid, considering that you were born demented, I'll spare you this time. If you dare to fool around again, I'll make your life worse than death. Several sister-in-laws heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Su Daji's words. Those little maids in the general's house, on the other hand, looked different. Some people were as happy for Pingon Chen as their sisters-in-law, but some of the little maids looked less happy. Chen Pingon ignored the reactions of the crowd. At the moment, he was recalling the words of the escort captain. The words and actions of the escorting captain just now were clearly siding with him. But why is this man doing this? Could it be that the man had been bribed by someone in the general's house earlier? Why can't you kill for? He hurt me? Just let it go. Zhao Er hissed and questioned with resentment. His face mingled with colors of pain and anger. Su Daji put away his short blade and said in a serious tone, What His Majesty's oracle says is that we may kill anyone from the general's residence who has the delusion of escaping or who disobeys the command. This fool hurt you because he was born demented and unable to distinguish between the serious and the trivial, not because he disobeyed a command or tried to escape. If you kill him because of this, it's the same as going against the emperor's holy orders, which is a great offense of executing 3 clans. Zhao Er fell silent and did not say anything more about killing Pingon Chen or anything like that. But in his only remaining right eye, there was an additional flash of deep resentment. Pingon Chen sensed Zhao Er's change in mood, but was not afraid in the slightest. Not only was he not afraid, but he also provocatively seemed to giggle towards Zhao Er. It was not too much to look at the sisters-in-law, and they were speechless. Peace, come here. Keep your eyes toward the road. Don't look blindly. Sixth sister-in-law Su Shuer pulled Chen Pingon to her side as she lowered her voice and said a few words. The expression that Pingon Chen looked at Zhao Er was so that it looked like he was looking for trouble. If he let him continue to watch, Zhao Er couldn't help but lose his temper again. When a secondary conflict arises, I am afraid that things will be difficult to end. After resting in place for a while, Zhao Er rolled onto his horse with the help of Su Daji and another escorting soldier. The group began to move on. Just now, there was a delay of half an hour. During this half hour, the general's house's people recovered some of their strength. But they were even more thirsty because they had sweated too much. Pingon Chen looked up ahead. It was not far from the woods. The crowd should be able to stick to the walk. Thus, the idea of seizing the water source of the escorting soldiers was temporarily dismissed. Meng Hearing's feet were still in pain, and coupled with the fact that he had just spent half an hour in the hot sun, the entire person's footsteps when walking were already a bit frail. Suddenly, a sense of vertigo surged into her mind, and her entire body became unsteady in her center of gravity, falling headlong into the ground in front of her. The women traveling with her around her, one by one, were also in such bad shape that it was too late to pull them back. At that moment, Pingon Chen took a step out and held Meng Listen in place. Sister-in-law, let me carry you on my back. Hey! This time, Meng Hearing didn't refuse because she really couldn't carry it anymore. When Pingon Chen's body was slightly bent over, Meng Hearing flopped onto his back. Pingon Chen didn't exert much force at all and carried her on his back. Meng Listen's weight is very light, just over 90 pounds. For Pingon Chen, who was born with divine strength, carrying her on his back was no pressure at all. Meng Listen, who was lying on Chen Pingon's solid back, heard the sound of Chen Pingon's powerful heartbeat. At this moment, she had an inexplicable feeling of peace of mind. I'll throw a stone when the escorting soldier puts out a vicious word. I'll kill a one-eyed escorting officer if I get a good aim. Pingon Chen pretended to be crazy and sang his own made-up song while carrying his third wife on his back under the blazing sun as he continued to walk. This mocking intent pulled full song made Meng listen with a speechless face, and also caused a rare smile to spread on the faces of many of the general's ladies. Even a few of Zhao Er's companions couldn't help themselves a bit. Han Sandog, what are you laughing at? Zhao Er looked at a companion beside him who was trying to hold in his laughter and asked in an extremely irritated tone. Han Sandog thought for a moment and said, Ah, brother Zhao Er, I was remembering happy things. Zhao Er half-heartedly pursued. What happy thing? Han Sandog said with a serious face. My wife gave birth 5 years ago. Zhao Er stayed silent with a grimace on his face. This answer from this Han Sandog was simply rubbing his intelligence on the ground. It was bad enough that he was first blinded in one eye by the Chen family fools, and then he was defeated by the Chen family fools who made up songs. Now, it's actually being performed by a teammate as a douchebag. This is simply outrageous, and it's all thanks to the Chen family fools. Idiot, just let you fool around for a while longer. I'll find a chance to get you killed sooner or later. Zhao Er stared at Pingon Chen's back and gritted his teeth. A quarter of an hour later, the group of people finally walked into that long-lost dense forest. At this time, the line of people from the general's residence was already sweating like a pulp and panting. Their physical abilities were almost exhausted, and they were all exhausted. Only Pingon Chen remained energized like nothing. However, in order to reduce the group of escorting soldiers' wariness of him, Pingon Chen directly flopped down on the shady ground after putting down Meng Listen. I'm exhausted. Can't walk anymore. No more walking. Hey! Pingon Chen was lying on the ground on all fours, his hands dancing and a silly smile on his face. Chapter 5. The Outlaws Have No Way Out. Pingon Chen's sudden trickery nearly gave the group of escorting soldiers a tidal wave of anger. This bureaucrat is simply arrogant. Zhao Er just wanted to open his mouth to rebuke angrily, but suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his left eye, which made him hold back the words that came to his mouth. However, Zhao Er didn't say anything, but another escort soldier popped out. Pingon Chen, did we allow you to rest and you just lie on the ground? Grab your ass and get up. Do you think this is a cloud journey? You're exiles, you're wearers of honor. And this is on your way to being exiled. Grab a hold of yourself and get up. And if you disobey me again, I'll chop you to death. The person who spoke was the vice captain of this escort team, named Li Short, a burly man with a height of 1.9 meters, a stout body and a full beard. On this journey, he had been looking at Chen Pingon unfavorably for a long time. It was only because of Zhao Er's previous painful lesson that he had held back from having an attack. Now, Chen Pingon had taken a break without permission, and was considered to be sitting on the reputation of not following directions. According to the Emperor's instructions, if the stragglers don't listen to the command, they can be killed on the spot. Sparing the always fair Captain Su Daji, there was no reason that could stop him, Li Shou, from turning on Chen Pingon at this moment. Chen Pingon stood up with a carp, deliberately making his eyes into cock eyes, and crossed his arms to look at Li Short, with a demented expression but with a tone of extreme arrogance. I'm not leaving, so what? If you don't like it, come and chop me. I don't think you can kill me with one cut. Li Shou was furious and leapt down from his horse, drawing the machete from his waist and striding towards Pingon Chen. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? At that moment, Su Daji suddenly jumped off his horse and said in a loud voice, We've been rushing for 3 hours, and the horses at our hips are already a bit overwhelmed. There happens to be shady ground, so let's rest here in place for a few moments, or let the horses rest and relax. Otherwise, we won't have anything to ride if the horse can't get going later. With that, he then looked at Li Shorts and commanded, Li Shorts, you should also subside. I see that your horse is especially tired, so lead it to eat some grass first. Hearing this, Chen Pingon's heart was clearly surprised. He had thought that it might be difficult to end this disturbance, and that he would mostly have to fight with this group of escorting soldiers. I didn't expect this Su Daji to actually take his side once again. Combined with Su Daji's reaction last time on the matter of him blinding Zhao Er's eyes, the possibility that this guy had been secretly bribed by someone from the general's residence was not small. Otherwise, there was no reason for such an escort soldier, who previously had no connection with the general's office, to help him so much. Just who would be the person who bought off this Su Daji? Chen Pingon's eyes swept over the general's house's group of women, and as far as the eye could see, all the women's faces were covered in fatigue. It shouldn't be these people. Chen Pingon pondered secretly, deciding in his mind to pay more attention to this escort captain in the future. Su Daji, what do you mean by that? I can't even teach a lesson to an unruly straggler? And you're deliberately saying something to make me stop. What's wrong? Can't we teach these stragglers a lesson if they don't listen to us? And we still have to treat them like ancestors. Li Short was all but unlike Zhao Er, who was so nice and directly cursed away with Su Daji. When Su Daji heard this, he coldly glanced at Li Shorts and disliked him in a deep voice. What? Do I still have to report to you on what I mean by my words? Is the captain you or me? Li Shuang sniffed and clenched his teeth, wanting to have a seizure, but he wanted to stop talking. He had a few scruples about Su Daji in the end. Su Daji didn't look at him much and just came to a big tree and rested in the shade. He's been in the escort business for years. For the most part, he wasn't going to play hardball with these stragglers, because he knew very well that these stragglers were a group of desperate outlaws who had no way out, and if he pushed this kind of people too hard, they would most likely rise up in revolt. At that time, the scene will most likely get out of control. Over the years, he had seen a lot of things where the escorting soldiers failed to play hard to get and were killed by the stragglers. He didn't want to follow in the footsteps of those unlucky people. Normally, just honestly complete the escort mission to get the salary on the line. Other idle matters can be less cared about. He didn't want to get himself in trouble. The First Lady walked up to Pingon Chen and said in a gentle voice, Pingon, it was hard on you just now. Chen Pingon said with a silly smile on his face, This is my third sister-in-law. It's a family. I don't work hard. Meng hearing sat down next to a large tree, took off his boots, and found that his feet were worn with many blood blisters, and many of them had already broken. The soles of her feet were stained with black and red blood, so it was thought that she hadn't bled much along the way. Seeing this scene, the remaining few sister-in-laws of Chen Pingon rushed to welcome them. Fourth sister-in-law Yun Yiming's personal little maid, Azzy, had followed her up and was rummaging all over for something. It looked like it was trying to find something to bandage Meng Listen with. But before the crowd was exiled, everything on their person except their clothes was confiscated. Zip. Z tore a strip of cloth from her own clothes and made a gesture to bandage Z. The cloth is not clean. The wound will flow pus when it is tied up. Pingon Chan stopped Z's movements. Such behavior caused the women to freeze. I didn't expect that this foolish third prince of my family would actually be able to say something like this. One eye. I want the anti-emetic. Under the surprise of the women, Pingon Chen walked towards Zhao Er and directly opened his mouth to ask for something. Zhao Er was dumbfounded. He didn't expect, no matter what, that this idiot from the Chen family would actually dare to come over and ask him for medicine. And the stance was pretty cocky. It seemed that, if he didn't give it, the fool would beat him. This is outrageous. Chapter 6. Get as far away from me as you can. Zhao Er cursed angrily and subconsciously gripped the long whip in his hand. If he wasn't afraid that he might not be able to defeat this fool who was born with divine power, the whip inside his hand would have already lashed over at this moment. If you don't give it to me, I'll beat you up. Hehehehe. Chen Pingan's naive but still arrogant demeanor almost sent Zhao Er into a fume of anger. Captain, mind this fool. Isn't this nonsense? Zhao Er looked at Su Daji with a speechless expression. Su Daji's brow furrowed. He really didn't expect that this Chen Pingan was actually so capable of making a scene. He didn't bring much medication with him on this trip. Now Zhao Er's left eye is injured and he has to change the medicine all the time. If the medicine was distributed to some of these stragglers, then the remaining medicine might not be enough for Zhao Er. But if she didn't give it, the woman's injuries would never heal and would surely delay the team's overall journey. After thinking for a moment, Su Daji nudged toward Zhao Er and said, Zhao Er, give him a copy of the medicine. The woman just had a bleeding foot abrasion. Not a big wound. Not too much medication. Captain, this? Zhao Er just wanted to say something, but was stopped by Su Daji with a stern look. He didn't dare to go against the captain and could only reluctantly take out a packet of gold sore medicine and give it to Pingan Chen. While Zhao Er was giving the medicine, the gazes of all the escorting soldiers turned to Su Daji in unison. Captain, if you give them the medicine, aren't you afraid that Zhao Lao Er won't have enough medicine behind him? Besides, what will the brothers do if they get hurt later and have no medicine? Can you guarantee that none of the brothers will be injured in the future? Li Short questioned on behalf of the group of escort soldiers, successfully putting pressure on Su Daji. Su Daji glanced at him faintly and said in a cold voice, Li Short, think with your head. Zhao Er's injury is so serious. Is it something that can be healed by applying more gold sore medicine? Brother Zhao Er's current wound was only treated briefly, so I can only say that it's fine for now. But if we want to completely solve the hidden danger, we have to go to the medical center along the road to deal with it in detail. If I don't give the stragglers medicine, that injured person will surely seriously delay our overall journey, and Brother Zhao Er's trip to the medical center to treat his wounds will be delayed as a result. So, do you think I should give? As the words fell, Li Short stopped speaking, and the reluctant expression on Zhao Er's face disappeared. The crowd of escorting soldiers also averted their eyes. The captain deserves to be a captain, the pattern is just big and thoughtful. Su Daji in this moment so good people to the end, and ordered a few escort soldiers to go out to find a water source. At the end of the day, he also specially instructed the soldiers to bring back more water, so that these stragglers could drink more as well, lest heatstroke at the back delay the progress of the team. Chen Pingan also had a high opinion of Su Daji at this moment. This escort captain is not quite like the other escort soldiers. This guy has so much brain in his head that he even knows how to use the tactics of grace and mercy. Rather a small talent. After resting for half an hour, the large group began to rush. It was still in the old formation with Su Daji in front with 3 escorting soldiers to open the way, and Li Shuang in the back with 3 people to break the back. In the center, there was a group of exiled people from the general's house. Among them, the third sister-in-law, Meng Hearing, was still being carried by Pingan Chen. She was afraid to go for more exercise because that would cause the wound to not heal. Chen Pingan, who had made trouble several times during the day, was extraordinarily honest during the rush this time. He basically doesn't go out of his way to initiate trouble on the premise that the escort soldiers don't bully people. After all, if it kept going on, in case any of the things made too much noise and reached the emperor's ears, it would be more trouble than it was worth. On the way, Chen Pingan's fourth sister-in-law, Yun Yiming, had her beautiful eyes flowing over Chen Pingan's body from time to time with a thoughtful look on her face. She was the woman of Chen Zun, the second brother of Chen Pingan, and came from the Yun family, one of the 4 great empires of Chu. When the Chen family was in its prime, the head of the Yun family married her to Chen Zun in order to climb up to the Chen family. Under the shelter of the Chen family, his family's development over the years could be said to have been all the way up, and was already vaguely trending towards surpassing the Jiang family, which was the head of the 4 great families, and becoming the number 1 family in Chu. Yesterday, after learning the news that the general's house was going to be copied, Yun Yiming had already dispatched her beloved back to the family to report the news, allowing the family to respond as early as possible to the Chen family's change of heart. and at the same time allowing her father to set up ambushes along the road to save her from the fire. She was a very sensible person, and in her opinion, the Chen family lost its significance to the Yun family when it tumbled. Then there was no need for her to stay on. All this time, her desperate look was faked. Calculating the time, it should be another 7 days before the clans located in the southernmost part of Dachu would receive the message she had delivered. In half a month, she would be free of this exile with her father's secret help. She didn't have to despair. Most of the things that happened along the way, most of the pain she experienced, were largely in her imagination. The only thing that somewhat surprised her was Chen Chongluo's third son, Chen Pingon. The Pingon Chan on the road to exile gave her a very different feeling from the Pingon Chan she had when she was in the general's residence. The Pingon Chan in the general's residence was in that demented and imbecilic state, with speech and behavior almost indistinguishable from that of a 3- or 5-year-old child. However, on the road to exile, this Chen Pingon was giving her the feeling that he was pretending to be crazy, throwing stones and hitting Zhao Er, playing the trick of resting when he reaches the shade, stopping the maid from bandaging Meng Lisan's wounds and asking for gold sores. This series of things is definitely not something a child with an IQ of 3 or 5 years old could do. Based on these things above, a bold speculation sprouted in her mind that this Chen Pingon was deliberately playing dumb. Along the way, he had been using his own feigned stupidity as a talisman to do things that would be targeted by the escorting officer if a normal person did them, thus realizing his purpose. If this speculation was true, then this Chen Pingon would really be too terrifying. Pretending to be crazy in the general's residence for more than 10 years, fooled everyone in the residence, and even the emperor was fooled by him. But soon Yun Yiming self denied this thought again. It was because even after half a day's thought, she did not think of any reasonable reason that could explain why Pingon Chen had to pretend to be a fool for more than 10 years. The only possibility that came to her mind was that it wouldn't make sense if Pingon Chen was pretending to be stupid because he had predicted the general's house calamity long ago. After all, when Pingon Chen was stupid, he was only 7 or 8 years old. How could you think so much at that age when you didn't know? I'm probably overthinking it. Chen Chongluo, who is the king of the great generals, is dead. So what illusions do I have about a fool? Yun Yiming let out a secret sigh in her heart and withdrew her gaze that was scrutinizing Pingon Chen. Chapter 7 Nasty Thoughts. Pingon Chen did not know Yun Yiming's small mind. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't obsess about his sisters-in-law staying or going. These sisters-in-law were a complete drag on him. He couldn't wait for his sisters-in-law to all be rescued by people in their respective families. At that time, he would have no scruples in getting things done, and there would be ways to immediately leave this path of no return to exile. As the sun sloped further and further into the west, it was no longer hot and dry. This made the general's house crowd, who were walking in exile, much more physically comfortable. The walk wasn't as torturous as it had been in the morning. Everyone in the general's house stuck around until nightfall. No one was delayed by exhaustion or dehydration falling off the list. Well, let's catch up on today's. Su Deji looked up at the night, strangled his horse and turned back to shout. In response, the party stopped moving forward, sat down where they were, and began to rest. Vice Captain Li Short routinely distributed food to the crowd. Still 1 dry cake per person and no water. It was impossible for the general's house crowd, who had been rushing all day, not to be thirsty. But there was nothing they could do if the escorting soldiers didn't give them water. All that could be done was to look at the group of escorting soldiers with dry mouths and gulps of food and water. Gobble, gobble. Zhao Er tied up his horse, took out the water bottle he had with him, and poured a large gulp into his mouth. And then, patting the traveling bag on the horse's back, he swept his eyes over these pretty-looking ladies of the general's house and shouted at the top of his voice, "I brought enough water in my traveling bag. Anyone who wants a drink of water, just come out with me, and I'll make sure she has water all the way." Zhao Er's words to this group of ladies about what it meant to go out on a trip with him were self-explanatory. Some of the dirty thoughts hidden in this guy's heart finally began to be exposed in the outskirts 100 miles away from the imperial city. However, after Zhao Er finished saying this, all the women of the general's residence were still gnawing on their own dry cakes, and none of them paid any attention to him. Most women in this era value their chastity more than their lives. And how could you possibly be willing to sell your body for a sip of water? Little one, I want some water. I'll go out with you. After hearing this, Pingon Chen looked at Zhao Er with a demented smile on his face, showing his teeth. Just when he was worried about how to solve the drinking water problem of the ladies, this Zhao Er delivered it to his door. When Zhao Er heard this, the smug smile on his face suddenly froze. He looked viciously at Pingon Chen, and in his heart, he had long been cursing Pingon Chen. I want to do something that men love to do, what are you fools messing up? Damn it, I don't have a dragon's yong, what's the use of you following me out? Damn Chen family idiot, I'll get you killed sooner or later. However, he only dared to curse in his heart. Thinking of his blinded left eye, Zhao Er finally resisted the urge to explode at Pingon Chen. Zhao Er, don't mess around, honestly rest your go. Su Daji spoke up in time to stop a conflict that could have erupted between Chen Pingon and Zhao Er. Captain, I'm just talking to these stragglers for fun. Don't take it seriously, ha ha ha. Zhao Er smiled sarcastically, but then with a twinkle in his eye, he turned his words to Su Daji. It's just that, Captain. Don't you think that there's something unusual about these stragglers this afternoon? What's so abnormal? Su Daji asked with a frown. The group looked exhausted in the morning as they rushed along, but by afternoon, they were as good as new. Isn't there something wrong with this? Zhao Er said, glancing at the general's house ladies with a sneer. Such words and actions made the ladies of the general's residence raise their guard in an instant. This one-eyed escort soldier, what kind of evil is he holding in his stomach? Yun Yiming, the fourth sister-in-law of Pingon Chen, coldly glanced at Zhao Er, and secretly thought in her heart that when her father sent someone to rescue her, she must take the opportunity to have someone from her own family to teach this Zhao Er a hard lesson. Chen Pingon was already too lazy to think about what drugs Zhao Er was selling in his gourd. At this moment, he had already sentenced this Zhao Er to death in his mind, and was pondering how to finish him off. Zhao Er, this little Karami who remembers food and doesn't remember to fight, is really annoying. He really didn't want to waste too much energy on this little minion. Since small punishments don't work well, let's find an opportunity to just do away with it. The remaining few escorting soldiers, after hearing Zhao Er's words, all had thoughtful looks on their faces. The performance of this group of stragglers during the whole afternoon's rush was indeed a bit too moderate. What's wrong with that? Do you have to be the one to get a kick out of this crowd crying and saying they can't walk? Su Daji didn't have the heart to top it off. This Zhao Er, what a damn thing. Captain, I don't mean that at all. Zhao Er said in a mysterious manner. I just think that when things go wrong, there must be a demon. If you have a fart to say, don't beat around the bush for me. Su Daji's patience was almost gone. I suspect that they disobeyed the holy decree by hiding food and water on their person and secretly ate and drank it on the way to Exile, which is how they managed to keep going all afternoon without a single one of them falling off the wagon. How else could a bunch of women be so physically fit? Zhao Er said recklessly. Based on this, I feel that we need to search this group of people one by one. This statement, of course, he was talking nonsense. He only said this because no woman would go out with him for a drink of water. He wanted a different way to eat these women. The reason why he Zhao Er took the initiative to volunteer for this hard work, for the sake of these beautiful women, is not it. The rest of the escorting soldiers looked at Su Daji in unison after hearing Zhao Er's words. Searching the body of so many beautiful women, not only Zhao Er expects, their group of men as usual also expect taking advantage of the search to touch and pinch and eat some tofu on this group of beautiful women. That's exciting to think about. Su Daji's frown deepened. What a way to go against holy orders. This Zhao Er, he really knows how to pull the tiger's skin and pull the flag. This big hat came down on him and directly made him ride the tiger. Going against the imperial decree is a real crime of deceiving the king. If he didn't agree to the search, then he would be suspected of harboring a criminal who had committed the great crime of deceiving the king, a crime he couldn't afford. But if he agreed, he would inevitably have to offend this group of stragglers to death, and something uncontrollable would likely happen then. Su Daji was really getting annoyed. He just wanted to finish this escort mission peacefully. How come it was so difficult? This term stragglers and escort soldiers are damn hard to bring along. Yun Yiming, at this point, wanted to come forward to retort a few words, but was stopped by Pingon Chen. Don't be afraid, fourth sister-in-law. I'll protect you, he. Pingon Chen giggled and blocked in front of her. Regarding the matter of Zhao Er, he had other plans in mind and didn't want to be disrupted by his sister-in-law. Chapter 8 Pingon Chen's dementia gets worse. Pingon Chen was trying to see how this escort captain would choose in the end. If he was sure that he wanted to search his body, he didn't mind grilling Zhao Er on the spot to make an example of him. After being 100 miles away from the capital, not only did Zhao Er dare to put some ideas in his mind into action, but he, Chen Pingon, did the same. seriously injuring Zhao Er and then watching over the group of escorting soldiers to prevent them from going back to report. This was completely feasible in Ping and Chen's opinion. At this moment, the crowd was in the middle of a deserted mountain. When the night comes up, there is no guarantee that we will encounter tigers, leopards and jackals that come out to feed. According to Su Daji's idea, the most important thing to do at this moment is to settle down, and then take turns to guard to prevent the beasts from sneaking in. However, Zhao Er's sudden irrationality forced him to harden his heart and finish this piece of first. Su Daji thought for a moment, looked at Zhao Er, and opened his mouth to ask, "Zhao Lao Er, you said that they have hidden food and water? Do you have any proof? Did you see it? Or is that just your guess?" Zhao Er opened his mouth and just wanted to babble that he saw it. But Su Daji snatched a sentence before him and continued, "Zhao Lao Er, as long as you say a sentence that you have seen that they have smuggled food and water, I don't care if what you say is true or not, I will immediately allow you to search them. Once it is discovered that any of these people have violated the holy decree and hidden food and water, I will also simply behead them on the spot." After a moment's pause, Su Daji continued, "But Zhao Lao Er, I'll likewise remind you that if you really saw them hiding grain and water, but held it all the way back and didn't let out a sound, this would be suspected of willfully harboring them, and likewise is a great crime of deceiving the king." Zhao Er held back the words he wanted to say. Harboring an exile who has committed the crime of deceiving the king, such a big hat, he can't afford to wear. Once it's been deducted for real, it's a headache. "Captain, although I did not find them hiding grain, but I have a suspicion in my heart, still can't say it? Captain, why do you have to carry on with me so?" Su Daji disliked back, "Zhao Lao Er, which sentence of mine do you think is wrong? How is it that words become a carry-on when you hear them?" "Captain, what you said wasn't incorrect," Zhao Er said resentfully, and with a twist of words, added, "But what about my insistence on a search without evidence but with suspicion in my mind?" Su Daji was helpless. "You are an escort, of course you have the right to search the stragglers. I won't stop you if you insist on searching me. Just don't forget what you're blind for." Zhao Er stayed silent, subconsciously glancing in the direction of Ping and Chen, while his fists clenched silently. Su Daji didn't pay any more attention to him, but turned his head to look at the rest of the escorting soldiers. "What about you guys? Has anyone ever seen them steal food or drink on the road?" The rest of the escorting soldiers bowed their heads, none of them responding to Su Daji's words. It takes a brain-dead person to pop up and say they saw it. "Well, it's getting dark and the forest beasts are active. Those in charge of the night watch must be on alert at all times. It's no joke for this beast to hurt people." Pingon Chen squinted his eyes and silently watched the words and actions of this group of escorting soldiers, silently pondering something about the future. As a traveler with insights and knowledge hundreds of years ahead of this era, he naturally would not be willing to live a mediocre life. The current tragic situation is just the historical legacy of the original owner. It is only temporary. The future, it will never look like this. It won't take long for him to start stirring up the world. Building artillery, building Gatling, creating a semi-modern army to go across the world are all things that could be tried. The day he reached the northern realm and the sky was high and the emperor was far away, that was the day he would display his great ambition. At that time, it would also be the death of this small group of escort soldiers. The lives and deaths of the escort soldiers are not worth mentioning, but this escort captain is a bit different. He's got a bit of a brain, and he's behaved in a benevolent manner along the way, so he's a bit valuable for me to take in. Let's give him a chance to choose his fate when we're further away from the capital and I rebel against murder. At that time, if Su Daji chose to submit to him, he could keep Su Daji alive. If Su Daji doesn't obey, he still has to die. Thinking so, Chen Pingon looked deeply at Su Daji, who was carrying a long sword and leaning on the back of a tree to rest. After making sure to rest, a group of women from the general's household sat down around a thick, crooked-necked willow tree. Sister-in-law Su Su proposed that Pingon Chen, as well as her 6-year-old youngest daughter, Chen Yi Nua, rest against the inside, while they, the elders, would be guarding these two on the periphery. Chen Pingon naturally refused. He lay on all fours on the periphery and giggled. "I'm going to be out there, I'm the man, my sisters-in-law are women, and the man has to protect the women, he." "Pingon, listen to your sister-in-law. You're the only bloodline left behind by great General Chen. There must be no more accidents." Third sister-in-law Meng listened, squatted down beside Chen Pingon, and persuaded him with gentle words. "There's no such thing as an accident. It's fine. I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed. After Chen finished speaking, he directly rolled over and closed his eyes to sleep. This? Pingyan used to be very timid. Why is he suddenly so independent? Fifth sister-in-law Xia Shishir looked at Chen Pingyan, who was already snoring, and couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. It's as if Pingyan has grown up a few years overnight, and after seeing me hurt my foot, he knows enough to offer to carry me. It's not just this thing, but along the way, I feel as if he's talking better. Could it be that the old heavens opened their eyes and made Pingyan's madness better? Third sister-in-law Meng Heard whispered her thoughts. Third sister, I do think that Pingyan's madness hasn't gotten better at all. Not only has it not gotten better, but it's gotten worse. Sixth sister-in-law Su Shuer directly negated Meng Hearing's judgment. I remember that the Pingyan of the past never hit anyone. Now on the road he would actually hurt someone with a stone. It seems like it's really what you said. Could it be that the things that happened in the past few days scared Pingyan, causing Pingyan's madness to become even more severe? Second sister-in-law Dong Ruochu also seemed to think that Su Shuer's words made sense, and at the moment was full of worry. The rest of the group of ladies, hearing these statements, also showed thoughtful looks and whispered. They all sensed that Chen was significantly different than before. This Chen Chongluo left in the world's only bloodline, although still looks stupid, but the body is more than a crazy vicious strength. It gave them the feeling as if the present-day Chen dared to do anything and was not afraid of anything. Even crazier compared to before. What's all this chatter? Don't be afraid of attracting wild beasts. Shut up. Zhao Er couldn't help but curse when he saw a group of women whispering while he couldn't hear what they were saying. The beast is here, and shouted at by your silly dears. After Chen spat out a sentence, he stretched and rolled over again, letting out a pig-like happy grunt. Chapter 9. Dark Shadow Under the Moon. Zhao Er burst into a rage at that one sentence. But he didn't dare to vent this anger after all, because through the cold moonlight, he had seen Chen casually grabbing up two small stones the size of pigeon eggs as he rolled over. The stone in this fool's hands would have been a deadly weapon capable of seriously injuring him. Tomorrow, when it's my turn to keep watch, I'll be sure to sneak in and slaughter you in the night. Zhao Er looked at Chen Pingyan with a spiteful gaze, thinking viciously. Meanwhile, Vice Captain Li Short began to distribute food to the crowd as usual. Still one dry biscuit per person and no water. Unless there was a water source near the place where they were resting, they would not voluntarily distribute it to these stragglers. After nibbling on a few mouthfuls of dry food, Chen smothered himself in sleep. The women of the general's residence would have a tacit understanding to take turns to keep watch, and he wasn't worried that there would be escorting soldiers who would take advantage of him falling asleep to strike at him. If a beast attacked unexpectedly with his skills, he could easily decimate it. So he slept soundly. This night was starless and moonless, and the night was as dark as ink. In the distance, the roar of fierce beasts and the howl of wild wolves rang out. Every now and then, there would be the sound of a miserable beast roaring. It was as if the escorting soldiers had long been accustomed to such an environment. The rest of them, except for the vice captain of the night watch, Li Short, went back to sleep in minutes after they were watered down. However, such an environment is to make the general's house of all the women feel doubly frightened. The first half of the night do not dare to sleep at all. It wasn't until the latter part of the night, when exhaustion came over them, that they couldn't hold back any longer, and only then did they go to sleep in a muddle of fear. Everyone had never noticed from the beginning that there was a person standing on a huge willow tree hundreds of meters away from them. A woman in a nightgown. Her back was to the trunk of the tree, her entire body hidden in the darkness shrouded by the canopy. The woman silently looked at the group where the general's house's people were, and that pretty face flushed with a lonely smile as she murmured, "A fool plus a bunch of women, what can you do if you let them go? I really don't understand why that lord insisted on getting rid of them. 1, 2, 31 plus the escorting soldiers, there are more than 30 people in total. If I go out on my own, I am afraid that I can't kill them cleanly and it will produce leaks. If you want to clean them up in one piece, you'll have to find some help." As the words fell, the woman leapt from the trees, stepping out into the moonlight and walking without looking back into the depths of the dark woods further down the road. In the latter half of the night, Chen Pingyan, who was sleeping, abruptly opened his eyes and his sharp eyes looked ahead into the darkness. In the distance, something seems off. After this thought flashed through his mind, he got up with a carp, instantly made a double-eyed look, and then began to shake the ladies who had just fallen asleep around him. "Sister-in-law, don't sleep. Get up! The women who had only just fallen asleep were woken up by Pingon Chan and realized that it was still pitch black, and each of them revealed a bewildered look. What's wrong, Ping, and did you have a nightmare? Third sister-in-law Meng heard a gentle voice ringing out. Sister-in-law, I hear strange noises, as if something is approaching us. I'm scared. Pingon Chen pointed to the distance and said in a naive tone. When the women heard this, one by one, their emotions instantly tightened up. They did not doubt Pingon Chen's words because in their opinion, a fool like Pingon Chen would not lie. But they themselves heard nothing. When Pingon Chen shouted for his sisters-in-law to wake up, he similarly woke up the escorting soldiers. One by one, the escorting soldiers were all in a state of displeasure. Zhao Er stood up and drew his sword to look around the four directions, but he found nothing unusual. Immediately, he was on fire, cursing to himself, "And I, moms, stupid pussy also even if, but also am this kind of cowardice. The night of the pouncing wind catching shadow blind a few hand called what it? Settle down and get to bed." However, Pingon Chen did not sing against him this time. If it was daytime at this moment, everyone would be able to realize that there was no longer any trace of foolishness on Chen Pingon's face, but only an incomparable seriousness. With his amazing eyesight, he saw the situation in the distance with the help of the dim moonlight. A man in black was running wildly in their direction. Behind the man in black was followed by a group of beasts with an eerie green light in their eyes. It was thought to be either a pack of wild dogs or wild wolves. When he was a few hundred meters away from them, this black-clothed man made a jump and jumped onto a huge tree with a body as light as a swallow, and then hiding his figure in the canopy. The beasts, on the other hand, were still running wildly in their direction. This man in black, it seemed, was not being chased by the wolves, but was deliberately leading these beasts towards them. Have those guys who want to put us to death finally struck? The tactics are somewhat fresh. In the midst of the night, Pingon Chen's eyes exploded with killing intent. He was tempted to go and catch up with the man in black and kill him on the spot. But he had a large group of women around him to protect, and with the beasts arriving soon, he couldn't abandon them. All that could be done was to stay where she was and fight to guard her sisters-in-law and these maids. Sister-in-law, back off. Pingon Chan said urgently, "They're coming! You idiot! Who the hell are you fooling here?" Zhao Er's anger raged. What this fool said is true. Sudaji interrupted Zhao Er. Don't talk nonsense for now. Quickly find the fire folders and light the torches. Without further explanation, Sudaji shouted while quickly rushing to the place where the traveling bag was temporarily placed, pulling out a torch and lighting it. Before Sudaji's words left his mouth, a clear sound of livestock's mournful cries rang out not far away, followed by a burst of chaotic footsteps. Before the rest of the escorting soldiers could act, a large black wolf with green eyes had already poofed and jumped in front of the crowd, revealing its white teeth, followed by a low hiss. Quick, prepare the defense. Look at this head. It looks like a wolf king. Sudaji hissed again, and the rest of the escorting soldiers lit their torches and prepared to meet the giant wolf. Things like wolves can't distinguish between escorting soldiers and stragglers. If they are not killed, they will surely be bitten to death by all of these vicious wolves. The women shuddered and subconsciously retreated to the large willow tree. The group of escorting soldiers, on the other hand, were already tangled up with the giant wolf. The wolf looked like a battle-hardened warrior, moving in and out in an orderly fashion, dodging sword strikes with either a prancing or leaping motion, but refusing to retreat by half a point. Sudaji really couldn't figure out how he could be targeted by the wolves. When he chose his resting place, he purposely chose a place in the middle of nowhere, far away from the dense forest, so it was reasonably unlikely that he would encounter wolves. But the situation at the moment didn't allow him to think much longer. According to his experience, this wolf attacked people most likely because it was hungry. So, he directly pulled out the bacon in his arms and threw it towards the evil wolf. Sudaji thought that the wolf will definitely go to bite the bacon. Unexpectedly, the wolf does not turn around, just bow body shrinking, so that a large piece of leg of lamb from the top of it flew over. The leg of lamb has not yet fallen to the ground. There have been dozens of other wolves pounced on it. It will be snatched to share the food and eat it clean. After the wolves finished eating the pieces of meat, each of them turned their heads and stared straight at the 30 or so living people in front of them. Seeing this, Pingon Chen, without saying a word, directly embraced his little niece, Chun Yino, and sent her up the willow tree. Immediately afterward, the rest of the women, one by one, were picked up and carried to the tree. The little niece Chen Yino hugged the boughs of the tree and shivered, crying out in fear, "Wolf! Wolves! There are wolves everywhere." However, seeing countless black shadows like surging rivers coming from all directions, this zone where the people rested at night had few open spaces, but pack after pack of wolves still kept running to. Chapter 10. Tackling the Thief. The escorting soldiers with their swords and torches fought more and more bitterly under the trees. They also wanted to go up to the tree for shelter, but this growing number of wolves had blocked the access to the big tree.
陈平安在把众女推上树后，自己也是爬了上去，而后一脸憨笑地看着正在与狼群力战的押送兵们，憨笑道：“嘿嘿嘿嘿，臭独眼，我就说野兽来了会先咬你的吧。”
Zhao Er, who was in the midst of a bloodbath, nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood when he heard Pingon Chen's teasing words and caught a glimpse of the general's mansion's crowd who were hiding in the trees as if they were watching them in action. But he didn't even have the energy to curse back at the moment. The wolves were ferocious, and he didn't dare to have the slightest distraction. Against the firelight, the crowd saw more wolves, or 3 or 5 or a dozen, come in groups. In total, it could add up to more than 90 horses. After the wolves had gathered to a certain number, a huge wolf appeared among them, scurrying east and west with lightning-fast speed, running in front of the wolves in a flash with hooves flying, just like a god descending in front of the willow tree where Pingon Chen and the others were. This wolf was even more massive than the first wolf that appeared before. It was clear that he was the king of this wolf pack. After the wolf king came under the tree, he suddenly let out a long whistle. Together with the whistling sound, half of the wolves that were originally fighting with the escorting soldiers stopped their movements and began to approach towards the willow tree. In a flash, more than 30 coyotes surrounded the bottom of this willow tree. The wolves seemed to have been affected by the Wolf King's wild whistling, and one by one, they went berserk, and one by one, they rushed up the tree and started biting. The women were shocked to see this. "I'm scared. Don't come over. Ah!" Pingon Chen also called out, his voice louder than the women combined. As he screamed, he snapped off a willow branch the thickness of his arm and struck it toward the lunging wolf. He looked panicked, not can, and flailed wildly in fear. But it turned out that this flurry of sticks repelled all the pack wolves that had rushed up. This time, I forced myself to expose a bit of my strength, and it's 80% that I'm going to get myself into trouble. After Pingon Chen repelled a wave of wolves, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If he was right, there must be someone spying on them in the distance. His strike this time had more than likely fallen into the eyes of the other party. In the future, those who wanted to put him to death would definitely use more ruthless means to exterminate him after seeing his stature. However, Chun Pingon only sighed, but he was not afraid in his heart. For one thing, he knew very well that even if he feared it, all the trouble that should come would come sooner or later. Secondly, the fighting skills and various crisis warning awareness that he possessed in his previous life as a Special Forces king, combined with his original body's innate divine power, allowed him to deal with almost any trouble. As long as the other side didn't use the army, he had nothing to fear from more ruthless tactics. The women of the general's mansion were all shocked by Pingon Chen's maneuver. In a distant tree, the woman in the nightclothes was also watching in disbelief. As the saying goes, outsiders look at what's going on, but insiders look at what's going on. Her martial arts skills were not bad, and she could tell at a glance the extraordinary nature of Pingon Chen's moves. Pingon Chen looked woefully out of shape, but in reality he was swimming with ease. Just now he clubbed out, and now there were 10 wolves lying on the ground. And Pingon Chen had only struck 10 sticks from beginning to end. This third son of the Chen family is such an expert, far more powerful than your lordship's estimation. If this son didn't have dementia, just by relying on this skill, I'm afraid he would have surpassed the achievements of his elder brother and second brother. The Chen family, every one of them really is trouble. Even the fools aren't oil lamps. The woman in black murmured. Although the Chen family's fools can't become a climate because of their stupidity, their battle strength is not to be underestimated. The consequences would be unimaginable if someone with a heart of gold were to save it and use it. I lured this wolf pack for fear that I wouldn't be able to injure him, and I'm afraid that if I strike out on my own, I'll have a hard time pleasing him in his hands. It's better to go back and report to His Excellency and let him decide otherwise. Thinking so, she no longer lingered, a leap down the tree, and walked towards the distance. It was easy for Pingon Chen to repel the wolves on his side, but it was too much of a struggle for the escorting soldiers to deal with the wolves. As of now, The escort soldiers who had been fighting with the wolves for a full quarter of an hour had all had colors on their bodies. Right now, it's about to be too much to hold. If they die, I'm afraid the Emperor is going to send an army to clean us up. So it's better to save once. Chen Pingon sighed in his heart. Holding the thick willow branch in his hand, he leaped down from the tree. I'm a man. I'm not afraid of you. Pingon Chen let out a silly cry, and using 5 points of his strength, he slammed his stick on the Wolf King's head. If catching a thief worked on an animal, then he wouldn't have to storm out to exterminate the pack. This way, his performance today was painfully explained in front of the escorting soldiers by using natural divine power. There was a loud bang. The thick willow branch snapped in response. The originally ferocious Wolf King's aura decayed by half after receiving this stick. He wobbled in place several times before stabilizing himself. It was, after all, only an animal with little spiritual intelligence. After sensing the power of Pingon Chen, it was uncontrollably fearful. Ow, 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 ow. The Wolf King suddenly let out a mournful wail after shaking his head. Chen Pingon was immediately alerted. When he looked again, the Wolf King was already whistling as he walked away, and all the wolves stopped attacking and followed the Wolf King to the dark place. It was only after the wolves had been gone for a while that the crowd came back to their senses. Many thanks for stepping in to help. Su Daji, at that moment, walked towards the giggling Chen Pingon and said gratefully with his hands clasping his fists. Just now, if it wasn't for Pingon Chen hitting the Wolf King that one time, none of them would have survived. All the escorting soldiers are at the end of their tether. It was Pingon Chen who had saved all of their lives. This made Su Daji very grateful to Pingon Chen. But Pingon Chen ignored him and turned directly to the bottom of the willow tree. He giggled. Sister-in-laws, it's okay. Come down, I'll catch you. At this moment, the women actually had the feeling that they could not tell whether Pingon Chen was really stupid or not. All right, it's not a good idea to stay here for a long time. Everyone pack up and hurry up. After calming down a bit, Su Daji opened his mouth to command. These words pulled the women's thoughts back to reality, and one by one, they jumped from the tree to Pingon Chen, and then were smoothly received on the ground by Pingon Chen. The scene just now was a nightmare for this group of women. Although it was only a false alarm, I'm still scared to think about it at the moment. So much so that, after being received on the ground by Chen Pingon, a number of maids, whose legs were too weak to stand, directly sat down on the ground and breathed heavily and deeply. Perhaps it was because Pingon Chen had saved this group of escort soldiers and these people were grateful. Or perhaps it was because Pingon Chen had scared these escorting soldiers with his outburst today. Seeing that the women had been resting on the ground for quite a while, it was surprising that none of them raised their voices in reprimand. After all this, the east has already appeared fish-belly white, and it is not far from sunrise. The night went by fairly normally for the first half of the night. It was the second half of the night when a bloody farce came out. The women had rested for a quarter of an hour before mostly recovering. The party began to hurry. Pingon Chen looked at the wolves on the ground and stopped for a moment. It looks like it's taking the bodies with it. There's a lot of meat on this wolf, and taking one with you will improve everyone's food for several days. Pingon Chen, hurry up and don't fall behind. Su Daji opened his mouth and urged, but his tone was much softer than before. Pingon Chen did not respond to him, giggling as he dragged up the corpse of a wolf and leisurely followed the group. Chapter 11 Jabu Fake. Crap, still have the damn free strength to drag the wolf along. This fool is really awesome. Li Short, who was walking at the back of the group, couldn't help but spit out a sentence after seeing this scene. The ladies of the general's residence, upon seeing it, were also speechless. However, they were powerless to spit. All hold on a little longer. We'll rest when we get to that village up ahead. When the line reached noon, Su Daji, who was walking ahead, turned around and shouted, "Great! There's finally a cure for my old man's eyes. Come on, all of you move faster." Zhao Er shouted in excitement. About 5 miles ahead of them, there was a village that didn't look too small. Among such villages, there are mostly bone setters. How do you have a cure when your eyes have been lost? Pingon Chen said without looking back. When he finished speaking, he purposely bent down and picked up a stone from the ground, weighing it in his hand as he walked. Joji lived in silence. Fighting, he more than likely couldn't beat this fool. Cursing and risking another beating from this fool. Endure a little more. Tonight when he keeps watch, he must secretly do this Chen family idiot to avenge his blindness. By then, When there was no more of this idiot messing around, these beauties in the team wouldn't be able to escape him. His good days coming soon. Approaching the village with less than 2 miles to go, the Exiled brigade encountered a caravan of merchants. At the forefront of the caravan were 2 luxury carriages driven by 5 sweat-blood horses. Behind them, more than 30 double-horse-drawn, fully loaded chariots lined up and followed closely. On the sides and rear of the cargo carriage, it was surrounded by more than 100 stout guards riding armor-date red horses and wearing black helmets and black armor. Su Deji, who was walking at the front, frowned slightly. Judging from the formation, this was most likely a delivery caravan belonging to one of the big families. Ordinary merchants absolutely do not dare to escort so many goods at once, more likely to be able to afford an equipment comparable to the army's escort. Seeing that the 2 sides were getting closer and closer, Su Daji waved his hand, signaling the crowd to step aside and make way for this team. He's just an escort captain with no background behind him. On a normal day, it might be a figurehead in front of the stragglers. But in front of the really big families, that definitely doesn't even count as. If the other party wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be much more trouble than killing an ant. If he wants to get the other side dead, then he can only think about it when he is dreaming. Under Su Daji's command, everyone began to lean towards the side of the road. As Pingon Chen had no intention of making trouble out of nothing, he chose to obediently step aside as well. The first of the 5 horse-drawn wagons, drawn by the driver, passed in style before the Exiled brigade. Just as the second carriage was about to skim over the crowd as well, the curtain of the carriage lifted, revealing a handsome but sickly pale face. "Stop first," the sickly man's feminine voice rang out. Phew! The driver strangled his horse at the sound, and the caravan's progress came to an abrupt halt. The sickly man swept a scrutinizing eye over the dirty crowd in the Exile brigade. When he saw Pingon Chen, who was dragging a dead wolf in his hands, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. But soon, he then moved his gaze to a woman standing beside Chen Pingon. Pingon Chen's 5th sister-in-law, Xia Shishir. Shishir. What a coincidence to meet you here. The sickly man looked at Xia Shishir and smiled. Xia Shishir's body shuddered imperceptibly after meeting his eyes, and then quickly moved behind Pingon Chen. Using Pingon Chen's body, she blocked herself. Chen Pingon frowned slightly. The 5th sister-in-law, Shushi, and this effeminate man apparently knew each other. This pussy most likely spoke up to stop the convoy because he saw Shushi in the crowd. However, it seemed that Xia Shishir did not want to cross paths with it, and after recognizing the identity of the other party, she anonymously placed her body behind Chen Pingon at the first opportunity. Psyche, after being reduced to this state, you still don't want to see me? Seeing that Xia Shishir still showed no signs of taking care of him, the sickly man let out a light sigh and jumped down from the carriage with very handsome movements. He looked around the crowd of the Exiled brigade and said to them with a smile, "Since Shishir is in your group, I guess you are those exiled family members of great General King Chan Chongluo? Huh?" After he finished speaking, he dropped his eyes on Chen Pingon. This little brother dragging the wolf. I think he is Chan Chongluo's rumored 3rd son, Chen Pingon, who was born with godly strength but was unfortunately tainted with dementia. Right? Little brother Pingon. Step aside and brother will give you candy. Okay? Saying that, he really took out a piece of beautifully packaged square candy from his bosom and handed it to Pingon Chen. As Pingon Chen listened to his words and watched his movements, his heart was a big speechless. Cajoling him with candy to get out of the way? This pussy who seemed to have thoughts about his 5th sister-in-law and knew a lot about the affairs of the general's residence was really treating him like a fool. If it wasn't for the fact that the timing wasn't right now, Chen Pingon really wanted to whip a big pussy pocket over. "Auntie, why are you talking in such a thick voice?" Pingon Chen tilted his head and looked at the sickly man with cock eyes, saying with a demented look on his face. When the sickly man heard this, his hand holding up the candy subconsciously shook, and the smile on his face froze directly. He hated it when people made fun of his feminine looks in his life, and this douchebag actually ing called him Big Mama? That's just too damn insulting. It is simply outrageous. However, thinking of the presence of his white moon, Xia Shishir, he restrained himself. "How dare you disrespect the prince?" One of the guards suddenly bellowed, about to lash out at Pingon Chen. "It's okay. Little brother Pingon's brain isn't too good, so there's no need to take what he says too seriously." The sickly man smiled and stopped the guard who wanted to get rough. It wasn't that he had a big pattern, It was just that he knew that Xia Shishir didn't like rude men. So he has to keep his poise. Shishir, I've missed you once in this life. I don't want to miss you a second time. As long as you nod your head in agreement, I'll take you away today and no one can stop you, the sickly man said in an extremely serious tone to Xia Shishir behind Pingon Chen. The words fell and the room shook. It didn't occur to me that this person would dare to say such a thing. And Su Daji, by this moment, was finally unable to look away. Robbing someone in front of the escorting soldiers? It's a way to break his job. Even if you're a big shot, you can't bully people like that. If he doesn't come out and say something, he's going to lose his own head. With this in mind, Su Daji took large strides to the sickly man and politely clasped his fists. This Excellency, I am the escort leader of this Exile team, Su Daji. I wonder what your honor calls you? Upon hearing this, the sickly man turned his head slightly, his expression indifferent as he surveyed Su Daji and replied indifferently. Southern Realm Jia family, Jia Buju. Hearing this, Su Daji's heart steeply tightened. Chapter 12 can't stand it any longer. Within the Great Chu Empire, there were many people with the surname Jia. However, there was only one Jia family in Chu that dared to crown their family name with the Southern Realm in front of their family name when they declared themselves. That is, the one known as the first merchant family of Great Chu, the Jia family. This Jia family, though not like the four major official families, has clansmen who are exalted above the temple. In the political and military circles of the Chu Empire, there was not much to say. However, the victory is that its business is big enough, so big that the tail is not big, so big that the empire is difficult to move. The wealth that his family possessed, that was something that the four great families tied together could hardly reach. Ah, so it's Mr. Jia. I've heard a lot about you. I've heard a lot about you. After Su Daji learned of Jia Buju's background, he was 10,000 times more reluctant to offend him. But, after all, he was the escort captain and his duty called for it, so he couldn't just stand by and watch Jia Bujao snatch someone in front of him. After smiling and exchanging pleasantries, the conversation turned. What Your Excellency said just now, Mr. Su also heard a thing or two. Su Mao as escort captain duty just thought to remind the gentleman a sentence. These stragglers are Sin General Chen Chongluodor was sentenced to exile family members. Everyone is wearing the body of the crime, forcibly take away, is for the law of the Great Chu cannot be allowed thing, its crime equal to deceiving the king. Upon hearing this, a hint of dangerous implication flashed in Jia Bufa's eyes as he asked in a deep voice, Are you threatening me? Mr. Su wouldn't dare. Just, as the escort captain, I have the responsibility of watching over this group of stragglers. Once there is a mistake, all of us escorting personnel will be implicated in the felony of implicating the three clans. I also ask Mr. Jia to be generous and not to make things difficult for us. What do I have to do with your straining the three clans? Jia returned Su Daji's sentence without false teasing. He had admired Xia Shishir for a long, long time. Previously, in the way of the great General King's power, he could only watch as the love of his heart was taken away by Chen Chongluo's second son. But not anymore. The Chen family had already fallen. Without the Chen family's backing, Xia Shishir had already become a possession within his reach. So how could he be willing to let it go? Your Excellency, please raise your hand and don't make things difficult for us. Su Daji once again politely opened his mouth, and there were already a few hints of pleading in his tone. He was just an insignificant escort captain, and he couldn't afford to offend the behemoth Jia family in the face of it. Jia Buzhuang really snapped, and he definitely didn't even have the qualifications to resist. And he was sure that Jia Bufa really had the backbone to dare to make a move to rob someone. If it's not difficult, it's not impossible. I really do have a twofold method here. Jia Buzhao smiled faintly and said, As long as you hand over Xia Shishir to me, I, for one, will arrange for someone to testify for you right afterward, saying that on the way to Exile, a wave of mountain bandits approached you. After you noticed it, you fought with the mountain bandits in blood at the first time, and in the end eliminated all of them, but unfortunately the straggler Xia Shishir died in this mountain bandits rebellion. You don't have to worry about this being found out. I'll find a way to straighten out the heads of the mountain bandits for you. I'll also make a fake one of Shushi's corpse for you to deliver. As long as you promise to keep it a secret, I'll help take care of the rest of the process with full authority, and there won't be any surprises. This way I can accomplish my goal, and you will be equally benefited. Not only will you not be held accountable, but you will also reap the credit of eliminating the mountain bandits. How about that? After saying that, he quietly looked at Su Daji, waiting for his reply. It would be best if this escorting soldier had the sense to agree. But if he didn't know better, then he would have to get rough and tough. forcefully take away Xia Shishir, then kill all the escorting soldiers and stragglers present to rob and exterminate them. The lives and deaths of the mere escort soldiers and stragglers would not be in his eyes. He, Jia Buzhao, would not put it in his eyes. The escort soldiers, who were originally scared to death, each had a light in their eyes after hearing these words. That's not really a viable option. You don't offend Mr. Jia, but you can still get benefits. They all looked at Su Deji, expecting the captain to agree. I'm sorry, Mr. Jia. I'm sorry. I also ask that you think more before you act. Do not go against the imperial power of Great Chu for the sake of a woman. Su Deji refused in a firm tone. If he really agreed to do this to Jia Bufa, then he would have to spend the rest of his life in fear. Jia, not false words said beautiful, but in case one day the east window is exposed, he Su Daji will be, because of this matter, be put to death 9 clans. And since Jia Buzhuang had a powerful family to back him up, it wouldn't be a big deal at all when the time came. When is it your turn to teach my son how to act? Jia Buzhao saw Su Daji's refusal, and suddenly, his gaze was like a knife. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of black-helmeted and black-armored guards immediately surged over. In a flash, it surrounded the exiled group. Su Deji subconsciously took a step back and gripped the matching knife in his hand. Xia Shishir, who was hiding behind Chen Pingon, at this moment, her delicate body trembled slightly. Inside, she was flustered beyond belief. She really didn't have any semblance of feelings for Jia Buin. She had always hated the sinister guy who looked feminine like a woman. She liked the kind of great heroes who had the heart of the world and were upright and honest. That was why she had repeatedly rejected Jia Bufa's advances in the first place, and had unhesitatingly married Chen Pingon's second brother, Chen Zun. However, she did not expect that the Chen family would suddenly fall, and that she would meet Jia Buzhao again at such a time. At this rate, the two sides would more than likely produce a fierce battle, and they were clearly no match for Jia Bu's men. At that time, the result will most likely be that she will be forcefully captured by Jia Buzhao, and the rest of the people will all die because of her. At this moment, Pingon Chen's entire inner emotions were also very tight. It doesn't seem feasible for me to act like a fool who's gone mad, storm up and capture Jia Buzhao, and use Jia Buzhao's life as blackmail to resolve the crisis at hand. This will solve the immediate problem, but it is bound to offend this Jia, who will surely find a way to retaliate. And the Jia family behind him is not an ordinary family, using retaliation that I will likely not be able to catch. Playing dumb doesn't seem to solve the situation at hand. If you go out of your way not to play dumb, and directly make a move to exterminate this merchant team, the consequences will be more serious than the outgoing hostage Jia Bufa, and even more damned undesirable. Chen Pingon thought about it and didn't think of any perfect solution to the problem at hand. It's almost like you can't help but curse. If both sides really fought later, then he would really feel worse than if he ate. No longer did he want to be in the limelight at this point, but he had to stand up and make a scene. After all, by that time he couldn't continue to live even if he wanted to play dumb. Chapter 13: The Mysterious Voice in the Car. Just when Pingon Chen had to prepare to strike, the First Lady Su Su suddenly spoke. Mr. Jia, Xia Shishir has long since married into my Chen family, and is a member of my Chen family. Perhaps Lord Jia now feels that the Chen family has fallen and has nothing to fear. But what I want to remind you is that we, the Chen family, have more than just the great General King to rely on behind us. The reason we were exiled is not because all of our dependencies are gone, but simply because the imperial order cannot be disobeyed. When she finished speaking, she stared at Jia Buzhuang with a burning gaze. At this moment, although she was gray, but there was confidence and pride between her brows. The First Lady, Su Su, comes from an extraordinary background. She was raised by her grandfather, Su Lai, since her parents died early in her childhood. Su Lai, a powerful man who served as a deputy marshal in the conquest of the West in his youth. Now it's retired, but the residual power is still there. The Su family has a single line of 3 generations. Nowadays, Su Su had become Su Lai's only bloodline in the world. That's why her grandfather had always favored her in particular. The emperor exiled her, and perhaps grandfather didn't dare to take action out of various scruples. But if anyone else dared to mess with her, then her grandfather would surely set them on their backs. Just because of this relationship in place, she wasn't the least bit intimidated when confronted by Jia Bufa. Jia was not false and recognized Su Su at once. If the Jia family could make their business so big, their information network was naturally very well informed. Trying not to fight the big officials is how they survive. And naturally, they would have a very detailed understanding of the once bullish and bombastic great general's royal residence. Now that it was the other ladies who had stepped forward this day, then he, Jia Buju, could completely ignore it. But not Susu. Susu's grandfather has retired though. But the aftermath is still there. He wouldn't dare to easily offend the sole bloodline of the empire's former vice-marshal of the Western Conquest. However, if he left like this at the moment, he was really not willing to do so. Third Duke, let's continue to set off to deliver the goods first. What you have in mind, I know, but I don't think there's any need to rush. The road to the bitter cold lands of the north is a long one, and we will, later, have plenty of time. A low, hoarse male voice came out from within the second carriage. The speaker is unidentified, although he has not shown his face. However, from the fact that the tone in which he said this had a few hints of a commanding flavor, it was not difficult to tell that his identity was not simple. Jia Bujiao's face was cloudy after hearing these words. After a few moments of thought, he finally decided to listen to the man in the car. With a cold snort, he returned to the carriage. It's better to think long-term. Going forward, the days are long. Let's go. In the car, the voice from earlier sounded again. The guards began to return to their rightful places. The entire Jia family's caravan began to continue on their way. Su Daji was slightly relieved, and at the same time inwardly, he was a little more scornful of this wave of stragglers. Among these stragglers, there were people that even Jia Buzhuang of the Jia family did not dare to offend easily. He, the escorting captain, had to be even more careful when dealing with this group of stragglers in the future. The group of people took a short break at noon and found a bone setter for Zhao Er to treat his eye wounds before continuing on their journey. As they traveled into the night, the Exile brigade once again passed through a village. After Su Daji went in and chatted with the village headman, the headman brought the group to a farmhouse. Let them stay the night in the middle of the farmhouse, which was a fairly large dwelling. This is a 3-generation farm family. A family of 7. An elderly couple, a middle-aged couple, and a pair of dragon and phoenix children. This family, after learning that the crowd was the family members of the great general King Chen Chongluo, directly ignored Su Daji and the others' objections, and directly slaughtered sheep, killed chickens and built a fire to prepare a sumptuous dinner for the crowd of the Exile team. The wolf that Pingon Chen was carrying was also taken by them. All the people in the general's residence were taken aback. Unexpectedly, this farming family was so warm to them. My name is Lin Bao. I served as the deputy commander of the Angry Leopard Legion under the command of the great General King, and I retired early due to injury and illness to return to my hometown. The great General King has treated me well, rewarding me with 100 hectares of good land, plowing oxen and worn-out horses, and 1,000 taels of silver after I returned home. The great general's kindness has always been in my heart. Dare I ask, what has happened to the great general? And why has your family been reduced to such a state? The middle-aged man, Lin Bao, after presenting the meal to the crowd, knelt down on one knee to identify himself to the crowd, and then couldn't help but ask the crowd for news about the great general. The great General King, that's the god of war of Jingua. What on earth could have happened to bring the family of such a great man down to such a level? Su Daji stepped forward at this moment. He said indifferently, the great General Wang has already been beheaded by His Majesty at the border for fornicating with foreign enemies with the intention of plotting a rebellion. But in the end, His Majesty's imperial grace was so great that, in consideration of the great General King's past achievements, he purposely spared his family's life and sentenced his family to exile. Today I borrowed the night to intrude, and by chance I met you, Brother Lin Bao, which is also fate, and I hope that you, brother, will not recognize love but not reason, and turn black and white upside down, exhausting your family. Lin Bao's face changed drastically when he heard about the change in the family of the great General King. After a long time, the expression on his face changed from shock to despondency. Nowadays, he is a small civilian at most because of the great general's favor, living better than the average family. He wouldn't dare to meddle in such trivial matters, or rather, he simply didn't have the ability to meddle in such matters. This is the result of an imperial decree sent down by His Majesty to deal with it. Anyone who dares to disobey is a rebel. That's a great disrespect. That's a defiance of imperial power. Consequences that no one can afford. However, it was possible to prepare some good meals for the general's family within his power. In the matter of the great general's king, His Majesty has made a decision, and naturally I, as a grasshopper, will not come to it in a haphazard manner. But the great General King treated me well in the past, and now that I have met his family, I still want to do what I can in a small way. This meal, even if it is a small return for my old favor to the great General King, I hope that you officials will let me do my part." With that, Lin Bao turned around and whispered a command to his wife. It didn't take long for his wife to walk out with a bag of silver. More than 200 taels of official silver. Lin Bao scattered the official silver on the table and said to the several escorting soldiers, "My fellow officials, I'm a small commoner, I'm not qualified to intervene in these matters, but the great General King has also made great contributions to Dechu in the past, and I hope that on the way to exile, your officials can take more care of his family on this point. This bit of broken silver, consider it my thanks to you on behalf of the great General King." Saying so, he slipped 40 taels of official silver into the hands of each escorting soldier. Zhao Er and Li Shou saw so much silver and immediately smiled with joy. The original thought of making things difficult disappeared completely. Zhao Er patted his chest and swore in his tone of assurance, "Just don't worry, brother Lin Bao. I haven't let the great General King's family suffer along the way. In the future, moreover, they will not let them suffer half a bit." Chapter 14. Terror as it is. It was unspoken how shameless Zhao Er's words were, but none of them poked him, because it doesn't make sense. All the escorting soldiers, while saying pretty words, happily received the silver. Even Su Daji, who usually acted upright, didn't open his mouth to refuse. Over the years, this kind of thing Su Daji encountered not a lot. Usually, he doesn't say no. He knew very well that the other party was sending them money for nothing more than wanting to use the money in exchange for them to do something with their position of authority. For example, today, Lin Bao wanted them to take care of these stragglers in the general's residence in the future. This kind of thing is, frankly, bribery, money and power. Giving away money to a party that has a purpose in it. If he accepted it, it would mean that he had agreed to the other party's request by default. They have money to take and the other party will get a peace of mind. It's a win-win. But if they don't take it, then the other side is likely to take more drastic measures to achieve their goals. The escorting soldiers, would be highly likely to be stumped. So, when it's time to collect is when you have to collect decisively. People, you have to know how to be flexible. When Lin Bao saw the crowd of escorting soldiers accepting the silver, the expression on his face was clearly more enthusiastic. After exchanging a few pleasantries once more, he began to go to the back kitchen with his wife to get busy and prepare meals for the Exile brigade. Su Daji finally breathed a slight sigh of relief inwardly at this moment. It's a thing of the past, sort of. From the moment he first met Lin Bao, he sensed that this man was not simple. Later, Lin Bao's self-introduction confirmed the speculation in his heart. Lin Bao served in the Angry Leopard Legion and was still a deputy leader, a level of status that could be considered terrifying. The Angry Leopard Legion that was no ordinary legion, but one of the 4 strongest legions under the great General King's command. To be able to mix in this legion until he was the vice commander, this person was definitely a ruthless character with martial arts and IQ online. Perhaps in the eyes of the great men high up in the temple, Lin Bao was not worth mentioning. But for their group of escort soldiers, Lin Bao was the big brother that could never be offended. The other party all explicitly said that he was grateful to the great General King, and even took the initiative to send silver, hoping that they would take more care of his family. That's pretty facetious. Giving face has to be. Otherwise, in case the other party flipped out, there was a good chance that he wouldn't be able to eat. After eating, Lin Bao packed up a large empty house and laid out soft and gentle bedding for the rest of the Exiled team. For this, a group of family members from the general's residence were grateful. Lin Bao didn't engage in much communication with them. After settling the crowd, he left. Seeing that it was not too late, Pingon Chen did not rest directly. He took a step and walked out of the room that Lin Bao had arranged for them. "Big brother Lin, I want to drink water. I'm so thirsty." As Pingon Chen spoke, he walked his ass towards the room where Lin Bao was under the watchful eyes of Su Daji and the others. Lin Bao had seen Chen Pingon through the window of the room as early as when he had walked out of the room he had prepared for rest. The fact that the great general had such a son with dementia in his lap was known to him. Even when Pingon Chen was small, he had hugged him. At that time, Pingon Chen had not yet suffered from dementia. At that time, Pingon Chen's father was also quite spirited. But look at now. The great general is gone, and the heir at the knee, only Chen Pingon is left as a stupid son. It's true, things are different. "Ah, Mr. Chen, come to my room. I'll pour you some water." Lin Bao walked towards the door and waved towards Pingon Chen with a smile. He could not help much with the current situation of the great General King's family members. Allowing everyone, including Prince Pingon Chen, to have a full meal and a good night's sleep was all he could do at the moment. Thank you. Thank you, Captain Lin Bao. Pingon Chen giggled as he walked into the room and thanked Lin Bao in a silly manner towards him. At the same time, under Su Daji's authorization, Zhao Er immediately followed behind Pingon Chen. They had to make sure that every straggler was in their sights, and absolutely no negligence could cause any of them to run away. Haha, Mr. Chen. Please sit down. Lin Bao smiled and invited Chen Pingon to take a seat. As for Zhao Er, he nodded smilingly, without the slightest intention of inviting it to his seat. Zhao Er, after Su Daji's reminder, also knew that this Lin Bao was a ruthless man and didn't dare to offend him easily. So, too, it held back from expressing any dissatisfaction. Then, Pingon Chen landed on his butt on top of the seat in the next room not far away, under the watchful eye of Zhao Er. Captain Lin, I've seen you before in the north. Pingon Chen grimaced. Well, I had, at that time, also seen you, Third Duke. At that time, the Third Duke was still young, and also hadn't yet burned out his brain due to illness. As Lin Bao spoke, the past events in the military camp once again surfaced in his mind, making him unable to hold back a heavy sigh. And then, looking towards Chen Pingon, he smiled somewhat bitterly. Third Duke, you may not be aware of this, but the dark injuries on Mr. Lin's body have basically been healed after these few years of recuperation. These days I also contacted a few of my former brothers, ready to go to the northern border again and go to General Chen together, but I didn't expect. When he said this, Lin Bao, a dignified 7-foot man, already had tears welling up in his eyes. Captain Lin, if you want to join the army, later, there's still a chance.
He.
Pingon Chen giggled, and then violently drank the water in the cup and got up. Lin Bao was a bit bewildered. He froze and didn't understand. This Chen Pingon said, want to join the army. In the future there is a chance of this sentence means. Mr. Chen has dementia. If I could understand everything he said, it would in turn mean that I'm not normal. Lin Bao thought silently in his mind and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. However, when he looked up, his face changed abruptly and dramatically. Because the moment he looked up, Pingon Chen was looking back at him. The two men's eyes converged. At this instant, on Pingon Chen's face, there was no trace of dementia. Instead, it was a seriousness that Lin Bao had never seen before. His eyes, on the other hand, were characterized by an incomparable sternness and vicissitude. The Chen family's son, no fool, he's faking it. He was hiding from the general's calamity by playing the fool. The Third Duke city was as terrifying as it was. At this moment, Lin Bao seemed to suddenly understand what exactly Prince Ping and Chen meant when he said that, joining the army, there would be opportunities in the future. It seems that this third son of the Chen family is preparing to do something big. It's true. Everyone in the Chen family is amazing. They're not the stuff of pools. After Pingon Chen noticed Lin Bao's change in mood, he smiled faintly towards him. And then, the face once again reverted to its former demented look. Chapter 15. Dark Moon and Windy Night. Yes, Pingon Chen had deliberately let Lin Bao see his serious, earnest look. This was tantamount to giving Lin Bao a shot in the arm. If Lin Bao remained loyal to the great General King, then his performance today was tantamount to giving Lin Bao something to look forward to. Lin Bao must have brainstormed a lot of things after realizing he was playing dumb. For example, brainstorming that he, Pingon Chen, was playing dumb to avoid trouble. For example, brainstorming that he, Ping and Chen, deliberately let him see that he was playing dumb in order to make himself wait for an opportunity to wait for him to go and do a big sensational thing. For example, brainstorming that as long as Pingon Chen was around, then the great general's royal mansion would definitely have a chance to return to its former glory. With this look, Lin Bao would definitely be at ease waiting for Pingon Chen to approach him one day and ask him to serve. In the future, when Pingon Chen wanted to go and do something and use Lin Bao, it would be much easier. If, on the other hand, the forest leopard has ceased to be loyal, then that's okay. That was nothing more than letting this intention of Pingon Chen fall through. Looking at Lin Bao's behavior, he definitely wouldn't report him towards the escorting soldiers. And even if he did get prosecuted by Lin Bao, he wasn't afraid. Because he was accompanied by escorting soldiers the whole time. No one would believe him if they said he wasn't stupid. After Pingon Chen walked out of Lin Bao's room, he went back to the room where he was resting. Then, Lying down on the bedding that Lin Bao had prepared for himself, he fell back to sleep. His sisters-in-law and maids did not come up to disturb him. After all, there was nothing to communicate with Pingon Chen, who was not quite right in the head. It's hard enough to do that without disliking him and protecting him. Deeper and quieter. Not far from the Lin Bao family mansion was an abandoned farmhouse. More than 50 black-robed men in nightclothes had gathered here. Leading the way was a shapely woman also dressed in a nightshirt. If Pingon Chen were here, he would definitely recognize that this woman was the one who had led a large pack of wolves to attack them not too long ago. Lord Amazing Salamander. The general's Exile team has all entered a farmhouse in front of them to rest. At present, the lights are out in that farmhouse, and the people should be asleep. A man in black hurriedly came from a distance, and then reported in a low voice towards the leading woman. The lead woman, the Amazing Salamander, nodded slightly, the corner of her mouth curving up. Very well. Shocking Salamander, one of the strongest assassins under the Empire's Central Chevalier's Order, Zhao Ti. This time, on the order of the Lord of the Order of the Central Caravan, I am carrying out a second assassination of the General's house crowd. She was acting under orders, and wasn't quite sure why the Middle Chevalier's Order insisted on exterminating the great General King's family. Of course, she didn't need to know any of this as an assassin. All that is required is to follow the orders of the Nakachofu Order and carry out the assassination mission. Today, it's a good day. When the moon is dark and the wind is high, it's time to set fire and kill. Do it. Leave no one behind. She whispered. Yes. The men in black responded in unison. The sound was not loud, apparently deliberately lowered to prevent it from being detected from a distance. By the way, there are 3 people you should pay attention to. That captain of the escorting soldiers, Sudaji, is a bit of kung fu in his body. The second is the owner of this farmhouse, Lin Bao, a former general under the rebel Chen Chongluo, now retired due to serious injury, but probably a little tougher than normal too. In addition, that Chen clan fool Chen Pingon was born with brute strength that was difficult for ordinary people to match. So, if you can kill them while they're asleep, kill them while you can. If by any chance they are awakened and are confronted with these 2 fellows, they must be dealt with jointly by at least 5 of them, and must not hold themselves to be extraordinary in martial arts and be careless and light-hearted. Well, that's all there is to it. You guys go. The salamander spoke faintly. Yes. The crowd responded in unison, and then, silently, they approached towards the mansion where Lin Bao was. Chapter 16. Cold Light Under the Moon. When they got close to the Lin Bao family's residence, these 50 or so black-clothed men all climbed over the wall and entered it. The 2-meter fence seemed to be a virtual void for these people. It was easy to tell from their sharp movements that these people were not a group of stragglers, but a group of professional killers who had received specialized training. Armed with long swords and long knives, they approached noiselessly towards the room where the people of the general's residence were resting. The salamander followed suit and tumbled over the wall. She held the Shen iron-sharp sword in her hand and approached soundlessly towards the room where Lin Bao was resting. As long as he killed Lin Bao, the guy who had once served as the deputy leader of the Angry Leopard Legion, this assassination mission would be a big success. The rest of them were, straight away, incapable of resisting. The general's house crowd plus those 8 mole cricket escorting soldiers, these 50 or so trained killers, were completely capable of solving it perfectly. Although there was a Chen Pingon who was born with divine strength among those people, that was after all a fool with empty brute strength and no moves. It might be fine against a wolf pack with a low level of intelligence, but against an assassin with an IQ it was just a matter of getting killed. Enemy attack! A voice of alarm suddenly rang out. The escort vice-captain Li Short, who was on watch, was the first to notice the assassin's presence. He shouted out at the first opportunity, while his hand gripped towards the long knife at his waist at the first opportunity, ready to storm back. But in the next second, a flash of blood gushed out. There was a kill holding a sharp sword, and with a thunderous force, the sword cut off Li Short's neck. This vice-captain of the escorting soldiers closed his eyes forever before he had a chance to strike. Waste. Kill a person all what is not sharp. The startled salamander couldn't help but curse after hearing the chant. Immediately after that, he quickened his pace and rushed towards the room where Lin Bao was. Short Li's last cry before he died effectively reminded everyone in the mansion who was resting. The general's house crowd that was resting woke up with a jolt. Chen Pingon stood up at the first opportunity and looked around vigilantly, ready to strike to exterminate the assassin who had broken into the room. At the same time, The candle flame in the room where Lin Bao was abruptly lit up. Lin Bao's family was also awakened. Lin Bao didn't care that he was merely wearing an undergarment at the moment, and copied the long sword hanging above the bed with the intention of rushing outside. The cries of alarm came from the resting place of Chen Pingan's crowd. In other words, the assassins who had broken into his mansion were heading towards Chen Pingan and the others. He had to hurry over there and help. However, the moment he opened the door, a cold aura stabbed straight at his throat with lightning speed. Lin Bao subconsciously raised his sword to block the sudden deadly sword. At the same time, he was able to see the appearance of the person who had broken into his mansion through the moonlight. It was a man wrapped in black. All that was exposed was a pair of stern eyes. Judging by the figure, it should be a woman. Asshole! Lin Bao cursed angrily, and after catching this sword from the surprising salamander, he followed up with a return attack and tangled with the surprising salamander. In the distance, there were already sounds of killing. Apparently, the number of assassins who broke into his residence at night was quite a lot. Those escorting soldiers from the general's residence were mostly outnumbered. He had to quickly resolve the person in front of him and go forward to support the general's house crowd. The other side, the situation in the mansion where Chen Pingan's crowd resided was already a mess. The rest of the ladies, on the other hand, were cowering in the corners, being protected by Yun Yiming and Su Shuer, who had practiced martial arts and were relatively skilled among them. The remaining 7 escorting soldiers had already been entangled with the 50 or so assassins already. A full 8 assassins approached Su Daji, the strongest among the escorting soldiers, and attacked him without speaking of martial virtues. The other 8 assassins, on the other hand, forced their way through the window and approached Pingan Chen. The remaining 30 or so assassins were divided into 10 orderly groups. One part of the group was responsible for taking care of the escorting soldiers, while the other part of the group was responsible for circling the perimeter, preventing any escaped fish from escaping. Their strategy is very simple. First will be the highest combat strength in the crowd decapitated, and then all the people in this mansion all destroyed. A dark and windy night, taking advantage of an assassination. Chapter 17. The Square Heavenly Painted Halberd. At this very moment, Lin Bao topped the doorway of the room and glued himself to the salamander to fight. In the room, Lin Bao's wife, on the other hand, silently rolled over and got out of bed, walking calmly in the direction of the closet. In her early years, she had followed Lin Bao to the front line and had experienced many scenes even bigger than this. So, at the moment, there is all but nothing to fear. Such a reaction saw the startled salamander flinch. This woman, doesn't she know how to be afraid? Even if she wasn't scared, she should have been a little more wary of her. What's this about going to the closet? How did it feel, as if it didn't take her sudden appearance seriously at all? Lost in thought, she was caught in a break by Lin Bao and forced back several steps. I've long heard that the former vice commander of the Angry Leopard Legion had exceptional martial arts skills, and today, I've seen that his name really lives up to his reputation. If you hadn't been severely injured, there's a real possibility that I wouldn't be your opponent. After the startled salamander was forced back by Lin Bao's sword, he looked at Lin Bao with an approving gaze. You know quite a bit, but as an assassin, your words much. Lin Bao said coldly, taking advantage of the gap to fully concentrate on finding a break in the visitor's body. I'm not a professional killer. I'm not that sophisticated. I didn't come to you with the intention of killing you. I never felt that I had the skills to kill the once vice commander of the Angry Panther Legion. The shocked salamander said in a calm tone. As long as I drag you down, it's enough. Saying that, the startled salamander pulled a sword flower and made a defensive stance. Looking at the stance, it was prepared to pull with Lin Bao for a long time. Just stall me? A mocking smile appeared on Lin Bao's face. I, Lin, have been campaigning in the north for 20 years, and aside from the great General King and the 2 junior generals, there has not been a 4th person who dares to say that they can hold me back. The startled salamander was just about to reply, but he seemed to have realized something, and a big shock flashed in his eyes. She finally realized what the outrageous reaction of Lin Bao's wife was for. This woman was fetching Lin Bao a more handy weapon. Never let her get away with it. She made a false move, and then threw a dart towards Lin Bao's wife, trying to kill the woman directly. However, it was already too late. Lin Bao had already predicted her fake move, so he ignored her move and charged straight at her wife. In the nick of time, Lin Bao caught the dart shot at his wife with his bare hands, and at the same time, he also caught the long weapon that had followed him in the battle for 20 years, the Fangtian painted halberd. Get out! Lin Bao roared in anger and swung his halberd violently, slamming and hacking towards the scared salamander. Jangling. Clank. The sword met the halberd with a toothsome sharp metallic sound. Lin Bao, who was holding a square sky painting halberd, was finally able to explode his true battle power. The entire person's aura suddenly rose more than several times. The entirety of the scared salamander fought to fend it off, but he was still smashed by this halberd of Lin Bao's, and only barely managed to block it by falling to one knee at the place. Lin Bao gained momentum, veins rippled above his arms, not waiting for the startled salamander to catch his breath. He directly rotated his halberd and made a change of stance. Medaka. The sword in the hands of the shocked salamander was actually broken by the halberd. Blood flowed from the tiger's mouth of the amazing salamander's hand that held the sword. The halberd in Lin Bao's hand was straight against the stunning salamander's neck. The entire back of the terrified salamander was instantly wet with cold sweat. She was considered one of the best swordsmen in the Jianghu. However, he didn't expect that in the face of an expert who had truly climbed out of a mountain of corpses and blood in the North Realm, he would be so unbearable. He looked down at the startled salamander and said in a cold voice, "It's not often that a woman with such superior swordsmanship is seen in the Jianghu, and I think that your excellency is by no means a nobody." Saying that, his halberd moved slightly and directly cut off the veil on the face of the startled salamander. Underneath the veil was a face that was stunningly beautiful, yet cold in demeanor. Lin Bao laughed. "I told you so. So it's the number 1 female assassin under the order of the Central Caravanserai, Shocking Salamander." The salamander didn't reply and simply bit his tongue. Failing the mission and having her identity exposed, even if she didn't commit suicide, the order of the Central Chevalier would not let her go. She only hoped that the rest of the assassins would be able to kill all of the general's residents, so that the order of the Central Caravan might be able to see that the mission was not a complete failure and spare her family. However, Lin Bao had obviously sensed her intentions a long time ago, and immediately slapped a large halberd on the back of her head, smashing her back into unconsciousness. Lin Bao did not linger long, and after instructing his wife to tie up the startled salamander, he carried his halberd forward to the battlefield where the people of the general's residence were. "I hope Chen Xiaogong is still well." The other side. Pingon Chen had already killed all 8 assassins that attacked him during the time that the startled salamander and Lin Bao were fighting. The way he kills people is incredibly simple and crude. It's just a simple and crude killing show where he screams stupidly about being scared and has a look on his face that says he's going to pee in fear while he punches and kicks a person to death. This appalling scene directly stunned the rest of the assassins. So much so, that there was a direct vacuum near the women of this general's residence. The killers, who didn't dare to branch out to lean in the direction of the general's women's side. However, they were not planning to retreat, but rather they were intent on surrounding these escorting soldiers before dozens of them joined forces to besiege Pingon Chen. Chapter 18: Conquest of the World. Pingon Chen looked at the escorting soldiers that were being besieged in the distance and frowned. The job of escorting stragglers usually involves a variety of dangers along the way. To be able to carry out escort duties, most of them have a certain amount of kung fu in them, especially if this group of people can carry out the task of escorting the family members of the great general's royal family. Then removing the character, the kung fu is absolutely there. Otherwise, it simply won't be able to cope with some of the hassles you might encounter on the road. But nay, the number of assassins that came this time was simply too many, and none of them were mediocre. Therefore, the group of escorting soldiers were caught in a rather passive situation when they were outnumbered by 1. Especially Su Daji, who was currently being surrounded and beaten by 7 people. A good skill is suppressed by 7 killers who can't use it very well at all. By the time the group of escort soldiers had exhausted their physical strength, what awaited them could only be death. For Pingon Chen, he actually did not care whether the escorting soldiers lived or died. But there was a slight trouble that if this group of escort soldiers were to die, then the remaining assassins would surely come to surround them. He was only one person himself, and when the time came, he would not be able to protect so many women. But if he went up to help now, then the group of assassins would split off a few to sneak up on the ladies, and then he wouldn't be able to take care of them. Just as Pingon Chen was caught in the dilemma of whether or not to make a move now, an unexpected situation arose. "Die for me!" A voice like a thunderous explosion suddenly rang in the ears of the crowd from far and near. Immediately after that, Lin Bao, who was dressed in his underwear, held a nearly 3-meter-long square halberd and rushed over in the direction of the general's house crowd. How did this person come here? Did Lord Amazing Salamander fail on his side? Right, under normal circumstances, the one who appears here should be the amazing salamander lord. The assassins couldn't help but have a look of shock on their faces when they saw a Cheng Bian halfway through. This was a deviation from their original plan. However, Lin Bao didn't care what the killers thought, as he directly dragged his halberd and swung it towards the killers. A halberd was swung out, directly smashing away two assassins who wanted to come up to fend him off. As the saying goes, an inch is worth an inch. The killers are mostly dark and shadowy, so the weapons are mostly short swords and daggers plus swords mostly. This loses its edge when it comes to weapons. Lin Bao, who was originally several tiers above them in martial arts, along with his square halberd, could almost be said to be crushed against this group of killers. Lin Bao swung his halberd and wandered across the battlefield. Every time he swung out his halberd, an assassin was bound to fall. This astonishing battle power instantly shocked all the people on both sides. The true battle power of the Angry Leopard Legion's vice-captain was as terrifying as it was. The situation was quickly reversed with the addition of Lin Bao. As the killers fell one by one, the pressure on the escorting soldiers was lightened and they began to launch a counterattack. On the side, Chun Pingon looked at Lin Bao, who was wielding his halberd in battle in the crowd, and pondered. This guy had shown much more battle power than he had expected, and was definitely considered an excellent martial general. Coupled with the fact that he has always been grateful and loyal to the great General King, such a person, if he can be included in the future, he can definitely become a great help. He silently memorized the location where the Lin Bao mansion was situated. The intention was to come and ask him to come out and fight with him in the world when the time was ripe in the future. Chapter 19. The Depth of a Bull Favor. Soon, all the 50 or so assassins who had attacked Lin Bao's mansion at night this time were wiped out. The escorting soldiers, except for Li Shuang who was killed, the rest of them were only slightly injured to different degrees, nothing serious. This time, it's really thanks to Vice Leader Lin's help. Su Daji clasped his hands together and said in a very sincere tone of gratitude towards Lin Bao. Lin Bao waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be polite. The other party has killed their way into my home. I can't just watch from there. I have to take care of it anyways. What's more, there's someone in the group who's coming for me." With that, he glanced in the direction of the distance. The crowd followed his gaze, only to see that Lin Bao's wife, at the moment, was dragging a stunningly beautiful woman in a nightclothes and in a coma towards them. Lin Bao strides forward, takes the startled salamander from his wife, and throws her in front of the crowd, and then went out and found a pot of cold water to throw on her head. The stunning salamander was only knocked out by Lin Bao, and there were no fatal injuries. Stimulated by the cold water, he soon woke up. When she opened her eyes and saw what was in front of her, her complexion darkened. The mission, obviously, was a complete failure. She closed her eyes and drew in her neck. The look was clearly saying, "Don't even think about asking a single word out of her." The crowd was filled with puzzled looks. Lin Bao entered the scene and killed all the assassins present, but left this woman alone, and brought her to their attention in a special way. Could it be that the identity of this female assassin is, well, extraordinary? Lin Bao sensed the doubts of the crowd and explained, "This person, a sword-using expert under the Zhongche Fu Order Qin Gao, is called Shocking Salamander." Hiss! The legendary blood-seeing Shocking Salamander is actually a woman? A trace of surprise clearly flashed across Su Deji's face. Sister-in-law Su Su's brows furrowed deeply after hearing Lin Bao's words. The order of the Central Caravan was brought up by the great General King, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that the great General King Chen is as kind to this Qin Gao as he is to him. I didn't expect that just as the great general's house fell on one foot, this bastard would be ungrateful on the next and directly lay his hands on us, when really the conscience is eaten clean by dogs. A trace of disdain flashed across the surprising salamander's face when he heard this. It's foolish enough for these people to open their mouths with kindness and conscience. All people in this world are selfish, and there is only ever interest between people. Bull conscience, bull deep gratitude, it's just a big joke. In the past, when the Lord Order of the Central Caravan was respectful to the great General King, it was only because the great General King was able to play a role in his career, and never because of any favors. And now, the death of the great General King and the overnight decline of the great General King's mansion meant that the link of interest between the Central Caravan Order and the great General's mansion was completely broken. To put it bluntly, it means that the people of the great General's royal family have no role to play for the Lord of the Order of the Central Vehicle. Then why would the Lord of the Middle Chevalier's Order bother to remember the favor left behind by a dead man? Killing the great General Wang's family would be a direct indication of his position, and he would be able to gain the emperor's trust directly. It also prevents rumors such as the rumor that the Chinese chef's order is in Dechu and the heart is in the family of the great General Wang from coming out in the future. All in favor, so to speak. So why not? But having said that, what was happening now was that the assassination mission had failed. As the executor of the mission, she had to live with that failure. At that moment, she sighed softly, opened her eyes, looked at Lin Bao, and said coldly, "Since you have already recognized my identity and guessed the cause and effect of this matter, I shouldn't be of much use to you, so kill me." When Lin Bao heard this, his eyes sank slightly, but he didn't immediately make a move. He turned his head slightly, his eyes glancing at Pingon Chun seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. Pingon Chun was looking out of the window and did not look over here. The meaning was obvious, that is, to let Lin Bao make his own decision. At that moment, Lin Bao looked at the First Lady Su Su beside him. Right now, among the general's family members, Su Su should be the one with the most majesty on her face. Chapter 20. It's too cheap to just kill her. Lin Bao said to Su Su, "First Mistress, the rest of the assassins in the eyes of the Central Vehicle Prefectural Order are just some insignificant minor characters, but this salamander in Qin Gao's side of the status is not low. She has killed many people for Qin Gao. Qin Gao used a very smooth killing weapon. Killing her would, I'm afraid, completely enrage Qin Gao and draw his fiercer retaliation." Su Su let out a bitter smile and said, "General Lin Bao, don't talk to me about this. I'm just a straggler. I wouldn't dare to make a decision on such matters." Although she wanted Lin Bao to kill this assassin. But nowadays, in her position, it was obviously not a good idea to make that claim without the escorting soldiers speaking up. Once they overstepped their bounds and gave orders, causing the escort soldiers to be discontent within themselves. Then they were afraid that their days would be difficult when they left Lin Bao's house and continued on their journey. Lin Bao sensed the unspeakable secret within Su Su. Immediately, he turned his head, looked at Su Deji, and asked in a rather polite tone, "Captain Su, what do you mean?" Su Deji's face turned cold and frowned. Since Qin Gao has already struck out at the general's residence, there will surely be a second time if one strike doesn't work. He definitely won't let these people off the hook just because we spared the scared salamander. It's useless for us to be soft. Li Shou's downfall is our forewarning. Qin Gao is destined to not spare the general's people, and we, as the escorting soldiers, are destined to be implicated by this incident. So, just kill it straight away. This way, we'll still have one less strong enemy on our way to the extreme Northland in the future," he said, his eyes glancing over each of the escorting soldiers. These words, in fact, were mainly addressed to these escorting soldiers. He had to make the escorting soldiers understand that this Qin Gao would not only kill the general's house crowd when he struck, he would also kill them. Qin Gao was now more than just an enemy of the general's congregation, he was also their enemy. So, this shocking salamander must be killed. Su Daji has always been afraid of trouble. He is a person who is concerned about a clear mind. People do not like to cause trouble, but also do not want to offend people. But things are different now, and he has to offend even if he doesn't want to. The people of the Central Chevalier's order had killed right in front of him, so what did he have to worry about? Can't it be that, because he doesn't want to offend, he lets others off the hook when they want to kill the immediate future? Letting go and waiting for the other guy to kill him a second time? Su Daji was just steady, not a wimp. When he's really pushed, he'll do anything. From the performance of today's group of killers, when Qin Gao uses the means to kill the general's residence again in the future, this group of escorting soldiers will surely become cannon fodder as well. In that case, it's better to just go ahead and rip it off completely. Although they couldn't fight against the Central Vehicle Prefect's order, if they could kill one of his great generals, then they would be able to count on it even if something bad happened to them in the future. Zhao Er nodded and said, "Understood, Captain. Since this Zhong Che Fu order didn't treat our lives as lives, there's no need for us to treat him like a vegetable. Anyway, this Zhong Che Fu order wouldn't dare to target us openly even if he's angry. So just do it and be done with it." Su Daji nodded approvingly. This Zhao Er rarely had his IQ online for once. Zhao Er saw that the captain's gaze showed approval, and immediately felt smug in his heart. Turning the conversation, he continued, "Captain, I actually think that that's just killing her like that is really too cheap. So why don't you give her a good cleaning up before you kill her? That way, it will be more of a relief for the brothers." When the crowd heard this, a flash of disgust appeared on their faces. This Zhao Er was close to directly saying the words that he wanted to force the startled salamander. Chapter 21. A bumpy road ahead. Su Deji was never expecting that this Zhao heir would actually be able to say such words at such a time. When it really sucks. Immediately, a nameless fire surged through his heart. Li Short Brother's bones are still cold. And you're still thinking about women at a time like this? Damn it. What are you are? Pulling out his waist-matched sword, he smashed Zhao heir's chest hard with the hilt of the sword, and the tremendous force caused Zhao heir to grimace and take several steps backward. Zhao heir was caught off guard by the beating and just wanted to argue something with the captain, but he met Su Daji's gaze that was filled with anger. Instantly, gulping, he kept his mouth shut. Su Daji glared viciously at Zhao heir, drew his matching sword, and directly pierced the terrified salamander's chest with a single stroke, and then viciously drew it back. The salamander's heart broke on the spot. Blood sprayed all over his body from a wound in his back. Soon, the entire person's chi was all gone, and he heavily smashed on top of the cold ground. Vice Leader Lin. Susu wanted to open her mouth to say something, but for a moment she didn't know what to say. Because of them, Lin Bao had been at loggerheads with the Central Caravan Order, while they couldn't do anything for Lin Bao. This made Su feel very guilty throughout. Su Daji put away the matching sword in his hand, clasped his hands together, and once again spoke to Lin Bao in a tone of sincere gratitude. Captain Lin, we can't repay you for saving our lives today. If we can have the opportunity to meet again in the future, if there's anything that Captain Lin needs, I, Su, will certainly go through fire and water. Saying that, he pulled out the official silver that Lin Bao had given them earlier from his bosom and said, "These silver taels, we were already ashamed to receive them, and now we owe Captain Lin a life, so we really have no shame to continue to receive them." Seeing this, the rest of the escorting soldiers also took out their official silver and put it on a side table. Today, if it wasn't for Lin Bao, they would have definitely died at the hands of this group of assassins. Therefore, they had no complaints about Su Daji's words and actions. Flattery returned the silver collected, and each one was willing. Of course, not everyone is without complaints. This Zhao heir, the resentment is very great. However, he saw that his teammates had taken out their silver one by one, and it was a bit unattractive if he continued to keep it. So one can only endure the pain of taking it out in style. For this, Lin Bao did not dwell more. His mind was now all over the several hundred taels of silver. His brow furrowed as he contemplated his next move. It is not necessary to think that Qin Gao, the order of the Central Vehicle Prefecture, will certainly be extremely furious when he learns about this matter. Lin Bao had dealt with Qin Gao a few times before and knew that Qin Gao was a character who would do anything to achieve his goals. And, to speak of a jeer, today the assassins he sent were all wiped out. Then it wouldn't take long, and when he received the news, he would surely follow it up with even more violent means to exterminate the general's house crowd. And he, the former deputy leader of the Angry Leopard Legion who had made a move to behead many of the assassins under Qin Gao's command, would certainly be subject to Qin Gao's retaliation. Here, it has become a place of right and wrong. They, as a family, can't continue to stay here. After the general's family left the area, it was almost time for him to think about moving. Aside from the escorting soldiers and Lin Bao's family, the rest of the general's house's people all had stony expressions. Everyone was clear that this assassination was nothing more than a small test of Qin Gao's tactics. 50 assassins failed to assassinate them, and the next time Qin Gao struck again, he might send 100, 500, or even more assassins against them. Or, alternatively, take some more subtle, more difficult tactics. By then, it will definitely be more difficult to cope. At the same time, their enemy was not just Qin Gao alone. The former enemies of the great general's king's house, Jia Buju, who had bad intentions towards Xia Shishir, and even the emperor who had bestowed the death of the great general's king's father and son, were all potential enemies. Could be said that as long as they were still alive, then in the future, there would definitely be countless dangers and troubles awaiting them. Chapter 22: The Stolen Jade Pendant. As the atmosphere of the scene fell into heaviness, sister-in-law Susu walked out. "Vice Captain Lin, you must have already offended that bastard Qin Gao by fighting for us righteously today. This mansion, you are afraid that you cannot continue to live here." Saying that, Susu touched her long hair, and ignoring the presence of the escorting soldiers, she directly took out a white jade pendant hidden in her long hair. She handed the jade pendant to Lin Bao and said, "If you don't have a suitable place to go, you can take this jade pendant to the Marquis of Jinnan's residence in the southern realms Yundian City. You take this jade pendant to the owner of the mansion, and he will offer you shelter." This? Lin Bao froze a bit for a moment, not knowing whether he should take the jade pendant or not. But one thing Su said was true, that is, it was indeed not suitable for their family to continue living here for a long time. Vice Commander Lin, just accept it. Marquis Zhenan Sulai is my grandfather and the Empire's former vice commander of the conquest of the West, and he was previously friends with Great General Wang. Su advised, if you tell your grandfather about today's events, he will definitely return the favor. Okay. Lin Bao nodded and said, I was previously in the northern border, and your grandfather, madam, had a few encounters, and it is also considered a nodding acquaintance. Since you said so, then I will take my family to join Marquis Su, just that this jade pendant whatsoever, it is not necessary. There's no need for Vice Captain Lin to excuse himself, so please accept it. All right then. Lin Bao saw Su insist, so he simply stopped pushing. Su handed the jade pendant to Lin Bao and said immediately after, when Vice Commander Lin meets my grandfather, please also tell him for me that these officials escorting us have not treated us badly along the way, and that there is no need to worry about me. Also, we'll find a way to work hard to stay alive when we get to the bitterly cold lands of the north. Su's words, naturally, were not casual. She dared to say this because she had noticed something wrong with Pingon Chun. All those days on the road in exile, she had kept a low profile, but her nerves had been on edge. Keep an eye on everyone present. This made her notice that Pingon Chun was different. On the road, although Chun Pingon looked demented, the things he did were not stupid at all. Either they're solving trouble or they're protecting them. Once or twice you can call it a coincidence. But more often than not, it's definitely not a coincidence. It was never something a fool could do. At this moment, she could almost conclude that Pingon Chun was not really demented. Maybe before, he was really suffering from dementia. But at this moment, Pingon Chun was definitely playing dumb. I don't know if the rest of the ladies noticed this, but she did anyway. Only, if Pingon Chun didn't say it, she wouldn't poke at it. However, there was always the point that the fact that Chun Pingon was playing dumb rather than being really dumb gave her plenty of confidence. It made her confident that those of them would reach the north alive. She believed that Pingon Chun was capable of protecting them. Good, ma'am's instructions. Lin Bao will certainly keep them in mind. Lin Bao nodded in agreement. These people, what to do with them? One of the escorting soldiers opened his mouth to ask a question. As he spoke, he looked at Su Daji and Lin Bao with a questioning gaze. In the backyard of the house, there's a dry well used for food. Just throw these people in there and bury the dry well. Lin Bao gave his thoughts. Chapter 23 After 6 months. Come and find me in the bitter cold land. All right, then let's hurry up and start doing it. Su Daji nodded and swept his gaze over the rest of the escorting soldiers and asked, are the wounds on you guys serious? Can you still do heavy work? Can. Dry. It's okay. It doesn't hurt too bad. It's just a flesh wound. The escorting soldiers responded. Among them, an escort soldier who usually has a good relationship with Li Short, and whose name is Zhang Hong couldn't help but ask, Captain, what about this? Li Short, brother. Su Daji sniffed, and his gaze fell on Li Short's corpse on the ground. The group of killers were extremely ruthless, and Li Shou was almost killed by a sword. You guys find something to cover up Brother Short Li's corpse, and when you're on your way, find a suitable place to bury Brother Short Li. With the captain's instructions, the group of escort soldiers began to move. Zhang Hong followed Lin Bao and went to find some straw mats or something to cover and wrap up Li Short's corpse. The rest of the escorting soldiers, by the light of the moon, began to carry the bodies of these killers into the dry well. Lin Bao helped the escort soldiers to work together. His wife and children, as well as his parents and servants, on the other hand, began to busily pack up their gold and silver. Something so serious has happened here that it looks like it just can't stay. Later, at dawn, not only will the escorting soldiers have to leave, but Lin Bao's entire family will also have to leave in a hurry. The risk factor of remaining here is just too high. While everyone was busy, Pingon Chun took advantage of the escort soldiers' inattention and quietly felt his way into the room where Lin Bao was resting. In this house, he saw Mrs. Lin Bao, who was packing, and Lin Bao's 2 children. These 2 children, neither of them is too young. A boy and a girl, both looking 17 or 18 years old. To Chen Pingon's surprise, neither Lin Bao's wife nor these 2 children seemed to have the slightest bit of fear. It just seemed to be all over what had happened tonight. However, Chen Pingon was only surprised and was not much shocked. When Lin Bao was fighting in the battlefield in his early years, his wife was always following him around. These two children, too, were born in the Northern War Zone. When he was young, he should have lived in the Northern War Zone for quite a few years as well. It is thought that these three have long since experienced and bigger seen. So what happened tonight was nothing for them to fear. Mrs. Lin, I am Chen Changlua's third son, Chen Pingon. Pingon Chen did not pretend to be crazy. Deep eyes gazed at Lin Bao's wife, his voice smooth and deep. I came here because I have a favor to ask of you. Pingon Chen paused for a moment and continued. I would like to trouble you to wait until after we leave and give a message to Vice Leader Lin for me. Just tell Vice Commander Lin that if he is willing, then please ask him to meet me in the bitterly cold land of the north in half a year's time. In half a year, I will form an army dedicated to my Chen family in the north. If he goes to me, then he will be the head of this army. Pingon Chen's words were loud and clear. There was a powerful confidence that flowed from his tone and demeanor when he said those words. After seeing Chen Pingon's demeanor and expression, and hearing Chen Pingon's words, how could Mrs. Lin Bao not think that Chen Pingon was playing dumb? But play dumb or real dumb? Mrs. Lin Bao's heart was all in waves at the moment. She couldn't figure out how Pingon Chen, who now had nothing and had been reduced to a vagrant, dared to say such words. Forming an army? That's a pipe dream. The people of the general's house would be lucky to make it to the bitter cold north alive. Not to mention anything about forming an army. The Pingon Chen at this moment, that was the son of a rebel minister and exile. Even if he went to the northern realm alive, then his every move would definitely be watched to death. The emperor would never allow the general's family to have the slightest possibility of rebellion. Once the emperor's people sensed that Pingon Chen was intent on plotting a rebellion, or even just sensed that he wasn't stupid anymore, they might directly lay their hands on him. In such a situation, there was no chance for Pingon Chen to form an army at all. If anyone else had said that, she would have scoffed. Although she had always been grateful to the great General King. It was also really tempting to think that Pingon Chen wasn't talking empty words. But times are different now, and as of right now, there's no way he's going to be able to turn it around. Mrs. Lin Bao opened her mouth to say something, but Pingon Chen had no intention of trying to talk to her more. After arching his hand towards Mrs. Lin Bao and the two children, he directly turned around and stepped away. Mrs. Lin Bao and the two children were left alone, frozen in place. After half an hour had passed, the bodies of the killers at the scene were all disposed of. Su Daji no longer delayed and greeted the crowd as they hurried on through the night. Lin Bao sent them out of the mansion and turned around to return to the residence where he was resting. Just as he entered the door, Lin Bao's son, Lin Yuanba, stopped packing his bags and took large steps to walk up to Lin Bao. His face was serious as he said, Father, Chen Changlua's third son, Chen Pingon, is by no means suffering from dementia as rumored. He is playing dumb. Lin Bao was stunned at his words and couldn't help but ask, Yuanba, why do you say that? Regarding the point that Pingon Chen might be playing dumb, he had previously sensed it from some of the details that Pingon Chen had shown. But it's not certain. And how could his own son, who had never had contact with Pingon Chen except for seeing him during dinner, say this with such certainty in his tone? Chapter 24. Confronting the entire empire. Lin Bao's daughter, Lin Wanner, said at that moment, just now, Mr. Chen had come into our room to speak with Mother. He's not acting stupid at all in this process. When Lin Bao heard this, his heart immediately set off waves of shock. Couldn't help but think back to half a day ago, when Pingon Chen had approached him to ask for a drink of water, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally showing all sorts of things in front of him. When you think about it all together, you can almost conclude that what your own son and daughter are saying is true. Pingon Chen really was playing dumb. Rushing to look at the madam, he pursued. Mr. Chen just came in and said something to you? Mrs. Lin Bao immediately repeated the words that Pingon Chen had allowed to explain just now. After hearing this, Lin Bao's entire body was covered in goosebumps, and the light in his eyes shone brightly. Haha, yes, yes. It is true that the heavens do not fail the great general's family. Since Mr. Chen has given his word, then I, Lin, will definitely walk up to the northern realm in half a year. Even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire in the north, I, Lin, will certainly go through fire and water. Lin Bao was different from the madam. He did not doubt for a second the possibility of Ping and Chen's words landing on the ground. He had some almost fanatical faith in the great General King. Along with that, he also had near absolute respect for this son of the great General King. Just for the fact that Pingon Chen was able to play dumb and fool everyone, He didn't need to doubt half of what Chen said. He believed that since Chen had said it, he must be capable of doing it. An uncontrollable excitement rose rapidly from his heart. Sure enough, Mr. Chen didn't compromise with fate. He's playing dumb for peace, and he's really got bigger ambitions in mind. Thinking of this, Lin Bao's face steeply became solemn as he looked towards his wife and child and spoke in a stern tone. You guys remember. Make sure you rot this matter of Mr. Chen coming to see you and asking you to give me a message in your stomachs completely, and don't allow you to tell anyone about it. In the future, no matter who asks, absolutely do not spit out the slightest bit of information about it. Don't reveal it even if you die. When Lin Bao's wife and son heard this, they similarly nodded their heads in agreement with solemn expressions. None of them were stupid and understood Lin Bao's purpose in asking them to keep it a secret. After seeing his wife and son agree, Lin Bao looked at his son again and said, Yuanba, haven't you always wanted to be like the great general king and go into battle to kill the enemy and build a career? Now you can have a chance to make that wish come true. Lin Yuanba froze at his words and asked tentatively, Father, do you mean that you want me to follow you to the bitterly cold land of the north in half a year and look for Mr. Chen? Not bad. Lin Bao nodded heavily. Are you willing? Of course I'm willing. Lin Yuanba replied without the slightest hesitation. He had practiced martial arts since he was young, in order to have the opportunity to build a career in the future. He had always dreamed of becoming a man of great merit like the great general king in the future. When the assassins attacked just now, if it wasn't for the sake of protecting his sister, he would have rushed out to join the battlefield to help his father. Nowadays, although he was only 18 years old, but with his horizontal martial arts kung fu, he already had the momentum of overpowering his father, Lin Bao. In fact, on the point of letting Lin Yuanba go and build a career, Lin Bao had long had plans. What he had envisioned at first was that when he had recovered from his injuries, he would bring along his own son, as well as the aspirants from the nearby villages, and together they would join Qin Chongluo and fight alongside him once again. But he never expected that something so big had actually happened to the Chen Chongluo family. The great general's royal residence was raided. Chen Chongluo himself, his eldest and second sons were all beheaded. The rest of the family was exiled as much as they could, and it was a good coincidence that they came to his house. While Lin Bao was extremely shocked and surprised, his original planning was also completely disrupted. Now it was good. Prince Ping and Chen was actually playing dumb to seek peace. And it's not hard to hear from these words that Prince Ping and Chen asked his wife to leave for him. Duke Pingan Chen was not willing to compromise with fate. He wanted to restore the splendor of the great general king back then. This is a clear attempt to directly confront the empire. If this news were to spread out, it could definitely cause shockwaves throughout the empire. That's why he deliberately instructed his wife and children to keep this secret. Lin Bao is not a foolish man. There are many things that he sees through the door. He was well aware that the three men, father and son of the great general king, were executed absolutely not because they had committed a crime, but only because of their high merit. They died in vain, and that the emperor could do this to the family of the great General Wang, a cunning rabbit and a good dog. Then in the future, if anyone else had performed unparalleled feats for the empire, they would more than likely not end up well either. Such an emperor is not worthy of allegiance at all. In comparison, Lin Bao was more than willing to stand up to Pingan Chen, the son of the great general king, without hesitation. Even if Pingan Chen was rebelling, even if the possibility of Pingan Chen finally stabilizing his position to subvert the empire was slim, Lin Bao, was also willing to support it without complaint. Chapter 25. The Traveler's Banana. Alas, if I had known that Mr. Chen was deliberately playing dumb, I should have let you make a good showing just now, Lin Bao said with some chagrin. Just now, it was a good opportunity for my son to show his face in front of Mr. Chen. But alas, when the opportunity came, Lin Bao, failed to grasp it. It doesn't matter if I didn't perform. As long as my skills are strong enough, I'll have plenty of opportunities to impress Mr. Chen in the future. Lin Yuanba's eyes were filled with battle spirit. Haha, what a non-arrogant boy. It seems that my family Yuanba has really grown up. Lin Bao some sigh of emotion, and then the words turned, said, well, the rest of the words we do not say more, or continue to grasp the packing, pack up the luggage, pack up after we overnight on the road. Mrs. Susu, from the general's residence, has already made a place for us to go. After the assassin's night attack on Lin Bao's house, this group of escorting soldiers were much more polite to the general's party. Through this incident, they realized that even if the great general king had died, the general's house had fallen overnight. Then the group of people they were escorting were also skinny compared to them. Although there were many old members of the general's faction, such as Qin Gao Gao, who had completely betrayed the side of the great General Wang. But the great General King faction still has a lot of loyal clusters. For example, a ruthless man like Lin Bao, the former deputy leader of the Angry Leopard Legion. He had been willing to come to the rescue without complaint when a group of people from the general's residence had fallen to such a level as stragglers. If they, the escorting soldiers, still deliberately make things difficult for the general's house crowd all day long, they might pay a huge price for it someday. As if in the blink of an eye, 2 days passed in a flash. During the past 2 days, they found a suitable place to bury Li Short. After that, Su Daji didn't choose to rest when passing by the farmer's house in order to prevent unnecessary trouble. Just straight up winded for 2 days. After all, Zhong Che Fu order Qin Gao wouldn't let it go and could strike at them again at any time. They had to be on their toes. After 2 days of rushing, they passed through villages, passed through suburbs, and finally stepped into a grassland. Once they crossed this grassland, they would arrive at Wangyuan City, a super large city whose prosperity was comparable to the imperial capital. Dawn had just broken in the east, and the sun had not yet appeared when the general's party set out on their journey once again. Before the trip, Sudaji looked at the boundless prairie and said with a solemn expression, "The prairie road is far more dangerous than the mountain road and forest road we took before. We don't have any cover to hide behind if we encounter a beast or other danger here. Therefore, when crossing this grassland, it is necessary to speed up and absolutely not be able to delay a bit of time. Remember, once you encounter danger, you must listen to the command. Don't do anything without authorization. Acting without authorization will only increase casualties in vain. Well, hit the road." As the words fell, Su Daji led his horse to the forefront, cutting through the thorns to open the way. Immediately afterward, the rest of the group followed. The grass on the prairie was so tall and dense, and the thorns so thick, that even a horse couldn't be ridden straight away. This prairie grows large swaths of 5 or 6 meter tall traveler's plantain, and the visibility of the crowd walking in it is not even 10 meters. Looking far ahead, it was all deep darkness. Walking through such a grassland, the crowd felt even more hairy than walking through a mountain forest. The first day of the rush, no danger was encountered, because the crowd hadn't yet penetrated deep into the hinterland of the grassland. In the periphery, the wolves, fierce tigers, poisonous snakes, and other beasts were still relatively few. So, not encountering danger definitely doesn't mean this grassland isn't dangerous. The dangers all concentrated in the hinterland. Chapter 26. Heavenly Assassin Xian Jian. On the grassland, the grass and vegetation that could be as tall as 2 people blocked the blazing sun in the sky. Walking in it is no longer as hot as it was before. But at the same time, the crowd was encountering a new problem. That is, in the middle of this grassland, there are few water sources. Both lakes and rivers are almost non-existent above the prairie. To quench your thirst, you can only rely on the dewdrops hanging on the branches of the grass and trees in the early morning hours. But in the end, it's a lot more comfortable compared to the previous heat. Also, you don't have to spend all day worrying about someone coming to assassinate you. In this grassland, those with evil intentions would have a problem finding them. Although the road ahead might be surrounded by poisonous snakes and beasts, the beasts were much better to deal with than people. Chun Pingon walked in front of the female members of the general's residence, deliberately slowing down his pace so that the crowd would not have to walk so hard. At the same time, every time he walked for an hour, Chun Pingon would lie on the ground like a scoundrel and rest for at least a quarter of an hour. The escorting soldiers, on the other hand, changed their former domineering stance and tacitly ordered a rest at this time. Only when Pingon Chen got up did they continue to order the road. This allowed the crowd to rest and catch their breath. At this moment, the large force was already more than 400 kilometers away from the imperial city. However, Chun Pingon still didn't expose too much of his strength as he thought about keeping a low profile for a while longer. The other side, 400 miles away from Chun Pingon and the others in the imperial city, in the residence of the Central Caravan Order. Qin Gao had already learned from his informant that the assassins he had sent out were all wiped out. At this moment, Qin Gao, who was sitting on top of the main seat in the hall, had a face as cold as ice. He looked at the kneeling informants and asked in a hushed voice, "All dead? Even the lead startled salamander?" "Yes, my lord. I saw them with my own eyes, burying all the killers into the dry well in the backyard of Lin Bao's house. 53 corpses. One is not far off, and the lord of the amazing salamanders." is among them. The informant reported truthfully. Because I was far away from the scene, coupled with the darkness, I wasn't able to see exactly what happened at that time. But I did see that Lin Bao fought with Lord Amazing Salamander, and Lord Amazing Salamander was defeated in Lin Bao's hands. After that, it was also because Lin Bao joined the battle that the crowd was wiped out. After this incident, all the people of the general's residence went on the road in the night, and Lin Bao's family, too, moved out of that mansion in the night. I've had my men, separately, follow them in the shadows. Qin Gao nodded with a grim expression, waved his hand and said, "All right, I already know the matter, you, stand down." "Yes." The informant nodded, got up and moved quietly, exiting the hall where Qin Gao was. Lin Bao, I didn't expect that after so many years, your nature still hasn't changed at all, and you're still a foolish, foolish fool. Standing up for a group of sinners ostracized by the entire empire. That's quite something. Qin Gao sat alone in the middle of the hall and muttered. He knew how strong Lin Bao's martial arts were. If Lin Bao had joined the battlefield, then it would be normal for the wave of assassins he had sent to be completely wiped out. Most of these deaths were minor and harmless. The only thing that made him sad was the startling salamander. The salamander is a top-ranked assassin in the spider web assassin organization he secretly set up, sort of one of the most handy killing tools he used. But it's also just a tool. The death of the salamander doesn't pull too many emotions from him. It's better to think about what to do next when you have the time to grieve. Exterminating the entirety of the general's house was the best way for him to make his position clear to the emperor. It was a crucial step that concerned whether he could gain the emperor's trust next and continue to rise up the ranks. Therefore, all the people in the general's house must die, and it must be by him. If you can't kill them once, then kill them twice, 3 times. If 50 won't do, then 100, 500. Although the assassination had failed, his informants were still keeping an eye on the general's family. Things that were not yet beyond his control. The general's house crowd was still in his pocket. After a few moments of thought, he slowly stood up. To a middle-aged man standing in the corner of the hall wearing tight black soft-scale armor, with a slender and well-proportioned body, a hideous scar on his face, and carrying black and white dual swords, he instructed, "The shocking salamander is dead, and for this task, it's up to you to complete it for her." "Yes," the man's voice hissed in response. He was nicknamed Shen Jian, and was the one with the strongest combat power among the 3 heaven-ranked assassins under Qin Gao, the order of the Central Caravan. "Know what to do?" "No." "Good. Then go." "Yes." Shen Jian nodded his head, carrying his twin swords, and turned around to walk outside at a steady pace. Chapter 27 Chen Yino. This mission is a success, not a failure. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Qin Gao's tone was greatly meaningful as he spoke to Shen Jian's back. Picking up a cup of hot tea on the table, he took a gentle sip. Shen Jian sniffed and a hint of killing intent appeared on his face with his back to Qin Gao. The one he loves is in the hands of Qin Gao. For the safety of his beloved's life, he could only compromise with Qin Gao and go to work for him. He didn't reply to Qin Gao's remark, but just left with a big stride of his own. In the middle of the prairie, the general's house crowd is moving forward. "Mother," Nano's feet hurt. Suddenly, Susu's 6-year-old daughter, Chen Yino, couldn't help but speak with a sobbing voice. This little girl knew her stuff and behaved herself all the way. He had been traveling for nearly 10 days, and had not cried out a word of suffering. At this moment, suddenly opening his mouth, it was obvious that he really couldn't hold on any longer. Susu sniffed and hurriedly stopped, lowering her body to start looking at Chen Yino's small feet. With just one glance, Susu's eyes went straight to red. His own daughter's little pair of feet were already full of pus and blood. This is obviously caused by blood blisters rubbing on the feet and then being worn down. In other words, my daughter has been walking through the pain for quite some time. How much fortitude does one have to put up with this for so long? You know, she's only 6 years old. How much she should have hurt along the way. This little interlude brought the advance of the great procession to a sudden standstill. This was a direct cause for discontent among the escorting soldiers. Zhao Er fiercely cracked his whip and angrily scolded the crowd. "You stopped privately after being told to rest? We are now taking some discretionary care of you, but to what extent that discretion is up to us, and you'd better not give me any nonsense." The crowd was silent at the words. Being heckled a few times is really not a crime to be tough. But Chen Yino didn't care that much. She knows her stuff, but her cognition is still much worse than an adult's. Only to see, Chen Yinhua held in her tears, stubbornly said with a small face, her tone full of unconvincing sobs. When we were at Uncle Lin Bao's house, you clearly promised to take care of us. How come just after you left you didn't keep your word? You're such a bad person. Why are you so bad? When Zhao sniffed, a strong killing intent burst out from the only remaining eye. You little, try saying that to me again. You don't know your own last name if I give you a good look, do you? Su hurriedly picked up Chen Yinhua and covered her small mouth, fearing that her daughter would say something else out of place. And then, looking at Zhao, he said in an apologetic tone, Sir, small children don't understand things and don't speak with a lightness of voice. Please don't get on her bad side. However, without waiting for Zhao to respond, the fiery-tempered Su Shuer directly couldn't help herself. What are you yanking for here? Why didn't I see you being so bullish when you were at Vice Commander Lin's house? Did General Lin Bao save you all, so that you could come over here and flaunt yourself at us? You're just a bully, aren't you? Su Shuer's words disliked Zhao face. On the contrary, he couldn't find the right words to retort for a while. Hey, Yino is awesome. At this point, Pingon Chun walked over with a silly grin on his face. In the future, if you want to say anything directly, you don't have to be afraid of them. If they dare to bully you, Uncle San will beat them up to take it out on you. When Zhao heard this, he felt a sharp pain in his blind eye. Not long ago, the memory of being struck blind in one eye by Pingon Chen began to reappear in the mind. Joji, who recalled how awesome this idiot was, decided to hold his breath. Chapter 28 Trouble Finds Us. Seeing that Zhao was honest, Chen Pingon was too lazy to bother with him anymore. He looked to Su, giggled and unfolded his arms, saying, Sister-in-law, let me carry na. I'm strong, hey? Su sniffed and looked down at her daughter. The first mistress, who had already gained insight into the fact that Chen Pingon was playing dumb, did not have the slightest scruples or resistance to this request of Chen Pingon. Seeing that little Yino did not seem to be afraid of being held by Pingon Chen, he painfully handed Yino over to Pingon Chun. Pingon Chun nodded over Chin Yino, and after some primping, had her lie on her back. Let's go, hey! He giggled and took it in stride. Su Daji borrowed a donkey and hurriedly ordered the crowd to get on the road. At this moment, his entire mood was unusually heavy, because he had already sensed that he had lost control over this group of stragglers. Pingon Chen had already vaguely overridden them. If not for the fact that this guy was a fool, I'm afraid that the current situation would have been completely out of their control. However, while he sensed this, there was nothing he could do to change it. One couldn't find an opportunity to kill Pingon Chun in the dark. Could one? It is a crime for escorting soldiers to kill stragglers recklessly, and they will be held accountable and even implicated in the 9 clans. At the same time, when he encountered danger in the future, he was counting on Pingon Chun to do his part. The battle power of this fool is still very considerable. Therefore, no matter what angle he considered, he could only let things develop in a direction beyond his control. This escorting captain, when the work is a lot of money, but also at any time in fear of their lives, the team members and the stragglers are no one to let a person worry about. After this ride, I'm just going to retire and say no more. Su Daichi thought silently. How miserable and speechless and desperate his heart was at the moment. Only he himself knew. After rushing for an entire day, the crowd had already penetrated some distance into the boundless grassland after nightfall. It's not quite the hinterland, but it's close. On the road, every now and then you can see hares, mice, and other small animals weaving through. Even a few antelope and fawns were seen that had broken away from the group. These animals are all herbivores, not very aggressive, and when they see a person, their first reaction is to run. Uncle Sam, is that a sheep? Little Yono asked curiously, pointing to a frightened runaway antelope. Third uncle doesn't know ah. Pingon Chun pretended to be crazy and giggled. But it looks delicious, he. At this moment, Su Daji's face was incomparably grave. The presence of grazing animals, still off the team, means that meat-eating animals such as jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards are likely to be nearby. Everyone raise your guard. Don't encounter unnecessary accidents out of carelessness. With his extensive experience in escorting, he had deduced in the first instance from the details the dangers that might ensue. After a pause, he continued, There's a big tree ahead. Let's rest next to that tree, tonight. That way, in case they encounter a beast that can't climb a tree, the ladies can at least run for cover in a tree. The crowd looked at the large tree, which was 100 meters away, and nodded their heads and quickened their pace. Granted, walking in the middle of the grassland was not as hot as it had been before. However, after a day's walk, plus the grassland was dry, no water source could be found. The crowd's spirits were a bit wilted at the moment, I think, and they were eager to repair in place. Only, after walking not more than a few steps, Su Deji suddenly raised his hand, signaling the crowd to make a pause first. Trouble. Finding it. Su Deji's expression was incomparably grave. Chapter 29. Danger is not an animal. It's a human being. What's coming this time is likely to be a big one. Everyone get ready. Su Deji stared dead ahead at the swaying weeds. The swaying of the weed was definitely not caused by the wind. It was a creature closing in on them. Whether it was a tiger or some other kind of beast, Su Deji wasn't sure. But they dared to approach towards this place after sensing the movement here, and they were obviously aggressive beasts. Chen similarly sensed the danger. In the first instance, he handed Chen Yino over to his third sister-in-law, Meng Listen, who was beside him. Immediately after that, his body was steeply tense, ready to step in to protect a group of female members of the general's residence. Ahem. Chen Yino suddenly couldn't help but cough a few times at this point. In the silence, the voice sounded like thunder. Sixth sister-in-law Su Shuer's face changed drastically, rushing forward and covering Chen Yino's mouth. But alas, it's too late. Almost at the same time, there was a sharp noise from the surrounding weeds. Large blades of grass were chopped off in an instant. A long sword with a bright silver body sprang out of it and fiercely chopped at Su Deji's back. It is not the beast that causes the grass to shake, but, rather, the man. The long sword came abruptly, bringing up a sound of chopping through the air. Su Deji was keenly aware of it and subconsciously sidestepped to avoid the sword. The long sword swiftly swept past his eyes, and actually scurried towards Chen Yino at its rear. Su Deji was almost unable to think, and subconsciously stormed back, making a defensive stance. Whether Chen Yino was alive or dead, he had completely disregarded it. Buzz! The sound of a long sword trembling resounded abruptly. The powerful sword momentum stopped abruptly. The blazing sword light was suddenly engulfed by a pair of pale and powerful hands. In the nick of time, Chun Pingon no longer hid his strength and directly caught the blazing white blade with his bare hands. The long sword, caught in his hands, could not advance an inch. Chun Pingon stared at the scurrying assassin dead in the face. The killer's hand, which held the sword, had a spider-like tattoo on the tiger's mouth. This allowed Chun Pingon to judge the identity of the visitor almost instantly. Under Qin Gao, the Order of the Central Caravan, the Spider Web Assassin Organization. This Qin Gao, the second round of assassination, came really fast. The man with a long sword in his hand and his entire body wrapped in black clothes had a look of surprise in his eyes. According to the information given by the Order of the Central Caravan, the fellow in front of him who had caught his long sword with his bare hands should be the third son of the great General King, Chun Pingon. The intelligence said that this Chun Pingon is not a fool. How can a fool have such quick reflexes? How can a fool have such deep, sharp eyes? The intelligence was wrong. This Chun Pingon was not a fool at all. He subconsciously wanted to storm back, however, it was already too late. With a fierce force, Pingon Chen directly snapped the long sword he was holding. Immediately after that, he raised his right hand and swung a punch straight forward without pausing at all. This punch, as fast as lightning, was almost the full force of Pingon Chen's strike. In fear, the man wrapped in black clothes only felt that the fist directly smashed his sternum and pierced through his chest. He instantly froze in place, and his originally sharp eyes instantly became dark. He had never expected that this Chun Pingon's martial arts skills would be so high. A punch that actually managed to directly pierce through his chest. This kind of force, this kind of speed in the Spider Web Organization, I'm afraid that apart from Lord Xianjian, there is no second person who can match it. He really didn't expect the situation to be like this in any way. The legs stood straight up as if they were rooted. His face, with its look of horror, looked indescribably gloomy. Pingon Chen finished his punch and nimbly withdrew his hand. The assassin whose chest he had pierced fell heavily to the ground. Chen Yino could be said to have experienced a line between life and death just now. As a young girl, she couldn't contain the fear inside her. Throwing herself into her mother's arms, she let out a sob. The commotion here also finally attracted the Spider Web Organization assassins who had scattered to search for the crowd. Only to see that a man carrying black and white double swords led the way, totaling 6 assassins holding various weapons, approaching at an extremely fast speed in the direction of the general's house crowd. Chapter 30 Heaven Kills Earth. Black and white double swords. This is the number 1 expert under Qin Gao's command, Xian Jian. First Lady Su Su lost her voice in shock upon seeing the visitor. Before she married into the great general's residence, she had met Qin Gao several times when she was at her grandfather Su Lai's former residence. Every time Qin Gao appeared, this man would surely follow him and escort him. At that time, as a young girl, she had curiously asked Su Lai what the identity of this man carrying a strangely shaped sword was. I learned from my grandfather that his name was Xian Jian and that he was an extremely dangerous assassin. I didn't expect that Qin Gao would even send someone of such a level in order to kill them. Although the people didn't know Xian Jian's name, they heard the First Lady say that he was the number 1 expert under Qin Gao's command, so they already knew that there was big trouble this time. Xian Jian had brought 6 of the second highest ranked Earth-ranked assassins among the 4 ranks of the Arachnid Web Organization's Heavenly Slayer and Earthly Jedi to this operation. According to his preconceived notions, 6 Earth-level assassins were enough to easily exterminate the entirety of the general's residence. Together with him, a Heaven-level assassin. Accomplishing this mission couldn't be easier, but I didn't expect that the men he brought with him would lose one just after he appeared. And the one who killed this Earth-level assassin was not Sudaji, whose battle strength was the highest in the intelligence, but that fool Chen Pingon. Is this reaction speed and force? Playing dumb? Kind of interesting. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Xian Jian's mouth. He wasn't alarmed or saddened by the death of his companion. Instead, he felt excited because he sensed that Chen Pingon's martial arts were extraordinary. I can sense that you would be a worthy opponent. It's been a long time since I've encountered an opponent like you. Xian Jian stopped 10 meters away from Pingon Chen's body, an excited bloodthirsty light in his eyes. There were very few people or things in this world that could mobilize his emotions, except for the woman he loved. And the current one, Chen Pingon, who had demonstrated notable battle prowess, was one of them. The remaining 5 assassins are spread out at all angles, just waiting for Xian Jian to give the order to rise up and kill.
老妖怪，你笑起来好丑啊，嘿嘿嘿。
Pingon Chen tilted his head and looked at Xian Jian with eyes that exuded an air of extreme idiocy. However, Xian Jian did not snicker, and instead, his heart became more wary. The killer's caution made him subconsciously feel that this Chen Pingon was deliberately playing dumb to lower his guard. Heh, this guy, he's pretty cautious. Not a bad martial artist, and a good head on his shoulders. In his mind, Pingon Chen thought silently. Kill. Easy before hard. Xian Jian didn't talk nonsense. After ordering to strike, he directly made a tiger jump towards Pingon Chen, and the black long sword in his hand slashed down towards Pingon Chen's head. Meanwhile, the 4 assassins who had scattered, 3 approached the 7 escort soldiers present. The remaining 2 were approached by a group of women from the general's residence. With only 5 people, they dared to come and kill so many people, which showed that this group of killers were filled with absolute confidence in their own strength. You have 2 swords, I have none. You old demon, you don't speak of martial virtues. Pingon Chen spoke foolish words, but his movements were not foolish at all. With a direct kick, he kicked the corpse of the killer on the ground into mid-air, allowing the corpse to take Xian Jian's violent slash for himself. And then not only did he not retreat at all, he also sent a counterattack directly toward Xian Jian. A straight high whip kick lands to the side of Xian Jian's head. Xian Jian swung his white sword, blocking the kick with his sword and using the momentum to storm back. At this moment, Chen Pingon no longer pretended to be crazy. His eyes erupted with extreme killing intent, ready to kill this Xian Jian in seconds. He was afraid that if he dragged it out too long, the women of the general's residence would die or be injured. He was now being approached by Xian Jian and had no time to care about them. A professional assassin, armed with weapons and kung fu, breaks into a group of defenseless women. The speed of the kill is absolutely horrifying. Absolutely no delay. Chapter 31. A long day ahead. Xian Jian attacked towards Pingon Chen with one move after another. But every time it was a hit and a retreat, the moves were all false and tentative. This was clearly a delay for the rest of the killers to kill. This guy, who looked as if he wanted to fight with him one-on-one in a feverish manner, actually had a wilted and bad heart. Far from being as reckless as it looks. Such a character, as a henchman, that would really be a very handy henchman. But as an enemy, it would be an extremely dangerous one all the same. Such an enemy must die. Naturally, Pingon Chen would not let his idea of stalling for time go as planned. Seeing that Shen Jian wasn't going to fight him head-on, he charged Shen Jian directly in the opposite direction. By letting this Shen Jian live one more second, one more death or injury could come out of the women of the general's residence. This was definitely not what Pingon Chen wanted to see. Pingon Chen's heart was not a stone, though he was halfway across the country and didn't have a deep relationship with this group of women. But after all this time together, there was some affection. Couldn't do it without caring if they lived or died. As he ran towards Shen Jian, some uneasy corner of his eye skimmed in the direction of the female members of the general's residence. At this glance, there was an uncontrollable look of astonishment in his eyes. The imagined deaths and injuries did not occur. The ladies of the general's house, one by one, are still well. First Lady Su Su and sixth sister-in-law Su Shuer actually fought back and forth with their bare hands and those two extraordinary killers. The two women were unarmed, but they had no trouble taking on the killer. Scratch that, not only is he playing dumb, but these two sister-in-laws of his, likewise, are deliberately hiding their clumsiness. Thinking about it, it makes sense that the First Lady is the only daughter of Su Lai, the former vice-marshal of the Western Conquest. The Sixth Lady, Su Shuer, on the other hand, is the daughter of the notorious sword Saint Su Chou in the Jianghu. It wasn't completely unfathomable that these two had such a status in place and a certain amount of kung fu in their bodies. Seeing this scene, Chun Pingon heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the two sister-in-laws delayed for a little while longer and waited for him to clean up Shen Jian before going forward to help, then the situation could be flipped straight away. The second assassination of this dog Qin Gao would end in failure again. Qin Gao, the day I rise up, I'll be the first to sacrifice you to the flag. Chun Pingon thought silently, his hatred for Qin Gao deepening one point in his heart. Shen Jian was no straw man, and was armed with a weapon. Pingon Chen pondered that in order to quickly resolve it, he absolutely could not be careless. At the very least, a weapon. His eyes flickered to an assassin with a double axe, who was pressing 3 escorting soldiers to fight by himself. An axe? It's quite similar to the engineer's axe from the previous world, so it's a good weapon. With this in mind, Chun Pingon dodged Shen Jian's chop with a tiger jump. A few rolls followed and he rolled right in front of the double axe killer. He raised his hand to grip the slayer's ankle and pulled hard. The killer obviously didn't expect a Pingon Chun to come out halfway. Caught off guard, he stumbled on his feet. The 3 escorting soldiers who were entangled with him instantly found an opportunity to stab the double axe killer with their swords from 3 different angles. Ah! Killer let out the last cry of his life. But before the tail end, the head was cut off. The 3 escort soldiers didn't say anything. They directly spread out and went to support their teammates respectively. At that moment, Pingon Chen, on the other hand, took the 2 axes in the killer's hands and jumped up with a carp. And then, without the slightest hesitation, he pounced on Spin. In a flash of lightning, the two had clashed back and forth several times. The speed at which the two exchanged blows was so fast that even residual shadows had appeared. With the double axes in hand, Chun Pingon directly dared to fight Shen Jian, and his battle power soared by more than 1 level. For the first time, Shen Jian's face also revealed a look of gravity. Things that were beyond his control. Sweeping the battlefield, the other side only had a blinded escort soldier with 1 eye who had been cut off with an arm seriously wounded and fell to the ground. The rest of them, they didn't even get hurt. On his own side, the 6 Earth-level assassins he brought with him had already died in 2. The situation was moving in a direction that was not favorable to him. It is said that the intelligence officers under the order of the Central Caravan are spread all over the world, and that they can find out everything about everything, if they want to. Now it seems to be nothing more than outsiders blowing smoke up their asses. The intelligence given to me is completely wrong. The combat power of this Exile team is at least 10 times stronger than the intelligence. Shen Jian couldn't help but curse in his heart. In the beginning, it was Pingon Chen who didn't want to drag it out. Now it was he who dared not delay. Any more delays, it's going to flip. The swords and axes clashed with each other, emitting a crisp sound of metal clashing. Shen Jian looked at Pingon Chen, who was close at hand, and a touch of bloodthirsty madness appeared on his face. Kid, you're definitely qualified to rank in the top 3 among the opponents I've fought over the years. You're worthy of letting me use my strongest tactics. Pingon Chen giggled and looked at Shen Jian. Old demon. You know what? Villains mostly die from talking too much. Shen Jian couldn't quite understand what Pingon Chen meant by these words. but death by talking too much is 4 words he understands. Oh boy, you know what? A lot of people die from being mouthy, Xian Jian said, flipping the black long sword in his hand and pawing away Pingon Chen's double axes. Immediately after that, the white sword in his hand violently stabbed out. A sword slashed out, and the sound of breaking air rang out nearly simultaneously. Chen Pingon subconsciously leaned back. A rainbow-like bolt of lightning almost skimmed his face. Crap? Sword chi from inside a TV show in a previous life. Chen Pingon was shocked. This is so unbelievable. Before his mind could turn, another powerful sword chi split his face. Chen Pingon, who was the king of special forces in his previous life, naturally called himself a first-class expert. His insight was sharp and extraordinary, and he immediately sensed a killing aura in this attack that was several times stronger than before. Finally getting real? It's indeed strong, but it's not enough. Speed and force, both worse than me. Pingon Chen had directly made a rough evaluation of Xian Jian's battle power the moment he made his move. Xian Jian is very strong, in the latter part of the world is definitely considered to be a soldier king level of ruthlessness. However, compared to him, the world's #1 special forces king, it was still that much worse. He raised his axe in a roll, sealing off the Xian Jian white sword while at the same time, he would swing another axe immediately afterward. Xian Jian's reflexes were not fast, and he instantly blocked with his black sword. However, Pingon Chen's axe was even faster. After a move, Xian Jian only felt his tiger's mouth shocked, and immediately felt that the long sword in his hand was heavy, and he could no longer use the powerful killing moves as he wished. Looking down, he saw that Pingon Chen's axe had already cut through his black sword and into his flesh and blood. If not for the black sword unloading most of the force, the blow would have been enough to kill him. Ah! Xian Jian let out a shocking roar. Blood gushing from the wound. Pingon Chen, we have a long time to come. Xian Jian gritted his teeth, and Woody erupted with a powerful force. It was actually able to hold with Pingon Chen's force and slowly force Pingon Chen's axe out of his body with the help of the black sword. Old demon, you still want to have an afterlife? Diu. He 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 he. With that, Chen Pingon chopped down towards Xian Jian with an axe. At that moment, Xian Jian flicked his wrist, and the white sword in his hand directly came out of his hand, flying and stabbing in the direction where Meng Listen was. Pingon Chen hurriedly changed his attack and smashed white sword Phi to the ground with an axe. Xian Jian, on the other hand, directly abandoned the group of assassins he brought with him in this gap and seized the road. Chapter 32. The Long Knife. I'm not used to it. Oh, to be that badly injured and still be able to run that fast, worthy of being a killer. Pingon Chen sneered. For the matter of Xian Jian being defeated by him and leaving, there was no trace of joy in his heart. Because this time the killer was coming, at some point he outright couldn't be bothered to play dumb. This led to the fact that he was a normal person playing dumb had probably been picked up by Xian Jian. Xian Jian is now walking away with this secret, which can be quite troublesome. Once Xian Jian exposed the secret to Qin Gao, then this would be a big deal. If Qin Gao were to appeal to the emperor or something, then the next thing they would have to face would not be the killers, but the Imperial Iron Armor Army, I'm afraid. There has to be some way to defend ourselves. A force against the Empire can't be formed fast enough, but building some guns and gunpowder to take out in a breakout when push comes to shove is fine. This is something that we need to hurry up and do when we get to Wangyuan City. Pingon Chen thought silently in his mind. Nor did he go after Xian Jian, but instead, he sought out the assassin who was fighting Su Su and Su Shuer with both hammers in hand. Bang! Bang! 2 dull sounds of bones breaking rang out. The 2 assassins who had attacked the ladies of the general's residence fell to the ground in response. They were killed by the 2 hammers that smashed their heads by Pingon Chen, who suddenly joined the battlefield. The only 2 remaining assassins saw that the situation was not good, and they made a false move before taking the road. So far, the group of killers that came. 1 Xian Jian plus 2 minions ran away, and the remaining 4 died at the scene. As for the general's house party, other than Zhao Er, who had 2 arms plus a foot chopped off by the assassin, the rest of them didn't suffer any serious injuries. Su Daji exhaled deeply and greeted his brethren to go treat Zhao Er's wounds. He himself, on the other hand, walked up to Pingon Chen and made a deep bow towards him. Just now. Thanks to Mr. Chen for coming to the rescue. It doesn't bother me. My father taught me to strike when I see something wrong on the road. He. Pingon Chen was full of silly smiles. Seeing this, Su Daji could not tell for a moment whether Pingon-chan was truly stupid or not. After all, Pingon-chan was still rumored to have an IQ equivalent to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Combined with natural divine power, dealing with an expert was not something unfathomable. It's not enough to conclude that he's pretending to be crazy just based on the few times he struck out. After Su Daji had thanked Pingon-chen, he expressed his gratitude towards Su Su and Su Shuer respectively. We are also doing this for self-preservation. Sir, there is no need to be specially grateful. Su responded to Su Daji's gratitude with a calm face. Speaking of which, all three of us are surnamed Su, and were considered family 500 years ago. Su Daichi made a little joke to ease the tension. And then, 2 long knives were drawn from the corpses of the 2 killers whose heads had been smashed by Chen Pingon and handed them to Su Su. Officer Su, what is the meaning of this? Su somewhat didn't understand Su Daji's behavior. Su Daji scratched his head and laughed somewhat awkwardly. Ah, it's like this. The crisis on our exile road is still far from being lifted. I see that the 2 ladies have extraordinary hands, if they are equipped with a weapon on their bodies. I think that when they encounter danger in the future, it will be easier to protect their families. Without pretense, the first lady simply reached out and took it. It was always better to have a weapon at hand than bare hands. Su Shuer, however, shook her head and said, "What I have learned from my father since I was young is all about swordsmanship, and long swords, I'm not used to using them." Chapter 33, Abandonment. As she spoke, Su Shuer's gaze, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally, looked toward Zhao Er, who had collapsed on the ground and become a severe cripple. Su Daichi understood it by heart. Directly from Zhao Er's body, the sword was unsheathed along with the scabbard and sent to Su Shuer's hands. This time, Su Shuer didn't refuse again and directly reached out to take it. Captain, Brother Zhao Er is afraid that he won't be able to make the journey on his own, and will have to be taken care of by a special person for all the follow-up. The escorting soldier, Zhang Hong, opened his mouth after strangling Zhao Er's bleeding wound with a cloth. Su Daji sniffed and turned his scrutinizing gaze to Zhao Er. 1 eye is blind, 2 arms are missing, 1 foot is missing. Properly wasted. A man like that can only be a liability to carry on the road. The road ahead was already difficult and dangerous, with many crises. It's not really a good choice to take such a tired person on the road. Plus, Zhao Er was too badly injured and the smell of blood on his body was too strong. Taking such a person on the road, that would undoubtedly increase the probability of the crowd inviting fierce beasts greatly. On second thought, Zhao Er, this journey, it seems that it did not play any good role. The trouble is to cause a lot of... Captain, save me. Don't leave me behind. Zhao Er sensed the determination in Su Daji's gaze and immediately opened his mouth to plead. What Su Daji's gaze meant, he could understand too well. Captain, Brother Zhao Er, what do we do? The grasslands are a long way off, and we didn't bring much in the way of medication. So I'm afraid it won't be enough to give to treat such a serious injury. Another escort soldier spoke up. Su Daji pondered, and after several internal struggles, he finally made a choice. He covered his face and said softly, "Dig a pit and bury Zhao Er, brothers. Bury it?" These corpses on the ground also grasped to bury it. The smell of blood is easy to attract fierce beasts. Yes. Zhang Hong agreed and took out a shovel from the traveling bag hanging on the horse's fart and started digging a pit. The rest of the escorting soldiers did as they were told. "No, Captain. Don't you leave me behind, Captain. I can hold out without the drugs." Zhao Er was so scared that and piss piled up all over his pants. "Brother Zhao Er, you can't blame me. The smell of blood on you is too heavy. It's just too dangerous for us to walk on the grasslands with you." Su Daji sighed. "For the sake of the greater good, I can only give up on you." "No, Captain. Don't. I'm begging you. I don't want to die." Tears were flowing madly down Zhao Er's face, and he couldn't stop them at all. If not for the fact that his injuries were really too severe and he couldn't even move at this moment, he must have already jumped up and hugged Su Daji's thigh. However, now that he didn't even have an arm, he obviously couldn't do that. "Brother Zhao, do you have any last words or wishes? Tell us and we'll try to help you fulfill them if we can." Su Daji looked at Zhao Er and said in a soft voice. There was also a bit more softness in his voice when dealing with someone who was about to die. "No, Captain. I have no last words. I don't want to die, I just want to live. Please, 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 don't leave me behind." Zhao Er was still pleading desperately. He simply couldn't accept the fact that he had been abandoned by the team. Hey, Stinky One Eye. If you don't have any last words, grab your ass. You've lost half your body parts, what's left to live for? Pingon Chen giggled as he looked at Zhao Er and added a murderous remark. Hearing Pingon Chen's words, Zhao Er's eyes turned red with a brush. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, don't be complacent, you won't live long." With that, his afterglow swept over everyone present. From their looks of either indifference or intolerance, they were also aware of their end. Himself literally abandoned. There is no turning back. At that moment, evil came from the heart, looked at the blue sky above his head and said, "Oh, give up on me, right?"
没事儿，黄泉路上我不会孤单的。中车府令大人一定会再次派人来杀你们。你们在场的有一个算一个的都得死。很快你们就会下去陪我的。呵呵呵。
Boom! A muffled sound rang out suddenly. Along with this sound, a hammer was added to Zhao Er's chest. The hammer directly smashed his chest cavity and shattered his internal organs. His voice came to a screeching halt. His pupils began to lax, and after a few convulsions, he completely lost his life. Su Deji's brows steeply furrowed. He turned his head slightly and looked with a complicated expression at Pingon Chen, who had thrown the hammer at Zhao Er. Born with divine strength, a casual throw of the hammer can break a person's bones, or smash them to pieces kind of thing. A random hammer can just give someone a headshot. The #1 expert under the order of the Central Vehicle Prefecture, he was also able to directly press on. This Chen Chongluo's third son has such a horrible fighting strength. If it were not for the dementia, the Emperor of Chu would have to sit down directly, I am afraid. Only this Chen Pingon, is he really stupid? In the middle of his gaze, Pingon Chen, with a harmless, silly smile on his face, was clapping his hands in place. Indeed, it is not at all like a normal person. Su Deji withdrew his gaze and sighed softly. It's just a matter of dying a painful death. It's also a good thing for the Zhao Er brothers. Living in the end will only add to the pain. After a moment's pause, he continued to the escorting soldiers. Grab the corpses and bury them. We'll be on our way after we're done. The smell of blood here won't dissipate for a while. It's not suitable for a long stay. Chapter 34 Southern Realm Yun Family Yunishan. Su Deji said this, literally as if he was thinking from Zhao Er's point of view. In reality, they were excusing Chen Pingon, obviously not wanting to take into account the fact that he had killed the escorting soldiers. The rest of the escorting soldiers present were not stupid, but no one stood out to rebuke them. After all, on the road to the future, if they encountered danger, Pingon Chen might be able to help a great deal. For example, today, if it wasn't for Pingon Chen's hand, all of them would have absolutely died under the Shen Jian sword. So, they had no problem with the captain's approach. A quarter of an hour later, the escorting soldiers finished burying a bunch of corpses. The crowd began to hurry again. At this moment, although the sun has already set in the west, but the people still have to wear stars and moonlight to go forward. Although walking through the grasslands at night increases the probability of encountering carnivorous beasts. But that's better than staying where you are with the smell of blood. Zhao Er's remaining worn-out horses were given by Su Daji to the general's house crowd to use. Now, it was Su holding Chen Yino on the back of the horse, while Su Shuer led the horse forward. According to Su Daji's intention, during the rush, whoever was tired could sit on the back of the horse and rest for a while. After Xian Jian's fuss, the relationship between the escorting soldiers and this group of general's house stragglers was obviously more harmonious. Today's team, a total of 23 exiles from the general's house, are all still safe and healthy, and none of them have had any accidents. On the other hand, on the side of the escorting soldiers, 2 of them, Zhao Er and Li Shuang, had died, and there were currently 6 people left. Such a situation made the escorting soldiers, including Su Daji, worried. For all were vaguely aware that they had lost control of these stragglers. If the stragglers were to rise up in arms, they would not be able to manage it at all. If the 3 of them, Su Shuer, and Pingon Chen, were to join forces, it would be enough to exterminate all of them. On top of that, the retaliation of the order of the central caravan will arrive any day now, and the enemies of the general's house will arrive any day now. It was highly likely that they would accidentally fall into the cannon fodder that those bigwigs would kill in passing when exterminating the general's house crowd. It made their hearts incredibly miserable. Had they known that this errand was so dangerous, they wouldn't have taken it in the first place. However, there is no such thing as early knowledge in the world, and with what has happened, they have no other choice. Everyone hold on a little longer, and when we find a place with a big tree or other cover, we'll rest in place. Right now, if we just stop, the danger is just too high. Sudaji lowered his voice and said encouragingly to the crowd, "We've already traveled more than half of this grassland. There's almost 50 miles to go. We'll be able to get out of this grassland and reach Wangyuan City." The escorting soldiers nodded their heads in agreement, while the general's crowd didn't say anything back, just rushing along in silence. The other side, 50 miles away, is the city of Wangyuan. The low north wind was blocked from the thick walls with a whimpering, mournful sound. The dawn wind and the moon, for big men in strange attire, spurred their horses and whips, galloping towards the city gates from afar, stirring up rolling dust and smoke. Traveling to the city gates, the four men strangled their horses in unison. The big man at the head rolled over and dismounted, took a few steps forward, and swept a golden token in his hand across the eyes of the soldiers guarding the city. The soldiers guarding the city hurriedly sidestepped to avoid it, and the four big men whirled around and mounted their horses and entered through the city gates. The smoke and dust gradually cleared, and the four big men on fast horses were already far away. The mouths of the soldiers guarding the city, however, were slow to close. Good heavens, ah! These four actually is the Southern Realm Yun family, ah! Zhang San, the soldier guarding the city, couldn't help but stare wide-eyed at the increasingly smaller black dots in the distance and muttered to, "Look at them, still wearing the unique attire of the Miao tribe in the South Realm, obviously coming from the South Realm on the hoof. Good boy, ah! This is what happened? Li Si, do you know what happened?" Li Si, the soldier guarding the city, yawned. "We've seen people who enter the city overnight with a gold pass token gifted by the city lord not once or twice. What's all the fuss about? Plus, there were only 4 people who came, so what could be the big deal?" Zhang San rubbed his somewhat drowsy eyes and coldly glanced at Zhang San, saying in a somewhat disdainful tone, "For people come and it's no big deal? You're so uneducated, you don't even look at who's coming. That pass token says Southern Realm Yun family. Southland Cloud family, you know?" Li Si shook his head with a confused look on his face. Zhang San looked around and said in a chilling voice, "You don't even know about the Southern Realm Yun family? That's the number 1 family in Great Chu." Li Si said blankly, "Isn't the Jiang family the number 1 family in Dechu? Further back, the Jia family, which is ranked 2nd and is known as the number 1 merchant family in Dechu. I haven't heard of any Yun family." Zhang San gave him a meaningful glance and skimmed his lips. "Yours is the old calendar of the old sesame seeds. The world has long changed. Over the years, the Yun family has received help from the once great General King, and has risen high, surpassing these 2 families long ago. And, before this, people are also very famous, one of the 4 great families of the Southern Realm. Ah, you're not even concerned about this." Li Si shrugged. "Those families are high up in the sky and have nothing to do with assholes like me, so what's there to be concerned about? I'm only concerned about whether or not I'm going to be able to give out my salary properly this month." Seeing this, Zhang San only felt that he and this good brother couldn't communicate together, so he immediately fell silent and stopped talking. The 4 cross-dressing hulks who entered the city fastened their horses and ran all the way to the city lord's mansion before stopping. When the guards of the city lord's mansion saw a living being approaching the city lord's mansion, they rushed out at the first opportunity in a furious manner. However, when they saw the token that one of the big men flashed out, the fury in their bodies instantly disappeared. "I'm Han Tianqi, the commander of the guards of the city lord's residence, and I dare to ask if a few adults are." The guard at the head of the group placed his lance on the ground and clasped his fists in a respectful question. The burly man holding the token clasped his fists and returned a salute, saying, "I am Yuni Shan of the Southern Realm Yun family. This time I came to Wangyuan City because I have something important to discuss with City Lord Lu, so I'll trouble Commander Han to help inform him." "All right. Lord Yun, please wait for a moment. I'll go inform His Excellency." Han Tianji answered and hurriedly walked into the mansion. If it was an ordinary person visiting the city lord at night, he would definitely send them to rest at the post first and come back tomorrow during the day. Because the hour was already late, the city lord had been resting for a while. However, if the visitor was from the Southern Realms Yun family or Yunishan, it was a different story. Chapter 35. The Tabernacle. Yunishan, that was the first eldest son of the Yun family, the number 1 family in the Southern Realm. If there were no surprises, he would become the next helmsman of the Yun family after the Yun family's old family head had been around for 100 years. Yunishan, who had this layer of identity on his body, that status was not the least bit weaker than Lord City Lord. They don't dare to slack off easily. In short, Yunishan's face they had to give. The City Lord knew that it was Yunishan who had come, and thought that he would not blame him for the crime of disturbing him late at night. I didn't know that Brother Ishan came to visit late at night, so I'm sorry to have missed the welcome. I hope Brother Ishan won't be offended. Soon after, a neutral male voice rang out from the city lord's mansion. The voice had a rough line, with a few hints of joy and surprise in it. Accompanying this voice, a middle-aged man who hadn't even had time to change out of his close-fitting pajamas walked out with hurried steps accompanied by Han Tianji. This person was none other than the city lord of Wangyuan City, Lu Tianya. Yunishan laughed, striding forward and giving Lu Tianya a warm embrace. Haven't seen you in 3 years. How are you doing? City Lord Lu. Haha. After the embrace, Yunishan turned back to the 3 big men who were traveling with him and said, "What are you guys standing around for? Why don't you meet City Lord Lu?" The few men following behind Yunishan, on the other hand, kneeled down on one knee and performed a see you salute towards Lu Tianya. "Hey, excuse me." Lu Tianya greeted the 3 big men very cheerfully. And then, he instructed Han Tianchi, who was by his side, "Oh Tianchi, you take a few brothers and go to the guest room in the center hall to rest. I want to catch up with Brother Ishan." "Yes." Han Tianji nodded his head and made a pleased gesture toward the 3 big men in a very respectful manner. The place where the city lord's mansion entertained guests was divided into the outer hall, the center hall, and the inner hall. The attendants who traveled with Yunishan were all placed in the inner hall where they entertained unusual VIPs, enough to see the importance that the city lord placed on the Yun family. He, Han Tianji, naturally didn't dare to slack off. Lu Tianya, on the other hand, was holding Yunishan's arm, warmly exchanging pleasantries while walking towards the inner hall. The inner hall of the city lord's mansion was lit up with lanterns all night long, with servants taking turns at all times, just so that they could give a good experience to the honored guests who might arrive at any time. Lu Tianya invited Yunishan to take a seat in the inner hall and exchanged warm pleasantries. After waiting for the servants to add tea and pour water on the fruits and snacks, Lu Tianya waved his hand and waved away all the servants in the inner hall. "Brother Ishan, I see that you came to me all night in a hurry. What is the reason for your visit?" Lu Tianya toasted a cup of tea towards Yunishan and asked right to the point. If not for something, Yunishan would never have visited in the middle of the night. So he asked a direct question. Men talk to each other without so much as a bend in the road. Yunishan didn't ink a word and answered directly. Something about the great general's royal residence. Upon hearing this, the smile on Lu Tianya's face disappeared, and he subconsciously glanced around to make sure that the servants were all gone before opening his mouth. "Brother Ishan, go on." Yunishan's gaze looked at Lu Tianya with great meaning and said, "City Lord Lu is so cautious. I think he also knows what happened to the family of the great general's royal family?" "Hey, Brother Ishan, what you said? This matter of the great general's royal residence. Who under the sky now knows about it? Right now, everyone is so secretive about this topic. Even I, as the city lord, have to be cautious when talking about it, for fear of ears on the walls." Lu Tianya said with a bitter smile, pondered for a moment, and then slowly sighed. "This world, unfair ah." Chapter 36. Trying to get a good name. When the birds are gone, the good bough is hidden. When the rabbit dies, the dog cooks. This is true of all the emperors who have ruled throughout the ages. Yunishan sighed. For the sake of the kingdom, these rulers are capable of doing anything ruthless. The fact that the Emperor of Great Chu would take action against General Chen's family is unexpected, even though it is beyond reason. Lu Tianya nodded and said, "Yes, what I didn't expect was that the great General King actually did follow the royal order in the end, and didn't make the slightest move to resist. In fact, with the power that the great General King possessed at the time, he could have risen up and directly confronted the court. It's not really much of a surprise that the great General King didn't resist. He's always been such a straightforward and loyal person." Yunishan's face revealed a touch of sadness. "Isn't it precisely because of his single-mindedness and loyalty to the country that we have such admiration for the great General King?" The two had a conversation about such words that would get them killed if they got out, and neither was worried that the other would betray them, because in a sense they are on the same rope. Yunishan, whose sister Yun Yiming was the wife of the second son of the great General King, and the Yun family which had risen up on the back of the great General King. Lu Tianya, who had been a general under Chan Chongluo before becoming the lord of Wangyuan City. The Yun family and the Lu family, how close the relationship was between them and the great General King before, the people in the court could be said to be aware of it. This also led to those of them being labeled by the emperor as remnants of the great General King's faction long ago. The reason why the emperor did not move them was simply because their energy was too small to make big waves. The kind of ungrateful people like Qin Gao who are so bent on franchising power that they want to kill the family members of the great general king to show their determination to take a stand are still a minority after all. Let's leave the past in the past. Little people like us can't change anything at all, and bringing up the great general king would only add to the sadness. Lu Tianya let out a bitter smile and said, "Chatting about it? We're talking about it crookedly? Brother Ishan, you said that you're here for something related to the great general king. What specifically do you want to do?" Yunishan said, "After the great general king and his eldest and second sons were beheaded at the border, the emperor decreed that the great general king's residence be copied. The men were all beheaded, while the 23 women of the great general's royal household, along with General Chen's third son, Chen Pingon, who suffered from dementia, were sentenced to exile by the emperor. The emperor is going to exile this group of people to a bitterly cold land, and my sister, Yun Yiming, is among them." Lu Tianya obviously didn't know anything about this. Smiling in shock, he said, "Exile to a bitter cold place? What's the difference between this Mother and killing them directly? Throughout the ages, almost no one can walk alive from the capital to the bitter cold land, even if there are so many who insisted on reaching the place, but also immediately after the bitter cold land of those violent bandits were killed. The emperor is making it clear that he still wants the great general king to destroy his entire family." Yunishan nodded and said, "Yes. The emperor just never wanted to spare the great General Wang family. The reason for the exile was only for the sake of a good name. After all, compared to the emperor's practice of decapitating the entire family of the great general king, executing the mastermind of the rebellion, and then exiling his family sounded better. As for the stragglers all dying halfway or whatever, that's the stragglers' own business, so it's not his fault as the emperor." Chapter 37. The Dilemma. After a moment's pause, Yunishan continued, "Regarding what happened to the general's family members, I was actually unaware of it at first. This matter was only made a big fuss in the capital, and was not deliberately publicized in the world. I only found out about it when I received a letter home from my sister as well." Lu Tianya nodded and pondered for a long time. Raising his eyes to Yunishan, he asked, "So, Brother Ishan came here this time because he wants me to assist you and save your sister?" Wangyuan City, the capital city's way to the bitterly cold land. Since the general's house crowd would eventually be heading to the bitter cold land in the north, they would definitely pass through here. With a brief thought, Lu Tianya basically guessed Yun Ishan's intentions. Yun Ishan smiled bitterly at his words. "I'm not going to hide it from City Lord Lu regarding this matter. I've actually been repeatedly agonizing over it on my way here, and I've never been able to come to a final decision. What I'm thinking is that if it's going to be a rescue, it mustn't be just for Dream. That way, it would be easy for people to guess that it was my Yun family's handiwork. I thought, if it is to save people, then all the people in the great general's residence will be saved together. In this way, one can be regarded as being able to repay the great general's king's great kindness, and secondly, it is also able to make the emperor unable to easily find out whose handiwork the matter of saving people is in the end." Lu Tianya said, "The matter of saving people definitely can't be done. Once you've saved someone, the emperor won't even bother to investigate who actually did it. He'll probably just suspect the family behind all the familiars, for he himself held scorn for these families. According to the dog emperor's style of acting with suspicion, he will definitely directly take on the families behind all the family members. It's going to pull the strings and send all these clans into a tailspin." Upon hearing this, a touch of bitterness appeared on Yun Ishan's face. "City Lord Lu, I have also considered what you said, but what I'm thinking is that if the true emperor has murderous intentions towards us, even if we don't go to the rescue, the odds are that he'll turn on us sooner or later. This dog emperor has always been a master of doing things ruthlessly. If he feels that we are a threat, then he definitely won't leave those of us who have a great relationship with the great general king alive, and well, if we don't make a move now, then we will have to make a move in the future. For example, if the emperor secretly sends someone to kill the family members of the great general king, and directly frames us for the crime just like the great general king, and is arranged to be charged with a trumped-up crime, when the time comes we won't end up any better. But if the emperor doesn't even have us in his sights and directly doesn't want to kill us, then after we save the general's family members, as long as we don't get investigated for substantial evidence, then this matter will also be closed. So I thought, why don't we just bet on it and do it?" Lu Tianya still shook his head and said, "I still think that this is not feasible. It's too risky. I'm not afraid of the risk. The main thing is that once the bet is lost, then we won't be the only ones implicated. We're in no position to ask anyone else to take that risk with us. I'm thinking that instead of doing the rescue directly, I should just spend a heavy amount of money to bribe the escorting soldiers to treat this group of the great General King's family members well on the way. Yunishan said, but what I'm worried about is that even if the escorting soldiers are bought off by us, that won't solve the problem. You should know that the main people who wanted to kill the family members of the great General King were not the escorting soldiers. And once those people strike, the result will more than likely have to be that the escorting soldiers are killed along with the great General King's family members. Lu Tianya said, it's not impossible to solve this. We can send out experts and protect them secretly. Chapter 38. Where are the accidents? Yunishan fell into silence. What Lu Tianya said was indeed reasonable. They can put their own lives and deaths at risk, but they are not qualified to let more people come and gamble with them. Good. Yunishan nodded and said, in that case, let's leave the matter of deliverance for now. Calculating the schedule, the Exile team will arrive at Wangyuan City almost this time. When the time comes, this matter of bribing the escorting soldiers will be on Lord Lu City's shoulders. Lu Tianya directly interrupted. Brother Ishan is not so polite. Even if you hadn't come to me this time, which I would have done when I found out about this, we are all on the same page. The other side, Chen Pingon and the others, after a night of rushing, had already stepped out of the grassland hinterland. Although you can't see the end of the road ahead because the grass is taller. But from the front of the grass gradually becomes sparse. This point to see, from out of the grassland hinterland is not far away. Imagining things like jackals and tigers didn't happen as of now. That's probably even less likely to happen once you get out of the hinterland. Everyone grab a bite. After eating a little rest, let's continue on our way. If you've been working hard lately, judging by the growth of the grass in this meadow, we'll be out of this meadow in 3 or 5 more days. If you want to rest, let's wait until we get out of this grassland. Su Daji shouted a few words at the top of his voice after distributing dry food to the crowd. Pingon Chun was silently eating dry food and didn't stand out to make things happen. The fact that Xian Jian had lost but left alive worried him. Therefore, he was not willing to linger in this grassland for much longer, and was also thinking of grabbing the opportunity to walk out and arrive at Wangyuan City. When we get to Wangyuan City, we should have a few days of peace and quiet. Qin Gao should not dare to openly make things happen in the city of Wangyuan. According to the original owner's memories, the lord of this Wangyuan city had once been under his father's command and had been loyal to him. If that city lord's initial heart had not changed, he himself might be able to make something of himself, on this side of Wangyuan City. More than 4 days passed in a flash. After 4 days of rushing, the general's house crowd had finally gotten out of this nearly boundless grassland. In the view ahead, the citadel of Wangyuan City was faintly visible. This brought a long sigh of relief to the hearts of the crowd. Not a single person took the initiative to shout for rest. Everyone was thinking of arriving at Wangyuan City as soon as possible. This way, both in terms of food and drink as well as safety, will be exponentially improved. In the capital, the residence of the Central Caravan Order. The main hall. The defeated Xian Jian finally dragged his badly injured body to Qin Gao after 4 days of running. After meeting Qin Gao, he reported what happened in the grassland one by one. Qin Hai-en sat on top of his seat, his fingers tapping gently on the table. Quietly, he listened to Xian Jian's report. Eyes slightly raised, he asked, you mean to say that the reason for the defeat was because that third son of Chen Chongluo displayed a stronger martial art than you, and he was playing dumb? Whether it's playing dumb or not, I'm not so sure. Xian Jian said. When he was communicating with me, his mouth was drooling, his eyes were dull, and he couldn't even speak properly, not like a normal person at all. But when he fought with me, the martial arts he displayed was absolutely wonderful and very good, and his moves were ringing. On this point, it was not like a fool at all. In addition, among the group of women in the general's residence, there are also 2 people who have shown strength that is no less than the strength of the Earth-level assassins in our organization. Because of these 2 points, I have failed. Qin Gao was lost in thought. If the first salamander failure was due to an accident caused by Lin Bao's involvement, what about this time? The first assassin under his command to go forward with 6 ground-level assassins lost again? Or was it an accident? Can't be. Where in heaven's name are all the accidents? Chapter 39. Chu Jianghe, Emperor of Chu. However, despite saying that, Qin Gao still wasn't too worried. The general's house has fallen. It's gone completely down the drain. Now that Chen Chongluo's bloodline had been almost completely severed, there was only one man left, Chen Pingon. The general's mansion was filled to the brim with only 20 or so female family members left in addition to Chen Pingon. Even if Pingon Chen played dumb with the lineup at hand, what waves could he make? He wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to take one of these experience packages from the general's house that would provide him with a flat-out success. After leaving that grassland, their next stop should be Wangyuan City, right? Qin Gao raised his eyes and looked at Xian Jian, who was kneeling in front of him, and faintly asked, "Yes." Qin Gao nodded slightly and continued to ask, "If you use the speed of the 800-mile expedited speed, can you reach Wangyuan City one step ahead of them?" Xian Jian said, "Yes, a group of them are on foot, and they don't travel more than 60 miles a day. Based on the projection of where I was when I fought them with the 800-mile expedite, the slowest we can arrive 1 to 2 days ahead of them. Does the Qin prefecture order mean that I should arrive at Wangyuan City ahead of them and then ambush them in the city?" Qin Gao sniffed and a cold smile appeared on his face. "When you were in your heyday, you went forward with 6 Earth-level assassins, and all of them returned in defeat, so you ambushed them again. And what favor can you curry? I have other arrangements for dealing with Pingon Chen and his group, so don't worry about this matter." "Yes," Xian Jian agreed in a deep voice. Qin Gao continued, "The people from the Spider Web organization are also currently monitoring Lin Bao's family, and looking at their itinerary, they seem to be heading to the southern realm. Next, I want you to contact someone from the organization, find the Lin Bao family, and kill them. Any questions?" "No problem." "Well, I hope it's really no problem, otherwise, I can't guarantee that your lover is still alive and well." Qin Gao said indifferently, "My lord, I will do my best to ensure that the mission is accomplished." Hearing Qin Gao's threat, Xian Jian couldn't help but feel a mixture of grief and anger inside. But he still held back his emotions and responded respectfully. "Go ahead." Qin Gao waved his hand. Xian Jian answered and got up to exit the main hall. Outside of the residence of the Central Caravan Order, the Imperial City, Yangxin Temple, behind the green jade case, a person wearing a flat sky crown and a black robe was watching a book by candlelight. His figure was not tall, but his appearance was gloomy and unruffled, and his gaze was sharp and cold, as if he could penetrate the hearts of the people. This man was none other than the one who had caused the destruction of Chen Pingon's family, the current emperor of the Great Chu Empire, Chu Jianghe. At this moment, in front of him, a man wearing black armor engraved with strange patterns was quietly kneeling behind a green jade case. "Your Majesty, according to a report from an informant of the Central Caravan Office, the order of the Central Caravan Office, Qin Gao, has twice exterminated the group of stragglers since the exile of the general's house, but all have ended in failure. But the exact reason for the failure is unknown." The man spoke extremely fast and reported. Chu Jianghe heard, closed the dossier in his hand. His voice calmly said, "Among that group of stragglers, there is Su Su, the granddaughter of Marquis Zhenan, and there is Su Shuer, the daughter of the sword sage Su Su Chouwu. Both of these women, because of their elders, have been practicing martial arts since they were young, and there are extraordinary martial arts skills in their body that Fool Qin Gao sent out killers to kill. Naturally, it is difficult to achieve success. If he has brains after 2 failures, he should change more effective means." The man asked, "So what does His Majesty mean?" "Continue to wait and see what happens. And if there is any news, report back to me at the first opportunity." Chu Jianghe said indifferently, "Yes, then, my subordinate will retire." The man asked tentatively. Chu Jianghe nodded, and his entire body fell back into deep thought. He did not kill the female members of the family of the great General Wang, not for fear of falling into the name of brutality and regicide, just because the families behind these ladies are not idle families. Once we kill them all, we're bound to offend all these families. Such a situation was by no means something Chu Jianghe was willing to see. That was why he had left the women alive after killing Chen Chongluo and those 2 sons. He hoped to destroy it by pretending to be the hand of Chen Chongluo's old enemy, or the hand of a guy like Qin Gao who wanted to defect. That way, the families couldn't blame him. At that time, he will then directly step in and kill those who got the family members of the great General King killed. For example, if Qin Gao kills him, he kills Qin Gao. It's a direct way to shut the mouth of the world's people. Pity Qin Gao still want to be a good man, but do not know, he is only worthy of becoming a dispensable chess piece in his hands. Chu Jianghe. The rabbit flew away, and the time was fleeting. After 3 days and 3 nights of traveling, the Exile Brigade finally approached Wangyuan City. At this point, it was already night, so Su Deji gave up on catching up. The group entered a post station not far outside the city to rest. The escorting soldiers went into the guest room to rest. As for the group of women, including Chen Pingon, they were placed in the hay barn where the horses were kept to rest. Although the ladies knew that Pingon Chen's martial arts were very strong. However, it still protected Pingon Chen right in the center as usual. They were afraid that someone would take advantage of the night's rest to sneak up on them. Third sister-in-law Meng listened, still very forcefully asking Chen Pingon to rest on her legs. As for herself, she was leaning against the haystack of the stable. The trip across the prairie had left the group very tired. After finally getting some rest, one by one, they soon went to sleep. Suddenly, a soft sound of footsteps sounded in Pingon Chen's ears. Pingon Chen was awakened and raised his eyes to see his sixth sister-in-law, Su Shuer, gently approaching in his direction. Sister-in-law. Pingon Chen revealed a silly smile and moved gently to climb up from his third sister-in-law. Su Shuer made a silent gesture towards Pingon Chen, and after that, she waved towards him. It looked like there was something to say to Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen got up and walked towards Su Shuer. The two made their way to the side of the stables, away from the crowd. Sister-in-law, are you looking for me for something? Pingon Chen heatedly giggled. Su Shuer nodded slightly as she raised her head and looked at Chen Pingon with a burning gaze. After a long time, she opened her lips lightly and asked softly, Pingin, tell your sister-in-law honestly. Are you playing dumb all this way? As the words fell, Pingon Chen giggled and sized up Su Shuer for half a day. He did not detect malice from this sister-in-law of his. Immediately, he also put away the demented expression on his face and nodded faintly. With deep eyes, he stared at Su Shuer and laughed. How did sister-in-law see it? Was my performance that poor? When Su Shuer saw Chen Pingin nodding his head in acknowledgement, even though she had prepared for it, at this moment, her heart still uncontrollably set off monstrous waves. Surely he is playing dumb? Chapter 40 Showdown. Have you really all this time, been playing dumb? Su Shuer was simply shocked. Pingon Chen knew that he would definitely not be able to hide the fact that he was playing dumb. Sooner or later, his sisters-in-law will find out, and sooner or later he will have to answer. So, think of the wording early on. Shaking his head, he said, It's not like he's been playing dumb. I was, in the beginning, literally fried out of my mind because of that illness. But then my father and brother were killed, and the day we were raided, when I saw family member and servant after family member die in front of me, I was so scared and sad that my brain hurt as if someone had hit it with a hammer at that point, and my mind cleared up a lot. After that, I went along and recovered better and better. But in the way of the situation, I could only choose to continue to hold back and continue to play dumb to preserve myself. I must live. Only then can I avenge my father and brother and my family. If there is a chance in the future, I will not only take everyone to escape, but I will also raise an army to rebel, so that this great Chu river and mountain will have a different name. Pingon Chen's voice was not loud, but it was resounding. The confident aura emanating from his body caused Su Shuer's entire heart to shake. As expected, there is not a single coward in the general's lineage. I believe that you will definitely succeed. Su Shuer stared into Chen Pingon's eyes and said in a solemn tone. Pingon Chen said, It's too early to say this, everything too has just begun. For the rest of the journey, it is still necessary for your sisters-in-law and I to go all the way back to back and work together to fight against the future calamities. I hope that, at the end of the story, it's not that I succeed on my own, but that we can do great things together as a family. Definitely. Su Shuer nodded solemnly. Chen Pingon's words had completely settled a large stone hanging in her heart. In this moment, she rekindled her hope for the future. With Pingon Chen around, the future would have infinite possibilities. This third son of the Chen family, she knew how excellent he was before he suffered from dementia. The two men exchanged a few more pleasantries before quietly going back to rest in the crowd. On the other hand, not long after Pingon Chen and the others had arrived at the post station outside Wangyuan City. After several days of rushing, Lin Bao's family also arrived at Yundian City, the Zhen and Marquis residence. After taking out Su Su's jade pendant, the family was warmly received by Su Lai from Marquis Zhenan. At this moment, it is late at night though. However, Su Lai still had people prepare wine and food to properly receive Lin Bao's family. Haha. Back when we fought in the Northern Realm, Yuan Bao was still a little doll with a runny nose bubble. Su Lai, who was already in his flowery years, looked at Lin Yuanba with a smile. Lin Bao and Su Lai pushed their cups together and chatted about some of the things that happened in the military camp back then. In his heart, however, he was hesitant to tell this Marquis of Zhenan about the fact that Chen Pingon was playing dumb. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lin Bao finally made up his mind. He gathered his expression and looked at Su Lai, saying, "Marquis Su, when I was at the old mansion, I learned of an important event. With your granddaughter or related?" After saying this, he stared at Su Lai without saying a word. Su Lai instantly understood for a second. Directly waving his hand, he dismissed the servants in the room. And then, similarly collecting the expression on his face, he said with a serious face, "Elder brother Lin, please speak." Chapter 41. Heaven and earth are unkind, taking all things as ruminants. On his side, Lin Bao organized his wording. Slowly, he said, "This is a matter that has to do with great General Wang Sanzi." Su Lai nodded his head at his words and stared into Lin Bao's eyes, signaling him to continue. "The last time I was at my family's old mansion, in addition to the assassin incident, there was a small incident. That is, Prince Pingon Chun secretly approached my wife and left me some words. He said that I should go to the bitter cold land to find him within 6 months. He also said that he would build a powerful army within half a year, and that if I went and took the initiative to join him, he would let me command this army and become the head of the army. Chun Gongzi is not as rumored in the outside world that he has a disease of dementia. He is pretending. Duke Chun has big plans in his mind." Lin Bao looked at Su Lai with a pair of gleaming eyes. "This is an opportunity. Though it sounds like a lot of bull to put your hopes in someone who's been sent into exile with nothing to show for it. But Lin Bao is a visionary. The top and the bottom are not united and are bound to rebel. Since he had already chosen to be on Chen Pingon's side, he would not regret it. As the saying goes, if you choose your own path, you have to finish it even if you're on your knees, don't you? Ha ha! Ha ha ha!" Suddenly Su Lai let out a loud laugh. The people outside all looked sideways at the sound of laughter. Thinking about what had happened to make Marquis Su so happy, only when he had laughed enough did Su Lai slap his thighs and say, "Good! That's great! The heavens have eyes," finally allowing General Chen's family to keep a bloodline, and someday perhaps even be able to sink their teeth into a new glory. It is not in vain that a generation of loyal and famous generals have sacrificed so much for the country and the people. Heaven is not kind. The dog will cook. The king is unkind and will inevitably rebel. The trend of this world is so. It is not surprising that you and other people who are so bold and loyal also choose to live in a good bird. Su Lai let out a sigh of relief. If he were not so old, he would have been the one to conquer the battlefield. But now that there is no war to fight, it has turned into a scourge of the loyalists in the court's internal strife. It really chilled him. Now is not the time to talk about this. That Qin Gao is watching intently. I'm afraid that Mr. Chen's life will fall before he even reaches the place of exile along the way. Lin Bao also let out a long sigh as he spoke. "I'd like to help, but it's not easy to get out." Su Lai certainly understood what Lin Bao meant. "Elder brother Lin, you've already done my Su and Chen families a favor by bringing me word. So why talk about being unable to do anything? This thing I understand that Qin Gao is an ungrateful scumbag. In order to credit, I'm afraid that once not yet won a second time. To kill him easy, but the person behind him is difficult to deal with. This thing we can only secretly support. Marquis Su, you do have a solution." Lin Bao looked at Su Ho expectantly, hoping that he could help solve the plight of Chen Pingon's family. Where have they probably passed by now? Su Lai didn't promise anything right away, but asked something else. Lin Bao counted on his fingers. "It's no surprise that we'll be able to reach Wangyuan City in the next 2 days. Wangyuan City is at least 2,000 li away from here, and it will take at least 3 days to rush to support it. It might be a good time to leave, and even if you can't make it, it's better than just watching." "Then what are we waiting for? Send people to provide support now," Lin Bao said eagerly. "No way. If it's just Qin Gao, we don't have to be afraid. But if the commotion I'm making here lets the people behind him know, I'm afraid we really won't be able to save anyone." At these words, Lin Bao was startled for a moment. "But don't worry, the lord of this Wangyuan city is an old part of the great general back then." "What? There is actually such a coincidence." Lin Bao was surprised. If he could get the city lord to help take care of him, at least if someone in Wangyuan City wanted to touch Chen Pingon and his group, they would be afraid. There's nowhere to even start. It's a good idea. But since it's an old division, it means it's been a long time since we've been in touch, too. Will he help when the time comes? I will repair a copy of the book and send it to Lu Tianya's side. No matter how he feels, at least this is a hope. In addition, I'll send a few more people to Wangyuan City in the guise of a merchant caravan, which is also considered to be a two-handed preparation. Su Lai was well thought out, so naturally Lin Bao had nothing to say. Everything is at your disposal, Marquis Su. Marquis Su, it's bad. Caught a scout, just outside. At this moment, someone came to report. Chapter 42. Scouts? How can there be? Here, Lin Bao stood up in surprise. He's been careful all the way over here. There were no scouts before he had them as soon as he arrived. What if we say it's not about him? Just as Lin Bao looked at Su Lai had already made his decision. Take the men down for interrogation first. Yes, the man received the order and went straight down. Lin Bao followed Su Lai and asked, Marquis Su, this scout appeared strangely. Shouldn't we personally ask about it? Over the years, I've been surrounded by spies from the one above me, and I've caught quite a few of them. But these men are dead men, and few of them ever probe for the truth. Lin Bao waved his hand in a hurry. No, this is different, hinging on me. No matter how arrogant Lin Bao was, he couldn't really just assume that he was unattended. Su Lai, however, laughed and sat down on the main seat and mattered Lin Bao to sit down as well. You think I'm gullible? No matter why this person is here, it could be directed at you and me. The heart of the one above is too wild. Sooner or later, he will have to cut down the roots. We can't change the reality no matter if we see or don't see. Su Lai had someone bring a pen and paper and directly wrote a secret letter in front of Lin Bao's face into a bamboo tube. I thought he would immediately have someone 800 miles to expedite the secret letter to send out, but I did not want Su Lai just put the bamboo tube in hand, not to do other things. Lin Bao was a bit scratchy and confused. Several times I wanted to ask but felt abrupt. Just then, the man who had reported returned. Reporting to Marquis Su, that scout bit the wax pill and took poison to kill himself. Su Lai waved his hand and signaled him to go and dispose of the body. Lin Bao looked at Su Lai once again, the eagerness all showing on his face. Only then did Su Lai speak up. Since this scout has blatantly come to warn us, we can't directly help the Chen family crowd. What is the meaning of this? A warning? How is catching a scout a warning? Su Lai looked at Lin Bao. Have you ever seen any scout so bold as to eavesdrop on someone else's residence? I am at least a marquee residence here, and they dared to enter the residence and prepare poisonous wax pills in advance, so they were already planning to be caught. But if that person's meaning is so obvious, isn't it forcing us to rebel? Su Lai shook his head and smiled bitterly. This is his brilliant place. People are not his personal hands to behead. We are the division. As long as he finds a scapegoat to us to make amends, plug the world's long mouth. He is still that wise emperor, and we can only break our teeth to swallow. Vile. So despicable. Lin Bao cursed. Since ancient times, which emperor didn't step on corpses and bones to get to the throne? This one of ours is no exception. It's just that his methods are more ruthless. As Su Lai spoke, he suddenly became serious. Elder brother Lin, I'm afraid that person has already learned from the scouts that you came to seek me out. If I rashly make a move once the secret letter falls into the hands of the other party, it will be labeled as a treasonous and rebellious hat. Ah, what then? Do we not save it? Saving is still necessary. It is just that we must be more careful, and we must get rid of all the eyes and ears here about the one. Lin Bao immediately clapped his hands. I attracted this trouble. I'll lead the men to find out these scouts and exterminate them. It's not that easy. This is my territory after all. It's easier for my people to notice raw faces. In any case, you'll have to wait for my news at ease. Lin Bao was arranged to rest by Su Lai. But how could he be idle? Immediately, he was ready to go outside to seek bad luck. Chapter 43 Careful Arrangements. On this side, Su Lai was ready to enter the study with a secret letter, and before that he opened the birdcage of the marquee. Many pigeons flew out at the same time and it was quite a spectacle. Only after doing this did Su Lai enter the study and open the organs in the study. A secret passage appeared behind the bookshelf. He immediately stepped inside, and there was a secret room below. Su Lai then waited in the chamber. In less than an incense stick of time, 5 people entered the secret room one after another. They all came from different passages. Over the years, Su Lai has no military power in his hands, but his old troops are still there. Otherwise, that person couldn't have been too afraid to make a move against the Su family's heir easily because of his scruples. Of course, this was also due to the fact that the power behind the several female members of the Chen family were not weak. But as the old saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. How can we break the game at this point if we don't all screw together? The rabbit is dead. Once this last bit of the Chen family is gone, then the next one will be even more unscrupulous. Whoever the tip of the sword is aimed at next is feared to be the next Chen family. Greetings, Marquis. Several people arched their hands at Su Lai. Su Lai waved his hand. Courtesies are dispensed with. I would not have summoned you here in secret if it were not an important matter. Several people looked at each other. Is something serious going on? Otherwise you wouldn't have been able to show the alarm with a flock call. It's not that something has happened to me. It's that the only trace of General Chen's bloodline left is going to be in trouble. Su Lai looked at the cronies. Here's a task for you. Now, no matter what means you use, give me all the scouts within a few 100 miles radius to find them all and capture and kill them. A few Minders were surprised. It's been a long time since the Marquis went on a killing spree, so why this time? But Su Lai didn't explain and just told them to do as they were told. They will naturally understand it later. Also, this secret message, make sure to send a footman of outstanding ability and loyalty after getting rid of these minions to personally deliver it to the Lord of Wangyuan City. A beloved took the letter. The subordinate will not dishonor his mission. Su Lai waved his hand, and after arranging everything, he returned to the study. This night was destined to be uneventful, and since he had no desire to sleep, he could only pass the time by painting in this study, waiting for the dust to settle. Lin Bao was not as calm as Su Lai. He felt that he had caused trouble for Su Ho when he realized that a tale had followed him here. Then he, as the culprit, naturally had to relieve Su Ho of his worries, or else he would have a hard time with his conscience. But unbeknownst to him, he had only just stepped out onto the empty street when he felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere. It is already curfew time here at night. The general public doesn't come out except for the patrolling soldiers. Lin Bao was strange in that he hadn't even seen a single person along the way. Where are the patrols? Even this night watchman didn't show up. Odd. Lin Bao stroked his chin, thinking that he'd better go back to the royal residence first. At this time, Shen Jian has already sent to bring 13 Earth level to enter the Zhen and candidate's location at this moment. He had wanted to intercept Lin Bao's family before they could enter Zhen and candidate's territory, but this way over Lin Bao and the others were very cunning, always a step ahead to avoid his tracking, so much so that he could only watch the other party bring a group of people into the Marquis of Zhenen's residence. Head, what should we do now? A subordinate couldn't help but ask. Shen Jian's face was ugly. What can I do? You can only stand guard and wait for your chance. Can a group of people still run to break into the Marquis of Zhenen's residence? Isn't this a death wish? Chapter 44. The Siege. It's true that Shen Jian is a great martial artist, but that doesn't mean he's invincible. They just took a slight stab at this Marquis Zhenen's mansion and realized that it was practically ironclad. Even if the government soldiers outside patrolled back and forth, the inside was also heavily guarded. Although it was said that the Zhenen waiter no longer led troops now, but as a Marquis he could still captive the government soldiers. Those who could stay in Marquis Zhenen's mansion were all veterans who had followed Marquis Zhenen to the battlefield in the first place, and one by one, their strength was no worse than these Earth-level assassins behind him. Find a place to land first, and send people to take turns monitoring the movements of the Marquis. Once Lin Bao falls out, immediately, Shen Jian made a beheading motion. Just like that, Shen Jian and the others found a place to settle down nearby, while every hour they would switch a few people to hang out outside the Marquis Zhenen mansion. When a scout was caught on the spot, Shen Jian knew immediately. This Marquis Zhenen's mansion. It's really a dragon's den. You can't break into it. Then if Lin Bao doesn't come out for the rest of his life, are we going to give up the assassination? A few of his men seemed to be even more anxious than Shen Jian. Shen Jian slapped the table. He's annoyed as hell right now. His own wife is still in Qin Gao's hands. The failure to assassinate Qin Pingon last time had already caused the other party to be displeased. If he failed again this time, then neither he nor any of these people would be able to return alive. The people he wanted to protect would no longer be able to do so. No way. He could never sit on his hands. There had to be a way to lure this Lin Bao out of the Marquis of Zhenen's residence. Just as Shen Jian was thinking about whether or not to send someone to the Marquis of Zhenen's residence to cause some trouble, his men brought good news. Head, that Lin Bao is out. Shen Jian was delighted. This is truly heavenly. Go! This time he must behead Lin Bao with his own hands and carry his head for his wife's safety. Just as Lin Bao felt something was wrong and wanted to turn back, Xian Jian and his group arrived and directly surrounded him. Lin Bao, your time to die has come. When Lin Bao saw Xian Jian, he immediately recognized him as one of Qin Gao's men. This damn Qin Gao lackey, he couldn't kill old General Chen's son, so he's ready to ambush old me again? Lin Bao began to roll up his sleeves. I'm going to let you guys have a long look today and see if this arm can be twisted over the thigh or not. Seeing Lin Bao set up his stance, Xian Jian didn't personally attack. Instead, he greeted the 5 assassins to meet the battle. Lin Bao was already preparing to make his move, but who knew that at this time, many footsteps suddenly appeared around him. Xian Jian's ears twitched and his face changed. Oops, they've been tricked. No wonder Lin Bao dared to come out and sneak around alone this big night. It is obvious that he came as a bait. He was so careless. Retreat! Xian Jian immediately greeted, preparing to flee first. Everyone else reacted and prepared to flee as well. You can't escape. Just then, a group of soldiers appeared and surrounded Xian Jian and his group. Xian Jian's face was grim when he saw the saved heads. That's at least 1,000 people. With so many troops, it was no longer as simple as ordinary government soldiers. Is it possible that Su Lai is still harboring troops in private? Rebellion. This is a rebellion in all its nakedness. Xian Jian felt that killing Lin Bao was less important now. As long as he went back and told Qin Gao that Su Lai had privately trooped, he would surely be able to get a great deal of credit. Thinking of this, Xian Jian leapt up ready to kill the way for himself. Those soldiers were indeed powerful, but they were always no match for an expert like Xian Jian. He could sweep down a dozen men with a casual fling of his stick. At this rate, it won't be a problem for Xian Jian to escape. Let me. Chapter 45. Caught in the crossfire. Just then, a loud voice rang out. Only Lin Yuanba stepped out of the crowd and directly faced Xian Jian. Xian Jian's face sank. If you get out of the way, I'll still leave you alive. If not, don't blame me for being merciless. Lin Yuanba said angrily. You want to kill my father? How can I still keep you alive? Feel free to let your horse come over. Let's see if I don't beat you to your knees and call me grandpa today. Lin Yuanba was a young hero, and it was a time of fervor. Now that he saw Xian Jian humiliate himself like this, he immediately lost his temper. Xian Jian didn't think that he would be unable to defeat a teenager, so he utilized agitation to provoke his opponent. You yellow mouth, beat me. Lin Yuanba was provoked, and did not wait for Xian Jian to make a move, and directly swung a large stone on the ground and threw it toward Xian Jian. Xian Jian was too close and managed to dodge the stone but couldn't avoid Lin Yuanba's stabbing spear. A cut was made in his arm on the spot and blood flowed out. Xian Jian had already lost the battle when he was injured. Lin Yuanba's next attack was sharp and fierce, not giving the enemy any chance to catch his breath at all. Xian Jian had no time to attack, but was forced to defend, and over time his strength became exhausted. He was eventually nailed to the ground by Lin Yuanba's spear piercing through his leg bone, unable to move. At this moment, the other 13 killers were also ambushed. Xian Jian is the only one alive. Xian Jian looked at these people and knew that he was not going to live today, so he was ready to bite the wax pill in his mouth to take poison to kill himself. Lin Yuanba's eyes and hands were quick, and he slapped over and froze the wax pellet to the ground. Xian Jian's face was swollen high and his jaw was dislocated. Just couldn't bite my tongue if I wanted to. It could be seen how ruthless this Lin Yuanba had struck. Lin Bao and Su Lai came to Xian Jian successively. I told you, so it's you thieves who have been following me. Marquis Su, it's still you who thought it through, or else I would have been successfully ambushed by this kid. Lin Bao secretly wiped his cold sweat over his recklessness. Su Lai said, I can understand if I'm concerned, and you don't have to blame yourself. Qin Gao sent someone to kill me. Does that mean that Mr. Chen's side is also in dire straits? Lin Bao said this and looked at Xian Jian. This is Qin Gao's lackey, he might know something. Then bring them down for interrogation. Su Lai sent someone to take away Xian Jian and put him under strict guard. A few more people came at this time, none other than Su Lai's inner circle. One of them opened his mouth to report, Marquis, those scouts have all been captured, and some of the hidden stakes that didn't move before have been removed, so this place is safe for the time being. Su Lai nodded in satisfaction. Where's the secret message? It has been sent out. At this time, at the stagecoach station in Wangyuan City, Pingon Chen and the rest of the group had already been settled in. Those escorting soldiers were now eating and drinking, leaving only those on night duty to continue watching Chen Pingon and his group. Pingon Chen was somewhat unable to sleep, so he squinted his eyes and faked sleep. At that moment his ears twitched, and raising his eyes slightly, he saw the escort soldier on night duty looking around furtively. Chen Pingon left a heart and intentionally rolled over. This quickly attracted the man's attention, and he even looked at Pingon Chen twice more. Seeing that Chen Pingon did not move anymore, he continued to look around. Chen Pingon and the others were in exile, so naturally there were not many good rooms to sleep in, and now the group was curled up in the stables to rest. This person is looking around at night and there's something wrong with him. Soon he seemed to be sure that the party in the stable were asleep before he dared to sneak away. Seeing this, Pingon Chen immediately sat up and wanted to follow him over to see what was going on. Chapter 46. Even a pawn can eat a general. This sneaky escort soldier is called Wu Yu. Very low presence all the way down. Usually, he was not seen in the limelight, hiding behind everything. Not much to say, but it was such an individual that instead made Chen Pingon feel that it was not simple. Often the most unassuming talent is often the one who kills. It's like a pawn in chess that inadvertently eats one of your opponent's great generals. Pingon Chen had never been an arrogant person. The experience of being a soldier king in his previous life had made him develop the habit of being cautious. He knew very well that one careless move by a light enemy could kill him. As Pingon Chen tiptoed around and followed for a while, he saw that Wu Yu had circled around to crouch down in front of a haystack. Afraid of being discovered, Pingon Chen immediately hid behind another haystack. Wu used to make sure no one was there, so he quickly shoved an object inside the haystack. Seeing this, Pingon Chen went back to the stables first. He was already lying over there pretending to be asleep when Wu came back. Wu counted the number of people with his hands to make sure they were not missing, so he found a place to sit down and rest. It was about the fourth watch when someone finally came to replace Wu. After Pingon Chen watched Wu Yong leave, he immediately jumped up and rushed out of the stables. "What are you doing? Go back quickly? Or don't blame me for not being polite." That escorting soldier was uncertain and immediately rebuked angrily. Pingon Chen pointed to his stomach and hummed 2 more times, revealing a very painful look. Belly ache, poof poof. The escorting soldier was disgusted and pinched his nose and immediately waved his hand. "Go, go, go. That's the outhouse over there." Pingon Chen covered his butt with one hand and squirmed. After waiting for that escorting soldier's gaze to be off of him, he immediately felt out something in the haystack Wu had just squatted in. Turns out it's a cloth bag. When he opened it, there was a piece of white cloth tucked inside. It has words written on it. It was just too dark to see what was written. Afraid of being discovered, Chen Pingon immediately hid the cloth and silk in his arms, and the cloth bag was put back in its place. After doing this, he went to the toilet. In the outhouse, he read what was written inside by the light of the lantern outside. With just a glance, Chen Pingon changed his face. "I didn't realize the killers were all around. Looks like that Wu can't stay." Just then, there was a loud noise from outside. Then the watchman came over. "What's the dilly-dallying? Come on out." Pingon Chen threw the cloth into the latrine and came out directly with his pants. The guards were very disgusted to see him like this. "Hurry up and tie your pants and follow me. I don't know what to toss at this late at night." However, Pingon Chen did not dare to delay and could only follow the man towards the stables. By this time, a couple of sisters-in-law had been woken up. Wu Yu and a group of escorting soldiers were standing in the courtyard. "Do we have to hurry at this time of night?" It was really guessed correctly by Pingon Chen. That escort Captain Su Daji directly opened his mouth and said, "We just received the news. The above disliked us for rushing too slowly and decided to shorten the rest time. So you guys pack up and leave right away. What's the rush in the middle of the night? Aren't you afraid of encountering bandits?" Su Shuer said in a cold voice. The other sister-in-laws didn't say anything, but they meant the same thing. Among them, there was only one male, Pingon Chen, and the others were all women. They were all exhausted from the rush these days. If they shortened their rest time again, wouldn't they die of exhaustion on the road? Before, maybe none of them would have dared to resist. But after so many things happened along the way, they were no longer as coy as before. His Majesty's meaning is to let us go to the land of hope bitter cold to atone for our sins, not to tire us out. Captain Su is doing this. Is he trying to give His Majesty a big hat for being unkind and unrighteous? Su also spoke up. This Su Daji was helpless. "Madam, this I am also under orders. The post station every place has a message handed back to the capital. Now this is naturally also the meaning of the above. Chapter 47. Seeing that a few women were unwilling to leave, Sudaji, the captain, was in a bit of a bind. Who would believe that there's nothing fishy about the sudden order from above to speed up the pace? Since ancient times, exile has been a road of no return, and most people die of exhaustion directly on the road in poor health. They even encountered an assassination along the way. Could it be that there is an ambush ahead? Sudaji is smart, but does not show the mountains, simply act as a jerk, continue to let the Chen family women make trouble. He also found a place to sit down and rest on the spot. This scene was seen by Pingon Chen, who was hiding behind his sisters-in-law. Along the way, Sudaji had always turned a blind eye to everything they did, and I wonder how much he guessed. But if you want Wu to die, this Sudaji might be the best choice. Thinking of this, Chun Pingon suddenly shouted and rushed in front of Sudaji. Sudaichi was startled. Thinking that Chun Pingon was going to hurt someone, his hand had reflexively gripped on top of the hilt of his saber. Always be ready to draw your sword. Who knew that the next second, everyone was dumbfounded, only to see Pingon Chun suddenly sit down on the ground, and then lay on the ground in a big shape while stomping his legs and flinging his arms. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. I want meat. I want meat. Nice guy. It's not mealtime. What's with the meat? Besides, the son of an exiled criminal wants to eat meat. Why? The escort soldiers, don't dare to say that they have meat to eat all the time. But Pingon Chun was just being a rascal, rolling around on the ground while yelling. The other officers and soldiers lodging at this post couldn't help but come out to watch the fun. These escorting soldiers, with their chicken feathers, bully even a fool. You're wrong. They can only bully these exiles a little, or else just anyone else would be in a higher position than them, and they'd have to kowtow when they see them, haha. Watch what you say. These stragglers have an unusual identity, that is the family of the one in the north. The officers watched the action while carefully sputtering. Sudaichi wiped his face. This is a disgrace. Stop it and rest in place for another hour. I want to eat meat, eat meat. When Pingon Chen finished speaking, he pounced on Wu Yong, who was at the side, and hugged his thigh to take a bite. Ah! Wu Yi screamed miserably and subconsciously wanted to draw his sword in retaliation. At the critical moment, Sudaji pressed down on the hilt of his sword, looped it back into its sheath, and gave Wu Yong a warning look. A hint of gloom flashed in Wu Yong's eyes, but he didn't flare up again. Somebody get him some meat. Wu Yu was already harboring a grudge against Chen Pingon for being bitten, but now he also heard that Sudaji was going to give this guy meat. How can this be? Captain, we are escorting the prisoner to the place of exile by imperial order, and you want to be served with good wine and meat at this time. This is defying the imperial order and is a major crime of treason. Wu Yu's hatchet was so big that it directly offended the good-tempered Sudaji. He seemed to be smiling but not laughing as he raised his hand and slapped it on Wu Yu's shoulder, slightly that hard. Wu Yu was in pain on the spot with cold sweat coming down on his forehead. Am I the captain, or are you the captain? Since when is it your turn to tell this team what to do? Wu clenched his teeth and held on for dear life. What? No. Sudaji's force added another point. Wu Yu was unable to resist on the spot, and his right leg went limp as he half-kneeled on the ground. Sudaji heavily slapped Wu Yu's shoulder, almost dislocating it. You all listen well. It is not that I bend the law, but if they do not rest well on the road to me tired and sick, a few delayed the rush, who is responsible? You or you? Sudaji pointed over one by one, and finally his cold gaze landed on Wu Yu. Chapter 48. Su Shuer's threat. My subordinate knows that I am wrong. Wu Yu gritted his teeth and admitted his mistake. Sudaji sniffed and resumed that amiable look. He also pulled Wu Yu up and helped him pat down the dust on his clothes. Good to know. Next time don't yell at me, or you might as well not have that tongue. Sudaji can be a captain, that's a bit of skill. Normally, people don't feel good about eating and drinking after him. But if anyone messes with him, then he's not a vegetarian. Wu Yu is the best example, just enough to warn the other escort soldiers. When Pingon Chen got the jerky and nibbled on it himself, he stuffed some into each of his sister-in-law's hands. The last remaining was given to my little niece, Chen Yino. Eat. Yummy. My little niece hadn't eaten meat in a long time and immediately hugged the jerky and nibbled on it. Several of my sisters-in-law were impressed. But this rare meat jerky they still did not want to eat, all secretly hidden in case of emergencies. Wu Yu was bitten by Pingon Chen and had his shoulder almost twisted by Sudaji. A touch of sinister venom coursed through his eyes that he could barely hide. However, Chen did not take Wu Yong seriously at all. It's just a mole. If he hadn't been too close to the Imperial City before, he would have made a move to kill. But now that the identity of this guy's eyesight has been discovered, keeping him will be a scourge sooner or later. It's almost time to send him on his way early. Anyway, Wu used to use the cloth and silk already in his hands. That message cannot be passed. Then there is nothing to be afraid of. Just kill it. It's far enough from the capital to make a move. Chen Pingon silently glanced at Su Daji, who was sitting on the side drinking tea and resting. The mind was already made up. The women of the Chen family all returned to the stables to rest again. Just as Chen Pingon sat down, Su Shuer came to sit beside him. Only when everyone else had closed their eyes and gone to sleep did they take Pingon Chen's hand to write. Is there a plan? Chen Pingon's heart was shocked, not caring that his sixth sister-in-law was tickling the tip of his heart. He directly grabbed her white and tender little hand to write a sentence back. A little peace and quiet. Su Shuer obviously wanted to get in on the action and continue writing on Chen Pingon's hand. Count me in. Pingon Chen shook his head. It was inconvenient to involve a woman like Su Shuer in this kind of thing. But Su Shuer was in a hurry, and this time she did not care about writing, and directly came to Chen Pingon's ear and whispered, Pingon, this is not a small matter. I don't feel comfortable with you doing it alone. Before you do anything, you must talk to me first. Definitely can't act without authorization, or else I don't have control over your side, and it's likely to spoil your big plan when the time comes. Su Shuer's strong attitude left Chen Pingon with no way to refuse, and could only nod. Su Shuer was satisfied, and only then did she let go of his hand. Pingon Chen was a bit regretful. The little hand, in fact, he could still pull it for a little while longer. It's too fluffy. Chen Pingon laid down to rest, but in fact, his ears had been listening to the movements in the vicinity. That Su Daji saw those women in the stables not long all sleep. Know that they are not easy to rush. This 1 hour which is enough, why don't you just sleep until dawn to set off? He yawned and stood up. I'm not feeling well. I'll leave tomorrow at sunrise. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Su Daji just went back to his room to sleep. The others look at me and I look at you, and can only consciously take turns arranging for guards and catching a break. As for Pingon Chen, the corners of his lips lifted slightly after hearing Su Daji's order. This Su Daji can be dealt with. By the time it was almost dawn, Su Daji came out yawning. He saw that the two guard brothers were fast asleep, so one of them kicked a foot. Look at you, bear. People ran away for fear of not even know. Go away to sleep, go here, I'll watch. Chapter 49. A big mess. Head. Captain. The two escorting soldiers didn't dare to go. I was afraid that this Su Daji was going to settle scores in the fall. Instead, Su Daji kicked them again, one by one, directly on their asses. Get the hell out of bed or you'll be convicted of malfeasance. The two men heard that the crime was great, and immediately ran away in a numb manner. Su Daji walked to the front of the stables to count the number of people, after making sure that they were all there. Then he sat down against the stable pillar, took out his wine bag and drank a mouthful of strong wine. It smells so good. 20 years of daughter's red, I think. A voice suddenly rang in Su Daji's ears. Su Daji was startled and turned his head to see Pingon Chen standing behind him with a smile. Without waiting for Su Daji to open his mouth, Pingon Chen directly took the wine bag and poured a mouthful. The fiery flavor instantly dispelled the chill from his body and felt warm and fuzzy. Good wine, but unfortunately not strong enough. Su Daji watched in disbelief as Chen Pingon took sip after sip. Hiccup. He burped at the end. I drank too much to pee. I'm going to put the water on. Pingon Chen returned the wine bag to Su Daji and prepared to go to the toilet. He's already proved he's not a fool with this series of maneuvers. After figuring this out, Su Daji could not let Chen Pingon walk around. He could not afford it if something happened. The most important thing is that the other party did not take a stand early and did not take a stand late, picking the time when he was alone to come forward to show the end. Was this done to him on purpose? That as a toilet. Su Daji immediately stood up and hurriedly went after Pingon Chen. It was good that Pingon Chen was walking very slowly and seemed to be waiting for him on purpose. Only when he had reached an unoccupied corner did Pingon Chen stop and look back at Su Daji. Su Daji couldn't figure out what Pingon Chen was going to do, and subconsciously looked around, fearing that an ambush had been set up here, and that he would be killed in the next second. Captain Su, there's no need to be afraid. You and I are the only ones here. Pingon Chen looked at Su Daji with a smile. Su Daji's heart was in awe. Mr. Chen, we have no grudges in the past. You can't harm me. Since it's all about a showdown already, he might as well take the initiative. Pingon Chen put away his smile and said solemnly, since Captain Su has said so, then I won't be out of line with you. I'm here to save you. Save me? Make a mistake. I'm the escorting soldier. You're the exiled sinner. If you want to save me, it's me who'll save you. Chun Pingon folded his hands respectfully and gave Su Daji a bow. Su Daichi immediately jumped to the side. What is this for, Mr. Chun? I can't afford such a big gift. If you have helped my Chun family's group of family members before, you are doing me, Chun Pingon, a favor, and I naturally want to say thank you. Pingon Chen's words made Su Daji feel a little guilty. He just stood by coldly, not helping or making things difficult. Indeed, he could not afford such a large gift from Pingon Chen. After Pingon Chen saluted, he said in a serious manner, just now it's a salute, now it's a soldier. I like salute first and then soldier the most. I just don't know if Captain Su eats soft or hard. Su Daji's heart surged. Good man, this waits for him. Mr. Chen, don't even think about helping with the escape. These brothers of ours have their families still in the capital. If something happens on your side, then our families won't be able to survive. Su Daji immediately made his position clear. But this journey to me to give the Chun family some convenience that I can do, after all, with others' convenience is in their own convenience. You say, is not this reasoning, Mr. Chen? Pingon Chen smiled and didn't pick up the conversation. But that look made Su Daji's little heart poof. Finished. This isn't going to be a big mess. Is it? Chapter 50, Delicate Mind. In fact, Su Daji thought very transparent. This journey, if Chen Pingon they do not die until the place of exile he handed over this errand, go back to be able to live in peace for some years. What's not to like? So he didn't want to get involved in anything big. It wasn't worth it to lose his life if he wasn't careful. But today, Chen Pingon had already revealed his secret, clearly being determined to pull him down. At this point he had two paths, either to be on the same page with Pingon Chen or to be killed by Pingon Chen. Now Su Daji could not wait to slap himself. It's all because of this damned curiosity, just now should not follow to, when he does not take the move Chen Pingon can withstand him. Now it's good, a dilemma. Mr. Chen, my eyes are bad today and my brain is broken. I don't know anything about what's happening at this moment, and I haven't seen you before. Goodbye. Su Daji, who possesses a delicate mind, was afraid of getting into trouble and ran away in fear. But how could Pingon Chen let him go? A hand directly rested on Su Daji's shoulder. It scared Su Daji. I was wrong. I really didn't see anything. Captain Su is strong in martial arts and smart in the head. It's so condescending to be the captain of an escort soldier. Su Daji waved his hand in a hurry. No, I think I'm fine now. Why yes, you're a general in any case with that brain. It's just that you're not as talented as you should be. Every word from Pingon Chen kept Su Daji on his toes. In order not to get into trouble, Su Daji could only remind in a low voice, Mr. Chen, this is a stagecoach station crowded with people. Don't tell people to see anything they shouldn't. I'd better take a step first. That's what he said. Can there be a coward in the son of a great general? The most frightening thing was that this Chun Pingon was able to play dumb for so long and suffer all the humiliation without showing any traces. This stoicism alone sends shivers down one's spine. If he returned from his bed, he was afraid that anyone who offended him would have to die without a burial place. This kind of person should never be messed with. Run away. Pingon Chen tightly clasped Su Daji's shoulders. Su Daji was secretly surprised. This Pingon Chen seemed to be not only pretending to be a fool, but his martial arts skills were also very powerful. Even he couldn't break free from this pressure from the other side. If he wanted to kill someone, Gollum. Su Daji swallowed. Wimped out. You can tell me what you want. I'll do what I can. Su Daji's compromise put Chun Pingon in a much better mood. He let go of Su Daji and put one hand behind his back. It's simple, we work together, and of course you can think of it as subservience. Su Daichi wiped his cold sweat. He doesn't want anything but a hot wife and kids. Pingon Chen continued. This whole way over, I can see that you don't have a good relationship with those escorting soldiers. Naturally, nothing will go wrong in this short period of time, but we don't know what's going to happen here in the mountains. Are you sure you want to give your back to these untrustworthy people? Su Daichi coughed. We're just escorting soldiers. What danger can we be in? Pingon Chen couldn't help but laugh when he saw that Su Daji was still making a dying effort. Is that so? That Wu looks very displeased with you. Aren't you afraid that he'll take over on you at some point? He dares. Su Daji was unconvinced. Upon is still trying to replace him. Gave him the guts. But Pingon-chan said, believe it or not, he'll make a move on you tonight, and you definitely won't live to see the sun come out without me. Impossible. Su Daji didn't believe it. Pingon-chan handed a cloth bag to Su Daji. Chapter 51. Suspicion of exposure. Su Daichi didn't pick up. The more you know, the more you won't be able to get out of it. He's not stupid. This is Wu Yu's cloth pouch. Open it up and you'll know if what I'm saying is true or not. Although Su Daji didn't want to look at it, but it was a matter of his own little life, he still couldn't help but open that cloth bag. A smell, if anything, wafted out, which made Su Daji feel familiar. It seemed like I had smelled it somewhere before. Unfortunately, can't think of one. Pingon-chan directly lifted Su Daji's sleeve for him to sniff. Su Daichi sniffed under suspicion. And then the big surprise. Why do I have that same smell on this sleeve? It's a poisonous powder. Good at clinging to clothing. And I've noticed you have a habit of always wiping the corners of your mouth with your sleeve when you drink. Su Daji nodded repeatedly. It's not exactly a move unique to him, so many drinkers do it. If I hadn't grabbed your drink just now, you would probably have been poisoned. Su Daisy didn't believe it. Can this poison be that strong? Goo goo goo. A chicken happened to pass by around this time. Chun Pingfan grabbed it and performed some maneuvering, mixing that poisonous powder with the wine and giving it to that chicken. The chicken then took 2 steps eastward and fell to the ground dead. Su Daji looked dumbfounded. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead afterward. This Wu Yu, so vicious. I'm going to get him killed now. No. If you do that, you will instead put all of us in a crisis. It was only at this time that Pingon-chan took out the cloth and silk that he had found and showed it to Su Daji. Su Daji now had complete faith in Pingon-chan. So no matter what Pingon-chan gave, he no longer resisted. What's more important than being alive? A small paragraph was written densely on the top of the cloth and silk. I, as I am now, have been targeted, and if no one helps me, not to mention that my family's lives will be in danger, you escorting soldiers will be exterminated as well. Su Daji was already sweating like a pig when he saw the first message. I only saw that it said, "My lord, see you in peace." The third son of the great general's performance all the way made my subordinates suspicious. I'm afraid that there is a suspicion of pretending to be a fool. Su Daji looked at Pingon-chan. Is he exposed? Su Daichi continued to look down. The second paragraph was more than enough to make his heart beat like thunder. On the other hand, Chun Pingon took advantage of the chaos to kill escort soldiers Zhao Er. Su Daji maintenance harboring the knowingly not reported, fear and Chun family collusion need to be removed. The final inscription, Wu Yu. Su Daji wiped the cold sweat with his sleeve, but the sweat still kept coming out. If he had thought that this was Pingon-chan's alarmist talk before, he now knew that his life was at stake. Save me, Mr. Chun. Su Daichi is aware of the times. Although this great general has been decapitated, the remaining power still exists. As the saying goes, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. That great general's old troops are spread all over the place. I'm afraid that as long as this third prince gives a greeting, that will certainly be a call. All he could do to save his life was to beg the man in front of him. Chun Pingon helped Su Daji up and said, "Who exactly is the master in the mouth of this Wu Yu? Let's not talk about that for now. But it is not true that he has a murderous intent towards you. Nowadays you and I can only attack the difficulties together if we are in the same boat." Yes, yes, whatever you say. Su Daji nodded his head repeatedly in a humble manner. If this Wu Wu is behind the emperor, as long as this message is delivered, it does not matter if he dies. If the 9 clans were implicated, he would deserve to die. How about killing him? Pingon-chun easily stated his intentions. Chapter 52 forcing him in. That Su Daji froze and hesitated a bit. Although this man was detestable, in the end he had too hard a backing. In case of death, it's still hard for them to escape death if they are pursued from above. What, can't get down? Su Daichi clenched his teeth. What's so hard about it? He wants to kill me and exterminate my 9 clans? Can I spare him? Except that once he's dead, he'll have to kill 2 more people in. Then neither Lu Salt nor Li Dog can stay. Pingon-chun was satisfied. Su Daji was confused on the surface, but he was decisive at the critical moment. Why kill only these 2, but not the others? That Zhang Hong and An Ming are my people. Can you? Can't. Pingon-chen's brows were icy cold. It's not that he's cold-blooded. Rather, it was these two people he didn't understand, and in case he betrayed him and Su Daji, it would be a lose-lose situation. Pingon Chen couldn't afford to gamble. Su Daichi was silent. Those were, after all, his two best brothers. How can you just say kill? Pingon Chen was not in a hurry. He knew that Su Daji was smart, so he waited for him to figure it out on his own. Su Daji hesitated. One was not able to bear to lay hands on his own brother. The other is to be jealous of Wu's identity. After all, the other party is the Emperor's people. If he kills, it will inevitably be traced. At that time, once he kills, the escorting soldier thing exposed, there will be completely no way back. But if you don't kill, in terms of today and Wu with the Liang, he is also bound to think of 1,000 ways to get himself killed. Kill? No killing? Su Daichi covered his head in a bit of pain. That's too hard a choice. Don't be anxious. I'm just making a suggestion. You can take your time to think about it. These days we can pay more attention to Wu Yong and prevent him from exporting letters to the outside world. But only if one must stay here in Wangyuan City for a few more days. Su Daji subconsciously asked, why is this? To take control of spying on Wu. Don't forget that he sends a message every time he arrives at a post. And if we are here all the time, we can intercept all his secret messages. Yeah, it's safer that way. Su Daji was done agreeing and was in a hurry again. So what would it take for me to stay here longer? I'll have to trouble Captain Su to figure this out on your own. I'm sleepy. I'll go back to bed first. Chun Pingon was gone, but Su Daji was destined to sit on his hands. At this time, the Marquis of Zhenan's residence was brightly lit. Lin Bao, Lin Yuanba, and Su Lai were exchanging information about what happened today. Now the only one who is still alive is that Shen Jian, but he is so dead that he can't ask anything. It made all three a little anxious. I can't imagine that Qin Gao, that traitor, actually has such a hardcore person beside him, that Shen Jian was tortured to the point where he was left with half a life, but he froze and didn't say a word. Outrageous. Lin Bao slapped the table. Lin Yuanba said, Uncle Su, father, I to think that this Shen Jian is a character, but it's a pity that he followed the wrong person. Bull! What kind of good person can follow Qin Gao? He even assassinated Mr. Chen. Lin Bao angrily rebuked his son. Su Lai, however, kept frowning, seemingly troubled. Lin Yuanba arched his hand and asked, Uncle Su, is there any trouble? Today's commotion is too big, although purged of the known scouts, but there is no guarantee that there will not be a deeper hidden people will spread the matter. In fact, Su Lai hadn't told the duo that there had been a number of forces secretly stalking him ever since he removed his armor. For one thing, he was afraid of his power, and for another, he wanted to pull the strings. But no matter which one it was, it would be a trouble that would shackle Su Lai. What are you afraid of? Just say it's the extermination of an assassin, and if they want to claim it, they'll hand over the body. Chapter 53. The Killing Chance. Lin Bao's thoughts were too simple, causing Su Lai to laugh bitterly. If the one who sits high on the dragon chair is really so easy to fool, it wouldn't be so bad for the great general's family to suffer this calamity. As the saying goes, there is no excuse for wanting to do something. If he, Su Lai, didn't have any relationship with the Lin family at all, then there was bound to be no trouble. But now that he and the Lin family were already related by marriage, how could that person not be afraid to listen to the power of the Marquis of Zhenan? I'm afraid that the other side is just waiting for him to make a mistake so that they can label the Su family as a rebellious plotter as well. And Su Lai knows that those years in the court because of military power also offended a lot of enemies. If these people help fabricate incriminating evidence, the Marquis of Zhenan's residence is the next General Lin's residence. When Lin Bao saw that Su Lai wasn't answering, he was ready to say something else. It was still the son, Lin Yuanba, who pressed his father's arm and told him to stop talking. Su Lai sighed and rubbed his brow. This is something I've done hastily after all. He looked up at Lin Bao. What's so sketchy about that situation that you have any other choice? Lin Bao looked at Su Lai and thought that he was worrying about nothing. Su Lai froze. Yeah. Lin Bao and him were very close friends, plus he still disregarded the safety of his family for the sake of the Lin family. If you are always afraid to seem a little small. Further, that Shen Jian is very powerful, and it would be impossible to suppress it without using his government soldiers. By the time Lin Bao died in his territory, wouldn't the bee on his head? It's still the same old story, the desire to be a good person. He was already being targeted, so sooner or later he would be given the opportunity to clean up by the other side. It would be better to make a move first, but also can temporarily let the other side afraid of one or two dare not act rashly. At this time, we are just waiting for that Chen Pingon can really do what he promised. Then the uprising will be successful, a call to action, they sue family and some other loyalists will not be wrecked one by one. It ended in misery. Marquis Su, according to my opinion, instead of waiting to be convicted, why don't we just have a big purge, directly seal the city for inspection, and arrest those who have a problem with a cover? It's always possible to delay for some time, and as long as the rescue in Wangyuan City is successful, perhaps all the things behind can be solved. Lin Bao mentioned a simple and crude method. However, Su Lai thought quite a bit and thought that doing so might cause public anger, and when the time came, he would instead be seen to be plotting treason, which would be a lost cause. No need, it's better to go with the flow on this one. Oh? Then you're not afraid of blame from above. The matter is not insoluble, but it is just that I feel that the number of my house soldiers is too high, and if I were to be scrutinized for this matter, I would have to hide the real house soldiers first, and replace them with household servants to take the place of the number of house soldiers. When Su Lai said this, Lin Bao's father and son immediately understood. He's trying to make a point. As long as they bite the government soldiers are all the family soldiers fake temporary make up the number, then no one dare to say no under the verification. But where to get so many house guests to not arouse suspicion? Su Lai thought about it and immediately summoned the house steward. Heard a group of foreign businessmen passing through recently? The steward replied, Indeed, call a few of the caravan men to come over to the house. Businessmen emphasize profit, and as long as they are given enough money, it will not be a problem to let them act. It's just something that can only be done temporarily and will still attract attention over time. But what Su Lai and the others were grabbing now was time. A day's delay is a day's safety, and we can think of another way. After listening to Su Lai's intentions, Lin Yuanba proposed, why don't we use the construction of the mansion as a reason to increase the number of household servants, which is a much more foolproof statement. Chapter 54. Failure to intercept. Good. The division is well known and speaks for itself. Su Lai agreed on the spot. The next day, two things were rumored in this whole town. The first thing is that yesterday the city encountered bandits and robbers, died a lot of people, all hanging in front of the city gates for public display. Many eyewitnesses claimed that the Marquis of Zhenan was a great hero for bringing thousands of men to round up the bandits. The second thing is that the Zhenan Marquis house to expand the courtyard, a few days ago, one after another to find a lot of family members into the house secret construction. The two events overlapped and piqued the curiosity of the crowd. For one thing, why does the Marquis of Zhenan's residence have so many government soldiers, and is it suspected of having unauthorized troops? Secondly, why is this building of the mansion sneaky, and is there another conspiracy? Among the group of good people there is no lack of Hofu's enemies and various scouts, all wanting to know the reason for each. And Su Lai's side has long arranged for a few eloquent people in the mansion to be deliberately paid to release information. Soon it was all clear out there what was going on. It turns out that most of this government soldiers are family soldiers pretending to be used to deter thieves. And those house guests are now trying to expand the shrine in the Marquis residence. So it's no wonder they're not allowed to proclaim it. Although the news throughout the city was positive for the Marquis, Su Lai understood in his heart that the trouble that should be there had long existed, and it was just a matter of when the other side would take advantage of the reason to make trouble. Head, this is the intelligence gathered. I have already sent someone to enter the Marquis house in the guise of a grocery deliverer, and found that the Marquis house is indeed expanding its mansion, and it has taken quite a shape, and it doesn't look like it can be completed in a day or two. I asked you to check on the house guests. How did it go? Have checked, these people have calluses on their hands, but more distribution of the palm of the hand at the tiger's mouth should not be a perennial use of weapons of people. After listening to his subordinate's report, the man with the black leather mask immediately narrowed his eyes. Unbroken? Could it really be a coincidence? That Xian Jian was originally a person of Qingao, and he did disguise himself as a roving bandit when he assassinated him, so if the Marquis really treated him as a bandit and roving bandit, it would be reasonable. The subordinate thinks this whole thing is a coincidence. Stupid. The man leading the group gave his subordinate an earful with a wave of his hand. What do you know? You should have seen clearly that night those soldiers entered and retreated. Can they be improvised by ordinary family members? There must be something fishy going on here. So what should we do now? The subordinate could only humbly inquire even after taking a beating. The man in the lead thought about it. Since they made preparations ahead of time to erase all traces, let's press on for now. You and send a foot fast trustworthy to send a letter. The rest of the people continue to ambush with me here. As long as you find any misbehavior of the Marquis, immediately to the treacherous conspiracy on punishment. The subordinate was ordered to leave. Instead, the man leading the group walked over to the window and looked at the full moon. His Majesty's account of things he must do well, this time in addition to monitoring Shenzhen. Another purpose is to test whether this Su family also has the intention of treason. Now it seems that His Majesty was right. This Marquis is not honest either. In the Zhenan Marquis residence, Su Lai was pacing back and forth with a somewhat grave expression. At this time, the person who went out to scout for news immediately came back to report. "How's that? Can you find anything?" Su Lai asked. The subordinate knelt down and reported. Just as the Marquis expected, indeed, there is a person sneaking out of the city at night, but also found a hidden fast horse quickly left here. "Can it be intercepted?" Su Lai asked again. The subordinate shook his head with a look of shame. The other party is a great horseman and dodged the arrows and fled straight away. Soleil dropped into a chair. Chapter 55. Opposition has arisen. But the Marquis, please rest assured that the arrows used have been processed and are used by ordinary hunters. Plus the archers are also dressed as ordinary hunters. Even if they are traced, they will have nothing to do with the royal family. The subordinate wants to appease the old Marquis. But Su Lai felt that it was too late for that. As long as someone outside knows that he's Su Lai hand under the army, regardless of whether it is true or false, as long as to give a reason Hofu will be difficult to head. It looks like they'll have to be ready to be crowned king in place. Reverse it, it's still far from the imperial city anyway. As long as the success of Cheng Pingan's uprising is guaranteed, if the imperial court really sends people over to eliminate the rebels blatantly, then he will simply rise up against them. We can't let that family and the people of the city be buried with him. Marquis, is something wrong? Lin Bao rushed over. Now that it's not, we have to prepare before it's too late. Su Lai knew that this matter could not be concealed at all. It was just a matter of making a time difference. But whereas before it was a matter of trepidation, now it's a matter of settling the dust. It's better to know what's about to happen now that you already know what's going to happen than to be on tenterhooks and guessing. Marquis Su, are you rebelling? Lin Bao was surprised. The troopers are being trooped so that one day they can keep a family and the people of the city safe. If you don't push me to this point, naturally we'll be fine with each other. But if that one really has the intention to annihilate and sends a large army to massacre the city, then don't blame him for revolting against this immoral and incompetent dim king. Lin Bao was horrified, but felt that this was something that was bound to happen. That tyrannical and suspicious, for the former ministers of merit all find a way to kill even if, but also listen to sycophant's scourge of loyal people. This one is already outrageous. Now husband Su's decision also laid down their determination to fight against the imperial court in the future. Those who do not follow the path of justice are ultimately reviled by the world. Only the benevolent and righteous are righteous. Seeing that it was dawn, Wu Yong came to the front of the stables and used cold water to wake up all of Pingan Chan and the others. What are you still frozen for? Hurry up and get ready to rush. You useless things, you want to be whipped for delaying the trip, don't you? Wu said as he was about to remove the whip. At this time it happens to be the little niece Chen Yino sleeping in a daze was splashed with cold water and then cried more than. That voice annoyed Wu with the sound of it, and he threw a whip on the spot. Seeing this, Su immediately raised her hand to catch the whip, while several other sisters-in-law all protected the child, fearing that Chen Yinua would be harmed. Wu was furious. Get loose. If you dare to touch my child again, I'll fight you to the death.
Su threaten.
If you don't want to cause trouble, then pack up quickly and hurry. Just then, that Zhang Hong walked over. Wu Yu, don't rush, you can't leave today. Wu frowned. Why? The chief is sick, and I'm afraid I won't be able to dry the road for 2 or 3 days. As soon as Wu Yu heard this, he immediately headed for the house. I don't believe it. Yesterday he was fine. Why is he sick today? By this time that Anming had walked in with a doctor. Where's the time for this sickness? You make it sound as if the chief is pretending to be sick on purpose. That's right. Can it be faking illness? Zhang Hong glared at Wu Yong. The two men brought the doctor into the post. Wu followed closely. Just be afraid that Su Daji is deliberately pretending to be sick. At this time, Pingan Chun raised his lips and smiled. It seems that Su Daji is still very considerate in his work, and he knows that he has to bribe the doctor to testify for him. 3 days was enough time for him to set up a lot of things. I'm sure the people who should be rescued are already making preparations. Chapter 56 Crisis in Hope Plains City. Soon the doctor came out, and as he walked away he gave instructions to take care of the patients and whatnot. Wu Yui sent the doctor out with a grim face, obviously dissatisfied with the result. As soon as the doctor left, The remaining people continued to watch over Chen Pingon and the others in groups of 2. I have a stomachache and want to go to the toilet. Fourth sister-in-law Yun Yiming suddenly said with a red face. The other women all meant the same thing, and no one had dared to fall out of line to go to the restroom this entire day, except to rest. Wu Yu looked at the men, then pointed at Li Dog beside him and said, "Go keep an eye on it." "Great!" Li Dog immediately burst into laughter. This Li Dog was already lewd-looking. When he was following behind Yun Yiming, a pair of eyes swept over the other party's body for an unknown number of times, and at a glance, he was unsettled. Pingon Chen just looked at it and had a bad thought. I'm afraid this trip is going to be a disaster. I. He suddenly rushed to Wu Yong and shouted, just one word. Wu Yu directly said in disgust, "Me what me? Go aside. I need to go to the restroom," Pingon Chen shouted. There were people passing around who couldn't help but laugh out loud at the sound of it. Wu Yong felt humiliated and felt angry when he saw Chen Pingon like that. "Yeah, you come with me." He was and intended to bring Pingon Chan to a place where no one was around to beat him up. Anyway, Su Daji, who is now protecting the Chen family members, is already sick, and I'm afraid that he won't be able to take care of the Chen family's old and young in a short period of time. Wu Yu led Chen Pingon to a place where no one was around, and just as he was about to turn around and hit someone, he was knocked out with a stick. He didn't even see who moved, but his intuition told him it was Pingon Chun who was playing dumb. Pingon Chun threw the wood to the ground, patted the dust on his body, and walked directly towards the outhouse side. Sure enough, there was no one in the hut. That Li Dog should have taken Yun Yiming somewhere else. Chun Pingon closed his eyes and listened carefully to the movements around him. Ah! A not-so-loud yelp caught his attention. Chun Pingon immediately chased after him towards the source of the sound. Right in the grass in the back corner of the stagecoach, Yun Yiming dropped to the ground, being approached step by that Li Dog. "Don't come over." Yun Yiming was humiliated. Before she married, she was the daughter of the Yun family, the #1 family in Dechu. "My father loves my brother. Where have I suffered such insults? This scumbag would die if he ever touched her. Don't be afraid. I'll make you comfortable later." Li Dog rubbed his hands together. He had long had his eyes on these flowery and beautiful ladies of the Chun family. But there was Su Daji watching along the way who never had a chance to get his hands on him. Now that Su Daji is sick, he probably can't afford to care about this. He'll just cook the rice first, and then won't he be afraid of loneliness all the way? Li Dog pounced on Yun Yiming as he stripped off his clothes and ripped her bodice with a tear. Yun Yiming's fragrant shoulders were half exposed, and her white skin looked more and more alluring with the red belly band inside. Li Dog swallowed hard. This woman is too watery. It's a shame to be so well endowed if you don't go down on it. Just as Li Dog was about to go down, a brick hit him directly on the back of his head. Li Dog's body stiffened, covering his head and turning back. He saw Pingon Chun looking at him coldly. There was also a bloody stone in his hand. "You!" Without waiting for Li Dog to utter a word, Pingon Chun struck again. Send Li Dog straight to the west. Yun Yiming closed her eyes in shock when she saw Li Dog's corpse. "Sister-in-law, are you all right?" Pingon Chun asked with concern. Chapter 57 Sister-in-law Hu. That was when he saw that Yun Yiming was unclothed. Sheesh. His elder brother and second brother, who died young, were so virtuous that they had married so many beautiful women. It's a shame that they were made undead before they had a chance to do anything about it. And so sorry for these sisters-in-law. Don't be afraid, the outlaws have been killed by me. Yun Yiming was so frightened that her entire body jumped right into Pingon Chen's arms and whimpered. Seeing her like this, Chun Pingon also felt a pang of heartache. "Don't be afraid, sister-in-law. I will protect you." Yun Yiming calmed down before suddenly looking up. You're not stupid." At this time, Chun Pingon's eyes were crystal clear. Where did he look like a fool? Thinking that he was going to let everyone know about this in the future anyway, Pingon Chun simply admitted it graciously. "I don't seem stupid anymore." Yun Yiming immediately pushed Chun Pingon away. Only then did she think that she was unclothed, and her entire face turned red. "I'm your sister-in-law. How can you? It's just the order of the parents to worship, and it's not really—" Chun Pingon hadn't even finished his sentence when he told Yun Yiming to slap him in the face. He was confused. Yun Yiming was also confused. She shrunk into a ball with trembling hands. "I didn't mean to, but you shouldn't joke about me," Pingon Chan said. My 2 brothers are gone, and the Chen family always owes a few sisters-in-law. When our crisis is lifted, I, Pingon Chen, swear that I will definitely give all of you sisters-in-law an explanation. Yoon Yiming looked at Chen Pingon in such a serious manner, to the point where she felt that she was overthinking things. This 3rd brother is just trying to protect her. How is she okay with hitting him? So confusing. Does it hurt? Sister-in-law didn't mean it. Yoon Yiming didn't know how to apologize, and could only reach out to touch the place where Chen Pingon had just been hit. Pingon Chen grinned. It won't hurt if your sister-in-law huffs and puffs. Yoon Yiming blushed red on the spot, wrapped up her clothes and ran away. Pingon Chen smiled as he watched Yoon Yiming leave, then coldly glanced at Lee Dog's corpse. On the spot, he dragged it to a dry well back here and dropped the body. The dry well was covered with rocks and weeds, and it was not at all obvious that a body was hidden in it. When he went back, Pingon Chen saw that Yoon Yiming had already changed her clothes. Several women are comforting her. When Su Shuer saw that Chen Pingon had returned, she rushed up on the spot and grabbed him by the ears and yanked him to the side. Say, did you bully Imon? Chen Pingon grimaced bitterly. How dare I? I see you just dare. You're a daredevil, aren't you? Pingon Chen was silent. Don't think I don't know, you always sneak a peek at a few of us at night. Have you been intending to do something wrong for a long time? How dare you? That's your sister-in-law. Su Shuer felt that Pingon Chen was simply a mongrel. Dare to do anything. Pingon Chen begged for mercy in a small voice. I really didn't, it was that Lee Dog. I did save my 4th wife, if you don't believe me go and ask. Su Shuer observed him for a moment to make sure he wasn't lying before she slapped him on the chest. Just wait for me. Next time if I find you with ill intentions, I'll see if I don't waste you that. Pingon Chen felt a cold chill underneath and immediately clamped his legs and said, No need to be so ruthless. I'm still saving it for my heirloom. He was the only male left in the Chen family. Su Shuer looked like she had thought of something and her expression was a bit sad. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I can still help with things like passing on the family name. As long as you want, I'm always available. Pingon Chen swore to the heavens. Beautiful thought. Su Shuer stomped on Pingon Chen before turning to leave. Chapter 58. Exposed. Chen Pingon scratched his head. He's not whimsical. How bad it is for these sisters-in-law to be widowed at a young age. I'm afraid it will be difficult to remarry in the future. Therefore, Pingon Chen had long thought that he wouldn't mind borrowing a seed as long as a few of his sisters-in-law were willing to do so. Anyway, it's just a matter of leaving an heir or something for all of these women, so that they can stay in the Chen family as the undead in the future in a proper manner. Of course, if they would all remarry to him, he would be happy to take them. After all, these were all women heroes who had never left the Chen family even when they were in trouble. Such an affectionate and righteous woman, Pingon Chen naturally wanted to treat her well. Just as he was thinking about this, that Wu Yu returned. Pingon Chen. It was you who sneak attacked me just now, wasn't it? He came up and wanted to find trouble with Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen covered his head and hid behind Su Su and Su Shuer. These two are both masters of martial arts. Who wants to hurt him, not even adore? You still want to lynch? Su Quality asked. Looks like you don't put Captain Su in your eyes. Su Shuer threatened. Wu Yu has eaten the loss of these 2 women, naturally do not dare to mess around, not to mention that he has to continue to monitor these people. 2 out of the head is not his style. This time, the darkness will have to be swallowed. Next time, he would definitely not let Pingon Chen have a good time. By nightfall, Wu Yu realized that Lee Dog had been missing, so he asked the others. The result is that you get the same answer. He suspiciously looked over at Pingon Chen's side. Yoon Yiming. Where did Dog Lee go? Wu Yu went to Yoon Yiming to ask questions. Yoon Yiming had long been greeted, so she said, That errand boy said the road was lonely, and since he couldn't go he had to go to town to find fun. Wu Yu knows what kind of nature that Lee Dog is. Holding up business for a woman like he does. So he didn't go looking for anyone else and just waited for him to come back on his own. 3 days passed very quickly, and during these 3 days Wu Yong always found trouble with Pingon Chen, feeding him rancid food and pouring cold water over his entire body. Anyway, it didn't hurt anyone, but it made it hard for Pingon Chen. In this regard, Chen Pingon still acted as a fool and did not show half a trace. The good times didn't end until the stagecoach received a letter from the court urging them to go on their way. Su Daji was also well at this time. Departure, Wang Era City. At his command, the party set off again. Wu Yu asked, Wait, Lee Dog hasn't shown up yet. What's the point of waiting for him? That kind of thing who forgets his business for a woman. He'll just wait to go back to jail. Su Daji had long heard that Li Dog had disappeared. Even if he thought about it with his toes, he knew that it was done by Pingon Chen. Now that he has gotten into the ship of thieves, it's not easy to get off, so it's better to wait and see what happens. Hopefully, on this trip to Wangyuan City, Chen Pingon would really be able to untie the dead knot and save his life. Inside Wangyuan City, it was not as quiet as it appeared. Yun Yiming's brother, Yun Yishan, was discussing things with City Lord Lu Tianya. That's when someone came to report. City Lord, the Chen families old and young have been escorted into the city. That fast? Lu Tianya stood up. Yun Yishan said, "It's already too late. I thought there was some kind of arrangement, but now it seems there's still no way to stop the danger from happening." What danger? This trip is definitely dangerous. Qin Gao's people might have all blended into Wangyuan City. Yun Yishan reminded. Lu Tianya paced back and forth and suddenly said, "I'll send someone to reach out to your sister and the others to see if we can look for an opportunity to help them out." Yun Yishan didn't feel right. Anyone who approaches will be detected by the escorting soldiers. Not to mention the unknown number of scouts watching along the way. Report, there is a secret message from the Marquis of Zhenan. Chapter 59. The way back is broken. Lu Tianya and Yun Yishan were both stunned. How could the Marquis of Zhenan's residence send a secret message at this time? Lu Tianya immediately took the secret letter and carefully examined it. How? One good news, one bad news, Lu Tianya said. Yun Yishan immediately said, "It's already time for you to stop selling out. The good news is that third Prince Chen is enduring humiliation and playing dumb. What about the bad news? The Chen family has been targeted by several forces, all of which want them to have a death wish." Yun Yishan immediately became anxious upon hearing this. The Chen family can't be destroyed, and besides, his sister is still in the group. What does the Zhenan candidate mean? Ask me to do my best to save the Chen family members. Yun Yishan dropped into a chair. Isn't this a clear attempt to pit Lu Tianya against the court? How could Lu Tianya agree? Plus, it's not a good thing to do. Lu Tianya clenched his fists. The matter is feasible. What? Yun Yishan didn't expect Lu Tianya to agree just like that. This is a crime of treason, you. The great general has done me a great favor by recreating me. I can't drag my family into this, but I'll do whatever I can for the Chen family's liver and brain. Lu Tianya had already prepared himself for this matter. He would do it as a human being and definitely not involve others. Lu Tianya intends to take the crime of treason all by himself and accompanies Chen Sangongzi and his party to escape. It was the best he could come up with. And right at that moment, Han Qingyun, the commander of the guards, hurriedly walked in. Reporting to the city lord, there are scouts mixing into the city, and they are coming for Duke Yun. As soon as he heard that it was directed at Duke Yun, Lu Tianya's face changed. Yun Yishan was also startled. I was very careful when I first entered the city. How could I have been discovered? There are so many people in the city that it's just a matter of time before they're found out. But for this to happen at this critical moment, I'm afraid it's not a good sign. Both were worried. Lu Tianya asked Han Qingyun, "Did you find out what it was about?" Han Qingyun immediately said, "Arrested one of them and only forced the other to ask if he was from the Jia family, the #1 merchant family in Dechu." Yun Yishan sighed in relief. This Jia family and my Yun family are mortal rivals. It's not surprising that their people have their eyes on me. I guess they see that I'm alone and want to use the opportunity to deal with me. Lu Tianya waved his hand. If it's really that simple to the point, I'm afraid things aren't simple. Yun Yishan was puzzled. Two big families against each other. Is there any other trouble? Now that your Yun family and the Chen family are related by marriage, and the world knows that the Chen family is being exiled and will inevitably pass through Wangyuan City, and you appear in Wangyuan City at this time, who can say why? This? Yun Yishan was momentarily dumbfounded. Lu Tianya frowned. If you're caught here on anything, I'm afraid it's not you alone who will suffer, but everyone in the Yun family will be implicated. Things had gotten so big that Yun Yishan couldn't sit still for a bit. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Lu Tianya immediately said, "Since you have been exposed, you must leave the city immediately. Wouldn't it be more of a desire for me to leave now? As long as you weren't in the city at the time of the accident, and you find someone to help you prove your deeds, even if that Jia family grinds their teeth, they won't be able to convict your Yun family. Who in this world could have that?" Lu Tianya shook the secret letter in his hand. Zhenan waiter Su Lai. the Jinan candidate that has military honors plus being a marquis. Even if someone wanted to move him, they wouldn't dare to be too blatant, or at least the evidence would have to be overwhelming. Right now, only the Marquis of Zhenan's side is safer. It can protect Uni Mountain's safety. Where is that person being held? Lu Tianya asked Han Qingyun again. Chapter 60. Escape one by one. Han Qingyun immediately said, imprisoned in the city lord's mansion's cell. Lu Tianya held his forehead. Did you escort this man into the house out of earshot? This? Han Qingyun lowered his head. Apparently not. Lu Tianya sighed. You are really confused. Why don't you take the person out of the city for interrogation to avoid suspicion for the city lord's mansion? Han Qingyun was silent. At that time, I thought it was just a thief, but I didn't know that there were so many ways in it. Lu Tianya strengthened his decision. Go, send Duke Yun out of the city now. Make sure to send an expert to protect him, and absolutely not reveal that he is from the city lord's mansion. Yunishan was listening on the side and knew that things were not good. It was just a matter of him saving the Chen family alone, but now that the matter of teaming up with Lu Tianya was called out, then Lu Tianya was in danger. I'm afraid it will also affect his rescue plan later. Even if you save someone, there are so many witnesses who are afraid they can't be taken off the hook. It was my carelessness that caused trouble for you, City Lord. Yunishan arched his hands and bowed, feeling very guilty. Lu Tianya held him up. That's all. Things have come to this, and I don't want to be left alone. I only ask that the City Lord's mansion not be implicated. Lu Tianya immediately returned to his position and wrote a letter and handed it to Yunishan. Don't wait. Leave at once. Yunishan actually wanted to meet his little sister and the Chen family. But now he knew that he had caused great trouble for Lu Tianya, and it would be his fault if he stayed. So he had no choice but to follow the arrangement and quickly leave Wangyuan City. I hope it's not too late to undo everything. Lu Tianya had people prepare gold and silver for Yunishan as a traveling allowance, and then sent people to protect Yunishan out of the city. I'm not leaving. I've harmed you, City Lord. It's too unrighteous to leave like this. Yunishan thought about it but decided to stay and work with Lu Tianya. But Lu Tianya shook his head. The success or failure of this rescue is hard to predict. You don't have to stay here and take the risk. Available. If you really feel sorry for me, then take my son with you. As long as there was still a trace of blood remaining in his Lu family, he would have no regrets if he died. Yunishan couldn't push back and understood that this might be Lu Tianya's trust. He was sorry enough for Lu Tianya. Where else could he refuse this request from him? One can only agree stiffly. It was also just as Yunishan's carriage was leaving the city, just in time for Sudaji to enter the city with the exiled people. Yunishan glanced at the exile procession from a distance in the carriage, and his heart was chagrined. If he had a little more brains, he wouldn't have to look at the head and not the tail. Hopefully, this time the city lord would be able to rescue him successfully. Otherwise, if he still dragged the city lord down because of this, he would really deserve to die. Chun Pingon glanced at the speeding carriage and did not pay too much attention to it. At this time, Wu Yui foxed and kicked Pingon Chun in the leg, causing him to fall to the ground. Slow as hell. Get up and get on with your journey. Pingon Chun was helped up by his two sisters-in-law and glanced at Wu Yong. Wu Yong sneered. What? Not convinced? Pingon Chun continued to rush without speaking, but this hand was cupping a stone. He deliberately popped in front of Wu's feet when that Wu picked up the water bag to drink. Wu with his feet on the stone, a slip on the spot fell a dog gnawing mud. Ha 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 ha. Pingon Chun happily clapped his hands and laughed. Wu Yong spat out a mouthful of grass and angrily looked at Pingon Chen, hating that he could not kill him. This little hiccup didn't stop the group from entering the city. And at this moment, Lu Tianya was already waiting for the Chun clan's group inside the city. It wasn't just him, the stupid assassins were ambushed as well. Chapter 61. All walk faster for me, don't dawdle. Sudaji urged the team and slowed down himself instead. This Wu Yu was leading the way in front and could not take care of the situation behind him. However, seeing Sudaji deliberately slowing down his pace, he still couldn't help but look back frequently. At this time, Su Shuer walked directly in front of Wu Yong, deliberately blocking his view. I'm thirsty. What's the use of looking for me when you're thirsty? Still think you're some kind of lady of the house? You're just a bunch of exiled prisoners. Wu Yong wanted Su Shuer to get out of the way, but it wasn't just Su Shuer. At this time, Yun Yiming with a few other women had also surrounded him to make various requests. Wu Yu was so wrapped up that he couldn't take care of Su Deji's side, and at this time, Su Daji also understood that that was a deliberate act by the Chen family's female family members. He walked to the side of Chen Pingon and asked in a low voice, "That Li dog? Trying to humiliate my sister-in-law and make me kill her?" Chen Pingon admitted the crime very calmly. "If this matter is passed back by Wu Yu, I'm afraid to say that I've brutalized my fellow officers, and I can't pick it off even more. Don't pick it if you can't pick it clearly, because that Wu Wu won't live long anymore." Su Daichi was surprised at what he heard. "What do you mean by that? Could it be that you can still count?" Pingon Chen smiled. Whose territory this Wangyuan city was, he had heard a little about it along the way. As long as there were no surprises, Marquis Su's people should have arrived as well. These 3 days weren't a waste of time to wait, just to give Suho's people plenty of time to prepare. It was believed that both the crisis and the turnaround would be within this Wangyuan city, and a great battle would be unavoidable after entering. Su Daichi was anxious. "Don't you laugh. Quickly tell me your plan." Pingon Chen asked Su Daji to come over with his ears attached. "You just need to remember one thing." By the time Su Daji finished listening, his entire body was still dizzy. This is a done deal. Don't worry, as the saying goes, planning is in the hands of man and accomplishing is in the hands of heaven. Now if you want to know if I am blessed by heaven, the next calamity is the best evidence. Su Daji seemed to understand, but seeing that Chen Pingon was so confident, he also gained confidence. "Okay, I'll bet my whole family's lives and trust you for once." Su Daichi swaggered back to the front. And at this time, those women's families did not pester Wu. Wu Yu subconsciously glanced at Pingon Chen, who was giggling with a flower. It always felt like he was missing out on something important. Wanderlust. Su Daji hummed a little tune and hitched a ride on Wu Yong's shoulder. "Brothers, we are about to enter Wangyuan City. Brothers are happy? Wait for the restaurant to rub a meal?" Wu said, "Let's forget about it. We'd better report to the post station. If something goes wrong with these exiles, we'll all lose our heads." Su Daichi shook his head. "Then you won't have the good fortune to eat. This is Wangyuan City. There are specialized servants in the post station. It's always fine to help us keep an eye on things. If you're happy to watch, then watch, and let's go drink and eat." Su Daji greeted the other 3 after he finished speaking. Those 3 heard about drinking and eating meat and walked even more vigorously. Wu Yong always felt that something was wrong, but could not find the clue, and could only wait carefully for Su Daji or Chen Pingon to reveal their footsteps. Inside the city lord's mansion over here, the lights were brightly lit. Lu Tianya directly stood up with a slap on the table. Seeing this, Han Qingyun immediately followed. "City lord, where are you going?" Lu Tianya's face was grave. "It can't wait, it has to be done first." Chapter 62. Killing and Decisive. Han Qingyun knew that he had caused the trouble, so he said, "This matter should still be left to my subordinates, and when things go wrong then my subordinates will bear the burden alone, and you will definitely not be implicated, City Lord." Lu Tianya glanced at him. "General Chen's family has been kind to me, and the matter of the rescue was originally a matter for me alone to say that I am implicated. It is I who have implicated you. City Lord, the Chen family has been kind to you. You have been just as kind to us. Even if you don't say anything, we will still be with you in Wangyuan City." Lu Tianya waved his hand. "I've already bested my determination to die for sure, but if you guys dragged your family to be implicated, then it's hard for me to die with peace of mind. So I'll do this thing alone, you all pretend not to know, and when the time comes that the higher-ups blame you all just put the blame on me." Lu Tianya was planning to break the pot and completely lose his life to the Chen family. Han Qingyun immediately knelt down. "City Lord, think twice. Leave this matter to my subordinates. Now that Duke Yun has left, those people outside will not dare to do anything to you as a court official as long as they can't catch a substantial handle." Han Qingyun was trying to help Lu Tianya take the blame. Anyway, he was the one who grabbed the man in front of everyone, and he couldn't get away with it. It would be better to take all the blame on himself, and perhaps preserve the city lord's mansion. Lu Tianya helped Han Qingyun up. "I have long thought of this matter, and it shall not be. Then how are you going to save the Chen family alone? If it fails, you'll have wasted your life, and you'll have caused all of the Chen family members to die. The matter is too reckless." Lu Tianya also knew that it would be difficult for him alone to accomplish anything. Han Qingyun clapped his hands. Soon a dozen men came in. "I've already discussed this with my brothers just now. General Chen is full of loyalty. We absolutely cannot let the Chen family break the flame. We are willing to swear to follow the city lord to the death and save the people along with you." Hearing this, Lu Tianya's eyes moistened. But, don't worry, city lord. I've already sent my family out of the city. My family too. My family too. All of them were prepared to break their backs and go to war with Lu Tianya. Lu Tianya was touched. Arching his hand, he said to the crowd, Lu is untalented and is here to thank all of you for your high-mindedness on behalf of the late great general. He needed help, so even if he had to lose the lives of these people, Lu Tianya couldn't refuse their request. Lu Tianya had someone bring over a jar of wine and drank with a few of his brothers to fortify himself, then smashed the bowl. With this done, Lu Tianya's eyes were already filled with determination. Go to the dungeon. In the dungeon of the city lord's mansion, that scout was still sitting nicely in his cell, waiting for the city lord's mansion to release him. When he saw city lord Lu Tianya arrive, he immediately got up. Now that you know what I am, should you release me? Otherwise, my master's family will definitely charge you with treason. Open the door. Lu Tianya commanded. The head of the cell opened and punched the lock. Lu Tianya raised his right hand as he entered. Han Qingyun understood, and directly drew his saber, handing it to Lu Tianya with both hands. Lu Tianya collected my hilt. What, you still want to kill me? Aren't you afraid of? Swish. The hand rose up and a bloodstain appeared on the man's neck. He covered his neck, but couldn't stop the steady flow of blood. You! Maid! Before the man could finish his sentence, he fell to the ground, dead. Lu Tianya coldly returned the knife to Han Qingyun, took out a handkerchief and wiped it off, dropping it on the ground. Deal with it. Chapter 63. Fearless in the face of danger. Lu Tianya returned to the center hall and continued to deal with official business. At this point, he had already instructed Han Qingyun to send someone to guard the city gates. As soon as he had the chance, he handed Chen Pingon a note so that he could rescue him later. The side of the stagecoach was definitely not safe, and if someone wanted to kill Chen Pingon, that side would be the best place to ambush him. And Lu Tianya was also clear that that place was the most dangerous under the watchful eyes of all forces. His people absolutely cannot appear in the vicinity of the stagecoach station. Otherwise, I am afraid that the city master's residence will be in danger before he can do anything. Just as Lu Tianya put up his pen and prepared to draw a suggested layout of the city, the sound of weapons landing suddenly came from outside. He had a good ear and immediately got up and tried to go out to check. A dark shadow was seen quickly rushing into the center hall, and in the blink of an eye, it came face to face with Lu Tianya in front of the table. This person was black-clothed and masked. The sword in his hand was already pointing at Lu Tianya's neck. As long as it was 1 inch closer, it would be able to stab Lu Tianya. Lu Tianya, on the other hand, stood still, and that mighty and unyielding aura was very intimidating. Who are you? The masked killer sneered, but did not speak. Lu Tianya knew that this person was coming from a bad place, but he didn't want him dead right away. That meant that there was someone else behind this person. Come out. Why hide your head if you're here? As soon as Lu Tianya's words fell, 2 people came in from outside. The one who led the way was the merchant Jia Jia's son Jia Buju. This person often traveled around Wangyuan City in business, so Lu Tianya recognized him. But the man behind him, Lu Tianya's tiger body shook. I didn't expect so soon the Jia family invited such a big shot. No wonder they dared to trespass on this city lord's mansion. Wang Xian was a fierce general under Emperor Chu Jianghe's command. He was personally promoted by Chu Jianghe to become a garrison general stationed near Wangyuan City. Now that the Jia family had sought out Wang Xian, it seemed that they had moved to kill. Immediately after that, another set of people rushed in from outside, looking not at all like officials and soldiers, but more like bandits. Lu Tianya saw the dress of these people, and then looked at the neat and tidy behavior of these people. It was immediately clear that these people were soldiers dressed as bandits, so it was no wonder that their temperament was unlike that. Seeing these people, Lu Tianya had a number in mind. This is to create a tragic case of bandits breaking into the city lord's mansion and exterminating the family. This would allow him to be tried without any warrant as a court official and still allow him to die quietly. Good math. Lu Tianya suddenly thought of something and his face changed. Could it be that they were trying to massacre the city? This way, even if everyone in the Chen family was buried here, no one would be able to trace them, and the bandits would be the only ones to blame. It's really a clean slate. Lu Tianya was chilled to the bone. After all his calculations, he hadn't counted on the ruthlessness of these people. What now? To stop Pingon Chen and the others from entering the city? But is it too late now? In fact, it was too late, The procession had already entered the city. It was only a matter of time before we entered the stagecoach. And what Lu Tianya was more worried about in his heart now was that these people must have brought more than just these soldiers. If those from Wang Xian's barracks have entered the city, how many people must this be? Is the entire city of Wang Yuan about to be slaughtered by them? Lu Tianya, you intended to help exiled prisoners escape. This crime can be big or small. If you don't want to suffer, explain everything now. I can still give you a whole body. Jia Buzhao opened his folding fan while opening his mouth to lobby. Lu Tianya questioned, you entered the city lord's mansion with this makeup? But are you thinking of slaughtering the city? Jabu laughed out loud. Lu Tianya, you're quite smart. How did you know we were going to slaughter the city? Chapter 64. Torture. Lu Tianya's eyes were slightly convex. You people have no conscience. Those people in the city are so innocent. You are not afraid of retribution for slaughtering the whole city. Hearing this, Wang Xian coldly grunted. If it were not for the existence of those of you who have long been plotting treason, why would His Holiness have taken the trouble to send you to the Western Paradise as well? Blame yourselves for having insubordination and seeking your own death. Lu Tianya smiled. His eyes filled with misery. They had worked so hard for Dechu, and all they had gotten in return was their lord's suspicion. So was it wrong to be passionate in the first place? He looked at Wang Xian. Don't be complacent. Our end today is your end tomorrow. Lu Tianya's curse angered Wang Xian. Humph. Seek death. Not to be killed, and to be asked about his plans. Jia Buzhao stopped it. Wang Xian sniffed with some dissatisfaction, but still put away his sword. Tie up the man and take him to the dungeon. I want to interrogate him myself. Lu Tianya was escorted to the dungeon. Before that, he still secretly threw a ball of paper onto the ground in a hidden place. After he was escorted to the dungeon, Han Qingyun, who had been hiding in the shadows, immediately appeared and wandered around the table, discovering the ball of paper Lu Tianya had left behind. When he opened it, the contents moved him. Lu Tianya ordered Han Qingyun and the others to try their best to rescue the Chen clan's people from leaving Wangyuan City without having to care about him. Han Qingyun knew that he couldn't save Lu Tianya at this time, and going would be a waste of his life. The only way to fulfill the city lord's wish is to live up to his sacrifice. Han Qingyun immediately left to join the other brothers. Rescue must be advanced. And at this time, Lu Tianya had already been whipped a dozen times and was covered in blood. To say or not to say? Lu Tianya faced Wang Xian's questioning and gritted his teeth without uttering a word. Quite a man, but I will show no mercy. This was followed by another whip. Lu Tianya was dying at this point. He only prayed that Han Qingyun would see his note and be able to save Chen Pingon. As for this city full of people, it was he who had wronged these people, and he was willing to make amends with this life. Lu Tianya was already prepared for certain death. And understand how scary this emperor is. Thousands of miles away, yet still knows everything about Wangyuan City. It can be seen that this person's means are heavenly. The Chen family is afraid that if they can escape this robbery today, they may not be able to escape the pursuit of the Dechu royal family. Jia Buzhao closed his folding fan. It's not a good idea to go on like this. We need to change the torture device or we won't be able to ask anything if the person dies. Wang Xian thought it made sense and had someone prepare a branding iron, which definitely made life worse than death when burned on the body. Cannonballing? This is interesting, I'll do it. Jia Buzhao immediately became interested. Lu Tianya knew deep down that he might not be able to support himself if he continued to be so. For the safety of the Chen family and for the safety of Su Ho and the others, Lu Tianya took advantage of these people's inattention and bit his tongue on the spot. Not good. He's going to bite his tongue. Jia doesn't pretend to have someone stop it. But it was too late. Lu Tianya still succeeded. As he took his last breath, his eyes stared at Jabu dead in the face. Jabu covered his mouth and nose with a hanky. Obscure. General Wang, what now? Just then a skirmisher came by. Handed him something. That's the sack. Wang Xian immediately opened the cloth bag, but found it empty. He rose an eyebrow. What's wrong? 2 times in a row it's empty. It looks like this Wu Yu is exposed. Jia Bufa immediately frowned upon hearing this. Is this the eye you planted? Chapter 65 Kill them all. Wang Xian was cold. This Wu Yu is a person sent from the emperor's side, has been cautious and careful. I cannot imagine that it is still. Who could that be? Could it be that there's really someone so unafraid to disobey His Majesty to rescue those losers from the Chen family? Wang Xian glared at Jia Buzhao. What do you know? Those people, as long as they are alive, can call on half of Dechu's army with a single command. Jia Buzhuang immediately shook his head. I don't believe it. This army is the army of the Holy Lord. Could it still listen to the orders of a Chen family? Wang Xian did not explain. Great General Chen has been in command countless times, and the talents of the generals brought out by his side are one match for another. Nowadays, all these people are distributed to work as officials or in business. Otherwise, a Chen family would be able to match so many famous girls just by having their heirs married. After all, it's not the family lineage that's still intact. And the saint is in such a hurry to solve the Chen family, is to plug the long mouth, otherwise the world is not surnamed Chu, but also when it is surnamed Chen. Jiabu closed his mouth. Wang Xian, however, had a new plan. Since Wu Yu may be exposed, the Exile team cannot remain. Jia doesn't fake surprise. Are you really going to slaughter the city? When he first brought the people here, he had agreed to just deter Lu Tianya, and by the way, take over the City Lord's mansion to avoid someone in the City Lord's mansion from letting Chen Pingon and the others go in a coordinated manner. But now it seemed that Wang Xian had really moved to kill. I'm not going, you are. What? I'll go. The matter of slaughtering the city was no small matter, and Jia Buzhuang was a bit vain. Wang Xian said, slaughtering the city was a decision of last resort, and letting you go is a direct solution to the Exile team. Jiabu sighed in relief. It wouldn't hurt for me to go, but you'll have to lend me some men, too, or how will you do it? Wang Xian immediately pointed at those people outside. Pick any 100 people, it's enough. But I heard that there are 2 powerful pussies in the team. I'm afraid 100 people won't be enough. Jiabu is still cautious. Wang Xian immediately glared at him. Do you think these soldiers of mine are ordinary people? They are all elites, one for one. Jia Buzhao knew that Wang Xian was angry. Before he could be implicated, he immediately smiled and went to pick out someone. 100 men, all of whom Jia Buzhu chose to be big, burly men, sneaked out of the city lord's mansion through the back door. The remaining 100 or so people, under Wang Xian's orders, slaughtered the entire city lord's mansion, not even sparing the chickens, ducks, and livestock of the city lord's mansion. Outside, there was a lively hustle and bustle, and the city lord's mansion was already bleeding to death. Some of these people who accidentally saw it could only cover their mouths and flee, and anyone who dared to speak half a word was looking for death. Jia Buzhu led the men directly to the vicinity of the stagecoach. Since this side of the stagecoach had been greeted long ago, Jia Buzhuang took out his token and easily dismissed the stagecoach's original guards and replaced them with his men, just waiting for the Exile team to arrive and close the door for a massacre. This Wangyuan city is quite affluent. Look at these people. They are living a very comfortable life. Su Daji casually chatted with the people around him. Zhang Hong said, Chief, which restaurant are we going to drink at later? You just know how to eat. First escort the man to the post and make the handover, what's the hurry? Su Daji said and quickened his pace. At this time, Pingon Chen was in the group, but he was looking around. Although these people didn't seem to be anything unusual, he had a vague bad feeling. It was logical that the best place for this ambush would be the stagecoach, but there was no guarantee that the assassin would show up at any time. Could it be that these people are in this state now? Could it be that City Lord Lu Tianya has intentionally arranged it? Then these people are in too much danger. Chapter 66. Passing on a message in a burnt cake. All the way over, especially when he was almost at the stage, Chen Pingon realized that there were fewer and fewer people here. No, or the people hanging around this neighborhood are a little strange. Not like ordinary people, but like... With a guess, Chen Pingon came to an abrupt halt. Burrito, I want a burrito, meat bun. Pingon Chen sat down on the ground, stomped his legs, and made a scene. Wu Yong immediately walked over when he saw this. Get up or I'll whip you. I want delicious food. I want candy canes. Pingon Chen just wouldn't go. At this time, Su Shuer and Yun Yiming walked over. Together, they wanted to assist Chen Pingon, who knew that Chang Pingon suddenly embraced Su Shuer, and a face also vigorously rubbed into Su Shuer's arms. This could make Su Shuer lose a bit of face. She turned red and questioned, What are you doing? Fear, fear. Fear, fear. Su Shuer didn't feel right. But just then, Pingon Chan whispered to Su Shuer, There is an ambush. Su Shuer stiffened. How should this be picked up? I want to eat grandma. Pingon Chin played rogue. A lot of people pointed at him when this was said. It's so shameless. Su Shuer also said nothing with a red face. If she didn't know that Pingon Chan was trying to deliberately stall for time, she would have really slapped this shameless one. Right at this moment, a little tyke came over and kindly handed Pingon-chan a burrito. Brother, eat. That Wu Yu was immediately going to stop it. A leg kick was thrown by Su Shuer. What are you? If Mr. Chun-san wants to eat baklava, let him eat it. If you keep nagging, I'll break your legs. A group of people were obviously helped with their hands, but Su Shuer could still use her feet without using her hands. This made Wu furious. He climbed to his feet and said, I was worried that the baklava was poisoned and checked it before I gave it to him. However, Pingon-chun had already turned his back on him and wolfed down his food. As expected, there was cloth hidden inside. He opened it and read it and immediately swallowed it with the burrito in his stomach. By the time Wu rushed over, he had opened his mouth and laughed. Wu was a step too late and wondered if there was something wrong with that burrito. Enough fooling around? Go on. Just then, Chun Pingon climbed up, glanced towards a few people in the crowd, and continued to walk towards the front as if nothing had happened. There was an ambush at the stagecoach. To enter it is to die. But now Pingon-chun had to go in. Otherwise it will involve innocent people here. Those assassins could do it with no regard for the people, but he couldn't. Han Qingyun watched with his own eyes as Chun Pingon and the others entered the post and was somewhat anxious. Commander, what now? It's full of killers. We're afraid it'll be difficult to get people out if we go in. Yeah, have to come up with a foolproof plan. Han Qingyun fell into deep thought. At this point, he could only wait for what news Pingon-chan could send out. Otherwise, he didn't dare to act rashly. Not to mention, when these people just entered the post, Sudaji and the others didn't go in and took care of this handover at the door. Aren't you going in? The man in charge of the reception asked. It's not too much to ask to get something to eat and drink when you're tired from rushing, right? Sudaji said. During this dilly-dallying, the Chun family members were also waiting outside the post. Quite a few of the people gathered around to see what was going on. This is obviously not the right time to do it. If Sudaji didn't go in, there was no way for those people to force these escorting soldiers to go in the post. Right at this time of stalemate, Chun Pingon made another mess. Beat you to death, you lecherous thief. Chapter 67. Waiting for the right moment. Only to see two men dressed as civilians were grabbing Chen Pingon and punching and kicking him, while a woman covered her face and cried. Sudaji knew that Pingon-chan was pretending, so this farce must have a moral. He simply walked over. What's going on? This damn fool. Bullying my sister. The younger man explained. At this point, the woman cried even more. It turned out that Pingon-chan had taken advantage of the human girl's inattention to rip off the other party's belt, and topped it with his head. This has not directly caused the other girl's clothes to spread. Almost did not show the spring light on the spot. When the girl cried, her father and brother happened to be nearby. But you caught Pingon-chan beating him up? Sudaji immediately went over to explain. And don't be angry with yourselves. This is a fool. Why bother with him in general? At this time, the post station came out two policemen dressed, on the spot on Chun Pingon on the shackles. What are you doing? Along the way, a group of people is to use the rope-tied hands to pull skewers forward. Now with shackles, that is very inconvenient. Especially running away, which is just plain exhausting. He's a felon, so naturally he'll be under heavy guard. At this time, two more people went over and put both Su Shuer and Su Su in shackles. If Su Deji still didn't feel that something was wrong, then he was stupid. Chun Pingon had long since noticed Han Qingyun and the others in the crowd. Just now, while he was being beaten by the woman's father and brother, he took advantage of the blood in his mouth to hastily write a few words on the foot of his clothes, tore them off and slipped them unnoticed into the belt of the woman's elder brother. All of this, of course, could not be accomplished by Chun Pingon alone. Fortunately, Sudaji came over to help him block the view of Wu Yong and the others. By the time the two errand boys came over to put the torture device on him, Pingon-chan had already delivered the message. Escort to the stagecoach's makeshift cell, someone ordered. At this time, Sudaji was uneasy and simply followed Pingon-chan to see if he could get a little hint. Wu has been following it pretty closely. Sudaji simply gave Zhang Hong a wink. After all, the two had been brothers for many years, and Zhang Hong pulled Zhang Hong and Ming to pester Wu Yong after he realized Sudaji's intentions. We're going for a drink later? Are you sure you're not going to join us? That's right, our A to come out of the brothers. Can live back is not yet known, this wine or have to drink together to be interesting. Sudaji watched as the two officers locked the man in a wooden cell. Wait, these are in the cell and the shackles aren't coming off? This is the rule. The errand boy was arrogant and didn't put Sudaji in his eyes at all. Sudaji had no choice. A strong dragon can't suppress a snake in the ground. You can only dish it out and wait for the opportunity. Then I'll have to double-check that this place is safe. Su Deji deliberately turned around in this cell. Those two errand boys were both brought in by Jia Buzhao. Thinking that all of these people would have to die tonight, they were not at all worried about what Su Daji could pull off. Go outside and keep watch. Seeing that these two people really didn't have the patience to continue staring at him anymore, Su Daji came to Ping and Chen's cell. Mr. Chen, something's not right. Pingon Chen was lying on the ground, as if he was looking for bugs, and giggled every now and then. His disguise is afraid of someone secretly spying. To avoid exposure, naturally have to do a full set of theater. Don't look my way. There must be someone else hiding here watching us. Su Daji immediately stirred when he heard it. Chapter 68 Decisions. But Su Daji reacted quickly and immediately walked again. Pingon Chan said in a low voice, "This is a dead end. Someone is trying to kill to silence. It can't be. Isn't this Wangyuan City? Didn't you say you had someone to meet you, so how come there's still a kill?" Su Daji's misgivings are not unfounded. He had hesitated at first because he was unsure if following Chen Pingon was a way to fight his way out. But now, if a crisis is at hand, does he still have to think about his future and that of his brothers? Pingon Chen knew that at this time he was on his own, and there was no way to give Su Daji any guarantees. But he still reminded Su Daji, "It's not impossible to turn in, but you'll have to weigh who you'd be better off following." Su Daichi clenched his fists. "All I ask for is a way out for myself and my brother and our families." Pingon Chen suddenly looked up. "And have you ever wondered if the people who sent you out really wanted you to go back alive?" "What do you mean?" Su Daji pursued. "It doesn't mean anything. Just see if you dare to follow my bet." Su Daji looked around, not caring if someone was peeking. "It's about time you stopped selling." Pingon Chen took the small stone and scratched it on the ground. "If this assassination, they are planning to leave no one alive, then you must be prepared for your loved ones to be killed." Pingon Chen was not being alarmist. Su Daji's gang were originally small escort soldiers. But who made them escort the Chen family? How many people wanted all of the Chen family to die? Then Su Daji, these people followed them together with the same food, living with the same peer. Finally, if they watch them being killed, will they still wait to stay alive to let them later to identify the heinous crimes of some people? That person would love to kill everyone who knows about it. First the Chen family, then these escorting soldiers. Then again, I'm afraid it's those who work for him. Pingon Chen shook his head and laughed lightly. In this world, human life is as worthless as grass. Su Daji came out of the cell with a heavy heart. Chan Pingon's words stirred him up, and he couldn't even bring himself to drink and eat meat. By this time, Wu Yu is worried that Chang Pingon and Su Daji are having a catfight and has gone to the cell to check it out, and Su Daji took his two brothers to the side to talk. "Have you ever thought that while we are out selling our lives and suffering, our loved ones may have been brutally murdered?" "Head, what are you talking about?" "That's right. Isn't our family still at home, waiting for us to return?" And Ming smiled with a happy face. Anming had just gotten married not long before he followed Su Daji to take over this errand. He was most anxious to go back early so that he could keep with his daughter-in-law. Su Daji looked at the two brothers who knew nothing and was miserable inside. He's just a blind old lady, and he's getting old. If he really didn't kill those sons of Es, then he would definitely go back for revenge. But right now, he couldn't be sure of the situation at home, and he couldn't fully believe what Pingon Chen was saying. "Why don't we bet on it?" When Su Daji remembered these words from Pingon Chen, his entire brain was mush. Bet on it? What? The two men were uncertain. Zhang Hong asked, "Boss, are you going to the gambling house to gamble?" "No, it's a bet on life." Su Daji greeted his two brothers to attach their ears when he finished speaking. He didn't say anything about Pingon Chen, only that he had noticed something wrong with the stagecoach and told his brothers to be on their guard. Something big is going to happen tonight. Chapter 69. Toad wants to eat swan meat. Su Daji decided to take a gamble with Pingon Chen, if it was really like what Pingon Chen said. Then the next thing he knew was which direction his Su Daji's future was headed. Just as the three had finished their discussion, Wu Yu walked over. The three of them immediately dispersed, looking like no one in particular. Wu Yu felt strange and had a vague bad feeling in his heart. Had his identity been revealed? With a twinkle in his eye, he decided to test the waters. The few escorting soldiers over here were still battling it out, while Pingon Chen in his cell was lying on a pile of weeds and faking sleep. Su is taking care of the baby and doesn't have time to care about anything else. But Su Shuer and Yun Yiming were not so calm. They had been secretly looking towards Pingon Chen's side. Knowing that Pingon Chen was playing dumb, he had just become the backbone of the two girls' hearts. What to do next had to wait for Pingon Chen to make a decision. Third brother, Su Shuer shouted. Pingon Chen opened his eyes. Sandy, you? Sister-in-law, hungry. Pingon Chen suddenly covered his stomach and shouted that he was hungry. The two women knew at a glance that this place was perhaps being secretly watched, and immediately did not dare to talk to Pingon Chen again. But Chen Pingon was not idle. Directly pulled off a small piece of cloth biting his finger, wrote a few words on it, wrapped the stones secretly thrown into Su Shuer their cell. Su Shuer immediately caught it, and the two of them looked around the corner. Bide your time and be at ease. The two women were quite relieved. As long as Pingon Chen had instructions, then there was no need for them to panic. Jabu had already walked back and forth through the house several times. When he saw someone enter the room, he immediately asked after him. How is it? Are the people all arranged? Now they're in a cell and can't get away. That's not what I'm asking. What about her? Is she okay? Jabu's eyes were filled with anticipation. Miss Xia looks like she's still in good spirits. It's just that she's inevitably suffered along the way and has lost a lot of weight. You see, I told you that if she'd married me in the first place, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Jia Buzhao tapped the tabletop with his folding fan. I can't afford to miss again this time. She, Xia Shishir, can no longer look at me, but will soon only be my woman. I need her to bend under me and escape all my previous humiliations back together. Jia Bufa adored Xia Shishir, but unfortunately, the other party didn't even look at him. Now that the Chen family had to die right away, Xia Shishir would have to beg for Jia No False if she wanted to live. It was as if Jia Buzhao had already seen Xia Shishir kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. No way! This young master can't wait any longer. Go find an excuse to bring that Xia Shishir to the next room. I'm going to have sex with her soon. The subordinate didn't say anything when he saw Jia Buzhuang like this. Who let the other party is the master, he is the servant, can only follow orders. Xia Shishir, come out. Jia Bufa's men went straight to the cell and ordered Xia Shishir. Shashi was surprised. She was one of the lesser known of the sisters. How is it that they are now being named? You can't just take her away. Su Shuer protected Xia Shishir behind her. What's your hurry? It'll soon be your turn. The henchman didn't give a damn and greeted the people and went to forcefully drag Xia Shishir out. Su Shuer wanted to do it in her haste. She was shackled on both hands and feet, but it didn't prevent her from moving around. When the henchman wasn't paying attention, she directly strangled the chain around the other's neck. Now do you dare take her away? That's from the top. Chapter 70. An early falling out. What higher-ups mean, we're Chen family members, we shouldn't be humiliated even if we're exiled. Su Shuer pushed harder. Hands down, a little scared. Don't do it, it's really our duke's idea. Who are your males? Speak. Yes. Yes. The men delayed without saying anything, but had already made eyes for an errand boy to leave to report the news. Su Shuer ran out of patience and directly threw the person to the ground, grabbing the other person's arm and twisting it with force. Ka-ching! One of the opponent's arms was fractured on the spot. The henchman let out a scream. If you don't, it'll be your leg. Sucher threatened. The henchman had no choice but to shout. I say, it's Mr. Jia Buzhao Jia. When Xia Shishir heard this name, she was nauseated on the spot. I can't believe she's calling that disgusting thing a miss. Sucher was ready to let go of the henchman. Kill it. A light commanding voice rang out. The crowd looked at Pingon Chen. Without hesitation, Su Shuer gripped the other party's neck and twisted it with force. The henchman died on the spot with a broken neck. Su Shuer stood up. You finally spoke. Su said with a grave expression on her face. You guys are really impulsive. Now that the man is dead, we are guilty as charged. Even if we don't kill him, we are afraid that we will not be able to escape death today. Pingon Chen said in a cold voice. Su glanced at Pingon Chen, not at all surprised that he was organized. It was the other sisters-in-law and the maids who were surprised one by one. Are you saying that we were ambushed and are in danger of being killed tonight? Su Shuer was so smart that she thought clearly at once. Pingon Chen said, the fact that the people who are currently contacting us do not dare to do so openly indicates that something has happened to the city lord's residence, and I am afraid that the city lord is in grave danger. Earlier, when Pingon Chen was faking sleep, he was secretly combing through the whole thing. Now there is finally a result. The stage station is besieged and the rescuers are hidden, and all the piles and pieces show that Wangyuan City has now become a very dangerous place. The slightest mishap was not a few of them who could hardly escape death, but the entire city would suffer. That's a good, bad game of chess. Su Daji suddenly hurried in at this time. It's not good. We've been paying attention to the movements outside just now, and realized that just now the entire stagecoach station has gathered hundreds of bandits. Su Daji froze when he saw the body on the ground. How did this start without notice? Bandits? How could there be bandits in this post station? Su Shuer issued a question. It's not bandits. The closest barracks to here is Wang Xian's barracks. Pingon Chen spoke. What Wang Xian Zhang Xian? Wait, Wang Xian. Su Daji's eyes suddenly widened. You recognize it? Pingon Chen looked at him. Do not know, but I have heard of it when the holy saint has not yet ascended to the throne before. There used to be a group of gatekeepers by his side. Among them there is one called Wang Xian. I heard that he used to be a pig killer, especially ruthless for people, but his martial arts skills are extremely high. Su Daji thought that if it was this person, then this matter would be troublesome. That Wang Xian is His Majesty's man. The body wants to get Pingon Chen killed. Have they even sent out the army? That's just it. Get Jabu to do it for him. And when the dust settles, he'll be just in time to lead the troops against the bandits. And they'll have no intention of leaving any living souls inside the stage. Su Daji's face changed. Not really. Why not? Isn't this an interlocking game? Could it be that the emperor could still notify the world of his evil deeds of killing and exterminating people? Su Shuer was furious. Chapter 71. Indiscriminate Killing. Chen family men are left Chen Pingon alone. The rest are women and children. I did not expect the emperor of Dechu actually so shameless. Froze to kill people with a knife. Pingon Chen picked up the key from the corpse and opened the shackles. The shackles on Su Shuer and Su 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 were also opened by him personally. Now it's already a dilemma. Either live or die. Are you all afraid? Pingon Chen looked toward the group of female streamers. Finally, he landed his gaze on Su Daji. Don't look at me, I'm not ready for this, what you're saying is just a guess. I'm at least on the payroll of the court. There's no way they're going to lodging to kill. Yes. Pingon Chen looked outside. Those who have no hands to protect my little niece. All others follow me out into the bloodbath. This time, Chen Pingon was already prepared to make some sacrifices. He didn't want to die, but now the only way to survive was to die. Su 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 and the others also had the realization that they would die as if they were at home. Those weaklings who didn't have much ability all held hands and formed a circle, protecting Chen Yino in the center. And Chen Pingon took Su Su and Su Shuer both out of the cell together. As for the other women, they all took sticks and stones from the ground ready to help at any time. They are incapable, but they are not afraid to die. Seeing this, Su Daji couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. I really owe you guys from a previous generation. Su Daji rushed out with his knife. Originally, he was still holding out the thought that he could make peace. Head. Run. Bandits are killing people. Unknown Zhang Hong and Ming thought that Jiabufa and the others were real bandits and immediately ran to report. But one man was too fast and flew straight out with a knife. The knife lodged right in Anming's back, and Anming fell to the ground with a thud. It was too late to even call Su Daji a chief again. Anming! Su Daji shouted. The scene stung his eyes. Damn those ing assholes. He's going to kill them. Su Daji rushed up, and at this time, Zhang Hong also realized that something was wrong, and turned around to fight with the bandits who were catching up. They were much stronger than Zhang Hong, and soon he was injured. Luckily, Su Daji arrived and beheaded the man who killed Ming on the spot. When Su Daji killed someone, those people went crazy and basically just killed anyone they saw. When Wu Yu came over with Lu Yen, he realized something was wrong and tried to escape. Who knew that these people had killed their eyes and killed them all together on the spot? Su Daji more or less understood when he saw this. That Wu Wu was one of their own, and they killed him, not to mention that he had nothing to do with them. It seemed that it was really as Pingon Chan had said, and their families were afraid that something bad had happened to them a long time ago. Someone didn't even want them to make it back alive on this transport. There are people who want this filth to completely rot in this borderland. Su Daichi went berserk. Although he is not so righteous and kind, but at least there is a patriotic heart to Dechu. But I did not expect the court is actually so corrupt. Even those loyal officials and good generals are not spared. Even if it is, but also to cut off the roots and kill innocents indiscriminately. These people are simply evil. Kill! Kill, you assholes! Su Deji killed Red Eyes. That blood splattered all over his body and face, but he didn't even stop. At this time, Pingon Chun with Su Su and Su Shuer were also fending off the incoming enemies. They were still together at first, but those people saw that a few of them had extraordinary strength and separated them. Obviously, it's going to be split up and annihilated. Chapter 72. No weak soldier in the general's house. There is no need to worry about us, despite killing yours. Seeing that Chun Pingon still had to worry about the two of them after dealing with his immediate opponents, Su Shuer spoke up. Pingon Chun was relieved to see that the two women were not weak, and that it was not a problem for them to fend off 7 or 8 opponents on their own. But 4 people against hundreds, all of whom were also elite soldiers, did have some upper hand at first. But soon these soldiers began to line up. On the battlefield, as long as these soldiers cooperate with each other, this defense will rise exponentially. It was simply not something that could be compared to these stragglers like Chun Pingon and the others. As expected, the 4 men were soon in a bitter fight and finally rallied and were surrounded. These people surrounded Pingon Chan and the others, spinning in circles, seemingly ready to make a final attack at any time. What to do? Are we going to die here? Su Daji had some pathos. At this time, the injured Zhang Hong crawled to the side of a few people. Chief, I don't want to die. Zhang Hong doesn't want to die. Does Su Daji want to die? Or is it the Chun family crowd that wants to die? To someone who doesn't want them to live. Pingon Chun did not give up in the face of adversity, and he suddenly saw an object hanging from Zhang Hong's waist. Took it on the spot. It's a firework tube, Su Daichi explained. Without thinking, Pingon Chun directly lit the fireworks tube. A firework flew up into the sky. Han Qingyun, who was waiting outside, knew something had happened at the stagecoach when he saw this. Commander, should we go in now? Someone asked Han Qingyun. Han Qingyun thought about it and was about to raise his hand to issue an order. At that moment, however, someone came hurrying over. There are quite a few soldiers coming this way, and the one leading the way is that Wang Xian. Han Qingyun understood now. They're trying to play the Mantis game. Definitely can't let them get away with it. Han Qingyun looked at the stagecoach. The number of people in the post is limited, but if Wang Xian is allowed to bring his troops over, then the people in here can't really be saved. Brothers, I'm afraid we're going to have to be rebels for once. Han Qingyun took out a black forehead strap and tied it to his forehead. When the others saw him like this, they all took out their forehead bands and tied them on as well. Han Qingyun scratched the palms of his hands and smeared blood on each person's forehead band with a word of righteousness. If the city lord fights for righteousness, we must sacrifice for righteousness as well, and we must never let those beasts get one step closer to the stagecoach. Kill! 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 Even though there were only a dozen of them, they still shouted out a heaven-shaking aura. At this time, Pingon Chun inside the stagecoach vaguely heard voices. He scowled. The fact that Han Qingyun hadn't immediately brought people in to rescue him meant that the situation outside was feared to be even more treacherous than here. Just then, those people had launched an attack. Dozens of men with sabers were ready to get all the people in the circle killed. Just then, the women who had taken refuge in their cells rushed out. Especially those 18 maids from the general's house. Weak soldiers in the general's house, even if this is 18 big girls like Flowers and Jade. But when it is time to kill, there is absolutely no softness. With these people defenseless, these women used stones and sticks and ruthlessly killed a dozen people. But by the time the men reacted, those knives had mercilessly penetrated the girls' chests as well. Blood stained the ground. Pingon Chen's eyes reddened a little as he watched. I never thought that one day, his 7-foot man would have to use his life to protect a bunch of powerless girls. Pingon Chen's eyes contained killing intent. You, all of you, deserve to die. Chapter 73. No more hiding. Previously, if Pingon Chan had any reservations, it was because he was naturally vigilant and thought that he had to keep his hand in the game. But now, in the face of such a predicament, and in the face of so many loyal maids of the general's house who had sacrificed their lives for him, he no longer hid. Next, those who were still alive, he had to protect all of them. Like a cheetah, Chun Pingon suddenly accelerated, and after crashing through a few ungrateful enemies in front of him, he arrived directly in front of Jia Buzhao. The 5 people around Jia Buzhuang were all powerful gatekeepers that he had handpicked and spent a great deal of money to hire from the rivers and lakes. Now that he saw that Pingon Chan had actually broken through the siege and rushed to him, he was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. What are you guys waiting for? Kill him, and my lord will reward you heavily. Jia Buzhuang ran backward while letting the 5 men go and fight with Pingon Chen. At this point, the remaining maids who were still alive were still fighting to the death. One of them was about to have his throat slashed with a knife. Chun Pingon's eyes darkened as he picked up one of the knives on the ground and directly flung it out. Clang! The flung knife mounted the knife in the soldier's hand. The moment it struck the hilt of the opponent's knife away, the knife spun and isolated the man's neck. The scene froze because of this divine move by Ping and Chun, especially Su Su and Su Shuer. One of them is a descendant of a general's family, and the other is the daughter of a sword saint, with high martial arts skills and naturally vicious eyes. They had guessed that Pingon Chen had hidden his clumsiness before, but at this moment, the combat power that Pingon Chen had displayed was something that both of their masters would be shocked to see. What kind of a fool is this who's been wasted at home? With this stance and this aura, how can one accomplish anything without decades of day-to-day honing and the accumulated experience of countless battles? Su Daji was also looking dumbfounded on the side. He thought that it was Pingon Chen who was begging him. At this moment it seemed to be him who needed to rely on Pingon Chen. The weak clinging to the strong is the way to go. Chun Pingon moved cleanly, but anyone who came within half a meter of him would not want to leave a living soul. At this point in time, Chung Pingon was killing like a champ. He had never shown his true self since he came here and became the full Pingon Chen. But now, these people who have violated his taboos have completely torn his true colors apart. If that's the case, why are you hiding? Just kill. Crazy. He's gone mad. You guys quickly stop him. Jia Buzhuang's legs trembled with fear on the spot when he saw that Chun Pingon was killing without blinking an eye. He tried to run outside while still commanding those few people yet to kill Pingon Chen. He only saw Chung Pingon holding his sword with both hands, killing people as he saw them, and the blood was almost soaking his clothes. But he didn't stop yet, carrying his blood-dripping knife towards the 5 gatekeepers. Go on, you bunch of losers! Jia Buzhao continued to shout. Whoever kills Pingon Chen, I'll give him 100 pounds. 100 pounds, that's no small amount. It's a splash of wealth for these people who are gatekeepers for a bite to eat. They immediately perked up, no longer fearing the murderous aura on Pingon Chen's body, and one by one, they spread out and prepared to surround Pingon Chen. Be careful! Su Shuer looked at the situation and wanted to go forward to help Pingon Chen, but a couple of soldiers rushed up and wrapped themselves around it. She had to continue to deal with the trouble in front of her. And it's the same on both Su Su's and Su Daji's side. The group fought very hard, but they all kept an eye on Pingon Chen's side. As long as it's not right, they dare to rush up and fight for their lives. Just then, Su Daji's side ran into a bit of trouble. Someone was planning a sneak attack. Chapter 74 1 against 5. Su Daji was so focused on dealing with the people in front of him that he forgot that there was actually someone sneaking up behind him. The person in front of this is deliberately attacking to attract Su Daji's attention, while the person behind is preparing to give him a fatal stab. When the other party raised his knife and prepared to slash, it happened to be seen by Pingon Chen out of the corner of his eye. Your opponent is here. Opposite the 5 earthly paths, Chen Pingon dared to go off in the face of them, and at that moment they couldn't tense up, swarming up to prepare to win with many. Su Daji, Su Su and Su Shuer all looked towards Pingon Chen's side at the moment. Su Shuer even stabbed the one in front of her who was blocking the way and was ready to rush up to save Chen Pingon. At this moment, however, Chen Pingon was incredibly calm, and the moment he raised his knife, his other knife was actually thrown out by him. Unsurprisingly, the knife whirled and flew to the sneak attacker. Swish! The man was then wiped out and his whole body fell straight to the ground. Clang! The crisp sound of a weapon hitting the ground finally startled Su Daji. Su Daji then realized that just a moment ago Pingon Chen had saved his life. Clang! The sound of weapons crashing came again. But this time it was no longer singular, it was urgent. Once and for all, the weapons clashed and directly rubbed out sparks, and the people who watched it were blinded for a while. Pair of 5s, or 5 masters. No matter who it was, no one thought that Pingon Chen could win. When all 5 men dropped their weapons towards Pingon Chen, he blocked them directly with a saber. But as the men exerted their power together, the knife eventually failed to withstand the force of gravity and snapped. Seeing that the swords and spears were about to fall on Chen Pingon, the 3 of them were too distracted to support him. Peace! Pingon Chen! 3rd Prince Chen! As the 3 of them shouted, Pingon Chen actually used his own strength to send one of them's sword flying with his fist, and kicked another one's face. Then he stepped on one man's chest and used his strength to fly out and wring the other man's neck. The action is staggeringly fast. In less than 3 seconds, those 5 people fell to the ground. 3 died on the spot and 2 were seriously injured. Chen Pingon only had some abrasions on his body. Other than that, there was nothing else wrong. Seeing this scene, all 3 of Su Deji were dumbfounded. And those soldiers of Wang Xian were dumbfounded. They unconsciously stepped back, fearing that one of them would be the next to be killed. Pingon Chen picked up the red tasseled spear on the ground and directly stabbed it, nose down, at one man's chest. There was one man left who was planning to crawl and escape, and he was wounded in the leg. And Pingon Chen just looked at the other party as if they were mole crickets, and in the next second the gun barrel snapped, and the head of the gun was directly flung out by Pingon Chen as if it was a concealed weapon. The head of the gun lodged squarely in the back of the man's head, causing him to die instantly. The bloody scene at the scene scared the guts out of those who were timid. Some of the soldiers saw this and thought about fleeing, no longer interested in fighting. And Jia Buju never expected that the disciples he spent a large amount of silver to raise would be so unbearable. Now Pingon Chen was coming to kill him. What's he gonna do? Spare me. Please spare me. I have silver, lots of silver. And by the way, I have gold beans, all for you. Jia Bufa really has money on the spot, took out all the belongings on his body. Counting a little bit is really not old. If it were an ordinary person who was greedy for money, his eyes would have been glowing already. Would you trade these for the lives of those dead sisters? Chapter 75. Kill them all without mercy. Pingon Chen coldly looked at Jia Buzhuang. As long as he thought of so many flowery girls being killed by these brutes, a fire burned inside him. He is the god of war, the king of soldiers, the king who can guard the safety and security of a country. When did he need to have his life saved by a few women and children? It was his hesitation that had cost the lives of these innocent people. Today, he is going to go on a killing spree and kill all these people who have killed loyalty. Not a single life was spared. Stay back. If this isn't enough, you give me some time and I can get more. Jia doesn't pretend to be bent on living. Unbeknownst to him, his crimes had caused Chen Pingon to lose his patience. How come you didn't say anything about sparing the tender women when you let your men do it just below? And now you're scared when it's your turn? Chen Pingon's eyes were cold. Jia Buzhao took 2 steps backward, and his feet slipped and fell straight to the ground. He realized the danger and immediately fell to his knees and begged for mercy. Have mercy. I have eyes. I deserve to be beaten. I deserve to die. In order to prevent Pingon Chen from killing him, he slapped himself. That loud voice and swollen face couldn't be faked. However, Pingon Chen still bent down and picked up the knife on the ground. I know I'm wrong. Why don't you let me go? What do you want? If money won't do it, a beautiful woman will. There's nothing in this world that our Jia family can't find. We can pick the stars in the sky for you even if you want them. Pingon Chen sneered. That's quite a mouthful. I mean it, my Jia family is rich and has plenty of money. Yes. Pingon Chen had already arrived in front of Jia Buzhao by this time. He slowly crouched down, the gesture expensive. I'll give you as much silver as you want. Just please don't kill me. No amount of gold or silver can stop my sword from falling. When Pingon Chen finished speaking, he slashed down. Golem! Jia Buzhao's head rolled to the ground in death. But so what? He has to pay for his sins with his life. Pingon Chen was next to tackle the remaining soldiers who were ready to flee. Most of the 100 or so people that Jia Buzhao had brought with him had died at the hands of Chen Pingon, with only a small portion remaining that had escaped. Everyone watching this scene froze. When Su Shuer came to Chen Pingon's side, she was ready to pat him on the shoulder. With a swish, the knife was on her neck. If it wasn't for Pingon Chen withdrawing his hand in time, I'm afraid Su Shuer would have been injured as well. Calm down. It's okay already. Su Shuer's reassurance allowed Chen Pingon's agitated heart to finally calm down. Looking at the bodies all over the floor, and himself covered in blood, Pingon Chen suddenly looked up to the sky. The sadness almost brought tears to my eyes. Mr. Chen, this is not the time for you to express your emotions. We must leave here immediately. Yes, after killing so many people, I think the yellow bird hiding in the back must have gotten impatient. Su also stepped forward to remind. Of course, Pingon Chen knew how dangerous it was to stay behind. But when he saw the 10 maids who had died heroically lying in the pile of corpses, his heart ached. It's too late to put them in a coffin, but our Chen family will remember their loyalty and build a clothing grave for them afterward. Su Shuer could see that Chen Pingon was attached, so she untied his heart for him. Pingon Chen wiped his face. Go! Must go immediately. Otherwise, when Wang Xian arrived with his army, all of them would die. Wait! Follow me to a place. Su Deji said. Chapter 76. Swearing to complete the mission. The crowd looked at Su Deji. Su Daji explained, you can't hide from the chase with just 2 legs. Su Daji led the crowd directly to the stagecoach stables. There are also a few good horses penned up here. These few horses aren't enough either. Su Shuer was a little disappointed. I've already observed when we entered the city, there happens to be a horse farm less than a few hundred meters away from the post station. Now we just need to buy fast horses over there and prepare food for our escape. We can solve the current predicament. Su Daji had only just finished speaking when he heard the sound of horse hooves approaching from outside. Then they saw a man leading a herd of horses toward them. Su Daji and the others immediately turned their swords against each other, believing that they were enemies. However, Pingon Chen instantly recognized that this person was the one who had been by Han Qingyun's side earlier. Since we've met in person, we're on our own. He stepped forward and asked, are they from the city lord's mansion? When the man heard Pingon Chen ask this, he responded by clasping his fists on the spot. Exactly. The crowd was delighted. The man stepped forward and said, gentlemen, the horses and food for the escape have been prepared, so please go out of the city as soon as possible. Pingon Chen asked, just us going out by ourselves? What about you and the city lord? The man's eyes went straight to red when he heard that. Chen Pingon felt that the situation was not right and asked, is it Lu City Lord he? The city lord has already been killed. We followed Commander Han to rescue him, and Commander Han has already been caught in a bitter battle to stop Wang Xian's army. And now I'm afraid that he's also in a bad way. Our brothers won't be able to stop them for long. So please leave Wangyuan City quickly and run for your lives. All of you, Mr. Chen. Hearing this person's words, the crowd was red-eyed. I never imagined that a plea for help would end up in such a tragic situation. Pingon Chen clenched his fists. We're the ones who got you all into trouble. Who knew that the city lord's soldier laughed? I can't say that I'm involved. If General Chen hadn't fought so hard to protect Chu, how could we have had a stable life? These sacrifices are all of our own volition. There's no need for Mr. Chen to be concerned. Just go. Amidst the urging, Chen Pingon and the rest of the crowd rolled onto their horses to flee the city according to the path provided by this person. Before leaving, Susu asked, aren't you going to escape with us? The man shook his head. I'm going to go find my brothers. It was a trip between yin and yang, but there was no trace of fear on this man's face. Pingon Chen arched his hand. Don't worry. In the coming days, Mr. Chen will definitely valiantly repay you all for your kindness. I only wish for peace in the world and no more wasted souls. This person also arched his hand and made a wish. Will do, Pingon Chen assured. In this regard, Chen Pingon and his group steered their horses away and drifted farther and farther away. When this government soldier hurried back to where his brothers were, he happened to see the bodies of his brothers all over the ground, as well as Han Qingyun, who was still fighting back. Commander Han, my subordinates will live up to your expectations, the government soldiers shouted. At this moment, Wang Xian's knife had already penetrated Han Qingyun's chest. Han Qingyun spat out a mouthful of blood, but a smile hung on his face. City Lord, my subordinate has lived up to his responsibilities and is ready to meet you, the government soldiers wailed. But in the next second, both Han Qingyun and him were killed by Wang Xian. Chase after them. Absolutely don't let them escape, or you will all carry your heads. Wang Xian was furious. How could he not have expected that he had brought so many people with him, but told the dozen or so people that Han Qingyun had brought with him to stop him hard for more than a quarter of an hour? Otherwise, how could that Chen family have a chance to escape? No good, General Wang. They're out of the city. Chapter 77. Surrender. Wang Xian was furious, but he could only hit his subordinates to vent his anger. He had to lead the chase at the critical moment. It was just that Chen Pingon and his men had a horse in hand, which was much faster than Wang Xian running with his troops. The group of people fled Wangyuan City and ran directly to the nearby barren land. According to Su Daji's map, this path could lead to Pingon Chen's place of exile. The land there is barren, but the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. The court only cares about the affluent places, like this place of exile are those sinners and poor people who are unable to change their lives. The court cannot get money where we'll care about the death of the people here. Or maybe they just as soon a natural or man-made disaster killed all the people in this place of exile, just waiting for the next time someone commits a crime to be sent back to suffer. The cycle repeats itself, and that place of exile becomes a hero's mound. Everyone rushed until dawn. Then they found a place with dense grass and trees, hid their horses and sat down to rest. Su Daji and Zhang Hong were the two only escort soldiers who survived. If before, Su Daji was still somewhat hesitant to gamble everything he had to follow Chen Pingon, then it is now a matter of compulsion, coupled with utter disappointment with the court. Mr. Chen, the two of us brothers will be your people from now on. Thank you for saving our lives. Su Daji brought Zhang Hong to kneel down in front of Pingon Chen. He is truly submissive. Pingon Chen raised his hand to help him up. They're all poor people, why be so polite? If it wasn't for Mr. Chen showing us the true face of the court, we wouldn't have come to our senses. Just pity our loved ones who… What I said was just a guess. On the bright side, maybe they're still okay. One always has to hope, doesn't one? When Su Daji heard this, he directly clenched his fists. The two of us have already thought of following Mr. Chen without leaving, and if we have the chance to fight our way back to the capital in the future, we'll look for our relatives. It would naturally be best if they were alive. If they were dead, we would avenge them. Su Daji was originally a hot-blooded man who knew right from wrong. The blow was not small for him, no wonder he defected so quickly. Pingon Chen took a bite of dry food and said, "This time, when it pains me the most, they actually killed the city lord." Thinking that Lu Tianya was at least the lord of a city, he was actually killed easily. The identity of the person behind this is actually self-evident. Pingon Chen knew it, and Su Daji knew it even more. Then Wang Xian, who hadn't appeared yet but might be in hot pursuit with his team, would definitely not let them go. The treachery of the journey has only just begun. Pingon Chen urgently needed to prepare something for a rainy day now, or else they would die and injure more people once those people found them. How much silver money do we have left? Pingon Chen looked at Su Daji. Su Daji immediately took out the money bag in his arms, in which there were some broken silver left except for a 200 taels silver ticket of the largest denomination. This is all we have. Chen Pingon asked everyone to check the dry food bags on the horses to see if there was any money. Not to mention, there were a few 500 taels of silver bills placed in one of the bags. That adds up to about 3,000 taels. Enough, Pingon Chen said with a reckoning. The crowd wondered what he was going to do. Instead, it was Pingon Chen who asked, "How far is it to the next village or town?" Su Daji looked at the map and said after estimating, "If we leave now, we will be able to make it to a small town before dark to spend the night. It's just that we're all fugitives now. Do we have to go into the city?" Chapter 78 Strange Town. Enter. But not everyone. It's me and you. Pingon Chen knew that it was too noticeable for so many people to enter the town. So he planned to take Su Daji to this town and purchase the things he needed. Although Su Daji did not know what Pingon Chen was planning to do. But he had managed to escape with everyone in that certain death situation, so there must be a way to evade the pursuit as well. The group took a break and immediately set off again. Sure enough, before dark they saw a town far away. For safety's sake, Chen Pingon had Su Su and Su Shuer take the rest of the people to hide in the safe woods. As for the horses, they were also hidden. Wait here until we return, and if there is danger of unfortunate separation, we will meet at the next spot. Only after Pingon Chen had finished explaining to everyone did he and Su Daji steer their horses into the town. This town is also very lively at night, not to say that this is how prosperous it is, but the people's life here is too hard. There are still a lot of people doing labor busy at night. As the duo entered the town with their horses, everyone just sized up the strangers for a moment before going back to the business at hand. It looks quite nice here. Everyone living peacefully. Su Daji couldn't help but say something. However, Pingon Chen felt that something was wrong. If we are living in peace, there should be a smile on everyone's face. But all he'd seen along the way were sad faces. There had to be something wrong. "What exactly are you buying, my lord? Just follow me and pay the silver, and ask nothing else." Chen Pingon didn't say too much for fear of being targeted. After walking like this for a while, Pingon Chen saw a grocery store and walked in on the spot. Su Daji followed behind to pay the silver as Pingon Chen had wanted. But when he saw that the other man had bought a bunch of strange things, he was filled with questions. Pingon Chen didn't explain, and after buying the things, he had them loaded and put them on the back of the horse. After waiting for the town to stroll from end to end, Chen Pingon brought Su Daji back to prepare to leave the town. "Ah, murder! Help! Just then someone shouted from the street. Su Daichi subconsciously tried to mind his own business. It was held down by Chen. The next thing I saw was a menacing man running after a woman. The woman fell to the ground and the man came over and grabbed the woman by the hair and dragged her away. And at this point, there were clearly a lot of people around, but none of them came forward to help. What's wrong with this world? Su Daji whispered. Chen directly led Su Daji out of the town. This town is a bit odd. Do we really not care, Mr. Chen? Su Daji was still thinking about that woman. Don't meddle in idle matters, we're meant to be trouble. And if we don't want to bring trouble to the whole town, it's best if we don't listen or ask questions. In fact, Chen didn't really not care. He just couldn't act rashly before he had figured out how to deal with his pursuers. Su Daji also probably understood Chen's concerns and said no more. When we got back to the makeshift camp, it was always a relief when everyone converged. Chen told everyone to grab some rest and leave one person to take turns on sentry duty, while he took those bottles and cans he had bought and found a quiet place to pour away. Su Daji couldn't sleep, thinking about the oddities of that town, so he went to find Chen. There was some curiosity in seeing him with the bamboo knuckles not knowing what he was doing. Mr. Chen, what is this? Why does it look a bit like a messenger? Chapter 79 Thunderball. Chen had just bought some sulfur and other objects needed to configure gunpowder. These things have been made into fireworks that don't kill at all. But after being accurately configured by Chen according to the proportion, it became a simple grenade with extremely powerful explosion. The materials that Chen was able to get his hands on were too few, and this improvised grenade was also for just in case. It's better than a bunch of women and children with no arms. Chen couldn't find that many bamboo joints, so he also got quite a few small ceramic jars when he purchased them. Such things can be explosive containers just as well. Su Daji squatted to the side and watched as Chen Pingon poured out the bottles and jars, as well as those bamboo joints. It's all stuffed with configured gunpowder. Fireworks are not a rarity these days, and many people still like to use different colored fireworks as flares for their own people. Previously, Su Daji and the others also had such flares on them that were used to call for help. It's just too powerful to hurt anyone. However, the grenade that Chen was now making was capable of blowing up everyone within a 5-meter radius at least. This was already the most powerful grenade that Chen was currently able to develop. But just wait until he finds a lot of black water, aka oil. Then the grenades made will be more powerful. Since you're not busy, help me stuff some of these pieces of scrap iron in each can. Su Daichi did as he was told. Once Chen had made the first batch of improvised grenades, he was ready to find a place to try out the power. You know that the thunder at this time of night will attract the enemy. So Chen's explosion pilot was changed to a nearby stream. It's just as well that we're all hungry, so fry up some fish to fill your bellies. Su Daji followed behind Chen and walked in step with him, wanting to see what he was going to do. Only to see Chen use a fire refractor to light the fuse on the grenade. The fuse has been drenched with kerosene, a little goes a long way, and there is no fear of extinguishing it when it comes into contact with water. By the time Chen threw it into the water, Su Daji even curiously walked towards the river to get a closer look. Come back! Chen grabbed Su Daki by the back collar and threw him backwards. Su Daji fell to the ground on all fours. Rumble! After a loud bang, the water churned up a meter-high column of water. A number of fish were blown ashore immediately afterward. One even flew directly to Su Daji's head. He grabbed the fish and looked at it, and it was a sight to behold. Chen rolled up his pants and went into the water to fish. We got a couple dozen fish at once, enough to fill everyone up. Only when the two of them went back did Su Daji shiver and ask, Mr. Chen, what was that just now? The power was surprisingly so great. Thunderball. Chen casually named it. Thunderball? It was indeed as powerful as falling thunder just now. Chen smiled. If there is this, how would it be to deal with the pursuers? It dawned on Su Daichi. So that's how it is. It's still you, Mr. Chen, who is great and thought of such a way. The two men processed all the fish that were salvaged and brought them back to the camp. The crowd was eating dry food and were all surprised to see Chen and the others return with fresh fish. You're in for a treat today. I'm pretty good at grilling fish. After Chen finished speaking, he let Su Daji go prepare firewood. The injured Zhang Hong also wanted to help, but it was a struggle for him to look like that. Still, a few of the maids who were accustomed to doing this went off to gather firewood. It wasn't long before a tantalizing scent of food wafted up from the forest. Uncle Sam, when can I eat? Chapter 80. Some thoughts. Chen Yino shrugged his nose and stared at Chun Pingon's grilled fish with a baba. Chun Pingon sprinkled some coarse salt and ingredients that could enhance the flavor that he had previously picked in the forest on top, which made the aroma of the grilled fish even more intense. Even Susu, who were used to seeing big scenes, had swallowed their saliva. It's too flavorful. Chun Pingon watched as it was almost time, so he got the grilled fish off the tree and put it on a leaf and wrapped it up and handed it to Chen Yino. The little girl was so happy that she didn't mind the heat and just grabbed it and ate it. Seeing that everyone was hungry, Pingon Chun taught them how to roast it with toppings along the way. Looking at the coarse salt, Chun Pingon is still not accustomed to it. If this can be made into fine salt, it is a wave of trade without loss. Sudaji, I remember that the place where he was exiled was just a short distance from the sea, right? Pingon Chen suddenly asked. Su Daichi nodded. It's true, but it's not even true that the land in that place is barren and can't grow any crops. There are also earthquakes from time to time, so it's not suitable for human habitation at all. Otherwise, that place wouldn't have been used as a place of exile. Very few people survive there. Pingon Chen, however, had other ideas. There are a lot of aquatic products in the sea, and seafood is a big income if you get it right. The main thing is still fine salt processing. This thing, if it works, will definitely be something that everyone in Dachu will want to grab like crazy. You won't be able to recruit until you have the startup money. Pingon Chen's rise was not just a matter of shouting slogans, but of putting them into action, and not for too long. As a former king of soldiers, he knew best what it meant to be late. He was going to make a powerful army that everyone would fear before those who wanted him dead succeeded. Only in this way could he clear up the wrongs for the Chen family and those innocent loyalists who had died in vain. It's more about setting this bad world right. Everyone, eat up, and afterward I'll come and teach you all some self-defense techniques. Chun Pingon did not say much about his intentions. After all, the specific situation had to be handled specifically. But for the moment, the fundamental problem must be solved first. Chun Pingon first prepared a few bamboo tubes and jars filled with soil and taught the sisters-in-law how to throw them. Su Shuer and Su Su both knew martial arts, so naturally they were taught from the two of them first. Su Shuer took the round jar and looked at it, saying, "What use can this thing be?" Su Daji, who had seen the power, immediately said, "This is powerful, the same power as that shocking thunder." Su Shuer didn't believe it. Su, however, sniffed. "It's the smell of sulfur. You made gunpowder?" Pingon Chen gave a thumbs up towards Su. Or sister-in-law is more knowledgeable. This is indeed an improved version of gunpowder that can utilize combustion to shrink the air inside to achieve an instantaneous explosion. The fact that there is oil is certainly much more useful than this earth and thunder ball. But who's short on time and tools right now, everything has to make do. Su knew about gunpowder because it was often used when armies attacked cities, and she naturally knew it because she was from a general's family. However, she had never seen this invention of Pingon Chen and found it novel. Su Shuer casually flung it out, thinking it was kind of funny. However, Pingon Chen asked Su Daji to pick the jar back up. "Sister-in-law, that's not how you throw this thing. Let me teach you." Pingon Chen came to Su Shuer's side and directly passed his hands through Su Shuer's slender waist, forming an embrace. Su Shuer in the end is a girl's family. Plus, when the marriage with the Chen family Erlang is entirely because of the repayment of kindness, in fact, that Chen Erlang has not even touched her little hand anymore. This was too good. Pingon Chen dared to embrace as soon as he came up, which was too bold. Chapter 81. However, Pingon Chen did not really touch Su Shuer anywhere, but instead grabbed her hand. "Watch this. Hold the canister in one hand and the firebrand in the other. And when the enemy comes in, use the firebrand to light the fuse. Then swing your arm like this and throw it hard." As Pingon Chen pulled Su Shuer's hand for the demonstration, Su Shuer's entire back was pressed against Pingon Chen's chest. That feeling of being hot against a man's chest was really strange. Su Shuer quietly reddened. Her heart felt as if a deer was banging around and she could not rest. And that was when Pingon Chen was ready to let go. Su Shuer almost fell down because she was still in a dazed state and her whole body lost its reliance. "Careful." Pingon Chen assisted in time, but in the meantime, he wrapped his arms around Su Shuer's waist. One hand was even more inevitably clasped on Su Shuer's breast. This scene was also a sight to behold for the others. Su was considered the only one of these women who was well versed in the affairs of men and women. Seeing this scene immediately averted her face, but the reddened earlobes still saw her embarrassment. Chen Pingon first touched the softness also froze, but also could not help but pinch a little. It wasn't until Su Shuer pushed him away that he reacted, as if he had touched the wrong place. But seeing Su Shuer's red face with accusing eyes, Pingon Chen felt that no one would believe him even if he explained. "I'll do it." At this time a person came out of the crowd and broke the awkward stalemate. It turned out to be Yoon Yiming. Yoon Yiming twisted her slender waist with a dignified and elegant posture. When she came to Pingon Chen, she even gently blessed her body. "Begin." Pingon Chen coughed and stood behind Yoon Yiming as he had just done with Su Shuer. Su Shuer was not happy to see this scene, but her mouth couldn't help but spit. Menagerie of menagerie. Pingon Chen's ears were sharp and auriferous, and he heard it at once. He knew that this misunderstanding was deep and that no explanation could be given. Besides, as we're on our way, we'll always have to have some unorthodox physical contact with your sisters-in-law. It's okay to think about it, it's not like he meant to eat tofu. Yoon Yiming waited until Pingon Chen had posted up from behind and said in a voice that only he could hear, "You have to be gentle with people." Ping and Chen. What did he do? Why is he still gentle? Was he rude before? However, Yoon Yiming was in the end a lady of the house, with an indescribable aura about her. Chen Pingon usually do not feel how, now a good person in the arms, that orchid gas really let Chen Pingon almost forget what they want to do. Like this? Throw it out. I'll take it. I'll learn too. With Yoon Yiming taking the lead, the other sister-in-laws also stopped being formal. In fact, the encounters along the way had already made them, the women, understand that even if they were stronger and their status was more noble. It's all the same when you're married. It's all about wanting a man to guard. Unfortunately for them, the good men they were waiting to rely on are gone. Now they could only look to Pingon Chen as their brother-in-law. Hopefully he'll take care of a few things. Women are complicated. All the way over, Chen Pingon pretended to be crazy but also defended everywhere, and a few times he even got beaten up for his sisters-in-law. More so, in Wangyuan City, Chen Pingon's resolute and heroic appearance had already left a deep impression in the hearts of his sisters-in-law. Who doesn't admire the strong? Not to mention that Pingon Chen was the king of the strong. These days, it's not uncommon for a brother to marry his sister-in-law, despite what some people say. No, a couple of people have already moved on a little. Chapter 82. Reclaiming a man's face. I didn't learn that earlier. Let me do it again. Su Shuer saw that a few sisters who were usually reserved were now like bees seeing nectar when they saw Ping and Chen. That's more like it. This is the man she fell in love with first. How not to let anyone else steal the show. Su Shuer pulled the gentle and watery Meng Listen to one side, then winkingly grabbed Chen Pingon's hand. I didn't learn it just now. Teach me again. Pingon Chen coughed. Sister-in-law is joking. You learned it well just now. Cut the crap and come on. This time, it was not Pingon Chen who wanted to teach, but Su Shuer who took the initiative to be taught. She directly pulled Chen Pingon's hand and wrapped it around her waist. The action was too direct, and the few other thin-skinned ones watching could only look on and sigh. Who made them have the heart but not the guts of Su Shuer? Su Shuer urged. Hurry up. Could it be that this waist of my sister-in-law is too soft for you to let go? Chen Pingon didn't think that he was still aroused by a woman. In order to retrieve his manly face, he purposely picked Su Shuer up. What are you doing? Su Shuer exclaimed. That way just now is suitable for ordinary people, but not for you, sick sister-in-law. I'd better teach you a more interesting throwing method. Only to see Pingon Chen suddenly lift Su Shuer up. As the two of them rotated, Su Shuer was still holding the jar in one hand and could only have one hand held by Pingon Chen. But she was so light that it was as if she was flying as she spun. The two of them, one on top of the other, for eyes facing each other. That ambiguous feeling made Su Shuer's heart beat faster. This is the time to throw. Su Shuer didn't even look at it and directly flung it out. This time the distance was indeed further than before. When Su Shuer landed, she was directly hugged by Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen gently put Su Shuer down before asking, Does sick sister-in-law like the throwing method just now? Love it. Next time, find some other positions and let's spar. As Su Shuer left, she deliberately swept her fingers gently across the tip of Chen Pingon's chin. The knot in Chen Pingon's throat rolled viciously as he messed with it. It's a sin, a siren. If not for his strong determination, he would have become the 8 precepts instead of the longevity monk. The next step is formal training. A couple of sisters-in-law did a pretty good job. Even the remaining 8 maids were equipped with 2 thunderballs each. Pingon-chan didn't tell Sudaji and everyone else that in this jar and bamboo tube, there could be more than just some pieces of iron, but also poison had been put in by Pingon-chan. He was afraid that this was not powerful enough when he purchased something before, so he specially went to the pharmacy to buy herbs and came back to configure it. Only whether or not this thunderball would come in handy depended on whether or not their luck was really that bad. Since this place where they were hiding was still quite secluded, Pingon-chan and the others decided to rest in the wilderness for a while longer before making their way. At night, when everyone had gone to sleep, the three people, Chen Pingon, Sudaji, and Zhang Hong, each took turns on guard duty. It was the latter part of the night when it was Pingon-chen's turn. Everyone is sleeping soundly. Pingon-chen sat in front of the fire and thought about this. At this time, third sister-in-law Meng Hearing suddenly covered her stomach and stood up. Pingon-chen immediately looked over when he heard the commotion. Meng Hearing was in a great hurry to walk towards Pingon-chen. I want to be convenient, don't you? Go over there with less grass but hidden. In fact, there are not many people here at all. As long as Chen Pingon does not peek at Meng Listen also do not need to defend against anyone. I am afraid. Meng Heard stammered. Chapter 83 Helping third sister-in-law suck the snake venom. Pingon-chen smiled. Then I'll accompany my sister-in-law. Meng listened to a blush. She was hesitant, but her stomach couldn't wait. In pain, she still agreed to Pingon-chen's proposal. Meng Hearing walked in front, and Pingon-chen followed behind. It was a dark night and the ground was inevitably a little uneven. Several times Meng heard that he almost fell down. However, with Pingon-chen supporting him at the back, there was no disgrace after all. This place is about right. Pingon-chen saw a place with less weeds and told Meng Listen to squat down for convenience. Meng Hearing had a red face and made Chen Pingon turn his back. Pingon-chen listened graciously. It was quite a crime-inducing sound to hear the sound of rushing water in the middle of the night. Chen Pingon took a deep breath. He wouldn't mind doing this kind of guarding a woman's convenience a few more times. It's just time to sharpen your resolve. Well. Meng listened in a small voice, but just then, she suddenly exclaimed. When Pingon-chen realized that something was wrong and immediately turned around, he saw a snake preparing to flee after biting Meng Listen. Pingon-chen went up with an arrow step and directly grabbed the snake's 3 inches and pinched it to death. To prevent Meng Hearing from getting scared, Pingon-chen threw the snake far away. He had seen it just now by the light of the moon, and it wasn't some very poisonous snake. It won't be fatal. However, with the warm jade in his arms, Chen Pingon still couldn't help but have some small thoughts. Am I going to die? Don't be ridiculous. Pingon-chen comforted. Meng Hearing looked at Pingon-chen with tears in her eyes. I think I was just bitten by a poisonous snake. I'm definitely going to die. Seeing her so scared, Pingon-chen coughed. Or else you can let me take a look at the wound? Meng listened for a moment and didn't squeak. You can't tell if it's poisoned without looking at the wound. But wounds. Meng listened to the words behind him that were too low for Pingon-chen to hear. What? Found on. Chen Pingon came over to his ear. Say it again. Inner thigh. Meng listened this time and finally said it clearly. Pingon-chen swallowed his saliva as he sniffed. This location. It is indeed a bit special. It's not too late. If it's really a poisonous snake, then your life is in danger, sister-in-law. Pingon-chen had a straight face. Meng Hearing was already scared, and now when she heard that her life was in danger, she immediately became anxious. Although men and women are not related, saving lives is important, sister-in-law. Pingon-chen spoke righteously. Meng Hearing eventually had to reveal his wounds out of fear of death. The white skin was just too stark at night. It made Pingon-chen want to turn into a hungry wolf. But he held it together. This pity is called a gentleman's style. If a random woman is slighted, she is a lecher. Chen Pingon liked beautiful women, but not Meng Lang. Even if we were to do it, it would have to be a woman who volunteered. Otherwise, he wouldn't just do it. The location of Meng Hearing's injury was rather special, so when that pantyhose was fished up, it was really out of reach. It has to be faded. This was difficult for Meng to hear. She's a decent woman at least. How can you just undress in front of a man? Fortunately, Chen Pingon was smart enough to take off his own top around Meng Listen's waist, so that he could at least cover part of the spring light. When Meng heard that Pingon-chen was so sweet, she felt embarrassed while being touched in her heart. Obviously, he was a decent man. How could she treat him as a lecher? So wrong. After Pingon Chan and the others saw the wounds, they realized that the place bitten by the snake was indeed greenish-purple in color, indicating that there was still some poison. I feel like my legs are numb. Am I going to die? Meng listened nervously. Chapter 84 Tied to a Tree. It's okay. I'll help you suck out the poison now, sister-in-law, Pingon Chun said and brought his head over. This snake venom just has the effect of making people feel paralyzed, but they will recover as soon as an hour or two has passed. Chun Pingon did not tell the truth, but of course he had a selfish motive. Meng Listen couldn't help but shudder as she felt the warmth coming from her legs. Chun Pingon was seriously sucking the snake venom, but he was touching and kissing this, looking at the rescue, but the tofu did not delay eating. The two were seriously detoxing from snake venom, who knew that there was someone else awake this late at night. Su Shuer woke up and saw that both Pingon Chan and Meng Listen had disappeared, so she got up to look for them. But he didn't want to see the two of them doing that shameful thing. In Su Shuer's aspect, it seemed that Chun Pingon was kissing Meng Listen's leg. How dare he do something so underhanded? When exactly did these two have an affair? I can't believe she didn't know anything about it. Su Shuer, who was angry in her heart, crossed her arms on the spot and walked over. Are the two still happy? Pingon Chun felt bad when he heard the voice, and in the next second, he told Su Shuer to clasp his shoulders. Shuer, Don. Things are not what you think. Meng listened to the explanation, but Su Shuer didn't care, directly pressing Pingon Chen against the tree trunk. Good old Pingon Chun. Have you been eyeing us sister-in-laws for a long time? Pingon Chun admitted that it was not, and it was not even if he did not admit it. It's just a matter of playing dumb. Just because you don't say anything, you think this is over? Don't you like eating your sister's-in-law's tofu? Come on, I'll let you have enough tonight. Su Shuer was quite spirited and pulled Pingon Chen's belt on the spot. Pingon Chen thought she was serious, but he didn't want to be tied to a tree the next second. That's rather like something Su Shuer could do. Don't be afraid, Sister Meng. I'm going to call someone over, and I'll definitely ask him to give you an explanation. Su Shuer decided that it was Chun Pingon who saw Meng Listen as a good target, and that's why he defiled Meng Listen and was determined to do Meng Listen justice. Meng Hearing looked at the misunderstood Chun Pingon and had to go after Su Shuer. Shuer, it's not like that. I was bitten by a poisonous snake. Just now Pingon was sucking the poison out of the snake for me. Su Shuer exploded with anger. She was so blind to have fallen for such a lecher. But when she heard that Pingon Chun was saving people, she immediately stopped. You were bitten by a poisonous snake? The location is a bit special. It was Peace who had to save me before. It was none of his business. Su Shuer immediately told Meng Listen to find a big rock to sit on while she helped check. Sure enough, I saw the 2 holes from the snake bite. Knowing that she had misunderstood the duo, Su Shuer was a bit embarrassed. However, when she thought that Pingon Chun must not have eaten too much of Sister Meng's tofu just now, she was still a bit upset. You want to see big white legs? She's got them too. Why don't you ask her to look at it? Under Meng Listen's persuasion, Su Shuer folded back and prepared to release Pingon Chun, who knew that at this moment, a snake suddenly fell from the treetops, aiming at Su Shuer's snow-white neck. Seeing this scene, where could Chun Pingon obediently wait to be untied? And on the spot, he broke free from his bonds and pulled Su Shuer over. The snake pounced and prepared to come back, but was directly pinched to death by Pingon Chan with a grab. Ah! Meng listened to the shock twice and fainted on the spot. And Su Shuer's heart palpitated when she realized she had almost been bitten by a poisonous snake. You bad man, don't let go of your paw yet. In the heat of the moment just now, the place where Pingon Chan was holding was really a bit hard to describe. Su Shuer broke away from Chun Pingon's arms with a red face. What to do? Sister Dream fainted. Chapter 85. Carry her back to the camp first. Pingon Chen bent down and picked up Meng Listen. Su Shuer saw that his hands were still disciplined, so she didn't say anything. The 3 returned to the camp to find the others awake. It turned out that the scream Meng heard just now directly woke up everyone. What's wrong with her this? Susu asked as she stepped forward. Nothing much. Just got bitten by a snake and fainted from fear, Pingon Chen explained. Let her rest first. It looks like we'll have to postpone our trip again tomorrow. Susu frowned and said. Pingon Chan said, no way. We've been delayed for 2 days. From Wangyuan City to the capital, we can definitely reach it in 5 or 6 days on a fast horse. And once the news of our escape is leaked, the imperial court will surely send troops to exterminate us in the name of a siege. It wasn't that Pingon-chan was an alarmist, it was that there were people who hated for them to die immediately. Therefore, Pingon-chan did not dare to be careless in this regard. At this time, Sudaji couldn't help but say, further ahead can be a large area of the Gobi. Not only is there no place to hide in this desolate area, but we may also encounter sand bandits. The sand bandits of the Gobi beach are very tough. After all, that place is sparsely populated and there is not much food. They can only rely on robbing other people's property for a living. Trying to get past these people's eyes was impossible. Pingon-chan said, because of this, it's all the more reason why we can't delay. This is not a permanent place, and we will be passive if we are found to be under siege. Pingon-chan looked at all the female family members of the general's residence and finally landed his gaze on the two escorting soldiers, Sudaji and Zhang Hong. Now we can only rely on ourselves to make early preparations. Otherwise we will surely die once our pursuers come. The Gobi beach is dangerous. Can't we escape somewhere else? Sudaji asked. No. We must go to the Exile. It will be the beginning of our rise. Pick somewhere else that means risk. Only that trippy, bitterly cold place is not coveted. Pingon-chan needed such a place that was easy to defend and had a poor foundation. The people here must all be hungry and thirsty, and as long as they can be redeemed and shown the light, I'm sure they will immediately coalesce into an unstoppable and powerful force. And it was through this momentum that Pingon-chan wanted to kill his way back to the imperial city of Dachu. And how do we guard against them rounding us up on the Gobi? Sudaji couldn't understand why Pingon-chan had to make the worst choice. But he understood that there were some strong people they were born knowing what to do. He felt that Pingon-chan was such a person. Hatchet the magpie's nest. Pingon-chan narrowed his eyes. He'd planned for everything. Although the few sisters-in-law could not understand what Pingon-chan meant, they all felt a sense of security when they saw his confident appearance. Sure enough, having a man around as a backbone is different. The future of the Chen family and them all rested in the hands of Chen Pingon, the only sapling of the Chen family. Hopefully he won't disappoint the crowd. The group rode on before dawn. As for Menglisten, because she couldn't ride a horse by herself due to her injury, she shared a horse with Pingon-chan. Along the way, Su Shuer's gaze was on the verge of staring a hole through Pingon-chan. Su slowed down and said to Su Shuer, look at this sour look of yours. Could it be that you've fallen for that brat? Sister-in-law, what are you talking nonsense about? I didn't. Su Shuer said this on her lips, but the blush on her face betrayed her true thoughts. Stop! There's something up ahead! Suddenly Sudaji shouted. Chapter 86 Second Sister's Wife's Talent. Everyone had reined in their horses to stop them. A herd of horses in place. Pingon-chan asked, what's the situation? It's too quiet in this neighborhood to see even a crow, and that's not right. But where there are no birds or animals, it means there is either danger or an ambush. But either one is not good. Chen Pingon looked around and his ears twitched even more. Just then, a voice rang out. There are people, lots of men, right in that direction. The person who spoke was the second sister-in-law, Dongfang Ning, who had the least presence among the several sister-in-laws. Su and Dongfang Ning were married to a man after all, and they always knew each other better. Sister Ning, do you smell something? It turned out that this Dongfang Ning was born with a keen sense of smell, and no odor could escape her nose. Now she could just smell the odor of man's sweat in the air if anything. And it was blown here on the wind. They are on the downwind side, and people naturally hide in the upwind position. They looked down and realized that there were a lot of dirt platforms up ahead. If the guess is good, then there must be an ambush behind. Pingon-chan narrowed his eyes. It was important to get to the Exile right now, but he was also aware that the journey would not be peaceful. So gather your men and immediately find a safe place to hide and ambush your pursuers. These two things must be implemented immediately. Since it's delivered to our door, let's just laugh it off. Chen Pingon was worried about not having a place to land, and now that people were coming to his door, he naturally had to take it in. Sudaji's mouth opened wide in surprise when he heard this. You want to deal with sand bandits encroaching on a sand bandit nest. Or else you have a better way. Pingon-chan questioned Sudaji. Sudaji shook his head repeatedly, but he was still shocked. This is the kind of audacity that no one else would dare to think about. Is this Chen family's only child courageous and resourceful? Or is he reckless and simple? It's just a matter of time. We'll see what happens in today's battle. Chen Pingon greeted the crowd as they gathered around. With so many horses, it was impossible for the bandits not to target them as fat sheep. However, Pingon Chen knew that there would definitely not be only one force in this place. His favorite is the snipe. Second sister-in-law, since you have a good nose, can you still show us the way and help us find other places where the sand bandit forces are hiding? Su Shuer's face changed. Are you crazy? You can't even deal with one wave of sand bandits? Are you trying to get everyone caught in a back-and-forth attack? It's a four-way street, second sister-in-law, with pleasure. Dongfang Ning nodded and carefully identified the other sense. Soon she was pointing out 4 directions in a row. It's more than 10 miles out that way, more than 20 miles that way, that side. Not only did she recognize the direction, but she could tell how far those people were from them. Speaking of the last place, Dongfang Ning said, "This group of sand bandits is approaching towards us. Visually they are all on horseback and extremely fast. It should not take more than a cup of tea to arrive in front of us. Good enough. Then let's use our strength to fight. I'd like to see who will win in the end." After Pingon Chen finished speaking, he asked everyone to follow him to meet the sand bandits that were approaching towards them. The sand bandits in ambush on this side realized that the situation was not right and immediately chased after them with their teams. And the opposite side of a wave of sand bandits get a tip-off that there is a fat sheep, rush to finally arrive at the destination, only to find that the fat sheep even took the initiative to send to the door. It's a real sleeper and it's a real coincidence. Haha, heaven help me, today the brothers will be able to eat meat. Chapter 87, Competition for the Fat Sheep. Pingon Chen led the team to one of the groups of sand bandits with his horse and immediately stopped. "You have the sense to hand over all the horse money. I can give you a whole body, otherwise..." Humph! The sand bandit leader grunted twice, leaving Pingon Chen and the others to figure out the outcome on their own. "Boss, look. There are mostly women among them, and every one of them is so pretty. My God. I was worried about not having a daughter-in-law, and here's someone delivering one?" The sand bandit leader wiped his eyes, happy. "Brothers, all cheer up. So many beautiful girls when you get your hands on them. I'll give you all daughter-in-laws." Everyone laughed at that. "Boss is mighty. Long live Big Brother." These sand bandits are more energized than one when they hear that they are going to have a daughter-in-law. At this time, the head of the sand bandits gave an order to surround the crowd. What to do? Su Daji was a bit anxious. It was now clear that there were already 2 forces on them, and this would surely be the end of them if there were more sand bandits. Pingon Chen said indifferently, "What are you afraid of? Just listen to my command." "Oh!" The sand bandits chanted as they approached towards Pingon Chen's men. And just then, another group of sand bandits finally arrived. The sand bandits over here saw that something was wrong and immediately reined in their horses. "Boss, it's Booty and the others," someone shouted. "Humph! Daring to steal the fat sheep from my old man. This Booty is too damn much of a..." The sand bandit leader said angrily. Booty over here, who was also the leader of a group of sand bandits, couldn't help but curse when he heard this. "Naya, you shameless stinker, obviously these fat sheep are mine, and you have the nerve to cut them off. Bah! This is the old man's fat sheep. It was the old man who met it first. Could they have panicked and come to you if they hadn't realized our ambush? It's ours. No, it's ours." The 2 parties actually screamed and argued with each other. As he watched the noise grow more and more intense, a voice suddenly rang out. "We're only willing to follow the strong. Neither of you 2 sides are convinced of each other, so why don't you fight?" "Who the is talking?" Naya shouted. "Humph, I think he's right. If you're able to compete, the winner takes these fat sheep." Booty provoked. "Fine, let's compare. Are we still afraid of you?" At the instigation of Chen Pingon, these 2 groups of sand bandits were really moved to fight. However, it could be seen that the 2 parties usually had deep grudges, and now it was merely that Pingon Chen had given them a reason to fight. "Kill Booty's stupid asses. Get Naya them losers. Kill! Kill! Charge!" As soon as the various slogans were shouted, the heads of the 2 parties immediately spurred their horses to meet the enemy, and soon they were fighting. Listening to the sound of the blades clashing against each other, Chen Pingon deliberately added fuel to the fire from the side. "Booty, your guys are losers, not very good." When Booty's men heard it, they thought it was a provocation from the other side and killed even more insanely. "Naya, are your people underfed? The body is as bad as a pussy." Naya's gang immediately got more and more aggressive. Naya and Booty finally fought, and the other henchmen each found opponents. Just when they had already killed their eyes, Chen Pingon immediately made a wink at the crowd. The crowd instantly understood that those who did not have the ability to fight all formed a circle to the side to take refuge, and the only ones left who had the value of force were Pingon Chen, Su Daji, Su Su Su, and Su Shuer. Chapter 88. Zhang Hong, who was injured but still had some fight left in him, had wanted to join the battle. However, they were instructed by Pingon Chen to protect the women and children. Go! Pingon Chen gave the order. The 4 men on horseback immediately spread out. Except for Chen Pingon, whose clear target was the 2 sand bandit leaders. Everyone else was killed on sight. They're all sand bandits anyway, so there's no fear of killing the wrong person. The forces on both sides were in the midst of a fierce battle, and it didn't occur to them at all that the line of people they regarded as fat sheep even had a strange army. By the time they realized it, more than half of them were dead or wounded. When Naya and Booty realized that something was wrong, they immediately united their fronts and surprisingly worked together to deal with the charging Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen was not at all surprised by this. After all, these 2 are the ringleaders, they can't have no brains at all. Crap! We've been duped. Kill him quickly. The 2 are very much in sync and in unison. However, Chen Pingon, who had already grabbed a sand bandit spear in his hand, came out of the momentum alone. The 2 sand bandit leaders were quite knowledgeable, but they were still horrified for a moment in their hearts when they saw this stance of Ping and Chen. Carrying red tasseled spears and large swords, they steered their horses and charged at Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen did not panic when he saw this. As they tried to pick him off, suddenly the body reared back and lay down on the horse's back. It was also in this instant that the spear in his hand immediately transformed into the most flexible weapon. Knock! Knock knock! Spear used his dexterity to club Booty in the stomach. Booty was knocked sideways from his horse on the spot. The sheer force of it appalled Booty. Over here, Naya held a red tasseled spear ready to pierce Pingon Chen's throat, but Pingon Chen flung his backhand. With the same tremendous force, he threw Naya off his horse as well. But at the critical moment, Pingon Chen held the tip of Naya's red tasseled spear. Make a strong throw. Naya was thrown from the left to the right and slammed right into Booty, who was getting ready to get up. Knock! Both men fell to the ground again. Booty was stoned on the spot. Naya isn't doing too well either. Seems to have broken her arm. Pingon Chen only just made a move to make the 2 sand bandit leaders fold on the spot. The others saw that their bosses were outmatched, so what was the point of fighting? They all threw their weapons on the ground and stepped back. Afraid I'll land on my head later. In response, Chen Pingon only raised his lips and smiled. Everyone, there's no need to be alarmed. I'm just lending a hand. As long as you guys don't make things difficult for us, we naturally won't rush you all. Who the hell are you guys? Naya asked grimly. This is the son of Great General Chen, Pingon Chen, and these are the Chen family members. Su Daji opened his mouth at this time to indicate Pingon Chen's identity. The crowd froze at that, especially Naya, who got up on the spot and knelt down towards Pingon Chen. So it's the son of a benefactor. If you had said so earlier, there wouldn't have been this misunderstanding. Chen Pingon was somewhat surprised. This Naya actually received a favor from the great general? That's when Naya slaps the unconscious buddy awake. What are you doing? I'll kill you. Stop it. The son of the great benefactor is here. It was then that Booty learned the identity of Pingon Chen and the others from Naya. I've long heard that the court indiscriminately killed loyalists and exiled the great general's family, but I didn't realize it was all true. Booty was furious. Are these people all stupid? Without the great general leading the troops to defend the country, where would they have a good life? Chen Pingon did not expect that the insight of all these sand bandits was higher than that of the Dog Emperor. But this also destined that person is not a benevolent ruler, the emperor seat sooner or later replaced by someone else. We have to hurry, farewell. Chapter 89, Targeted. Pingon Chen had wasted too much time here, so he was anxious to bring everyone along to catch up. The 2 leaders glanced at each other and kneeled down on one knee in front of Pingon Chen. What do you guys mean by this? Pingon Chen was puzzled. Little benefactor, if you don't mind, we are willing to follow you around to escort you out of the Gobi, and as a way of repaying General Chen for saving our lives back then. Naya said, yes, we are not the only 2 forces in this Gobi. The more we go inside, the more dangerous it becomes. It's better to let us escort you out of the Gobi. Booty means the same thing. Pingon Chen was worried that he was alone, so if he could bring the rest of these people with him, it would indeed be a good idea. That's when the henchmen weren't happy. Boss, They killed a lot of our brothers. That's right. If they hadn't instigated it, we wouldn't have been able to lose our troops. It's amazing that people on both sides of the fence are not convinced by their men. Apparently, they don't get any general favors. The two looked at the brothers and made a direct decision. From today onwards, all of you can make your own way. The two of us is to follow the little benefactor together, willing to follow the brothers then together, not willing to go back to the fortress to live on their own. That's right, decide for yourselves. Soon the scene was divided into two groups, one to go back and continue as sand bandits. The other wave was not too many, just 5 people. All of them were Booty and Naya's close friends, willing to follow them to escort Chen Pingon and the others. By the time the dust settled, Pingon Chen's team had grown a bit and was finally less brittle. The group had only just gotten a few miles out when Booty came to an abrupt stop. Up ahead is the territory of a very powerful group of sand bandits. We'll have to think of a foolproof plan if we want to get through. Naya looked down and nodded in a way that meant the same thing. Pingon Chen was not familiar with this piece, so naturally, he did not know what was in it. But he had a good ear and also a good eye. Just as they were talking, a figure shifted in front of them. It should be the lookouts that are hiding. It seems they've alerted the people inside, and soon there will be trouble on their doorstep. Pingon Chen asked, "Is there no other way to go?" "That's true, but that side is known as the Gobi of Death, and there are not only swamps but also dangerous beasts in it, so it's not as safe to go there as it is here," Booty explained. When Pingon Chen weighed the situation, there really was no better choice than here. On this side, the lookout of the Gobi Black Wind walled city realized that something was wrong, and immediately let one of the brothers go back to the walled city to report to the walled city lord, while the rest of the people were ambushed in the surrounding area just waiting for those fat sheep to enter their territory. Chen Pingon and his group stopped right at the entrance into the Black Wind walled city's territory and stopped dead in their tracks. The sand bandits hiding in the shadows were wondering. One of them couldn't help but say, "What are they doing? Coming but not entering? Is it provoking us? What nonsense. Wait until the walled city lord arrives. He will naturally know what to do." While these people continued to ambush and lurk, Pingon Chen and the others rested on the spot. Both Booty and Naya were a bit surprised by Pingon Chen's decision. "Junior Benefactor, this is the territory of the Black Wind walled city. Even if we don't go in hard, we should have made preparations earlier. We may not be a match for those Black Wind walled city people coming later." "Yes, it's important to prepare early," Pingon Chen said indifferently. "What are you afraid of? If you're here, you're here." Chapter 90. Black Wind Village. It was just a black wind wall, he didn't put it in his eyes yet. The reason why we don't go into the enemy's hinterland is for security considerations. It may not seem like much at this entrance, but there's a lot to learn. As the saying goes, you can attack and retreat. In case they can't beat them, there is still a way to retreat, isn't it? The two bandit leaders scratched their heads, both a bit confused. At this moment, Zhao Hao was discussing things with a few pawns inside Black Wind walled city. Suddenly someone came in to report. "It's not good, walled city lord. There is a small group of people approaching outside. It doesn't look like a merchant caravan. Should we catch them?" Zhao Hao looked at the men who came to report in front of him and asked, "How many of them are there?" There were 20 or so, and most of them were women. Hearing this, before Zhao Hao could say anything, those who were in charge screamed, "Good. This is sending women to our cottage. Walled city master, everything is good in our walled city. But there are few women, so it's hard to reproduce. So why don't we capture all these women and pass them on to us? That's just it. We so need some women to expand the fort." Zhao Hao gave these people a cold look, scaring them into shutting up immediately. "Did you get a good look at what it was from?" "That's not clear yet, but there are a few women inside who are nationally recognized, so they shouldn't be any ordinary people." As soon as these words came out, Zhao Hao narrowed his eyes. He had long since gotten word that some of the family members of the great general's house had been exiled, and they happened to be passing through their part of the Gobi. Counting the days, it should be just a few days. "Is this the family of the great general? I heard that each of the 2 sons of the great general's house had married a number of wives, that one was more beautiful than the other." Zhao Hao's eyes rolled, and he immediately had a crooked thought. When he was a court official following the crown prince, he was surrounded by beautiful women. But because of careless drunkenness and murder, he was dismissed from his official position and sent into exile, which led him to this hole. However, because of this, he didn't want to go to the land of exile and wait for death, so he simply killed the escorting soldiers when passing through the Gobi and directly fell into the grass to establish the infamous Black Wind walled city. It occurred to me that I hadn't seen Sai Sablechan's beautiful wife for a long time either. Now that the beauty was in his territory, there was no reason not to want it. Instead of letting them go to that place of exile to wait for death, it would be better to catch them all up to the mountain fortress and be his suppressed wife. Thinking about changing women to play with every day, this Zhao Hao couldn't help but laugh. Gather the brothers. Let's him. Yes, brothers, go and get ready at once. What they were thinking was that the walled city lord eats meat and is always able to give them some soup. So many women, just share one or two of them, that would be nice. The time was fast approaching evening. In this Gobi, the temperature difference at night is very huge. If not, they have done a good job in advance of the cold preparation. This moment is afraid to die of cold in this Gobi. The women gathered around to keep warm. Pingon Chen wrapped up his woolen sewn shirt and still felt that it was not warm enough. But that cold was nothing to him. Su Daji and the two leaders all came to Pingon Chen's side. It hasn't come yet. Could it be that they haven't even noticed? Pingon Chen said. Sending out troops is all about surprise and victory. If they just come over in such a crowed manner, I would have underestimated them. Booty said. Although we also do looting, we are not like the Black Wind Wall. Yeah, that Zhao Hao is a big devil. Burning, killing, looting, not leaving any survivors at all. Pingon Chen narrowed his eyes. There's movement. Chapter 91. As soon as the three of them heard this, they immediately became alert with their weapons. Pingon Chen patted Su Daji's shoulder. Relax. Nothing will happen if you follow my orders. Su Daji was already very convinced of Pingon Chen. Hearing him say that immediately relaxed him, and he waited for the results. It was only a moment later that the sound of horses' hooves came from the distance. Immediately afterward, a group of people appeared in front of the crowd. And at the same time, people appeared in all four directions. Surprisingly, the team was surrounded. Pingon Chen was not anxious about this at all, but it was Budinia and the others who were afraid of the reputation of Black Wind Walled City, who were all standing by in a tight formation and were a bit worried. Pingon Chen said, waiting until we are exhausted to make a move is quite a brainy one. Su Daji was afraid that Chen Pingon didn't know how powerful the other party was and couldn't help but remind him. I've heard of this Zhao Hao. I heard that he was a highly valued subordinate of the Crown Prince at the beginning, with strong martial arts skills and a ruthless heart. The more this happens, the more necessary it is to have a battle. For Pingon Chen, there was no enemy that could not be dealt with. Even the strongest have weaknesses, and he's in need of a place to expand the kitty for himself right now. I think this ruthless man must have a lot of gold, silver, and money in his hands. It's a good idea to confiscate them all for his future recruiting. The visitors are General Chen's family members. At this time, Zhao Hao appeared in front of the crowd, riding a high horse and holding a square sky painting halberd. His arrogance was visible as soon as he arrived and called out. Pingon Chen wasn't afraid and said lightly, I am. I, Zhao Hao, was once a great general of the imperial court, and I appreciate you generals the most. How about this? I don't want to make things difficult for you. As long as you leave your women and money and horses behind, I'll let you pass. How about that? Zhao Hao is not so kind. Only the facade still has to go. When Pingon Chen didn't say anything, that Su Daji shouted first. Bull. These women are all members of the Chen family, the descendants of a famous family. How can they be left to be spoiled by you? Looks like you guys aren't going to cooperate. Brothers want a daughter-in-law? All cheer up, kill those men in the way, and all those women will be ours. With a shout, the sand bandits yelled out one by one. The momentum is like a rainbow. What to do? Su Daji asked in a low voice. Pingon Chen was as calm and collected as ever. There was no use panicking at this point. It would be better to think about what else to do next. Hey, what did you just say? Killing us men so that we can rob women, is that it? Pingon Chen supported his ears with his hands and made a gesture of not hearing clearly. Zhao Hao grunted coldly. Are you deaf? I'll kill you first. Just then there were fireworks going off all over the place. Looking at it that way, it's not looking good. Zhao Hao also looked to the sky. It's no good. It must be that all the people from the other walled villages have also discovered these fat sheep and want to come and get a piece of the pie. Humph. Let them come. Usually they are hiding like turtles. They know to show up when there is an advantage. Just in time for me to exterminate these people and then exterminate them and monopolize this whole piece of Gobi. Zhao Hao's ambition is not small, and he actually wants to take the lead. But he's got the power to do that, and he has to see if someone buys it. Pingon Chen whispered to Su Daji. It must be done quickly. Huh? But the fireworks must be a signal. There are probably several walled villages of sand bandits nearby. If they all come, we won't be able to deal with them. It's a death wish. Chapter 92. A blast to fame. Afraid of what? Forget what I asked you guys to prepare before. Chen had already prepared for this long ago, where he would care about this. But Su Daji was still a little worried. Others who were more worried were the likes of Booty and Naya. They did not know exactly how much dry goods Ping and Chen and his party had. If we can't deal with these sand bandits, we're going to die here. The two looked at each other and still decided to find Chen to inquire about it. At this time, that Zhao Hao was already impatient and steered his horse towards Chen Pingon and the others to kill them. It was obvious that he wanted to take down Pingon Chen and the others before the other forces arrived here. But how could Pingon Chen let him have his way? He said directly to the crowd, "All of you, cover your weapons tightly, and do not use them until you are in danger. These words are for the women. We'll fight with you." Su and Su Shuer stepped forward together. They were also considered strong helpers, so Chen Pingon did not refuse. At this time, he whistled, and a horse ran to Pingon Chen's side on the spot. After 3 or 4 days of eating and sleeping together, Chen Pingon had successfully tamed this mount. He rolled right over onto his horse. At this time, Naya threw his red tasseled spear to Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen did not refuse, took the red tasseled spear and rushed towards Zhao Hao. Kind of funny. Zhao Hao was excited to see this. He's gonna pick this kid off his horse in one move. In the face of the situation, Chen Pingon was not worried at all. Instead, he moved sharply to shorten his body to avoid the attack and counterattack in passing. The two were on horseback for a few round trips, and they actually didn't hurt each other half a bit. The others were uplifted by the sight, especially on Su Daji's and their side. This Zhao Hao was notoriously powerful, and he didn't expect that Pingon Chen would be able to go through dozens of moves in the other party's hands single-handedly. This showed that Chen Pingon's strength was not inferior to this Zhao Hao. Booty and Naya were counting on it, and one was ready to strike at any moment. Just when the crowd was all ready to make a move, that Zhao Hao's square sky painting halberd was actually picked up by Pingon Chen. "You know this weapon out of hand is half the battle." "Impossible!" Zhao Hao roared. Chen Pingon directly stepped on the horse's back and leaped up, snatching Zhao Hao's square sky painting halberd one step ahead of him. The next thing he did was return the red tasseled spear to Naya and pick Zhao Hao's horse over with his square sky painting halberd. Zhao Hao jumped to the ground and coldly looked at Pingon Chen. "You're good, and I'm going to kill you." "Yeah? I'm afraid you don't have that chance." Before that, Zhao Hao was ready to meet the battle again. Chen Pingon had already taken out a canister that he had prepared and threw it towards Zhao Hao and the others after lighting it with a firecracker. Zhao Hao and the others didn't feel anything when they saw the jar hit the ground. Boom! The crowd was blinded as an explosion rang out. Many of Zhao Hao's men were killed and blown up. The point was that there was also quite a bit of red powder floating out, and after these people smelled that powder, they all fell limply to the ground. The scene happened so fast that the crowd froze. But Pingon Chen shouted, "Don't freeze. Quickly take the battlefield. Time is now of the essence, and the whole situation must be brought under control quickly." The crowd reacted to the killing madness, and as Pingon Chen looked into the distance, it seemed that the remaining sand bandits were almost there. "Well, let's settle this all together." Su Daji suddenly rushed over at this time. "Look out!" Whoosh! Turns out there was an arrow flying. The target was Pingon Chen. Chapter 93. Welcoming the difficulties. Su Daji rushed to Pingon Chen and pounced on him, almost getting hit by an arrow himself. Luckily, at the critical moment, Pingon Chen realized that something was wrong and grabbed a stone with his hand and threw it out while falling. Clang! The stone touched the arrow and directly deflected the arrow that was about to hit Su Daji's shoulder. The arrow lost its aim and fell straight to the ground. The scene was menacing to watch, but an arrow is a signal. The next thing I really saw was a lot of arrows flying this way. "Quickly find a place to hide." After Pingon Chen shouted, he whistled at the horses. The date red horse that he had domesticated suddenly raised its front hooves and shouted. Then it was time to take the rest of the horses towards a safe place to hide. The scene looked silly to the crowd. Who the hell is Pingon Chen? Surprisingly, even the horses obeyed his orders. By this time, everyone else had found a place to hide. Zhao Hao looked at the situation and immediately led his men to prepare to escape as well. But by this time, Pingon Chen had already caught up with Zhao Hao with his square sky painting halberd and directly intercepted the person. "Duke Chen, quickly find a place to hide from the danger," Su Daji shouted. "Take care of yourselves first, You don't have to worry about me. Zhao Hao looked at Chen Pingon. I've heard that the third son of the Chen family is a fool, but you're not a fool at all, you're not Pingon Chen. Zhao Hao's words were exchanged for a cold smile from Chen Pingon. How can you take what you hear seriously? When these words came out, it was Zhao Hao who froze. Yeah. How can you take what you hear seriously? It was only that he didn't want to believe that he was actually beaten so badly by a teenager who wasn't that old when he was so powerful in martial arts. Especially that explosion just now. If there were a few more of them, no amount of his men would be enough to break them. Charge! Just then, shouts and hoofbeats came from all directions. It seems like that one firework signal just now had lured all the sand bandits around. Pingon Chun, I have no grudge against you. Just now it was just a misunderstanding. How about we each take a step back? No how. I'll take this black wind-walled city of yours today. Chun Pingon was certain in his attitude and had already made his plans. Hearing this, Zhao Hao couldn't help but want to curse. What do you mean? I've already compromised, do you still want to be outnumbered? No matter what, we can also join forces with the sand bandits, what do you have? Won't you know if you try it? Pingon Chen sneered. Pingon Chen's bravado was finally too much for Zhao Hao to bear. Good. Good for you. Since you want to play, then I'll accompany you. He raised his hand and immediately one of his men threw him a sturdy spear. And by now several groups of sand bandits have arrived here to converge. Their arrows were also limited, and they naturally stopped shooting when they couldn't see the target. Where's the fat goat? A sand bandit leader who arrived first asked with a frown. By this time, Su Daji and the others had already taken their men and horses to hide and take shelter near an earthen platform where they could hide. Chun Pingon turned to look at the visitor. Here it is. Zhao Hao was completely confused as to what Pingon Chun was trying to do. Shouldn't you normally hide when you're outnumbered? Why are you exposing yourself? You don't want to live? But whatever the reason, Zhao Hao was happy to see it happen. Hey, you guys came at the right time. What came this time is indeed a fat sheep, but it's a bit hard to chew on. Why don't we cooperate with a few forces and divide the money, horses and women together at that time? How about it? Zhao Hao negotiated a deal towards that sand bandit leader. The sand bandit leader did not recognize Chen Pingon, but he did recognize the infamous Zhao Hao. Ay shucks. Chapter 94, Drumming. Zhao Hao, you shameless thing. Who doesn't know that you are the most unethical in this Gobi? The sand bandit leader directly spat at the ground. Dislike for Zhao Hao was almost written on his face. And that's when 5 more sets of people came, each taking up a spot in their own way. Looking at the 6 sets of sand bandits all in good order, one could tell that they hadn't encountered this kind of looting in their day. Pingon Chun spoke. Compared to us, these few people and a few horses, wouldn't the black wind wall be the real fat sheep? What do you all think? Zhao Hao wanted to curse on the spot. What the hell? This damn Chen Pingon actually wanted to encourage other sand bandits to attack his black wind village, when really do not want to die. Humph, think I'm this easy to deal with? Then you guys are very wrong. This is in Laozi's territory. Zhao Hao's words didn't threaten anyone, because those sand bandits really moved on. Over the years, Zhao Hao has done nothing wrong in the Gobi, relying on his geographic location and his strong power. Basically, all the benefits are called Black Wind Walled City. We all don't say it on the surface, but we actually know that the person who is in charge of this Gobi is Zhao Hao. Every time we meet any big fat sheep, all the Black Wind Walled City gets a bargain. They'll just be able to have some soup. They have long wanted to turn against Zhao Hao, but it's always gotten in the way of not being able to do that. What can you do with a passerby? That's just it. We're not going to follow you on an adventure for nothing. Zhao Hao laughed out loud when he heard this. Pingon Chun, did you see that? These people are all goons. They don't dare to turn against Black Wind Walled City at all. In this case, as long as you join hands with my Black Wind Walled City, I'm willing to give up my horses and money to you this time, and as for the women, I'll pick them out before it's your turn. Zhao Hao's aim is those flowery sister-in-laws. As for the other stuff, there will be more later. Those sand bandit leaders began to make eyes at each other after hearing this, seemingly discussing the feasibility of the matter. Pingon Chun shook his head and sighed. That's all you guys are good for. Who wouldn't be angry to hear such a despicable tone? Who in the world are you, this brat? How dare you look down on us like that? That's right, we're sand bandits who kill people and do nothing. This kid has gotten bold. No wonder he dares to mess with the Black Wind Wall. That's when someone with a brain finally spoke up and questioned it. Not right. If he didn't have some skills, this Black Wind Wall would have destroyed him long ago, where it would still be our turn to pick up the favor? Upon this statement, all the sand bandits began to whisper again. Pingon Chen couldn't help but smile when he saw that they had grown brains. Stupid. I was trying to give you guys a chance. After all, in the future we will all raise our heads and see each other. We always have to come and go often, which is that our black wind wall is undefeated. Dang! There was a loud crash and dust flew. It turned out that it was caused by Pingon Chen pounding the weighty square heavenly painting halberd on the ground. Look! Isn't that Zhao Hao's square sky painting halberd? Right? This weapon is Zhao Hao's treasure. How come it's in this teenager's hands now? My God! Did this teenager defeat Zhao Hao? This guess came out and the crowd's eyes widened. You guys are full of... I lost that by accident and let him pick it up. Zhao Hao tries to explain in order to save face. However, Pingon Chen had already flung that square heavenly painting halberd and aimed it directly at Zhao Hao with its sharp point. Did I pick it up? Chapter 95. Under the weight of money, there will be a brave man. Zhao Hao didn't know what to say at once. He had already learned the strength of Pingon Chen just now. If he fought again, he would not be disgraced in front of his brothers, but in front of all the sand bandits. A short silence can put a lot of things into perspective. The few sand bandit leaders in particular had already made some vague guesses. Just then that Booty and Naya came straight out of hiding. Look, isn't that Buddy and Naya? These two were originally from the local area and had no choice but to fall into the grass as bandits. Several other groups of sand bandits knew them. Because of their small size, they could only plunder small caravans every time, and it was simply to the point where they couldn't make ends meet. That's why these sand bandits didn't go and pick off these two sand bandit dens. Booty said loudly, "Listen up, the visitor is Chen Pingon, the third young master of the Great General's residence. The Great General has surrounded the borderland and stabilized it. He is our benefactor. Do you still want to lay your hands on the son of your benefactor? Yes, we've already defected to Mr. Chen. I advise you to quickly defect to Mr. Chen as well. That's the way out." Those bandit leaders were a bit shocked to hear that. Still, one of the sand bandits couldn't help but say, "The court is no good, so what about the Great General? He has preserved the borders of Great Chu, but has our lives changed? We're even poorer after the war. Yeah. If it wasn't for the war, would we be able to be sand bandits now? In the end, it's the court that's useless, and all the people in the court should be killed. Some of the irrational sand bandits should have suffered a lot of losses from the court, so now all these grievances had built up ready to be vented towards Chen Pingon, a former member of the court. That's when Booty and Naya got anxious. They didn't realize that these people were not reasonable at all. Don't bull them, they won't listen. Mr. Chen, there are two groups of sand bandits in here who are good people. They never rob ordinary people. They catch the crooked merchants and corrupt officials of the imperial court. Can you still please be merciful? Yes, they are actually bitter people, who would want to come to be sand bandits if they didn't have a hard time making ends meet. It's full of helpless wretches here on the Gobi Desert. Pingon Chen also understood this. Don't worry. As long as they're not trying to drive them to extinction, I definitely don't take their lives lightly. The two of them arched their hands and bowed to Pingon Chen. Mr. Chen is righteous. They really didn't follow the wrong people. Those sand bandits were ready to strike. Zhao Hao roared from the side. Whoever can help me destroy this brat, I will reward 100 taels of gold. A few money-hungry bandit leaders immediately became excited upon hearing this. Zhao Hao, why should we trust you? Yeah. You always screwed us over before. How can we trust you? A couple of sand bandits were still trying to make a final confirmation. Look at this, you guys are small-minded, right? My black wind-walled city is a big family. Can I still lose you 100 taels of gold? Let's just ask you guys if you dare? People die for money. These few sand bandit leaders greeted the crowd on the spot and surrounded Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen used the Fangtian painted halberd to paddle both Booty and Naya to the side. Hide! Mr. Chen. They were anxious. Right at this moment, two forces appeared within the 6 groups of sand bandits, directly blocking in front of these sand bandits and protecting Pingon Chen at the back. With us here, I'll see who dares to make trouble. Chapter 96. 1 second. The incident was sudden, and Pingon Chen narrowed his eyes. Mr. Chen, this is what we're talking about, Booty said with delight. These two groups were not too numerous, adding up to only 30 or so people, but they still made the remaining 4 groups of sand bandits stop their attacks for the time being. What do you two mean? To help these fat sheep? Crazy! The leaders of the 2 groups of sand bandits that were protecting Chen Pingon opened their mouths one after another. Knowing what's good for you is what my mother taught me as a child. Great General had saved my family's life. Even if he doesn't remember, I can't be ungrateful. The other 4 heads cursed outright. Who wasn't saved? But who cares if we live or die after they're gone? I've heard that there are many people who eat and drink in that court. The Great General wasn't also rewarded, but he didn't come to succor us either. Exactly. What conscience is there in the fact that we have to live through this burning and looting to stay alive? These are the people who have gotten their niche down pat. Why pretend to be noble when you already have the blood of innocence on your hands? Isn't that a joke? Even if we've done a lot of bad things, the Chen family must be right. At first, I watched how the Great General led the army to defend a city of people with no life. Otherwise, when those enemies broke through the city, we would have long been under the sword, where there is still life here to languish and cry father and mother. These 2 were clear-headed, and things were analyzed with precision and accuracy. Pingon Chen looked at them and felt that these 2 were also makeable talents. Keep it around or it may be of great use. No more nonsense with them. Whoever stops us from seizing that 100 taels of gold is my enemy. Right? For 100 taels of gold, kill. Sand bandits are no good, naturally chasing fame and fortune. Now when 100 taels of gold is compared to their conscience, the balance has long been tilted to the gold side. Just seeing those hundreds of people hooting and hollering and rushing over, Zhao Hao immediately became arrogant. He even held a spear in his hand, ready to sneak attack Pingon Chen from behind. Chen Pingon had wanted to clean up this villain later, but he actually took the initiative to seek death, so there was no need to stay. Only to see that Pingon Chen did not even look back, and flicked the square sky painting halberd in his hand. Whoosh! The square sky painting halberd flew out and directly pierced Zhao Hao's chest behind him. The huge backlash carried Zhao Hao flying backwards. The whole thing was nailed directly to the weathered wall of the dirt slope. You! Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Zhao Hao vomited blood and died. Everyone was appalled as they watched his eyes widen in disbelief. Zhao Hao is so powerful, but he was actually killed by a single move? Is this Pingon Chen really so powerful? See? Zhao Hao is dead. Do you guys still want to make a move? If he's dead, then it's all the more important to split up the winners and losers, so that we can go about dividing up the money from Black Wind Walled City. Right? These people saw that the entire Black Wind Wall was beckoning to them, and they struck even more fiercely. The 2 forces directly converged and fought. Obviously, the side with fewer people is at a disadvantage. Pingon Chen just looked at it and gave orders to Budi and Naya. All retreat. Everyone retreat after me. Not as abrasive as Naya, Budi gave the order at once. The 2 groups of sand bandits didn't know what was going on, but they listened to the order and separated some distance from the 4 groups of sand bandits, only to see Pingon Chen ignite the homemade lightning ball and throw it towards those people. Chapter 97. Directly subdued. Boom! The canister exploded, spraying iron and poison directly after blowing up several sand bandits. The iron slashes cut some of the men, combined with the poisonous powder that was flying all over the place. Predictably, these people lost their fighting strength on the spot, and each one of them slumped to the ground like a limp noodle. To say that these 4 groups of sand bandits were all considered ferocious wolves on the desert, in addition to their strength being inferior to Black Wind Wall a bit. But now they were all sprawled out on the ground in a sorry state. How they looked like bears. Want another one? Looking at the remaining people who had yet to be attacked by the poison, Chen Pingon asked with a smile. The crowd was silent. What the hell is this? They've never even seen it. But it was so deadly that it only took 1 blast to make them lose half of their men. This is going to be a total loss if it comes back again, right? Those people looked at Chen Pingon with both awe and admiration. Is this the son of the invincible great general? It's true that a tiger's father has no son. At this time, Pingon Chen looked at Budi and Naya. The rest of these men, you discuss with them. Kill or integrate as you wish. Yes, both were happy to be entrusted with the task. They took the initiative to go and discuss their next plans with the 2 groups of sand bandits who had chosen to protect Pingon Chen. And it was at this time that Su Daji arrived in front of Chen Pingon with a group of women. Mr. Chen, you have truly opened my eyes once again. Pingon Chen said indifferently. This is nothing. It's true that it's nothing. To think that when he was the king of soldiers, he faced tens of thousands of troops like nobody's business. Where are these people? Except that back then, in addition to the body equipment was also important. After this battle, Chen Pingon realized that the military conditions here were undeveloped. if he was given some time and found some more useful materials. Trying to build a strong army in a short period of time is not a problem at all. That's when Naya came back. According to the discussion, those who are willing to follow will not be killed, and those who swear to resist will all be killed. Chen Pingon looked at Naya. Those who are willing to follow are released. Those who vow to resist stay. Ha! The crowd wondered. How to say that this is willing to be imperialized only to take in how to vow to die stubborn resistance but to stay, this is not disturbing. Pingon Chun didn't explain and said indifferently, just do as I say. Yes, all of these active defectors have been disbanded who have lost their sand bandit leaders. In the end, they had to go back and reorganize the sand bandits. The few remaining uncooperative ones were all escorted to Pingon Chun. Kill or die as you wish, why sympathize? That's right. I'm still a good man after 18 years. These people are indeed hardened and not at all timid in the face of life and death. I want you all to follow me, Pingon Chin said. A few people sneered. We don't want to be court lackeys. That's right. What makes you think I should follow? That they were unconvinced was expected by Pingon Chun. I think when he was leading the army, there were no less of these disobedient masters. But after he cleaned up, each one was still honest. It's just a couple of pricks. He's got all the experience in the world. You guys come with me. Chun Pingon greeted a few people to follow him. They were all tied up and would not follow orders. Pingon Chun let the people untie them. Soon these few people stalked along with Pingon Chun to the back of a weathered earth wall. Practicing? Pingon Chun asked with a wry smile. Chapter 98, Attacking Black Wind Walled City. A few people looked at each other and immediately rushed up. They've got some work under their hands. Under the tacit cooperation still thought that they would at least be able to injure Pingon Chun. But who knew that Chun Pingon was as slippery as a loach, not only letting a few people not touch the corner of his coat, but also coming behind them in a mysterious way. Fat beating. Ah! Well, Sudaji and the others just heard the screams and didn't know what was happening. But they also knew from the voices that things must be pretty bad for those guys. A few minutes later, Chun Pingon walked out while moving his wrist. He still had that satisfied smile on his face. A line of people craned their necks to look behind him, wondering what happened to them. After waiting for a while, I saw a few of them appear holding each other. Eft! Su Shuer laughed outright. It turned out that those few people had all been beaten to a pig's head by Pingon Chun. It was miserable. Probably wouldn't even recognize their parents. Convinced, Pingon Chun looked back at the men and smiled very kindly. Served. Served. These people's legs and stomachs trembled when they saw Pingon Chun smile. Mom, it's not personal. That's just sadistic. They couldn't help but tremble just by thinking back to Pingon Chen's perverted fighting style just now. No one wants to mess with this big devil in the future. It's a death wish. Chun Pingon straightened his sleeves and said to Su Daji and the others, since the trouble here has been cleaned up, let's go to Black Wind Walled City. No way. Although this Zhao Hao is dead, there are still dozens of people in the Black Wind Walled City, and I heard that there are quite a few mechanisms and traps, so it's not easy to enter the Black Wind Walled City. That's right, we once had the intention of attacking Black Wind Walled City, but we were repulsed before we could enter the hinterland. They do have some ability. The two sand bandit leaders who had just joined also gave advice. The more such an easy place to defend, the more interested I am. He needed a stronghold and he needed men. Otherwise, when the pursuers sent by the court arrive, what will he use to fend them off? Better yet, this place will give those courtiers a straight shot at coming back. Pingon Chan said, don't worry, with me around, even the most impenetrable place will have to break a hole out for me. Just as he was leading the group and preparing to move on, suddenly a horn sounded in the distance. Not good. Someone should have passed the situation here back to Black Wind Walled City. They are warning. I'm afraid they're already standing by without waiting for us to arrive. Booty explained. Pingon Chin whistled directly. Once the date red horse came to him, he rolled over and mounted. Follow me if you're not afraid to die. He spurred his horse straight away. Su Shuer and Su 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 allowed Su Daji to take care of the large troop as they directly followed Pingon Chun. Booty and the others had to follow at the site of the battle. The crowd was huge and the scene was spectacular. Watching these people leave, Su Daji couldn't help but say to Zhang Hong, this Mr. Chun is truly a man of God. Also, I wonder how soon they will be able to take Black Wind Walled City this time. Just as the crowd entered the hinterland of Black Wind Walled City, suddenly a lot of stones flew from the sky. No good. It's stone throwing. Back up quickly. These throwing stones are limited in distance, so as long as they are not within the range of the throwing stones, they will not be smashed. Chen narrowed his eyes. I didn't realize a black wind wall had this equipment. Very good. Chapter 99 Think Tank. Only after Chen and the others had backed up to a safe place did those stone throwing stop. But the road was also made impossible to travel by these rocks. What to do? It seems like it's not that easy to take down this black wind wall. Su Daji asked Chen. Would like to hear a solution from him. Chen fell into silence as he looked at those cast stones. These stones should all be limited in number, and the time spacing when firing the second shot is a few minutes. If one grasps the pattern and approaches in a gradual manner, one should be able to avoid the danger and arrive safely at Black Wind Walled City. But can come up with throwing stones this way of guarding the gate. Visible Black Wind Walled City has a high level of guidance. That idiot Zhao Hao has only brute strength, but his brain is not very good. So not only did Chen have to avoid the risk of this unknown mechanism, he also had to beware of having a wise master at arms in the Black Wind Walled City. Booty, who was accustomed to prying for information, came directly to Chen's side. I just asked the people from the other walled villages about the situation deep in the Gobi, and realized that there is simply more than just one big sand bandit nest in the depths of the Gobi, Black Wind Walled villages. Chen frowned. Could it be that there are other sand bandit dens of equal size? Yes, there are 3 more. For the other 3 sand bandit nests, Ping and Chen was not very worried, as long as they took down this Black Wind Wall. The weapons and equipment obtained would be enough to deal with the 3 remaining sand bandit nests. Just the casting of stones in front of them stopped them outside the fortress. Everyone was at a loss. This can't just be guarding the outside and waiting, can it? Sudaji could not afford to wait and once again came before Chen. Strong attack. Get a few leggy ones and charge with me. Go in like that without riding, and be able to react fast enough to dodge the rocks as they're being thrown. I'll go with you. At this time, Su Shuer came to Chen's side. Su wanted to protect her daughter and everyone else, and didn't ask for a fight. The others look at me and I look at you, still hesitating. Ping and Chen said, "What are you afraid of? With me here, can you still ask the people inside to eat you? Although we are trying to avoid the rocks, we are not blindly impacting them. 3 in, 3 out, you hear me?" It turned out that Chen was trying to consume their throwing stones. This stone throwing was very costly in terms of stones, and he, Chen, did not believe that there were so many stones on this Gobi beach that they could not get enough of. So the first level spells endurance and attrition. Let's see if they tire out first, or if the people inside run out of ammunition first. As Chen led his men into the hinterland time and time again to draw out the stone throwing attacks, until the 3rd time it became obvious that there were not enough sparse stones to go around. A couple more times could conclude that they only have enough stones for one last hit. Chen led the men back to safety once again. Now is the time. The crowd wondered. Chen said, "They should only have enough stones for one attack, but it could also be the most dangerous, so we need to create the illusion of a large force entering the hinterland together to lure them to drop the last wave of stone throwing. How is this going to be faked? Everyone looks at me and I look at you." Chen looked up at the sky. It's dark now, perfect timing. Chen's method was simple, and that was to create a dummy to fool the people of Black Wind Walled City. Chen asked the women to use some cacti and weeds that they picked up everywhere as fillers and wrapped them inside their clothes to create a humanoid look. Then a rope was tied to one of these dummies at little intervals, and there must have been at least 8 or 9 in a string. Chen took the lead by holding a rope in his hands and rushed the people into the hinterland. "Don't just stand there, charge," Su Daji greeted. Chapter 100. And the Rain of Arrows. With Chen masking the fact that everyone also knew the role that the dummies could play, one by one, they pulled a string of dummies and rushed into the hinterland. At this moment, those in the Black Wind Wall were seeing the scene of a group of dozens of people entering the hinterland in the distance. "It's no good, Second Lord, those people are rushing up." "Yeah, it's all here," the second leader sneered. "Good coming. Use all the last wave of throwing stones. I'll make them come back with no return." With a command, the rest of those throwing stones all fell down in a desperate manner. Chen and the others naturally tried to dodge, while those dummies in the back were unlucky and were soon hit by the falling rocks. But that's the kind of trick used to fool children, and those sand bandits thought they had repelled the enemy when they were happy. "Excellent. It's still you who's great, Second Lord." "That is. Big Boss has empty strength but no brain. If it wasn't for the second boss's strategizing over the years, it's estimated that there's still no black wind walled city for us now. A few sand bandits immediately began to compliment the second lord. The second leader was also feeling stifled. All of you listen carefully. Now the big boss should be in a bad way. So there will be no second boss in this black wind walled city from now on. Understood. Big boss. A group of people immediately shouted. That's a good way to yell at the second in command to get comfortable. And at this moment Chen Pingon and the others who knew that the throwing stones had been exhausted immediately whistled. The date red horse quickly ran towards Pingon Chen, and the others were waiting for an order. Now that this jujube red horse had already acted, they naturally did not lag behind, and packed up their things in separate disputes to join Pingon Chen. Just as that black wind wall was preparing to host a celebration banquet, someone spotted the group gathered by Pingon Chen. It's no good second boss. Dozens more have come. The group isn't small. What? There's no way there are that many of them. The second leader didn't believe it. Really? I've seen it. It's the same team they had before. Everyone was chilled to the bone. Didn't we already kill a group of people in front of us? Why is there another wave coming out now? I go to see. Only to see the second leader immediately came to the watchtower. Far from a look. There are really black shadows floating number is quite a lot. There must be dozens of people. Damn it, we've been fooled. The second leader then reacted. Those were definitely not their men just now. What now? They're about to arrive at the gate of the fortress. Someone asked. Fear the hammer. Rally the brothers and prepare the archers. After all, this Zhao Hao is from the army and naturally knows how to lead soldiers, so in addition to throwing stones, he has also trained a group of archers. Now these archers were aiming their arrows at Pingon Chen and the others. Ping and Chen had actually expected that there should be fewer archers. After all, attacking the fortress was nothing more than those means. But he had come prepared, so how could he return empty-handed? Pingon Chen directly ripped off the few jars from his waist. This time he's going to blow his opponent's mind. Not good. There are archers. That's when Su Daji shouted. It turned out that the archers had already struck out early at that second master's command. Not to say that there were densely packed arrows falling from the air, but that number wasn't small either. However, there was a limit to the distance of the bow and arrow, and with the fact that there were still quite a few messy rocks to give everyone cover, Pingon Chen was not worried about casualties. Let me. I'll throw it more accurately. Su Daji actually volunteered to help. That's when that booty rushed over as well. I'll go. I'm going too. Naya was not far behind. Chapter 101. Bombing it all over the place. Pingon Chen smiled. You don't just have to be bold to do this kind of thing, you also have to have an amazing arm strength to be able to throw these things in time and accurately. I can. Several people said together. Su Daji had at least practiced with Pingon Chen and had experience. The other two didn't even know how to use this thunderball. Pingon Chen didn't want them to risk their lives, so he only let Su Daji go up with him. The others stay behind to protect the crowd until we blow it up all over the place for you. Chen Pingon was as good as his word, and with Su Daji in tow, he galloped his horse towards the earthen wall of the fortress. This scene was just in time for the sand bandits guarding the gate of the earth wall to see it. Second Lord, they're actually fine, and two more are charging over on horseback. What should we do? Have the archers focus on these two. Make sure to shoot them to establish their authority. The second leader said in a cold voice. Listening to the command, all the arrows began to target Pingon Chen and Su Daji. Fortunately, both of them were not weak in martial arts, and while dodging the bow and arrow, Chen Pingon had already lit the canister and thrown it with maximum force. The jar took on a parabolic shape and landed perfectly on the earthen wall. At this moment, that second leader realized that something was wrong and chose to avoid it the moment the thing flew in. And Su Daichi's side is starting. Two guys dropped 4 cans in a row. With the fuse gone, explosions went off in all directions. Boom, 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 boom. The firelight almost lit up the entire fortress. Then came the sound of human screams. Pingon Chen had ridden his horse to the bottom of the earthen wall. Seeing the mess up there, he shouted directly to Su Daji. Come and assist me. Although Su Daji did not know how Pingon Chen wanted him to help, he immediately spurred his horse and leaned over. In this instant, Pingon Chen had already stood on the back of his horse. Can you do it by flinging me up that city wall? Pingon Chen asked. Su Daichi was surprised. You're going into the enemy camp alone? No. Better let me do it. Su Daji had seen Chen Pingon's abilities along the way and became even more convinced that following Chen Pingon was the right choice. If this backbone is gone, who will he follow in the future? Not to mention the fact that you have no future, and you can't even think about seeing your family in the future. Simply put, Chen could be Su Daji's hope of returning to the capital. Cut the crap and come if you can, Chen ordered. Su Daichi nodded. It wasn't just dumping someone, he put up a fight. After Chen received Su Daji's affirmation, he leapt up from his horse with a stomp of his foot. And Su Daji immediately laid his entire body on the horse's back, his legs raised high. Chen understood and directly stomped on the soles of Su Daji's feet. Su Daji also exerted his power at the same time, sending Chen flying directly high into the air. Chen pulled off his belt, and at the critical moment the belt flew out and wrapped around the wooden stakes on that earth wall, and easily went up this several meters high earth wall. The second leader hadn't had time to retreat yet, and when he saw that someone had actually gotten up the earthen wall to him so quickly, his heart was horrified. What are you all waiting for? Kill him. After the second leader gave an order, a group of people directly came towards Chen. Where were these sand bandits a match for Chen? And they were directly given seconds by Chen. And by this time the second lord had fled inside the fortress. Come on if you dare. He also provoked at Chen. Under these circumstances, Chen naturally did not follow. If this wise man is the second lord, then there must be something odd inside this black wind-walled city. Chapter 102 Sticky with Beauty. Chen just glanced at that second donkey and did not fall for it. Chen swept away the archers and sand bandits throughout the earthen wall before signaling to Su Daji to bring his team over. As soon as Su Daji left, Chen reacted that Su Shuer had come with them at that time. So how come she was nowhere to be seen? Could something have happened? Thinking that there was such a possibility, Chen was worried. Damn it, I can't let anything happen to my sister-in-law. Get over here. Just as Chen was about to go in search of Su Shuer, he turned around and saw that Su Shuer was carrying a person who was actually also on top of the earth wall. How did you get up here? It is still the case that he also has to borrow from outside sources. After all, it's not very easy to fly over things like that. It's just a city wall, I can still climb it. It turned out that Su Shuer had made her own 9 dragon claws, which led her up the rope to the earthen wall. This person was sneaky and tried to backstab you, but luckily I caught him. Chen saw that this person was dressed in clothes that were obviously different from the rough clothes of those sand bandits. He's from satin. Just now that second in command wasn't dressed so flamboyantly. Who the hell is this guy? When Chen approached this person and was about to inquire about his identity, the other party even suddenly took out a dagger from his pocket and directly stabbed Chen in the abdomen. The scene was very menacing. Su Shuer saw it in time and without thinking, she jumped in front of Chen. The knife stabbed Su Shuer in the back from behind. If this is stabbed, if not seriously injured, half of his life will be lost. Chen moved even faster, directly sinking his body and lifting Su Shuer up high. The body slid under Su Shuer and kicked the man who was preparing to stab. Clang! The knife fell to the ground, and the man flew backwards out of the room and fell hard. And at this time, Su Shuer had her entire body lying on top of Chen Pingda. It was also in the wrong position, and Chen only felt his eyes go black. The whole face was all called to be smothered by Su Shuer's puffy breasts. Although Chen felt that he was a decent man, he still couldn't help but have a little heart when this kind of posture appeared. Like head spinning or something. Su Shuer fell on top of Chen so naturally, she was not much of a problem. When she was ready to get up, Chen suddenly clasped her back with one hand, causing her to fall back onto Chen once again. And beautiful sister-in-law so snug. Chen felt relieved all over. Su Shuer wasn't like those other sisters, reserved. Seeing Chen do so, he deliberately moved his body at that moment. Are you okay? A breath was blown by Chen's ear, and the sensation caused him to tremble. This woman shall not be denied. Hooks up the soul. He immediately coughed and stood up with Su Shuer in a sharp movement. Don't put me down yet. How long do you want to eat my tofu? Su Shuer body that is concave and convex, especially. Chen looked at the 2 hairy steamed buns and silently swallowed his saliva. That touch and elasticity just now. It's better to have the real thing. Look out! Chen suddenly shouted and immediately pulled Su Shuer over. Su Shuer thought that Chen was trying to take the opportunity to eat tofu, and even deliberately wrapped her arms around Chen's neck. In fact, if Chen really dared to make a move on her, she would serve her with a slap. Chen was no joke, pulling Su Shuer over to protect him at the critical moment, only to see a red tasseled spear rushing directly in front of Pingon Chen's face. Looking for death, Chen Pingon struck a flying kick, kicking away the red tasseled gun while turning his head to look at Su Shuer. Chapter 103, You're responsible for me. Boo! Su Shuer was too close to Pingon Chen. Coupled with the fact that Pingon Chen suddenly turned his head, Su Shuer was unable to dodge, and the two of them actually boinked in broad daylight. The two quickly separated. Su Shuer covered her mouth, unable to speak. She was that much more proactive towards Pingon Chen on weekdays, but that was only due to her personality. Carefully counting, Su Shuer can still be a yellow flower girl who has not gone through the personnel there and a man mouth to mouth over. Shame on you, Pingon Chen coughed. He was not expecting things to be so coincidental. Blame it on that leak. When Pingon Chen thought of this, he ruthlessly stomped on the guy who had suddenly sneaked up on him a few times and froze the other guy and spit out blood. After Su Shuer finished being shy, seeing that Chen Pingon did not explain at all, she wrapped her fingers around a strand of hair and turned to look at Chen Pingon. If you flicked me in public, it's considered skin to skin, and you're responsible for me. Pingon Chen was almost not shocked. That's going to be responsible. Then I even touched my third sister-in-law's thigh. Su Shuer immediately crossed her arms when she saw that Chen Pingon still mentioned this matter. What do you mean? Do you want to marry her first? Chen Pingon would like to, but only if human third wife is willing. Besides, we're still on the run, and it's not easy to stay alive, so who's thinking about marriage? I'm telling you, it has to be me first. I'll waste you whoever steals from me, Su Shuer said, looking towards Chen Xiaoti's position. Chen Pingon immediately clenched his legs. Sixth sister-in-law, calm your anger. First explore if there are any more ambushes in this black wind-walled city. Everyone is still waiting to find a place to rest at night. Su Shuer thought about it. This thing cannot be rushed. Wait to finish the business back and this kid to settle the score. Together, the two of them jumped off the earthen wall and arrived inside the black wind-walled city. Come on. Surround them, go, come on. Shoot. With the second leader's command, a group of people suddenly appeared to surround the two. At this time, Su Shuer and Chen Pingon were not allowed to turn their backs on each other. It's really true that you guessed. They really do have an ambush here. Sister-in-law, are you afraid? Pingon Chen asked. I wouldn't have come with you if I was afraid of my old lady. Obviously born with the appearance of a yukai, but using the most handsome posture. But no matter if it was a spirited one or came to seduce people's sixth sister-in-law, Chen Pingon felt good about it. In the past, women were able to hold up half the sky, so how can he not accept a strong Mulan nowadays? The two fought side by side, using their weapons to fend off those flying arrows. This alone won't work. It won't last long. Think of something. Pingon Chen said. Isn't that way hanging around your waist, sister-in-law? Su Shuer then reacted to the fact that there were still those thunderballs given by Pingon Chen that could save her life. The small jar was no more than the size of a woman's palm, and it was small and delicate to hold in the hand, but the thing was deadly. One for you. Su Shuer quickly ignited two thunderballs and returned one to Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen threw it out on the spot. Rumble. Explosions accompanied by fire shot up into the sky, and after blowing a few unlucky people away, everyone else fell to the ground because of the iron pieces and poison. What other tricks do you have? Use them all together. Pingon Chen looked at the second lord and said coldly. The second lord sneered. You think I'm afraid of you? I'll make you regret provoking now. In the next second, the second lord directly raised his hand and waved it, only to see a large net fall from the sky, actually trying to cover Chen Pingon and Su Shuer. Chapter 104. Now I'll show you my dragnet. These nets were controlled by someone, and after they had covered the duo with them, they quickly circled around them trying to tighten the net to trap Pingon Chen. It's too easy for you guys to think that this kind of thing can trap us. Humph. Escape one if you can. Su Shuer cut it with her dagger and found that it didn't break. No good. This is a net made of special material. It can't be broken. Chen Pingon calmly listened. What to do? Su Shuer panicked first. If they couldn't escape, they would really be unable to fly. Since we can't cut it, we'll corrode it. Only to see Pingon Chen take out a small porcelain bottle, open it and then pour some liquid from it just to drip down on that net. Fizzle. After seeing a puff of white smoke rise from the net, corrosion quickly appeared. A large hole soon appeared, and Pingon Chen was the first to drill out. Frightened, those who tried to catch Pingon Chen immediately dropped their nets and ran away. And at this time that second leader also realized that he was afraid that he had encountered an expert. Mercy! The second leader shouted. Pingon Chen sneered and rescued Sushware as well. I'll just ask you if you have any more moves. Follow me if you have the guts, the second lord said and ran into the house. Pingon Chen wanted to go, but was stopped by Sushware. You don't go, poor man. There can't be only these people here. I must go in and take a look. Chun Pingon could not let the others enter the black wind-walled city. There was still danger. Sushware couldn't pull it off, so she had to join Pingon Chun. When they entered the house, they casually stepped on it and touched this physical organ. And there were actually iron bars falling down, blocking all the doors and windows. Well, I did a good job with this cell, didn't I? Can you guys still escape this time? The second boss laughed very smugly outside. Chun Pingon glanced at the second leader. Two is indeed a talent, just also rely on small trick speculation, not the talent he wants. What now? Who says I won't be able to escape? The second lord grimaced. I can't believe you're three-headed and still got it in you. Pingon Chen didn't explain and came directly to the front of that iron fence. He carefully observed that iron was not widely used at this time, and to be able to think of making an iron fence was indeed considered a talent. But that's about it. Pingon Chen's corrosive water, but it could instantly turn iron into iron. After Pingon Chen performed a play in public on how to make the iron fence melt by itself, the second lord immediately fled in fear. It took Pingon Chen some effort to melt the two iron pillars and escape with Sushware, but it's not easy to find the second in command again. Clear the field first, Sushware proposed as she saw the sand bandits running around. Pingon Chen nodded. It is indeed necessary. The two worked together, killing those who resisted and keeping those who surrendered. When the entire fortress was gathered together, they realized that the second lord had indeed disappeared. Speak. Where did your second leader go? Sushware put her dagger on the neck of one of them. The second master took a lot of money and ran away. Chun Pingon followed the place where the man pointed and found this black wind-walled city's hidden treasure. There was still quite a lot of gold and silver treasures here, except that there was also a dark tunnel that had been opened. That's where the second in command should have run from. What Pingon Chen wanted was the black wind wall and the supplies of wealth here. Now that we have all this, what's the point of running away with a second in command? Let everyone enter the black wind-walled city to rest. Chapter 105, Coercion of Confessions. Su Daji and Zhang Hong, the two escorting soldiers, were more or less excited to see so much gold and silver. And those sand bandits in booty were calm to a fault. After all, they looted a lot and had seen nothing. Pingon Chen told everyone to rest first. Although only a few had contributed to this battle, rest and recuperation was necessary. He wants to prevent someone from coming back with a large group of people. That second lord was not a good thing at first glance. If he had the intention to lead an attack on Black Wind-Walled City, perhaps this place was really not safe. After all, no one is as familiar with every blade of grass and tree here as that second lord. Mr. Chun captured a small leader over here. Do you want to interrogate him? Naya threw a sand bandit to the ground. The Black Wind-Walled City is actually not a big place, just a few earth houses. But to be able to build secret passages here and collect so much money, it was evident that they still had some good stuff in the bottom of their pockets. Then arrest them and ask them. Soon the man was dragged to Pingon Chen's feet by Naya as if he were a dead dog. Answer whatever you're asked later. And if you talk nonsense, it'll kill you. The man kept begging for mercy under Naya's threats. I'll say anything. Pingon Chen asked. Is that second lord still colluding with the outside walled city? The man shook his head. Speak. Naya stomped on the other man's leg. I'm telling the truth, these four great fortresses usually have some interactions, but the second leader is the military advisor of the Black Wind Fortress. He never goes out easily. I really don't know if he's colluding with the outside. And what other valuable information do you have to offer? Pingon Chen felt that there was something wrong with this fortress. If Zhao Hao is the first in command and the escape second in command, how can they manage all these people? It's also too hard to hide some secrets from everyone's eyes. Pingon Chen landed his gaze on that leader. You do realize who the usual cronies of your big boss and second boss are, right? Since the second leader ran away alone, there must be close friends left behind. Tell me or I'll cut your head off now. Naya pressured. The man wouldn't dare to keep his mouth shut in front of the knife. The first lord's cronies have followed him out to stop you, and the second lord's cronies are scribes. Chun Pingon immediately sent someone to find the scholar. Soon a weak scholar was brought before Chen. "You're the scribe." The man was terrified, lying on the ground with his body shaking like a sieve. "Talk. My name is Wang Er. A book? Scholar. You are the second lord's close friend. You should know quite a few of his secrets." Chen asked. "No. Don't know. The second leader is cautious and careful, and does not easily trust anyone." Chen made a wink at Naya. Naya immediately raised her saber. "Since it's not much use, let's just slaughter it." "Don't. I don't know any secrets of the second lord, but I know the second lord's room hides secrets." Chen frowned and immediately had someone take the scholar to search. Soon they brought back a wooden box. After rummaging through the entire room, "There's only this locked box that's a bit suspicious," Su Shuer said. It turns out that when she saw the room search, Su Shuer found it interesting and followed her in. The wooden box was handed to Chen. "This lock is a mechanism lock. There is a small iron bead in the inner lock core. If someone violently opens the lock, it should start the mechanism inside. The small iron bead is the key to start the mechanism." "Let me split it." Chapter 106, The Secret in the Box. "No way. The box is useless if the contents are destroyed." Chen Pingon stopped Su Shuer's proposal. "This box is so well designed that it must not be the stuff of sand bandits." Chen thought that it might have been looted by them. Because the lock was special, it was hidden by the second in command. No one can open it anyway. Chen Pingon looked Su Shuer up and down. Su Shuer immediately protected her chest with both hands. "What are you looking at?" Chen suddenly remembered what had happened on top of the earthen wall and was a bit embarrassed. "Su Daji, give me one of the women's hairpins you have hidden in your sleeve." "Where's the hairpin?" "I didn't hide anything," Su Daji said uncomfortably. Chen didn't say anything either and just looked at him. Su Daji was sweating from the look and immediately shook the contents of his sleeves off onto the table. What a big pile of bling. This Su Daji is also greedy enough. But who doesn't love money these days? Chen picked a thinner hairpin from it and shoved it directly into the lock. "This thing picks locks." The key was that bead, but Chen had to try. "Sister-in-law, how about giving me a few strands of your hair?" Although Su Shuer did not know what this Chen Pingon was going to do, she still pulled out a few hairs and handed them to Chen Pingon. Utilizing his hearing and dexterous hands, Chen folded that hair and fed it into the lock hole. "Use your hair to hold that little iron bead in place, then quickly open the lock." Snap! The lock is open. Chen Pingon immediately opened the wooden box and found that it contained a few letters, which were not valuable at all. "I thought there was some treasure hidden in here, so it's just letters." Su Daji was disappointed, but still stuffed those gold and silver jewelry back into his arms. No one said anything about it. After all, if Chen didn't even give the word, they naturally couldn't say anything. Chen opened one of the letters and just glanced at it before immediately putting it away and putting it back in the box. Never would have guessed that there were surprises to offer. But it was a good thing, something he kept and naturally had a great use for when it came time to make a difference. Chen locked the box and handed it to Su Shuer. "Sister-in-law, please keep this for me and don't lose it." Su Shuer was a bit strange. "What's the point of this thing? Anyway, you keep it for me, I have my own good uses for it." Su Shuer saw that Chen Pingon was secretive, and did not think too much about directly placing the box close to her. Seeing that everyone was in high spirits, Chen simply arranged the following things. After all, they still had to continue their journey. "This Black Wind Cottage is not a place to stay for long. Everyone, I want to hear your thoughts. Now that Zhao Hao has been killed by me and Black Windwall is without a backbone. If you are willing, you can set up camp here and integrate the team." These words were said by Chen to several sand bandit leaders such as Booty. Their previous territory must not be as well located as this Black Wind-walled city. If they occupy this place, they should have better days. "Mr. Chen, you're in danger. We have to follow you to protect you," Booty said. The others nodded their heads in unison. Chen smiled. "I know you all have good intentions, but staying here is also a great favor to me. This way to escape, although there is a great general's old department to help, but always is not his available troops and men. If this group of sand bandits could be consolidated, at least a piece of this Gobi would be his territory. I want you to stay." Chapter 107. Paving the Way for Great Plans. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. So they're going to continue to be bandits after half a day? "Mr. Chen, do you dislike our origins? We are sand bandits, yes, but we still have a conscience we can reform." "Yeah, Give us a chance. These people wanted to defect to Pingon Chen, and it seemed that it wasn't all for the sake of repaying favors. It should be that they have had enough of being displaced and want to reform and become good citizens again. Pingon Chen sighed. Why should you all be presumptuous? Now that I am also an exiled prisoner, I can't be much different from you. Mr. Chen, if you're not looking down on all of us, why don't you bring all of us along? We can help the prince along the way as well. Yes, there are not only sand bandits on the Gobi, there are also desert wolves. Encountering them is a 9 deaths. There are so many of you that need our protection. The people were all trying to get Chen Pingon to take them with him. I want you to stay behind because I have a more important task for you. Pingon Chen stood up and looked at everyone solemnly. I've guessed all of your appeals. It's nothing more than wanting to return to the right path and live an ordinary life. The crowd lowered their heads, their faces full of helplessness at being centered by Pingon Chen. Many of them were forced into the grass. Now they can't return home. This kind of helplessness and heartache can only be understood by those who are wandering around. It was unexpected that Pingon Chen had seen through their minds. Everyone, I can assure you that I, Pingon Chen, will fulfill my promise and bring everyone back to their hometowns to live in peace. There was a cheer from the crowd. Mr. Chen, all the more reason for us to follow you then. We're willing to lay down our livers for you. Pingon Chen raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Before that, I have one more thing to ask for, and that is for all of you to hold down the fort here for a while, at most half a year. I will come back with a team, and then it will be time for us to do something great together. The crowd is not stupid. Although Pingon Chen didn't say that he wanted to rebel, it was already clear as far as his meaning was concerned. Kill back and take it all back. What is not a rebellion? Most of these people were oppressed people who had long been disenchanted with the corruption of the imperial court. They were willing to fight for their lives if someone could help them subvert this unfortunate dynasty. This time not for themselves, but for future generations to come. We'll do everything at Mr. Chen's command. The crowd knelt down and swore allegiance to Pingon Chen. Ping and Chen knew that it wasn't that he had much personal charisma, but that the times made heroes. They needed a leader, and he or she just happened to be that perfect choice. So the loyalty of these men came at just the right time for him. As for how much loyalty will remain after success, that will only come with time. After Pingon Chen had pacified Booty and the others, he went to rest. He was the most tired on this journey, and right now, Chen Pingon just wanted to cover his head and sleep until he woke up naturally. Anyway, with so many people standing guard here, it's not like we're still going to have people hitting our doorsteps, right? Chen Pingon slept directly for a day and a night this time. If it wasn't for the fact that he was hungry, he probably could have slept for another day. When Pingon Chen opened his eyes and prepared to find something to eat, he suddenly realized that there was a beauty lying on his side, which made him jump off the bed directly. Su Shuer sat up, her willow eyebrows raised. Pingon Chen, what was that reaction you had just now? Chapter 108 Teased by Sixth Wife. Pingon Chen wiped his cold sweat. Goodness gracious rumble. What is this? Uncle Junior slept with his sister-in-law? Why doesn't he remember? Su Shuer stepped on the tiger skin spread on the ground with her bare feet and hooked her finger at Pingon Chen. At this time, Su Shuer changed into a sexy dress. Just that high raised puffy breasts is the best scenery line. Chen Pingon wasn't some kind gentleman, and he couldn't help but secretly swallow his saliva when he saw this scene. Yoo-hoo! You come here. Sister-in-law, don't joke around. Get out quickly. Get out of what? Do I look this scary? Scared you enough to jump out of bed and run away? Giselle crossed her arms. She was rummaging through boxes of nice clothes that she had no trouble finding. Thinking of wearing it to give Chen Pingon a look. I did not expect that this kid and the mouse saw the cat, but even wanted to run. Sister-in-law is as beautiful as the heavens, so of course it's not scary. It's not that I'm afraid of people gossiping about defiling my sister-in-law's innocence. Pingon Chen wanted to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. What does this woman want so early in the morning? Seducing men? This is too exciting. Look at that split to the thigh to the hem. This dress, which is for those folk ladies to wear, is clearly those hook bar tile house in the dancers to wear. What can that thin layer of red veil cover? Seeing that Pingon Chen did not dare to come over, Su Shuer walked directly towards him. The mountain is not on me. Then I'll come on the mountain. Su Shuer's hand lifted, and the fluttering belt of the tool rested on Pingon Chen's neck. She yanked harder. The floating belt wrapped around Pingon Chen's neck, pulling him alive to his face. Chen Pingon hesitated defenselessly, and stepped forward without stumbling. A head directly hit Su Shuer's puffy breasts. When he looked up, a snowy white almost didn't blind him. Ahem! Chen Pingon coughed dryly twice so as to hide his embarrassment. Who knows that Su Shuer directly wrapped her arms around Chen Pingon's neck and whispered in his ear. Don't think I don't know your little mind. This sister-in-law has dared to lift the hem of her skirt. Are you still afraid of sticking it to me? Pingon Chen knew that this matter would not pass. Sister-in-law, you've really misunderstood. I was sucking snake venom out of third sister-in-law. Oh, then I've been bitten by a poisonous scorpion too. So suck me up. Ping and Chen. This woman is too bold. Although the children of the jungle are not formal. But she's blatantly hooking up, right? When Su Shuer saw Chen Pingon's nervous and abashed look, she directly let go of him and laughed. Okay, no more jokes with you. Being able to withstand temptation means you're still a decent person. Pingon Chen was shaken. What do you mean? He could have just stood upright and ready to take it. Results. Instead, she told him it was a joke. That's too big a joke. Sister-in-law, you're killing people. Chen Pingon immediately turned around and hid his embarrassment. Su Shuer had a disinterested look on her face. I just wanted to test if you're really a hypocrite. Now look, I'm relieved that at least you can't be a threat to your sisters-in-law along the way. Pingon Chen shook his head and sighed. This woman can be scary. Su Shuer came behind Pingon Chen. Okay, what's there to hide? Men aren't just that. Sister-in-law, I've seen it all and don't avoid it. Pingon Chen silently recited the meditation mantra. Waiting for his body to return to normal, he then turned to Su Shuer and said, Sister-in-law, in the future, or don't make such jokes. I'm at least a man. In case I really can't hold it and give you what for, what should I do? Do you really dare? Chapter 109. The chasers have arrived. Look at that. Chen Pingon really wanted to catch this woman to deter her properly, so that she wouldn't dare to provoke herself in the future. But just then, shouts came from outside. It's not good, something's wrong. Upon hearing this, Pingon Chen immediately pushed Su Shuer away. Su Shuer hit the dirt wall and knocked her head on the ground. You kid, you. Su Shuer was furious. Do you know how to be compassionate or not? Pingon Chen walked outside, and only then did he see that the crowd was assembled. What's going on? Pingon Chen asked Booty. Word has come from the sentries in front of us that a large group of soldiers has entered the Gobi. As soon as Pingon Chen heard it, he knew that it was perhaps Wang Xian's soldiers and horses. It seems that they chased them quickly and already knew their escape route. Otherwise, they couldn't have come here. Mr. Chen, we'll be here to help you stop these people, so you guys can leave as soon as possible. Pingon Chen nodded. Departure was inevitable, but before that he had to give everyone a wonderful way to defend the city as well. Otherwise, if this place was attacked by Wang Xian, they would be the ones in danger next. You ringleaders, come with me. I have something to explain to you. Time is limited, and it's only most of a day at best until those teams get here. Therefore, during this time, Pingon Chen was going to hand Booty and the others the ability to take on the enemy. He had long ago made some drawings of the fortifications before the break. While these can be prepared slowly later, right now there are several military charts that need to be realized immediately. The first is to reinforce the power of this stone thrower. There's always a time when you run out of throwing stones alone, and they don't kill much, so once you dodge them it's just a waste of effort. So Pingon Chen arranged for them to get on the fire Ryukyu. This thing is the perfect combination of a thunderball and a rock thrower. These days there are no cannons, so this is the only way to increase combat power. In addition, Pingon Chen had found quite a few medicinal herbs in the cottage, and given half an hour he would be able to create many poisons. It's all for saving your life. Chen Pingon explained in detail and also taught them 3 sets of plans on how to face the enemy. In short, this black wind wall is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and is definitely able to stop the army from invading. Don't worry, Your Excellency. We will definitely do our best to help you stop the enemy. Pingon Chen set off again with his team 2 hours before Wang Xian's team arrived. As for whether or not this place would be able to defend Black Wind-Walled City, this was also considered to be Pingon Chen's test for Booty and the others. Only the strong and capable can eventually share the world with him side by side. The group of people had driven their horses for almost a day, and everyone was hungry and ready to find a place to set up camp and rest. Pingon Chen did not object to this, even if the people did not rest. Then the horses had to rest as well. Otherwise, how are they going to catch up if they die of exhaustion halfway through the journey? Pingon Chen stood on high ground to check out the neighborhood. That's when Su Daji came to his side and handed him the water bladder. Pingon Chen drank some water before asking, "We're going in the right direction, right? That should be correct. But it's still a day's journey to the Gobi oasis." Ouch! Suddenly the cries of wild animals rang out nearby. Chun Pingon was instantly alert. "There are still wolves here?" Pingon Chen asked. Su Daji scratched his head. "Normal, I guess. There are wolves in the desert, appearing in packs." Pingon Chen looked at the place where the team was resting, as there was no firewood to start a fire at all. "This can be dangerous if you get attacked by wolves. Tell everyone to get ready. We're leaving early." Chapter 110. Intuition Saves Lives. Leaving in the middle of the night? Su Daichi was surprised. Chun Pingon nodded his head. "It will have to do for now." Chun Pingon was a little worried that this wolf pack would be dangerous if it suddenly attacked. Might as well step up and rest during the day. Su Daichi immediately went to inform everyone. But by this time everyone was tired and didn't want to rush at all. Su came to Pingon Chen's side. "Third brother, I know you're in a hurry, but they're all women, and I'm afraid that if we don't rest after such a long drive, some of them will get sick. So much for delaying the rush even more." Of course, Pingon Chan was aware of this situation, but he can't just ignore everything. "Otherwise, let's do this. Let everyone rest for an hour before we set off." If his sister-in-law had said so, Pingon Chan could not refuse. Then rest for an hour. Everyone was relieved to get the answer. It's finally time to get some rest. But it's not quite that simple. Pingon Chan was worried about everyone's safety, so he put a few men in charge of taking turns on sentry duty, making sure to ensure that the surrounding area was safe. The women were tired, and one by one, wrapped in heavy sheepskins, they rested next to each other for warmth. Pingon Chan also had this sheepskin jacket over his body. The temperature difference at night in this Gobi is almost as bad as winter. Ow! Judging by the beast's cries, these wolves should still be far away. But then Pingon Chen had a bad feeling. It's a keen sense of danger, a natural instinct that came from his years of dying. Pingon Chen couldn't sleep, so he simply got up. It was the turn of that Zhang Hong to be in charge of the patrol. Turns out the guy was so tired he actually fell asleep standing straight up. If it wasn't for Pingon Chen walking over to check it out, he wouldn't have been able to discover it. Chun Pingon kicked the other party's calf, causing him to squeal in pain directly. "Who told you to put up a sleeper?" Zhang Hong said accusingly. "I just squinted for a little while." The sound of Pingon Chen speaking disturbed Su Daji, who also simply yawned and got up. "What's wrong?" Pingon Chen's ears twitched. "Did you guys hear anything?" The two shook their heads in unison. Zhang Hong said with a trembling voice, "I heard the old people say that this night is prone to demons and ghosts. We won't happen to meet them, right? You think you're watching an ancient colorful trick. There is often a group of jugglers in this capital, and what they are best at is using illusions to make everyone see demons and ghosts. But it's something people just have fun with and don't take seriously." Zhang Hong said, "But this is the Gobi where corpses and bones are everywhere. Even if there are no demons or ghosts, there are fierce beasts." "Ay shucks. Shut your crow's mouth. I don't blame Su Daichi for being angry. You should know that when you go out, the most taboo thing is nonsense. In case the good doesn't work and the bad doesn't work." Pingon Chun checked around and quickly realized that something was wrong. "Look over there. Aren't there a lot of bright spots?" Su Daji and Zhang Hong immediately poked their heads to look. "Surely there are those less obvious points of light all around? What's that? It can't be a gemstone, right?" Su Daji couldn't help but ask. He had heard that there were a lot of precious stones on the next door, or else everyone in that Fenland couldn't have shiny stones on their heads and bodies. Pingon Chen was not optimistic. Judging by the number of these lights, they were all in pairs or twos. It was clearly the eye of the beast. Think of an animal that emits a green light at night. "Not good. It's wolves," Pingon Chen shouted. Su Daji was still dreaming of getting rich when he heard that it was wolves and immediately changed his face. "How can you be so unlucky?" Chapter 111 Attack of the Wolves. "Wake everyone up immediately and stand by." Pingon Chen could not be mistaken. These were the wolves. Until dawn, these beasts were a threat to their survival. One must be vigilant. Su Daji urged Zhang Hong to join him and woke up all the women. Everyone is still a little confused. But when they heard that there were wolves, each of them was also scared out of their sleep. At this time, Su and Su Shuer came to Ping and Chen's side. I've heard my grandfather say that it would be much safer to encounter wolves if there was a fire, but unfortunately, this is the Gobi and it's hard as hell to find firewood. Chen shook his head. It's just no use having a torch. These wolves must have been hungry for a long time to surround them here. Once the wolves were attacking with a purpose, it would be difficult to repel them. So what should we do now? Su Shuer asked. Chen took a closer look at the situation and said, if you're here, then you're safe, you guys will have your weapons ready. I still have some medicinal powders here that can expel some of the fierce beasts, but unfortunately it's not much, so you guys sprinkle the powder evenly on some of the people who are weak in combat can circumvent the wolves' attacks. The medicinal powder that Chen was talking about was a herb with a unique odor that could be ground into a powder to become a medication to go with it, but could stimulate an animal's sense of smell if used alone. Although the wolves attacked the living, if they were stimulated by a special scent, they would not dare to approach easily. Unfortunately, there was only a little bit of this medicinal powder, and it could only be used for those injured maids as well as Chinyino, the child. The only way for the others to encounter the wolves is to meet them. Chen Pingon explained to the crowd that if the wolves did attack, they must find a way to kill them. These wolves were disciplined at first glance, so there must be a head wolf following them around in that neighborhood. While Chen explained that the crowd should stay alive, he himself had already decided to kill the head wolf. Once the head wolf is killed, these wolves will naturally leave. It's the safest way to go. Ow! It was probably because the movement on Chen Pingans and their side made the pack of wolves know that they were exposed as well. After one wolf let out a long whine to the sky, those wolves hiding in the shadows came out of the sand as if they had been ordered to do so. One was as huge as an adult. Oh my god! There really are wolves. Already there were cries of alarm coming from the women's families. These wolves circled the crowd at first, and soon slowly tried to get closer, then came running and flying. They moved with a single movement, and used their scheming no less than a human. Not good, they want to attack in groups, everyone form a circle and protect the weak and injured in the center. In fact, apart from Chen Pingon and the other four who had some fighting ability, everyone else was just making up the numbers. But there was no way who let so many wolves rush over, they had to go on in order to survive even if their fighting ability was scum. Or it's a death. Chen had long been eyeing the head wolf. The wolf that was whistling up to the sky was their alpha wolf. The wolf was also a bit different looking, with a handful of white hair growing right in the center of its forehead, which seemed so out of place. You're it! Chen lifted his square sky halberd and put his fingers in his mouth and whistled. The jujube red horse immediately stepped on its hooves and came to Chen's side. He gripped the reins and flipped onto his horse, carrying his square halberd and charged in the direction of the head wolf. The wolves that had rushed over hadn't realized that something was wrong. However, their target should be Su Daji and the others, and they actually all bypassed Chen Pingon. Chen Pingon became more and more certain that it was meant to be a wolf. He immediately rushed up. The square sky painting halberd stabbed down towards the head wolf's brow. Chapter 112. Killing the head wolf with a fistful of fists. Clang! With a crunching sound, the Fang Tianhua halberd actually stabbed on some metal. It turns out that the head wolf had evaded the danger, and the square halberd was lodged in a rock in the killing ground. Could the stone still be some kind of metal? Chen Pingon had no time to care about the so-called metal and continued to attack the wolf. The head wolf is very agile, time and again to avoid the danger not to mention, but also came to the Date Red Horse's neighborhood, ready to sneak attack Date Red Horse. Chen Pingon was very precious to this horse, and directly jumped off the back of the jujube red horse, letting the jujube red horse take refuge on its own. And he stood directly on the sand against the head wolf. The head wolf let out a long whistle. It seemed to think that Chen was inferior without his mount. Ow! The head wolf darted towards Chen. Chen Pingon ducked short and dodged. The square sky painting halberd in his hand flicked towards the top, ready to stab this wolf directly to death. But the head wolf was so cunning that it flickered and jumped onto a rock, letting the square halberd stab in the air. Chen did not panic and continued to attack the head wolf with his weapon. At this time, the head wolf was also faster. He rose up in the air several times just to jump behind Chen Pingon and sneak attack. However, Chen was also non-jealous and resolved the crisis every time. One man and one wolf fought soundly. It's hard to tell the difference for now. And over here, Su Daji and the others all joined the fight, fighting with those wolves. These wolves were just ordinary wolves, without the brain of a head wolf only knowing how to attack. This naturally creates stereotypes and reveals flaws. Su Deji and Su Su and Su Shuer had all killed 3 wolves already. Everyone was stunned to see this. Just as they were trying to figure out how to fight against the wolves, one of the wolves directly sneaked towards Chen Yino's team that was the weakest. Not good. Quickly save Yino. When Su 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 saw that those wolves actually wanted to hurt her daughter, she rushed up at once. Ow! The wolf had only just gotten close to Chen Yino and the others when it suddenly stopped, then ran away with its tail between its legs in fear. This scene happened so bizarrely that one could not think of a reason. As for Pingon Chen, he was already in a scorched earth with the head wolf by this time. The head wolf mainly attacked Chen Pingon's lower body and arms. Several times, they almost bit Pingon Chen. It was only because Pingon Chen reacted quickly that he was fine. At this moment, that wolf suddenly rushed towards Su Su. At this time, Su Su was dealing with 2 ordinary wolves and didn't even care about a wolf sneaking up behind her. Pingon Chen rushed over on the spot. But the wolf had leapt high into the air, its mouth open revealing sharp fangs. Bastard! Suffer death. Pingon Chen shouted and rushed up as well. He threw out the Fangtian painted halberd to kill the head wolf, and in the process, he hugged Su Su and prepared to retreat. The Fangtian painted halberd was still close to stabbing the head wolf. Whoops called it again and dodged it. At this time, Chen Pingon's hand was right around Su Su's waist, and a little further up would be able to touch her voluptuousness. Let go, I can fight alone. Su Su blushed. Pingon Chen didn't think about molesting his sister-in-law and immediately let go of him. At this time, the head wolf saw that Chen Pingon was distracted and once again stomped forward with his back foot, preparing to make a powerful jump. Chen Pingon was so fed up with this wolf's provocation that he actually raised his fist to directly meet the bloody mouth of the head wolf. The head wolf thought he was going to make it. Dang! Who knew that before Pingon Chen's fist landed in the head wolf's mouth, the head wolf's skull was first attacked heavily by Pingon Chen. Boom! The head wolf's massive body landed on the ground, raising a cloud of sand and dust. After Pingon Chen scored, he continued to attack the head wolf. Knock, knock, knock! The head of the head wolf received several punches from Pingon Chen. Chapter 113, Provoking the Wicked Wolf. By the time he stopped, the wolf's skull was shattered, blood and flesh plus pieces of broken bone. The scene was bloody and brutal. Having killed the head wolf, Chen Pingon wiped a smear of wolf's blood on his forehead and face, and told the others to do the same. The wolves were scent discriminators, and when they smelled the scent of the head wolf from Pingon Chen and the others, they all dared not move forward. When Pingon Chen chased after them with his square, heavenly painted halberd, the wolves were all scared and scattered. Without the alpha wolf to lead the counseling, these wolves were just stragglers. I'm afraid they won't be able to continue fighting in packs until a new alpha wolf shows up. When these wolves escaped after Pingon Chen crushed them with his strength, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like the crisis is over. Great! We beat the wolf. Without waiting for Zhang Hong to finish his sentence, he saw a wolf suddenly scurrying and pulling out, targeting the weakest of the team, Chen Yino. Since Chen Yino is still a child, this wolf immediately tried to take the child away after taking hold of his clothes. Su 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 almost fainted when she saw this scene. She had forgotten that she had kung fu in her body at this moment, and could only stand in place with a look of despair. Luckily, there were still 2 sober ones in the team, namely Pingon Chen and Su Shuer. Pingon Chen whistled, rolled over and jumped onto the running Jujube red horse, and then chased back after the vicious wolf that was preparing to escape with the child in its mouth. Su Shuer did not move slowly, and when the date red horse approached, she directly flew up and sat behind Chen Pingon. So the 2 of them rode together on one horse and went after the evil wolf. On this side, Su Su was supported by several other sisters-in-law before she didn't fall to the ground. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Pingon is so powerful. He will definitely be able to bring back Yino. Yes, sister-in-law. Ping En and Cher will be able to bring back the baby. Su 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 laughed bitterly at this. She hoped so too. But if something happened to the child, how could she face her husband and the Chen family? The Jujube red horse was extremely fast. Carrying the 2 of them still took a shortcut to intercept the vicious wolves. The bad wolf immediately shifted direction. But you can't get rid of a date horse no matter what. It had a child in its mouth after all, so it couldn't help but move a bit slowly. After a burst of good offices, there was some obvious exhaustion, and it was only possible to put the child down and huff and puff. It was also at this moment that Su Shuer and Chen Pingon jumped down from their horses. The 2 stood on each side, forming a clinch. That vicious wolf was obviously also a bit of a brain, and seeing the two of them preparing to join forces, he immediately rushed at the two of them, showing his teeth and hissing. Chen Yino was still small and sat on the ground and wailed. Chen Pingon looked at the child and then at Su Shuer. He immediately raised his left hand and made a few simple gestures at Su Shuer. It was a combat gesture they used to use in their old team. To be honest, Pingon Chen was not sure if Su Shuer could understand him, but it's definitely not a good time to talk out loud. Once the vicious wolf was irritated and made it feel dangerous and uneasy, it would attack Chen Yinua, its prey, at any time and even bite Chen Yinua to death on the spot. Su Shuer surprisingly nodded her head solemnly after reading Chen Pingon's gesture. Pingon Chen was a little worried. Is that clear? Still don't get it? Just when he was uncertain, he saw Su Shuer suddenly dart towards the vicious wolf. Pingon Chen was relieved to see this. Looks like she read it. The content of Chen Pingon's few gestures was simple. Su Shuer was responsible for attracting the attention of the vicious wolves, and Pingon Chen took the opportunity to sneak in and save them. This plan had to be accomplished in one fell swoop. Otherwise, the enraged dire wolf would not let go of Chen Yino as his prey. It's now! Su Shuer successfully provoked the evil wolf and shouted. Chapter 114 Consultation with Wolves. When the vicious wolf saw Su Shuer charging towards it in an offensive manner, it immediately secondary teeth grinned and stood ready to attack. He bounced off with a burst of force from his back leg, and surprisingly fought Su Shuer in the air for a few rounds. Sucher managed to land that one. Chen Pingon had already picked up the child and threw it to Su Shuer. Sucher caught it in time and retreated to safety with the child. And at this time, the evil wolf, who knew that he had been tricked, immediately turned around and stared at Pingon Chen with his icy eyes. Come on, sinful beast, Pingon Chen said indifferently. That vicious wolf's huffing and puffing became loud and sharp when he saw that his prey had been snatched and he had been tricked. It seems to have moved to real anger. Ow! Suddenly it raised its voice to the sky and rushed towards Pingon Chen and tore ferociously at him. Pingon Chen had prepared for this, and the square sky painting halberd was juggled by him. Clang! Clang! The square sky painting halberd versus the wolf's teeth, neither showing weakness to the other. After a few rounds, this vicious wolf actually hadn't even the slightest intention to shy away from battle. Pingon Chen raised his eyebrows. This vicious wolf could attack too much more powerfully than the one just now. Looking at it alone, it couldn't be an alien abandoned by the wolves. Could it? Everything that had happened from just now until now was all combed through by Pingon Chen. He couldn't help but wonder if this vicious wolf couldn't be humane. Could he? In order to prove his guess, he said to the evil wolf, Brother Wolf, if you are willing to reconcile, I am willing to offer you food. How about we each take a step back? Pingon Chen, what the hell are you up to? Negotiating with a wolf? Does it understand? Su Shuer couldn't help but ask when she saw that Pingon Chen was in a daze. Pingon Chen signaled her to keep quiet and continued to stare at the vicious wolf. The vicious wolves had shown their teeth to Pingon Chen at first. After all, they hated each other for taking food from the wolf's mouth. But after a while, the vicious wolf suddenly raised its head to the sky, rushed at Pingon Chen and barreled its front legs, surprisingly sitting down on its end like a dog. This is the posture of giving up the fight. Pingon Chen happened to have jerky on him, so he took out that jerky and threw it in front of the vicious wolf. The dire wolf sniffed, as if to make sure there was no problem. It's not poisonous. Pingon Chen also picked up a piece of jerky and ate it in front of the vicious wolf. The vicious wolf looked at Chen Pingon, then at the food on the ground, and finally couldn't help but take the meat in his mouth and feast on it. Pingon Chen was even more convinced of his suspicions when he saw this scene. This wolf is really humane. Wouldn't be a bad partner to domesticate. Chen Pingon dumped all the remaining jerky on the ground and lured the vicious wolf closer to him. The dire wolves are all tentative at first and don't feed immediately. But soon it was sure that Pingon Chen would not harm it, and it ate with impunity. This scene was all for Su Shuer on the side to see. She looked at the vicious wolf and then at Pingon Chen. It was completely inconceivable that this man had tamed a vicious wolf in such a short time. What is he capable of? Right at this moment, Chen Pingon crouched down and came face to face with the wolf. Brother Wolf, do you want to follow me? There's guaranteed meat every day. Wouldn't that be better than you being a lone wolf? The vicious wolf bared its teeth at Pingon Chen, its eyes seeming somewhat disdainful. What's the matter? I killed the head wolf and you still look down on my combat prowess. Pingon Chen stretched out his hand and directly jerked it over the evil wolf's head. Thinking about it, he was also the king of soldiers who had tamed the king of dogs. It's not a piece of cake to deal with a vicious wolf. The dire wolf, though a wolf, is somewhat similar to the canine family. So Pingon-chan took out the set of massages he had used to deal with the king of dogs and instantly captured the heart of this wolf, causing the bad wolf to take the initiative to post the sticker. Chapter 115. Keeping you warm. When Pingon-chan mastered the skill of jerking the wolf, this ferocious, vicious wolf instantly turned into a licking dog, just short of lying down and rolling around and spreading joy. This scene refreshed Su Shui's 3 views as she watched. Pingon-chan, what kind of god is he? How could you even take in a vicious wolf? After Pingon-chan reached an agreement with the evil wolf, he directly took him under his wing. Come on, let's go back to camp. Su Shui dared not approach with her child in her arms. Are you sure the dire wolf won't attack Yono again? Pingon-chan patted the vicious wolf's head. Please call him General. General Wolf? Su Shui looked at the wolf. Does it deserve it? Who knows that the evil wolf seems to like this name, will head up high, really a bit of imposing general aura. Eft. Su Shui didn't hold back her laughter. She looked at Pingon-chan and then at the vicious wolf that called the general. Finally realized something. It is a true maxim that pets are like their owners. With that, the duo rode back to camp with the child while they were followed by a vicious wolf. When everyone saw that Chen Pingon and the others had safely brought back the children, they were all very happy. But when they saw that the wolf actually still appeared, they all tensed up again. There's no need to be afraid. The general will be one of us from now on, Pingon-chen announced. Everyone thought that Pingon-chen was crazy. Who would carry a wolf around and not be afraid of getting bitten and killed at some point? General, don't you want meat? Pingon-chen walked over to the head wolf's corpse and directly sliced the meat off with his dagger and threw it to the wolf general, who knew that the bastard turned his head away in disgust. Pingon-chen laughed and directly stepped aside to allow General Wolf to move his mouth on his own. Sure enough, the wolf general himself walked over to the wolf king's corpse, sniffed it, then feasted on it. Look at it eat so much. Again, he listened to Pingon-chen very well. Everyone thought it was incredible. Sudaji walked over to Pingon-chen and looked at him with awe. Those who gain the way have a lot of help. Those who lose the way have little help. This statement is not false at all. You are truly a godly man, Mr. Chen. How else would even the fiercest wolf on this next door be willing to submit to Pingon-chen? Is this also a sign that he is a man favored by heaven? Actually, no. Pingon-chen was only rich in experience, coupled with outstanding strength. At that time, that situation, if General Wolf did not submit, it was highly likely that he would be a wolf corpse now. So it is that animals are well aware of convergence. Pingon-chen was a strong man, why not follow him and have meat to eat? In short, Pingon-chen had managed to take in a wolf as his little brother with a single meal of meat. This made everyone both happy and a little scared. Luckily, this wolf did not actively attack people, and only followed Pingon-chen like a shadow. Slowly, everyone was getting used to the presence of General Wolf. With General Wolf, there's no need for anyone to keep watch this late at night. Whether it's hearing or smell, humans are nowhere near as sharp as these animals. Pingon-chen and the others hurried on for another day. When the sun goes down because of the plummeting temperature, we can only find a place to warm up and rest first. Then we can't continue to drive. Pingon-chen threw a piece of previously stored wolf meat to the wolf general and sent it a job when it was full. We'll take a break and you'll be on guard duty, okay? General Wolf wailed and ran straight to the highest dirt slope to crouch. Pingon-chen yawned and looked for a place to lie down and rest. This was all fine at first, until a hand was suddenly shoved into the lapel of his coat, and he woke up with a start. Seeing that it was Su Shui, Chen Pingon was speechless. What is sister-in-law doing? It's too cold to find you for warmth. Chapter 116 Domesticated Wild Dogs. Pingon-chen did not expect this to come out of Su Shui's mouth. Where's the face? No? Su Shui, however, was not at all reserved, and directly lay down beside Chen Pingon, and both her hands were directly stuffed into Chen Pingon's lapel, justifiably warming herself. What's it like to have a pair of small, cold hands pressed against your chest? Anyway, Pingon-chen couldn't sleep. Su Shui warmed her hands while sticking to Chen Pingon's ear and whispered, "This beast taming technique is good. Where did you learn it? Can you teach me?" Pingon-chen was already breathing heavily. He thought it was a beauty who had taken a fancy to his manhood and wanted to do something to him, hoping to steal a lesson. But it's a son of a not to take advantage of a bargain delivered to your door. Since Su Shui is so curious about the tricks he has, then he will show off. You really want to learn? Pingon-chen asked. Su Shuer was a child of the Jianghu, and she most admired powerful and strange men and women. Now that Pingon Chen was a living example, she was naturally curious. Think. Then. I have to see if my sister-in-law's bones are clear first. My mastery is not for anyone to learn. Sucher sat up. How does it look? Pingon Chen raised his eyebrows. This chick is taking it seriously. In order to take revenge on this chick for seducing him earlier, Chen Pingon decided to teach Su Shuer a lesson. Simple, feel the bones. Su Shuer hadn't reacted to the fact that she had been tricked. You start. Then I'll make it clear in advance that this is something you volunteered for, not something I'm menglang. Pingon Chen reminded. Hurry up, Su Shuer urged. A hint of a smile flashed in Chen Pingon's eyes, and his hands then touched Su Shuer's shoulders, followed by her back. He moved slowly, deliberately dilly-dallying. But to Su Shuer, it did seem to be pinching the bones. When Pingon Chen saw Su Shuer closing her eyes in a serious manner, he wanted to tease her even more. His hands skimmed over every bone in Su Shuer's body. The tingling sensation caused Su Shuer's face to flush slightly. Is it good? Su Shuer asked, closing her eyes. Sister-in-law, you don't have enough clean bones to learn, I'm afraid. Pingon Chen deliberately came to Su Shuer's ear to speak. With a rush, Su Shuer opened her eyes and turned her face. Pingon Chen's lips happened to be right on Su Shuer's face. The kiss was purely an accident. However, it was called Su Shuer's heartbeat was like thunder, and she covered her face on the spot and ran away. Chen Pingon was also amused as his body reacted. Sheesh, the gains don't pay for the losses. Chen Pingon took a deep breath and suppressed that evil fire. He wanted to get up and walk around for a change. It was also at that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a flash of something. The wolf general, who had been on alert sentry duty, also quickly reached Pingon Chen's side. Pingon Chen narrowed his eyes. Lead the way. General Wolf led Pingon Chen all the way to a remote place, and then he realized that some wild dogs had gathered here. The wild dogs did not dare to approach the party, but could only prowl in this neighborhood. From their lurking stalking without making a sound, Chen Pingon realized that these were domesticated dogs. I can't imagine that there are people out there who love taming pets as much as he does. Good job, General Wolf. General Wolf raised his head in a majestic manner. It looked at those wild dogs and then at Pingon Chen, as if asking if it wanted it to meet those troubles to solve them. Pingon Chen stroked General Wolf's head. There's no need, since someone is on to us. How can we be so kind as to refuse each other's hospitality? Pingon Chen asked General Wolf to continue guarding the area while he went back to rest. By this time Su Daji had woken up. Mr. Chen, we're afraid we're going to have a nasty battle. Chapter 117. In the face of these words, Chen Pingon merely narrowed his eyes. What did you find out? You've seen those wild dogs, following us all the way for some time now, supposedly watching us. Su Daji had noticed the wild dogs long ago. However, he didn't say anything because he was afraid of stealing the limelight from Pingon Chen. From the mighty thunderball to the wise and courageous towers, to the ability to recover even the evil wolves. By now, Su Daji was already convinced of Pingon Chen's divine means. Naturally, he was bent on following him. Pingon Chen said, "Tell me about it?" Su Daji directly took out a piece of sheepskin map. This is a map of the distribution of the forces next door that I purchased from the ghost market before I came here. The reason I didn't take it out before was because it was something Su Daji used to save his life. Now that he had become a partner with Pingon Chen, he naturally had to think long-term. Su Daji knows the truth of one honor and one loss. This is the map of the distribution of the Four Directions forces. The black wind wall that we have previously subjugated is here, but it is the weakest of the Four Directions forces. This location is the stronghold of forces I'm about to pass through 100 Beasts' walled city. The walled city's people are not many, but domesticated several hundred fierce beasts, what tigers, jackals, cheetahs, and hounds, and even elephants from the southern barbarians. In short, extremely lethal fierce beasts they all have. And the 100 Beasts fortress owner, called the 100 Beasts King, means ferocious regicide. Passing by the caravan once was targeted. That is, no one is lucky, robbing money even if these people, even the body, have to be thrown to feed the wild beasts. Pingon Chen narrowed his eyes. In that case, those trained wild dogs were the handiwork of the 100 Beasts walled city. It seems that this 100 Beasts cottage is quite interesting. I wonder if General Wolf can kill his way out of this 100 Beasts walled city. Pingon Chen didn't care about that. Without General Wolf, there was still him. Could he still be afraid of a bunch of beasts? What about the two remaining forces? The third is the great wasteland walled city. They have a small oasis all to themselves on the Gobi, have opened up a large horse farm, and sell their tamed horses to the armies of many nearby countries, and have a very good mind for business. Obviously both waves of forces have their own strengths. This fourth and strongest is Tazai village. All the people are bandits, the village is rich. I will not go into detail about the inside, we may not all meet. Chen suddenly laughed. Why not? It looks just fine to me, these forces. If regulated, the whole Gobi is our eyes and hands and feet. If those pursuers come over, they'll have to fold here in a minute. This would allow him to maximize his ability to recruit and develop his forces within half a year. I've decided that I'm going to personally meet this 4-party. Oh no, it's already only 3-party forces. Since the Black Wind stronghold could be taken down, the others were no big deal. Sudaji looked at Chen Pingon, and for a moment, he did not know whether to say that he did not know the heights of heaven or was a newborn calf. These are the forces that everyone hates to avoid walking away from. Now Pingon Chen was taking the initiative to challenge, and there was no telling what the consequences would be. Go! Pingon Chen saw that it was almost dawn, so he would start from this 100 Beasts cottage. He's gonna sweep across the Gobi. Let this place become his stronghold of Pingon Chen. Wait and see, those people and the wealth will be the tools of his counterattack. Mr. Chen, should we reconsider? He's not good at dealing with these people. Sudaji timidly looked at Pingon Chen. Fear not. We'll see. Chapter 118. A heartbeat away. Mr. Chen, I am not joking. None of these 3 fortresses are easy to deal with. Su Daichi was still trying to persuade. That 100 Beasts king is addicted to killing. The great wasteland walled Yu Wudao martial arts is strong natural divine power. I'm afraid this force value does not have to be how much worse than you, and this is not to mention the Tazai village, that a village of sand bandits. Although that village chief Lin Dong is a bit of a bottom line as long as the money does not kill people. But all 3 of their forces and the nearby government befriended, every year will pay a large amount of gold and silver, is considered to be collusion between the government and the bandits is difficult to eradicate. Su Daji didn't want Chen Pingon to have pursuers behind him and offend a strong enemy in front of him. When the time came for the 2 forces to clamp down, they wouldn't even have a chance of surviving. Pingon Chen didn't think so. He was not afraid of the 100 Beasts king, but it was just some beast taming skills that he had. When the time comes to sprinkle some medicine, even the fiercest beasts will have to give him a lie down. On the contrary, it was the great wasteland walled city that Chen Pingon was very much attached to. That is a large area of horse farms, if you can recapture in addition to having countless strong war horses, but also have a money-making not to lose business. Bring the map. I'll take another look. Pingon Chen took the sheepskin map and carefully studied it, realizing that the distribution of these 3 forces was exactly a triangular situation. If we add the previous Black Wind walled city, it is a parallelogram layout. Analyzing the terrain up here, the reason why the 4 walled villages could coexist peacefully before should be to keep each other in check. Now that Black Wind walled city has been taken down, the balance of those 4 walled city has been upset. The first thing they approached was the 100 Beasts walled city, which was connected to the Black Wind walled city. And the other 2 forces are on the other side. Ping and Chen knew that with this amount of goods in their hands, it was simply impossible to pick 2 fortresses directly against each other. It would be better to take the 100 Beasts walled city first, and then use the 100 Beasts walled city's 100 beasts to help open the way. Chen Pingon stretched out his finger to draw on the map. The second target is the village of Natachai. All the people here are bandits, and they're rich, so they're all small treasures for him to recruit soldiers and horses in the future. It has to be taken down. Chen Pingon's gaze finally landed on the geographical location of the great desolate walled city. If the first 2 successfully captured, then the great wasteland walled city has become surrounded by the momentum. When he integrated the 3-party force to take down the great wasteland walled city is bound to be foolproof. Mr. Chen. Su Daji was a little apprehensive when he saw that Chen Pingon had been staring at the map. Pingon Chen looked towards Su Daji. What will be the consequences if we fail to take these 3 fortresses? Su Daji froze. It took a moment of thought before he stammered. Captured or killed? So you and I have a second choice? Su Daji thought about it. Even if they wanted to sneak past someone's territory, they had to have them willing to play deaf and dumb. Now that the 100 Beasts walled city was already on them, it was simply impossible to get rid of it. And soon enough, with the skills of the other 2 forces, they must have poked around and found out what they were up to. Now the dilemma is not to fight. Since we're going to fight, we have to think of a foolproof plan. Could Mr. Chen have a way to take down 3 fortresses in one go? Su Daichi transformed quickly. Before, he thought he could get by with it. But now the times were pressing him to think long-term. Chen looked at Su Daji. You have an idea? There's not always a way, but if the three forces are stirring together, why don't we just let them fight each other for a wave first? Chen raised his eyebrows. Go on. I heard that this 100 Beasts walled city and the Great Wasteland walled city have always had some grudges, mainly because the horses of the Great Wasteland walled city are often attacked by wild beasts, so they think that it is the 100 Beasts walled city's people who do it, and the 100 Beasts walled city is greedy for those tens of thousands of strong horses naturally also make all kinds of trips, and no less loot the other side of the horses. Chapter 119 Analyzing the Pros and Cons. What about Tazai Village? Chen asked. This Tazai Village is much more interesting. Although they only seek wealth not to kill, but cannot resist the whole village built solid as gold. No matter which village, if the people robbed something just through the village of Tazai, that sorry all the property all cannot take away. In that case, the grudge between Tazai village and the other two villages is even deeper. Chen looked at Su Daji. It seems like pulling him in was the right thing to do. You've got a lot of tidbits of information. Do not dare, this person good to make some friends of the 3 religions and 9 streams, this time out also specially went to the ghost market, is in order to be able to understand this way ferocious and dangerous to avoid dying on this escort. Chen nodded. It was no wonder that Su Daji's cowardice spared his life, or else he wouldn't have been able to know so much information in advance. Now then, Mr. Chen, which 2 forces should we instigate from? Su Daji's single-mindedness in looking out for Chen Pingon was not entirely without selfishness. He was thinking that if Chen could really succeed in the future and become the king of one side, then he would be the right-hand man beside the king, and he would be able to become a big official. Even if Chen didn't make it, he could still follow him now to save his life. No. Chen naturally knew what was in his heart, but he wouldn't let his mind be known for nothing. Besides, if these 3 forces are afraid of my Chen family's previous prestige and don't make a move, then we shouldn't provoke them so easily either. The short answer is to let everything go as it goes and let those 3 forces make their own decisions. They just wait to see what happens. Su Daichi was a little confused. Obviously Chen looked ambitious. How come he backed down when it came to the key things? Had I misread his mind? To test the waters, Su Daji spoke again. Mr. Chen, this has to be guarded against. Before we captured the Black Wind walled city solely because they didn't yet know that you were pretending to be crazy. But if these people have good ears and know that it was you who led us to take down Black Wind walled city, then they will definitely make early preparations. That is, that Thunderball may not be able to prevent it. Chen narrowed his eyes. The Thunderball is their life preserver. Fortunately, there were quite a few things in that Black Wind walled city, and Ping and Chen had recreated some thunderballs and poisons, so now it was no problem to deal with a 100 Beasts walled city. But it's a little difficult to take 3 fortresses in one go. But come what may, there's no reason for them to back out. It's better to take one step at a time. Let's see who of the 3 forces has the least brains to make the first move. The night was silent, the hounds just followed but didn't disperse. It seems that last night they were just scouting and didn't do anything. But that was also because they were still some distance away from the 100 Beasts cottage. When they enter the 100 Beasts walled city's hinterland with another night's drive, I believe they won't be so stoic anymore. Chen had long since memorized the map and intentionally or unintentionally led the team into the location of the 100 Beasts walled city. If the 100 Beasts walled city didn't move, it means that the people in here are still good people and know to respect the general's family. But if it moves, then Chen could take the other side's territory in a big way. It was another night when everyone was exhausted before Chen reminded everyone to repair on the spot. There are some dried weeds and dead branches near the Gobi here, which can be used to make a fire. Only it won't last a night. The group picked up some fireable grasses and trees separately in order not to spread out, and waited for them to be lit and then roasted around the fire together. Everyone looked demoralized as they nibbled on dry food and guarded the small fire. Chapter 120. Su Daji came over and asked Chen. We've now entered the territory of the 100 Beast walled city, and the number of those hounds has increased again. Then increase the guard. Chen told everyone to get in the spirit, and compared to before when he only had General Wolf a wolf guarding the town, he now changed to increase the number of 2 people in a group, and change the group every hour. Su Daji still couldn't figure out if Chen was fighting or didn't want to fight. Su Shuer asked to be grouped with Chen. The others were fine with it, but Chen disagreed. This Su Shuer likes to tease him. Who knows if this night is holding back something bad. If he couldn't hold back and did this to Su Shuer, how could he face his sisters-in-law in the future? Pingon Chen coughed and erased all those scraps from his mind. Sister-in-laws can think about it, but that's only if they do so willingly. He's not the kind of animal that would bully a woman. Around the fourth watch, Chen Pingon and Su Shuer guarded the camp together. At this moment, Chen Yino was surrounded by everyone in the very center to protect her, and she would be the first to be protected at the slightest danger. Are you playing any crooked ideas again? Su Shuer waited until no one was around and directly grabbed Chen Pingon's lapel. Seeing that she had red lips and white teeth, and was still sticking so close to herself, Pingon-chan had a bit of a headache. Voila! Here we go again. She can't go on living as long as she doesn't tease him? Sister-in-law, I know I'm a beautiful woman, but at least you have to be a little more reserved. This is not moving to find no one's place to move their hands and feet on me, in case I do not hold this how to be good? Su Shuer made a vomit pose straight away. Yuck! Do you still want to be shameless? Since you're not lusting after my manhood, why do you tease me all day? I just wanted to test you to see if you had a crooked mind. It doesn't matter how I, Su Shuer, am, but those several sisters-in-law still want to be honorable. Su Shuer solemnly said. Pingon-chan appreciated Su Shuer somewhat once he heard it. I didn't realize that she sacrificed herself alone just to save her other sisters. But she was underestimating people. Am I, Chun Pingon, that kind of person? You are. Don't think I haven't noticed that you've been staring at a few of your sister-in-laws a lot, and that look isn't the frank look that a decent man should have. Pingon-chan coughed. That's right. I won't hide it from you. I'm the only male left in this Chun family today. So what? Su Shuer wondered. If I don't take the sisters-in-law in, where will they go afterward? Return to their mother's home or remarry? Pingon-chan's question caused Su Shuer to fall into deep thought. Some of them married into the Chen family because of their parents' order of matchmaking, and some of them, like her, did so for some purpose. Now that the Chen family is gone, are they all going to go their separate ways? This is not uncommon since ancient times when an elder brother dies and his younger brother marries his sister-in-law, that the founding emperor of Dechu did not also marry his sister-in-law. Shut up. Can it be the same? Seeing Su Shuer's anger, Chan Pingon said, Naturally, it's the same. I admire your sisters-in-law's great righteousness. And I also pity the suffering you've endured for the Chen family. As long as your sisters-in-law are willing, then I, Chan Pingon, will take care of you all throughout my life in order to repay you all for your high righteousness. Su Shuer glared at Pingon-chan. Obviously, it is you who have crooked thoughts about your sisters-in-law, but you also gave yourself a whole excuse of deep love. Do you think I am good at cheating or they are good at cheating? Pingon-chan swore to the heavens. How dare I cheat, when it's really a heart of gold? Chapter 121 General Wolf's Attack. Su Shuer shot a glance at Pingon-chan and suddenly yanked him in front of her. You don't have to marry them if you want to take care of it, but if I find out that you're actively seducing them, I'll break the roots of your children and grandchildren. Pingon-chan had the posture of a righteous man. Don't dare. This woman, she's tough enough. If he's cut off from his children and grandchildren doesn't mean the Chen family is cut off from their lineage. If she agrees, can the other sisters-in-law agree? Su Shuer's hand was lowered, but she was caught off guard and pinched at Chan Pingon's waist. Even if you have a non-thought, you have to hold it in for me. Sixth sister-in-law is right in everything she says. Feeling that she had about done her warning, Sucher was ready to turn around and go on her rounds. Who knows that this foot is not a stable but even let a small stone to make a trip. She almost fell backward. Pingon-chan was quick on his feet and wrapped his arms around Su Shuer's willow waist. But he didn't want that wolf general to come flying over right at this time. The two front legs directly stepped on Chen Pingon's back. Chen Pingon lost his center of gravity and fell to the ground while holding Su Shuer. He patted his own back at the critical moment in order to protect Su Shuer, letting Su Shuer lie on top of him. General Wolf jumped in too, this time stepping on Su Shuer's back. Hard enough for the two of them to kiss. Pingon-chan really wanted to give his wolf general a thumbs up. That's an assist. Slick, but stuck to the ground, Pingon-chan's ears came into play. He vaguely heard unusual sounds and the ground seemed to vibrate. It means something is approaching in large numbers. Chen Pingon did not care about the beauty in his arms and sat up with Su Shuer in his arms. Su Shuer was taken advantage of and was about to seek justice from Pingon-chan when he covered his mouth. There's something afterward. Go wake everyone up. Trouble's at the door. Su Shuer was shaken. I thought the trouble was just a precautionary measure. She didn't dare to be vague, and immediately got up to inform everyone. At this time, The wolf general came to Pingon Chen's side and jumped around at him. It seemed to be sending a warning to Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen reached out and touched the wolf's head. Well done. And next time you see your master with a beautiful woman, remember to be more alert. Ow! The wolf general let out a low whistle, not sure if he understood. By the time everyone got up, the beasts were in the neighborhood. In the darkness of the night, the eyes that were as bright as light bulbs glowed with a cold light that made one's scalp numb. Every now and then there were the low cries of some wild animal rising and falling. Chen Yino was a child and could only bury her face in the arms of one of the maids who took care of her when she encountered this situation, not daring to even look at it. By this time those who could afford it were on standby, ready to fight the beasts. Chen Pingon spoke indifferently. Don't use the thunderball until it's absolutely necessary, you know? This thing has to be the finale when it's most dangerous. If used lightly, it would lose its oddball effectiveness. Yes, everyone agreed. Ow! Suddenly several ferocious beasts that weren't very large began to attack. At the front of the pack were several hounds, followed by jackals. Judging from their swift and neat attack, someone was definitely manipulating them in the dark. Otherwise, the intelligence of these beasts would never have managed to be so neat and tidy. Pingon Chen and everyone else had already picked up their weapons and waited until those beasts came to their heels. Then they fought them to a standstill. Everyone noticed that General Wolf never showed up. This was because Pingon Chen had arranged for it to do something else. Ah! The crowd stopped as a scream rang out. Chapter 122. Appetizers. At this time those hounds and jackals fled in all directions as if they had lost control. Kill! Chen Pingon gave the order and led the crowd to kill like crazy. Those beasts are naturally scattered without anyone to control them. Chen Pingon and the others split up and surrounded them step by step, quickly eliminating all the beasts that had scattered and fled. Looking at the carcasses of the beasts on the ground, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Is this a success? Pingon Chen whistled. Soon General Wolf came running. What is General Wolf holding in his mouth? Su Daji's eyesight was good. At this time, everyone also looked towards the wolf general who was galloping towards them, only to see that the bastard was actually holding a bloody human head in his mouth. Apparently it was the person who had just manipulated those beasts. Pingon Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at the dead head. Reaching out, he touched General Wolf's head. And that's just the appetizer, so watch out everyone. Su Schwerer asked. This person is not the walled city of the 100 Beasts walled city? Pingon Chen looked at Su Schwerer. What makes you think the head of a fortress would be such a weakling? The goods that even General Wolf was able to finish him off should be a minor character in the 100 Beasts walled city, sent to test their abilities. This kind of person is usually an appetizer. If it succeeds, naturally good. If it fails, the people in the fortress will be more cautious and careful. And the next wave of attacks will surely be stronger than the current one. Isn't everyone hungry? It's just as well that while the fire isn't out, we'll build a fire and roast a full meal. Pingon Chen also did this to appease morale. There were already few of them, and they were facing these beasts that only knew how to fight. It would be bad if you got scared. Just as the crowd was about to strike, there was a rustling sound from around them. Chen Pingon immediately stopped Su Daji, who was preparing to go drag the hound's body. Back up. At this time, General Wolf also sensed that something was wrong. His body's fur exploded. Pingon Chen unhurriedly took out a burning branch from the fire, then took out a bottle and drizzled some special powder on it. Pop! All of a sudden the fire scuttled and glowed with an eerie blue light. But it was only for a moment. There seems to be a strange smell. Su opened her mouth. It's natural to make some preparations when the long bugs come. Pingon Chen looked at the writhing sand after he finished speaking. Eft! A snake swooped out from inside the sand, aiming at Pingon Chen, who was holding a torch. I'll do it. Su Schwerer waved the long sword in her hand and directly sliced it into 2 pieces. But soon more snakes appeared. It was just that when they smelled the special scent in the air, surprisingly, one by one, they didn't dare to lean forward again. The situation looked like everyone froze for a moment. What's going on? These snakes seem to be circling around us. Why aren't they attacking? Su Daji was puzzled. Because they're afraid of my snake repellent powder. This is spiked with andrographis. Since the last time Meng listened to almost called the snake to bite, Chen Pingon C andrographis and other herbs specially prepared the snake repellent powder. I did not expect to really come in handy. General Wolf, go ahead and kill the manipulator. General Wolf was also sprinkled with some snake repellent powder. At this point, it tentatively approached towards the snakes and found that they all gave way. This demoralized General Wolf, and all of a sudden, he went on a mad dash. Pingon-chan said, "It seems that we are being completely targeted. Are you all ready for a fierce battle?" Chapter 123 Trial Attack. Trouble was just around the corner, and everyone, even if they weren't prepared for it, had to fight their way through the danger one by one. "We're not afraid. Besides, there's still you. You won't let anything happen to us." Su Shuer did trust Pingon-chan. Su Daji also said, "Mr. Chen, I don't think anyone who can compete with your divine ability has been born yet. We are willing to look after you." With everyone's morale revved up, General Wolf had returned with a head in his mouth. Nice guy. This Wolf General's teeth were really good, and he actually bit off another head. With these two waves of trial attacks, it was estimated that the other party had already figured out their methods. I'm sure the King of the Beasts and his men will soon make an appearance in person. Even more and more powerful beasts were approaching them. The ground seems to be shaking. Yeah, it's something coming toward us. The group was a little apprehensive. Pingon-chan had the ones with combat power form a circle and protected the ones without combat power in the center, while he stood in a line with Su Daji and his two sisters-in-law who were highly skilled in martial arts. If there's danger, they'll be at the front of the line. The next best thing is the circle of people in the back. However, Pingon-chan was not going to let those dangers pass through them to attack those behind them. He wouldn't let any more of the Chen family maids perish. Ow! Roar! As the shouts of various beasts rang out, Chen Pingon saw tigers, lions, cheetahs, and elephants. This 100 Beasts King really dares to use any animal. As he watched these things approach, Chen Pingon's face changed. That's okay. Just waiting for these to come to my door. Just before anyone was sure what was going on, a herd of beasts rushed forward. Those are some mean tigers. The tiger shook its head and opened its bloody mouth to attack towards Pingon-chan, who was standing at the front. Ow! Seeing that his master was in danger, the Wolf General could not sit still. With a direct dive, he actually bit the neck of one of the tigers hard from the side. Blood sprayed out instantly. That tiger backhanded General Wolf and sent him flying. But the Wolf General was agile and whirled through the air, immediately landing firmly on all fours. It was worthy of being a lone wolf, and the fact that it was able to stay alive on its own just by itself showed how strong it was in battle. At this time, the 100 Beasts King hiding in the shadows frowned. One of the junior brothers pointed at General Wolf and said, "Walled City Lord, it's amazing that there is someone who can manipulate fierce beasts just like you." The king of the 100 beasts well himself slapped the man on the back of the head. What manipulation technique? That one of his is a side trick. How can it be compared to my technique? The Punch Jr. immediately said, Yes, it was my subordinate who said something wrong. All cheer up. This boy is not simple. But the team must have a lot of horses and grain and gold and silver and money. Everyone take them down and you can eat the meat. The little brother said, Walled City Lord, I think you want to eat those beauties. The 100 Beasts King didn't retort. Who let him hear long ago that all the family members of this Chen family were all more beautiful than one beautiful girl. Women would have been rare in this desert. Now it's a sow that comes to be a sable in the eyes of all of them. The naked men are also the existence of a sable cicada. Not to mention that Susu and the others are true sables. Listen up, everyone. If this is a good job, I'll give you all a share of the silver. The Imperial Court asked us to surround and abuse this team, and just gave us that little reward. Are they looking down on us? Someone questioned if the 100 Beasts King was being taken advantage of. Chapter 124 Love Pet Goes to Battle. The king of the 100 beasts turned around. Who's that? Who's talking too much over there? One of the minions stepped forward. Walled City Lord, I don't think this is right. That black wind wall is not weak by any means, and I heard that it was easily destroyed by this gang. Now that they've taken the initiative to come to our 100 Beasts walled city, it can't be that they also want to occupy our mountain fortress. The 100 Beasts King directly sneered. Occupy the 100 Beasts walled city? Do they deserve it just by virtue of a few of them? That Zhao Hao is an idiot. Can he be compared to me? A few of his men immediately complimented him on hearing this. Yes, our walled city lord is the king of all beasts, able to order all beasts to do as he is told. Can he be compared to that martial artist Zhao Hao? Our 100 Beasts King can scare the asses out of those people by casually releasing a ferocious beast. Walled City Lord, you might as well release the iron-armed gorilla that you've been raising for years, and it'll surely be able to hammer those people to death with a single punch. The 100 Beasts King kicked over this last one that spoke. Whack those beautiful women, you warm the bed for me. Ha 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 ha. Everyone around them laughed. Remember, all those women are to stay, and all the men are to be killed and fed to the beasts. The 100 Beasts King had his own considerations, although he wasn't that attached to the female color, but as a man without a suppressed wife was quite suffocating. No, there are rumors that he is afraid that he has married a beast as his mother-in-law because he is in the company of beasts every day. Just kidding. Can he, the king of the 100 beasts, be the one who can't distinguish between man and beast? This will give him 10 or 8 wives so that those people will dare to talk nonsense again. Just then, a hound returned and barked twice at the 100 Beasts King. The reason why the 100 Beasts King was able to command the beasts was because he had mastered a special way of taming the beasts and was able to roughly understand the beast language. Now, after hearing the report, the 100 Beast King immediately sneered. It looks like they're exhausted. This is the perfect time for me to sneak in. Go open the cage and release those few beloved pets of mine to move their muscles. The 100 Beasts King's most favored and beloved pets were just 3. A huge elephant, an iron-armed gorilla with infinite strength, and an unusually ferocious giant eagle. Usually when those 3 are released, that's when the battle is nearing its end. Those sand bandits from the 100 Beasts walled city were excited to see the 3 great beasts in action again. The 100 Beasts King whistled, and those 3 beloved pets immediately came over this way. Beep! A chirp in the sky attracted Chen's attention. He looked up and noticed a giant eagle circling the sky, aiming for their small group. Knock, knock, knock. The ground shook even worse. Turns out it was the ground shaking caused by that elephant running. Not so much so, that iron wall gorilla was also going very fast. His fists slammed into the ground, and it was a big crater. Chen dashingly and skillfully turned on his horse and stood on top of the back of the jujube red horse to look out. In doing so, he saw just what was going on in the distance. Beep! The giant eagle suddenly swooped down at Chen on horseback. That one hard, sharp mouth was ready to get him completely killed. Chen sneered. Seek death. Seeing Chen holding the square sky painting halberd, his feet stomped and his entire body flew up. He used his strength to bounce to meet the giant eagle. The giant eagle sensed something was wrong, kept swinging its wings in the air trying to stop its huge body. Unfortunately, it was too late for anything, as Chen directly made a piercing move, surprisingly penetrating the Fang Tian painted halberd through the neck of the giant eagle, picking it up high on that sharp point. Damn it! The 100 Beasts King nearly spat out blood in anger when he saw this scene from afar. Chapter 125 Blown to Smithereens. When Chen's body descended, the jujube red horse immediately ran underneath Chen, as if it had spirituality and managed to catch him. The giant eagle was thus easily sacrificed by Chen to the square sky painted halberd. And that iron arm gorilla had already come to the front of the group, ready to attack the first line of defense such as Sudeji. Chen clamped his legs together, and the date red horse immediately galloped. Chen threw off the corpse of the giant eagle on the Fangtian painted halberd and struck it on the head of the iron-armed gorilla. Iron-armed gorilla falls to the ground in a heap. At this time, Chen dropped his weapon and jumped onto the gorilla's stomach with great speed. Ignition, gag. It was a skillful and quick series of movements. By the time Chen retreated on his jujube red horse, a loud rumble came from behind. The fighting gorillas of the iron wall got their heads blown right off, and the scene was a bloody mess to behold. The elephant flung its trunk to weary Chen. Not good. I'm going to save him. When Su Shuer saw that Chen had been captured, she immediately wanted to move forward with her sword. Su pulled her back just in time. With his abilities, there's no need to worry about him. As expected, he saw Chen whistle. A robust figure suddenly appeared, directly tearing down at the elephant's soft underbelly. The elephant under pain had to bob his head around. But the wolf general bites into the meat which has no reason to let go. Even an elephant's thick skin can't stand up to the sharpness of a wolf general's teeth. After a few minutes of this stalemate, the elephant could only let go of his trunk in pain. Chen easily landed on the ground and turned around before igniting a thunderball and throwing it into the elephant's mouth. That wolf general became a savant and quickly let go of his mouth and withdrew. The rumble resumed. The elephant poofed to the ground, never to breathe again, taking out 3 fierce beasts at once, and all of them were the beloved favorites of the 100 Beasts King. This pissed off the 100 Beasts king. It seems that if I don't show them some color, they really think I'm made of tofu. He saw the 100 Beasts king take out a bamboo tube and spill something. When the others saw this, they all danced strangely along with the king of the 100 Beasts. It's like summoning some special power. Pingon Chen found the 100 Beast king and their hiding place under the guidance of General Wolf. He should be a long way from them, and if he went any further he would surely be discovered. But it didn't matter, he could still send these people to heaven from this distance. It was then that Pingon Chen took down all the thunderballs on his body, which amounted to 5. These 5 were tied together in a ball with thin rope by him. A huge combined thunderball was made. He lit it up and then flung it hard with the greatest arm strength he could muster. "What's that?" a sand bandit asked curiously as he looked at the object flying in the sky. The king of the 100 Beasts looked away. "Humph, when I release those lovely ants of mine, they'll be waiting to be gnawed into white bones." As soon as the 100 Beasts king's words fell, the thunderball had already arrived above their heads. "There's a fire," someone shouted. Several people realized that it was bad, but it was too late to escape at this point. Boom! After a loud bang, a small mushroom cloud rose up. The 100 Beast king and his minions were directly blown to pieces before they could figure out the situation. With the 100 Beasts king dead, the fierce beasts that were manipulated by him instantly lost control. They start scurrying and running around. Some kill each other directly in situ because of the food chain. Su 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 and Su Shuer immediately led everyone to retreat to a safe place and waited for the storm to pass. Chapter 126, The Handbook of Beast Taming. Chun Pingon returned to the camp at this time on his jujube red horse. Everyone was relieved to see him safe and sound. And at this time, Pingon Chun whistled directly at General Wolf. General Wolf charged into the chaotic line of beasts on the spot. It was seen weaving in and out of the beasts with an athletic figure, and every now and then a beast fell. But soon the whole mess was under control. Those beasts unexpectedly all huddled together, without the arrogance of a moment ago. One by one, they all bowed down to General Wolf. When the crowd saw this scene, they all had only one thought. It's true, what kind of pets you have is what kind of owners you have. General Wolf's current majestic posture of crouching with his head held high was in a sense similarly terrifying to Pingon Chun. Chun Pingon rolled over and dismounted, saying, "The crisis is considered lifted. The 100 Beast King has been blown up by me." "It just ended like that?" Zhang Hong asked blankly. He wasn't the only one who felt dreamy, so did everyone else. He thought it would be a grueling bloodbath, but it turned out to be easily handled by Pingon Chan and a wolf. If it continues like this, they simply don't even need to do anything. Directly following Chen Pingon will be able to safely walk on the peak of life. Su Daji immediately took the water bladder and handed it to Chun Pingon. "You've worked hard, Mr. Chun." In response to his ass-kissing, Chun Pingon did not reject it. "Then you know where the 100 Beasts cottage is, don't you?" "I don't know, but we shouldn't have a problem finding those beasts to lead the way." Su Daji finished and then looked at Chun Pingon suspiciously. "Mr. Chun, do we still have to go to that 100 Beasts walled city? Could it be that you want to take these beasts in together? The 100 Beasts walled city should be nothing to covet except for these stinking beasts." Pingon Chun didn't say anything. He has his own considerations. Su Daichi felt a little embarrassed. On this trip, Pingon Chun did not take everyone there, but instead escorted some fierce beasts to the 100 Beasts walled city with Su Daji and General Wolf. The 100 Beasts cottage was indeed a large zoo with all kinds of animals. Thanks to this Beast King's ability, or else this regionally different beasts are not really good to put together to raise. Su Daji was naturally going to look for the treasure in the fortress. They came across a couple of people who had stayed behind at the fort. Learning that the 100 Beasts King was dead, these people all knelt down and said whatever they had to say, telling Su Daji all about the places where they hid their family secrets. Pingon Chun asked Su Daji to arrange for the money to gather the manpower, while he went directly to the 100 Beasts King's room. Here, after some searching, he found a parchment handbook from a hidden compartment. The top of the handbook is full of how to tame the beasts. Pingon Chun smiled. It's a real priceless treasure compared to all that gold and silver and money. Just imagine, if in the future, everyone in his army could configure a fierce beast to fight in concert, what a majestic scene it would be. Pingon Chun thought of his first partner, the Canine King, nicknamed General. It's just a shame that the general died trying to protect him during a battle. Now there was an extra wolf general, which was God's alternative compensation for him. Pingon Chen put away the handwritten journal before going to the front hall to join Su Daji. This 100 beasts walled city is really nothing valuable, the gold, silver, money and property robbed. In addition to honoring those officers and soldiers, the rest of all let the 100 beasts king to feed him these baby bumps. Su Daichi came up empty. Pingon Chen said, since there's nothing to scavenge here, let them each decide to stay or go. Those who don't want to be sand bandits go home and live their lives, and those who still want to stay let them defect to Booty and the others. Yes. Chapter 127 Huge Caravan. Su Daji arranged for the departure and retention of the people in the fortress as he had done. But the beasts are a problem. Some of these beasts are so ferocious that they may go around hurting people when they are released. Pingon Chen looked at the ferocious beasts. They're still useful for now. Since it was to attack the 2 remaining fortresses, it was good to have fierce beasts without heads to put together. Pingon Chen took out several bamboo whistles from the 100 Beast King's room, took one of them and blew on it. One by one, those beasts got up in a tight line. Apparently normally the 100 Beasts King was summoned in this frequency-specific way, and Pingon Chen had not mastered the whistle tune, and at best, he was making these beasts follow them. But that's good enough. When we get to the next fortress, just have General Wolf whisk these beasts away to attack the fortress, creating the illusion that it is the 100 Beasts fortress that is actively attacking. At night, because of this incident at the 100 Beasts cottage, everyone didn't have the heart to sleep, and they were all pumped up to wait for Chen Pingon to come back and then pack up and leave directly. Pingon Chen also understood that they were afraid when he saw this attitude of everyone. If this is another attack at night, who can stand it? The people were not afraid of trouble even if they rushed. Anyway, they were going to pass through the mansions of those 2 waves of sand bandits. If they didn't make a move, they wouldn't be sitting ducks if they did. Those fierce beasts were all greeted by Pingon Chen with whistles and followed all the way from afar. This is still the arrangement for fear that these beasts will scare the ladies. At this time Zhang Hong, who had gone to the front to scout the road, steered his horse back. Boss, there's a huge merchant caravan in front of us. It looks very unusual. Hearing this, Chen Pingon immediately looked at Su Daji. Su Daji said, there are quite a few merchant caravans passing by on this next door, but the large merchant caravans usually have a backstage, so even the sand bandits don't dare to act rashly. Zhang Hong immediately explained the situation over there. It turned out that this group even had hundreds of cavalry escorts, and the entire group had numbered in the thousands. This isn't your average team. Who would be so generous? There must be hundreds of cars in that shipment alone. This is an unusual formation. Let's go. Let's follow over and take a look. Pingon Chen came to be interested. No good, we should be hiding from these people. They're the ones who escaped from the stagecoach. What if there are people waiting everywhere to hunt them down? Pingon Chen said, are we going to the land of exile? Yes. Su Daji nodded. Are you escorting soldiers? And do you have paperwork on you? This. In that case, where do we count as fugitives? Pingon Chen convinced Su Daji to post it with a single word. Yeah, not running away but going to an appointment. Where is the fugitive anymore? But fear not, fear not. In case those guards were from the government, then they would be in trouble. Seeing Su Daji's hesitation, Pingon Chen said, is this team going to pass through the other 2 fortresses? If we can follow them, at least we can paralyze the enemy and make our move more smoothly. But the trees are big. Do you want us exposed that quickly? Don't think about it. If they make a move, we won't be polite. And it's not like there are so many beasts behind us. Since Mr. Chen is certain, then we are naturally following the command. Su Daji's words were so, but in his heart he still kept a heart. When he was packing up his things, he put all those thunderballs in the most handy place, just in case it was too late to react when the danger came. General Wolf, scout a path. Pingon Chen threw General Wolf a piece of dried meat. Chapter 128 Contacts with Caravans. General Wolf ate it and immediately went off to explore. And by this time, everyone was ready, just waiting for Pingon Chen to lead the way to the start. Go! With Chen Pingon's command, he rode the Jujube red horse in front, while the others steered their horses to follow. The group of less than 20 people looked like a grain of sand on the huge Gobi, unobtrusive. Ow! General Wolf came back to report. The line is right up ahead. Pingon Chen told everyone to speed up, and soon they saw the procession of 1,000 people in a spectacular scene. I'll go and explore the situation. Su Daji led the way. He spurred his horse to the tail end of the group and greeted one of them. Gentlemen, where are you going in business? The guard on the horse didn't even care about Su Daji. Su Daichi was a little embarrassed. He looked at how the men were dressed. It was obvious that they were all in a hurry, but these people were dressed neatly and cleanly. Whereas they are like them, the clothes are dirty, not to mention, this has not been bathed for I do not know how long, and there is a stench on their body. He felt smoky himself. No wonder people don't want to talk to him. Just as he was about to leave, someone from the interruption of the group steered his horse over and directly called out to Sudaji. "Who are you?" Sudaji took a look at the other party's waist with a sword, and knew that he should be the leader of the guards of this goods. After all, the general guards cannot wear him so reserved. Just this fish-scale armor on the other party, it must be worth at least 100 taels of gold. Not that anyone can afford it. Sudaji smiled. "We are just ordinary people passing by. Our family is in trouble and ready to go to join our relatives." The man looked behind Sudaji. Other than Chen Pingon and Zhang Hong, the others were all women and there was a child. It does look like a family move. After all, stragglers don't have silver to buy horses. "Why don't you leave?" At this time, Su Shuer steered her horse to Pingon Chen's side. The veil on her face was blown away by the wind just in time to reveal a stunning face. That leader was mesmerized as soon as he saw Su Shuer's beautiful face. This woman is also too beautiful. If you can take away this journey is not afraid of loneliness. Just as this person was staring at Su Shuer with very disgusting eyes, Chun Pingon immediately reached out and placed a piece of veil over Su Shuer's head. There are many sand bandits in this Gobi. If you want to be sheltered, you might as well show some sincerity. It turned out that this person was thinking that Sudaji and the others were taking the initiative to approach because they wanted to use the momentum of the merchant team to ensure their safety. Since the other party was asking for something, it was just right for him to open his mouth and make a condition. "My lord, why can't I understand what you're saying?" Sudaji oily very slippery, and not immediately and the other side of the fallout on the first to go along with the other side of the meaning of said. "Deliver that beautiful woman to me, and I will allow you to go forward with the caravan." "That's not good. These are the ladies of our house." "So what, ma'am? Can that boy afford to spend it?" "If you won't." The other party directly unsheathed his sword. "Looks like it's trying to be a hard grab." "Wow!" Everyone else followed suit and drew their knives. This aura was indeed 100 times stronger than Pingon Chen's side. Pingon Chen laughed coldly, and directly took out that Fangtian painted halberd hanging on the horse's back, casually flinging it and comparing it to a strong one. "Blow the ground of what Chen Fei Yang. This is..." "Captain, that's the weapon of Black Wind Walled City's Lord Zhao Hao. How come it's in that kid's hands?" Pingon Chen directly pestled his square sky painting halberd towards the ground in a domineering manner. "See, that's the weapon our master snatched from the Black Wind Walled City's master. He alone picked the whole Black Wind Walled City. Are you sure you want to snatch a woman from him?" Chapter 129, taking advantage of the strength to test the waters. "What? You guys exterminated the Black Wind Walled City." They had naturally passed by the Black Wind Walled City on their way over. But they weren't afraid of these sand bandits. As far as the team he led was concerned, it was comparable to the best soldiers on the battlefield, and a random group of people would be able to exterminate this group of sand bandits. Where to give them back their arrogance? Perhaps they knew that they came from an unusual background, so this way even past the Black Wind Walled City and the 100 Beasts Walled City to Walled City, no ungrateful people came out to make trouble. However, the leader also knew that if they really fought they were bound to lose troops as well. That Zhao Hao is not weak. And the wolf that followed the date horse. The only one who can drive animals is the 100 Beasts cottage. Could it be that this group of people were actually from the 100 Beasts Walled City just to spy on them? Thinking of this, that leader immediately gave up his intention to start a conflict. If it was really the 100 Beasts Walled City's people in disguise, they would lose more than they gained once they made their move. It's better to be good and hurry. In that case, then you indeed don't need the shelter of our merchant caravan, so I'll take my leave. The chieftain left and urged everyone to speed up, obviously trying to distance himself from Pingon Chen and his group. But they were, after all, a group of 1,000 men, and with only a few hundred on horseback and the rest still on foot, they couldn't get up to speed at all. And Pingon Chen and the others didn't know whether they had the intention or not. They just slowly followed behind the large group, just not catching up. You can't say they did it on purpose to keep the peace. After all, it's not like they have any say in this big Gobi. Seeing that it was about to get dark, Pingon Chen had the team stop and set up camp ahead of time. And the larger group was slightly disgruntled to see them stop for another break. That's a naked rubbing of protection. Head. Look at that team. Following us for nothing. Not even giving us the benefit of silver women or anything. Isn't that taking advantage of us? Someone took offense and sued the chief of the guards. The leader of the guards knocked his men directly on the head with his hand. You're stupid. He was able to get Zhao Hao's square heavenly paint halberd and easily pass by the 100 Beasts walled city. Can he be an ordinary person? Maybe they're even planning to rob our caravan. The crowd listened in disbelief. What? They dare? It's just a few people. We only need a few dozen brothers to come together to wipe them out completely. Head. Just let us go and destroy them. Yeah. Let's go test them out. A bunch of people were thinking of picking on Chang Pingan's team. But the chief was slow to speak up. This silence made everyone anxious. Head, are you still afraid of him? No, I'm not afraid, because next thing we know we'll find out what they're really made of. The chiefs have better brains than these henchmen. He thought about immediately entering the territory of that great desolate walled city. They were the ones who had greeted the people of the great wasteland walled city, so they should be able to pass through without any problems. But this small group may not. Just as well they could watch the battle from afar. If the small team was really able to destroy the great desolate walled city, then they naturally wouldn't dare to mess with it and would have to take the initiative to bow down. These are the ways of survival out in the world. The chief does not bother to talk to his men about this, and they may not understand even if they do. Mr. Chen, there are a few dozen more miles ahead of here before we enter the territory of the great desolate walled city. Do you have any plans? Su Daji sat beside Chen Pingan and saw him eating the jerky and took the initiative to hand him the water pouch. Pingan Chen was not polite and said after taking a sip of water, "There's no rush. Chapter 130 The Great Desolate Walled City. I will take it. How can you not be in a hurry? All of us can wait for the results." Su Daji was worried. This great wasteland walled city is not the Black Wind walled city or the 100 Beasts walled city. That great wasteland walled city's master, Yi Wudao, has strong martial arts skills and a good brain. If they really knew their identities ahead of time, this great desolate walled city's territory really wouldn't be able to cross over. Chen Pingan once again took a sip of water. What, are you afraid? I am afraid that these ladies of the Chen family will be in danger. In the end, he had some skills on his side and could escape if there was danger. But most of these women are incapable of defending themselves, and such a person would be a liability to stay on the team. Chang Pingan is also really different from the average person. A generally wise person would understand the superiority of the inferior. If you want to make things happen, you have to fix the tired ones first. But this way Pingan Chen not only did not mind these burdens, but also desperately protected them. This is really a good point. Chun Pingan glanced at the women who were resting. Don't worry, they're not normal people anymore. Yeah. After going through so many changes in the Chen family, these women were no longer ordinary people. They were not afraid of life and death. Otherwise, they would not have followed closely all the way without a single attempt to escape. Then again, they never said a word about being tired all the way, and were more obedient than those army veterans. If there was really any danger, as long as they listened to Pingan Chen's arrangements, they would be able to play a great role. There's no telling who will live and who will die. If you are afraid, you can hide behind the crowd, but I will take this great desolate walled city. Sudaji was shocked by Pingan Chen's aura. Meanwhile, the scouts in charge of the nearby sentries had spotted the large troop. They first saw the merchant group, but soon they also spotted the small group of Chen Pingan that was disconnected from the large merchant group. The great desolate walled city, which had long since gotten the news that the 100 Beasts walled city and the Black Wind walled city had been destroyed, didn't dare to underestimate these two teams, who exterminated the two fortresses in front of them. Both teams are suspected. The men in charge of the sentries were divided into two groups. One wave stays behind to continue monitoring the enemy. Another wave went back to report back. Inside the great wasteland walled city, the lights were on. Yi Wudao was sitting on a tiger skin-covered chair, drinking and eating meat. Several of his right-hand men also sat down in their respective underhand positions to join him in eating and drinking. Report. The great general's crowd has shown up and is camped 10 miles away from the fortress. Yi Wudao's raised wine bowl was put down heavily. At this time, one of his men said, "Walled City Lord, it seems that, as you expected, the people of this general's residence are really extraordinary, and actually managed to arrive here safe and sound. Humph, what's so unusual about it? I think it's just coincidence. Also, the Black Wind walled city and the 100 Beasts walled city are all just some drunkards. Can they be compared to our walled city master? Yes, our great desolate walled city is not one of those unimpressive second-rate bandit villages. Yi Wudao raised his hand to signal them to shut up. It's not as simple as you make it out to be. Everyone was puzzled. Could it be that you have other plans, walled city lord? Yi Wudao laughed coldly and once again picked up the wine bowl and drank it all. Invite the king in. But we don't know if they really have heavenly abilities, in case he really took down our great desolate walled city. Then in the future we will become a joke on this Gobi. Someone out of the few still has a brain with them. But his words didn't persuade Yi Wudao to give up. Okay, all shut the up. Yi Wudao stood up and smashed the wine bowl onto the ground. Bang! Chapter 131 Orders cannot be disobeyed. The loud noise stopped everyone in their tracks. Why have you all become such pussies? Don't forget this is a secret order. Are you trying to disobey it to get killed? The crowd bowed their heads. The reason we've been able to be rich in this Gobi all these years is because we have someone to cover us. Without this man, we are nothing. The crowd was unconvinced by this, but the result left them with no way to argue. Yi Wudao walked down the steps. If you guys want to keep following me around and eating and drinking, get your asses in gear. Today, either the Chen family dies, or our great desolate walled city will be in great trouble. These words might be alarmist, but everyone knew that Yi Wudao was a maniac. If he had said so, then this battle was inevitable. Walled city lord, whatever you say, the brothers will follow you. Yes, walled city lord, we are at your command in all matters, and will go through fire without hesitation. Seeing the brothers all lit up, Yi Wudao waved his big hand. Get back to your preparations, all of you, and leave in a quarter of an hour. Yes, the men all retired. At this time, Yi Wudao's son, Yi Tianyuan, and Yi Wudao's sworn brother, Shang Quan, happened to come in from outside. Seeing that Yi Wudao even smashed the wine bowl, they were all uncertain. Father, what happened? Yi Tianyuan asked. Yi Wudao saw them arrive and immediately greeted them as they sat down. This time, the matter is extraordinary, and the information given by the second head of that black wind wall might be true. What? Could it be that this Chen family's youngest son, who has been demented all this time, really has heavenly powers? Shang Quan was surprised. Yi Tianyuan, however, felt that it was his father who was too nervous. I think that's just coincidence. Coincidence? To be able to destroy 2 fortresses in a row yet still continue to start the great desolate fortresses team. Do you think that's a coincidence? Shang Quan analyzed. This Chen Pingon is something. Why is he the only male left in the Chen family? Perhaps it was because they had anticipated what would happen to Kung Fu. That's why they let him play dumb from a young age. It's not hard to play dumb. What's hard is to do it for over a decade. This stoicism is not for everyone. Chen Pingon has never let anyone see the cracks, showing that he has high acting skills, but also has the indomitable spirit of not being disturbed by the outside world. It's people like that are the scariest, because you never know how his true side really is. Shang Quan looked at Yi Wudao. Do we really want to risk losing everything against the Chen family just for an order? Or else? In this situation now, we are all surviving between the cracks, and the Chen family wouldn't have ended up in this situation now if they weren't too sharp. Blame it on the fact that they're too good, and when it comes down to it, they can only blame it on their bad luck. If we don't destroy the Chen family now, then it will be our fortress that will be destroyed. If what that Black Windwall's second leader said is true, and he can manipulate thunder and lightning, we can't just go to meet the battle without making any preparations. Shang Quan obviously had something in mind. Yi Wudao immediately asked, why don't you tell us about your plans? First and foremost, the battlefield, and definitely not where they are camped. If the other side is prepared, it could be a trap. Again, just can't be easily provoked. Many battles will be lost, all ruined on the word of patience. And the third and most important point. What? Father and son asked together. Those who know what's good for them are the ones who know what's good for them. If you're not going to win, you have to know how to get in and get out. Chapter 132. Yi Wudao nodded his head and seemed to think that what Shang Quan said made sense. Father, in fact, those people who gave us this order are still not coveting the several beautiful women of that Chen family. Wouldn't it be better for us to find some pretty women to send to them and then turn a blind eye to the Chen family team? Yi Tianyuan was trying to do more than one thing. Now the cottage and the outside of those dignitaries' cooperation has been a pile of gold and silver to eat and wear no worries. Why do you still have to plunder some caravans to get a taste of the action? What do you know? That you can survive in this Gobi by just keeping horses without robbing them. We want prestige, without which everyone can step on your head Understand? But there is no need to go through with the Chen family for this matter. I heard that this Chen family is full of loyalty. Yi Tianyuan still had some sense of right and wrong. Now that he sees that his old man has to be driven to extinction for the sake of a little profit, he naturally can't bear it in his heart. But even more intolerant Yi Tianyuan could not cross over to his old man. You're too young to understand the evils of the heart. You'll know when you're older. All in all, we must take down the entire Chen family this time. Then Pingon-chan might as well secretly incorporate him into our great desolate walled city if he is willing to submit to us. As for the women, he was going to please those dignitaries, and when the time came, these people would definitely protect the great wasteland walled city for the next few years. It's saving them a ton of silver in bribes. But even if these people don't want beauty, it doesn't matter. Sell all these women to those rich merchants. The same can return to the capital big profit. Son, this time you fight the charge, and if you are able to accomplish great feats, I will allow you to pick those women first. I'll take the rest for favors. Yi Tianyuan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed at his words. He wasn't that interested in robbing women, and with that effort he might as well find more powerful martial arts secrets to help him improve his force value. Just like that, Yi Tianyuan led a few dozen people to directly steer their horses to the place where the team was resting. When the big merchant caravan saw that Yi Tianyuan had brought someone with him, they were on the spot and stood by. The chief of the guards, in order to be able to make things easier, immediately had specially marked lanterns lighted and held high in the air. In this dim night, the lines on this lantern showed up especially clearly. Yi Tianyuan just looked at it and knew that the painting on the lantern was from his father's hand. It seemed that these people had already paid the toll, so they didn't make it difficult and just crossed over to them. Chief, are they headed for that team behind us? That would be great. The great desolate walled city can help us out. Head, you're so calculating, it's really just like you said. The great desolate walled city is eyeing that team first. Wait until they fight. That's when it gets good. The chief was also interested. Who wouldn't want to see a good show on this big night? So a group of 7 or 8 people went straight to the action on horseback. Chun Pingin's ears twitched as he seemed to hear something approaching. Just then General Wolf also let out a long whistle to the sky. Ouch! This is hostile. It really looks like something is going to happen. Everyone get up and be on guard. Su Daji shouted. The horses sensed the danger and stirred. Pingon-chun was the only one who didn't panic. He could still have quite a few secret weapons in his possession from this journey, and now it was just the right time to put them to use. Just as Yi Tianyuan led his men to see the fire from afar, he heard a strange whistle. Beep beep. Strange. Who would whistle on this next door? Chapter 133. General Wolf versus the Squad. Yi Tianyuan strangled his horse's reins and did not allow the group to move on. At this time a man came forward and asked, Young walled city lord, why have you stopped? Something's fishy. I'm worried there's a trap ahead. Yi Tianyuan was still cautious. But the man said, Where is there a trap here? The Gobi is full of sand and there is nowhere to hide. It's better to be careful. I still feel the need to be cautious. If this Yi Tianyuan hadn't inherited his father Yi Wudao's natural divine power, he wouldn't have been recognized by the brothers in the fortress. Yi Tianyuan loved practicing martial arts since he was a child, and at the age of 10, he could open a longbow of 200 pounds, and at the age of 12, he could lift a tripod of 1,000 pounds. And now at 16, it is already one of the top fierce generals of the great wasteland walled city. Don't look at him, he's only 16, that's a lot of skill. In the last few years of robbing caravans, it was Yi Tianyuan who went to war, and Yi Wudao was directly behind the scenes. Young walled city lord, it's not a good idea for us to just wait like this. Why don't we get a team of people to spy on the enemy first? This is clearly the best option. Yi Tianyuan allowed it. So from his team, he immediately split out a group of 5, directly sneaking and rushing to Ping and Chen's team to spy on them. Pingon Chen and the others had long been prepared to meet the battle. But instead of waiting for the large force of the great wasteland walled city, they only waited for a few small thieves. This made him a little more wary of the leader. I'm not afraid that the bandits are strong, but I'm afraid that the bandits are light in the head. If the other party had a good brain, then I'm afraid that this battle today would take some effort. Mr. Chun, those people are from the great desolate walled city. Su Daji recognized the origin of this small group at a glance. Pingon Chen smiled. I have long guessed, only this opponent I do not know whether it is jealous of us or too cautious and careful, playing the first battle to send a few small minions. I do not know to look down on who it. Su Daji, however, said, These are also powerful characters at a glance. How can they be minions? A team of a few doesn't bother us yet. Pingon Chen whistled at the wolf general on the side. General Wolf quickly ran to Pingon Chen's side. Pingon Chen touched down the wolf's head and made a gesture towards it. Go ahead. Teach those guys to behave. General Wolf immediately took off running. Su Daji was a bit envious when he saw that Pingon Chen was now becoming more and more skillful at driving animals. That's what happens when you're turned on, right? Otherwise, how come they don't have this ability to drive beasts? A wolf breaks into a couple of squads and a fight breaks out on the spot. On the other hand, Chun Pingon calmly continued to eat dry food and drink water. Mr. Chan, this great desolate walled city is really good to be messed with. Can't we go around with our families in tow? Su Daji looked at the battle that hadn't ended over there and couldn't help but persuade again. No, not only are we not going to go around, we're going to continue on a long drive. Why? Su brought everyone together at this time. Chun Pingon looked down at the others. The horse farm of the great wasteland walled city is a valuable resource. If we want to form an army in the future, these war horses are essential. Several of the sisters-in-law froze at this statement. Is this a revolt? Although Su Daji had expected it, he was still shocked to hear it. Can they really expand from such a small number of people to a size where they can rebel? Zhang Hong quietly walked to Su Daji's side at this time and whispered, Head, you heard it, Mr. Chan, they want to rebel. This rebellion is a big crime of executing 9 clans. We just seek to live, not to become a court rebel, right? Otherwise, we might as well find an excuse to escape. Chapter 134 Analysis of the Pros and Cons. By the way, we can go back and report to the court, saying that the Chen family can still gain a great merit for their rebellion. Zhang Hong thought so for the sake of his family. You can't just casually bury your whole family over a bad decision. It's a great ungratefulness. Head, say something. Su Daji covered Zhang Hong's mouth. Woo-hoo. Shut up. I know what you're afraid of. But if you're going to denounce now, even if Mr. Chen is willing, I'll get you killed first. Zhang Hong's eyes widened. Unbelievably, he looked at Su Daji. Aren't you curious that I'm still following Mr. Chen, knowing it's the point of no return? Zhang Hong nodded. Do you remember last time in Wangyuan City? Those people didn't care if we lived or died in order to kill the Chen family, even their own people who were spies. What is this? What is this of? Zhang Hong was puzzled. Even if the court is bad, there's no need to revolt. He just wants to finish the escort mission and go back to live a good life with his daughter-in-law and children. Su Daichi sighed. Don't you understand? If they really had evidence of guilt, why would they need to carry out assassinations along the way? It's because they can't find culpability for the killings that they want to kill and silence all of us who are in the know. And then the real cause of the Chen family's deaths can be left to them to make up as much as they want with one mouth. But that has nothing to do with us either. Zhang Hong's brain is stupid and didn't think of the point. Su Daji directly scolded. From the time we were selected as escort soldiers, they never intended to let us go back alive. Do you think there is still a possibility of our loved ones surviving? Zhang Hong took a step back in shock. No. No way. Where is it impossible? How do you think the court side would place our families if we were to die? There are only 2 possibilities if they are afraid of the news spreading out. Either they will be bribed with silver money or secretly killed. Across the board, they and the Chen family would have their traces erased and become orphan souls without a master. But even then they have hope of living. Instead of letting them hold onto our weaknesses like this, we should just let go and maybe we can still see a bright future. Su Daji suddenly drew his knife on his good brother's neck. Mr. Chan said that those who achieve great things don't bother with small details. If you do tell on me, I'll kill you right now. Head. Zhang Hong was shocked beyond words. Su Daji's move on his side disturbed Chen Pingon and the others. Pingon Chen knew what was going on just by looking at it. If you can't do it, I'll help you. At this time, the most important thing is not to leave behind a scourge that has second thoughts, or else these dozens of people's lives will not be guaranteed. Don. Kill me. I know I am wrong. I will be loyal to Mr. Chen. Zhang Hong was so scared that he knelt down and begged for mercy. Su Daji clenched his teeth and directly threw the knife on the ground, kneeling down for Pingon Chen. My brother doesn't know any better. I don't know if Mr. Chen is sincere. Please give me some more time, I will convince him. Pingon Chen said, there are still many dangers along the way. Don't victimize a group of people due to one person's fault. Do you understand this point? Su Daji immediately assured. The little man must keep a close eye on the boy. Let's go. I think trouble has come to our door, so it's time for us to strike. Just as Pingon Chen had said, General Wolf had resolved the scouting squad sent by Yi Tianyuan. The men are now corpses. When the beasts pass by later, these will be their rations. And Pingon Chen was already planning to continue on with his team. This trap arranged by the other side, they'll have to take the initiative to jump once. Chapter 135. Continuing to play dumb. Chun Pingon steered his horse in the front, and a group of ladies followed closely behind him. Zhang Hong was scared once after the people honest all the way to the word did not dare to say, just no stick to Sudaji walk, for fear that later also be silenced. At this time, however, several of the sister-in-laws were of different minds. Other than those few gentle and delicate ones, but all those with some brains began to ponder the possibility of what Pingon Chen had said. Rebellion. Seems like a good idea. Their husbands and eunuchs have been victimized by the incompetent emperor. This revenge cannot go unavenged. If Pingon Chen really got into trouble, what could they do to help him? The first person to think of this was Susu. Susu family loyalty, but the Chen family things cannot help but let her Su family is also anxious, afraid of when the emperor unhappy also give them a rebel hat. By then the Su family would be just as finished as the Chen family. It would be better to cooperate with Pingon Chen on this matter and oppose this brutal court. Then there was Su Shuer, although Su Shuer was the daughter of the Sword Saint, but how could she say that she was also in control of martial arts connections? Each of these martial artists appeared to be in their own formation, but if someone could unite them, they would be a very strong force. Otherwise, the imperial court wouldn't dare to intervene in martial arts matters so easily. As long as there were a few people left, there were daughters of merchants and daughters of families, and there was also a mysterious second sister-in-law, Dongfang Ning. If each of them had a small amount of strength to support Pingon Chen, together with the general's old troops, why worry about things not coming to fruition? They had secretly observed Pingon Chen. They had never dared to think of rebellion before. But now Pingon Chen was opening a door of hope for them. It gives them something to look forward to in the future. Maybe they can still live differently. At least it doesn't have to be the sad end of a lifetime of exile in a bitter cold place. There's someone in front, Su Daji suddenly shouted. Pingon Chen had already seen a group of hundreds of people. And this was none other than Yi Tianyuan, who had sent people back to move help over. When Yi Tianyuan realized that there was no news from the 5 people who were sent out, he knew that something might have happened. Just in case, he immediately summoned people to go back quickly to move help, and rigidly transferred dozens of people from the fortress again. Now they were all riding high and mighty. The aura alone suppressed Ping and Chen's team by more than a star. See, that's the Chun family's escort team. I thought it was some kind of amazing team, just 3 guys with a bunch of pussies. Hey guys. Look, isn't that Zhao Hao's square sky painting halberd? Is this kid not that Pingon Chen? Pingon Chen was still unsure if they knew about the fact that he was not a fool. But there's always an advantage to a fool showing weakness. So he deliberately giggled and waved the square sky painting halberd in his hand, and steered his horse towards Yi Tianyuan. Are you guys here to pick me up for the banquet? Great. I'm so hungry. I want roast suckling pig. Pingon Chen's giggling expression and incoherent words were all showing the fact that he was a fool. Haha. Looks like the rumors are true. This 3rd son of the Chen family is indeed a fool. That's right. Look at his stupid face. I could pick him off with one shot. Young walled city lord. Leave this fool to us. Right, if you take those ladies and go back first, the walled city lord will definitely praise you for being awesome. These people wanted to have a good time with the fool and surprisingly wanted Yi Tianyuan to go back first to report the news. Yi Tianyuan, however, directly kicked the horse of one of them. Are you stupid? Chapter 136. The crowd was puzzled, not understanding why Yi Tianyuan had this attitude. Yi Tianyuan said, "Shut up if people are stupid. That Black Wind Walled City's second head has already made it very clear that Pingon Chen destroyed Black Wind Walled City by pretending to be crazy. If we don't use our brains like those fools from the Black Wind Wall, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape this defeat today. This may be that the 2 escorting soldiers are powerful. It is the second head of the Black Wind Walled Village who lied, wanting to use the knife to kill people to use our Great Wasteland Walled Village to avenge his Black Wind Walled Village. Yeah, that's definitely possible. That second lord looks like a thief, not a good thing." Yi Tianyuan used the head of the red-tasseled spear in his hand to knock towards the heads of a few more people. "All of you are stupid. Say you guys and you won't admit it. Why are we fighting again?" Several people were aggravated. Yi Tianyuan said, Regardless of whether that's truly crazy or selling stupidity, we can't take it lightly. I'll meet that third Duke Chen, you guys go grab the ladies. But there's nothing to but. It's settled. Yi Tianyuan directly clamped his legs onto the horse's stomach and drove the horse towards the oncoming Pingon Chen. It's a two-way street scenario. But when Yi Tianyuan arrived in front of Chen Pingon, he directly stabbed the red-tasseled spear in his hand towards Chen Pingon's throat. With his force and accuracy, once he got close to Pingon Chen's neck, he would die directly under this lance. However, Pingon Chen's entire body suddenly fell backwards. He lay flat on his horse to avoid Yi Tianyuan's red-tasseled spear, not to mention the fact that the square sky painting halberd in his hand was suddenly flung by him, and the arrow directly penetrated Yi Tianyuan's shoulder armor. The shoulder armor was picked up, and the battle armor on Yi Tianyuan's body immediately lost its protection. He had to rip off that battle armor and throw it to the ground. You sure are faking it. Pingon Chen retrieved his square sky painting halberd and laughed. The young gentleman is also a good fighter. The two were about the same age, but Chen Pingon was clearly older than Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan grunted coldly. My father was right. I was just too young to fall into the trap. Mr. Chen, do you dare to compete with me single-handedly? Yes, that's fine, but I don't know what kind of prize the young gentleman is prepared to give. Yi Tianyuan said angrily. I've already given you face by fighting you, and you're still trying to ask for color. That's true. Isn't it your sand bandit's mantra that you can't afford to be unprofitable? I'm a passerby with nothing to lose, so it's only natural that I want to ask for some color, right? Seeing that Pingon Chen was so skillful until he couldn't talk his way out of it, Yi Tianyuan asked, what kind of jackpot do you want? How about the entire great barren walled city? Bah, that's a beautiful thought. Let's see if I don't nail you to death in this sandy nest. As soon as Yi Tianyuan became angry, he stopped talking nonsense with Pingon Chen and directly rushed up. It was within Pingon Chen's plan for him to be galvanized to succeed. A teenager only if really young and old is terrible. Confidence still seems to be undecided at this point. Just the thing for practicing. That Yi Tianyuan's kung fu on horseback was very powerful. No matter if it was an upward pick or a side slag, his body was able to maintain balance on the horseback at all times, and slippery so that the opponent can't touch a fraction of it. However, Pingon Chen had always been a mainstay of an unorthodox approach. It was only seen that he suddenly whistled after his square sky painting halberd had received a few moves from Yi Tianyuan. The wolf general that was crouching to the side suddenly leapt out. Taking advantage of Yi Tianyuan's distraction from dealing with Chen Pingon, he took a bite on that Yi Tianyuan's calf. Yi Tianyuan ate the pain and used his red-tasseled spear to drive away the wolf general, but it gave Pingon Chen an opportunity to take advantage of it. Chapter 137, Taking Down Yi Tianyuan. Dang! With a muffled sound, Yi Tianyuan, a child who grew up on horseback, was directly knocked to the ground by Pingon Chen. He rolled a few times in a sorry state and would have gotten up to fight again, but the wolf general's sharp teeth bit him at the throat. If only the fangs had pierced a little deeper, he would have been dead. Yi Tianyuan wanted to move his hand to throw the wolf general out, but he could not help but let the fangs of the wolf general bite him. When he moved, his fangs went 1 point deeper. He could only maintain immobility in order to stay alive. I advise you to stay put. General Wolf is already hungry. There's no guarantee that he won't kill you for meat. Yi Tianyuan was furious. If you have the ability to fight me one-on-one, what kind of a decent person is it to find a wolf to sneak up on you? Have I ever said that I'm a decent person? Pingon Chen let out a light laugh. Didn't your father teach you when he let you out that you shouldn't trust people so easily or you'll suffer big losses? Pingon Chen still appreciated this Yi Tianyuan and did not use any crooked methods against him. Otherwise, he would not have lost so quickly. It's just that the kid is still too young to be so gullible. You hurry up and let me go, or my father will kill all of you. Pingon Chen shook his head and sighed, and as he stood up, he stomped on Yi Tianyuan's stomach. Well, Yi Tianyuan frowned in pain. Pingon Chen sneered. Now you might as well think about whether or not you'll live to see your father. Yi Tianyuan's life was in someone else's hands, so naturally, he didn't dare to say anything. But Pingon Chen didn't want Yi Tianyuan's life either. This kid is too young and too wild. How can he grow up quickly if he doesn't suffer a little? Pingon Chen saw in this kid Yi Tianyuan's ability. Just now, that horseback technique, Pingon Chen couldn't help but applaud when he watched it. If he could learn 10%, he would be invincible on horseback in the future. When Yi Tianyuan was captured, the others were still rats from a sinking ship. A portion of them escaped fast enough to go back and report. The rest were taken down by Sudaji and the two sister-in-laws. In short, he thought that it would be a very difficult battle, but he actually let Pingon-chan settle it without a moment's delay. Everyone was also demoralized. The great barren walled city is not afraid of a few more of this caliber. Yi Tianyuan, who was born with divine power, was still unconvinced and wanted to take the opportunity to sneak in a counterattack. But Chen Pingon was a cautious person. As the saying goes, to be kind to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. He had counted on the fact that the boy would not be obedient and had given him a sleeping pill in advance. This way, just let him fall asleep. Yi Tianyuan was still thinking about how to counterattack, but he ended up falling into a deep sleep so uncontrollably. Being carried by his horse followed the group to the great wasteland cottage. Sudaji could see that Pingon-chan was trying to use Yi Tianyuan to threaten Yi Wudao. It was a good solution, but if the one was not a vegetarian, then the threat became a danger instead. They might completely offend Yi Wudao because of this, and they might also be rounded up with full force. What are you afraid of? If I come, I'll be at peace. If I can't deal with a great desolate walled city, how can I talk about shaking the great Chu River and mountain? Pingon-chan had something in mind. He had also been testing out various possibilities along the way in order to prove how feasible his plan was. After the strength of the previous two fortresses had been spied on, Chen Pingon then determined that both the Great Wasteland Fortress and the Tower Fortress Village were favorable resources that could be taken down. Can't miss. Quickly look. Is there a silhouette swaying over there? Sudaji suddenly put his hand on the cooler to try to see what was in front of him. Pingon-chan whistled directly. General Wolf has gone ahead to spy on the enemy. Chapter 138. Coveting the second boss's throne. On this side, the people of the great desolate walled city had wanted to find Yi Wudao, the walled city lord, at the first opportunity after getting the news that the young walled city lord had been captured. But he was blocked by one of the chiefs of the fortress who had been trying to climb up to the position of second in command. The matter will not be communicated to the walled city lord for now. Eighth Master, if we don't tell the walled city lord in case the young walled city lord has a loss, we can't afford the walled city lord's anger. Someone reminded, not daring to act rashly. The Eighth Master sneered. What do you guys know? Why did the walled city lord only let the young walled city lord lead the men to plunder this time? As I see it, this is a good opportunity to establish authority. Young walled city lord is powerful but lack of experience. This is not, in turn, captured by the enemy army. Such a shameful thing I think the walled city lord is not willing to know. But if we can go and take down that group of people and save young walled city lord, then the walled city lord can't rely on this credit, right? The Eighth Master wanted to be the second in command, and this was well known to many. In the future, this great wasteland walled city is definitely going to be given to the young walled city, so this great wasteland walled city will have to be the Yi family's home for 2 generations. It is inevitable that 1 or 2 of the brothers who were born to die down here want to grasp the real power. That's the case with this Eighth Master. He followed Yi Wudao to fight from nothing to now, their father and son to become the existence of the great wasteland walled city to say nothing. Even Yi Wudao's sworn brother, Shang Quan, was higher than him in this position of power. Can this Eighth Master tolerate it? He had been disgruntled for a long time. Never got the chance though. Now the opportunity has come. If he brought back the captured young walled city master in front of all the brothers, then the walled city master would owe him a big favor. Then he could ask for this second in command position. Eighth Master, but I heard that that Chun clan kid is not easy to deal with. Even the young walled city lord has folded in his hands. We won't be giving away our heads if we go, right? Some people still question the ability of the Eighth Master. The Eighth Master directly sneered. That kid is too young. Fighting a war is not just about being strong. You also need to rely on your brain. And I'll show you what the Eight Masters are capable of. A sly smile flashed in the Eighth Master's eyes. He had his cronies come over with their ears attached and spoke of his plan. Why are those people just stopping where they are but not approaching us? Su Deji observed for a while, but still couldn't figure out what the other party was planning. Rather, it was Pingon-chan who had already seen the clues. Lead the way. What? Then wouldn't we be at a standstill with each other if we didn't go? They're certain we'll go because we still have a life preserver. Damn it! You guys let go of me. At this time Yi Tianyuan actually woke up. He felt very humiliated when he saw that he had been used as a sandbag and thrown directly on the back of the horse in 5 pieces. Letting go of you isn't possible, but letting you sleep again is. Pingon-chen's medicine could at the very least make this guy sleep for 2 or 3 hours. He just didn't expect Yi Tianyuan's body to be so good and woke up in less than an hour. You drugged me. You're despicable and shameless. Yi Tianyuan roared. He said how he was weak and feeble, so it was all because of this shameless man, Ping and Chen. On the other side, General Wolf came back and gave to Pingon Chen the news that there was indeed a team waiting for them in front of them and that there were traps. Pingon Chen took out his whistle. It's time for my army of animals to step in. With the sound of his whistle, General Wolf, being a psychic spirit, ran on the spot towards the beasts that were hiding. Leading them in a vast swarm together, they attacked the blocking sand bandits in front of them. Chapter 139. The Eighth Master ambushed with hundreds of brothers. There were a lot of organs buried in this sandy area in front of them. As long as a team set foot on this territory, they all had to lose their troops and their vitality. The Eighth Master had also calculated that they didn't want those women, they were just staring at Yi Tianyuan. As long as this one is rescued and the Chen family team is killed so that they can go back to the fortress and claim the credit. Eighth Master, why don't they come over? The men over here were waiting impatiently, but they just couldn't see Chen Pingon and their team coming over. One man, however, had good eyesight and soon saw that there was dust and sand raised in the distance. Look, here they come. The Gobi is windy and sandy, and when horses and animals run, they naturally bring up a gust of wind and sand, which disorients one's eyes, not to mention that one can't see what's going on inside. The Eighth Master and the others thought that the dust and sand were all caused by the horses running, and one by one, with their weapons poised, they waited to take the enemy down. Ow! With a wolf cry rang out. A few of the Eighth Master's men suddenly felt something was wrong. Why do I hear wolf crossing? Roar! Ow! The hissing of a number of beasts followed. That's when everyone reacted. It's not good. It's a manticore. Could it be that the 100 Beasts walled city has come to sneak attack again? Wasn't the 100 Beasts walled city destroyed? Everyone is in disarray. At this time, it was still the Eighth Master who shouted, "What's the point of panicking? It's just a matter of resisting directly. Can a group of people still be afraid of a group of beasts?" As the leader, the Eighth Master naturally went to the front. The others couldn't run away when they saw that all the 8 Masters were on board, so they could only go to meet the battle with their heads held high. These beasts used to be manipulated by the King of Beasts, but now it's being manipulated by General Wolf. The Wolf General was psychic and strong in combat. These beasts were controlled by the whistles on the one hand, and on the other hand, due to the suppression of the Wolf General and Pingon Chen's dual force, they could only do as they were told. Under the attack of the swarming beasts, the group of 8 Masters and the others were quickly dispersed. Without waiting for them to encounter Chen Pingon, they had already collapsed first. I'm afraid it's going to get worse if we keep this up. 8th Master, let's withdraw. We're no match for them at all. Yes, these beasts don't want to die. Our warhorses are bitten, and soon we will only be able to fight on the ground, which is a great loss. Quite a few of our brothers are injured, and we won't be able to leave if we don't. With the reminder of a few close friends, the 8th Master also knew that he was not capable of stopping the team. That's just it, withdraw. With just this order, a group of 100 or so people were directly left with a dozen or so, all fleeing away. The rest of those wounded and war horses they couldn't be bothered to bring back. Pingon Chen whistled, and the beasts immediately stopped attacking. Chen Pingon led the horse that carried Yi Tianyuan to those injured and directly kicked Yi Tianyuan's ass. Kid, talk to your gang of brothers about dignity or life. Yi Tianyuan's face reddened. Don't get cocky. You'll be finished when you meet my dad. Pingon Chen directly gave another kick. Speak properly, who doesn't have a father? Back in the day, my father was a great general who traveled across the seas and almost never lost a battle. Chen Pingon's words were so domineering that they directly made Yi Tianyuan shut his mouth. Who says it isn't? Who doesn't know that great general? His old men are all brave and good fighters all over the world. It's just that it's met with a jealous tyrant, or it couldn't have ended up that way. I don't obey you. I obey your father, Yi Tianyuan shouted. Chapter 140. Be my little brother. Pingon Chen snorted. This kid is growing on him. I think that before he became the king of soldiers, that was also a rash. This kid really has a little shadow of him back then. Pingon Chen directly kicked Yi Tianyuan in the face. Come on. Tell those men of yours to die or to live. We want to live, those people said hurriedly. Just kidding. This young walled city is being kicked around. Who the hell are they? It's better to admit it quickly. Pingon Chen said. It's not impossible if you want to live. You must come under my command. What? Can't. We can't betray the walled city and the walled lord. The group was immediately reluctant. Still have some backbone, so I'll just send you on your way. When Chen finished speaking, he raised his square sky painting halberd intending to give them a hard time. Stop! Why are you treating my brothers like this when you've got me? I need some troops, and if they don't listen it's a liability to keep them, rather than feed them to the beasts. Chen now realized that whether or not these people were genuinely following him, he needed some people to help shield them from disaster. These people look just right. If you want to kill or die, give it a shot. What's wrong with you humiliating people like this? Obviously this is pissing people off. Chen smiled. Then kill it. Don't. Yi Tianyuan regretted. Do whatever you want to me. Let them live. Chen asked. On what grounds? What price do you have to pay? What do you want from me? Be my little brother. Chen said directly. I won't do it. A good young lord of the fortress. Why should he be a junior to someone? How can he face it? Brother, don't mind. It's an honor for you to have our Duke Chen take a liking to you. Su Daji said from the side. I'll be damned. If you were me, you could be someone else's lackey. Obviously Yi Tianyuan was not convinced. Chen knew that this kind of person had to be beaten into submission in order to recover him. In that case, let's go straight to strength. Chen Pingon directly went up and helped Yi Tianyuan loosen the ties. Yi Tianyuan dropped to the ground, still a bit puzzled. What's your game again? Fong, you said I was winning. Isn't it? Yi Tianyuan was unconvinced. Now here's a chance to let you go home. Yi Tianyuan thought that there was some kind of torture waiting for him, but the result surprised him greatly. You sincere? Want to go or not? I'll change my mind if you don't leave again. Chen had a smirk on his face. Su Daji and the others immediately gathered around. No, Mr. Chen, without him as a hostage, our chances of winning against the great desolate walled city will decrease. Yi Tianyuan immediately laughed when he heard this. It seems that there are still long brains in your team. My great wasteland walled city is not those two small walled cities before. If you want to pass through my great wasteland walled city, just wait to be cleaned up. Chen suddenly walked up to Yi Tianyuan and kicked him in the ass. Going or not? Yi Tianyuan immediately reacted. This was his chance to get out of danger. How could he miss it? Just you wait. I'll get it back. Go back and tell your father that our party will be arriving soon, and tell him to prepare the wine and food to meet them. Chen Pingon had an arrogant attitude and completely disregarded the great desolate walled city. Yi Tianyuan was furious. There was a time when this was his arrogance, but now he had met one that was even more arrogant than him. You've got guts, wait for me. Chapter 141, Letting the Tiger Return to the Mountain. Yi Tianyuan ran away, which made Su Daji feel uneasy inside. Mr. Chen, you shouldn't have let the tiger return to the mountain. Do you know that one Yi Wudao is already hard to deal with? If father and son join forces, you will definitely not be their match. We're in big trouble this time. Chen waved his sleeve and rolled onto his horse. What are you afraid of? Just follow me. Mr. Chen is looking for death. There's no need to drag me and my big brother to the back. Zhang Hong wanted to escape. Chen Pingon gave him a look that was a bit oozing. This Zhang Hong has always had an indecisive attitude. It looks like Su Daichi hasn't convinced him yet. If this person would cause trouble for his team in the future, then he would certainly kill him without mercy. Su Daji immediately covered his brother's mouth when he sensed the murderous aura emanating from Pingon Chen. Our brothers are at the mercy of your excellency in all things. At this time, Pingon Chen's group no longer continued to move forward slowly, but increased their speed. Those beasts of prey followed the group under the leadership of General Wolf. The merchant guards were dumbfounded as they passed the caravan. Someone outright exclaimed, "Are they being chased by a fierce beast?" One of the men next to him hit his companion directly in the back of the head. Look carefully, the one leading the group is that Wolf King. It seems that it is true that the 100 Beasts Wall is destroyed, and they also collected those fierce beasts of the 100 Beasts Wall to expand their strength together. At this time, the chief of the guards secretly wiped his cold sweat. Luckily, he was smart enough not to fight with these guys, or else he might have had to lose a lot of people here. Look, isn't that the people from the great desolate walled city? They are the ones who beat back the great desolate walled village for looking for trouble, and chased after them to the great desolate walled village. Heavens! Just these few people are going to attack the great desolate walled city? Who gave them the guts? The group of people whispered and had completely mythologized Ping and Chen and his group. The two fortresses were easily attacked, and now they were going to attack the Great Wasteland Fortress. Can this be the work of an average person? It's not like this is some kind of disguised team that's super strong, is it? Come on. Follow me over there and see what's going on. The chief of the guards did not know what kind of mind he had, but he was actually going to drag the party to the theater. The crowd was speechless. Aren't you afraid of the innocent in a real fight? When the chief saw that everyone was not moving, he said, if this person can really attack the great desert-walled city, he will definitely be the god of war. If we tie up with such a powerful character in the future when we pass through this Gobi, do we still need to honor the four families? Only his family will be enough. In the end, being the chief, you just see things longer term than your men. The crowd immediately geared up, except for a part of the people who walked slowly with the caravan. The chief directly followed Ping and Chen's team to the great wasteland walled city with hundreds of his close friends. What is the purpose of that group following us behind? Could it be that they want to attack the great desolate walled city back and forth? Su Daji quickly realized what was going on behind him and looked for Pingon Chan to discuss. Pingon Chan said calmly, there's no need to be afraid, just let them follow. Su Daji muttered straight in his heart, I'm not afraid of the future. If I make dumplings, I'll still be alive. However, Pingon Chan didn't shout to stop, and the group continued on, until they came to the gate of the great wasteland walled city. At this moment, the great wasteland walled city had gathered thousands of people, each holding a weapon, and the archers were even standing in 3 rows on the earthen wall. It's ready to take turns strafing without leaving any gaps. Anyone who steps forward can be shot through a sieve in an instant. Su Daji saw the battle and got nervous again. Mr. Chan, we're in deep this time. Chapter 142 Confrontation in front of the walled city. Fear not. Hasn't that Yi Wudao not shown up yet? Pingon Chan wanted to see how powerful Yi Wudao, who had been spoken of by Su Daji as a god, was. Pingon Chan, do you see? This is the strength of my great desolate walled city. Do you dare to attack the walled city? Pingon Chan sneered. How dare you call out to me with this amount of troops? Are so many of us still unable to defeat a dozen of you? You also take yourself too seriously. Yi Tianyuan thought that more people would surely win, not to mention that there were 3 rows of archers, and they would surely be able to defeat Chen Pingon by taking turns. I've heard that your father, Yi Wudao, is a very powerful man, and this entire great desolate walled city was established by his hand. So why don't you let him show himself and let me see his valor? Chen Pingon's praise was rather like he really appreciated Yi Wudao as a bandit lord. Yi Wudao was originally a high-minded person. He wouldn't see ordinary people, but now that there was a descendant who admired him and worshipped him so much, he had the idea of wanting to meet with him right away. At this time, Yi Wudao was sitting and drinking tea with his sworn brother, Shang Quan. Hearing what Pingon Chan said outside, Shang Quan immediately opened his mouth. I didn't realize that after so many years, there were still people who remembered your glory back then. I also didn't expect that there are such interesting people in this Chen family. Anyone who can capture and release my son is bound to be no ordinary man. I'd like to see who he is. No, go out now, but let the other side despise that, and see the situation again. Shang Quan reminded. Yi Wudao thought yes, why don't he just wait a little longer and see what other powerful people are in this Chen family. On this side, Yi Tianyuan had long since gotten his father's order that as long as he didn't fight with Chen Pingon alone, he would surely be able to win back his face by virtue of so many of his men in the fortress. Our great desolate walled city is right here. Didn't you say you want to attack our great desolate walled city? Then come on, I want to see how you attack the walled city. This point of people will not go over to join in the fun, but is the young fortress master, this is knowing that you can't beat in the next is ready to use more to bully less to win? In terms of verbal cannons, Chen Pingon was not afraid of anyone. Yi Tianyuan directly turned red with anger. Damn! You little thief, if you have the ability, come and fight. If you don't, get out of the way. My great desolate walled city isn't something that just lets people pass through. Su Daichi stepped right up. We are escorting soldiers of the imperial court, specializing in escorting the Chen family's family members to the place of exile. And we also hope that the great desolate walled city can make it easy for us to let us pass. I thought that these sand bandits have some relationship with the government, and using this will surely make them sell a few points. Who knew that Yi Tianyuan directly laughed. Since you are begging us to release you, it would be better to recognize the time. You escort soldiers into my great desolate walled city's name, and we can guarantee you a good meal and a good drink. As for the Chen family, all of those women's families are surrendered. Then help us kill that Chen Pingon and everything will be fine. Before, Yi Tianyuan was still concerned that the Chen family was loyal. but he couldn't tolerate Pingon Chen after he had lost all his face. As long as this kid is around, he'll have to carry the shame for the rest of the day. Only when Pingon Chen was gone could this disgrace pass. If you don't choose this path, then I'm sorry to say that all of you will perish on the spot today. Yi Tianyuan had just finished speaking his harsh words when all the bows and arrows were erected. Against Su Daji and the others. Zhang Hong knew it was over when he looked at the situation. It's a dilemma. I should have known halfway through that they should have run. Now you can only give the Chen family a burial. How have you considered it? Chapter 143 Su Daji goes to battle. Su Daji clenched his teeth. Now it was the great desolate walled city that refused to let them pass. Then they could only meet the battle. Mr. Chen, when will we attack the great desolate walled city? He turned back to ask for instructions from Pingon Chen. At this point in time, Pingon Chen hadn't seen Yi Wudao yet, so how could he strike easily? There's no rush. Why don't we just meet this young walled city master first? Yi Tianyuan stared at Pingon Chen. What are you going to do? Young walled city master, are you ashamed of losing to me? Yi Tianyuan didn't say anything, but his face didn't look good. Being defeated and having to be told off in public. Do you want to lose face? How about this? You single-handedly challenge this escort captain beside me. If you can win him, then how about we obediently bind our hands? Yi Tianyuan's eyes lit up. He was unable to deal with Pingon Chen, but how powerful could an escort soldier be? He could definitely defeat his opponent if he was willing to do it. What? It's not possible that the young walled city lord is even afraid of a single escorting soldier beside me, right? Then this great desolate walled city is really not what it's cracked up to be. There's nothing real about it at all. Chun Pingon had once again succeeded in angering Yi Tianyuan with his agitation. He said angrily, "Who says I'm afraid?" At this moment, Shang Quan put down his teacup. "Don't you advise Tianyuan? He's being agitated by his opponent again. No harm done. Some losses have to be eaten by him to remember." Yi Wudao, the old man, was very thoughtful. It was blatantly hoped that Pingon Chen would be able to sharpen his son. Yi Tianyuan over here had already answered the battle, but Su Daji was a bit worried. "Mr. Chen, can I defeat him?" "That depends on whether you put your best foot forward." Chun Pingon signaled Su Daji to attach his ear and whispered in his ear for a while. Su Daji immediately nodded his head. "Understandable. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. I will definitely not dishonor my mission." Pingon Chen shouted to the wall. "Yi Tianyuan, come down and fight." "Humph. Scared of you." Yi Tianyuan jumped down from the wall on the spot, and Su Daji was ready to take his place. The two sized each other up, as if wondering who would make the first move. Remembering Pingon Chen's instructions, Su Daji directly raised his hand towards Yi Tianyuan to greet him. "Yellow mouth, come and kowtow to grandpa." Where had Yi Tianyuan been so humiliated? He angrily made the first move on the spot. "You want to be my grandfather? There's no door. Today I want you to leave your life behind." The two of them exchanged blows. Yi Tianyuan's hands were replaced with hammers, and every time they smashed on the ground, it was a big pit. This would have had unimaginable consequences if it had hit someone. However, Su Daji had a flexible body, not attacking head on, only dodging. A few times down, Yi Tianyuan not only did not hurt the other party a bit, but also got angrier. "Kid, you're too slow to keep up with me. You're losing." Outrageous. Yi Tianyuan was galvanized and his speed increased a little more. But in doing so, he lost his strength rapidly. Waiting until Su Daji felt it was almost time, this was the only way to go head-to-head with him. Clang! The weapons interacted with a not inconsiderable amount of noise. But no one can stop. Dozens of rounds, hundreds of rounds. The two remained indistinguishable from each other. In the end, they even hurt each other with a punch, before each of them backed off to rest. Damn it! If it wasn't for the fact that my stamina was depleted too quickly in the early stages, you would definitely be no match for me. At this time, Yi Tianyuan also reacted that he had been tricked. "That's only if you have the stamina." Yi Tianyuan was unconvinced and said to Pingon Chen, "You guys are playing tricks again. I'm unconvinced. Why don't we wait until we're rested to fight again? Why should we listen to you? Are you cowards?" Chapter 144. Heavy Lucky Draw. Yi Tianyuan still wanted to use the same way to imminently Pingon Chen. "There's no shame in us being so small, even if we don't meet the battle, so why should I let him fight you again?" Yi Tianyuan couldn't beat this Chen Pingon, and now if he can't even beat an escort soldier, how can he still get along in the future? He looked to Su Daichi. Are you willing to fight me again? As long as you lose, I'll let my father take you under his wing and make you the second leader of the fortress. That's when the rescue fails to have been catatonic. The 8 masters do not want to. Young Walled City Lord Old 8 have been following the Walled City Lord for quite a number of years, and the position of second in command is not yet mine to do, so why give it to an escort soldier? That's right, our 8th master has given so much to the fortress. How come this second boss position should be our 8th master? The 8th master's close friends couldn't help but speak up for their boss. Pingon-chan saw that the hearts inside this fortress were also not united, so he said, otherwise, you guys might as well take care of your household chores first. And as for this fight, you can leave it for later. No way. I'm going to fight him now. Yi Tianyuan was unforgiving. Pingon-chan glanced at Sudaji. He should be reaching his physical limit. If he continued to fight Yi Tianyuan without resting, he was bound to lose. It's not in their favor. In order to delay the break for a bit, Chun Pingon simply brought up the conditions. Just now, young Walled City Master said that if you win, you'll let my people worship under the great desolate walled city. Right? Not bad. Our great wasteland walled city appreciates talent. Obviously Yi Tianyuan recognized Su Daji's ability. Otherwise it wouldn't be so much of a crapshoot. Then since the young walled city master has already said the colorful prize, we have to say 1-2, don't we? Humph. You think you guys can win? Yi Tianyuan snorted. He had regained some of his stamina now, so he would definitely be able to take down the escorting soldier later. That's not necessarily true, since you've decided that my guys will lose. We're the weakest against the strongest, and we'll have to pay back with heavy prizes to do so. Yi Tianyuan froze. Heavy jackpot? How much? How about the entire great wasteland walled city? Pingon-chan said with a smile. You! Pingon-chan continued. Since the young walled city lord is winning, what does it matter if we make an excessive request? Or do you think you will lose? I certainly won't lose, Yi Tianyuan immediately said. In that case, what are you afraid of? Good. I promise to hand over the entire great desolate walled city if I lose. This Yi Tianyuan was put on a moral pedestal and couldn't get off, so he could only agree. And at this time, Yi Wu Dao had already clenched his teacup. Shang Quan shook his head and sighed. Young people, they are not reliable. You're not going to take care of it? Wait a little longer. Yi Wu Dao had his own considerations. Yi Tianyuan was a bit regretful when he finished speaking. What if the other party was deliberately showing weakness? His eyes went to the women. At this time, Su Shuer suddenly stepped forward with her horse. Since young walled city lord is hesitant, how about fighting me? Yi Tianyuan saw that it was a woman who challenged him and immediately came into the spirit. In fact, just now, Pingon-chan had already exchanged glances with Su Shuer. In terms of martial arts, Su Shuer's skills were still above Su Daji's. Even though this Yi Tianyuan was powerful, his physical strength had not fully recovered. Letting Su Shuer on at this time would have at least a 90% chance of winning. No, sixth sister-in-law, you're no match for him, Pingon-chan said with a frown. These words happened to be heard by Yi Tianyuan. Although winning the fight against the woman was a victory, he couldn't joke about the entire great wasteland walled city. Since your man has spoken, let her challenge me. Chapter 145. Jumping into the pit. Pingon-chan looked at Yi Tianyuan. Are you sure you want to fight a woman? What? Can't you? She came out to challenge herself? I see she's so confident, just her. At this time Yi Wu Dao, who was sitting and drinking tea, also sighed in relief. If his son couldn't beat that escort soldier was still a problem. But if it's a woman, there's no way that son can't win. My sister-in-law is very precious. What if you break it? Haha, don't worry. I'll make sure not to hurt her life. After all, it's going to be used to sell for money. Yi Tianyuan couldn't stop smiling at the corners of his lips as he thought he was going to win. Seeing this scene, Chun Pingon's brows pressed down as well. In that case, let's make a good paperwork agreement to avoid you losing and not recognizing it. Am I that kind of person? Yi Tianyuan was unconvinced. This matter still needs your father, Lord Yi Zhai, to come out and be a witness. Otherwise I'm worried that you're not qualified to decide on the ownership of the great desolate walled city. Just as Pingon-chan spoke, Yi Wu Dao finally came to the wall with Shang Quan and looked down at Pingon-chan. You're that third son of the Chen family? Rumor has it that you are a fool, so it turns out that you are really pretending to be crazy. Pingon-chan looked toward the imposing Yi Wu Dao. If he could be taken under his command, this father and son would certainly be two fierce generals. Pingon Chen coughed. Untalented, it is none other than me. A fool dares to clamor here, when we have no one in the great desolate walled city? The lord of a walled city doesn't even dare to take a provocation from a fool. It seems that this great desolate walled city isn't very good either. Pingon Chen's words managed to provoke Yi Wudao's anger. You brat, talking too boldly? Do you really think we don't dare to do anything to you? Compare or not? Su Shuer urged at this time. Father, just let me fight this woman. I can definitely win, Yi Tianyuan assured. Yi Wudao still felt that it wasn't right, worrying that this Chen Pingon was setting a trap for his son. I'm going to designate another person. Me? Pingon Chen seemed to be smiling. Dad, it can't be him. He's not a fool, he's very powerful. Yi Tianyuan immediately said. Pingon Chen smiled. Lord Yi Zhai, what do you think? Father, it really can't be him. Just that woman or find another. Yi Wudao slapped the back of his son's head. You're okay with fighting a woman? Yi Tianyuan said. Then is it possible to fight them? I'm bound to lose. Isn't there another guy there? Yi Tianyuan pointed at Zhang Hong. This is a wounded escort soldier. Are you going to fight a wounded soldier? Are you losers? Father, I'll fight that woman. She said she'll challenge me, and if she loses, she's outmatched. Yi Tianyuan was afraid of changing his words again and went straight up to the front of the formation. At this point, he didn't need his old man to say anything. He jumped into the trap himself. Yi Wudao couldn't pull back his son, so he could only measure Su Shuer. I heard that there are two powerful women within this Chen family's female family. One is Suho's granddaughter and the other is the Sword Saint's daughter. I don't know which one you are. Sword Saint's daughter Su Shuer. Su Shuer directly reported her name. Yi Tianyuan was dumbfounded. This is the daughter of the Sword Saint? Yi Wudao narrowed his eyes. At this time, however, Pingon Chen laughed and asked, What are you guys planning to play tricks after knowing her identity? Yi Tianyuan strained his face. He was regretting it. But can it be reversed now? Just now it was said that whoever wins over a woman is winning? Now that you know my sister-in-law's strength is outstanding, you're planning to retreat. So it seems that this great desolate walled city is full of people who are greedy and afraid of death. Right. Greedy and afraid of death, and not keeping the promise. Su Daji concurred. Chapter 146. I'll compare you. At this time, Yi Tianyuan couldn't withstand the stimulation and directly said to his father, Father, just let me go on. Although this woman has a powerful father, she is after all a woman. Can she still be my opponent? Carelessness and gullibility are the worst. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this dilemma right now. Yi Tianyuan also knew that it was his impulsiveness that caused trouble, but he could not take back the words that he had spoken. Father, I'll do my best, and I'll definitely not embarrass you. In that case, Yi Wudao couldn't back out in front of everyone, he could only let his own son on. Yi Tianyuan didn't dare to take the enemy lightly, so he used his full strength as soon as he came up. Just his stance on horseback was indeed not something that could be compared to the average person. Fortunately, Su Shuer's sword skills were excellent, plus her kung fu on horseback was not weak, which prevented her from falling behind. However, Su Shuer and Chen Pingon had long ago made secret exchanges. Now that she was deliberately letting the water out to let her opponent go, she was waiting for the moment when Yi Tianyuan would slacken off. As expected, Yi Tianyuan was overly cautious at first, afraid that he would lose. But after seeing Su Shuer always being suppressed, it felt that the other party was no better. Since this was the case, he had to hurry up and end the fight, or else too much physical exertion would be detrimental to him. Only to see Yi Tianyuan waving the red tasseled spear in his hand, ready to pick Su Shuer off the horse in one big move. And Su Shuer's pupils suddenly contracted. It is at this point, only to see Su Shuer suddenly stand up, her toes stepping on the horse's back, and her entire body soared up. And Yi Tianyuan's gun head had already come to where she was before. Not good. When Yi Wudao saw this scene, he was directly nonplussed. He wanted to step in to help his son suppress Su Shuer, but he didn't want the square sky painting halberd to suddenly be against him. Walled City Lord Yi, it's not appropriate to intervene at this time, is it? You set a trap for my son to jump into. How dare you? But I also said that I can fight instead. It's your son who has to compete with my sister-in-law, and it's his incompetence if he loses. Pingon Chen's words directly irritated Walled City Lord Yi. Very well, I'll kill you little child first, and then I'll rob these sisters-in-law of yours to sell for money. Yi Wudao had insulted Chen Pingon's family, which made Chun Pingan's face gloomy. It seemed that this Yi Wudao wasn't a good thing either, actually going back on his word. Just in time to teach a lesson. He directly used his square sky painting halberd against Yi Wudao. Before the two of them could make a move, Yi Tianyuan was stepped on by Su Shuer and had a sword pressed against his throat. Walled City Lord Yi, are you sure you still want to take action against my third brother? Su Shuer coldly questioned. Yi Wudao did not see the situation at that time, but it was true that his son's life was now hanging by a thread. Seeing this, what else could be done, of course, was to give up the fight. Let go of my son. Will the Walled City Lord be willing to gamble? Pingan Chun asked with a smile on his face. He was certain that there was no way for this Yi Wudao to leave his son alone. A stable and his son's life? I'm sure he can weigh that himself. Father, don't mind me, it's my child's incompetence. Go ahead and kill these people and avenge my child's death. At this time, Yi Tianyuan was also self-conscious of his disgrace. You can't even beat a woman, and you're asking Pops to ransom you with the fortress. His father would like to, but he doesn't have the face for it. What exactly do you want? Yi Wudao stared at Pingan Chen. Now he was convinced that the original Black Wind Walled City's second-in-command had not lied, and that this son of Pingan Chen was not simple. Unfortunately, it's all too late now. I'm not convinced by this one. How about I fight you? The son loses, the old man takes the field. There's nothing wrong with it. But Su Shuer was reluctant. It's obvious that you guys lost the bet. And you still want to add to the tournament, you're too thick-skinned. Chapter 147. You girl doll, how do you talk? This is a man's land here, it's not your turn for a woman to interrupt. Only to see that Yi Wudao waved his hand. Pingan Chen's eyes were quick and immediately a stone popped out in his hand. In time, he knocked away Yi Wudao's concealed weapon. Looking at the small iron beads on the ground, Su Shuer cursed. How shameless, using a concealed weapon to assassinate. Pingan Chun looked at Yi Wudao. If Zaiwei Yi wants to be unconvinced, we can have a match. This is what you said. It's not me forcing you. Yi Wudao was waiting for these words. Pingan Chun sneered. It was me who said that, but I still have a follow-up and I don't know if the Walled City Lord agrees. We can't let them cheat this time. Su Daji reminded. Yeah, we can't let them cheat again. The crowd chimed in. Pingan Chen looked at Yi Wudao. Walled City Lord. My people don't seem to believe in this credibility of yours anymore. What do you think we should do? Isn't my son still in your hands? If I lose this time and don't recognize it, just kill him. Yi Wudao was also a ruthless man, directly betting on his own son. When Yi Tianyuan heard this, cold sweat came down. My dear father, is this a trap for the son? However, Pingan Chun was satisfied. That's a good suggestion. Please, sister-in-law, bring that kid back. We still have to trade him for the entire great desolate walled city. Good. Su Shuer agreed and directly lifted the person away. Yi Wudao said to Pingan Chen, shall we start now? There's no hurry. I haven't said my terms yet. The stakes are my entire great wasteland walled city. What other conditions do you want? In addition to the great desert walled city, I want your father and son to serve me. When Pingan Chun said this, the crowd clamored. Geez, this kid is too arrogant. It's not even enough that he wants their great wasteland walled city, but he also wants the walled city's father and son to be his subordinates. The walled city must not agree. At this time instead, it was Shang Quan who spoke from the wall. We can promise. Sage brother. Yi Wudao looked at Shang Quan and felt that he had agreed too hastily. But Shang Quan said, Big brother, in my opinion, this son is not a pawn. If you really lose in his hands, then he is a good master. Haven't you long been tired of harboring in this place? Riding the frontier can be your dream. Yi Wudao couldn't help but fall into deep thought after hearing Shang Quan's words. Seeing that there was another person who understood, Pingan Chen immediately rushed at Shang Quan and arched his hand. With the mind of a gentleman, he deserves a military post. Overrated. Shang Quan smiled faintly. Seeing this scene, Yi Wudao clenched his teeth. He had never lost in this part of the world. Looking at Chun Pingan again, his body was thin and weak, looking like he was malnourished. Even if he had defeated his son before, his son had said that it was only because he used a wolf to sneak up on him. Maybe there's no real skill at all, just tricks. As long as he banned all of these tactics, then if he could still win, he himself would be convinced of his loss. There is no shame in worshipping under his name when the time comes. Good, this walled city lord agrees. Father, you be careful. This son is not as incompetent as he seems. Yi Tianyuan saw that his old man was going to respond to the battle and immediately raised his voice to remind him. Yi Wudao grimaced and directly rolled over onto his horse. That posture was a few points more handsome than Yi Tianyuan. Pingon Chen's side was slightly weaker. He just looked flat on his date horse. What's really going on is that the square halberd in his hand is a bit of an eyesore. His whole appearance was one of debilitating energy. Begin. Chapter 148. The more you fight, the more courageous you become. Wait. As Pingon Chen was about to start, Yi Wudao called a halt. I'm going to have to make a deal with you. First of all, no random meddling from that wolf of yours. And secondly, no looking for help in the middle of a fight. Last condition, you lose if you fall off the horse. Pingon Chen knew that this Yi Wudao must not be a budgie like Yi Tianyuan. But I didn't expect him to be so old-fashioned, and the 3 questions directly made Ping and Chen's side subject to many restrictions. However, Pingon Chen didn't think about borrowing external forces. Against Yi Tianyuan, he could play a trick to make the other party lose heartily. But when dealing with a Jianghu veteran like Yi Wudao, then he couldn't just use his mind. The only way to convince him is to defeat the opponent with strength. It seemed that if he wanted to defeat his opponent, he was going to have to bring out 12 points of strength. To do otherwise is to seek death. Yes, you can't promise. What if he plays a trick? Su Shuer couldn't help but remind. Pingon Chen looked at Yi Wudao. I believe that the walled city lord will also abide by this covenant. Right? Humph. That's natural. Then please. Wah-ah. The other party held double hammers and came directly with their horses. Looking at his figure that could be foursquare without the use of reins, Chun Pingon knew that it was not a good match. Date horse, it's up to you. The Jujube red horse had now cultivated a tacit understanding with Pingon Chen. After hearing what Pingon Chen said, he took off running. Has this horse become a spirit? It's actually running in circles. No matter which way that Yi Wudao's horse ran, it would be dodged by the Jujube red horse that ran in circles. In this way, not to mention getting close to the enemy, even getting close to the enemy's horse, Yi Wudao couldn't do it. On the contrary, Pingon Chen almost appeared behind Yi Wudao several times. If Pingon Chen was given the opportunity, then there would be no counterattack at all behind Yi Wudao. Seeing this scene, Yi Wudao also understood that the other party was adopting a roundabout tactic, trying to find an opportunity to sneak attack. Sure is a cunning kid. Then let's show you the power of old me's double hammers. It was then that Yi Wudao suddenly waved the twin hammers in his hands. Once he couldn't see Chun Pingon, he swung them in a circle towards his side. It formed a natural barrier that kept people at bay. But doing so would consume a lot of physical strength, so a few times down like this, Yi Wudao was tired and panting first. As for Pingon Chen, he was still riding in circles, not even making a single move. What the hell are you trying to do, kid? Not making a move for so long is a joke. It is my freedom when I strike. Could it be that you are afraid, walled city lord? Joke. Can I be afraid of a yellow-mouthed child like you? Yi Wudao was really a bit angry this time. He directly swung a hammer out at Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen sidestepped and dodged, directly making a piercing move that almost pierced Yi Wudao's backside. Luckily, Yi Wudao made a turn on his horse and directly blocked the attack with his hammer. Pingon Chen narrowed his eyes. There's something about this Yi Wudao. Just that one move of riding a horse backwards is not for the faint of heart. But Pingon Chen would not admit defeat, and with a move in the mist, he directly brought that Fangtian painted halberd towards the other horse's ass. The horse took the pain and stood up with his feet directly off the ground. Fortunately, Yi Wudao grabbed the reins in time to not dismount, but he almost got caught. You kid! I'm going to get you killed, Pingon Chen sneered. Then let the horses come. Yi Wudao directly whistled and another horse came over and he directly switched horses in front of the crowd. Chapter 149, The Heavenly Maiden Scatters Flowers. Pingon Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this. You can still play like that? This Yi Wudao was becoming more and more worthy of his appreciation. However, Pingon Chen had already seen that it was about time. He drained a lot of stamina from his opponent in the early going. It's true that nowadays the other side is getting stronger and stronger, but the bloom is off the charts. Now is the time when he couldn't care less. Pingon Chen whistled. The date red horse suddenly sped up. Yi Wudao looked wrong and immediately spurred his horse to follow closely. This time he followed the other horse as he ran around in a circle into a chase. It must have been stressful to be chased by an awesome person behind you. However, Pingon Chen was smiling at the corners of his mouth and remained unperturbed in the face of danger. The many women on the sidelines took it in stride. Many people felt that Chen was truly the son of a general, or else he couldn't be so powerful. The general's house is also expected to recover. Only Su and Su Shuer, the two insiders, were watching with furrowed brows. They hadn't been in the general's residence for very long though, and they weren't very familiar with this third prince. But many of the opponent's moves were ones they had never seen before. It would be a stretch to attribute that to him secretly training. Could it be that there's some kind of fairy-inspired catfight going on here? What kind of legend is the most popular in Dachu? And that is the immortal in the dream. Many people have been instructed by immortals and have either become the 9 to 5 or have been promoted to the next level. While no one can confirm any of this, those who benefit from it all want the false to become true as well. That's why most folk have different opinions and feel that this immortal exists. They must have seen that the Chen family was suffering and could not bear it, so they instructed the third son, Chen Pingon, to instantly transform him from a fool to a 7-pronged mind. All in all, everyone was relieved because only by following Pingon Chen did they have a chance of survival. Just when they were in such a reverie, Chen Pingon suddenly slowed down, allowing the Yi Wudao to catch up, not to mention that the hammer had also arrived in front of his head. "Be careful!" Su Shuer was the most worried and shouted out first. And in the crowd, Meng Hearing and Yun Yiming were both tightly gripping the corners of their clothes, looking grave. At a glance, he was worried about Pingon Chen. However, Chen Pingon did not care what expression the ladies had on their faces, and directly lay down on the back of the horse with a lower back. As the hammer grazed his nose and flung it over, his Fong Tianhua halberd suddenly made a sideways pick, nearly jerking Yi Wudao off his horse. But this Yi Wudao was also quick to react, a sideways, surprisingly one-sided ride, dodging the attack of the square sky painting halberd. Pingon Chen smiled and shouted, "Heavenly Maiden!" A handful of white stuff just suddenly spilled out of him. Yi Wudao thought it was a sneak attack and subconsciously ducked under the horse's belly. Such riding skills are really not for the average person. But what Pingon Chen wanted was this moment. Only to see him use his square sky painting halberd to gently stab that way. Yi Wudao then lost his center of gravity and his entire body fell towards the ground. Boom! Everyone sucked in a breath of air. If this Yi Wudao landed on the ground, not only would he lose, but he would also be stomped on by the horse and seriously injured. If this horse stepped on it, the man would be hopeless. "Young warrior, we admit defeat and let my big brother live," Shang Quan shouted. At this time, Yi Tianyuan also shouted, "Let my father go, and I'll be an ox for you." Without blinking, Pingon Chen directly broke the horse's hind legs with his square sky painting halberd. The horse fell to the side and just barely stepped on Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao's eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, Pingon Chen got down from his horse and extended his hand towards Yi Wudao. "You lose." Chapter 150. Convinced. Yi Wudao was shocked before he grabbed Pingon Chen's hand and stood up. At this point, his face didn't look too good. Anyone who loses has a temper. Chen Pingon didn't care and smiled faintly. "Walled City Lord Yi is a good fighter. Are you mocking me?" He had lost and the other party praised him. It was a public slap in the face. However, Pingon Chen said, "In life, there are always some stumbling blocks, and there are mountains outside of people. It's not a loss for you to lose to me, and there are bound to be people who are better than me in the coming days. We have to take winning and losing with a grain of salt. Humph, I have nothing to say when it comes to becoming a king." Then the bet between us. At this time, Shang Quan had already had people open the gate of the fortress to greet Chen Pingon and the others. Naturally, according to the agreement, the entire great desolate walled city belongs to the Duke. Pingon Chen once again looked at Shang Quan. This man is a wise man. It would be a blessing to stay around as well. At this time, however, Shang Quan came to Yi Wudao's side and helped him take his pulse. Luckily, it's only a few broken ribs and didn't injure his life. Shang Quan sighed in relief. Pingon Chen raised his eyebrows. "Mister or a doctor? I wouldn't dare. Just a little knowledge of the art of giftedness. My Uncle Quan, that's a famous healer," Yi Tianyuan said proudly. "Tianyuan, don't be ridiculous. This Shang Quan is quite modest." Pingon Chen said, "Mister is a great power. I wonder if I am fortunate enough to also leave you behind to work together for a great cause?" Shang Quan was a smart man and froze when he heard this. "You? Di? Is this true, Mr. Chen?" He was just thinking on the wall that this Chen family had been forced to this point and would definitely not be willing to be slaughtered. Then with what Pingon Chen had done along the way, he was bound to dominate. But that's just lordly tactics. But after hearing that meaning from Pingon Chen, it's clear that there is more to the plan than just this square inch. Is it still the whole of Chu? When he thought about it, this heartbeat of his was like thunder, and he didn't know whether it was fear or excitement. On the contrary, Yi Wudao didn't think that much. It also felt that Pingon Chen was too big-hearted. You think you're still trying to make a big deal out of the people you have? You'd be lucky to stay alive. At this time, Yi Tianyuan suddenly vomited blood, interrupting the conversation. When everyone saw that something was wrong, they all headed that way together. Didn't you say you didn't hurt my son? What's going on here? Yi Wudao was very angry. At this time, Shang Quan had already come forward to check Yi Tianyuan. When he finished taking his pulse, his face immediately became grave. There is bruising and blood clogging in the thigh. If we don't find a way to dredge it, I'm afraid this leg is going to be ruined. What? Uncle Quan, you have to save me. I don't want to be a waste. Yi Tianyuan was so anxious that he was on the verge of crying. At this time, Yi Wudao was also nervous. Sage brother, you must help my son. This, with my medical skills, is at most able to treat a 7 or 8 points so that this leg is not wasted, but walking is afraid that it will be slope. Don't. I don't want to be a slope foot. Yi Tianyuan shouted. When Pingon Chen saw the big lad ghosting there, he knocked his fist on the other person's head on the spot. Straight up knockout. What are you doing? Seeing his son being beaten, Yi Wudao almost made a move. If you don't want anything to happen to him, watch in peace. Chen Pingon carefully examined Yi Tianyuan's leg, then said to that Shang Quan, do you have a pen and paper? Yes. The other party immediately took out the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone that he had with him. Chapter 151, Amazing Medical Skills. Pingon Chen quickly wrote down a prescription on a piece of paper, then asked, may I have a silver needle? You still know the art of acupuncture? Shang Quan was surprised. May I? There. He immediately brought the syringe to Pingon Chen. You come, I'll talk, Pingon Chen said. Then, go ahead. Foot 5 miles. Floating rabbit, foot 3 miles. Pingon Chen continuously reported a dozen acupoints. Shang Quan did as he was told and tied the needles one by one. Can you hang a needle? Pingon Chen added. Shang Quan was in trouble. He's pretty good at acupuncture too, but I've never heard of this hanging needle. Pingon Chen personally did it, and each of his fingers flicked on that silver needle. The silver needles wiggled slightly, adding to the rising numbness of the stimulated points. Dispensing. Yes. Shang Quan began to follow Pingon Chen's prescription with the medicines in his pillbox and began to mix them. It's a good thing these are common herbs, or you'd have to go looking for them. When it was ready, all of them were ground into powder by Pingon Chen and let the other party drink it with water. What's next? Yi Wudao asked, worried about his son's situation. Just wait for half an hour and pull out the needle, it'll be fine, Pingon Chen said. It was certainly not possible to wait outside the fort for the half hour. Shang Quan then invited Chen Pingon and the others to rest in the fortress first, and Yi Tianyuan was ready to carry it back to the fortress. Don't move him, and for half an hour send a guard and don't move a muscle. But this? Sun is still in the sky, being sunburned for half an hour. I am afraid of dehydration. However, Pingon Chen's words could not be disobeyed. Send someone here to shade the young fortress master, and the others back to the fortress. Yi Wudao was also dry and immediately made arrangements. But in the end, that is his son, he still cannot leave. He could only stay at the entrance of the fortress and wait for the result. After Pingon Chen and the others entered the fortress, they were treated to a banquet. Everyone was hungry and thirsty, and after making sure the food was okay, they feasted on it. Half an hour passed very quickly, and just after they had had their fill of wine and food, that Yi Wudao sent someone to assist Yi Tianyuan in. This son of mine is not getting better, are you fooling us? Shang Quan took a few steps to catch up at this time. Big brother, you're leaving too quickly. I haven't finished talking yet. You've said it's useless. How else can you explain it? I mean, my method is useless, but Mr. Chen's method has already made Tianyuan fine. The congested blood in his thighs has been unblocked. Wait for a while to recuperate and he'll be able to come back to life without the risk of any dark diseases. The crowd was stunned at these words. What's going on? Yi Wudao asked. It was Mr. Chen's wonderful hands that cured Tianyuan. It was at this time that Yi Tianyuan asked, I'm fine. Yes, you're okay. Haha, great. I'm fine. Yi Tianyuan was very happy. Finally, I don't have to be a lame loser. Pingon-chan saw admiration in the eyes of Yi Wudao and Shang Quan. It seemed that he had managed to convince Yi Wudao with his strength and conquered Shang Quan with his medical skills. The two people in this fortress who could talk had been taken in, and the fortress was his. Walled City Master, if your father and son lost, why should you give up the entire walled city? The eighth master appeared in the lobby with a group of men. Old 8. Do you want a rebel? Yi Wudao questioned in a cold voice. Humph, master, when the brothers followed you, they threw away their heads and spilled their blood. Who was ever afraid? But look, what have you given the brothers? Besides letting us raise horses for you day and night, we've all become horsemen. Chapter 152 Infighting within the walled city. As the eighth master opened his mouth, the others became disgruntled. That's right, the eighth master has been with you for so long, and he hasn't even gotten a second in command. Walled City Lord, we are not convinced. We're splitting up. As these brothers began to make a scene, Yi Wudao's face was very ugly. He's lost enough games to be embarrassed. As a result, they now have to face the walled city inner bar, which is really a disgrace in the sand. Mr. Chen, I've made you laugh. Before handing over the fortress, please allow us to take care of our family business. Yi Wudao had already moved to true anger. If Old Buster and the others continued like this, he would send them straight to the west. Whoever doesn't beat him. Pingon-chan glanced at the eighth master and said, You're the group that was routed by the beasts after a failed sneak attack, aren't you? The eighth master said in a cold voice. So what if it is? We won't keep losing either. We are already in the process of having the entire stable surrounded. Thousands of horses are in my hands, and if you don't agree to split up, I'll have all those horses buried with us. Obviously, the eighth master was one who had taken Yi Wudao's lifeblood, and that was why he dared to be so arrogant. Yi Wudao was furious. Those horses are wanted by the government. If you kill them, wait to be exterminated. That's your business. If we get these horses killed today, will we still be alive until the officials come? It was obvious that the eighth master wanted to directly tear his face off with Yi Wudao. The big deal was that they would die together. Such a result made the eighth master a little helpless. What to do? Do we have to compromise? I have a way to get the best of both worlds. Pingon-chen suddenly spoke. This is the business of our fortress. It has nothing to do with you, an outsider. The eighth master refused. Don't be in a hurry to say no. I'm a very nice person. If you don't listen to me, I'll be so angry I don't know what I'll do. Pingon-chan was smiling, but the words carried a threat. That eighth master is a character too. Not afraid at all. You let the horses come. I have those horses to bury with me. What are you afraid of? Do you really think those horses are bound to die? Believe me or not, I'll have your men in pieces before they even make a move. Pingon-chan smiled sorrowfully. That eighth master scoffed. Who do you think you are? And you can just instantly move to the stable? Just because I can't, doesn't mean I can't do something about it. Only to see Pingon-chan take out a whistle and blow it. Not good. He's trying to manipulate those fierce beasts. Only then did the eighth master react. Unfortunately, it's already too late. These beasts had already rushed straight towards the stable, led by that wolf general. Those people in the stable are still waiting for the eighth master to release a flare so they can make their move. It didn't even occur to them that there would be beasts of prey surrounding them. By the time they realized it, the beasts had already rushed up to do some tearing. In the process, many people were directly killed, complying with the words of Pingon-chan. Yi Wudao also reacted at this time and had people go check the situation of the horse farm. Don't get too close, I'm worried about the beasts attacking the innocent. Chen Pingon kindly reminded. Yi Wudao's expression was grave. The eighth master directly led his men and tried to kill them. But Yi Wudao had already moved to true anger. None of these people would ever want to step out of the threshold alive. Kill these traitors. With Yi Wudao's command, his people went up to surround the eighth master and the others. A killing spree unfolds. Pingon-chan just sat in his seat and drank calmly, his mind not affected in the slightest by all the splattered blood. On the contrary, the women of the Chen family retreated to the side for fear of hurting the innocent. Chapter 153. Yi Wudao was a very bold person. When he encountered his brother's betrayal, he killed when he said he would, and didn't drag his feet at all. Such a man may be ruthless, but he is a huge advantage on the battlefield. After all, when the time comes to cut the cord, it's the other way around. A calm and decisive brain is better than a mother-in-law on the battlefield. Chen Pingon really liked this pair of father and son more and more. You can take it out later as a random fighter. Those of the 8 masters who rebelled were not many people in the first place. Plus, they were no match for Yi Wudao. Business when just out of the way, the other side folded badly. Soon the rest of those were under control as well. The 8th master was escorted to kneel in front of Yi Wudao. Kill me or die as you wish. I'll be a good man again in 18 years. The 8th master is tough, and when he fails to implode he has to bow down and admit defeat. Old 8. I usually treat you well, and you're so upset with me because of a name? Humph. A name? You and your son monopolize the entire great wasteland walled city, and most of the money gained goes into your pockets. Brothers want to get some oil and water, you can't allow this and that. Let the brothers follow you to eat what? Also, I do covet the position of the second leader. That's not because you are better to an outsider than to us brothers who have been born and died with you. He Shenquan is not just a jungle doctor who knows a little bit of medical skills. Why should he still press me in this fortress? The 8th master feels injustice everywhere, and also because they don't get what they deserve for what they give. Yi Wudao was a rough man and didn't expect the other party to be so thoughtful. After hearing this, he too sighed. For the sake of brotherhood, you may go. A few of the 8 masters got up and prepared to leave, but Su Daji and Zhang Hong stopped the people. What does this mean, Mr. Chen? Yi Wudao looked at Pingon Chen. Just now, Lord Yi Zhai laid down his hands ruthlessly. I thought that you were able to distinguish between right and wrong. It still seems to be a woman's fault today. Pingon Chen glanced at the 8 masters and the others. My identity they all know. I now do everything cannot be spread out half the wind, or we were hunted down and killed just. I'm afraid that you, this great desolate walled city, will also have to fall into a collusion with the rebels of the charge. You and these brothers behind you can afford it? Yi Wudao instantly understood what Pingon Chen meant, and with his hand, he directly disposed of the 8 masters and the others on the spot. I admire Mr. Chen's far-sightedness. Is this reassuring for Mr. Chen? Chen Pingna said, the great wasteland walled city is now under my ownership, so I must be allowed to touch the bottom. Those that should stay and those that shouldn't have stayed have to be looked at in this demon spotting mirror. Yi Wudao looked at Pingon Chen with a complicated expression. You still want to kill? If one is to achieve great things, there must be some trade-offs. Whether Lord Yi Zhai wants to keep the majority of the people free from worry or sacrifice everyone for the sake of a small portion of the people, consider it for yourself. Yi Wudao wasn't stupid and naturally understood what was at stake. Since this great wasteland walled city had already lost to Pingon Chen, then everything had to be done at his behest. Pingon Chen had Su Daji come over and whispered a few words in his ear. Su Daji immediately understood and took Zhang Hong to prepare. Please ask the walled city lord to call all his men over. Yi Wudao ordered it down. In less than an incense stick of effort, the entire great desolate walled city gathered in the open space of the walled city. At least 1,000 people. This could be the family foundation for Pingon Chen to achieve greatness in the future. Listen up, brothers, from today onwards, our great desolate walled city will not be under my authority, but this Mr. Chen's. Yi Wudao stood at a high place and looked at everyone. Chapter 154 Poison Wine to Test Your Heart. Pingon Chen saw everyone's expressions from his perch. In order to swear loyalty, now Mr. Chen is going to bestow wine on everyone. Soon Yi Wudao brought this Zhang Hong to distribute bowls and dishes to everyone. Yi Wudao's cronies carried large wine jars. Su Daji sprinkled some medicinal powder into the wine jar in front of everyone. Everyone looks at me and I look at you and speculate on what that is. At this time, Pingon Chen said, everyone, there's no need to guess. This is poisoned wine. Poisoned wine. Why did you make us drink poisoned wine? Is this going to kill us all? Everyone panicked. Many of them didn't want to die. Pingon Chen spoke again. There is no need for you all to be alarmed. This poisoned wine is only effective against the unfaithful. In order to prove his innocence, Su Daji drank a bowl of poisonous wine directly, and there was no problem at all. Zhang Hong, who was on the side, however, came down in a cold sweat. He didn't realize that this was a ploy by Pingon Chen and thought that this was really poison wine. If he drinks it, will he die? It's a good thing Su Daji didn't make him drink either. Bring up any of the 8 masters' men who are still alive. Yi Wudao ordered. Soon a man was escorted to the crowd. Su Daisy gave him a mouthful. In no time at all he was spitting blood. Everyone saw this scene, and everyone was jittery in their hearts. They had only just come to terms with the change of ownership of the fortress, and now they had to swear allegiance. How does that make them do it? We can't pledge allegiance to you. Our allegiance is to walled city Lord Yi. Yes, we were all taken in by Lord Yizhai. If we want to be loyal, we should also be loyal to him. I'm not drinking. I don't want to die. A large portion of these people were clamoring to serve Yi Wudao, while the remaining dozen had second thoughts about escaping. Of course, these people were arrested. There was also a portion of people who tended to follow the trend and directly ran to drink to swear allegiance to Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen looked at the chaotic scene below and asked Yi Wudao, "Now do you know what people are available and what people are not? The heart is most untestable, but there are ways to make you see most of the truth." Yi Wudao sighed. "I'm satisfied to have most of my brothers willing to follow me. The rest." Although Yi Wudao didn't say it, that meaning was clear. In order to accomplish great things, none of these people can be kept. "Mr. Chen, we've served you, why do you still want to kill us? Right? You went back on your word." Pingon Chen directly walked up to the few who were willing to serve him and asked, "How many years have you followed Walled City, Lord Yi?" "This? 5 years. 3 years. What does this have to do with our allegiance to you?" Everyone was puzzled. Pingon Chen said, "These days it's raising a dog for several years that will wag its tail at its master, right? You guys can betray your former Walled City lord for the sake of life and death in a turn of the head, and such a person deserves to be called loyal. I'm afraid that insults the word loyalty." Hearing this, the crowd fell silent. True allegiance from the heart does not have to be proved. What can be proved is already tinged with falsehood and perfunctoriness. Those people were taken away, and the rest were all available. Of course, over time, some of these people may go rogue, but that's okay. At least for a short period of time, Pingon Chen's plan would not leak out. Chun Pingon's tactic of poisoned wine directly tested out the disloyal people, so what else can we say? Yi Wudao was even more impressed with Pingon Chen. If the Chen family has a son like this, why worry about reviving it in the future? Chapter 155 Caravan Identity. Chun Pingon and the others entered the Great Wasteland Walled City, and all of this was called to be seen by the chiefs of the guards who were hiding in the shadows and watching the show. They had thought that they would be able to see the tragic situation of Chen Pingon and the others being taught a lesson. But after looking at the strength of Pingon Chen and the others, they completely gave up. This kind of person is rarely offended, and if you do, you're a dead man. It's better to hurry up and urge the team to speed up the process. At this time, Pingon Chen had already sat down with Yi Wudao and Shang Quan to talk in detail. "Does Mr. Chen have any detailed plans afterward? We are now considered subservient to you, so we have to ask about the future." Pingon Chen said, "This matter is not urgent. I am anxious to ask about another matter." "Please ask, Your Excellency. We will certainly know everything." Pingon Chen asked, "What exactly is the origin of that 1,000-man merchant caravan that came all the way over here? It looks like it's not an ordinary merchant caravan, and there's some kind of gentleman's agreement with you walled villages, isn't there?" In response to this question, Yi Wudao and Shang Quan looked at each other. "What? Unspeakable. It's not that I can't say it, it's that I don't know how to say it." Yi Wudao was in a difficult position. Pingon Chen felt funny. "It's just a story about the origin of the caravan, what's not to tell?" Shang Quan reminded, "Big brother, since we're all on our own, there's no harm in talking about it. This caravan is the private caravan of King Pingliang." King Pingliang, the Pingliang king who lived far away in the cold north after being given a fief by the late emperor? Chan Ping has heard of this person, although the fiefdom is the cold north of the land, but it is a character, not only can give the court every year. I heard that the people on the fiefdom can also live in peace and work happily. Rather a strange man. If this kind of talent of the world to become the emperor, it will not be wrong to take a loyal minister as a sycophant. The Chen family wouldn't be where they are now. King Pingliang is a good man, but the people under him are not to be messed with. Yi Wudao poured a cup of tea for Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen didn't drink, but took it with both hands. "How's that for badass? This Pingliang king has 4 great war gods under his command, and these 4 men guard the 4 directions of the Pingliang king's fiefdom, and are responsible for protecting the 4 directions of the fiefdom in peace. But over the years their wings have each fleshed out. Naturally, they are still subordinates in front of the Pingliang king, but by the time they reach their respective territories, they are already self-appointed kingly beings. The so-called deception of the top and the bottom of the world is said to be these villains. These 4 people have done a lot of bad things behind their backs by hiding them from King Pingliang, but no one dares to go up and denounce them, so it's obvious that they have their hands in the air and have completely blinded King Pingliang's eyes." Hearing this, Pingon Chen fell into deep thought. The bitter cold land one was bound to pass through the fiefdom of the Pingliang king, So wasn't it bound to cross paths with these 4 great war gods? Mr. Chen, in my opinion, if you want to make things happen, why don't you stop here? We'd be better off developing our forces in the Gobi, and we still don't have to make an enemy of King Pingliang's forces. Yi Wudao persuaded Chen Pingon to stay here. But Pingon Chen didn't think so. The more dangerous the place, the more profitable it is. As the saying goes, a blessing is the result of a blessing. If he could take this fiefdom of Pingliang King, his own success would be even more impressive. Mr. Chen. Shang Quan called out when he saw that Chen Pingon was silent. I'm not going to hide it from you too. The Chen family has now fallen. My father and so many people in the Chen family have all been killed. I really can't swallow this breath. Understood. We all understand. The duo nodded their heads repeatedly, both hoping that Pingon Chen would quickly get to the point and stop grinding on them so much. Chapter 156. You all know that our Chen family was originally a general's family, so I can't do anything else. But this leading an army into battle should be a breeze, and I'm not in a position to do so. When Pingon Chen said this, Yi Wudao and Shang Quan immediately arched their hands. Yes, it's still you, Mr. Chen, who is great. When Pingon Chen saw their compliments, he laughed at the scene first. You don't have to be so formal, my point is simple, it takes men, silver, and weapons to make something great. Yi Wudao directly stood up. I told you, Mr. Chen, this is to uphold justice. Shang Quan rose and arched his hand. Mr. Chen is joking, my elder brother used to be a general. But unfortunately it was the corruption of this imperial army that he didn't care to be associated with before he fell into the weeds and became a bandit. Pingon Chen nodded. There is no harm in it, rebelling or upholding justice. The premise is nothing more than my personal grudge. The two looked at each other. Is this Pingon Chen's attempt at self-depreciation? Personal grudges are my private business. But with this court swarming with demons and the monarchs and ministers not being of one mind, sooner or later there will be a big mess in Great Chu. Do you understand? Yi Wudao shook his head. Shang Quan seemed to understand a little. He had once stayed in the capital city, so he knew something about it. The Chu now seems to be huge, in fact, the external strength. If there is an invasion of foreign enemies, I'm afraid that cannot be stopped at all. The fall of Chu is just a matter of time. It's a pity that the Chen family is full of loyalists. If they are there, they can still guard the borders of this home. Now that the Chen family is gone, the Chu is at the end of its rope. Mr. Chen wants to be loyal to his country? Shang Quan asked. No, it's a change of dynasty. Pingon Chen narrowed his eyes and said coldly. One of these two is a prima donna and the other is a masterful strategist. Chen Pingon was certain that these two would be his future right-hand men. So naturally, he did not hide his intentions. Both were appalled. Is this the spirit of the third son of the Chen family? Shocking indeed. Mr. Chen, this change of dynasty is not easy. You just want to rely on this power now? Yi Wudao didn't finish, but the meaning was obvious. It was the suspicion that Pingon Chen couldn't do it. In this world where those who gain the way have much help and those who lose the way have little help, with me, Pingon Chen alone, I naturally cannot shake the entire Great Chu. But if everyone feels that the king is unkind and the country is in turmoil, can they still sit comfortably in their homes and not care? Pingon Chen looked at the two of them, his eyes burning with an exhilarating light. Big brother, let's borrow a step to talk, Shang Quan suddenly said. Yi Wudao's heart was still stirred by Pingon Chen's words. Nowadays, there is indeed a need for someone to have a good talk with him, to see if this Chen Pingon is really arrogant or has full certainty. Pingon Chen was not in a hurry, and only waited for the two of them to go to the corner to discuss the matter, and only then did he calmly drink his tea. Big brother, this son is not a creature of the pool. I once had the honor of seeing him at a young age in the capital, but at that time, he was demented but not as capable as he is now. Do you mean that the Chen family had long anticipated that there would be a day of destruction today? So they let their youngest son pretend to be demented from a young age to avoid the crime of extermination. Yi Wudao was surprised. No mistake possible. A young child is able to play the fool without revealing any cracks. How can a person of this kind of heart be an ordinary person? Big brother, this time we may have ushered in an opportunity. Haven't you always been worried about the future of the great desolate walled city? Do you see a bright future now? Shang Quan's words gave Yi Wudao some refreshment. If you say so, indeed. Big brother, it's time to make a choice. Follow? Yi Wudao asked tentatively. Shang Quan nodded. Such extraordinary people must be followed. Chapter 157. Shang Quan and Yi Wudao finished their discussion before returning to their seats. The The two looked at Chen Pingon with a smile and seemed to have figured it out. Pingon Chen put down his teacup. Does the walled city lord have something to say? Yi Wudao nodded his head and shook it again. This action to the point that it made Chen Pingon look a little confused. Yi Wudao bumped Shang Quan with his arm. It was something he was really embarrassed to ask for. Shang Quan coughed and said, Mr. Chen, your decision is already clear to us. But we also have a small request. Right, small request. Yi Wudao chimed in from the side. Pingon Chen asked, What is the request? My elder brother's lifelong dream is to ride the sands and become a mighty general like General Chen. If we submit to Mr. Chen, I wonder if we will have the opportunity to fulfill our dreams? Chen Pingon thought it was some kind of request. It was something he had planned to do even if they hadn't mentioned it. Naturally, not only is Yi Zhaijiao the young Zhaijiao I am also very appreciative of, just that he is still young and his skills are not home. If a little bit more training, it will certainly be a fierce general. Yi Wudao's eyes rolled and he took the opportunity to say, On this journey, Mr. Chen should be in need of a saddler, or else let my son follow around, or let him personally teach you a little. Pingon Chen didn't say anything, but in his heart, he cursed Yi Wudao for being a chicken thief. Knowing that he was not an ordinary person, he thought of sending his family's boy to let him hone his skills, and if this was cultivated, the one who would have the light would also be him, the old man. And who knows him, the man behind the curtain. There's no harm in taking it with you, but if you're going to teach it, you always have to have a teacher. Chen Pingon was appreciating that kid Yi Tianyuan and also intended to bring along to sharpen his skills. But he won't keep white wolves that he can't feed. Shang Quan immediately understood and said with an arch of his hand, It would be an honor for Tianyuan if he could worship Mr. Chen as his teacher. Chen Pingon liked to talk to smart people without having to point out the other side to understand. But Yi Wudao was a bit concerned. This, the two of them are not many years apart, is master and disciple. Appropriate. Fit. Shang Quan secretly pressed his older brother's arm. Being a master and disciple, wouldn't the future be smoother in the future? Although Yi Wudao felt that it was inappropriate, he still acquiesced. Pingon Chen said, If it's my disciple, I will naturally spar well and will live up to your trust. Right, Mr. Chen came to my fortress and hasn't properly visited the Great Wasteland Fortress yet, right? Why don't we accompany you to have a look? This Shang Quan was very good at things. At least this aspect of human affairs was much more old-fashioned than Yi Wudao. Pingon Chen also had the exact same intention, so he went along with it. The group had just walked out of the hall to go there when Su Shuer, who had rushed over, blocked their way. Where are you going? Su Shuer had changed her clothes, and now she looked to be even more demure and moving. Especially that red dress as well as the snow-white skin, it was simply a stunning color in this Gobi. Shang Quan and Yi Wudao were okay. They had seen the world, and only looked at Su Shuer before averting their eyes. But this great wasteland walled city has a large number of young men who are not yet married, and the best thing they have ever seen is the village flower of the village. It is a pity that the most beautiful woman was born in the desert, and there is nothing beautiful to speak of when she is exposed to the sun and wind all day long. Now the great beauty is in front of you, and the other person is dressed so. The long legs that were exposed really made many men swallow their saliva. Pingon Chen was directly stunned when he saw Su Shuer's costume. This woman is also too daring. Where did she get the hoochie girl revealing dress? Chapter 158 Straight Talk. Although Pingon Chen knew that sixth sister-in-law took an uninhibited and enchanting route. But neither did I think she'd be so bold as to wear it in a bandit's den. At that moment, Pingon Chen took off his outer shirt and wrapped it around Su Shuer's waist, covering those two long white legs. Sister-in-law, that's not appropriate. What's wrong with it? I think it's pretty. This is what the Hu Man dancers wear. It doesn't suit you. Pingon Chen explained. Su Shuer, however, simply crossed her arms. Hoosiers? A dancing girl? So you've seen them? Pingon Chen was dumbfounded by the blockage. Should he say yes or no? All right. It won't be difficult for you. Su Shuer directly returned Pingon Chen's clothes to him. What are you going to do? Take me one. I'll take you when you change. Chen Pingon thought about his own eyes full of happiness even if, how can let those men also take advantage of Go? Su Shuer did see it. Isn't it just that he can't let her be looked at? Then I'll wear it for you in private. Su Shuer whispered to Pingon Chen before she left. Chen Pingon's old face blushed. This is still broad daylight. Su Shuer dares to hook up with him, and she is not afraid of being gossiped about. The two behind this wiped their cold sweat. It's like they've discovered something extraordinary. Third Duke, you and your sisters-in-law get along quite well, huh? Yeah. Seeing that these two did not dare to speak, Pingon-chan said, there is no need for you guys to be outgoing. My two elder brothers are no longer in the world, and my sisters-in-law were burdened by the Chen family, yet they still stayed the whole way. This kind of high righteousness I Chun Pingon is certainly to bear in mind 5 inside. In the future, if the sister-in-laws want to remarry, I certainly scenery send her to get married. If not, I will replace the brothers and sisters to take good care of, will not call them to suffer any wrongdoing. Chun Pingon's explanation had confirmed the speculation in the hearts of the two men. They also did not expect that this little uncle and sister-in-law this matter Chen Pingon could say so frankly. Plus, he mentions the high righteousness of the women and his knowledge of the world. At one time, even if this is a affair, but also call people have to admire the solemn respect. When Pingon-chan saw that the duo's concerns were allayed, he gestured for them to lead the way. There is no truth in this world in the first place, and the so-called truths are the words of the strong. As long as he is strong enough, not to mention marrying his sisters-in-law, or even something more excessive, it is just a heroic tiger's courage in everyone's mouth. The horse farm of the great wasteland walled city was going to be even bigger than what Pingon-chan had thought. As far as the eye can see, it's really a turquoise color, and the horses gallop and spread their joy at will. The water supply here is abundant. Pingon-chan could not help but exclaim in admiration. Elsewhere it's still sandy and there's rarely any vegetation. But this horse field is turquoise, without a water source to support the fear of an inch of grass. Yi Wudao said, when the great desolate walled city was established, it was because of the underground river in this area. But in recent years this place has gradually become desolate, and the water of the underground river seems to be gradually drying up. Yi Wudao was also worried about this matter. If one day this place becomes uninhabitable, then where will he move his stable? Pingon-chan looked into the distance. Over there is the planting area? Pingon-chan actually saw fresh vegetables and fruits. There is also a large wheat field. It amazed him. Yi Wudao explained, there are many people in the fortress, and this is too far away from the place where the food is transported. In order to keep thousands of people fed and watered, one has to try to open up land for farming here. It's just that the water in the underground river is dwindling, and there's no telling how long this light will last. Chapter 159 Amazing Insights. Yi Wudao was obviously genuinely taking care of this place as a home, thinking of everything. Even thinking about the future of the great wasteland walled city. That's a very responsible cottage owner. You're very knowledgeable, Mr. Chen. Is there anything you can pass on? It's not so much about imparting. I wonder how walled city Lord Yi originally planned to do it? Originally, I've considered looking for a place with an underground river to relocate to, but the people I've sent out have brought less than stellar news. There are only a few places in this area where people can live and where there is room to relocate. Unless it's out of the Gobi. But they are sand bandits, out of the Gobi is caught bandits, normal villages have no place for them. Yi Wudao sighed. Our place here is considered good, we can still grow food. Further over there is the bitter cold land where not an inch of grass grows. Not only are the winters there strangely cold, they are also unsuitable for planting and laboring. Yi Wudao seemed to recall that this was the place that Pingon-chan and the others were going to, so he shut his mouth. There's no harm in going on. Mr. Chan, if you want to start something, I think this Pingliang King's fiefdom is the best place for you to entrench yourself. Pingon-chan knew that what these two said was true, but he can't do that. This Pingliang King was able to raise 4 big tigers, so if it wasn't a surprise, he should have had all his powers hollowed out. At this point, he should be in desperate need of someone to save him from heaven. It was true that Pingon-chan needed a very good place to recuperate, but it was definitely not to seize another person's fiefdom. This Pingliang King can only be drawn in but not offended. If he could pull together a powerful helper for himself while helping him, that would be the best partner on his road to revival. No, you're wrong. It's true that it's not easy to survive in the bitter cold land, but as long as it's handled properly, it can be just as prosperous. It's like the Gobi, which you can't see as being viable, but if you use it the right way, you can turn it into an oasis. Pingon-chen's words had touched the two of them quite a bit. Gobiized oasis? How is that possible? Historically, only the Gobi has been expanding, so where is the possibility of turning it back into an oasis? Pingon-chan said, finding the right vegetation can just as easily allow this place to have ample water, and turning it into an oasis is not an empty word. Shang Quan pulled Yi Wudao and whispered in his ear for a while. Yi Wudao looked at Pingon Chen in fear. It seemed to have been caught off guard by whatever Shang Quan had said. Pingon Chen continued, "There is not much greenery here, but if we can replace it with some special vegetation such as poplar and have it planted on a large scale, we can definitely stabilize the soil and dilute the wind and sand, and when the water vapor condenses between heaven and earth, the water source can naturally coalesce." Speaking here, Chen Pingon turned back. Then he saw Yi Wudao excitedly rushing up. He grabbed Chen Pingon's shoulder and looked left and right as if he was looking at something rare. Pingon Chen looked puzzled. "Walled city? What do you mean by that?" "I'm sorry, I was so excited. My virtuous brother said that you, Mr. Chen, may be the disciple of an immortal. You have all these whimsical ideas that we've never heard of, but it always seems like if you say it, it's going to come true." Pingon Chen coughed. "Immortal disciple? Yes. There were once quite a few ancestors who were instructed by immortals to either become feudal lords and ministers or become the 9 to 5. It seems that Mr. Chen is the chosen one. We can never go wrong by following you." Shang Quan and Yi Wudao were on the verge of praising Pingon Chen to the heavens with your words and mine. "It's not good, Walled City Lord. Young Walled City Lord is vomiting blood once again." Chapter 160. The Last Trial. This news shocked Yi Wudao's heart. He immediately looked at Shang Quan. Shang Quan looked puzzled. "This should not be. I have seen him when he was cured." The two then had to look at Pingon Chen. "No harm done. That's normal blood drainage after his blood veins have cleared." Yi Wudao was still uneasy and immediately wanted to go see how his son was doing. And Shang Quan was also worried, but he couldn't help but keep an eye on Pingon Chen. "You join me, and I'll wander around here a bit by myself." Once Shang Quan thought that this was already Ping and Chen's territory, could they still turn against him? And let's not even talk about whether or not one can defeat the will of God. Even if Pingon Chen and his party were really taken down, how should the future of this great desolate walled city develop? Shang Quan's mind rambled. So he had no choice but to check on Yi Tianyuan's condition first. How can this Yi Wudao not expect to see his son again is actually he is back to the house jackhammer playing around. "What are you doing? Didn't you just vomit blood? Quickly stop and rest." When Yi Tianyuan saw his father coming, he put the jackhammer on the ground at once. "Dang! This jackhammer almost made a big crater out of the ground. Dad, did you see that? Not only is my body not in any serious trouble anymore, just this strength is much stronger than before." Yi Wudao couldn't believe it, so he asked Shang Quan to check. Shang Quan was also surprised after he finished taking his pulse. Tianyuan is right. His physical condition strength far exceeds that of the original by more than 20%. How? Yi Wudao didn't believe it, so he compared it to his son, who knew that Yi Wudao had actually been suppressed by his son for the first time in terms of power. This kind of strength crushing he knew best. It seemed that Pingon Chen did have skills. It must be that prescription that Mr. Chen gave Tianyuan, and the acupuncture method, he said. Shang Quan's body was trembling with excitement. "I really didn't expect that Shang Quan, would be able to meet such a heaven-sent talent with unbelievable medical skills in my lifetime." If Shang Quan and Yi Wudao had 3 points of concern about defecting before, those 3 points were now also convinced by Pingon Chen's mysterious medical skills by 2 points. In Yi Wudao's mind, there was just one last point of concern left. "Big brother, do you still have any concerns?" Seeing that Yi Wudao was preoccupied, Shang Quan could only ask directly. Yi Wudao nodded his head. "Changing the dynasty is not a small matter. If we want to follow Pingon Chen, that's no way back. Of course, wealth and riches, as long as we win, we will be the founding fathers of the country in the future, and we will be able to enjoy all the glory and riches. But," the word "but" let Shang Quan know what he was worried about. "Why don't we try him again? If he is truly the chosen one, then it will definitely be worth risking our lives to follow." Shang Quan's proposal was right in line with Yi Wudao's thoughts. The two of them brothers discussed the matter and decided to arrange an impossible test for Pingon Chen. That night, Pingon Chen saw that Yi Wudao had prepared a separate banquet for them in their room. "This is to host another feast. Do the two of you have something to say?" Chen Pingon took a sip from his wine cup, not dragging his feet at all. Yi Wudao couldn't help but ask when he saw how defenseless he was. "Mr. Chen, aren't you afraid that we'll poison you?" Pingon Chen smiled. "Lord Yi Zhai is a smart man, and he is even followed by Mr. Shang, a wise man. How could he do such an unorthodox and stupid thing?" Yi Wudao let out a dry laugh. "To be honest, when you guys first entered the fortress, I did think about poisoning all of you. The women's families turned pale at this and put down their dishes. Chapter 161 Sister-in-law's requests for accommodation. However, Chen coughed and continued to drink and eat meat in large chunks. The ladies couldn't help but drop their hearts at the sight. If Chen wasn't afraid, they naturally didn't need to be afraid either. Su Shuer even swept her eyes back and forth over the several people and continued to bury her head in her food. Chen's actions drew admiration from Yi Wu Dao. If he was in the position of Chen Pingon, not to mention eating and drinking, I'm afraid he would have to sleep and eat in peace. This third son of the Chen family, he really has good guts. After 3 rounds of drinking, Chen Pingon feigned drunkenness and directly fell asleep on the table. Seeing this scene, Yi Wudao and Shang Zhe were dumbfounded. They hadn't even gotten to the main event yet, so how come the main event went down first? Su Shuer quickly came to Chen's side and was relieved to find that he was only drunk. Both of you, since he's drunk, it's inconvenient for us to keep you on our side. Is it possible to leave first? Fine. Let's talk about big things when Mr. Chen wakes up. Yi Wudao directly got up and left along with Shang Quan. As soon as they left on the front foot, Chen raised his head on the back foot. Did sister-in-law realize I was pretending to be drunk? Although I haven't seen your drinking capacity, it's not so bad that you'll fall down in a few cups. Su Shuer was quite relieved to see that Chen Pingon was pretending to be drunk. The other female family members were the same. After all, Chen was their backbone. If Chen was really drunk, who would protect them? Chen Pingon asked those maids to take Chen Yino to rest first. A few of the remaining sisters-in-law had no intention of leaving. Chen knew that they had something to ask, so he let Su Daji and Zhang Hong go out, and he stayed here to answer questions. Pingin, why don't you stay here tonight? Only after a long time did Su speak. Chen was surprised for a moment. Although the several sister-in-laws were all soft and weak, with Su and Su Shuer around, they would definitely not be in danger. How do you still want him to stay? He's an outside man. Aren't you afraid of gossip? Su Shuer directly said. You all said in front of outsiders that you would take us in, now to the point where you know that men and women are different? Chen Pingon smiled awkwardly. Isn't this a matter of urgency? Saying that my sisters-in-law are my women is also to prevent other people from thinking otherwise. When we get settled in the bitter cold, I will respect your decisions on how your sisters-in-law want to live. Chen's words were really one thing in front of his face and one thing behind his back. Ghostly. Su and several other sister-in-laws were touched. Only Su Shuer had long ago figured out Chen's ghostly thoughts. He obviously covets the beauty of his sisters-in-law, and he still talks about it in a righteous manner. Look, there's one here and one there, and sooner or later they're all gonna get hooked up with this kid. Isn't she now? Su Shuer coughed and hid her little thoughts. Sister-in-laws, it's getting late, or you can go up to the bunkhouse and rest. I'll just make a bunk on the floor. Chen Pingon was quite honest and really found a quilt to lay underneath, ready to protect his sisters-in-law nearby. Seeing his pitiful appearance, a few of his sisters-in-law became a bit intolerant, especially third sister-in-law Meng Hearing, who was already a gentle and kind person. Previously, he had been saved by Chen, so he couldn't bear to see him sleeping on the ground. Actually, this big bunk is quite big, or else let third brother sleep at the end of the bed, separated by a futon in the middle. When Su Shuer saw Meng listen to this, she directly proposed. So troublesome for what? We've all eaten and slept together all this way, so it's not that much trouble, is it? Second sister-in-law. Chapter 162 Sister-in-law 5 is very insightful. Meng listened to the matter of being teased skirt-sucking snake venom before, just Su Shuer no. Now Su Shuer's hint clearly meant something. Meng listened to thin-skinned, red-faced on the spot, turned his back and stopped speaking. At this time, Yun Yiming spoke up. I think what second sister-in-law said is not unreasonable. Let third brother sleep close to the door position, and a few of us squeeze in and sleep at the other end. Look, everyone's third sister-in-law has said so why should we be pretentious? Su Shuer took off her shoes first and went up to the couch after she finished speaking. The other women saw this and found a place to sleep. It was Chen who couldn't sleep for a while. With so many beautiful women in the same room, it would be strange for him to have a heart of gold. Chen couldn't sleep, so he first watched a few of his sisters-in-law lie down. But without any sleepiness, he simply sat down at the square table and dipped his hand into the glass of water, drawing pictures on the tabletop. He was thinking about how he was going to turn this Gobi into an oasis. After all, if you really rebel in the future, the silver will be like water flowing out. You have to know how to cut costs and money into the bucket of gold. A few of the sisters-in-law actually couldn't sleep, but because their bodies were too sleepy, a few of them eventually fell asleep. In the middle of the night, the fifth sister-in-law, Xia Shishir, suddenly got up. She did want to go to the toilet, but she didn't know if it was safe out here. So she forced herself to hold back and didn't dare to squeak for a while. But now she couldn't bear it any longer, which was why she covered her stomach and got off the couch. Chen heard the commotion and looked back. Fifth sister-in-law, what are you? Xia Shishir was the daughter of a merchant, and when she hadn't married into the Chen family before, she was a good businesswoman. She just glanced at the sketch drawn by Chen and asked, "You want to build a merchant road?" Chen was a bit surprised. How did the fifth sister-in-law see it? I know a little about business, but… Xia Shishir covered her stomach with an unspeakable face. It was only then that Chen reacted. Is sister-in-law going to the toilet but is afraid of the danger outside? Shashi nodded with a red face. This whole thing is so humiliating. What does that have to do with anything? I'll accompany my sister-in-law before she goes. Shashi is also actually doing just that. She couldn't hold it in any longer, so she covered her stomach and trotted up. Looking at her eager appearance, Chen felt that Xia Shishir was quite cute. No wonder that Jia Buju coveted her so much. When he arrived at the outhouse, Chen stood guard outside. Xia Shishir was still uneasy after she went in, so she talked to Chen inside. Is third brother trying to create a safe and fast trade route, so that there will be more merchants coming and going to this place, so that he can improve the poor life in the bitter cold land? There is such an intention. Chen replied. This matter, it is not feasible. Chen was searching for feasibility, but he didn't expect the other party to just say no. He quickly asked, why not? There are many sand bandits on the Gobi even if we collect all the big and small forces along the way, but things are scarce. If many things can be easily obtained, then they are not rare and there will be a big error in this cost income. At that time, you can't make any money and you may get into a lot of trouble. Chen heard out that this fifth sister-in-law was a business genius. Since you can analyze so much, you must know what to do with it. What's the fifth sister-in-law's high opinion? Xia Shishir had already come out of the outhouse at this time. It was just that she felt that this place was really inappropriate to talk about this. Can we talk more about this somewhere else? Naturally, this great barren cottage is built to be very habitable. The two of them came to a stone table and sat down before Xia Shishir continued her business talk from earlier. Chapter 163, Whimsical Business Practices. If you want to do business, it is indeed urgent to open up the trade routes. But after opening up the trade routes, another way must be found. Another way? It can't just be a mere transportation of goods. We can properly open up a post and build houses on this Gobi. The other is to seek out scarce resources and sell them at high prices. Chen looked towards Xia Shishir. This woman is amazing. What she said is not the ground of the innovative business path. However, Chen had more ideas such as exclusive dart escorting, plus he was able to innovate some new farming tools and various handy tools. If these things were sold, they would all be proper pots of treasure. Fifth sister-in-law is very insightful. So with what scarce resources can there be in this bitterly cold land between you? Shashi really knows. I followed my father in business before, and I had met some merchants from some of the neighborhoods of the bitter cold land. And according to them, although food is scarce on their side, there are many good-looking stones. Based on the stones they brought, I suspect that many unknown mineral deposits should exist in the bitter cold land, just as precious as the black water. Chen very much agrees with Xia Shishir, said Big. Let's say this Gobi. There is a dark river below. It is hard to guarantee that there will not also be oil. Not to mention that those bitterly cold places are uninhabited and must have even better resource reserves. These can be treasures, if only they can be unearthed. Fifth sister-in-law, I also have some ideas on my side. For example, we can open up an exclusive dartboard to help escort goods. This form of work, if done well, could completely popularize the entire Great Chu. You mean exclusive delivery? But it's not easy. Short distances are fine. When you encounter some dangerous places like this Gobi, you're afraid that your life will be in danger. If there are sand bandits here, there will be humongous bandits elsewhere. So just as dangerous. That's why we need to establish an exclusive dartboard. Only when the dartboard has more strongholds and creates momentum, those sand bandits won't dare to mess with their greed when they see our dartboard. Chen felt that this was a long-term plan and there was no rush for the time being. What I want to do now is still how to turn the Gobi into an oasis that can be habitable for people. I wonder how much sister-in-law 5 knows about the vegetation? Pingon Chen was trying to find suitable vegetation to grow here, so that this place would become completely habitable. This water source is the problem. After all plants need water to moisturize. But there are also plants that are not afraid of lack of water. Pingon Chen had already thought about it, and this matter was imperative. Slow vegetation is the best solution if you want to retain water and improve the geographic situation of the area, which is full of wind and sand. And if this place becomes like a paradise, it is bound to improve the environment for people living here as well. Do you really think so? How do you know if it will work unless you try? Seeing that Pingon Chen was determined to do so, Xia Shishir then also began to discuss with Pingon Chen about some drought-tolerant vegetation that she knew. Xia Shishir, after all, was the daughter of a wealthy merchant, and had previously come into contact with many merchants from the south and north, and knew a relatively mixed bag of things. Pingon Chen knew that he had found the right person when he saw that she knew these vegetation like the back of her hand. This first step in creating the Oasis program will have to rely on this 5th sister-in-law. The two discussed the matter for a long time and did not go back to rest until dawn. A few of the sisters-in-law got up and got busy on their own the next day, not mentioning at all what Pingon Chen and Xia Shishir had gone and done last night. Chen Pingon slept until he woke up naturally. Then he felt the urge to urinate and hurried out of the room. Chapter 164 Blocked by 6th Wife in the Toilet. Pingon Chen didn't take a few steps before Su Shuer grabbed him and pressed him against the tree trunk. Good you cunning boy, say, what did you take your 5th sister-in-law to do yesterday? 6th sister-in-law? What are you talking about? Don't think I don't know that the two of you stayed out most of yesterday before returning. Su Shuer's hand touched Pingon Chen's chest. I can't tell. When did you hook up with your 5th wife? How long have you been together? Pingon Chen was crying and laughing. It's fine if you wronged me, but don't ruin 5th sister-in-law's reputation. We just discussed how to do business yesterday. You think I would believe that? Su Shuer sized up Pingon Chen. Then I can't help it if you don't believe me. Chen Pingon broke the pot. His explanation is a cover-up anyway, so he might as well not say anything. However, Su Shuer did not let him go and directly ripped off Ping and Chen's belt. Fortunately, Chen Pingon reacted quickly, otherwise this pants fall down will be a big loss of face. 6th sister-in-law, a gentleman moves his mouth, not his hands. Come on. I don't believe you when you say there's no collusion between you guys. Or let me have a good check from top to bottom or I won't believe your bull. Chen Pingon glanced at the flirtatious and affectionate Su Shuer. 6th sister-in-law, you look especially like a bully who molested a good woman. Chen Pingon, this analogy may not be appropriate, but this woman more or less must have a little shame. How can you just have to pull his clothes? Also check. Not afraid that he would turn into a hungry wolf and bring her to justice on the spot. Chen Pingon pressed Su Shuer's restless hand. It's excessive, 6th sister-in-law. Humph. You can hook up with your 5th sister-in-law? But you can't have something with me? Where am I worse than her? Su Shuer's words simply made Pingon Chen want to find a crack in the ground. You're a woman at least. It's not appropriate to say that, is it? There's nothing inappropriate. A few sisters-in-law can see that I'm interested in you. Why are you pretending to be stupid? Su Shuer was, after all, a child of the Jianghu, and was not bound by trifles. Besides, marrying into the Chen family at first was completely expedient, and she never hid who she liked. Even if you are pleased with me, that also have to choose a good time. I am in a hurry to toilet, or we will explore this emotional matter some other day. Pingon Chen took the opportunity to get out of Su Shuer's clutches and went to the outhouse. Su Shuer stood outside. Don't come out of there if you've got the balls. Pingon Chen wiped his cold sweat. It's one thing for him to flirt with women, it's another for them to flirt with him. This mouth-flowery Chen Pingon is not afraid. But if you really want to get your hands on it, you have to weigh it. It's a bad idea to kill someone. Chen Pingon had really stayed in this thatched toilet for a long time. Even if it stinks to death, it can't be helped. He is afraid that this Su Shuer is still blocking him outside. To have baby dolls with him. This can't be good. Mr. Chen, are you still inside? At this time, Yi Wudao's voice came from outside. Chen Pingon let out a sigh of relief. Su Shuer in public should be able to restrain herself, right? In. Pingon Chen hurried out. But when he met Su Shuer, who was standing behind Yi Wudao, he almost wanted to drill back again. Su Shuer immediately stepped forward and pressed on Pingon Chen's shoulders. What's the point of running when you're so afraid of me? Chen Pingon immediately smiled awkwardly. Sixth sister-in-law, you're still here? I'll settle the score with you some other day. Su Shuer secretly pinched the soft flesh of Chen Pingon's waist, hurting him so much that he almost wanted to curse. Exile is gone. Chen Pingon let out a sigh of relief. What does Lord Yi Zhai want to see me about? Chapter 165, The Need for Good Faith. Yesterday and Gongzi talk about half of the talk Gongzi drunk. Really regret. Why not wait for Gongzi use the breakfast? We continue to discuss the big things how? Chen Pingon was not drunk at all yesterday, so he naturally knew what the other party wanted to talk about. Only this thing cannot be in a hurry. Hanging on to the other side of the appetite instead is able to increase the sense of mystery, but also more able to get unexpected gains. There's no rush. I've still got a bit of a headache here and I need to slow down. Saying this, Chen Pingon directly turned around and went back to the house. Yi Wudao followed behind several times and wanted to speak, but he just couldn't interject. In the end, they can only go back to their work. Is there a closed door? Shang Quan was sticking needles on Yi Tianyuan, and when he saw Yi Wudao come in with a bad look on his face, he knew that things were afraid that things were not going well. Xian brother, what kind of path do you think this Chen Pingon is on? He says he wants to cooperate with us and has promised so many things. But how come he's always not dry at critical moments? Yi Wudao sat on the chair and slapped the armrest. I went to him and he said he was still in pain from the alcohol. Isn't that a clear excuse? Shang Quan finished the last stitch before he got up to clean his hands. I to feel that this Mr. Chen is someone with a heart of gold, not ordinary. Well, if it's not normal, then you've got to give us an answer. What's the point of hanging on to us like this? Yi Wudao wasn't too happy with this abrasive practice of Pingon Chen. However, Shang Quan was aware of why Pingon Chen was like this. Big brother, you first have to figure out that we're the ones begging him now. It's okay to lower your stance. What am I begging? Me to beg him for? Think about it, he had lost his entire fortress because of a bet. Isn't that enough? You're worried that he's not the chosen one, and you're going to test him, but aren't you just begging for it? If he is unhappy and abandons us, then if he really has the blessing of heaven, sooner or later he will have to bring other people to achieve great things, and at that time, Big Brother mustn't beat his chest and regret it. Shang Quan so stimulated to the point that Yi Wudao understood the reasoning. Now was the time when he wanted to determine if Pingon Chen was someone he wanted to rely on. If the other party does not cooperate in a fit of pique and directly take people away, then later if he really becomes, he can lose this opportunity to increase his rank. But whoever has a big ambition who would want to harbor in this square inch of. Yi Wudao also had pursuits and ideals. How can you keep wasting your time here? What shall I do then? Invite him again. Please. Not only invite, but invite in style. Scenery. Let Mr. Chen see our sincerity. Yi Wudao immediately understood after being hinted by Shang Quan. I'll get ready. When Pingon Chen returned to his room, he thought about taking a shower. A few of my sisters-in-law did have time to bathe yesterday. He was the only one who had been watched by Yi Wudao and the others, and at night, he discussed the way of doing business with Xia Shishir. Now that was just enough time for him to take a hot shower. The infrastructure of this great wilderness cottage is still good. Chen Pingon had just said he wanted to take a bath when someone brought in hot water so that he could comfortably lie down in the tub to pass the time. It was a windy and often hungry journey for them. It's ironic that I can't think of coming to this bandit den and living a normal life instead. Just as Pingon Chen drifted off to sleep, the door to this room was gently opened. Su Shuer, dressed in a Hu woman's dancing clothes, directly entered Ping and Chen's room. In the vaporized area, Su Shuer went around behind the screen and saw Pingon Chen. Chapter 166. The main character is a passionate one. Chen Pingon was usually very vigilant, and he was aware of enemies approaching tens of meters around him. But at the moment perhaps he was so tired that he briefly lost his acuity. It wasn't until a cool hand was on his shoulder that his eyes snapped open. I can't tell, you still have a lot of material for a skinny body. Su Shuer's hand gently traced over Chen Pingon's shoulder. Chen Pingon could not afford this kind of teasing, at least he was a normal man. Sitting on your ass or whatever only Ryu can do. Not him. Sixth sister-in-law, what are you doing here? Chen Pingon changed his position and distanced himself from Su Shuer, also using the sweat towel as a cover in the process. If he had known, he would have worn pants. Now this woman won't be able to see everything, will she? Su Shuer didn't care at all, directly sitting sideways on the edge of the tub, revealing her pair of charmingly long legs. Su Shuer's white tender fingers gently fiddled with the water twice and threw a wink at Chen Pingon. This glance could simply electrify Chen Pingon into losing his mind. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Pingon averted his eyes, not daring to look at Su Shuer anymore. What are you hiding for? Do I look ugly? I can't even catch your eye. Sixth sister-in-law. Pay attention to your status. You're like this. It's not appropriate. There is no inappropriateness. I just wore this in front of everyone to look for you. Su Shuer didn't care about those public order and morals. For her, when she met one she liked, she had to grab it. She'd be a fool to let anyone else take it from her. This way over, Chen Pingon was far beyond ordinary people in terms of both his skill and wit. Most of all, he was able to protect everyone in a critical situation every time. This is not something that anyone can do. Su Shuer appreciates heroes and worships the strong. At first, Pingon Chen was a fool. She was not thinking much about it. But with the charisma that was gradually revealed in this man's personality, it had completely stolen her heart. Instead of waiting for the other sisters to do it, she would be the first to do it. When the time comes, we can also distinguish between first and last, can't we? Su Shuer's small hands were not honest. At first they were paddling the water, and soon they sneaked to the front of Chen Pingon's chest. Taking advantage of Chen Pingon's inattention, she was directly moving her hand. Pingon Chen was taken and almost didn't cry out. This woman is too bold. Instead of stopping, Su Shuer even probed her hand underwater. Pingon Chen grabbed Su Shuer's hand that was playing with fire and twisted it with force. Su Shuer then turned around in pain, her entire back facing Pingon Chen. The next second, a force pushed her forward. Su Shuer stumbled and hit the edge of the table. You have a cruel heart. She took the initiative to put down her face, yet she was still being spoiled like this. Su Shuer came into a temper and turned around to fight with Pingon Chen. By this time, Pingon Chen had already come out of the water and had half of his clothes on. You're looking for a punch. As she spoke, Su Shuer had already punched over. Pingon Chen sidestepped and dodged. At this time the ground was slippery. Su Shuer didn't pay attention to the soles of her feet slipped up, and the whole person fell backwards. Only then did Pingon Chen put on a pair of pants. Seeing that Su Shuer was going to fall, he couldn't see death and save her, so he had to drop his clothes and go to hug her first. Su Shuer's entire body fell into Chen Pingon's arms and even touched his sturdy chest. Chen Pingon asked anxiously, Sister-in-law, are you all right? Good for you. Su Shuer took the opportunity to eat Pingon Chen's tofu. Chen Pingon was so embarrassed that he immediately helped her stand up before letting go. Even so, he had red handprints on this chest from someone's crime. How hard does it have to be? Chapter 167 Parade in front of the great desolate walled city. Su Shuer hit her lips and smiled. Quite elastic. Pingon Chen was speechless. It's because she's a decent person that she dares to be so messed up. If it had been anyone else, she would be the one lying down and wailing right now. Pingon Chen tried to calm himself and put on his clothes before saying to Su Shuer, Sixth sister-in-law, don't do this in the future. I can't guarantee that I won't eat you next time. Come on, I'll let you eat. Su Shuer wasn't afraid at all. However, Pingon Chen was afraid of this woman's boldness. I have things to do. Chen Pingon opened the door woefully, but he did not want to see Yi Wudao with a complimentary smile on his face. Yi Wudao saw that Pingon Chen had just bathed, and the dampness on his body had not been eliminated. At this time, Su Shuer appeared behind Chen Pingon in another enchanting outfit. There was nothing wrong with the duo, but then again there was something wrong everywhere. Ahem, Mr. Chen, I invite you to join me in the parade. Chen Pingon was puzzled. A military parade? In fact, over the years I've built up my fortress. I've been drilled according to that of the army. Don't look at us as a sand bandit stronghold, but we're actually a well-trained army, as you can see when you look at us. Hearing this, Chen Pingon came to be interested. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. This sister-in-law. Yi Wudao looked at Su Shuer. Su Shuer, however, said indifferently, You guys go, I'll change my clothes. Understand. I understand everything. Yi Wudao smiled fawningly. Pingon Chen hurriedly explained. It's not what you think. No harm, no foul, we're all men. I get it. Pingon Chen frowned straight away. This Su Shuer, is she afraid that she won't know that he has done something to hook up with her sister-in-law? That's all. Anyway, he had confessed his unconventional mind with Yi Wudao and the others before. I believe they are not uncomfortable. Come on, we'd better get to the parade. Yu Wudao was once a general, so he naturally knew how to lead an army. Under his leadership, Chen Ping'an sat firmly on the high platform, watching the thousands of people below perform various sparring formations in front of him. The most famous of these is the triangle matrix, along with a number of other combat formations. All of them are part of a good offense and defense. But it wasn't strict military discipline and physical fitness they were missing, it was the weapons they had at their disposal. Although these spears and shields were all weapons that were often used on the battlefield. But to be honest, there are still a lot of drawbacks. If they were to give Pingan Chen a makeover, they should be able to increase their amplification power by a few more times. So when you meet a strong enemy, you can retreat and attack and defend, and you will have a much better chance of winning. How is it? I wonder if Mr. Chen is still satisfied with my team of men. Shang Quan asked Yu Wudao to show his sincerity. So Yu Wudao took out all of this crushing secret. If Pingan Chen was still not satisfied, he really didn't know what to do. Pingan Chen said, "It is indeed very good, but it is still far from my expectations." What? That's a pretty strong team now. Taking on an army of 10,000 with 1,000 people is no problem. Yu Wudao felt that his team was already bullish. However, after hearing what Pingan Chen said, he was a little less confident. Is there a more powerful way to lead an army? Pingan Chen said, "Practicing is not a quick fix. I can speak with you slowly later." Yu Wudao saw that Pingan Chen had a good attitude and should still be satisfied. Then he should be able to mention his demands as well. "Mr. Chen, you can see that I've also given enough sincerity. I wonder if Mr. Chen can also dispel our concerns." Chapter 168. Entering the Black Devil's Cave Alone. Pingan Chen smiled. "Here we go. Is here waiting for him. But there's no harm in Yi Zhiwei Master saying so." Yu Wudao said, "Actually, this is a simple matter. We just want to test whether or not Mr. Chen is a chosen one who has been blessed by heaven." "Oh? Then how do I prove it?" Pingan Chen asked curiously. "In this world, everyone knows that those who are blessed by the heavens must have great fortune in their possession. But whenever they encounter danger, they can automatically turn it into good fortune. It's true that this journey has been the same for Mr. Chen, but these are hearsay after all, and Mr. Yi wants to confirm it personally." Pingan Chen knew that this Yu Wudao would not let him off so easily. "I didn't expect it to be tricky right out of the gate." "Good. Then how do you want to test it?" "I'll accompany you." More than 30 miles away from the great desert-walled city, there is a Black Devil's Cave. Inside the cave there is a very precious giant eye gemstone, colorful like a human eyeball. If Mr. Chen is able to bring this back safe and sound, then we will certainly be pleased with you and swear our allegiance. Pingan Chen narrowed his eyes. Just by hearing the name, Black Devil's Cave, then you know that this place is not a safe place. It seemed that this Yu Wudao was still very cautious. Want to know if he has what it takes to turn things around? These superstitious practices Pingan Chen disdained. But it's not uncommon for him to be alone in some danger. Since this was able to gain Yu Wudao's trust and absolute loyalty, what was the harm in making the trip? "Mr. Chen, I'll go." Pingan Chen agreed. Yu Wudao immediately smiled. Mr. Chen, magnificent. By the time Pingan Chen returned to his room, the news that he was going to go to the Black Devil Cave alone had already spread throughout the entire Great Wasteland Walled City. Those sand bandits of the Great Desert Walled City were aware of the horrifying legend of the Black Devil's Cave that ate people without spitting out their bones. When they heard that Pingan Chen was going to challenge the Black Demon Cave, each one of them was both scared and in awe. There was no need for Yu Wudao to proclaim anything. If Pingan Chen could really come back alive, then they would willingly sell their lives for Pingan Chen. After all, this kind of person who carries auspiciousness on his body is a person of great fortune. In the future, you will either be a vassal or a ruler of the world. Pingan Chen had just changed into a better action tights when he saw several of his sisters-in-law all streaming into his room. The last one even closed the door and just stood guard. "What do you mean by that, sister-in-laws?" Pingan Chen was so confused. "I don't think he did anything, did he? Why does it look like a bunch of pussies are out to crush him en masse? Who gave you permission to agree to venture into the Black Demon Cave?" As the sister-in-law, Su opened her mouth in place of everyone else. Several of the women nodded their heads, all of them meaning the same thing. Chun Pingan let out a sigh of relief. So that's what this is about. He thought that these sisters-in-law were here to force Su Shuer into marriage. Scared the out of him. "Sisters-in-law, there's nothing wrong with this. You need military medals if you want to make a mark. This is my chance to leave the medallion. Only then can I completely subjugate the great desolate walled city to me." Seeing that his sisters-in-law were still upset, Pingon-chan could only pacify them. Or else I promise to return safely? Pingin, do you realize that you are the only sole seedling of the Chen family left? If anything happens to you, then the Chen family will have no hope for the future. Su still disagreed. Su Shuer stepped forward at this time. It's fine if you want to go. I'll join you. Su Shuer wanted to protect Chen Pingon and would definitely not watch him risk his life alone. Sister-in-laws, my mind is made up, so you can wait here for my good news. Pingon Chen was resolute. Chapter 169. Breaking into the Devil's Cave together. How do you expect us to wait? Su Shuer said angrily. What if we wait for news of your accident? Su even said, in case this is a ploy used by them in the great desolate walled city, and when they trick you away, they will then lay their hands on us, how should we do it? The other sister-in-laws are worried. This is a bandit den. They didn't dare to do anything with the deterrence of Pingon-chan. But if Pingon-chan was not there, who would protect their safety? Pingon-chan could well understand the concerns of his sisters-in-law. Sister-in-laws, don't worry. I'll have Su Deji and General Wolf as well as those fierce beasts protect your safety. No way. We still don't feel comfortable with you going alone. Seeing that everyone meant this, Su Shuer said, two choices. Either you don't go and stay to protect us. Either I go with you to share the danger. Su Shuer was worried about Chen Pingon's safety, and so were several other sisters-in-law. Su has to take care of the kids and everyone else. Su Daji and Zhang Hong were the only two remaining escort soldiers. Su Daji was always a bit more powerful than Su Shuer, and it was most appropriate for him to stay and guard the crowd. So Su Shuer became the most suitable follower. Pingon-chan saw that everyone's minds were made up, so he knew that he had to take Su Shuer with him if he wanted to leave today. Aren't you afraid to die? Who knows what the outcome of this trip to the Black Devil's Cave will be? What am I afraid of if you're not afraid? The lives of so many of us are now linked together. One glory for all, one loss for all. Su Shuer's heart was firm. The others nodded at that. Their lives had long been linked together without Pingon-chan. How could they talk about safety? All right, then I'll take 6 sister-in-law to ask that walled city Lord Yi if it's possible for the two of them to travel together. This was the test that Yi Wudao gave to Pingon-chan. So Pingon-chan still had to ask Yi Wudao what he meant. The two came down the hall together. Yi Wudao had already had people prepare the trampling wine. This was not wanting Chen Pingon to back out at all. Pingon-chan walked forward and took the bowl of wine handed over by Yi Wudao. Mr. Chen, are you ready to depart? We've already prepared your traveling bag for you. If there's anything else you need, just say so. I'm going to break into that black demon cave with him. Su Shuer spoke first. Yi Wudao was a bit surprised. Sister-in-law, do you know what kind of existence this black demon cave is? I know. It's not just a dangerous place where you'll die 9 deaths. I'm not even afraid of what are you afraid of? Su Shuer was obviously determined to follow Chen Pingon, and Yi Wudao could see it. Mr. Chen is so lucky to have someone who is willing to live and die with you. This is something that not many people can even beg for. Pingon Chen sighed. I have been persuading for a long time. A few sister-in-laws just do not feel at ease. It is not necessary to follow. I do not know if Lord Yizhai has this number of people constraints. Yi Wudao scowled at Pingon Chen, as if asking if Pingon Chen wanted him to say no or yes. Pingon Chen also counted on reading the hint, so he shook his head at him. It means not letting Su Shuer follow. Yi Wudao nodded in understanding and was about to open his mouth when Su Shuer grabbed it first. Come on, you guys don't have to scowl over there. No one can stop me if I'm going. Su Shuer looked at Pingon Chen. If you dare to leave me behind, I'll go to the Black Devil's Cave myself. Pingon Chen held his forehead. It seemed that this was something he really couldn't get rid of. In that case, the two of you together. Yi Wudao was eager to find out if Pingon Chen was the chosen one. So he prepared another bowl of wine for Su Shuer and prepared to send these two off together. The wine, we'll skip it, we'll make it up when we get back. Chapter 170. Already have a suspicion. Chen Pingon pulled Su Shuer and left. He whistled, and the date red horse immediately galloped in, with the square halberd that he had brought with him. Pingon Chen rolled over and mounted his horse. Su Shuer also chose a white horse and followed Pingon Chen. The two of them headed towards the map given by Yi Wudao to the Black Demon Cave one after the other. Yi Wudao stood on the wall with Shang Quan and looked at the duo who were walking away. Sage brother, do you think this trip is a bad one? In case Mr. Chen can't come back. If we can't come back, Then we're not at a disadvantage. Don't we still have those Chen family ladies with hair like heavenly fairies? Shang Quan had obviously done a double take a long time ago. Yi Wudao patted Shang Quan's shoulder. It's still wise, brother, that you're thoughtful. In this way, no matter whether it succeeds or fails, the benefits will be on our side. The two left together and waited for Pingon Chen's good news in this great desolate walled city. At this moment, Chun Pingon and Su Shuer sped all the way, rushed to arrive at the time of the setting sun in the rumor that there is no return to the Black Devil's cave. Chun Pingon strangled the reins. The sky was half dyed red by the red evening sun, but the Black Devil's cave ahead was shrouded in an eerie black aura. No wonder they say this is the Black Devil's cave. It looks kind of eerie. Rumble. Just then the sky descended with dry heavenly thunder. It's obvious that it's not raining, but it's rumbling with thunder. If you listen carefully, you will find that there is also the sound of jingoism in this Black Devil's cave. The sound of weapons hitting each other and horses neighing was as if there were 1,000 armies hidden inside. A woman as bold as Su Shuer was also vaguely uneasy. At this time both the date red horse and the big white horse began to stir, as if they had encountered something terrifying and were ready to turn around and flee at any time. Chun Pingon was worried about falling off his horse, so he had Su Shuer dismount with him first. I heard that there are soldiers and generals in this black demon cave. It can't be true, can it? It is indeed easy to be suspicious of this, but hearing the voice but not seeing any army. But Pingon Chun looked up at the sky and had a few guesses. Isn't this what's known as the magnetic field effect? In some specific magnetic zones, a natural sound and image retention effect is produced. If this black demon cave was such an existence, then he would like to go and see how the battlefield in it was many unknown years ago. Hey, you wait. When Su Shuer saw that Chun Pingon was directly rushing inside, she immediately chased after him. What are you doing in such a hurry? In case there's danger inside, it's too dangerous for us to go in like that. Chun Pingon wasn't afraid at all. Could this even be a ghost? But when they entered inside this black demon cave, the scene they saw was actually like two worlds from the outside. Is this place hell? When Su Shuer saw countless people fighting together, there were still people dying tragically. These people were either mutilated or had their heads moved. In short, the tragedy is unspeakable. Su Shuer was also considered to have seen the world, but this current situation was 100 times, 1,000 times more tragic than the scenes she had seen before. What is all this? This ancient battlefield? Pingon Chen looked serious. He had guessed that this place was special, but he hadn't expected to see such a grueling battle. Looking at the mangled and disfigured corpses of those people, Chun Pingon sighed. This is supposed to be the last of both parties to be all but wiped out, right? As the images disappeared, the surroundings fell into darkness. A black mist filled the air everywhere and it looked ghostly. Su Shuer didn't dare to make a move even if she had more guts at this moment. She hid beside Pingon Chen. Is this not hell here? Chapter 171, Weird Pictures. Chun Pingon didn't know how to explain the visions here with Su Shuer. No, this is an ancient battlefield, but I don't know when it was. Just now, Pingon Chun saw what these people were wearing. It must not be now. Su Shuer was still a little scared. This place is so weird, or we'd better. What are you afraid of? Could they still kill you? Don't say that. I'm scared. Su Shuer grabbed Chen Pingon's arm and was close to sticking her entire body on him. Feeling the unique aroma of the young girl's body, Pingon Chun suddenly relaxed his entire body. It seemed that this place wasn't useless. At the very least it allowed him to warm his arms. It's not a bad adventure. Chun Pingon brought Su Shuer along with him as they walked inside the Devil's Cave. It was so strange and rocky and haunted that it didn't look like it was inhabited. Those who were able to come here were either terrified by the strange sights or were in some kind of danger here. Pingon Chun looked at Su Shuer. Don't you shake it, sixth sister-in-law. It's making me a little scared. Su Shuer was a girl after all, but she's so strong. Hearing Pingon Chun say this immediately released him. Where did I shake? Naru. It's not you shaking. It's me. Can we get on with it now? Pingon Chun continued to move forward with Su Shuer. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Chun Pingon suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Looks like it's coming again. Sure enough, as soon as the words fell, arid heavenly thunder rained down from the sky, and soon this place became that miserable ancient battlefield again. But this time the picture is clearly different, and they have gone from watching to experiencing. Ah! A warrior raised his sword and slashed towards Su Shuer. That look was extremely real, and scared Su Shuer so much that she let out a shriek and directly burrowed into Chen Pingan's arms. Chen Pingan protected Su Shuer and watched as the knife slashed across his shoulder. Well, Pingan Chen's manhwaedit let out a cry. Back up immediately. This time, he didn't dare to be careless, and every time a weapon came at him, he brought Su Shuer to dodge it. It was a long way to go, and that's when the visions disappeared. That's when normalcy returned to the surroundings. Su Shuer left Chen Pingan's embrace, and only then did she see that Chen Pingan's shoulder was injured. When did you get hurt? Hurry up and go. There is indeed something odd here. Chen Pingan also did not expect these so-called visions to actually have the ability to hurt people. If he hadn't subconsciously dodged that knife at the time, he would probably have more than a flesh wound now. He didn't want Su Shuer to be scared, so he didn't say anything about the matter. Just the next guarded Su Shuer even tighter. The duo continued inside, which was like a maze, as there were so many strange rocks that it was easy to get lost. After Pingan Chen and Su Shuer had circled around for a long time, Pingan Chen felt that something was wrong. Are we spinning in place? What? We're back again. Su Shuer looked around and realized that it was kinda similar. Instead, Pingan Chen picked up a piece of rag on the ground. It was left behind by a branch that had scratched his clothes earlier. This place they've definitely been to before. What to do? Are we unable to get out? Su Shuer was alert in all directions, but there was no way out. Chen Pingan was afraid that Su Shuer would be even more scared if she knew about the dangers here, so he simply kept his mouth shut. How are we going to find the gem that Yi Wudao said we'd find if we're circling around here? Chapter 172. Caught. Pingan Chen didn't know either. He hadn't figured out the situation here yet. That ancient battlefield must have been the image recorded by the magnetic field here, and there's absolutely no way it could have been lethal. So it would have been someone who could still hurt him in that situation. There must be someone else living here. Pingan Chen said to Su Shuer, if you're scared, let's walk down the same path. I'll send you out first. No! Su Shuer stared at Pingan Chen. I kind of see, you are trying to drive me away to say it? I'm telling you, I won't leave. If there's danger, we'll carry it together. Then you're not afraid if there really are ghosts and monsters infesting this place? Pingan Chen asked. Afraid of what? I'm not afraid if you're here. Rumble. This drought thunder came at the drop of a hat, and there was no preparation at all. Ancient battlefields also appear with every clap of thunder. Seeing this, Chen Pingan immediately grabbed Su Shuer's hand. Listen to me, don't just move, or this is a danger that neither you nor I can afford. Su Shuer seemed to understand. But by this time there were already soldiers rushing towards them. Seeing that both of them were pierced by spears, Chen Pingan immediately picked up Su Shuer's slender waist and made a beautiful spin. After avoiding the spear attack, Chen Pingan immediately struck out. His square halberd flung out at the place where the weapon had just fallen. Clang! The sound immediately made him realize that there was indeed an ambush here. Unfortunately, Pingan Chen only saw the warriors fighting each other, but not who was real and who was fake. This person must be hiding inside the illusion. It's just that this man is so good at hiding, and with people around him looking so real, it's impossible to tell who's real and who's not. Since you can't see it, you hear it with your ears and feel it with your body. Pingan Chen had undergone special training and was naturally adept at this. Immediately after he closed his eyes, his hearing and sense of smell went up more than a notch. No breeze could escape his senses at this time. Coming! He felt a murderous aura coming towards him. As he pushed Su Shuer away, Chen Pingan once again wielded his square sky painting halberd. Dang! With a few blocks later, Chen Pingan hit the substance became more convinced that this person was hiding in the shadows. Looks like we really underestimated this guy? What? Pingan Chen said in a cold voice. Danger is coming. Sixth sister-in-law hide well. I'll pull out this guy who's hiding his head and tail. Yes. Although Su Shuer didn't know what had happened, she believed every word that Pingan Chen said. Su Shuer drew her sword against her body and hid in the shadows. Pingan Chen closed his eyes and crossed swords with this person a dozen times. Only when this illusory scene faded did Pingan Chen open his eyes. Sure enough, I saw a man dressed like these visions. He is the ghost who hides in the illusion. Pingan Chen had found a real person, so he naturally let go. The man was able to hide his form at first. Now it was good. Facing a severe beating from Chen Pingan, he immediately lost his physical strength. As he was preparing to escape, He was picked up by Chen, who picked up a stone on the ground and threw it with force. Dang! The man was smashed in the back of the head and fell to the ground on the spot. Seeing his wretched appearance, Chen sneered and directly pressed the Fangtian painted halberd against the opponent's back. Who the hell are you? In the face of questioning, the man slumped to the ground and said nothing. What? You're still talking tough after being caught. So I'd like to see who's playing the fool here. Su Shuer stepped forward and was about to reveal the man's true colors. Chapter 173. Be careful. Chen suddenly felt two murderous auras coming from in front of him and behind him. It seemed that this person had accomplices. As expected, they saw two people, also dressed as soldiers, appear in front of the duo. They tried to free their companions, but Chen and Su Shuer struck together and quickly knocked these two to the ground as well. Chen threw these three people together and pressed his dagger against the neck of one of them. Say, who are you people? We are the dead souls who died in vain here. If you dare to kill us, the other dead souls will not spare you. Hearing this, without waiting for Pingon to do anything, Su Shuer slapped him first. Don't you dare! Snap! Several slaps followed, hitting the other man in the face. Let alone to talk. Seeing this scene, Chen whispered, "Are you hitting too hard here? Humph! Who let them be so nagging, and talk about dead souls? Dead souls can hurt and their faces can swell. Then the dead souls here are no different from the living." Chen held his forehead. He had indeed brought a female ferocious beast with him. After these three people were taught a lesson by Su Shuer, they all gave an account of what they should or shouldn't have said. This also saved Chen a lot of trouble. At least his sister-in-law's presence here still had the advantage of relieving him of a lot of trouble. Pingin, how are these people going to be resolved? Su Shuer turned to look at Chen. Since they said there's a village here, let them take us to the village. No way. You must be up to no good when you go to the village. We'd rather die than harm the village. Chen asked, "You are descendants of the warriors who survived that battlefield, right?" One of them was not overly brainy and asked directly, "How did you know about it?" "Shut up. He's being condescending." Chen smiled. "You've all been exposed, so don't hide. I didn't come here to destroy your village. I'm just begging for one thing. As long as you give it to me, I'll leave here immediately." What the hell? The one with the missing brain string was once again stupid. The other guy just covered the dumbass mouth. "You will never know anything about the village. Look, it was a simple thing and you guys had to complicate it." Chen took down his own backpack and took out the roasted chicken wrapped in greaseproof paper from it, and after opening it the scent made the three of them quickly start swallowing their saliva. Gobble, gobble. Seeing their gluttony, Pingon said, "The food can be given to you, but you have to give me what I want as well." "What the hell do you want?" the brainless one asked, pulling away his companion's hand over his mouth. "I've heard that there's a jewel of colorful light in this black devil's cave, and I'll take that." "The Nuwa stone? No way, that's the village treasure of our village." The three spoke in unison. This time, Chen could confirm that the matter was true. This village really does have colorful gems. Things we are bound and determined to get. If you are willing to hand them over, I can trade you something else for them, such as a constant supply of food and fresh vegetables. These should be things you wouldn't even think of, right? A few people looked at each other as if they were hesitating. "There should be a village chief among you. Why don't you send someone back and discuss this with the village chief? If this is feasible, we will definitely do what we promised to improve the conditions of the village." Chapter 174. Peach Blossom in the Gobi Desert. Chen looked at these three people. There's no wall in this world that can't be pried open. If there is, it's not a big enough interest. The three of them consulted with each other, and sure enough, someone said, "Let me go back and communicate with the village chief." "Cool." Chen let the man leave alone after he finished speaking. The remaining two stayed in one piece and were stared at by Su Shuer with fear in their hearts. "Pingin, I think it's enough to have one of those who report back. The rest are redundant. Why don't we?" Su Shuer hadn't finished her words, but the meaning was already clear. As soon as these two men heard that they were going to be killed, they wimped out. "Don't kill us. Aren't you already going to deal with the village chief? If you kill us, the village chief will definitely not give you the holy stones." These two have a pretty strong desire to survive. One is more articulate than the other and finds a variety of reasons for survival. What with an 80-year-old mother and a newborn child? Seeing as how they're just barely of age, where did they get so many family members? Chen just sat on the side and watched the fun. Su Shuer asked, "Can you think about it? Think about it and I will kill you." "Calm down, didn't the people say so? They're bargaining chips. It's a shame to kill them. But it's so hateful of them to play God." Just now Su Shuer was scared. And now she can't swallow this breath without finding someone to vent her anger. Chen glanced at the two unlucky bastards and turned his back. "Just teach them a lesson. They have their own reasons, you don't want to cause a death. Not even with a missing arm or leg." Su Shuer didn't say anything and just started punching. Only when there was no more ringing behind him did Chen turn back. Upon seeing these two guys beaten beyond recognition, Chen laughed out unkindly. Su Shuer sat on a rock and stared at the duo. "I'm being facetious by not killing them. What are you laughing at?" Chen said. "You beat them up so much that you probably don't even recognize their parents." Right at this moment, Chen looked into the distance. Only a group of people came forward. He was really surprised that this place that everyone talked about was actually a peach blossom. The village chief came over with a group of people, and when he saw the tied-up people, he couldn't help but say, "I'm sorry you too, were forced to do this. When the ancestors died in battle here, the ones left surviving didn't dare to go back. So they simply utilized the special terrain here to establish the village. Those of us who died on the battlefield one after another were soldiers whose relatives chose to stay and settle down when they came to collect their bones." Chen was curious. "How do so many of you live here in the Gobi?" The village chief is still a little hesitant. "Don't worry, village chief. Although we came here to intrude, we are not trying to destroy the village. We just want to find a 7-colored gemstone." The village headman looked that eye at Chen. "If you don't give it, I will kill them." Su Shuer directly drew her sword. "Sixth sister-in-law, put away your weapon," Chen ordered. Although Su Shuer was unwilling, she had to listen to Chen. "Village chief, you don't have to mind. That's just how she talks, no offense. We came here for the stone, and if you will give it to me, I can swear to God not to reveal all the secrets of this place." "Village chief, we can't stay here much longer, and this outsider coming here, is it also God's way of signaling us that we should move out?" "Yes, village chief. Now that the village is running out of water, why don't we use this to get out of the village?" Chapter 175 Sincerity. Chen had come here for the gems, only to hear that the village had reached the end of its rope. The village chief looked at Chen and said with a sigh, "It's not that we're not willing to give you the holy stone, but if we give it to you, we're afraid that our village really won't be able to survive." "How long have you been living here?" Chen asked. The mayor raised his hand and did the math. "It's been less than 200 years. Chen was somewhat surprised. How on earth did these people survive here in isolation for over 200 years? "Mayor, could you show me your village?" The village headman hesitated. Those villagers were directly alert. "What do you want? All of you outsiders are saboteurs and must be trying to come and exterminate our village. We can't let them in. They'll destroy the village." The villagers are more hostile than the village chief. It was obvious that as long as Chen made a move, they would have to go together. Chen said, "I think what you rely on for your survival is also the water of the underground river. And now that the underground rivers out there are depleted, it is only a matter of time before they reach you." A few villagers were fierce and didn't listen to explanations at all. "All of you outsiders are here for the treasures in this black demon cave. Don't talk so nicely. So many people came before, but they were all driven away by us. You'd better leave now, or don't blame us for not being polite." Chen sighed and directly unloaded the traveling bag on his body, throwing all the food inside in front of the village chief. The men thought it was something else and backed away in fear. "There's no need to be afraid. It's full of food. And I don't suppose you've eaten anything outside in a long time? This is considered my sincerity. If we wanted to kill someone, just a few of you wouldn't be able to stop us." Su Shuer directly waved the long sword in her hand and cut a stone into 2 halves in front of the crowd. The villagers were appalled by this scene. It was important to realize that such refined weapons and such a powerful body were simply not something that the likes of them could resist. The village chief is considered one of the few wise men. He trembled and walked to the traveling bag. After opening it, he found that there were a lot of food inside, especially roasted chicken and duck. These could be specially prepared by Yiwudao's people. He felt that letting Chen go to the Black Devil's cave in case he couldn't come back would be a good way to be a satiated dead man. But now these things are all cheap for these villagers. If you guys think the food is poisonous, I can eat it for you. Pingon-chan stepped forward and took a bite from one of the chicken legs in the village chief's hand. So much so that everyone watching just gulped. How long has it been since they've had meat? Even if plants are rare in this Gobi, animals are even rarer. Those of them were able to survive all thanks to those things they brought with them into the village back then. But nowadays, because of the poor land and insufficient water, those livestock have long been extinct, and the only ones that can still feed are just a few drought-resistant wild boars. When Pingon-chan ate, those villagers couldn't wait to tear the food and eat it. But after they tasted it, they stopped eating and put the food away. Mayor, can you believe in my sincerity now? Are you really going into the village? I only want your holy stones, but if you are still long enough to continue living here, perhaps I can solve your lack of supplies. Ping and Chen thinks that it can be shared. Chapter 176 Entering the Black Cave Village. The village chief hesitated, not daring to agree directly. Then one of the villagers asked, "What can you trade for if you want the sacred stone? What if I could help you regather the water?" This statement surprised everyone all. The water source can still be recondensed, and if so, they won't have to move. The village chief looked excited and asked, "Are you serious? I don't promise, but I can look into it for you, and the big thing is to promise to find you another place of peace." Pingon-chan knew the way to coalesce the water source, but he thought that he had to see what was going on in the village anyways. It's not as simple as it seems. He's not a god. The village chief saw that Pingon-chan had an extraordinary demeanor. You should know that this is an ominous place that most people avoid. It was even if the other party was able to remain unafraid in the face of danger, but they were also able to break the trap that they hadn't been able to recognize for more than 200 years. I have to say there is something to be said for that. My lord, I'm willing to take your word for it. Pingon-chan raised his eyebrows. So you're agreeing to take me into the village? Although our Black Cave village does not welcome outsiders, there have been people who have mistakenly entered alive one after another for over 200 years, and there are not a few who are willing to stay, so we are not completely closed off to the outside world. Pingon-chan did not expect them to take in outsiders. Village chief, please lead the way. What exactly was the Black Cave village Pingon-chan had to see for himself? Mayor! Those villagers were still wary and refused to let Pingon-chan in. But the village headman said, "If you still consider me the village headman, I will have the final say in this matter." Pingon-chan could see that the village chief was trying to find a wise man who could help the village solve the problem of water supply, and then again the villagers could have a place to live. It was said that it was Pingon-chan who begged them for the stone, but in reality, it was they who begged Pingon-chan to save their lives. This weight is actually the mayor of the village in his heart as clear as a mirror. After passing through a relatively hidden passageway, Chun Pingon and the others walked for roughly 10 minutes. Suddenly it opened up before my eyes. A hidden valley appeared before Pingon-chan and Su Shuer. I wouldn't have found it if I hadn't come in. It's nothing like the Gobi out there, it's a normal village. There are trees and flowers and plowed wheat fields. I have to say it's quite a hidden paradise. Just by looking at it, Pingon-chan knew that this place could be operated more like a village than the one run by Yi Wudao's horse farm. This is our Black Cave village. Village Manager Presentation. Pingon-chan walked along with the village chief to the only lake in this village. The lake occupies 2/3 of this village, and it is believed that they should be relying on this lake to thrive here for more than 200 years. But now that lake is facing a drought to the bottom. There's really not much water left in it. Pingon-chan realized that the chickens and ducks and livestock here were almost invisible. To also only have a couple of wailing boars. As you can see, the village is also now at the point of near exhaustion. Pingon-chan sniffed and realized that the air was heavier in humidity than the other side of the stable. That means there should be no shortage of water vapor here. Compared to the sparse vegetation outside, this place is lush and green. By normal logic, it doesn't make sense that there would be a shortage of water. Pingon-chan stared at the ground, his mind racing. Eunuch! The village chief was a bit anxious when he saw that Chen Pingon was not speaking. I wonder if your excellency has any ideas? I want to go down to the bottom of this lake. Huh? No. The bottom of this lake is dangerous, the village chief said anxiously. Chapter 177. Sacrificing One's Life. Pingon-chan looked at the crowd. No harm done. I have excellent water skills, I'll be fine. Su Shuer listened on the side but was a little worried. We've only just gotten here, and you're going to go down there without looking at the situation, in case it's dangerous. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. Since he promised to help these villagers, he would not go back on his word. Not to mention that Chen Pingon was also curious about this place. The ruins of the ancient battlefield can still leave images of the war fought back then. Huayan is as real as being on the battlefield itself. That's even if there's such a peach blossom like hidden village here. These people have lived here undetected by outsiders for over 200 years. These can be miracles. It was also a miracle that Pingon Chen had come here, so he wanted to know if there were any other miracles hidden here. He's going to go to the bottom of the lake where this may probe the truth. This is really dangerous. Gongzi should not go down. Yeah, we've had villagers go down to fish for schools of fish before, and they never came back up. There are man-eating monsters in here. The villagers were simple enough to discourage it. Pingon Chen moved quickly and jumped directly into the lake. The swiftness of the action made everyone look a little dumbfounded. Su Shuer was so worried that she directly wanted to follow and jump down. But fortunately, she was stopped by the village chief shouting for someone to stop her. Girl, just wait here. Maybe it'll be up soon. Chen Pingon dived down to the bottom of the water. He was the king of soldiers. The highest diving record reached a depth of 120 meters. Of course, in this case, there is also the need to close the breath for up to 8 minutes. It's not something that many people can do, but this was also the limit of Pingon Chen. He could stay in the water longer than anyone else when he mastered breathing. The people above had thought that it would only take a few breaths for Pingon Chen to come up. But as the minutes ticked by, the shore was getting nervous. This is afraid that it is very fierce, isn't it? The village chief also wiped his cold sweat. I've been told not to go down there, but this is good. I can't go straight up. Su Shuer didn't believe that something would happen to Pingon Chen and jumped straight down. Girl. When Su Shuer dived into the water, she happened to see Pingon Chen who swam up, and he hugged Su Shuer. Ordinary people who dive at too high a depth will have a direct impact on their body's 5 senses. Luckily, Pingon Chen came up in time and discovered Su Shuer's crazy behavior. He kissed Su Shuer's lips when he realized that she was already suffering from oxygen deprivation, though this way of transmitting air underwater is somewhat undesirable. But at least the duo can get some respite together. Pingon Chen then took advantage of this little gap and directly brought Su Shuer up to the surface of the water. Look, they're alive. It's a miracle you're still alive after going down that long. These people were all on their hands and knees to help Pingon Chen and the others get to shore. Su Shuer had temporarily fainted due to lack of oxygen. Pingon Chen quickly gave her CPR. A few times down the line, Su Shuer was finally seen spitting out some water. She coughed a few times to wake up leisurely. You guys! You are bold. How can you go down there with such disregard for the danger? You're okay? Great. Su Shuer hugged Pingon Chen tightly. She almost thought he was dead. Pingon Chen felt Su Shuer's sincerity, and his heart was more or less touched. Mayor. When Pingon Chen saw that Su Shuer was fine, he called the village chief. Just now, Pingon Chen had kissed a girl in front of everyone, causing the village head and the others to be slightly embarrassed. You guys just became what is in order, and it is also too much disregard for decency. Chapter 178. Other cave. Pingon Chen smiled. I was saving people just now. This can save lives. The mayor's vague few gestures were heart compressions and kisses. Pingon Chen said, these 2 ways are possible to save a drowning person, but they don't always work. If a person dies, then he cannot be saved. Put down. I went down to the bottom of the lake and found some secrets. Pingon Chen said to the village chief. What secret? This lake isn't really that deep. It's only about 10 meters at most. Therefore, with Chen Pingon's swimming speed, coupled with his superb ability to close his breath, he was simply like a fish in water down here. He wandered around down there for quite a while, and that's when he found a particular passage. The passage seemed to be blocked by rocks, and if the rocks were moved out of the way, it might be possible to let in the dark current, which would fill the lake. But this is not a simple matter. The stone in the water has the possibility of adsorption. In case the encounter is a siphon, the force of the stone being sucked is certainly not moved. Pingon Chen had already tried this, and this was very likely. And there's no telling where the siphon could roll someone once the stone is moved out of the way and the siphon explodes. Most of all, can also cause back siphoning. If he let the lake dry up early, how could he explain to these villagers? Could there really be another cave under here? The village chief asked suspiciously. Pingon Chen coughed. I'm not sure. but I found that the hole blocked by the stone is most likely the exit for the dark current to come out. That's probably why the lake is getting smaller and smaller. The village chief was pleased. So we are saved? Great, my lord. What do you say to moving this rock away? Seeing how excited they were, Pingon-chan said, Don't be too happy. It's dangerous down there. It's already not easy to move the rocks, and it's hard to say whether this plug will back up or infuse once it's gone. The village chief did not understand what Pingon-chan said about specialization, let alone the others. Pingon-chan had to make a simple explanation, explaining the principle of this siphon. If you want to move this plug out of the way, then I can help go down and secure the stone, and we can pull and tug on it from above, and there is some possibility of moving this stone. But how this will be consequential will have to be borne by yourselves. The mayor was a little hesitant. My lord, why don't you go to the house and rest first? We need to discuss this. The village chief's approach was also normal, so Chen Pingon carried the unconscious Su Shuer to the village chief's house to settle down first, waiting for them to give results. The mayor told everyone to gather the villagers. There are surprisingly more than 500 people here, which is quite a lot. The mayor briefly explained the situation. Folks, now that the water source is dwindling, we also have to face the question of whether to relocate. Now that the situation is clear to everyone, how do you choose? The villagers deliberated. There's really nothing to get worked up about. If they don't take the gamble, they wait as long as it takes for the water to dry up and have to move. After a heated discussion, most of the villagers were willing to take a gamble. The big deal is that the water supply is gone and they find a place to live again. When the village chief got the answer, he went to find Pingon-chan. Now that you've thought of that, take the trouble to find the strongest rope you can find here, and I'll go down and secure the rocks. Chen Pingon also wanted to know what was behind this cave underneath the lake. The village chief immediately ordered people to find the strongest ropes, which were made of a special material, similar to chains, but the material was not iron. Chapter 179 Siphoning at the bottom of the lake. Pingon-chan tugged hard with his divine power to make sure it wouldn't break at once, and only then did he feel relieved to go into the water. After waiting for the position to be fixed, Chen Pingon tugged on the rope. What he and the village chief had agreed on was that after pulling on the rope, the man above him would start yanking on the rope as hard as he could. There were more than 500 people, excluding the elderly and children. Together they powered up and dragged the rope backward. Finally got this rock under the water to move. Pingon-chan could see that the suction force here was not small, and if he did not help it must be difficult to succeed. Since I'm going to help, then I'll take a chance. The big deal is that the main fight is a matter of life and death. Pingon-chan approached the stone and used his divine power to start helping the villagers move the stone away together. At first the stone was still fighting between two forces. However, after a gap appeared, Pingon-chan took the opportunity to enter the other side of the stone. He realized it was a passageway also full of water. He pushed with all his strength to remove the plug. The villagers also happened to be firing on all cylinders. After both sides worked, the rock was finally pulled away. Then the two forces in the water began to act, and directly a large suction force sucked Pingon-chan away. That's when everyone felt their hands lighten and they all fell to the ground. And the lake began to take on a huge swirl. Su Shuer saw this scene when she came out. "Where's Pingon-chan?" she shouted. No one could answer her. The ground even shook. How Pingon-chan was doing at this time was anyone's guess. Still, the natural landscape of this lake blew everyone away. That huge vortex looked like it was trying to suck everything out. But it soon began to ease up again, and a huge blister came straight out. "Look, village chief. The lake is slowly rising." A villager rubbed his eyes and shouted excitedly. Everyone looked into the lake and saw that the water was rising. "Great! We're not running out of water again. Great! It's all thanks to that gentleman." The mayor's eyes were moist. Now they don't have to relocate. Just Ping and Chen. Seeing that there was no movement at all on the surface of the lake, everyone could no longer help but think that Chen Pingon had been shipwrecked. Su Shuer had managed to save the person with great difficulty. And now, well, it had become like this again. She tried to jump into the lake, but this time the village chief wouldn't let her go down anyway. A couple of men hugged her and froze her out of the way. "Get off me!" Pingon-chan was gone. How would she explain to everyone? At this moment, Chen Pingon had already awakened from his coma. He sat up only to realize he was actually in a cave. There was water everywhere, but not in this place where he was lying, which would have belonged to the bank of the underground river. Pingon Chen stood up and staggered a few times like that of a drunken man. That's how you get a good look at the neighborhood. Starlight in the darkness. Pingon Chen walked over to the vicinity of the bright spots, only to realize that all the stones had a type of crystal attached to them. Seeing that these crystals were colorful, what else did Pingon Chen not understand? Isn't that a gem? I didn't realize there were so many natural gems in this underground river cave. That's a lot of money if you can ship it out. Chun Pingna knocked off a piece and stuffed it into his shirt. He looked around, the place seemed like a passageway as well, and he didn't know where it led. He was wanting to probe a little closer, but he was worried that the people on the shore would be worried. What if Exile dives again? After thinking about it, he decided to go up first. Jumping into the water again, Chun Pingon found the passageway that he had just come through and swam all the way back to the large lake in Black Cave Village following the current. Chapter 180, Discovering the Diversion of a Dark River. Everyone, we must pay tribute to the hero, Mr. Chen. He saved all of our lives. The village chief was already organizing sacrifices for Pingon Chen. After all, how could a normal person stay down here for so long? Everyone is going back to bring out the best of their family so they can honor their heroes. Looking at those offerings by the river, and those villagers kneeling on the ground and kowtowing, one could tell that these people were genuinely grateful to Pingon Chen. Su Shuer was disoriented and surrounded by several women who were afraid she would do something stupid, but her heart had now followed Pingon Chen. Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect you to actually give your life for the sake of our Black Cave Village. We must build a statue of you and worship it for eternity. The mayor finished his speech and spilled a glass of wine into the lake. Suddenly a man burrowed out of the water and spat out a large amount of water. Ghosts! Someone yelled. Pingon Chen felt something was wrong after he drilled out of the water. It turned out that he had a lot of water plants hanging on his head and body, and he did look inhuman. He removed them all before smiling at the crowd. I'm back. Mr. Chen, you are still alive? The village chief asked incredulously. Su Shuer immediately got up when she heard this, and this time those women couldn't stop her. She quickly rushed into the water and hugged Pingon Chen, who had walked ashore. You deadbeat. I thought you were really dead. Chun Pingon hugged Su Shuer. Sister-in-law is so worried about me. How unrighteous would I be if I died? Chun Pingon carried Su Shuer onto the shore with him. Village chief, now that the underground dark river has been dredged, I believe there will be no shortage of water here. He discovered down there that these underground rivers had been diverted and blocked. No wonder Yi Wudao said that they also had problems with their water source. Maybe it was the same as this village's situation. It was the congestion of the culvert that caused the water flow to not be able to come over, only to be diverted to a different route to walk. After knowing the situation, Pingon Chen was able to help Yi Wudao's fortress out. In time, that horse farm may or may not be able to continue to expand again. Pingon Chen had escaped from death, and even more so, he had helped the village head to solve the problem of the water source. In the eyes of these villagers, Ping and Chen was just like a god incarnate. Everyone kowtowed to Pingon Chen on the ground together. What are you doing? You have done such great merit. It is only right that they worship you as a god. Su Shuer did feel normal. The village chief spoke to a man beside him. The other ran off in a hurry, but in a few moments the other returned with a box in his hand. The village chief personally took the box to Pingon Chen. This is the 7-colored gem you asked for. Pingon Chen opened the box and found a bright stone inside. Seeing this stone, he realized, what colorful gems is a diamond. But the diamond was big enough, directly the size of a child's head. This would have been worth a fortune in his day. My lord, is this the holy stone you wanted? It should be. I made a pact with someone, and this is something I have to take back with me. Your Excellency is a benefactor of our Black Cave Village. You can do whatever you want. Chun Pingon nodded his head in gratitude. Don't worry. Unless it's you who want to enter the world, I will definitely not tell anyone about what's going on here. The village headman called out to the 2 junior latecomers behind him at this time. Ahu Ayao, come here. The 2 young men immediately ran over. These are the 2 smartest and most powerful children in our village. From now on they will follow you, benefactor. Chapter 181, 2 Guards for Nothing. When Pingon Chen saw that the village head was giving away things but also people, he quickly waved his hand. That's not good. There's nothing that can't be done. There are only a few capable people we've trained among us, but there's not much use for them in this square mile. The village chief felt that since the village had already been exposed, Sooner or later the young people would have to go out on their own, so it would be better to set this precedent from now on. And Pingon Chen was their savior. It was a very honorable thing to serve their savior. Great benefactor, just take these two boys. We are relieved that our children are following you. That's right, great benefactor. It's just that one day they'll die for you. It'll be the pride of our whole village, and none of us will blame you. The parents of these two young men both stepped forward to persuade Pingon Chen. Hearing their words, Chen Pingon was a bit touched. Some people are selfish and self-serving, but some people just know what they're doing. Did these two parents not love their children enough? It's not. They knew how to repay kindness, and only then would they realize that these two children were shouldering the gratitude of the entire village to Pingon Chen. Sacrificing them will only result in great justice and the possibility of making a name for themselves out there. If they stayed in existence, they would probably spend their lives doing nothing like them until they died of old age. Pingon Chen saw the two young men directly kneeling down to him, with the intention that he would keep kneeling long if he did not accept them. Get up. I'm willing to take you guys. Pingon Chen finally loosened his tongue. Everyone was immediately happy to hear that. The two young men also had a great time, but there were other young men in the village who were envious of them. I envy them the opportunity to go out and follow their benefactor into the world. And they can't. Pingon Chen coughed. Village chief, when I return to Black Cave Village again, that will be when I have the ability to do so, and by then it will be a peaceful place out there, so there's no harm in moving wherever you want to live. The words thrilled the village chief. All peaceful places out there? Does that mean there's no more war? Is that possible? The mayor was excited and expectant. Pingon Chen said, at the very least, this is my vision. Good. In the future, whatever Mr. Chen needs us to do, just order. We also want to whisper what you said about peace and prosperity. Chen Pingon bid farewell to the village chief and the others and left the Black Devil Cave with the Holy Stone and the two young men. When I came back, I was not surprised to see that tragic scene of war again. These people live here, and almost every day they can see the tragic scenes of their ancestors' battlefield. So it's no wonder that they would want to live in seclusion on this. After all, they should be the last thing they want to see, killing and fighting to separate their loved ones. Pingon Chen had just arrived outside when they saw two horses wandering around. With a whistle, Pingon Chen instantly hauled the Jujube red horse to his side. As for the white horse that had been following the date red horse, he paced over as well. We should go back, Su Shuer said. Chen Pingon looked at the two young men. Do you know how to ride? Will, one of the young men said. Pingon Chen directly gave the white horse to the two young men, turned around, and then extended his hand towards Su Shuer. Su Shuer raised her lips and smiled. That flirtatious aura was perfectly combined with the fearless valor she exuded, and it was even more mesmerizing to watch. She grabbed Chen Pingon's hand, and with him pulling and tugging, she was like a light dancer who flew up at once and landed in Chen Pingon's arms. Pingon Chen hugged Su Shuer tightly. Su Shuer raised her head just in time for her soft lips to touch the man's chin. This isn't me eating your tofu. Chapter 182. Safe return to the village. Su Shuer had been quite enjoying this brief, ambiguous atmosphere. However, the moment Chen Pingon opened his mouth, he directly destroyed all her good mood. If you don't eat my tofu, I will, Su Shuer said and cupped Chen Pingon's face, directly kissing it. Pingon Chen also did not expect that he would encounter such a tiger woman, and directly waved his hand at the two young men, signaling them to evade. Su Shuer couldn't get enough of it once the kiss was over. Been wanting to do that for a long time. Her fingers gently slid over Pingon Chen's face and landed on his throat. Don't try to escape. You've been in my pocket for a long time. Pingon Chen couldn't help but mutter when he saw how confident the woman was. You're the one in the bag. What? Nothing, we have to get back. Hiya. Pingon Chen would not tell Su Shuer that he had been plotting for a long time. Of course, these things are just the icing on the cake on his road to success. And it's nice to have them, and not disappointing to not have them. With a gallop, the four of them finally made it back to the Great Wasteland Walled City in the middle of the night. At this time, the Great Wasteland Walled City was still brightly lit, and everyone was waiting for Pingon Chen and the others to return. The sisters-in-law couldn't sleep, and Su Daji and Zhang Hong couldn't sleep. Yi Wudao and Sheng Quan were even more unable to sleep. They both wanted to wait for a good outcome, but were prepared to accept a bad one. Report to the Walled City Lord. Just then, the man in charge of guarding the gate of the fortress ran straight over, and I fell down a couple times in the middle of it. What are you running for? Being so flustered, It disgraces my great desolate walled city. Yu Wudao was getting annoyed. No, it's not. It's. Shang Quan saw that the other party was out of breath, so he asked, "What is it? Could it be that Mr. Chen has returned?" Yu Wudao was instantly energized. The janitor couldn't say anything but nod his head desperately. Yu Wudao and Shang Quan looked at each other. Where could they still sit down? This was running faster than that janitor. The janitor sat on the floor with a surprised look on his face. "Didn't you say it's embarrassing to panic? Why is the walled city lord like this?" Ow! The wolf general, who was originally squatting to keep everyone in check, seemed to sense something and immediately stood up and shouted towards the entrance of the great desolate walled city. The crowd was energized. General Wolf quickly ran towards the gate of the fortress. What's wrong with General Wolf? Could it be that he senses that something has happened to Pingyan? Su was a little anxious. Several of the other sisters-in-law had also grabbed their sleeves nervously. Without Pingon Chun, they are a bunch of floating weeds without roots. And they are still at the mercy of others? Everyone went after General Wolf. And only after coming out did he realize that many people in the Great Wasteland walled city were running towards the gate of the walled city, as if there was something lively to see over there. Su and the others accelerated their speed, and that Sudaji even ran at the front. He had put his entire fortune on Pingon Chun, and the last person who wanted anything to happen to him was Sudaji. When Yu Wudao and the others all arrived at the entrance of the fortress, they saw two horses galloping not far away. Wasn't that Su Shuer and Pingon Chun at the very front? When they arrived close, Chun Pingon took Su Shuer and directly rolled over and dismounted. That dashing action looked like a thrill to everyone. Not dead. It's really not dead. Yu Wudao's heart was also very excited as he listened to the words of the few men behind him. Sage brother, do you think this proves that he is truly blessed by heaven? After decades, no one has ever managed to come out of the Black Demon Cave. This is indeed considered a miracle. Shang Quan was so excited that his voice appeared to be trembling. Chapter 183, God's Man. General Wolf rushed to Pingon Chen and circled around him. That look looks more doggy than doggy. However, Pingon Chen still bent down and stroked its head. Ow! The wolf general raised his voice to the sky, as if he was celebrating Pingon Chen's success. Make way! Su and a few other sisters-in-law came over and pushed all the people blocking the way out of the way. When they saw that Chun Pingon was safe and sound, they then snuggled up to each other and cried tears of joy. Great God is favoring them after all. Chun Pingon took Su Shuer's hand and led those two teenagers together towards the crowd. Mr. Chun, it's great that you came back, I thought. Yu Wudao was so excited that he couldn't even speak. It was Shang Quan who said, "The walled city lord has already prepared a celebration banquet for you, and has been waiting for you to return, Mr. Chun." Pingon Chun smiled. That's just as well. I'm still hungry. Pingon Chun looked at the duo, then at the crowd, and removed the cloth bag with the wooden box from his waist in front of them. The wooden box opened, and the stone emitting a 7-colored light immediately appeared in front of everyone. I don't know if it was the weather or some other factor, but the light emanating from the stone was clearly greater than inside the Black Devil's Cave. When Pingon Chun lifted the stone, the glow was even greater. It's like a giant natural light bulb. It almost illuminated the entire Great Wasteland walled city as if it was daytime. Pingon Chun also did not expect the stone to have such a glow, more powerful than a night pearl. This is the legendary Holy Light Stone. Yu Wudao directly bowed down. The others followed suit and bowed. These people obviously turned this back to the myth. In his observation, it was an ore with a special material. But it's rare to get that kind of light. To say it's a holy stone is an understatement. Mr. Chun, you have proven yourself to us, and from now on, all of my great desolate walled city will look up to you, said Yu Wudao, kneeling on one knee and arching his hand in allegiance. Everyone else did the same. The scene infected everyone. Pingon Chan said, "Get up all of you. I still have important matters to discuss with the walled city lord. Let's go to the celebration banquet first, and talk while we eat." Right. Let's eat first, then get down to business. Yu Wudao led Chen Pingon's 4 people to the hall, where a banquet was indeed set up with chicken, duck, fish and meat, everything, looking very sumptuous. The 2 young men hadn't seen a seat like this in a long time and were a bit overwhelmed. Eat them all, no need to be polite. Pingon Chen gestured. The 2 young men didn't make themselves at home, sitting down and grabbing their food. Seeing them like this, I don't know how long it's been since they've had a good meal. Pingon Chen and Yi Wu Dao sat together, and the two of them took a sip from their wine bowls before getting down to business. This time I went to the Black Devil's Cave and discovered something that might solve the problem of the great desolate walled city's water source. Yi Wu Dao was originally thinking that he would follow Chen Pingon in the future, so this great desolate walled city definitely couldn't be done. However, he did not expect this peak, but Pingon Chen actually remembered his difficulties at the moment. Gongzi, could it be that you have encountered a great opportunity this time? How come even this water source thing he can solve? Solve it. Yi Wu Dao was speaking with a bit of a lisp. You can see how excited it is. Pingon Chen said, "It's not that exaggerated." It's not exaggerated? That Black Devil's Cave is a place that eats people. Even the most powerful people go in and can't get out. Not only did you come out, but you also brought back the gemstone, Mr. Chen. You are the chosen one, a man of God. Chapter 184, Mysterious Beauty. Pingon Chen was a bit embarrassed by the compliment. We'll have to see what happens with that, and I can't guarantee that we'll be able to fix the water source. No harm, no harm. Mr. Chen, you are a person favored by the heavens. This water problem can't be difficult for you. That is, in the future, you will ascend to the position of the 9 to 5. It's also a piece of cake. Yi Wu Dao was quite good at speaking in a complimentary manner. Pingon Chen had never said that he wanted to be an emperor. If this is rumored to be a plot to usurp the throne, it can be more serious than a rebellion. My lord, you drink first. We won't get drunk tonight. Yi Wu Dao dragged Chen Pingon to drink, and the two of them were all drunk by the second half of the night. The others, needless to say, were not half as drunk as the duo, and had long since died of drunkenness. However, Chen Pingon still maintained a few moments of sobriety and wobbled out of the hall, ready to head towards where his sisters-in-law lived. He was thinking that he still had to keep his sisters-in-law safe at night. Sister-in-law, open the door. Chen Pingon drank too much. His eyes are not good. Directly knocked on the wrong door. He saw no movement in the house and pushed his way in on the spot. It was also his recklessness, but he actually saw that the head of the house was hot, and behind that screen there was even a figure of a woman with a delicate figure. Sister-in-law, I've come to protect you. Pingon Chen muttered and went through the screen. Ah! The woman shrieked and got up, covering her body with a cloth towel. It was at this time that Pingon Chen realized that this woman was taking a bath, and that she wasn't those sister-in-laws at all. Who are you? Pingon Chen asked. The woman lowered her head and said, You get out. I can't imagine that this great desolate walled city still has such a beauty. I'm not leaving. I've seen you naked, so naturally I'm responsible for you. Pingon Chen said and walked towards the woman. Don't worry. I will take you as my wife. The woman brought him over and directly made a move to press Ping and Chen's head down into the bathtub. Chen Pingon washed his face with hot water, but he was instantly sober. But the woman moved extremely fast, and before Pingon Chen could see clearly who she was, the other party wrapped her clothes and ran away. Pingon Chen narrowed his eyes. The woman's back was a bit familiar, but for a moment I couldn't recall who it was. However, he was certain that this great desolate walled city must not have such a beauty. The next day, Pingon Chen went to his sisters-in-law after waking up from the wine. By this time the sister-in-laws had also washed up. Everyone was happy to see Pingon Chen. Peace. I heard you helped a village regain water? You're awesome. The one who praised Pingon Chen was his sister-in-law Susu. Although the others wanted to praise it, none of them could find the opportunity to do so. Pingon Chen's gaze swept back and forth between the several sisters-in-law twice. It finally landed on Dongfang Ning, the second sister-in-law who had always had little presence. For some reason, seeing his second sister-in-law reminded him of the beauty he saw last night. It did look similar in terms of body shape, especially those eyes which were practically identical to his second sister-in-law's. Pingon Chen narrowed his eyes. He had a few other sisters-in-law in mind. Only this second sister-in-law has always had a low presence. People remembered her number but didn't know where she came from, to the point of being a peculiar person. In addition to this, there is a seventh sister-in-law, Luo Yu. Luo Yu was not talkative but had a good relationship with her third sister-in-law, Meng Listen. Anything she had to say was always something she secretly said to her third sister-in-law before letting her convey it. That is, it gives the impression of timidity and cowardice. Not much else. However, Chen Pingon had heard that this seventh sister-in-law, Luo Yu, had fled to the Chen family. Something happened right after she entered the house, so no one knew much about her family background. Chapter 185. Entering the water to check. Pingon Chen focused on the two sister-in-laws and ended up suspecting that the heavenly fairy he saw yesterday was his second sister-in-law, Dongfang Ning. It's just that he has no proof. The two are really different in appearance. At this moment, the second sister-in-law was beautiful but less dusty. And that beauty last night was like a heavenly fairy, with the nobility and elegance of a flower from the high country. Not at all like common status. Rather like a royal noblewoman. Pingon Chen secretly shook his head. How is that possible? Even if Big Brother is great, he can't hide a noble daughter-in-law at home. There must be a mistake somewhere. Sister-in-laws can all rest assured that once I figure out how to solve the problems of this great desolate walled city for the next 100 years, we will set out to continue our journey to the bitter cold land. At this time, Yun Yiming asked, why must we go to the bitter cold land? I think the environment of this great wasteland walled city is just fine. Although those sand bandits look a bit scary, but with walled city Lord Yi suppressing them, we are safe here. Everyone else felt the same way. The bitter cold land was not a place for people to live at all, and they were afraid of losing their lives if they went there. Several sisters-in-law, going to the bitter cold land is indeed an aggravation for you, but we must go. For one thing, all the assassinations along the way are enough to show that someone wants us dead, but there's no direct proof that we're rebels, and they can only move in secret when they're out of their division. Secondly, since we want to achieve great things, we need to have a place to recuperate. At this time, with the imperial court as an enemy is the most irrational choice instead of looking for a good partner all the way to the bitterly cold land and other changes in the state of life over there, and then spend half a year to build the strongest army, and then it is when we set sail and return. Chen Pingin's few words made everyone feel as if they saw the hope of returning. Okay, we'll all listen to you. Yeah, we hear you. With the support of his sisters-in-law, Chen Pingon was also quite relieved. The most important thing to avoid at this point is civil unrest. Mr. Chen, our walled city lord has an invitation. The sound of an announcement came from outside. Pingon Chen signaled his sisters-in-law to stay calm as he went to the hall alone to meet Yi Wudao. Duke, I understand. First take me to the main place of the water source. All right. Yi Wudao immediately smiled and led Chen Pingon to a place surrounded by earthen walls near the horse farm. It was only when Pingon Chen entered inside that he realized that there was a spring hidden here. The river in this part of the world isn't much smaller than the lake in that Black Cave village. But it was evident that there wasn't a lot of water, and it was showing signs of shrinking from year to year, and many of the dry areas around it had been covered with sand. This is where the lifeblood of our great desolate walled city lies. If it all dries up, then the great desolate walled city will have to relocate. Pingon Chen looked at the spring. I'm going to get in the water and look around. Gongzi, can you do this? It's very deep down here, and I don't know if it's dangerous. How do you solve a puzzle without going down there? In the end, Chen Pingon went into the water. He had already instructed Yi Wudao that he didn't need to worry if he couldn't get up for a while. When Pingon Chen reached the water, he immediately swam towards the bottom. As he thought, a number of rocks blocked the passage of the water coming through, but the situation here was obviously worse than in Black Cave Village. If the forced hauling of the rock causes a collapse, the area will be completely cut off from water. It also seems to start with the one key of water diversion. Chen Pingon observed the situation underneath this water, determining the direction that the flow of water needed to possibly go, and had a rough idea in his mind. He immediately went ashore. Is there a way out? Chapter 186. Construction of a large-scale building. After Pingon Chen went ashore, he rested for a while. According to my observation, the scarcity of water here is also due to the change in the Earth's veins causing the dark river to be diverted, which causes the water here to gather less and less. Huh? Then how should the dilemma be solved? Actually, Yi Wudao didn't understand what Pingon Chen said. But there's no room for sloppiness in this thing. I have a method that requires a great deal of construction, but with thousands of people in your great barren walled city, it shouldn't be a problem in terms of numbers. You are. Yi Wudao couldn't decide what Pingon Chen had in mind and was a little hesitant. Pingon Chen said, help you build new aqueducts. Although it is an aqueduct, it is in fact the excavation of one or more cisterns like the spring, so that the area will never be short of water. However, this was not a simple matter, and someone needed to find the exact location of the underground dark river, first according to Chen Pingin's intention, before they could proceed with the latter. Yi Wudao now had complete trust in Pingon Chen. If Pingon Chen told him to go east, he would definitely not go west. As you say, draw up a list of what is needed, and I will have it prepared. I'll need to think about specific things, but for now we can go ahead and determine where we need to move. After Pingon Chen's judgment based on the direction of the water flow and the humidity of the surrounding sand, he quickly had a few guesses about the ground. The duo went back after marking the chosen spot. Chen Pingon drew up some tools and materials needed to let Su Su help record. When the booklet was given to Yi Wudao, this side of Yi Wudao had also already assembled the carriages and horses, ready to purchase the needed objects. Reporting to the walled city lord that King Pingliang's caravan has gone and returned. Just as Pingon Chen and Yi Wudao were discussing the big event, someone brought an intriguing piece of information. That team actually went and came back. That's kind of interesting. What else could it be? It must be that Tazai village making trouble again that made this team want to retreat back to seek help from my great desolate walled city. Pingon Chen's eyes twinkled as he asked Yi Wudao, then how would you solve it if it were in the past? Naturally, they are charging a high escort fee to help them successfully pass through that dangerous place in Tazai village. Pingon Chen became interested and said, you guys used to take on jobs like this? Then are you not well acquainted with the village of Tazai? Have dealt with a few times, but Tazai village, that gang is a bandit den. The whole village are bandits, only recognize money and not people, notorious bastards. And how did you help them get through the village of Tazai when there was no other place to go around? Yi Wudao shook his head. Tazai village is close to a mountain range with treacherous terrain, and there is only one road between the mountain ranges that can be traveled, and this Tazai village is built right on top of this major road. So if you want to go to King Pingliang's fiefdom, you have to pass through Tazai village. Pingon Chen felt that this reason was a bit far-fetched. Fong also said that Pingliang King has 4 very powerful men, so these 4 people can just watch their transportation team being plundered by Tazai village every time. I'm afraid they've long since led their troops to level Tazai village. Yi Wudao probably knew what Pingon Chen was thinking. Do you find this matter a bit strange? Actually, no, this time it was an unexpected situation. So I'm sure that the people of Tazai village have also received the news that the Chen family is about to cross the border. Pingon Chen understood. It wasn't that Pingliang King's transportation team that wasn't released at all, but rather the fear that he was mixed in with a bunch of Chen family members, and that they wouldn't be able to give a good account of themselves if they were let through. When I solve the problem of the water source of the great wasteland walled city, I'm going to personally meet how all the people of this great walled village are bandits. Chapter 187 Thunderball Detonation. Pingon Chen let Yi Wudao deal with the merchant transportation while he continued to lead the rest of the people to plan where to divert the flow later. Since the original one couldn't be used, then Pingon Chen was going to help Yi Wudao get a new spring, so that the people of the great wasteland walled city wouldn't have to worry about the water source anymore. It's not an easy thing to do. If it was not for the fact that once Pingon Chen had been on a mission to a very drought-stricken village, in order to help solve the livelihood of the people, he spent some effort would not have this whimsical idea now. Underground rivers already exist, but because of the accumulation of hundreds of years, some places are blocked, some places are dripping, so it is very normal for rivers to change their course and so on. Pingon Chen first asked them to build wooden platforms on top of the sand before slowly digging down into the sand. From sand to soil, it's not an easy process, but they have to prove with at least one point that there's water down here. Pingon Chen felt that it was suddenly getting wetter and wetter, so he knew that it must contain sufficient water down here. In order to finish the project earlier, he told everyone to go up first, while he himself put the thunderball in this deep pit. There is also a reference to the geometric physics of explosive forces at work here, in order to maximize the area to be blown up in this place. The crowd didn't know what was inside the small jar that Pingon Chen was holding, but when he came up, he made everyone back off. Pingon Chen ignited a lightning ball in front of the crowd and threw it directly into the deep pit before desperately running towards the periphery. Everyone thought it was strange. Cover your ears and get down, Pingon Chen shouted. Some did as they were told, others still reacted without urgency. Rumble. The sand was blasted so high by the huge impact that the crowd could barely see anything anymore. This is when some people get straight-up tinnitus because they didn't plug their ears. But before they could do a self-examination of their bodies, the splash of water that fell from the sky drenched everyone. It's raining under. It's not raining. It's water coming up from the ground. Look! Someone shouted, pointing to where the deep pit was. Between them, the water flowed directly out of that place for some reason. Water spilled everywhere. Pingon Chen saw that the ground was rapidly wetting because of the water, forming puddles, and at this rate, it was only a matter of time before this place became a lake. It's really out of the water. Mr. Chen is truly a godly man reincarnated. Those sand bandits directly knelt down to Pingon Chen. Pingon hurriedly helped the person up. I'm not a fairy. Get up. Mr. Chen. If you can even find a water source, you are a living god. People insist on it. Pingon Chen couldn't stop them, so he could only let them scream. But everyone worked harder on the next job. This area that Pingon Chen had found was the Four Corners, and now all four corners were thunderball diversions. The water just flows down to this low spot, and sooner or later it will pool into a lake and river. The water that kept spraying out was a spectacle for everyone to behold. By the time Yi Wudao and Shang Quan arrived with their men, small pools of water had already appeared on the ground. Heavens! This is God blessing my great desolate walled city. Yi Wudao was also very excited and directly ran to get wet. Mr. Chen, what kind of ghostly skill is this of yours? It's not enough. It's just knowing in advance where the underground dark river is diverted and reopening the spring. This place has abundant water flow, which means that it should be the place where the dark river must pass through, and the underground water is absolutely abundant. It will keep the place well watered for 100 years. Mr. Chen, you are the reincarnation of a true dragon. Chapter 188. Request for Cooperation. Yi Wudao walked up to Pingon Chen, knelt down and started bowing. I, Yi Wudao, was born with divine power, and I think that I am also a person who is favored by the heavens, but unfortunately, I am depressed and have always felt that the heavens have not been able to grant me a bright ruler. I thought I was going to die here in depression, but I didn't expect to wait for you, Prince. It seems it's not a bad thing that a godly general must produce a wise ruler. I, Yi Wudao, am destined to follow you. Pingon Chen did not expect Yi Wudao to be so articulate. While complimenting him with words, he also complimented himself as well. Also God will. It's a shame he doesn't blush. Pingon Chen coughed. Get up. I can't understand what Ming or June. How are those caravans arranged? Oh, their head guard wants to meet you. Only then did Yi Wudao get down to business. Me? Pingon Chen looked toward Yi Wudao. Did you not give our identity away? Yi Wudao hurriedly waved his hand. Something he can't do. Absolutely not. It's just that they may have guessed a thing or two, which is why they were about to approach you for a confrontation. Pingon Chen thought to himself that it was fine. He would have to meet them anyway, so he might as well go and meet them now. If you can muddle through, you can muddle through, but if you can't muddle through, if it's a problem, you can get rid of it. Although this group of over 1,000 people was a bit much, it wasn't impossible to exterminate it if you really wanted to. It was only a few minutes before Pingon Chen's heart had already risen to the idea of killing. When he saw the leader of the guards, Chen Pingon arched his hand. Su Daichi had already talked to the other side. Mr. Chen. Looks like the identity is still not hidden. Sensing the unkindness in Pingon Chen's eyes, the commander immediately said, You've already taken down 3 fortresses in a row before, so those of us who are here wouldn't dare to treat you with disrespect. So what do you mean? This Tazai village's people heard that Mr. Chen's family was about to pass through their territory, and they also learned that there were quite a few beautiful women within the Chen family, so they had crooked thoughts. They were afraid that we would take the opportunity to take you out of the village with us, so they wouldn't let us enter the village. Pingon Chen understood. It's for them to go and give the open road to come. Are you trying to get me to clear the way for you guys? That's true, Mr. Chen was supposed to set out as well, just earlier. Don't worry, we definitely won't let you suffer. Of the things transported here, you can just pick a cart to take away. We'll never say anything. This commander is a reasonable person, and he doesn't want to do anything when he thinks he can turn his wealth into money. But Pingon Chen had a big appetite. If he hadn't still wanted to befriend this Pingliang king, this merchant caravan would have been taken down by him by now. Where would he have needed them to give it away? I don't know what the gentleman thinks. 1 cart is too little. How about withholding half of your transportation belongings? Pingon Chen opened his mouth wide. Asshole, do you know who all these things belong to? Are you trying to rebel? Someone was unconvinced and was about to draw his sword on the spot. It was pressed back into its sheath by the commander. Don't you get on his bad side. Coarse people are just short-tempered and don't have much of a brain. Mr. Chen, you see we are also doing things for people. If I lose half of this much property, I can't explain it to the people above me. It's not allowed to say that all these brothers of mine will have to be buried for this matter. Chen Pingon was just testing this commander and didn't really want these belongings. Even if he did, he couldn't take them with him. Not to mention so many precious gems hidden in that underground dark river he discovered. Once it sees the light of day, it's a great treasure. Where will he need all this when the time comes? I want you to escort my party into the village. Chapter 189, The Greedy Tazai Village. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. The commander said on the spot, "This won't work. They're just afraid that our team is hiding your people. And if they take you into the village, they'll just move against us. If I go separately from you, won't they touch you?" Chen asked rhetorically. In fact, he guessed a thing or two from the way the men retreated back. This person from Tazai village clearly played two good tricks. On the one hand, he wanted to capture the Chen family's women to sell for money, and on the other hand, he also wanted to take all of the caravan's things for himself. Otherwise, they would have just checked the teams one by one to make sure there were no female relatives and then let them go. Why would they drive the teams back? The commander hadn't understood what Chen meant and only thought that he was deliberately making things difficult. "Mr. Chen, why are you doing this? We didn't have a relationship in the past and we don't have any grudges today. You can just let us go." "It's not that I won't be able to spare you, it's that the people of Tazai village don't want to spare you." Chen looked at Yi Wudao. "You said to me at that time that the whole village was a bandit, only recognizing money and not people." I was still a bit puzzled, but now I kind of understand. These people live as a thief's heart bold. The commander asked, "What does that mean?" Yi Wudao also understood this time and explained, "Then what else is there to explain? The Tazai village is both teams wanting to loot. That's why they are forcing you to move forward with the Chen family so that when the time comes, they can have a reason to loot you all together as well." "What?" With Yi Wudao's explanation, that commander was finally enlightened. "I told you we had to go over there and they had to stop us, so they were playing this idea. These people are unruly, damn them," Chen said. "So now that you are the one who is begging us, and I can still save your lives, not to mention asking for half of your belongings, it would not be too much to ask for all of them. But without these belongings we are just as dead," the commander said helplessly. "They're just a bunch of subordinates doing a favor for someone. Losing something equals losing your life." Chen asked, "I want to know whether these things were given to King Pingliang or to one of the 4 great war gods under King Pingliang?" The commander immediately raised his head and looked at Chen with a stunned expression. "How do you know?" "It seems that it is not for King Pingliang." "Then who is your master?" Chen asked again. "This." The other party did not want to answer, so Chen was in no hurry. "I can give you time to think about it. I'm going to the bitter cold land anyway, and the people I should meet will always meet." The commander was still silent, but Yi Wudao couldn't help it. "I think you'd better just say it. You know that Mr. Chen is the chosen one who has been blessed by the heavens. He's even been able to come and go as he pleases from the Black Demon Cave, and he's even retrieved the sacred stone." "Impossible. Isn't that place known as the domain of death?" Yi Wudao let out a light laugh. "That's why I said that Mr. Chen is the one who has been blessed by heaven." He had the box containing the holy stones brought in and opened it in front of the commander. That stone, after a period of time absorbing the light, immediately emitted a huge glow that illuminated one's eyes, not daring to look directly at it. "The long-disappeared 7-colored sacred stone has actually appeared," the commander muttered. "The object was once a legend, said to have been condensed from a tear that the gods had dropped on earth. It is able to block all dangers and make all beasts submit to the retreat of bad luck. It is a rare object that only emperors can have." At one time, the holy light of this thing appeared only in the Black Demon Cave, so successive emperors would send people to explore the Black Demon Cave in hopes of finding the holy stone to prove that they were a bright ruler. Unfortunately, none of it worked out. I didn't expect to be given by Chen today. Chapter 190. Is this child brain dead? That's absolutely impossible. The commander still couldn't believe that Chen had this kind of ability. "There's nothing impossible. The holy stone is right here, how can it be fake?" Yi Wudao's words were solid. "Also, just now Mr. Chen helped me solve the problem of the water source. If it wasn't for someone who is blessed with deep fortune, do you think anyone could get a water source in this Gobi? Can you? Or can that high-sitting dragon chair king of Chu? Finding water on the Gobi would have been a difficult task." When Chen said that he had found it, Yi Wudao now did not doubt at all that Chen could subvert Great Chu. This kind of person is like a godsend. The commander looked at Chen and seemed to be a bit unconvinced. "The commander can take his time to think about it. I don't want to leave just yet, just so I can continue to recuperate." "No, we can't wait," the commander said in a hurry. "If things are really like what Mr. Chen said, then I am willing to cooperate with you." "Just what exactly is your request?" "First, I need to understand the true situation of the Pingliang king right now, and the other thing is that you take me to your master." "This?" The commander is a little worried. Chen smiled. "You don't need to say anything anymore. It seems to be a fact that King Pingliang's power has been hollowed out. How did you know? The commander was surprised. So it was your master who did this deception with the other 3 war gods on merit? The commander didn't know what to say, but could only clench his fists. Looking at him like this, Pingon-chun also knew that his master might not be a good bird. All right, I'm not going to make things difficult for you. Since you figured it out, then promise me these 2 things. As for how I'm going to go about dealing with your master, that's not going to bother you. Pingon-chun was going to take a rest. He was still covered in mud spots from trying to get a water source. Pingon-chun returned to his room and was about to take a hot bath. His clothes were halfway off when someone barged in. Chun Pingon thought it was Su Shuer again and immediately wrapped his clothes around his body. Master, it's me. The one who came in this time was actually Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan closed the door and didn't take it seriously when he saw that Chen Pingon was unclothed. What are you doing here if you're not physically fit yet? I've heard all about those deeds of yours from my father. I didn't think I could become the disciple of a godly man like you. I'm so excited. Or you can teach me some of God's power and make me stronger. Ping and Chun. Is this kid out of his mind? Master, teach me. I'm not, you've got the wrong guy. You have. You're a man favored by the gods. You must have some trick. You'll teach me? I really don't. Chun Pingon was chased all over the house by Yi Tianyuan. And in the end, he even directly opened the door and prepared to take shelter outside. Ah! A group of women screamed. Chun Pingon, who was naked with just a pair of pants on, was so embarrassed. Why are all the sisters-in-law standing here? Does he even have a face anymore? Pingon Chen's hand protected his chest. Turn your back. At this time, Yi Tianyuan also chased out, still holding the clothes that Chun Pingon had dropped. Master, your clothes. I'll you. Pingon Chun kicked Yi Tianyuan to the ground. This little bastard has disgraced his master. Pingon Chun quickly put on his clothes before turning to look at his several sisters-in-law. Third uncle is shameless, bare ass. Little niece Chen Yino suddenly shouted. Pingon Chen's face turned red. I have no light. Me. All right. Everyone isn't here to knock your jokes either. They have something to say. Sister-in-law Susu covered her lips and laughed lightly. Chapter 191 Departure to Tazai Village. What is it? Pingon Chen asked. It's about the fact that we're leaving, and we were wondering if we should prepare more thunderballs, so we can save ourselves in case of danger. After seeing the power of the thunderball, several of my sisters-in-law have fallen in love with it as well. These are their life preservers when they don't have a man to protect them. Chun Pingon thought, yes, what is the situation in this Tazai village he still does not know. In case it is difficult to deal with, there is really a possibility to use the thunderball. Not just thunderballs, but some kind of poison that takes away power, something that's much more defensible. I know, I'll get you more later. Su continued. Is it really okay for us to follow the big merchant caravan on this departure? They seem to be coming from a bad place as well. Chun Pingon had expected that the moment they entered the territory of the commanding master there might be an ambush waiting for them. But this trip he had to make. We still have to meet the king of Pingliang. The more difficult the situation of King Pingliang was, the higher the possibility of reaching a consensus with him. If the king of Pingliang is able to sponsor us, we will be able to accomplish more with less effort in the future. So this trip was inevitable. Sister-in-laws, don't worry. I've already had people prepare men's clothing. You'll pretend to be men and blend in with the group. As long as you're careful, none of you should be in trouble. After finishing these, Pingon Chen added, as for going to King Pingliang's fiefdom, then there is even less to worry about. We will take the official road and enter the city squarely and openly as an exiled person being escorted. Huh? How would that work? Wouldn't there be more people who want to kill us that way? Su Shuer disagreed. I'm just going to draw out all the whetstones we have with bad intentions. Instead of defending against backstabbing, it would be better to let all those people come to the table so that they can be dealt with better. Seeing that Chun Pingon had a plan, the sisters-in-law knew that it was unnecessary for them to worry, so they all went to rest. Pingon Chen called for Su Daji. We only have 2 escort soldiers now, it's too few and will attract attention. It just so happens that I brought back 2 young men from the Black Devil's Cave. Together with Yi Tianyuan, that's 3, expanding directly to become escort soldiers under your command. Su Daji immediately understood what Pingon Chen meant and took out a few cards from his arms. I kept a mind to collect all the tags of those dead brothers in the first place, and these are just the right ones for them to use to cover their identities. Pingon Chun looked at the sign and the names of the people who had died in the first place. But none of this mattered. After all, these people were dead. and no one in this Pingliang King's land or even along the way should recognize that they weren't the original ones. As you wish, we will set out tomorrow. The great desolate walled city had to remain. Ping and Chen still needed a stronghold if he was to rise up, so both the great desolate walled city and Yi Wudao could only stay put for the time being, waiting for him to summon them. The next day, at dawn, everyone was geared up and ready to go. Pingon Chen and the others changed into more tattered clothes again so as to appear inconspicuous. The women all changed into men's clothes and blended into the group. In this way, there is no fear of encountering any trouble along the way. Before his departure, Yi Wudao had been pulling on Chan Pingin's hand, and it was so sad to see him go. Yi Tianyuan was also leaving, and the few times he tried to speak to his father, he was ignored. "Dad, I'm the one who's your son. You don't have anything you want to say to me when I'm about to leave." Yi Tianyuan, who really couldn't stand watching, finally roared out. Yi Wudao glanced at him. "You're a child with a heart of gold, aren't you? Can't you see that Mr. Chan and I have unfinished business? What could happen to you with Mr. Chan around?" Chapter 192. My own son is worse than a dog. Yi Tianyuan was unconvinced. "My master is getting impatient, can't you see? You're not his father, so much talking doesn't bother you. You son of a... You're still tearing me down at this hour. I'll beat you to death." Father and son chased and fought. Yi Tianyuan was filial, and several times he let his father hit it. He hid behind Pingon Chen with his injuries. "It's true that my own son is worse than a dog. I'm so unappealing to my father. It is your father who knows that the person entrusted to him is of noble character and will surely be able to protect you, and that is why he does not talk much with you," Shenquan explained. Yi Wudao walked over and said with an angry grunt, "How did Laozi give birth to such a heartless thing like you? Mr. Chen, don't be so general with this little child. It is said that once a teacher, always a father. From now on you are his father. If he dares to disobey, you beat him as hard as you can. I have no problem with that." "Father, are you speaking in human language? I am your own son." "Humph. If you lose my face outside, you're something worse than a dog." Yi Tianyuan was directly speechless. Pingon Chen smiled. "Don't worry, the disciples that I, Pingon Chen, teach out, even if they are not heroes, they will not be reduced to bears." And with that, the party set off. This Tazai village is about 2 days away from the great wasteland walled city. If we hurry, we'll be there in a day. But this current situation, 2 days is a given. After all, the line was too big and slow-moving. Along the way, Su Daji and Yi Tianyuan guarded Chen Pingin's side, while Ahua Yao followed his sister-in-law and other female family members to protect them. That guard commander tried to come over and strike up a conversation with Pingon Chen several times, but he was glared back by Yi Tianyuan's eyes. It was about to get dark, and everyone was tired from the day's journey, so they looked for a place to camp. The chief of guards really couldn't help himself and came to find Pingon Chen. "Mr. Chen, this is 1 day's journey before we enter Tazai village. Do you have any plans?" "Nothing planned. Just enter as usual." "What? That's not going to work. You'll be at the mercy of others once you're inside." The commander was in a hurry. "Our Mr. Chen is not afraid." "What are you afraid of? Besides, don't you see those fierce beasts following from afar? As long as they enter the village, whoever dares to mess around will have to be bitten to death altogether." These beasts were no small fighting force, and with General Wolf leading them, it was a direct battle. Pingon Chen took a sip of water. "Tell us what you know about Tazai village." "The village head of this Tazai village is Lin Dong. A bit capable, but he's very greedy. But any team that passes through has to be scraped off a lot of oil. This time we've all paid the toll. Who knew they'd still be relentless in driving them back?" The commander was impatient. "Lin Dong? Do you know this person very well?" "Don't know much about it. I've only seen it a couple times when I was escorting a proper villain." "And what about the whole village?" "Those villagers in the village all live off of Lin Dong and revere him, almost to the point of obedience. So the village is all banditry, not because they want to be sand bandits, but because someone made it so they could only be sand bandits. I've heard that this village is rich as hell, but is it true? There are quite a few dark stores in this village. You can't even stay if you don't want to, and the food is ridiculously expensive. At the end of the day, it's just a straight-up rip-off." Pingon Chen smiled. "Kind of interesting. All the more reason to meet them then." Chapter 193. Cannibal Ridge. No one could stop Pingon Chen if he wanted to go to the meeting to take Tazai village. So the guys got up before dawn and continued their journey, trying to enter the hinterland of Tazai village before dark. Everyone was in a hurry on this journey except for stopping for food and water. It was hard to hurry and see the green trees and houses appearing in front of us. So it means that we have almost reached Exile village. Halt! The commander made the group stop and immediately drove his horse to Pingon Chen's side. Mr. Chen, up ahead is Exile village. Have you seen the big piece of mountains? There is no road, and the terrain is treacherous, and there are fierce beasts and poisonous snakes. This is not suitable for going over the mountains at all. Pingon Chen had already seen it. No one's ever been over the hill before? Why not? It's the heavy folding that gave this mountain range its terrible name. What is it? Pingon Chen was curious. Cannibal Ridge. But all the people who entered the mountain ridge that almost did not come out alive is not a place to eat people. Chen Pingon became more and more curious. He's got nothing else. He's got a bunch of beasts behind him. That's good. There's no place to settle them, so let this be their habitat. Pingon Chen blew his whistle. General Wolf rose first, and then the rest of the beasts rose as if by inspiration. There was a stampede across the line toward that cannibalistic ridge. All but a few of the frail giants went into the forest. Pingon Chen looked back. Good Lord, all that's left is General Wolf and that elephant. Not to mention, elephants are a great means of transportation. Can carry a lot more than a horse. The things that the great wasteland walled city had prepared for Chen Pingon and the others along the way were all on the elephant's back. Pingon Chen smiled. It looks like all these beasts have gone home, doesn't it? The commander swallowed. This cannibalism ridge is already full of ferocious beasts, and now there's this wave of them. How can it be? I'm afraid we'll have to put up a sign here from now on. Do not enter, trespassers die. Pingon Chen smiled. Let's go. Let's enter the village. At Chen Pingon's command, the team continued to drive. On the other side, the men in charge of the watch in the village saw the procession coming from a long distance. They are not sure if the Chen family members are in it, but as long as they pass through their Exile village does not peel a layer of skin down that do not want to pass. Village chief, they're here. Lin Dong was writing calligraphy in front of his desk, and now the 4 big characters were just one away from being completed. Because of this endowment his hand shook, and the last word was directly annulled. The man was a bit scared when he took a look at Lin Dong's expression. Village. Mayor, I didn't mean it. It's okay. Isn't it just a broken piece of writing? Just write it again. Lin Dong was smiling on his face, but his expression was not very good. He gripped the other man's shoulder with one hand directly as he passed him. Before much force could be applied, the other man was in cold sweat from the pain. But he didn't dare cry out in pain yet. Ka-ching! The other guy dislocated his arm straight away. Let's go and greet our honored guests. Yes, Lin Dong's ruthlessness was unseen. Compared to the previous 3 walled city lords, Lin Dong was the proper smiling tiger. He wouldn't take a life, but he had one set of torture techniques after another. Why else would so many people passing by prefer to be stripped of a layer of skin rather than dare to resist Lin Dong? It makes sense. Lin Dong brought a few of his men to the entrance of the village. A large stone pagoda was erected at the entrance of the village, and a stone tablet stood on the left. On it were written the words Exile village. Chapter 194, Entering the Village. The entrance to this village can look more imposing than the average town. Pingon Chen had to marvel at it as soon as he got close. Rich people. Just this pagoda used that is the emperor can only use the gold nanmu. These woods are literally more expensive than gold. Now it's given to a village as a facade. How rich do you have to be to do that? Commander Wei, we have said before that your team can't pass during extraordinary times, and must wait until we have captured the Chen family. We've brought all of the Chen family members, so we can always be let in, right? Commander Wei immediately pointed at Pingon Chen and a group of female family members dressed in men's clothing. At this time that Su Daji walked in the forefront and handed the official documents he was holding to Lin Dong to see. I am the escorting officer. These are my men. Are there any questions? Lin Dong wanted to take a closer look at the instrument, but was put away by Su Daji. Don't dare lose this thing. It's a headache if you do. Village chief, don't trust them. The intelligence we got is that the Chen family members should be 20 or so people at least, but this number of people is simply not enough right now. They're not swindling us, are they? Yeah. Can't believe it. Lin Dong also felt that he could not be trusted. It wasn't the first time he had exiled prisoners here, but I've never heard of prisoners being able to ride horses. This treatment is too good to be true. Commander Wei, you guys couldn't have just found some random people to impersonate in order to cope with the errand? I can tell you that even though we don't kill people, If you want to force your way through our Tazai village, you'll have to pay a price. At what cost? We've paid for the hit before. That was the cost when you left. Now that you're going back, you'll have to count it separately. Lin Dong said with a smile. Pingon Chun looked at the man in front of him who was dressed like a thug and could not help but frown. His smile was quite easy to let one's guard down, being in the kindly category. But a closer look reveals a small calculation in his eyes, making him a very difficult smiley face to deal with. Pingon Chan whispered a few words into Su Daji's ear at this time. Su Daji instantly comprehended. Village chief, we're willing to stay at the store. Yo! This outsider understands things, knowing that passing through our Tazai village is to stay in a store. Since they are guests of my Tazai village, they must be treated well. Su Daji nodded and led Chun Pingan's group of people to go to Tazai village first. Seeing this, that guard commander hurriedly shouted, "This is different from what we agreed upon. You can't just leave us alone." Pingon Chun whispered another instruction to Su Daji. "Village chief, these people are not with us. If you don't want them to pass, let them be stationed outside for the time being. Whenever he figures out that he wants to trade his possessions for passage, you can release it." The village chief was very wary of Su Daji and the others. However, when Su Daji squarely stated his desire to plunder people's money, Lin Dong was a bit unable to see through Su Daji's team. But he wasn't afraid. Since he had entered Tazai village, they all had to leave penniless. Lin Dong took one last look at the elephant that was being dragged into the village by Zhang Hong. This stuff is rare and must be worth a lot of money to look at. It's just that the wolf is a little intimidating to look at. Pingon Chen and the others went directly to the only inn in this village. As soon as we entered, a feeling of splendor greeted us. It smells like money. Pingon Chen looked at the gold plaque and predicted how much gold foil he could scrape off. What rooms are you all taking? Chapter 195, The Sky High Price Inn. The shopkeeper came directly to Su Daji and greeted them as they stayed in the store. How do you charge here? Su Daji was psychologically prepared and naturally asked about the price. That shopkeeper immediately smiled and pointed to the wooden sign behind that counter. This heavenly character room number 1 is our best room here, and naturally the most expensive, 500 taels of silver. As for the ground room, it's cheaper, 300 taels. There's also the human-sized room at the bottom of the list, which costs 200 taels of silver. Su Daji was also considered to have grown up in the capital, and had never heard of such an outrageous price for a stay. The best inn in this capital city, a superior guest room, is only 50 taels. You're directly 10 times more expensive. It's too much of a pitfall. Love to live or not? The shopkeeper flipped out directly. Su Daji's temper came up and he was about to retort. Who knew that Chen Pingon directly placed a stack of silver tickets on the table. We want man-sized rooms. Let's see how many rooms we can assign with so many? The shopkeeper looked at the line of people and said directly, "There's no room in the man size. Who are you fooling? Who else could be staying in this Tazai village these days? You call out and let me see." When the shopkeeper heard Su Daji say this, he immediately said, "If I say no, then no. Where's the ground name? And no more. The sky is gone too? Yes, but only 2 people can stay in a room, and so many of you must raise the price per head." Su Daichi's brain hurts. It's even if the 500 taels of rooms are forced on them, and they have to pay extra for more people. What's going on here? 200 taels a head. No counteroffer. The shopkeeper could have folded all the belongings of the party with just this one wave. Chun Pingon then sort of understood what it meant to be a shady store that ripped off customers. Then we don't live. Su Daji didn't want to play anymore and led the people to prepare to leave. Who knew that a group of big men came in outside, each with a weapon in his hand. They walk without sound and their expressions are fierce. Must be a practiced killer. Just this killing aura was able to deter most passersby. However, this did not include Pingon Chen's group. Pingon Chen spoke, "Hospitality doesn't make it easy to use knives and guns. So it seems that your store is still doing the business of killing people and getting rid of goods? Then this outside talk is not honest. They say that Tazai village only needs money to do no harm, but now it seems to be in vain." The shopkeeper didn't say anything. Instead, the village head Lin Dong came in. "This is Duke Chen, right? I've heard that the Duke has been demented since he was a child, and now he seems to be living up to his name." Pingon Chen smiled. This was the connotation that he could always denounce Chen Pingon for pretending to be crazy. Pingon Chen had no intention of playing dumb when he came here. He also had to make this Tazai village vault his personal petty cash for his rising rebellion. How could you fall out with Lin Dong right off the bat? I wouldn't dare. I'm a humble man, only occasionally clever. Mr. Chen, this is the price here, we won't kill you, but if you don't pay that's sorry. It just so happens that there is a mine in the village. Please also ask all the men to go and do hard labor, and the women will be sold to make up for the loss of our village. Can it be fair? This Lin Dong, he was really into money. In one fell swoop, he was able to arrange these people, Pingon Chen, in a clear manner. Ping and Chen took out all the stacks of silver tickets that Yi Wu Dao had given him and placed them on the table. Lin Dong folded his hands on his stomach with a Maitreya Buddha smile on his face. What is the meaning of this, my lord? Chapter 196, The Cunning Smiling Tiger. I thought you would just pick up the silver money and keep it for yourself. Chen Pingon smiled faintly. Joke. A gentleman loves his money and takes what he wants. If we take your honor's money for nothing, wouldn't we be bandits? Lin Dong was called a hypocrite. Su Daichi simply couldn't listen. They dared to price a room at 500 taels and said they weren't bandits. That's being and standing again. Shame on you. Chen Pingon sat down on the stool, and all the rest of them looked up to Chen Pingon. I've heard a lot about Village Chief Lin before I came here, but I just don't know what Mayor Lin himself says about yourself. Lin Dong smiled in response. I can be whatever the gentleman thinks I am. As long as the gentleman is happy, the silver reward is good. The man doesn't talk about money 3 times. All right then, I will give you a silver ticket for asking a question. Are you willing? Pingon Chen looked at Lin Dong and made an offer. Your honor, please. Can you answer the truth? Pingon Chen asked as he first took out a silver ticket. This, I can only say that if I don't want to say it, then I won't answer it, and what I answer must be the truth. Pingon Chen nodded, very satisfied. First question, how many years do you intend to let the village of Tazai continue as sand bandits like this? 10 years? 100 years? Or for the rest of your life? Mr. Lin is a mere mortal and can't care about what happens after 100 years of bodily death. Lin Dong's meaning was obvious. As long as he's alive, this place continues to be so. He had a whole village of people to feed. And these were once poor people who couldn't survive out there. Those rich people got rich by squeezing the poor. And they set up this Tazai village here to help those poor people get justice, and incidentally to let some blood out of those rich people. That's the way to balance things out. If I give the village headman 2 choices, will you continue to be willing to let the village live as it is today? Lin Dong smiled without saying anything. Obviously, that's a question he can't answer. I'll give you 2 choices. Renounce evil and follow good. I'll change the unjust system of this Pingliang king's fiefdom. Lin Dong continued to laugh, still without saying anything. The second option is to level the village of Tazai, sacrificing the people of this village so that more poor people can have a better life. Lin Dong's face changed. That's a bit of an interesting statement, my lord. You are an outsider, so how can you possibly know the hardships of the fiefdom? What are you going to take as a guarantee that you can change the lives of the poor here? Who wouldn't say an empty sentence? Your Excellency is afraid that you haven't woken up yet. Why don't you pay for this room and wash up for an early night? Lin Dong wanted to take away the wad of silver tickets, but Pingon Chen held them down. What's the rush? I'm not done talking. My lord, you will be no match for our village. If you don't believe me, you can try. Pingon Chen asked. Is Village Chief Lin a man of honor? No, I am a villain. Lin Dong directly self-destructed. That's frank. Then I won't make any pact with you. If I use my strength to conquer the village and you, will you be willing to give way to us and let that merchant caravan outside pass through your Tazai village? What a big mouth. Our village is no place for you outsiders to spread your wild ways. Village chief, don't talk nonsense with him. Directly detain the people. Take the silver and also make them do 10 years of hard labor before releasing them. Exactly. You must be taught a lesson for daring to speak to you like that. Those few henchmen all started to compliment Lin Dong, wanting to make Pingon Chen and the others go and do hard labor immediately. Pingon Chen smiled. It seems the village chief can't afford to gamble. Chapter 197, The First Wager. Lin Dong raised his hand to signal those men to shut up. The whole inn was sort of quiet. What do you want to ask of me, my lord? Pingon Chen nodded at Sudaji. Gesture him to bring out all his belongings. When there was a whole heap of gold, silver, jewelry and silver bills piled up on this table, these villagers were dumbfounded. I didn't realize that this Chen family was still so rich even after they had already copied the family. Pingon Chen said, It's very simple. I'll exchange these belongings for a bet with village chief Lin. Lin Dong loved money, and seeing so much gleaming gold, how could he refuse? His smile was now more than 9 parts genuine and 1 part calculated. Your Excellency, please. The bet is simple. If I can put down the entire village within an incense stick of time, then the village headman will have to let go of me and my friends. Impossible. The villagers didn't believe it. In fact, Lin Dong did not believe it either. But he's a man with some insight, since the other party dared to say that they must be somewhat competent, had to be defended. I wonder if I could make a few requests? Naturally, Pingon Chen had expected that the other party would not be so forthcoming. My request is very simple. Your people cannot leave this inn. If they can still do what you say, then I, Lin Dong, will be considered to have convinced you, my lord. Yes, Pingon Chen agreed. Lin Dong's smile stiffened for a moment. Promising so readily, did he get careless this time? No, there's one more to add. Speak. Pingon Chen but smiled. Lin Dong thought that he had read countless people, but he had never seen a teenager like Chen Pingon who made his mind impossible to guess. The other party was obviously not very old, but he gave off a feeling of sophistication. It made him defensive. This matter can only be done by you alone, not by anyone else, or else it will be considered a loss for you as well. Why don't the village chief mention all the conditions? It's too troublesome to add them one by one like this. Pingon Chen's calmness made Lin Dong even less calm. Could this teenager really be capable of something? At this time, someone came to Lin Dong's ear and whispered. Lin Dong's face changed after hearing this. The eyes that looked at Chen Pingon became even more wary. Pingon Chen did not care and waited for Lin Dong to produce the results. Lin Dong clenched his fists. I still have to send someone to keep an eye on you. That's excessive. If you don't dare, this bet is off. Pingon Chen laughed a little. Yes, I grant it. Thinking that he had finally pinned down Pingon Chen this time, Lin Dong left with peace of mind. Pingon Chen told everyone to go and rest first, and the belongings were also told to be put away by Su Daji and his sister-in-law Su Su Su. Pingon Chen was alone in a room, and Lin Dong had sent 2 of his men to keep an eye on him. In this house, Chen Pingon just didn't have any privacy at all. It was simply impossible for him to make everyone in the village fall in the time it took to burn incense. Lin Dong returned to his residence and thought the same thing. As long as he kept an eye on Pingon Chen for an incense sticking time, he wouldn't have a chance to poison him. Lin Dong had the incense set up and stared at the burning threads of incense, wanting to see the results quickly. As time passed, Chen Pingon just lay down on the bed and slept, doing nothing. The 2 villagers looked dumbfounded. What's going on here? Why doesn't the other side show any sign of making a move? Is it a direct attempt to admit defeat? Just then, the 2 people suddenly felt a bit wrong. Their bodies were sore and weak, not to mention they seemed to have lost their strength. Not good, something's up. But the duo fell to the ground before they could finish their sentence. They are well aware. Pingon Chen was still lying on the bed without moving. Who could it be if it wasn't him who poisoned him? Chapter 198. Harsh Conditions. On this side, Lin Dong stared at the incense thread at first, but somehow people started to get sleepy. Felt like being drunk. Giddy up. No! He shouted. Turned out that his men had fallen. After all, Lin Dong was somewhat capable. He braced his body's discomfort and came to the door, only to see that there were villagers collapsed on the ground everywhere outside. They were both wide awake, but just couldn't get up. At this time, Lin Dong turned around and saw that the incense thread had already burned to the last bit. I don't believe it. He began to hold the wall and look from house to house, trying to see if there was anyone else who had escaped. But alas, no. By the time he had managed to reach the inn, all the people in the inn had fallen as well. Pingon Chen, come out, he shouted. Pingon Chen smiled. Finally, that's when the rest of the room came out. If they were all fine, Pingon Chen was naturally fine as well. And the only people in trouble were the villagers of Tazai village. At this time, Lin Dong was already holding on to his limit. He dropped to the ground and asked, What did you do? Did you do it when you entered the village? Don't be nice, I don't have it in me. Pingon Chen whistled, and then quite a few birds flew in from outside. Among other things, there was the chirping of a giant eagle outside. It turned out that Pingon Chen's release of those beasts to the mountains was not as simple as just releasing them. He also gave these ferocious beasts an order. It's about letting them collectively release their poison. It's not the poison he's concocted, It's the poison nature produces. This is the kind of thing that only animals can create can be defensible. Chen let these poisonous animals fly around with the poisonous powder, and the villagers who inhaled the powder did not all fall down. This also includes some creepy crawly critters such as gophers. Absolutely no one in the village has been hit. As for the two in this house is really not an animal did, is that Chen Pingon slightly moved a little bit with a silver needle zapped them a little bit. It's just that they don't know. As Lin Dong watched all the villagers get hit, he realized in his heart that he had been careless this time, which allowed Pingon Chen to take advantage of the situation. How? Village Chief Lin isn't going to back out, is he? I, for one, am willing to bet. You and that caravan can all leave, but you'll have to restore my villagers to their former selves. That's natural. Pingon Chen agreed. He wasn't going to just leave though. Village Chief Lin, our first bet is over. It's time to talk about the second. At this time, Lin Dong saw Pingon Chen smiling. He thought he was the best at hiding his emotions in a smile, but now it seemed clear that someone had taken it to the next level. How many more bets do you have? Not much, just 3. Pingon Chen raised 3 fingers. Lin Dong was going to be furious. When they all recovered, he'd have to get this kid killed. Let him still dare not know the sky is the limit. The second bet, I would like to have a proper brain fight with Mayor Lin. If I win, would the mayor be willing to saddle up for me? You want me to be your attendant? Lin Dong was furious. He's kind of been walking sideways in Tazai village all these years. I didn't expect to be bullied by a junior. It really answered the old saying. You can't walk on the shore without getting your shoes wet. He's catching a hawk and getting pecked by it. Pingon Chen said, or do you want to compete in martial arts? Then I think Village Chief Lin should forget about it. You're no match for me. Okay, what's the fight? Lin Dong had no other choice but to gamble now. Chapter 199, Bombing the Village. Pingon Chen smiled and directly went over to feed Lin Dong a pill. Linden was fine in no time. He immediately stood up and looked at Pingon Chen with a cold face. Why don't we have a competition to see if I can find the village's hidden treasure within an incense burner's time? Lin Dong narrowed his eyes. He didn't dare to say anything else, but he was still very confident in his own hidden treasures. It was known only to him and a few of his cronies, and as long as they kept their mouths shut, the boy would never be found. Not even in heaven or on earth. How? 1 tea. He was going to cut it short. Okay, just 1 tea. Pingon Chen agreed. You don't think you have any more tricks up your sleeve, do you? Hey, you are being petty. I will win you squarely. Pingon Chen patted Lin Dong's shoulder. But if the village headman loses again this time, then the riches will be mine. Lin Dong's heart was dripping blood. These are his hard-earned money for several years, and it's amazing that this kid is thinking about it. He could never let him find it. I'm going to make an offer. You're not going to say you're going to have someone keep an eye on me, or not let me leave again? Can you do it or not? That's fine. I have quite a few helpers anyway. Pingon Chen seemed to be smiling. He had learned that 100 Beasts King's beast taming technique and already had some experience on how to control fierce beasts. Not to mention that he was sitting around doing nothing, just huffing and puffing, and there were animals to help him fulfill his bet. You're not allowed to use those animals either. Lin Dong added more this time. Instead, it's gotten smart. Phew, this is difficult. Pingon Chen frowned, seemingly hurt. Lin Dong thought that he had caught Pingon Chen's soft underbelly and immediately gained some confidence. How? If you don't agree to this bet, forget it. Don't. I've heard that there's a mountain of gold and silver in this Tazai village. If I don't get my hands on it, I won't be able to sleep at night. Lin Dong was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. All this gold and silver is his. It's his. Pingon Chen agreed to Lin Dong's request. Can't use animals, that's okay. A thunderball makes everything work. Sudaji, go find Commander Wei and ask him to borrow someone to come over to move these villagers to a safe place first. Don't hurt innocent people when the time comes. What are you going to do? Lin Dong became a little wary. Village Chief, you've already made quite a few demands, and now that the bet has begun, any further demands won't count. But you don't have good intentions at first glance. Lin Dong cursed. Don't be hasty. I'm only able to use my hand because you're forcing me to go out of my way, and I can only blame the village head for what you've done. In this way, it took half a cup of tea for all those villagers to be taken away. You're too late. Lin Dong smiled smugly. His earlier worries were really redundant. This kid is just making it up. Village Chief Lin, don't be heartbroken. Pingon Chen smiled a bit wryly. What do you mean? You'll see later. Pingon Chen took out the thunderball he was carrying. He had expected to have an alien battle with the people of Tazai village. It doesn't seem necessary now. Chun Pingon moved skillfully, lighting the fuse before throwing it. Boom! As an explosion rang out, the entire inn was mostly blown up. Luckily, Lin Dong's position was safe and he was only blasted black. What did you do? It's nothing, it's just a gadget invented. I'm a person who doesn't like digging and searching for treasures, so I'll just use this to blow up a little bit, and the gold, silver, and jewels should come out if this piece is all blown up, right? Pingon Chen's words made Lin Dong simply want to beat him to death. Chapter 200, The Third Wager. A good village, Lin Dong had spent a lot of effort to build it to its current size. But I never thought that one day it would be destroyed by a shrewish monkey in this way. Seeing that an inn is going to be blown away, if it continues, the whole village will be lost. Lin Dong was anxious and heartbroken. Stop it! Stop it! Seeing him like this, Chun Pingon stopped his movements. What? Are you planning to tell me where you've hidden all your treasures? Pingon Chun turned out to be waiting here. Lin Dong's call was a pain in the ass. Silver is gone can save again, but if Tazai village is gone, it is really no place to live. In order to prevent Pingon Chun from continuing to do whatever he wanted, Lin Dong could only compromise. All the wealth is in that village shrine. Pingon Chun laughed. Tell me earlier. Then this is your loss. Lin Dong covered his face and wanted to die. He thought of himself as a shameless person, but he didn't expect to meet a shameless ancestor today. Gamble away. Pingon Chun didn't leave in a hurry, but found a chair that hadn't blown up and sat down. I have a third bet. Please, ancestor, take whatever you want. I'll give you what I have, and don't you ever ask me to gamble with you again. Both bets had already caused Lin Dong to start doubting his life, so where would he have the heart to gamble again? He's still trying to stay alive to survive. Pingon Chun had a look of regret on his face. I was going to say that I wanted to recruit you to be my right-hand man, but it seems that I am the one who is not blessed. Alas! Then I can only have all the gold and silver here removed and given to the next able man who will serve me. Lin Dong was desperate, but after hearing Chen Pingon's words, he immediately changed his mind. Are you saying that if I submit to you, you won't take all this wealth with you? Pingon Chen smiled. This is really a brave man. It only goes in and out. But he needs someone so stingy with his finances around him to keep his army strong and still have a surplus. But village chief Lin seemed to despise me just now. No matter, I am now aware of how powerful you are, Gongzi, and will never dare to make a fool of myself again. How do you want me to pledge my allegiance so that I won't take away these belongings? Lin Dong asked, rubbing his hands together. Pingon Chen coughed. Lin Dong immediately woke up and went to find tea to hand to Pingon Chun. After moistening his throat, Pingon Chun then said, I want you to be my bookkeeper, and in the future, I will also give you a large amount of possessions to help me recruit soldiers and horses. Up, Linden's face collapsed for a moment. That army is a man-eating tiger. No amount of silver can fill it. How can you have enough savings to feed an army with what you've got? Isn't this a disguised attempt to squeeze his wealth? Not dry. Can't do it. Pingon Chun said. I have said that I will give you wealth. What are you afraid of? Mr. Chun, you want to rebel? Lin Dong smacked his own mouth when he finished speaking. Are you the one trying to make a comeback? My Chun family has been framed, so naturally, I want to clear up the injustice. Chun Pingon sighed, directly turning the rebellion into setting things right to seek justice. Yes, even if you are like this, there is no need to recruit. This fighting is no joke. I don't think you may even be able to deal with the 4 war gods of this Pingliang king. Pingon Chun was waiting for this sentence. So this third wager is that if I can help King Pingliang get back control of his fiefdom and help the people live in peace and happiness, will village chief Lin be willing to be my bookkeeper now? Chapter 201, Reaching an Agreement. Lin Dong suddenly laughed out loud. The young warrior is so eloquent. I almost got wrapped up in it. How are you certain that you will fulfill the third bet? Do you know how powerful those 4 war gods are? Not only are the teams under their hands elite, but they themselves are all unique in their own ways. Lin Dong's Tajai village was, after all, near that Pingliang king's fiefdom, so he knew their situation best. The 4 great war gods seemed to not normally interact with each other, but after putting King Pingliang on the back burner, the 4 of them were intercommunicating with each other. Normally, the 4 of them would be in charge of their respective areas, but if something happened, they would immediately join together for the sake of their own interests. Do you know that one hair moves the whole body? If you want to break them down one by one, you have no chance at all. The four of them together are a high wall that cannot be crossed, or else the Pingliang king could have been pinned down for so many years without being able to resist. Lin Dong's reminder was to let Chen Pingon know how vicious it was out here. Instead, Pingon Chen laughed out loud when he heard it. The teenager's valor was overflowing. What are you laughing at? Think it's me being an alarmist? No, I was thanking Mayor Lin for reminding me. Lin Dong frowned. He was suddenly somewhat unable to see through this young man. But to think that Chen Pingon was able to feign madness and fool everyone for so many years. He released again. It's definitely a tough one. Let's just say that if this third bet of mine is successful, will Village Chief Lin be willing to enter my command and serve me? Just say yes. My master that's not an ordinary person. He's the chosen one who has been blessed by the heavens. The true dragon Heavenly Sun no? Not knowing when this impatiently waiting Yi Tianyuan actually came to the side of the duo. Look at him, he's obviously been eavesdropping on the side for quite some time. But yeah, just now, everyone was worried about Pingon Chen's explosion. But someone must be sent to take a look. True dragon Heavenly Sun? Lin Dong was puzzled. Yi Tianyuan immediately talked about Pingon Chen's heroic deeds in a colorful manner. Lin Dong was calm at first, but as he listened, his entire body became nonchalant. Yi Tianyuan even took out that holy stone like he was showing off. After the holy stone absorbed the light, it immediately released an even stronger light. See, this is the holy stone taken out from that black demon cave. Lin Dong wiped his eyes and cupped the holy stone in his hands. I didn't think it was all true. Legend has it that the one who gets the holy stone gets the world. Is this really what you got, Mr. Chen? Pingon Chen knew that faith existed in the people here. Sometimes instead of telling the truth, it is better to let that faith be exchanged for their absolute obedience. Yes, I've got eyes to see. The person who can get this from that hellhole must not be immortal. Mr. Chen, I'm willing to accept your third bet. As long as you succeed in helping King Pingliang get back the enforcement of his fiefdom, I'm willing to bring the entire Tazai village to join you, and the finances I've gained over the years, as well as that silver mine, are all yours. This big gift from Lin Dong was indeed generous, but it was not easy to take. Pingon Chen wanted to take this great gift, and clearly had a plan in mind. As long as Village Chief Lin is willing to agree, everything is fine. Pingon Chen directly said to Yi Tianyuan, don't just stand there, have Commander Wei prepare. Let's set off for Pingliang King's fiefdom, Lishui City. Yes, the team started when they said they were going to start, and they didn't drag their feet at all. This was because Pingon Chen had promised the Wei commander before he went in that he would definitely let the team pass through this Tazai village in less than half a day. Mr. Chen, you're a god. Chapter 202, The Hope of the Villagers. Commander Wei couldn't help but give a thumbs up after seeing that Lin Dong was all respectful to Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen smiled and directly whistled for the Jujube red horse to come over. Mayor Lin, I'll see you again. After Pingon Chen finished speaking, he mounted his horse and left. The furniture followed close behind. When this caravan passed, all those people in the village began to gather together, asking the village chief to give a statement. Lin Dong said, I have never admired anyone in my life. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought you guys to dominate here. But after this battle, I have come to realize what I stayed here for in the first place. The villagers looked at Lin Dong, not quite understanding his words. In the beginning, all of them were taken in by Lin Dong to set up Tazai village, a place where all the people were bandits, because they were overwhelmed in the fiefdom and had nowhere else to go as they were being oppressed and bullied. Everyone's good life today was brought about by Lin Dong. And yet, Lin Dong was now easily breaking the village rules. Was this a sign that he did not intend to continue running the village into the ground? Village chief, is it true that we will be displaced again from now on? Don't. It's so hard for us to get a place to settle down. The crowd all looked at Lin Dong with eager faces, not wanting to be disbanded. Lin Dong, however, was pleased to say, remember when I said that this world is unjust? That's why we have the Tazai village today. Yes. But what does that have to do with us now? Lin Dong looked at the villagers and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. I'm trying to tell you all that winter will be over. Spring will be here, and the spring we've been waiting for may soon be here. The villagers looked at each other and whispered. Someone asked with a trembling voice, could it be that our great revenge will soon be avenged? I can still go home? I can go and see the bustle of the city of Naraizu? All these years they lived in this Tazai village, not moving an inch from the village. That's because they were all expelled from the fiefdom. There's no qualifications to go back over there. There are their loved ones over there, their past. But then maybe never get a chance to go back in your life. Now Lin Dong's words seemed to have rekindled their fire to return home. Lin Dong nodded his head. If that person is truly blessed by the heavens, then he will surely achieve great things. Our revenge shall be avenged. The villagers immediately cheered. After Chen Pingon and their group had gone out for more than a dozen miles, a sudden burst of sound came from behind them. They looked back and saw fireworks rising and falling in the darkness. Reflecting most of the sky, it looked like they were being sent off. This Lin Dong is also somewhat interesting. Is he defecting to you, Gongzi? Su Daji asked. Pingon Chen smiled. Keep on the road. It's the rest of our trip that's 9 lives. Su Daji did not understand its meaning, but still followed closely by Pingon Chen's side. Master, just how powerful do you think those 4 great war gods are? How many can I defeat alone? The youthful spirited Yi Tianyuan actually wanted to single-handedly challenge that god of war, and really didn't know the heights of heaven. At this time it happened that the Wei commander steered his horse over and heard a few people talking, so he couldn't help but kindly remind them. Mr. Chen, another half a day's journey ahead is the Brahma village, one of the fiefdoms of Lishui city. The townkeeper of the Brahma village is called Tan Xing, a strange man who is invulnerable to swords and spears and is invincible, so a few of you should be careful. What? You guys aren't going to travel with us? Su Deji heard the implication. Commander Wei smiled bitterly. We are the ones who do the errands. Even if we know that your excellency is powerful, I'm afraid we can't help. Chapter 203, The 4 War Gods. Pingon Chen nodded. I'm sure everyone's families are in the city. Your excellency's great righteousness is well said. Our wives and children are our lives. We can't leave them alone. Commander Wei thought about it but continued. Although we cannot serve your excellency, I can provide some information on the 4 great war gods to prevent your excellency and the others from encountering them and not knowing anything about them. Know your enemy and know yourself. Obviously, Commander Wei was hoping that Pingon Chan would do something. Otherwise he wouldn't have informed Pingon Chan so much. The 4 great war gods, each guarding the 4 major villages centered on Leshui city. Don't be careless just because it's a village. Each of the 4 major villages has its own menacing aspects, easy to attack and hard to defend, and one of the necessary factors for their repeated victories over the years. Commander Wei paused and looked at Pingon Chen. Just now, I only mentioned Tan Xing of Brahma village, and the others are Ma Xiaotian of Standing Dragon village, who is well versed in all kinds of weapon development and is good at military maneuvers, so beware of sneak attacks and their weapon attacks. Zhu Wuyo from Zhu Chai village, a female. Don't look at it as a female born with godly strength. Weapon is meteor hammer. The best thing she can do is to lock the throat from a long distance. I don't know how many people she has killed with this move. The last one, the white impermanence of the usual village, what he is best at is gambling, but anyone who enters his territory has to gamble with him, but losing is a death. He has excellent luck and gambling skills, and has never lost yet. It seems like this usual village is the only one that is weaker? Pingon Chen asked. No, you're thinking wrong. Although this usual village has a warlord who knows gambling, he's not small, and his best skill is concealed weapons, a handful of which makes people unable to defend themselves. If you lose, that concealed weapon will be so godlike that it will instantly kill you, and it will be too late to even think about attacking. Commander Wei was extraordinarily emotional when he spoke of this person. Pingon Chen had a number in mind. I'm not going to that usual village. Commander Wei was really relieved. So this white impermanence is your employer. Commander Wei was so scared on the spot that he almost fell off his horse. This Mr. Chen, could he be a mind reader? How did he know that this white impermanence was his employer? Okay, you don't have to be afraid. It's not like I came here to burn and loot. I'm here to return a piece of green sky. Commander Wei still felt that Pingon Chen was terrifying. So with his team, he quickly moved separately from Pingon Chen. Before he left he still shouted, "The one with the least brains out of the 4 is that Tan Xing. I hope everything goes well for Mr. Chen." Chun Pingon waved his hand as a way of thanking the other party for the reminder. "Master, let's go find that woman. She must not be as powerful as I am as a god. You're all defeated under me. What's the point of talking about competing with the other war god?" Pingon Chen raised his foot and gave Yi Tianyuan a kick on the spot. "This kid knows how to rush. Don't you know it's easy to go wrong?" Su Deji was calmer. "Judging from Commander Wei's behavior just now, he shouldn't lie to us. Tanstar is our breaking point." Pingon Chen also had the same idea. "Anyway, Lin Dong had also said that if one side was in trouble, all sides would support it. Those 4 war gods were all grasshoppers on a rope, and no matter where he moved first, the other 3 wouldn't sit idly by. It would be better to just pick a random place and wait for the others to come to the door, then take them all in one fell swoop. At this time, Su Shuer came to Pingon Chen's side. I'm warning you, when you see a good-looking girl later, keep your eyes closed. Okay? Sister-in-law, closing your eyes will kill you. Chapter 204 Pets Like Masters. I'm doing this for your own good. I've heard that the women in this dangerous borderland are the most skilled at mind-confusing techniques. So beware of having your soul hooked, then you'll really be lifeless. Su Shuer's intimidation made Chen Pingon cry and laugh. Sister-in-law, why don't you keep an eye out for me? But if there are any of those unsuspecting women, you can just send them away. Su Shuer nodded, still really on the ball. A few other sister-in-laws watched and covered their mouths with light laughter. Sister-in-laws, you are women, you are prone to accidents, and now the men's dress can more or less paralyze the enemy. We must speed up our journey and make sure to rush against those 4 war gods before they know that Tazai village was taken by us. Pingon Chen finished with a grave expression on his face. This is a welcoming battle, so all of you should be mentally prepared. Inevitably, there will be deaths and injuries. Pingon Chen's words inspired everyone. Su said, "We have followed you here. Would we still be afraid to fight alongside you? Death we are not afraid of, but we want to die with dignity." Those maidservants opened their mouths and swore. Chen Pingon nodded his head. He wasn't going to give up on anyone on the team. At this time, Pingon Chen looked at Su Daji. You have to watch these guys. They are kids and don't do things well enough. You have to lead them, don't let them just mess around. Everything on command. Yes, don't worry, Your Excellency. I'll keep an eye on them for you. Master, I don't need to. I've fought countless times and have experience. Yi Tianyuan was still arrogant. Pingon Chen directly rewarded him with a blow to the head. The next time you talk like that, get your ass back to the great wasteland walled city. No. Wouldn't dare. The party continued on its way, and at a gallop. This is to get to your destination faster. Only what Chen Pingon didn't expect was that they had just run up, and the dust and sand flew behind them, like there was something speeding up. Ow! General Wolf suddenly shouted. It was only then that Pingon Chen realized that it was actually those fierce beasts. I can't imagine that they didn't stay in the mountains, but followed together. Looking at the huge line, Pingon Chen's cold sweat came down. Did a trip to Cannibal Ridge mobilize all the beasts there? It seemed that these beasts were much more powerful than he, the leader, was. It took him some effort to subdue the 4 big strongholds as well. Now this group of beasts have taken a trip up the mountain to form a direct army of beasts. What a spectacle. Ow! General Wolf ran up and roared at that group, and the beasts stopped in unison in front of General Wolf, like a soldier being reviewed by his superiors. Pingon Chen looked amused. I can't help but think that it's true that the kind of owner makes the kind of pet. This wolf general was catching up with him in terms of taking in minions. All right, since we have the help of these animal brothers, we'll surely get the job done. Pingon Chen raised the square sky painting halberd in his hand. Departure. At this moment, the soldiers standing on the watchtower suddenly saw what was flying in the distance, as if there was some kind of large force coming towards them at a very fast speed. Quickly report to Lord Tan. There's a hostile situation. As the sentry went to report, the rest of the men stood at attention. The sentries rushed into the drill barracks where Tanxing was training those soldiers. Reporting to your lordship, there is a group of teams coming from outside. It looks like there are quite a lot of people. Should we intercept them? Tanxing lowered the knife in his hand and asked, See what's going on? Chapter 205 Advanced Planning. The dust and sand are so great that I can only predict that the procession is huge and has the posture of 1,000 armies. The sentry naturally exaggerated a bit, but the scene and the ground shaking did make it a chilling experience to watch. Tanxing sneered. It's been a long time since anyone has come to the door to pick a fight. Who is this ungrateful person who wants to cross the old man's path? The sentry dared not speak. At this time, some soldiers were practicing piercing. Tanxing immediately rushed up and said to them, Come, greet this war god. I'd like to see what kind of life-threatening thing dares to come to this place. Several soldiers tried their best to stab towards Tanxing's body with their spears, but without exception none of them were able to hurt his flesh in the slightest. With a loud shout, Tanxing broke all those spears with force and threw them to the ground. God of war! God of war! All around were the voices of soldiers paying compliments. Tanzing smiled smugly and had the armor put on. He waited until he was fully dressed before signaling silence to the crowd. Everyone, go to war with this war god, and cut off the heads of all those ungrateful death-seekers and hang them at the entrance of the village in the sun for public display. Yes, the soldiers shouted in unison. Tan Xing led the people forward. It was called a vast and majestic. Behind him 500 elites dressed in armor, holding spears and shields, and it was not at all different from the motley army out there. As Tan Xing arrived at the head of the village, Ping and Chen's group was almost upon him. The two are just a few miles apart. When Pingon Chen saw from afar that the village side seemed to be densely packed with people, he had the team stop. Su Daji asked, "Mr. Chen, don't you want to continue on? We'll be arriving at Brahma village soon." I remember that Commander Wei said that Tan Xing of Brahma village is an expert who is invulnerable to swords and spears and has divine power to protect his body. It is so true. Pingon Chen smiled. Coincidence is not the golden bell shroud iron cloth shirt that is to be practiced by children. Su Daji hadn't heard of this hoodie whatever shirt. Could it be that Mr. Chen knows what his body protection technique is? I know, but the only trouble is that this kind of person's hood is very hard to find. If you can't find it as a brick wall and iron plate, it's still a lot of effort to kill. Su Daji said, "Your Excellency said it's hard to find. Then tell us how to find it. So many of us can't find that hooded door?" Pingon Chen narrowed his eyes and suddenly looked at his sisters-in-law behind him. "Sister-in-laws, let me ask you something." "Ask." Su Shuer replied in place of everyone else. "I wonder which sister-in-law has the best embroidery skills?" When Pingon Chen said this, several sister-in-laws looked at each other, and finally it was the third sister-in-law, Meng Hearing, who raised her hand. She was a woman from an unusual family, and used to subsidize her household with embroidery before she left the court. "I've seen Meng Hearing's embroidery skills. They're not much worse than that palace embroidery girl." Su helped Meng listen as a witness. Pingon Chen waved his hand. "What I want is my sister-in-law's good eye. Usually a woman who can embroider that I must be excellent." "What the hell are you selling? Speak quickly." Su Shuer pursued. "It's simple. I want my third sister-in-law to help me find out what the man's hood is." "Would flying needles?" Meng listened and nodded. "It's a basic embroidery stitch for embroiderers. Naturally. Not for flying needles on your cloth but real ones." "Sixth sister-in-law, you have excellent sword skills and extremely high internal strength. Later I want you to cooperate with third sister-in-law and help me find the acupoints on that person's body. Accuracy of points is most important when trying to find the hood." However, Pingon Chen was going up to battle that Tan Xing later on, so he could not be distracted from finding the hooded door. If we let these two help from the sidelines, it would be twice the effort with half the effort. Real flying needles? People wondered. Chapter 206, Teaching the Method of Finding a Hood. "Bring me the embroidery needle and I'll demonstrate." After Pingon Chen got his hands on the embroidery needle, it suddenly flew towards the ragdoll in Chen Yino's hand. Flying needles stuck in the ragdoll's head. "Let me try." Meng listened, dismounted, and came to Pingon Chen's side, throwing the embroidery needle in his hand, but it fell halfway to the ground. "It means the force is not enough." Su Shuer, however, seemed to understand something. "Eyes!" Pingon Chen shouted. Meng Hearing threw the needle again. This time Su Shuer's finger flew out a stone, which hit the flying needle. The embroidery needle swooshed into the doll's eye position. "I can do this one alone." Su Shuer took the embroidery needle and easily stuck it on the other eye of that cloth doll. "But you're definitely not as observant as your third sister-in-law." "Third sister-in-law from such a distance. Can you tell if the other party is wearing armor or not?" Su Shuer looked at it with her hand on the pergola for half a day but couldn't see it clearly. "Is it necessary to be so far away when the fight starts later? I'm sure I'll be able to get a closer look." "Wear it." Meng listened. "Good." He wore it. Pingon Chen looked at the crowd. "The only people who will go up to the front of the battlefield later are me, Su Daji, Yi Tianyuan, Ahu and Ayao. I'll go with you too." Sister-in-law Su stepped forward. Pingon Chen shook his head. "Let Zhang Hong stay behind to protect all the female family members." "Sister-in-law, you have to protect the safety of all the people. Stay in a place 1,000 meters away, and lead the team to retreat at any time if there is any danger." Pingon Chen finished his instructions before looking at Meng Listen. "Third sister-in-law doesn't need to be afraid. You can rest assured with sixth sister-in-law to protect you." Later, you and sixth sister-in-law ride together staying between 200 and 300 meters, whichever you can see the other person's whole body position clearly. Whole body. Meng listened in disbelief. Pingon-chan raised his hand and tapped on Meng Listen's forehead. Like 3 inches on the forehead, like 1 inch on the back of the neck, and then 3 finger widths down the bend of the leg. The places where Pingon-chan had pointed were where the acupuncture points were located. Meng listened with a somewhat blushing face. Pull back as many gatherings as you can see, and never get within 100 paces to avoid an attack by their archers. Pingon-chan was taking all factors into consideration. At that time, third sister-in-law only needs to aim the embroidery needle according to the position I shouted, and then sixth sister-in-law will lend her strength to hit it, so I can quickly find the opponent's hood. Meng listened and nodded. Will this work? Su Daji was still unsure. It's farcical to put your hopes in 2 women. However, Pingon-chan did not change his mind, and the group continued to set off, until they reached 1,000 meters in front of the opposing formation and stopped. Third sister-in-law, can you see clearly what the other party is wearing? Meng listened and shook his head. Before looking at the other party was a black dot, according to the silhouette only to distinguish that the other party should be wearing battle armor. But not really looking at it. Nowadays, when you get to within 1,000 meters the armor is visible, but it's hard to see some of the nuances of the arms, legs and neck specifically. Then all but the remaining women will continue on their way. The group moved forward again for 500 meters. There are just 500 meters left to the boundary markers of that Brahmaputra village. See clearly. This time Meng listened with certainty. Why can't I even see the man's features, except for the clothes on his body? Su Shuer felt puzzled. Could it be that this Meng Hearing's eyesight is still far beyond normal? Actually to not. Meng listened to often embroidery, although the eye can be precise control of this piece is unrivaled. Now Pingon-chan relied on her to surprise him. I'm going to call the board. You guys grab yourselves and get ready. Make a detour. Cut it out and don't rely on getting too close. Chapter 207 Teenage Bloodshed. Bold maniacs. How dare you come to my Tanxing's territory to call out? Who are you? Wrap up your names. Tanxing saw that Chen Pingon and a few others had arrived in front of him, while the set of people following behind were only about 10 people. It's the beasts that really raised the big sands. Could it be that you've been chased by these beasts and had no choice but to come here for shelter? That's a good feeling, pay the silver. I'll protect you all if there's enough silver. Tamsin was delighted. Can a group of 24 men be here to attack the village? It must have been a runaway. Normally, they always pay by money to that group of sand bandits on the Gobi. Today, it's finally their turn to collect the silver. Pingon-chan signaled Su Daji to negotiate. Su Daji steered his horse forward and asked, if we want to enter the village, how much silver do we need to pay? Not much more than that, all of you. Tanxing said triumphantly. Su Daji really wanted to poo-poo him. All of it? Isn't this forcing people to die? My lord, look at us dragging our family along. If we give you all our coins, won't we starve to death on the streets? What's that got to do with me? It seems that this is an unkind person who has no regard for the people. It is no wonder that so many of the people want to fall into banditry, and it is no wonder that many of them can't survive. It looks like all the money they were exploited for was used to feed these soldier boys. Chun Pingin's eyes turned cold. Since it's not a good guy, there's no harm in killing it. Su Daji looked back at Pingon-chan, only to see him nodding imperceptibly. Let me. I'm going to challenge you. Yi Tianyuan was suddenly hot-blooded. Chun Pingon took a look at the end. This child is really as long as one does not care will cause trouble. But now that he had opened his mouth, it also gave them just the excuse they needed to face off against each other. Who's the hairy brat that dares to clamor here? When Tanxing saw that the visitor was a teenager, instantly smiled. He didn't put Yi Tianyuan in his eyes at all. You dare to look down on me? Dare you fight with Grandpa me? Yi Tianyuan was a newborn calf and dared to pop anything out of his mouth. However, it was good, saving Pingon-chan from having to find an excuse to start a war. But the good guy has to be played. Kid, come back. You know who this person in front of you is you dare to provoke? Don't you want to die? Don't worry. I'm confident. Zhao Tianyuan didn't put Tanxing in his eyes at all. He was born with divine strength, and he had been helped by Pingon-chan to clear his meridians and his strength had increased greatly. Now he's close to finding someone to compare notes with. Tanxing sneered. You don't deserve to fight me yet. Zhang Yi Wang Air. Come over here. 2 burly men walked straight up. It's no fun fighting them. I'm going to fight you. Yi Tianyuan was very arrogant. Kid who doesn't know the heights of heaven, eat my hammer first. One of them smashed towards Yi Tianyuan. Yi Tianyuan was not afraid at all and directly steered his horse to meet him. Dang! His red tasseled spear knocked the hammer away in one fell swoop. Not only that, only to see him pulling a gun in his hand, the head of that gun directly picked the helmet of the opponent. If it had gone down a little further, the person would have died. The other man came to heal as well, swinging his fist directly toward the horse's leg. Yi Tianyuan immediately landed on his horse in a sideways position, propped one foot on the stirrup, and punched the opponent's fist away. He also immediately steadied himself back on the horse. The spike of the red tasseled spear in his hand grinned in the wind. Seeing this scene, everyone was silent, especially that Tanxing. A bit of fun. I'll fight you. Chapter 208. I'll meet you. Can't wait. Yi Tianyuan had no idea what fear meant. Chen Pingon narrowed his eyes. Next he would carefully watch that Tanxing's every move. Yi Tianyuan became more and more courageous as he fought, not afraid of Tanxing at all, and directly charged towards the opposite side of the door. After the two of them hit the ground, Yi Tianyuan's red tasseled spear stabbed towards his opponent's body. The average person either dodges or fends it off. Only this Tanxing actually took this hit hard. Yi Tianyuan thought he had gotten it, but the rebound force that touched the iron plate was directly on his wrist. It hurt so much that his hand let go and the red tasseled spear fell straight to the ground. Yi Tianyuan immediately hid his hands behind his back. However, Pingon Chen realized that his hands were trembling. Looks like this one hurt. This golden bell is just impervious to swords and spears. The more force the attacker has, the more damage he does to himself. Instead, the other team has more opportunities to get their hands dirty when their opponent misses. He saw that Tanxing rushed over after Yi Tianyuan lost his weapon and directly picked Yi Tianyuan off his horse with his 9-ringed greatsword. Yi Tianyuan fell to the ground, and the other party had also leapt down and put his knife on Yi Tianyuan's neck. Kid, with a handful of strength, why don't you join me? Yi Tianyuan snorted coldly. What are you? Defeating me is nothing unusual. If you can defeat my master, then that would be considered you powerful. Hearing this, Tanxing came to be interested. Who is your master? My master. You don't deserve to know his master's name yet. Pingon Chen interrupted Tanxing. Tanxing looked at Chen Pingon and saw that he was thin and frail, and his clothes were tattered, so he thought that he was just a boy in the team. What are you, worthy of talking to this war god? Chen Pingon arched his hand. I don't dare. I just feel that it's not worth it to let my young son suffer for such a trivial matter. Why don't you let me meet you? Tamsin laughed. All of you ghosts take yourselves too seriously, thinking that this god of war can answer any cat or dog? Chen Pingon's hand behind his back made a gesture towards Su Shuer. Su Shuer was immediately ready to cooperate with Pingon Chen at any time. At this time, Meng Listen, who was sitting behind Su Shuer, was already holding an embroidery needle in her hand, just waiting for the critical moment when she could help Chen Pingon. Instead, Pingon Chen got off his horse and carried his square sky painting halberd to Tanxing's horse. Suddenly he aimed his square halberd at Tanxing. Dare to fight? Tamsin was enraged. You little boy who doesn't know how to die. Since you want to die so badly, then I'll give you a ride. Look at the sword. Tanxing jumped down from his horse and raised his sword towards Pingon Chen's head. Pingon Chen used the square heavenly painted halberd to resist the other party's knife, and by the advantage of his own strength, he picked the other party's knife to fly away, and then turned around to use the square heavenly painted halberd to attack the other party's abdomen, throat, heart, and other fatal positions. But they all failed. Knowing that things were not that simple, Pingon Chen immediately gave up his square heavenly painted halberd and focused on close quarters attacks. Although Tanxing was powerful, he was not as agile as Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen used his weird stance to go around behind Tanxing and engage in a chokehold. 3 inches below the umbilicus, 3 fingers below the bend of the knee, left frontal solar plexus. As soon as the 3 places roared, the embroidery needles immediately flew out of Meng Listen's hands, and Su Shuer took the opportunity to use the stones to power the needles. At a distance of more than 200 meters, that flying needle was so fast that one could not see it. But Pingon Chen could see it. The 3 needles came to Tanxing successively. Tanxing felt that something was wrong and immediately tried to struggle, but the 3 needles all fell to the ground after being inserted, as if they did not pose any danger to Tanxing. That's good. Not these 3 places, then continue. Chapter 209 10,000 Needles. After trying all 7 orifices such as the eyes, nose and ears. Chen Pingon realized that this person's death point might be very hidden. Then it should be in some place that is not easily exposed. Messy needles all around. Pingon Chen shouted. Meng, hearing, immediately threw as many embroidery needles in her hand as she could. Su Shuer also used her strength to send all those embroidery needles towards Tanxing. More embroidery stitches and clutter. Pingon Chen realized that when those embroidery needles flew at him, Tanxing did not flinch at all, indicating that the death point was all but in front. Then it's in the back. He suddenly flipped the man over at the critical moment, coming face to face with his opponent while also seeing the panic in his eyes. The dead center must be right behind him. Pingon Chen kicked his opponent in the chest, forcing him to step back to meet those embroidery needles. In the nick of time, Tanxing subconsciously reached out and tried to protect his lifeblood. It was also at this moment that Chen Pingon had more daggers in his hands, directly towards the 2 inches of Tanxing's right armpit, ready to strike. Don't you dare! Tamsin's eyes were glazed over. Why wouldn't I dare? With his hand, the dagger pierced right through Tanxing's lifeblood. This fateful door was not so bad that it would kill Tanxing, but it could completely break the child's kung fu that he had practiced since he was a child. In this regard, Tanxing's golden bell mask was considered completely broken. He fell to the ground, spitting blood from his mouth. You bully. This is not true. It is you who are too greedy. If they were willing to show mercy and let us into the village, where would they have gotten so much? You can't be a nobody at all. Who the hell are you? It was then that Tanxing reacted to the fact that he might have badly counted. Yi Tianyuan, who had lost on the side, laughed. This is my master. If I say you can't beat it, you can't beat it. Tanxing spat blood once more and almost fainted. Pingon Chen stood up, and at this moment those archers were ready. I advise you to forget about it. Your war gods are all wasted. Fighting me will only lead to death. Pingon Chen looked at Tanxing. Tell your men to pull back and let us in. No way, Tanxing said before removing the bamboo tube from his body and releasing a red firework. Fireworks in broad daylight must be hostile. Tanxing was notifying the other 3 companions to come over for support. I don't care who you are. I'll see you later. Tanxing looked at Chen Pingon in triumph. Pingon Chen smiled back. As it happens, I've heard that King Pingliang has 4 great war gods. You're well informed, but those 3 are much more powerful than me. Tamsin thought that by saying that they would know what to do. Who knew that Pingon Chen had suddenly raised his hand to applaud? What a mess! The smile on Tanxing's face instantly froze. What mess? You less nonsense. Did I bull you? Pingon Chen looked at the soldiers behind Tanxing. There are some of you who were forced to join the army, aren't there? Hasn't this good god of war of yours treated the entire village of Brahmaputra as his personal turf to be bullied and ravaged at will? The soldiers were mostly unmoved. Still, there was a part of the face that had an expression of angry resentment. Pingon Chen looked down at Tanxing. It's a pity that the Pingliang king, I heard that he was still a benevolent prince, came to the fiefdom and quickly allowed the people here to live in peace for several years. Naiha hearts misjudged. These 4 war gods will get greedy, even the guardian duty forgotten all. Not only empty Pingliang king, but also in this place to raid the people's fat and wealth to do the emperor of the soil. These words were like a slap in Tanxing's face, causing him to stand up in a violent rage. You shut up. Chapter 210, Predicting the Weather. What? Am I wrong? Pingon Chen looked at the paper tiger like Tanxing and half-assly didn't flinch. Tanxing said, What do you know? That Pingliang king is our elder brother, yes. But his feats as a king with a different surname were earned with the lives of the 4 of us and those dead brothers. Why should he be the king of a different name just because he's the eldest brother so he gets all the credit, but we're still his men? Tamsin was unconvinced. Others were not convinced. When they followed King Pingliang to the fiefdom, it was indeed desolate, but after they cleared the sand bandits along the way, and used the money they snatched from the sand bandit side to rebuild the fiefdom cities and villages. These can be the 4 great war gods who lead the way. And King Pingliang could easily be praised by everyone just by staying in his mansion. On what grounds? Tanxing's complaint did make Chen Pingon realize that the original Pingliang king and the 4 great war gods were centrifuged because he took sole credit. But is a man who would use seized money to help the people build houses and shelters really such a greedy and adventurous person? Pingon Chen would not believe anyone's one thought to this point, unless he saw it with his own eyes to be the truth. Tanxing, you don't have to be sophomoric. Pingon Chen caught the square sky painting halberd thrown over by Sudaji and directly pressed it against Tan Xing's throat. I only believe what I saw with my own eyes, and that your kung fu was wasted because you were bullying people. If we are fleeing, you see death to save, even so, but also to rob us all the belongings. Do not give others to leave room for people, in the end, their own also no way out. Tan Xing sneered a bit and suddenly raised his hand to crouch down. Elder Chen, be careful. Su Deji reacted and immediately rushed forward. At this time, Ahu and Ayao also understood the danger and came to Pingon Chen to protect him. Those bows and arrows quickly fell towards them. At this time, Yi Tianyuan suddenly rushed up and quickly turned the red-tasseled spear in his hand, actually forming a spiral shield with no dead angle, knocking all those arrows flying over to the ground. Quickly retreat to 100 meters away. Pingon Chen commanded Su Daji and the others. And you, Mr. Chen? Since you all say I'm blessed from above, it's up to God to give me a sandstorm that will save my life. Everyone didn't know what Pingon Chen was talking about. But still, he backed up to 100 meters away as he wanted. This was a place where bows and arrows couldn't reach, so they could only catch Pingon Chen and Tianyuan Yi, who were still within 100 meters, strafing. The rain of arrows continued. However, Pingon Chen was not panicked at all. He fully believed that Yi Tianyuan could block all the arrows. Instead, he raised his hand at this point, seeming to feel something. What is Mr. Chen doing? Su Daji couldn't quite read it and muttered under his breath. The wind! It's coming! Just as soon as Pingon Chen's words fell, he pulled Yi Tianyuan to flee 100 meters away. The archers stopped and someone picked up the injured Tan Star. And just then, the sky suddenly changed color. It slowly went from a weak wind to one with a strong feeling. And then the wind and sand rise up. This heaven and earth anomaly disturbed people's hearts. No good. It's a sandstorm coming, retreat. War God, we should retreat. Retreat from what? Reinforcements haven't arrived yet. If we retreat, Brahma village will become their territory. Tanzing has been like this to the point where he is still very attached to his turf. Pingon Chen said with certainty, this sandstorm is here to help us attack the city. If you don't retreat again, you will only die. I don't believe it. Are you still a god? Chapter 211 Zhu Wuyo. Pingon Chen smiled faintly. I am not God. Although my master is not a god, my master is the 9 to 5 who has been favored by the heavens, and is going to be a god in the future. Pingon Chen stepped forward and slapped the teenager on the back of his head. Shut the up. No one will take you for a dummy if you talk less. Yi Tianyuan said, what's wrong with that? Just have to let them know how powerful you are. Are you remembering to publicize or harm me? Don't you know what it means to be outgunned? What? Yi Tianyuan was puzzled. Go, go, go. Su Daji, keep this kid's mouth shut for me. Su Shuer at this time, however, sent Meng listen back to her sister-in-law's side and returned to support Chen Pingon. As she reached Pingon Chen's side, she suddenly bent down and reached out. Chen Pingon understood, immediately rolled over and mounted his horse. It's not the same when you're talking from on high. Brahma village will face its greatest crisis later. Are you sure you want to continue to stop us from entering the village? Never. This Brahma village is my Tan Xing territory, if you want to go over there unless you step on my corpse. You think I wouldn't dare? As she spoke, Su Shuer led Chen Pingon towards Tan Xing in a frenzy. Archers, get ready. Shoot them down for me. Tan Xing gave the order again. In that instant, the arrows were flying in the sky again. But Su Shuer was not afraid. She used her sword to fend it off while leading Chen Pingon to break through the heavy encirclement and come directly to Tan Xing, who was being guarded by no murder. I want your life now. The horse suddenly accelerated because of Su Shuer. Instantly the limbs left the ground and the whole horse flew. It crossed over several warriors in front of it and charged directly towards Tan Xing. When Tan Xing saw that the horse actually fell from the sky, he immediately stumbled and fell to the ground. Su Shuer's horse's hooves nearly crushed the bastard's head. By the time the horse's hooves landed firmly on the ground, Su Shuer's sword also went straight to the opponent's throat. Bold curmudgeons, what do you want? With a stern cry, a clatter of horses' hooves followed. Pingon Chen looked in the direction of the incoming people and found that it was a team, led by a woman in red armor. Needless to say, this was Zhu Wuyo, one of the 4 great war gods. Master, I want to battle her. Yi Tianyuan couldn't control his warlike nature again. Chen Pingon looked at the visitor coldly. At this point, Tan Xing was already at the end of his rope, and only one of the 3 remaining people had come, so it seemed that the others should be on their way. When Tan Xing saw Zhu Wuyo, he immediately shouted, "Third sister, quickly save second brother." In Zhu Wuyo's hands were 2 meteor hammers. It's kind of rare for a woman to use this kind of weapon, but on Zhu Wuyo it was complimentary, because this woman was full of Ying Qi, and her aura was not inferior to that of a man at all. Su Shuer said, "There's no need to save the waste. It's a burden to save them back. Why don't I help you guys with your troubles?" Su Shuer exerted a force on her wrist. The sword pierced right through Tan Xing's throat. So far the 4 great war gods had directly lost one of them, and now there were only 3. Zhu Wuyo was not an indecisive person. Her cool eyes glanced at Tan Xing, who had already become a corpse, and once again focused her gaze on the duo who had been able to pass through the heavily guarded copper wall and enter the Brahma village. "Who the hell are you guys? Why did you kill Tan Xing? If he deserves to die, naturally he should be killed. What's the point?" Su Shuer's aura was clearly not lost to Zhu Wuyo either. Zhu Wuyo laughed a little. "Not bad, to my liking. Want to join my Chu Leek village to become one of my commanders. You rebels, you're really enjoying the edict, and you don't think about whether you're worthy of it or not." Chapter 212. Liking this rouge horse. Yi Tianyuan still steered his horse to the side of Chen Pingon and the others. Those soldiers all lost their backbone when they saw that Tan Xing was all dead. So naturally they didn't dare to resist even when they saw the enemy, and obediently gave way. "You brat are so rude. Then I'll teach you a lesson first." After Zhu Wuyo finished speaking, he suddenly swung out the meteor hammer in his hand. Yi Tianyuan immediately parried with his red tasseled spear. The chain of the meteor hammer directly locked onto the head of the red tasseled spear. The duo's weapons lock up instantly. With a tug from that Zhu Wuyo, Yi Tianyuan flew up from his horse and headed towards Zhu Wuyo. Zhu Wuyo instantly threw up the meteor hammer on the other side, ready to wrap around his opponent's neck for a fatal move. It's a kill shot. Everyone else watched in a cold sweat. Only this Yi Tianyuan didn't know the heights of heaven and was still smiling at others. Pingon Chen covered his face. "At such a young age, you are so greedy for other young ladies, you really have no eyes." Yi Tianyuan was dueling with Zhu Wuyo, and it looked like Zhu Wuyo was able to kill Yi Tianyuan with a single move. However, Yi Tianyuan suddenly grabbed Zhu Wuyo's armor and used his strength to use the inertia of the landing to drag the other party down from the horses back to the ground alive. Zhu Wuyo was the one who had been made innocent, and naturally became the one who had the back. And Yi Tianyuan, this kid is also a bastard, do not know to let a little woman, directly rolled over to ride on the human girl. Fists do not want to kill like rain hit down. Pingon Chen smashed his mouth when he saw this scene. What a lack of compassion. Eft. Su Shuer suddenly laughed. "You're lamenting that it wasn't you who rode the human girl?" Pingon Chen immediately waved his hand. "That's not true. This kind of tigress Chen Pingon cannot tolerate." Su Shuer suddenly reached out and grabbed Pingon Chen's lapel, pulling him closer. "If you like this rouge horse, let's play with it some time? Sister-in-law, I play well with a whip." Chen Pingon immediately gave a dry cough. "What's all this nonsense? I'm a decent man." Su Shuer's laughter became even more crisp. Only then did Pingon Chen, who had been molested by his 6th sister-in-law, return his attention to Yi Tianyuan and Zhu Wuyo. Boom! Only to see that Zhu Wuyo had actually sent that Yi Tianyuan flying out a dozen meters with a punch based on his strength, directly hitting a wooden stake. The stake broke and Yi Tianyuan fell on his head. "You're pretty strong for a woman, but I like it." Yi Tianyuan climbed up and wanted to fight again. Right at this moment, Pingon Chen immediately raised his hand. "That's enough. Tianyuan, you stand down." "Master, I haven't fought to win yet." Yi Tianyuan was unconvinced. "Forget what I told you?" Yi Tianyuan got up with his head hanging down and returned to Su Daji's side. He didn't want to be sent back to the great desolate walled city by his master. How humiliating. "Zhu Wu Wu, let me talk." At this moment, 100 miles away, a team was speeding up. This team had at least thousands of elites. They only carried dry food and water and were mainly rushing. There was little rest on the road. If it weren't for the fear of horses running dead, they'd probably be able to keep going without a break. At this time, the Black Wind walled city that got the tip-off immediately sent someone to notify the Great Wasteland walled city at the back. The Great Baron Cottage then forwarded the message to the village of Tazai. Now Budi, Yi Wudao, and Lin Dong all knew that a well-trained army was rushing towards the Pingliang King's fiefdom. The Black Wind Wall is now an improvised team of several waves of sand bandits, so naturally it doesn't have the strength to deal with an army that may have made a disguise. As for Yi Wudao's great desolate walled city, although it had the power to fight. The order given to him by Pingan-chan was to recuperate and wait in place. Do not move. Shang Quan pressed his elder brother's shoulder to keep him steady. Chapter 213. How could Yi Wudao not know the powerful relationship? Being able to send so many people just to catch up without stopping. The probability was that it was heading towards Chen Pingan and the others. Naturally, he wanted to lead an interception. But if he didn't succeed in intercepting the great barren walled city, but instead suffered heavy deaths and injuries, wouldn't he have failed to live up to Pingan Chen's trust? Have someone report to Lindong. They are bound to be resting in Tajai village, so they should have a better chance to strike. Since the great desolate walled city could only press on, Yi Wudao could only hope that Lindong would have heavenly abilities. Lindong received the news but fell into deep thought. The other villagers were uncertain. Village chief. But what happened? The pursuers after Mr. Chen and the others may be arriving. We have to make some preparations in advance. Hearing this, the villagers said, as long as you give the order, village chief, we will never say anything. Yes, we're not afraid to die, as long as that Mr. Chen can really avenge our deaths and regain our homeland for us. Even if we don't make it home alive, our bones will comfort the dead when we return. Listening to everyone's words, Lindong's eyes became a little moist. Everyone. Mr. Chen explained before he left that he wouldn't let us strike at the rocks with eggs. So if there are any pursuers, just let them go. This was something that Pingan-chan had only explained to Lindong. As for the other two fortresses, one was weak and would not strike a blow with an egg. One still had a schemer like Shang Quan around, much less impulsive. So it seemed that everything was under the control of Pingan-chen. Lindong also woke up at this time. This Pingan-chen was truly no mortal. It's not enough to be unpredictable in all things, but to have his eyes all over the Gobi. Even if the pursuers went there, they might not be able to get a good deal. And that thing that can emit great power. His inn in this village had only been refurbished a tenth of the way up to now. With this thing, 1,000 armies would have to be blown up even if they went over there. We don't need to panic, just people come ha reception, and don't loot, focus on spying information. Yes, with Lindong's command, those villagers naturally knew what to do. And just then, someone came back to report that those people were already 100 miles away, and it looked like they would soon enter Tazai village. All the villagers of Tazai village listen to me carefully. These people may be coming for Mr. Chen. We must fight with all our might to buy Mr. Chen time to break the city. If Lishui city was not broken, coupled with the pursuing troops, it was feared that Pingan-chan would be in a bad situation as he would be attacked from the back. So whether or not the Tajai village, a nest of gold pins, could play a key role depended on the skills of Lindong and the people of this village. General Wang. We haven't even seen Pingan-chan yet with all this rushing. Could it be that this kid with his heavenly abilities escaped long ago? Can't. But we haven't seen them all this way. Wang Xian sipped his water and said, if it wasn't for the fact that it would take some time for the news to be sent back to the imperial city and then get a reply, I would have already led the men to kill them, so why would I have to come to this hellish place to suffer? Someone brought freshly cooked jerky, but this jerky flavor is all gone. Eating it is shaped like a jenny. Wang Xian took a bite and spit it out. General, so what do we do next? What are you panicking about? With me here, can I still let you guys suffer? This time, the emperor has given a deadly order to chop off the head of that thief, Chen Pingan, and go back to give him the good news. Otherwise you and I will be punished when we get back. So get your asses in gear. Chapter 214, The Besieged City. The crowd was not convinced. General, it's not fair. We have suffered without merit. How can we go back and be punished? Originally, this was a matter of the court's gang not doing their job properly. Wave after wave of assassins sent out have failed. And now they had to be dragged into a 1,000-mile chase. That way no one can complain yet. If you fail and get punished, who would be willing to take this job? Wang Xian saw that they were all filled with righteous indignation and directly got up and kicked one of the soldiers in the ass. You guys, you're usually used to enjoying yourselves, aren't you? You still dare to put up a show for me. I've got a belly full of complaints and no place to tell them. And that Ho Su, that's really infuriating. Speaking of Su Ho, someone asked curiously, what happened to Su Ho? I've just gotten word that although Marquis Su colluded with the rebels, he is now under house arrest in his fiefdom because he couldn't catch any substantial evidence. It's a comfortable life, all from the line of duty. Who doesn't want to fight out some military achievements so that they can be replaced by a king with a different surname or a candidate with a different surname? Su Lai that's catching up with the good times, and he, Wang Xian. Until now, he is also a local general who guards one side of the town. It's really suffocating. Speaking of this, Wang Xian stood up at once. Call it down and get going. General, it's not even a break. Any more rest, and the chance to change my old man's honor and fortune is going to slip away. Wang Xian was certain that if he could successfully kill all those remaining members of the Chen family this time, the emperor would definitely reward him heavily. At that time, even if there is no increase in rank but also can be exchanged for some reward is not. The team set off again and was bound to enter Tizai village before dark. Marquis Jinin's residence. Almost half a month has passed since then. This half of the month has been like a year for everyone. Just as Su Ho was sitting in his chair with a worried frown, that Lin Bao immediately walked in with large strides. Tay Mother I just got word that the emperor learned that Duke Chen was playing dumb and sentenced him to the crime of deceiving the king. Now there's a reason to kill the duke. Hearing this, Su Ho stood up. The matter has long been foreshadowed, not surprisingly. But are we just going to ignore it? If Mr. Chen wants to start a rebellion, he should not have reached the land of exile yet. So if his pursuers arrive, won't he be in danger? I've heard that the one leading the group is still that Wang Xian who is bent on being greedy for credit. This person is ruthless, killed Lord Lu, such a good person not to mention, but also in order to blockade the news directly with the slaughter of the city. The city of tens of thousands of people all suffered his hands. It still hurt for Su Ho to hear the news again. At this moment that Yuni Shan, who had fled with Lu Tianya's young son, happened to walk into the hall at this time. He was also saddened to hear the two talk. Lu City Lord Gao Yi, if not for the sake of preserving me to help Mr. Chen and the others also. Several people were worried. No news has come from Mr. Chen so far. Is it because something went wrong on the road? If that were the case, it wouldn't have allowed that Wang Xian to bring thousands of soldiers and horses to chase after them. I think that Mr. Chen and the others should be safe and sound. Su Lai stood up. Elder brother Lin's analysis is good. That Chen Pingon must have some skills since he was able to escape with his family all the way out and had several close calls. We are here to wait and see what happens. As long as we get a signal of rebellion from Mr. Chen, then we will. Su Lai's eyes went cold. Although the crowd was silent, they had all acquiesced to Su Lai's approach. Everything was just waiting for Pingon Chan to get up and running. Chapter 215. Cruel Atrocities. Marquis Su, it's bad. An army is stationed outside the city. At this time, someone suddenly came over to report urgently. Su Lai frowned. Can you figure out why? The man said, we sent people to negotiate, and they said that they came over on imperial orders to keep Marquis Su safe. Bull. Where does Marquis Su need their protection when he's fine? Lin Bao exploded. Su Lai asked, did it say why? They said that recently there are roving bandits and robbers near the fiefdom, in order to avoid hurting Marquis Su. So they put their troops on guard here only to kill the roving bandits and protect the safety of the people of a city. It's a bunch of nonsense. These people are so shameless. Su Lai came outside the hall and looked up at the sky. Heh, I think I Su Lai all military horse loyalty to the country. I did not expect the old actually have to be guessed against the conspiracy. Good. If that's what they want, why don't we do it? If heaven is unkind, slaughter heaven. If earth is unkind, tread down this earth. If a human ruler is not benevolent, then a benevolent one will do it instead. Su Lai's words of bravado, listening to Lin Bao and Yuni Shan, were both boiling with blood. We are willing to follow Marquis Su, to advance and retreat together, to live and die together. In this moment, the grandiose aura instantly infected the entire Marquis. These people in the Marquis house are all loyal to Marquis Su, and naturally they are willing to guard the people of a city with him, even if they have to bear the reputation of rebels. And how? In the Brahma village, Chun Pingon stared at Zhu Weio, waiting for her to respond. Zhu Weio looked Chun Pingon up and down. You're the third son of the Chen family? It doesn't look like much more than that. My master. Su Daji, cover this kid's mouth. Before Yi Tianyuan could boast again, Su Daji quickly dragged Yi Tianyuan away. This kid, he's got no highs or lows. Is this the time to praise Mr. Chen? This is an important time for negotiations. Pingon Chen laughed and asked, Zhu Weio, if I had just walked through your Zhu Leek village, would you have let me enter the village for refuge? You Luan city thieves, are you worthy? Zhu Weio was clearly treating Chen Pingon and the Chen family as traitors who had collaborated with the enemy and sold out the country. If you don't say it, then let someone else say it. I'd like to know if the villagers of this Zhuchai village are living a happier life than the villagers of other villages. Only to see Pingon Chen suddenly grabbing a soldier next to him. You come and say, how about Zhu Leek village, which is governed by Zhu Wuyo? Good. Tell the truth. Pingon Chen's eyes were cold. No. Bad. In her village, only women live comfortably. Men are worse than pigs and dogs. Not only that, but they often kill indiscriminately. But any caravan that passes through their village, men who are unwilling to become slaves to the women are immediately abused and killed. Then tie a rope and split the horse in 5. Or tie a rope and let the horse fly and drag it for dozens of miles, dragging the skin and flesh away from the body in a raw manner. The soldier knew quite a bit, but the man listening was sweating. Zhu Wuyo looked like a human being, but he didn't realize that his heart was so vicious. How desperate and painful those people should die. I don't despise these vile tactics of yours even as a woman. Could it be that you've been so abused by men before, and that's why your methods are so perverted? Shut up. I don't know if Su Shuer had said something that hurt the other person, so the two of them directly fought. 2 women were fighting, so naturally, Pingon Chen, a big man, would not intervene. He would have to ask a few more people if the soldier was telling the truth though. His creed in life: evil kills, good stays. He who commits adultery, the prodigal son returns. Chapter 216 Arrival of Reinforcements. Su Shuer's sword. Zhu Wuyo's meteor hammer. The two actually fought for hundreds of rounds without distinguishing a winner. Instead, this effort actually waited for 2 other helpers. These rushing people were Ma Xiaotian and White Impermanence respectively. Pingon Chen also saw an acquaintance, Commander Wei. The Wei commander's eyes immediately averted when he saw Chen Pingon. It seems that this White Impermanence came so quickly and should have the credit of Commander Wei. It's not likely that he even happened to tell his good lord everything that happened along the way. Big brother and 4th brother. You've come just in time to avenge 2nd brother. Seeing that his companion had arrived, Zhu Wuyo immediately gave up the fight and quickly came to the side of the duo. Su Shuer also retreated to Pingon Chen's side. White Impermanence hemmed and hawed. You are Chen Pingon. General Chen is truly a tiger father. All 3 sons of the Chen family are outstanding. Especially your 3rd son, playing the fool dog to linger on, and being greedy and afraid of death. I don't know if I've lost General Chen's face. Chen Pingon smiled faintly. That would be a real disappointment to all of you. Although I am alive, but also did not pretend to be a fool. But the family suffered a huge change in the stimulation of this suddenly clear-headed just. Pingon Chen explained properly, but no one believed him. These people were waiting to see Pingon Chen laugh. After all, 3 of the 4 great war gods had come. Even if Chen Pingon was powerful, just him and those weaklings behind him were no match at all. Pingon Chen also knew that they had underestimated him. But that's exactly what he wanted to show. As the saying goes, nothing is too deceitful in war. He often pretended to be a pig in a poke when he was a soldier king. There's nothing wrong with being the underdog. It's a good way to show these self-righteous strongmen what it means to be a man who can bend but can't break. Now that Tan Xing, who had fought with Pingon Chen, was dead, he could pretend to be incompetent. Don't look at me like that. My heart can't take it. What if I faint from fear and wet my pants? Pingon Chen's words caused by erratic and that Ma Xiaotian to laugh directly. I see he's still not cured of this madness, and he can joke about such things. Zhu Wuyo, however, felt that things weren't that simple. Big brother, 4th brother, don't fall for it. This kid must be holding back something bad. No one asked if Pingon Chen was powerful, and naturally, no one dared to point out that it was Pingon Chen who had defeated Tan Xing. It's really strange, your 2nd brother has always been arrogant. But he still let someone find the dead center? Zhu Wuyo also felt strange. But the trio hadn't thought to ask about those of Tanzing's men. They hadn't mulled it over, but Yi Tianyuan's side was already urging for it. You guys, are you still fighting? Kid, you are arrogant. How about I come to meet you? Ma Xiaotian was going to step forward. Pingon Chen did not say anything, but he raised his hand to signal Yi Tianyuan not to act rashly. You kid, just settle down. Don't always cause trouble for Gongzi. Su Daji worried his heart out. This is just not wise to take a doll on the road. Along the way, Yi Tianyuan also knew how much trouble he had caused them. Headache. Headache. Pingon Chen faced off against Ma Xiaotian. Little children don't know any better. I hope the war god doesn't take offense. So you want to fight me? Ma Xiaotian focused his attention on Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen didn't say anything and just laughed. Right at this moment, only that Ma Xiaotian suddenly raised his hand. 2 sleeve arrows swished out of his sleeve. If it wasn't for Pingon Chen's quick eyes and sideways dodging, he would probably be dead by now. Good stuff. Pingon Chen clapped and applauded, genuinely praising it. Humph. My big brother is best at this concealed weapon. Chapter 217 Stimulating Ma Xiaotian. A concealed weapon? Pingon Chen looked toward Ma Xiaotian. This person looked as if he was a pugilistic man with little brains. But if one observed carefully, one would realize that there was a glint in his eyes. This kind of person has a lively mind and is afraid to have a lot of whimsical ideas in his head. No wonder Commander Wei said that this Ma Xiaotian soldier is very difficult to deal with. Looks like he's going to have to be careful how he responds. Third sister, what kind of big talk is that? By telling him that I know how to use a concealed weapon, won't this kid be prepared in advance? Ma Cazi's main hit is a hit and a miss. How else can soldiers do what they do? Pingon Chen smiled. This old ancestor is just smart, or else he wouldn't be able to let all of them, the people of the legacy, repeatedly show their divine might in the battlefield. But old ancestors are old ancestors after all, and there is always a time for carelessness. Ma Xiaotian, again powerful, also mastered the wisdom of the current ancestors, but in any case cannot withstand Chen Pingon, this brain loaded with thousands of years of wisdom crystallization. The two are simply not in the same league. In the words of Pingon Chen, this is all kind of a descending blow for him. But what to do? Got to fight. How else could he fulfill the promises he made to so many people? And how could he bring light back to this pandemonium of the heavens? Pingon Chen had actually never thought of becoming any kind of savior. It's just that the opening wasn't allowed, and he's had to be forced into this position step by step along the way to stay alive. Why don't you say, times make the man? What are you laughing at? Could it be that you are looking down on me? Ma Xiaotian's heart was too heavy, and what he hated the most was being looked down upon. He has to over-interpret every random eye movement of others. And because of that, no one who offended him had much to show for it. A notorious villain with a heart smaller than a pinprick. I'm smiling because I think it's kind of a testament to my strength that I'm actually taken so seriously. What do you mean? Who values you? Look, I'm just the weakest one in our team, and you have to pull out all the stops to even beat me. Isn't it because you're afraid of losing to me? Chen Pingon's words were an insult to Ma Xiaotian. To prove that he wasn't a bully, he spoke directly. Joke. Would I be afraid of losing to you? I don't use dark. Pingon Chen then waited for the other party to make an oath. Who knew that the white impermanence on that side suddenly interrupted with a voice. Big brother, don't fall for this kid's tricks. I've heard about it. He beheaded Zhao Hao all the way to subdue Yi Wudao, and even managed to calmly leave Tazai village without a single penny of his belongings. Can these people be any ordinary people? Ma Xiaotian immediately stopped talking. Just now, in order to prove his strength, he almost fell for it. Now, after hearing the fourth brother's explanation, he realized that he had actually been duped. Abominable. You little child are abominable. I'll send you down to the Yellow Springs now. Ma Xiaotian waved his hand. Men, bring me my quiver of arrows. Chen Pingon then saw 2 soldiers carrying a launcher-like device and handed it to Ma Xiaotian, who was riding on a horse. Ma Xiaotian's strength was not small, and he directly took over that quiver and fiddled with it a little before aiming the black hole of the launching port at Chen Pingon. The Jujube red horse moved to the left with Pingon Chen, avoiding the other party's aim. But soon that firing port refocused on Pingon Chen. The date horse moves again and the opponent takes aim again. After going back and forth like this a few times, Pingon Chen suddenly jumped off the Jujube red horse. Ma Xiaotian knew that this was an opportunity, and immediately aimed and fired. Whoosh! Several powerful special arrows directly broke through the wind, targeting Pingon Chen's head. Chapter 218. 4 Sides of the Flower. Be careful! The sisters-in-law all shouted urgently at this time, fearful that Chen Pingon would make any mistakes. Pingon Chen easily received the sword and coldly looked at Ma Xiaotian. This is your invention? Ma Xiaotian smiled smugly. Yes, then I'll let you see its power again. Between Ma Xiaotian successively memorized and pressed the organs above. Each time, several arrows would fly out, breaking through the air at a speed far exceeding that of arrows shot by normal archers. However, Pingon Chen was not timid and even dodged every time until the arrow was almost in front of him. The thrill of everyone watching is actually within his grasp. After grasping the pattern, Chen Pingon suddenly smiled. It's my turn too. Kid, you're too cocky. Let me teach you a good lesson. Ma Xiaotian continued to fire arrows, but Pingon Chen had a few more small stones in his hand, which he had picked up in passing when he dismounted just now. When Ma Xiaotian was ready to press the mechanism again, Pingon Chen saw the opportunity to throw the stone out. Knock, knock. The stone drilled into the launching port of that quiver with unerring accuracy. Pop! The next second, after the arrow didn't fire as promised, it was as if the quiver was damaged by some huge force. The entire unit blossoms on all sides. It's completely over. The person most shocked by this scene was Ma Xiaotian himself. This quiver was his secret weapon, and so far he hadn't lost a battle with it. Now it's good, all of a sudden let the kid across the street ruin it. This is a big deal. Ma Xiaotian is most precious about this. Now that the quiver of arrows was destroyed, how could he possibly let it go? A big hand on the spot. Outrageous. Dare to destroy my treasure. I want you to be pierced through the heart with 10,000 arrows today. While Pingon Chen still could not figure out what was going on, he saw several soldiers carrying very heavy wooden board devices, and they came to the front of the line. Placed them in a row. Pingon Chen saw that those wooden boards had small holes in them. Judging from these small holes, it would be the size of the arrow's diameter. Before Pingon Chen could study what this was, he saw Ma Xiaotian give an order. 10,000 arrows. Shoot this boy into a horse sieve for me. Soon that machine was moving with human control. Whoosh, whoosh. As long as the machine keeps moving, those arrows don't want to fly out. Pingon Chen happened to be within the range of the arrows. The arrows that covered the sky just flew towards him in such a steady stream, in the middle saving the archers the time to recur their bows and arrows, not to mention that the power was also greater than that of normal arrows. Just listening to the sound of the air breaking like a bamboo, we know how fast and powerful the speed is. Pingon Chen, what are you waiting for? Retreat! Su Shuer saw Chen Pingon standing still like a fool and immediately rushed up to try to protect him. However, Pingon Chen suddenly raised his lips and smiled. Instead of hiding, he rose to the occasion. He's crazy. How can you charge head-on? There was only one thought in everyone's mind at the time. Pingon Chen, it's over. But just as Pingon Chen was about to come face to face with the rain of arrows, he suddenly took a sliding shovel kick. The whole man slid forward quickly for several meters after lying down. Now it's in the blind spot of that sweep. Because of the limitations of the mechanism required and the technology, only the center of the entire board was covered with arrow holes. But there's nearly 20 centimeters or more of blank spacing around this perimeter edge inward. It was precisely when Pingon Chen saw this that he suddenly fell to the ground and skidded when he was close to the wooden board. Chapter 219. Surrounding and Counter-Surrounding. As everyone pinched a cold sweat for Pingon Chen, he was already in the blind spot of this plank sweep. Even if those arrows flew as far and wide as they could, it wouldn't help. And it wasn't as if Pingon Chen had come here without doing anything. He was seen quickly creeping forward to the board and punched out towards it. Knock! With a loud bang, that originally had to have 100 or 10 pounds of weight of the wooden board device, but even like the wind in the leaves directly flew out of the 10 meters, directly scattered into a wooden board scrap. As a result of the gap, even though Ma Xiaotian quickly had his people fill in, it was too late. Pingon Chen's soldiers were so quick that they had already arrived in front of Pingon Chen before anyone could react in a hurry. Kick followed. Ma Xiaotian's mount was instantly kicked to its knees by Pingon Chen. Even though Ma Xiaotian was pulling on the reins, his person was still thrown off. Damn it! Ma Xiaotian quickly adjusted his posture and rolled over to stand firmly on the ground. The next second he whistled. Knowing that the other party was cunning and adept at using troops, Chen Pingon quickly turned around. At this moment, from the left and right sides, two teams suddenly appeared in hiding, directly holding shields and spears, and surrounded Su Daji and the others all together. Chen Pingon had already let Su and the others retreat to 1,000 meters away, but he did not expect that this Ma Xiaotian had already set up a dragnet ready to surround them and take them down just as soon as he arrived. What a good plan, but not enough to be a rival with him. Pingon Chen took out a whistle and blew it. Ow! General Wolf suddenly leapt up quickly and let out a low growl. That's an order. When General Wolf finished his roar, all those animals that had followed their group 1,000 meters away all sped towards this side in a desperate manner. Where had the soldiers that surrounded Su and the others seen this battle? Based on the ground shaking, they thought 1,000 troops were coming. Not good, my lord. They have an ambush too, someone shouted at Ma Xiaotian. Then kill me. I'll see which one of you dares. Su turned around and directly fought against those soldiers with the arriving Ioahu duo to protect the safety of the others. Just then, those beasts had already reached close. It's a tiger! And the lion! Run! With a cry of fear, the men thought of retreating. Too bad they don't have a chance. These beasts are trained and commanded by General Wolf. It wasn't as neat and tidy as the soldiers, but the attack was terrifying. In just a few breaths of effort, several people were killed with their limbs mutilated. Ma Xiaotian saw this scene and became enraged. Kill those Chen family ladies for me, and I will treat your family well and generously. These soldiers knew that they couldn't escape the attacks of those fierce beasts, and in order to fight for a future for their families, they rushed towards the weak team that Su and the others were protecting at any cost. Someone cut the maidservants with a knife. With me here, I'll see who dares to touch a hair on their head. He saw Yi Tianyuan galloping his horse furiously, the red tasseled spear in his hand stabbing one by one. His heroic stance directly scared those soldiers backward. The good thing about the handmaidens was that they were all only slightly injured. But that alone was enough to make Yi Tianyuan angry. My master's such a precious family member. How can I allow you to trample on him like this? All of you go to hell. In the end, he is a young man, and he can't suppress his anger at all. Yi Tianyuan alone had suppressed a large group of soldiers without any power. On this side, Chun Pingon faced off against Ma Xiaotian. My lord, your opponent is me. Chapter 220. I'll give you a thunderball. Big brother, don't talk nonsense with this brat. Let's do it together and kill him. Third sister is right. Let's join forces together. Both White Impermanence and Zhu Wuyo wanted to directly get Pingon Chen killed. However, Pingon Chen was not afraid at all. Right at this moment, that Ma Xiaotian suddenly sneered and once again whistled a different tune. Soon more than 20 soldiers wearing heavy armor appeared and surrounded Pingon Chen. Know what they're wearing? It's the ebonized gold I sent for at great expense. This stuff creates armor that is impervious to swords and spears. I'd like to see how you can stay alive while not being able to kill them. Ma Xiaotian made a murderous gesture at the men. All the soldiers quickly circled around Pingon Chen. Whoosh! Not long afterward, a bunch of concealed weapons were swept towards Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen seemed to be unable to take care of the front in this square inch and looked very passive. Mr. Chen, I've come to help you. He saw that Sudaji suddenly pick up a shield on the ground and flung it over towards Ping and Chen's side. When Pingon Chen reached the shield, he suddenly leapt up, one foot using the force to step on the shield, and the whole person flew up several meters high. Taking advantage of this, Chun Pingon quickly took out a thunderball and lit it up, throwing it down towards the pile of people. And at this time, Su Shuer came with her horse, and I don't know where she got the rope from, and directly threw it towards Chun Pingon. The rope wrapped around Pingon Chen's waist, yanking him quickly back to her side. Pingon Chen had just sat back on his horse when he heard a loud rumble behind him. They turned around only to see a lot of people dead where the wolf smoke had drifted up. Even Zhu Wuyo and Bai Wuyo suffered, standing up from the pile of corpses covered in blackness and filth. It was very funny to watch. Only Ma Xiaotian was not within the range of the explosion, but this one confused him. What the hell is this? I have more. I'll give you another one if you need it. Pingon Chen sneered as he held the thunderball. I don't believe there's anyone else in the world more powerful than the weapons I've researched. Men, bring me my automatic stone throwers. As a wooden frame wagon was wheeled over, a group of men also hauled a crate load of rocks. Put me on the rocks. An automatic stone thrower is a device where you just dump a bunch of stones in a groove and turn on the mechanism and it will instantly throw stones automatically. Only to see those stones heading towards the far side where Yi Tianyuan and the others were like dumplings. Seeing this scene, Pingon Chen was also surprised for a moment. As far as this stone-throwing shot is concerned, it's actually already 1,000 meters away. Wouldn't this power be even more lethal if it were replaced by artillery shells? Put in a large-scale battle, they don't even have to meet the enemy army face-to-face before they can beat it into a rout and flee. This Ma Xiaotian is really an expert in weapons manufacturing. If you can bring him under your command, why worry about losing battles in the future? When Pingon Chen got up the idea of taking it in, he naturally calmed down. Ma Xiaotian, I've heard that you're treacherous with your soldiers and your ability to craft weapons is unrivaled. But I'm disappointed to see that you're nothing more than that today. You don't use agitation against me, you're just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Ma Xiaotian's mind was clear now, and he didn't fall for it at all. Pingon Chen grinned. You found out? But I still have a lot of weapon-making drawings here, and some whimsical ideas. Ah, it's just a shame there's no soulmate to share it with. Chapter 221 Coercion. Ma Xiaotian could care less about anything else, but he was obsessed with inventing weapons, and he had heard that Pingon Chen still had a lot of weapon drawings in his hands. There's even a lot of whimsy going on in the head. He couldn't sit still for this. Are you serious? Of course, what's false about that? Do you want to taste this thunderball of mine again? Pingon Chen shook the bomb in his hand. Ma Xiaotian looked at the now still wrecked grounds and fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Big brother, don't be fooled by him, Zhu Wuyo immediately reminded. At this time, Pingon Chen asked, Commander Wei, has your master ever done anything to his village to burn, kill, loot, and oppress the people with no regard for human life? Commander Wei was named and immediately said, That to know. Then why are the people still unhappy? My lord is a good gambler, so the whole village is filled with gambling houses, and the villagers are obsessed with gambling, losing their homes and families. So that's the current state of affairs in the land of the whites. Raised a bunch of gamblers. Pingon Chen looked toward white impermanence. White Vagabond had an innocent look on his face. Human nature has been greedy since ancient times, and I also gamble. How come I haven't lost my family's fortune? Chen Pingon knew that this kind of thing couldn't really be blamed on white impermanence, but there was still salvation in this kind of trend. After asking about white impermanence's usual village, he asked about Ma Xiaotian. Commander Wei hesitated to say anything. Why? It seems that this standing dragon village still has secrets that can't be told. There's nothing you can't say it. Ma Xiaotian let the Wei commander speak bluntly. Commander Wei swallowed before saying, All the people in Standing Dragon Village are soldiers. Every household needs to be drilled, no matter how young or old the children are. But also because of this, the people can't live a normal life, and there are countless deaths from exhaustion and illnesses, and countless accidents that have happened. As Chen Pingon looked at these three war gods, he had to say that each of these people was simply an oddball. On the contrary, the one who had already been killed early, Tan Xing, was instead a normal person. Why do you ask? I only kill the 10 evils. Pingon Chen looked toward Zhu Wuyo. She's next. Women can help women, but to bully and abuse men with power is no different than men who only know how to abuse women. A psychologically twisted woman like Zhu Wuyo should never be kept. Zhu Wuyo sensed Pingon Chen's murderous aura and immediately tried to flee. But the reason why Pingon Chen was the king of soldiers was because even from thousands of miles away, as long as he wanted to take someone's head, he could definitely do it. Before Zhu Wuyo could run out a few steps, he felt stiff. The body can't move. She collapsed straight to the floor, pressing her hand to the spot where her throat had been, and seemed to be out of breath. What have you done to me? I forgot to say, the thunderball just now, it was poisonous. A toxic sentence puts everyone on their toes, especially the white impermanence who had been with Zhu Wuyo. He immediately checked his hands and feet, fearing that he too had been poisoned. Chen Pingon spoke calmly. There is no need to be nervous. Those who have not done great evil will not be victimized by the poison. As soon as White Vagabond heard this, the entire group relaxed. But Ma Xiaotian on the side was a bit scared. Is a person really capable of poisoning people invisibly and using poison to manipulate who deserves to die and who doesn't? Then how scary must this person be? In fact, Pingon Chen was only using psychological tactics at this moment. He had already put a strong poison on Zhu Wuyo long ago when he was still fighting with her. Now, when mixed with the poison in the thunderball, it creates an instantly deadly poison. She who was not destined to live. Zhu Wuyo spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 222 Gambling Competition. Seeing Zhu Wuyo die in front of him like this, White Impermanence and Ma Xiaotian were naturally saddened in their hearts. 2 of their 4 great war gods were now dead. Is it time to judge them next? Pingon Chen, what exactly do you want? If you are willing to shake hands and make peace today, we will definitely make way for you, and you can go wherever you want at that time. Ma Xiaotian no longer wanted to continue competing with Chen Pingon. Right now, all he wanted to do was just to get rid of this horrible scourge. Pingon Chen smiled faintly. I don't want to go yet. The 2 assembled together. White Impermanence said, Then what do you want to do? Kill us too? No, you 2 are talented. What a shame to kill you. Ma Xiaotian didn't feel comfortable hearing that. Do you know who we are? How dare you talk to us like that? If you piss us off, it's a big deal. White Vagabond pressed his big brother's shoulder. Big brother, calm down. This kid is weird. In case he really knows some evil arts, We are not his match. So what do you say? Do we have to be happy with him on our necks? Ma Xiaotian couldn't do such a thing. White Impermanence glanced at Pingon Chen. How about? Why don't we win 2 out of 3 games? How about a bet? Pingon Chen finished White Impermanence's words. The White Erratic was amazed. How do you know what I think? I'm willing to bet. I wonder what you think? White Vagabond had a sieve in his hand, and had long been a little itchy. Big brother, since we need a step, why don't I go and have a go at this kid? I'm not good at this fighting, but no one is my match in gambling. Apparently White Impermanence was confident in his gambling skills. Ma Xiaotian felt that it made sense, so he said to Pingon Chen, the bet is your head. This can't be done. My head is worth a lot of money. Otherwise you guys tell me what you have that can be as valuable as this head of mine, and I'll say yes if I think it's worth it. All the wealth of our 4 war gods is enough to be more golden than this head of yours. Isn't it? Ma Xiaotian asked. Pingon Chen shook his head. I'm sure that just apart from Tanxing and White Impermanence who have a bit of family money, the other 2 should not have much in the way of savings, right? Ma Xiaotian was a bit embarrassed to be seen through his mind. Pingon Chen said, how about this? I'll do the talking and I'll agree if you guys agree. May! Ma Xiaotian agreed. If you lose, I want you and White Impermanence to become my men and serve for 10 years. On what grounds? Ma Xiaotian was the first to refuse. He's used to being a bully, but now he's going to have to be a little brother to someone. Who would be willing to do such a thing? Pingon Chen said, you have no choice. White Impermanence heard the strings and immediately asked, Mr. Chen, what is your high opinion? The matter of me pretending to be a fool should have already been known by the emperor. He intended to kill the remnants of my Chen family. The officials and soldiers chasing me should be on their way now. If you guys don't want to be massacred in the city, the best thing you can do is to follow in my footsteps. Otherwise, all I have to do is say to the public that you are my cohorts, and imagine what will happen to you. Ma Xiaotian stomped his feet on the spot. You backstabbed us? It's just a reminder that the emperor is suspicious, and if you let us pass, you'll become colluding even if you're not colluding with us. White Impermanence pulled Ma Xiaotian to the side for a secret talk. Pingon Chen calmly waited for the results. Chapter 223 Bet your head on it. What he said is not unreasonable if we don't make preparations in advance. By the time the officials and soldiers come to make things clear about the fiefdom, we are going to kill our heads. White Impermanence was thoughtful and also wanted to find a new way out for himself. Should we just let this kid be so arrogant with us? Instead, White Vagabond smiled wryly. Big brother, you just think we're bound to lose? I'm the one who controls the whole situation at the gambling table. As long as we win this brat over, we can take his head and exchange it with those pursuers for a rich reward. Maybe we can even get a promotion. Isn't this much better than holding back here for the rest of our lives? White Impermanence's words enlightened Ma Xiaotian. Not bad. It's still you, 4th brother, who thought it through. Then you'll have a good bet with him later and make sure you take his head off. Don't worry, big brother. Even if, in case we really lose, we follow this kind of powerful people, the future of the open frontier is also bright. Ma Xiaotian didn't think about it that much. But now White Impermanence's words had made him realize that Pingon Chen was not a very human being. He actually wants to rise up in rebellion. What a great calculation. Have the 2 of you discussed this? Seeing them turn around and come over, Pingon Chen asked. White Impermanence nodded. Mr. Chen, what are we betting on? We'll bet whatever you like. Chen Pingon was calm. With a clap of his hands, White Vagabond soon had a table brought in. The White Errant placed the handful of dice he was holding on the table. How about 3 per person? Size for size? This is too easy. Are you sure you want to compete with me on this? Pingon Chen raised his eyebrows. White Impermanence said, you win me first. Pingon Chen and White Impermanence each took 3 dice. The White Errant man skillfully loaded up the dice and began to shake them. On the contrary, Pingon Chen didn't seem to be too good at it, and hadn't succeeded in his first load. This contrast made White Impermanence and Ma Xiaotian even more confident that they would win. Pingon Chen casually shook it and stopped. You're not going to shake it again? Seeing how casual he was, the White Impermanence couldn't help but remind him. Open it. Pingon Chen was calm. The White Errant immediately took his tube away. 4, 5, 6. Pingon Chen yawned. You lose. No way. I haven't looked at your points. White Impermanence helped Pingon Chen open the tube, only to find that it was 3 6s. You! White Vagabond was surprised. End of the first sentence. More than this next? White Vagabond was a bit undecided. His own best skill was dice, but he had never lost before. Let's go with this 2 out of 3. Chen Pingon nodded his head. In the second game, White Rain opened it to find 3 sixes. Now you'll only be equal to me at the maximum. Pingon Chen opened it, and sure enough, there were also 3 sixes. Tie game. Continue. As the dice shook even more, Pingon Chen was yet more calm. The third game was won by White Erratic. There are 2 games left to see who can win both of them. Pingon Chen felt that this was not interesting, so he said, "Let's play something more interesting. Guess the number of points on the other side, and win if you guess correctly. How about it?" This one is obviously much more difficult. The White Erratic thought that at best, both sides would guess the wrong draw. And with his good ear, he could definitely hear Pingon Chen's points with a high probability. Okay, that's the bet. Chen Pingon and White Impermanence each shook their numbers and waited for the other to guess. I'm guessing you're 446. Pingon Chen looked at his opponent's dice cylinder. 3 ones. Chapter 224, Willingness to Gamble. White Impermanence immediately picked up his dice tube, and sure enough, there were 3 ones. Pingon Chen actually guessed correctly. A cold sweat was starting to break out on his forehead. If he hadn't guessed correctly, it would have been Pingon Chen who had won this time. Pingon Chen opened it, and there were actually 3 sixes inside. White Vagabond lost. Last time again. White Impermanence was using all his strength to win this time. 146. Pingon Chen reported the number first. White Vagabond wiped his cold sweat. "Fourth brother, are you sure?" Ma Xiaotian was a little worried. White Uncertainty's heart was in a panic now. It's just a gamble, and it's up to God to decide in whose hands the win is. 3 twos. Pingon Chen smiled. "You lose." "Haven't seen it yet, what makes you say that?" White Impermanence opened it to find that the numbers were word for word what Pingon Chen had said. And over here, Pingon Chen had already opened his cylinder. Where were the dice inside? They had become a pile of powder. "No way, you cheated." "I don't have to." Pingon Chen performed a show in front of White Impermanence of what it meant to have your heart in the right place. He wanted the number to be a few and these 3 dice to be a few. Watching the White Erratic was starting to make him skeptical. He may have been too excited and took a step back to spit out a mouthful of blood directly. "Fourth brother. I think I, White Impermanence, have been a good gambler all my life. I didn't expect that. I actually didn't know that there are people outside of the sky. I really lost." He's sad. "I didn't realize that I had actually lost to the employee's seemingly unassuming kid just like that." "Who taught you your gambling skills anyway? How did you do it?" "Everything is inseparable from an art." Pingon Chen's words were arcane, but it succeeded in attracting the White Impermanence. "I'm willing to gamble, and from now on, no matter where Gongzi goes, I'll swear to follow to the death." Ma Xiaotian was still hesitating. "What, you can't afford to lose?" I was unconvinced. "You're just this many people. If you want to make money out of empty gloves, you have to show me some sincerity." Pingon Chen happened to have some drawings for the manufacture of weapons with him, something that he had wanted to wait until he was in a position to recreate. It's just the right time to use it to buy people's hearts. After Ma Xiaotian saw those ghostly drawings, his entire body was shocked. "Is this all true? Trust your eyes not to be blind. It's naturally true. I'm going to make it, and this cannon is too powerful. I'll beat you if I have this." Ma Xiaotian was thrilled. Pingon Chen sighed. "I love seeing you so uneducated. I've got more than enough you. Even if you create this, I've got 100 ways to counter you." Ma Xiaotian was finally conquered. "I, Ma Xiaotian, only like to follow people who are more powerful than me. You managed to convince me that my life will be yours from now on." Pingon Chen didn't expect it to be so easy to take in, but these 2 had a precedent of betraying their masters, so he would have to train these 2 more in loyalty before he could do so. "Can you let us into the village now and take us to King Pingliang?" Actually, the duo seemed to have a difficult look on their faces. Pingon Chen looked at the 2 of them. "May there be hard feelings?" "It is because King Pingliang, he has died of an illness several years ago." Pingon Chen was very shocked to hear this. "What? Sick?" "Yeah, sick and dead. Or the 4 of us couldn't have crossed over to the master to claim the throne here." Chapter 225, Poor Governance. Chen Pingon could hardly speak of the surprise in his heart. He was still wondering if the 4 were betraying their master, but it turned out that they were guarding the place but hiding the news of his death. This is a bit. Why is the matter of King Pingliang being kept secret? Wouldn't he not have gotten a glamorous burial? The leader, Ma Xiaotian, spoke up. We followed King Pingliang's orders to secretly bury him and found a god-like person to pretend to be King Pingliang. King Pingliang said that if he died without a son at his knee, this fiefdom would be taken back, and then the people here would have even more nowhere to go. So he asked us to conceal the news of his death, and if the court wanted to meet with him, he would bring the fake King Pingliang to deal with it. Pingon Chen listened in wonder. If King Pingliang loves the people so much, why are you treating these people so harshly? This failure to be of one mind with the master is also considered a betrayal. Ma Xiaotian said. The four of us were all favored by the Pingliang king, which is why we followed willing to saddle up. But now he's dead. This fiefdom no one is in charge of can now have this peace and quiet can be all because of us. At this time, White Impermanence said, the four of us aren't the kind of people who would govern like King Pingliang, so naturally we don't know anything about managing a fiefdom. It's not easy enough for the four of us to hold the fiefdom, and the rest is just harsh on us. Chen Pingon also sort of understood. They are each good at what they do, but unfortunately not good at business. You can't have four people in charge of a fiefdom, can you? That's why it was simply refined and divided into four, with everyone in charge of one place and nothing to do with each other. But when an external enemy comes, the four are still able to deal with it together. Can't say they're not good people. I can only say that the king of Pingliang left suddenly did not give this fiefdom to find a wise person to entrust. But I see that this problem doesn't exist now. I see that you are the same person as the Pingliang king in general, and will definitely be able to help us solve this problem of governing the fiefdom. As soon as Ma Xiaotian said this, White Impermanence's eyes immediately glistened. Both were filled with anticipation. As long as the duke stays, this fiefdom will be yours to rule. Pingon Chen secretly wiped his cold sweat. Aren't these two used to being powerful? Why the look of relief now? It just seems like the fiefdom is some kind of big trouble, and now it's finally found someone to take over. Pingon Chen didn't want to be a receiver for nothing. Gotta find out what's going on in this fiefdom first. Just then, a scout dressed as a small soldier came with his horse. When he arrived near Ma Xiaotian, he immediately dismounted and reported. My lord, there's another incident in Lishui City. As soon as Ma Xiaotian heard this, he immediately exploded. But soon he covered his mouth again. When he turned back to Pingon Chen, there was still a fawning fake smile on his face. Mr. Chen, look at you guys. You must need a place to rest properly after a long journey. Why don't I escort you to the royal residence to rest? Pingon Chen flatly refused. This isn't too good, we're guests. How can we just go and disturb King Pingliang's residence? It's no trouble. The royal residence is a big place, and it's absolutely comfortable to live in. Pingon Chen always felt that this was a trap. There's no way Lishui City is really harboring a big danger, is there? It was only after White Impermanence and Ma Xiaotian persuaded him that Pingon Chen set off with Sudaji and the others. As for those beasts, for fear of scaring the people in the city, they were all driven by General Wolf to roost in the grove outside the village. The group of ladies refused to take the carriage and continued to ride on horseback just like Chen Pingon and the others. This way over Chen Pingon had discovered a big problem. Ever since this journey from Brahma village to Leshui City, surprisingly, he hadn't seen a single citizen. It's really strange. Chapter 226 Plague in the City. Wait! Pingon Chen suddenly called out to the duo leading the way in front of him. The duo strangled their reins and turned back to look at Pingon Chen. What else do you command, my lord? Pingon Chen rode his horse to the near front. Why does this look like an empty city to me? Can't. How can it be? The duo answered quickly, but their smiles were a bit forced, which was really intriguing. Pingon Chen was no fool. Taking advantage of the duo's inattention, one on each side grabbed them all off their horses. Pingon Chen was so strong that it was no trouble at all to lift an adult man with each of his left and right hands. Mr. Chen, what are you doing? Mr. Chen, have a word. I should be the one to say this. If you guys don't give an honest answer, I'm going to take your lives right now. Chen Pingon could see that these two must be harboring some kind of ghost idea in their hearts. The two looked at each other, or Ma Xiaotian said, Let old four talk to you about this. Seeing that this was something for him to talk about, White Impermanence immediately refused. Big brother, you're the big brother, or you say it. These two people even shirked in front of Pingon Chen and were directly thrown to the ground by Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen rolled over and dismounted, looking at these two goods. Say, what's in the city, anyway? The white erratic stammered. In the city? In the city. The white impermanence's tongue finally sharpened when the Fangtian painted halberd was pressed against his neck. I say, the city is now plagued with the plague, and the people of a city are now afraid that most of them have died. When Pingon Chun heard this, he suddenly gasped and laughed. What do you mean? A plague in the city and you're asking us to stay at the royal residence? It's not like there's south no place to arrange you, Ma Xiaotian muttered. Pingon Chun turned around and signaled the group behind him to all stop. Su Shuer gallantly flew down from her horse and landed beside Chun Pingon. What's going on? There is a plague in the city, and the situation is unknown. What? A plague? Then why didn't they say so in advance? Su Shuer angrily questioned. Ma Xiaotian immediately explained. You guys didn't ask either, and we've gotten word that the plague has abated, so it shouldn't be a problem to stay for a bit. So don't you think we'll accompany them in? Sucher went up for a kick. Are you still not a human being? Is it because you can't do it yourself that you want the plague to kill us one by one? Ma Xiaotian didn't dare to say anything. You can't fight, so you have to suffer. Chun Pingon grabbed Ma Xiaotian's lapel. What exactly is the situation inside now? We're not sure, it's just that we've just gotten word that from yesterday to today, there have been no more deaths, which means the plague should be under control. These people are really big-hearted enough. The outbreak of the plague in the city is not close to the city, regardless of the death of the people inside. Pingon Chun was still unclear about the situation inside, so he definitely could not let everyone go in and risk their lives together. Sixth sister-in-law, talk to everyone and tell them to station themselves outside the city for now, until I go to the city and figure out the situation. This matter was originally Ma Xiaotian's duo's misdemeanor. Therefore, Pingon Chun could only entrust his sisters-in-law to wait outside for the time being. Su Shuer said, No, there's a plague in the city. You'll be in danger if you go. Why don't we take a detour? I can't see death. Pingon Chun refused to go around. If you hide when you get into trouble, you're a pussy. Pingon Chun didn't want to be a coward, not to mention that he had a good medical skill, so he might be able to save these people. Chapter 227. Every family hangs white streamers. All the way over, Pingon Chun, in addition to rushing, also took a good look at the situation near this Lishui city. The soil here is quite fertile, and if he really wants to start a war in the future, he will need a fertile land to help him recuperate and provide food and grass. This place is just great. Therefore, Pingon Chun absolutely could not give up Lishui city. After Pingon Chun had finished explaining to Su Shuer, he let Ma Xiaotian and White Impermanence lead the way in front of him, and the three of them entered the city together. After explaining the situation, Su Shuer brought Su Daji back to catch up with Pingon Chun. How do you? We don't feel comfortable with you being alone, Mr. Chun, Su Daji explained. Chun Pingon did not want to delay, so he let them follow along and enter the city. In charge of guarding the gates was a group of soldiers. When they saw that it was White Impermanence and Ma Xiaotian who had arrived, they immediately came forward to report. Has the situation inside eased? Ma Xiaotian asked. The soldier hesitated and said, I just got word that 3 more families are in mourning. This is continuing to die. Ma Xiaotian wiped his cold sweat. Mr. Chun, look at this. Open the gates. I want to enter the city. Ma Xiaotian immediately told the soldier to do as he was told. You guys are going in together too. Chun Pingon directly grabbed the two by the collar and dragged them into the city. Ma Xiaotian immediately covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve. This entire city was filled with the smell of burning paper money and lighting incense. And the ground was full of paper money, and every house seemed to have white streamers hanging, signaling that someone had passed away. It's so bleak here, Su Shuer muttered. Pingon Chun looked at these and felt bad in his heart. What exactly is the plague? We don't know. The White Impermanence was telling the truth this time. Since the discovery of the plague, as soon as the 4 war gods discussed it, they each sent someone to seal off all 4 exits from the city gates. People inside the city could not get out at all, and the situation inside was only roughly known by sending people to stand on high ground and observe every day. When Pingon Chun saw that these 2 people had wasted human lives, he was very angry in his heart. Su Shuer said, These people are so pitiful. Oh. Just then they passed the front door of a house and heard the sound of howling mourners coming from inside. Looks like someone in this family just broke off. Pingon Chun told everyone to wait outside as he walked in alone. Entering the courtyard, Pingon Chun saw a child squatting on the ground playing with mud. He crossed over to the boy and entered the house. The cries were coming from the inner room. As soon as Chen entered, he saw a woman crying out. The man lying on the bed vomited blood and was dead. Chen entered the house, startling the woman. There's no food left in our house. My husband is gone. And later I'll have to take the kids down there to look for him. So get out of here, you guys. From the woman's words, Chen knew that the situation in this city was even worse than he thought. I'm a doctor. I know some medical skills, and let me see what your husband died of. Chen tried to calm the woman, trying to understand the condition. But the woman said, "What's there to see? The great doctors of the city are all dead, and everything is useless." Hearing this, Chen was surprised. The doctor also? How is this possible? What's impossible? We can't get out anyway. Might as well die early. With that, the woman picked up a pair of scissors next to her and headed outside. When Chen chased after him, he saw the woman trying to kill the child. He immediately stepped forward to stop it, shielding the child behind him. Chapter 228, Poisoning. What are you doing? Chen tried to calm the woman down. She's going to die anyway, so instead of letting her starve to death alive, I'd rather send her on her way now. Apparently the woman had gone insane and was bent on killing the child before hanging herself. Chen snatched away the woman's scissors and then knocked the woman out. When he came out with the baby in his arms, he saw a lot of people on the street all grabbing things. But it wasn't possessions they were robbing, it was food. Here, food becomes their hope for survival. When Chen saw this scene, the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He gave the child to Su Shuer and grabbed Ma Xiaoyan's lapel. Do you know that perhaps most of the people of this city died not of the plague, but of starvation alive because there was no food? Ma Xiaotian was silent. How was he to know that this idea was still given by Tanxing and Zhu Wuyo? Now that they're all dead, there's no settling scores with them for a confrontation. You had better pray that these people are not starved to death, or you will have a bad conscience for the rest of your lives. Chen saw a man suddenly faint as he passed them. Those others saw the scene and ducked for cover. Oh no, another one with the plague. A citizen shouted. You guys leave that dead man far away, you'll get infected with the plague. An old man shouted at Chen and the others. A group of people watched this scene, and their hearts were not in the right place. Su Shuer even said, Chen, don't you know medicine? Save these poor people. Chen looked at the scene of white streamers being hung in every house and was unable to bear it in his heart. He knelt down to take the fainting man's pulse. After going through his judgment, he immediately came to a conclusion. It's not plague, it's poisoning. What? Poisoning? Who is so unethical to poison someone? Su Shuer was surprised. Chen said, maybe it's not someone poisoning, but Chen saw that the man was holding a handful of radishes that had not yet been eaten. He picked it up and looked at it and noticed that Robbie had spoilage. Then he goes to some other people's homes and does inspections when he sees the ingredients. Eventually it turned out, but all the vegetables were spoiled to varying degrees. Then there's the meats, and there's something wrong with them. He immediately found Ma Xiaotian and white impermanence after realizing this problem. Mr. Chen, calm down, but don't be impulsive. Ma Xiaotian persuaded. I'm calm. If you want to save more people, get your men and horses in here. I need you to get everyone with a medical condition into one place. This is a plague. Who would want to come in? I'll go find my sisters-in-law to come over and help. Su Shuer had already gone in search of people without saying a word. Chen did not reject Su Shuer's decision. He looked to both Ma Xiaotian and white impermanence. Listen up, all of you. The city is not reporting a plague. It stems from food poisoning. Let all your people in so I can save more of the people of the city. Chen's words made the two of them half convinced. Chen did not talk nonsense. Directly took out a silver needle and stuck 2 needles in Ma Xiaoyan's arm. Do you often feel that your arms are sore and you can't lift them occasionally? Ma Xiaoyan's face was grave as he listened. But after Chen had helped him with 2 needles, he suddenly felt as if his hidden arm ailment had suddenly disappeared. He immediately moved his bladder. This doesn't seem to be hurting anymore. Chapter 229, Detoxification of the whole city. And you? Do you want me to treat your dark disease as well? Chen subconsciously looked between White Impermanence's legs. Immediately, White Impermanence's old face turned red, covering his ass and shaking his head. No, don't have to. He's been having a lot of pain in his ass lately, but never told anyone. How did Pingon Chen know? Chun Pingon knew that the other party had hemorrhoids. Why are you shy? I'm a big man and I'm not going to eat you. As he spoke, Pingon Chun pulled White Impermanence over to treat him with needles. Soon White Impermanence felt the pain go away. This is amazing too. Now do you believe I can heal? The two looked at each other and immediately took action. They let off fireworks and each called their own people over to help. Everyone resisted at first, but seeing that all those family members of the Chen family had already joined in. Can they be better than those women? All have joined in as well. According to Chun Pingon's intention, the people who had been poisoned were all gathered in a larger place for resettlement. Everyone else who was fine stayed in their respective homes for now. Pingon Chun also had White Impermanence bang a gong and go from house to house informing them that they could not eat anything. And he asked Ma Xiaotian to send fresh ingredients into the city to solve the problem of food shortage of the people. Soon this matter was all carried out in an organized manner according to Chun Pingon's arrangements. Su Shuer and Su Daji had been following Chun Pingon in charge of protecting his safety. The three of them entered the largest medicine store in the city, where they searched for medicines they could use. Chun Pingon was well versed in the production of various poisons, and naturally, he also knew the compatibility of the antidotes. So under his right medicine, the first batch of antidote soup was soon ready. These antidote soups were immediately sent to those who had been poisoned. And when Pingon Chun saw that there wasn't enough medicine here, he was a little worried in his heart. White Vagabond walked in at this time. Mr. Chun, everyone has been mobilized, and now that fresh food has been sent into the city, the women who have not been poisoned are in charge of cooking and distributing it to everyone to eat. Pingon Chun nodded, but his brows were furrowed. What's wrong? But have you encountered something difficult? Chun Pingon nodded his head. The medicine is not enough. I see that the people in the city have been poisoned by thousands at least. This medicine is not enough at all. When White Impermanence heard this, he immediately said, I also, when how big a deal, this medicinal material thing is not afraid. I just let Wei Commander bring back a batch of medicines. I'll let someone go and bring it over for you to use. With White Impermanence's medication, Pingon Chen's speed in making the antidote soup was naturally much faster. A few patches of medicine went down for each person, and by the time the next day dawned, most people were back to normal. A few of the more serious ones have also improved. Pingon Chun realized that these people who did not get well immediately were doing so because the body itself still had the problem of being. In conjunction with his acupuncture, it took only a day and 2 nights of fierce battle for the plague that had enveloped the entire city to dissipate. Pingon Chun had successfully rescued the people of Lishui City. All of this was seen by Ma Xiaotian and White Impermanence. The two had already discussed it more than once in private. Big brother, I think this Pingon Chun really has some skills. Yes, it's also evil. This time such a serious plague he actually managed to solve it. This is not an ordinary person. I've heard that there's just such a person in this world. Born just in time for the chaotic world. A man of destiny sent by the heavens. He can change his destiny against the heavens and become the 9 to 5 to change the chaotic world path at the moment. At this point, the White Erratic paused. Do you think this Mr. Chan is? Chapter 230. The Divine Physician. Although Pingon Chun had helped all these people detoxify, the food spoilage was very strange, like someone had done it on purpose. These people aren't really safe until the source is caught. Mr. Chun, we'll just do these jobs, you go rest to the side. Yeah, our brothers are very capable, so we'll just leave those to us. After Ma Xiaotian and White Impermanence figured something out, they became even more attentive to Pingon Chun. Pingon Chun was worried about not having anyone to help him out. So since these two were rushing to use them, let's use them. I want you guys to help me secretly investigate something, and lately I'll be sitting in the medical center, so that the people of the whole city can come over to my place for a free clinic. This is the time for you to find out for me the people in the city who have problems, and question them severely about the reasons for their poisoning. Pingon Chen's words caused Ma Xiaotian to be somewhat surprised. Poisoning? That can't be right. This is too bold. It simply doesn't put our 4 great war gods in our eyes. Seeing how excited these two were, Pingon Chen reminded, they are afraid that they are not coming for the people, so you'd better go and see how the puppet is doing as soon as possible. The two reacted to the reminder. Oh no, the king's house. Now. The two hurried to the royal residence. However, Pingon Chen felt that this matter must not be simple. Maybe there's even a connection to him. The matter of Pingon Chen's medical visit quickly spread throughout Lishui City. That line of people coming to find Pingon Chen was literally lined up from the top of the city to the end of the city. All the people, when they saw Chen Pingon once they had to call him a divine doctor, caused Chen Pingon to be a bit embarrassed. This bit of his medical skill was still something he had gotten someone to teach him specifically in order to become the king of soldiers. I didn't realize that it would now become a saving grace. Watching those people reveal their smiles, Chen Pingon's heart rose. The long-lost bravado of defending the country seemed to be overflowing from the chest. Lord Divine Doctor, it's time to eat. This stomach of yours isn't going to be full just by seeing a doctor, is it? At this time, Su Shuer walked over and knocked towards Pingon Chen's head. Pingon Chen looked at Su Shuer. Sixth sister-in-law, where are the other sisters-in-law? Have they settled in? Found a random unoccupied house to stay in for now. Su Shuer sighed as she looked at the people who came to see the doctor. I don't expect you to be this smart and good. Divine Doctor, please take a look for me. He saw a fairly good-looking woman sitting in front of Chen Pingon, and with a red face, she placed her wrist in front of Chen Pingon. When Pingon Chen tried to take his pulse, a hand directly grabbed the woman's wrist. Girl, let me take your pulse. I see you have this rosy complexion, your eyes have a look in them, and you speak in a neutral tone, so it shouldn't seem like there's anything wrong with you. Su Shuer's words directly said that the girl was a bit embarrassed. If you're here to see a doctor, that's fine, but if you're here to hook up with the divine doctor, then don't blame me. Su Shuer revealed the sword at her waist. The woman was so frightened that she immediately got up and ran away. Su Shuer looked at the women in the group behind her. Everyone, it's okay to see a doctor, but to try to covet a divine doctor, absolutely not. In order to prove that she wasn't joking, Su Shuer pulled a stool and sat directly holding her sword. Those girls took a look, how dare they continue to stay, immediately one by one first withdrew. Chen Pingon glanced at Su Shuer. Sixth sister-in-law, why are you blocking my peach blossoms? I haven't gotten married and had a child yet. Are you trying to break my Chen family's lineage? Pingon Chen stared at Su Shuer. Su Shuer was not afraid, and directly moved her outer shirt to the side, revealing a little bit of her fragrant shoulders to come to the side of Chen Pingon. I'm okay with the whole having a monkey thing. Chapter 231 Sister-in-law will come to see you tonight. When Pingon Chen saw that the people were hiding their mouths and snickering, he immediately pulled Su Shuer's clothes back on. Auntie, I'm looking at the doctor, so don't make a mess. I'm not here to add to the chaos. It's my sister-in-law who's afraid you'll be hungry and asked me to bring you food. Su Shuer placed the food box in front of him. I have patience, I can't care. The benefactor will eat first. We are in no hurry. The divine doctor will be busy first. We'll wait for you to finish your meal. When these people heard that Chen Pingon had not yet eaten, each of them consciously dispersed. Pingon Chen was speechless. Look what you've done. Su Shuer, however, didn't feel anything and directly brought out the meal. They're grateful that you saved the whole town, and you're preening on it. Chen Pingon held his forehead. I was trying to find out the person who poisoned me, but as a result of your messing with me, I'm afraid my plan has failed. He'd looked at hundreds of people this morning, but none of them had the scent of that particular poison on them. This meant that the person he was waiting for to poison him hadn't shown up yet. As for whether Ma Xiaoyan's side had caught any questionable people, he wasn't sure. No one had been sent over to check in with him until now. It was only after Su Shuer heard this that she realized she might have actually done something bad. So you didn't tell me earlier? Did I deliver this meal by mistake? Forget it, I think this matter should not be exposed yet. Wait and see in the afternoon. If the whole city has seen it and it's okay, then this poisoner is either dead or has run away. Then there's no point in pursuing it. It's not just arresting someone. Now that we've entered this Lesui city, wouldn't it be better to find someone to gather all the people together? Pingon Chen waved his hand. No, if that's the case, then it must be even harder to find the city's spies. Who knows if secret passages or something have been built here. If a spy runs away and leaks information about this place, the consequences will be unimaginable. Pingon Chen didn't want to stop here in this Lishui city. He was going to the bitter cold land for other purposes, and Lishui city was to be collected, but it was definitely not the best stronghold for him to start a rebellion. This place and the 4 bandit strongholds next door can be connected to form a huge force that will serve as an important place for the transportation of money and grain reserves in the coming days. But he also needed a more hidden arsenal. The Shen iron required for this arsenal must not be ordinary Shen iron. When Pingon Chen thought of this, he said to Su Shuer, Sixth sister-in-law, do me a favor. What is it? Ask that Ma Xiaotian to come over. Hearing this, Su Shuer suddenly moved her hips and sat on the edge of Ping and Chen's consultation table. Before Pingon Chen knew what she was going to do, Su Shuer had already hooked Pingon Chen's chin with her finger. Sixth sister-in-law, this is outside, so show some restraint. Even if there's a need, you have to find it late at night when no one is around. What's wrong with being out there? I think you have too much on your mind to want to see me that badly. Where did that come from? Don't be oily. I've just come to bring you food and you send me on an errand. What's this if not dislike? Su Shuer deliberately touched Ping and Chen's thigh with the tip of her shoe. Lightly rubbed. I'm telling you, it's too late to draw a line in the sand with me at this point. Pingon Chen was crying and laughing. Su Shuer this was also too enthusiastic, causing him to be a little unable to restrain the little beast in his heart. Wanted to do something to her right away to prove he was a real man. At night, wait for sister-in-law and I'll look for you. Su Shuer suddenly came to Pingon Chen's ear and urged. No! It's not right. Chapter 232 Serving Poison. Su Shuer laughed softly, her voice full of seduction. If you dare to run away, let's see what I'll do to you. Mr. Chen. Just then a shout came from outside. Turns out it's white reality. By the time he came in, Su Shuer had already opened the food box. The food is right here, so I'll just head back. Thank you, sister-in-law, Pingon Chen said uncomfortably. As Su Shuer walked to the door, she suddenly turned around and smiled back at Pingon Chen. Remember to come back early. Cough, cough, cough. Eat slowly, Mr. Chen. I'm not stealing your food, White Impermanence said as he handed water to Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen took a sip of water, which made him feel better. But Su Shuer's ambiguous hints messed up this heart of his, as if there was a feather scratching around. This day, why isn't it dark yet? Mr. Chen, why are your ears still red? Could it be that you're sick too? Chen Pingon immediately covered his ears with his hands. The feeling of Su Shuer's shell teeth biting over the tip of his ear just now hadn't calmed his heartbeat even now. Ahem, what did you want to see me about? Didn't you tell us to catch suspicious people outside? It really let us catch too. Ping and Chen saw that he talked about business and immediately looked up. Was any useful information asked? These two refused to talk and almost bit the wax pill to take the poison, but luckily I reacted quickly to keep them at bay. Has anyone been out of town or any pigeons or other birds flown out in the meantime? Pingon Chen always felt that it was too quiet. If this fake plague was done deliberately by someone, then the other party must have some kind of conspiracy. White Variable swore. Absolutely not. Surrounded by their men, it would be impossible for even a fly to fly out of this area, not to mention people. Pingon Chen was still uneasy. Take me to the two spies. On the way there, Chen Pingon inquired about the time of the plague in this city. This was surprisingly timed to coincide with their entry into Tazai village. Pingon Chen had a bad guess. Although all the people in Tazai village were bandits, these villagers could all be people who had been dispersed from the Pingliang king's fiefdom. If there is a spy lurking in this, then the consequences of this are unimaginable. In the middle of his thoughts, he had already arrived at the Pingliang king's royal mansion. This place is heavily guarded. After all, the Chen family's group of female family members were now living here, and Ma Xiaotian naturally wanted to keep them safe. Chen Pingon hurriedly followed White Impermanence to the dungeon of the king's mansion. The two men tied to the stake were seen here. Why are you still here in person, Mr. Chen? I was about to inquire clearly before speaking to you. Chen Pingon glanced at the two bruised and battered people who only had one breath left. Just your interrogation methods don't work. Let me do it. When Pingon Chen was the king of soldiers, he had gone through countless inhuman interrogation trainings in order to test his loyalty. He has more tactics than he can count on how to make people bear to tell the truth. Since these two weren't afraid of flesh and blood, let them taste something else. Pingon Chen walked up to the duo. Would you like to meet the thing in your head that you fear the most? Both of them stared at Pingon Chen, not understanding what he was saying. What? Don't give about me. Huh? That's okay, you won't think so later. Pingon Chen took out a small porcelain bottle, poured out 2 red pills from it, and directly fed them to these two people to swallow. What did you feed us? Kill us. We won't say anything. 2 people are very hardcore. However, Pingon Chen only gave them a strange smile. Chapter 233. All Confessions. This red pill was a concoction that he had made at the Great Wasteland Walled City with the herbs they had in stock. This pill is called a catalytic pill. As long as a person takes this pill, It's as if someone is always behind him urging for his life. Life is worse than death. Stay back. Stay back. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. These two were calm at first, but soon they couldn't stay up. Their open eyes were filled with fear. It was as if a terrible scene was taking place before them. Chen had been waiting. Wait until these two can't stand it anymore and confess. Even Ma Xiaotian, who had conquered countless battles, couldn't help but feel his scalp numb by the fearful eyes of these two people. Mr. Chen, what is this? Why are they all so scared? Poison mushroom. A hallucinogenic drug made from a poisonous mushroom that can cause hallucinations. They will see their worst fears under my mental suggestion until they have a mental breakdown and go crazy. Chen looked at these two people who were already going crazy with fear, so he came over to them and asked, "Can you confess now?" Trick. I said, "Don't come over again." Chen took out another bottle, and after opening it a foul odor emanated from it. Ma Xiaotian and the others immediately covered their mouths and noses. But the 2 Minutemen who had taken the hypnotic pills came to their senses at once. After they realized that those were all fake just now, each one of them had an ugly face. Chen was only silent in response. These two don't talk either. The silence was like a battle between two parties, and it was up to them to see who would be the first to lose their temper. Chen suddenly smiled, only to see him run his hand down his arms again. These two immediately turned pale with fear. I said, "I'll confess anything." "Shut up. Have you forgotten our mission? It's better to die than to confess." The man tried to bite his tongue when he finished. Chen directly clicked and dislocated the other party's jaw. "I'll have to stop your companion if he wants to die, but if you want to die, I'll give you a good time." When Chen said such words to the emotionally run-down spymaster, he immediately aggravated the other party's psychological burden. After all, it's good for the detail to keep one alive. I said, "Please spare me, I was forced to do it." Being frightened by Chen, this person finally broke down emotionally and could no longer hold on to the secret. Chen smiled. "Okay, I promise you, as long as the things you say are of use, I will let you live." The companion next to him could not speak at all now that his jaw was dislocated. But his constant shaking of his head still implied that his companion couldn't say anything. "I'm sorry, I want to live. We are the Imperial Court's hidden stakes. We were there when King Pingliang entered the fiefdom, providing the capital with news from this neighborhood at all times. We've been suspecting that King Pingliang is dead for the past few years, but we've never been able to catch any substantial evidence." Chen sneered. "If you've suspected it for so long, why do it now?" The man swallowed. "More than a month ago, we received news that General Chen's family had been exterminated, and all of his family members were escorted into exile in a bitterly cold place. The court has ordered us to ambush here, and if our predecessors miss, we will set up an ambush in Lesui City and kill the remaining members of the Chen family. We have long since not wanted to continue to stay here." The headman then said that in order to make a merit we have to take risks. As long as we kill the remaining members of the Chen family and then figure out the evidence that King Pingliang is dead, we can help the court recover this fiefdom. When the time comes for a great achievement, we will definitely be able to eat and drink well back in the capital, and our future will be boundless.